My units level up with cheats, not by grinding. I started with a divine ring with a simple, brutal effect. All my units automatically become mythical tier. You're still using regular archers? Sorry, mine are called God's Wrath Marksmen, and they can one-shot third-tier monsters above their level. You're still using pikemen as cannon fodder? Mine are called Sacred Flame Lancers, tough as nails and immune to crowd control. This isn't just playing a game, this is creating a new world. Lin Yi, hand over the Supreme Divine Ring. A golden-robed lord, mounted on a golden sacred dragon, his voice thundering across the sky. Behind him were a dozen high-tier lords and an army of hundreds of millions that blotted out the sun. Angels of judgment, dark ghost dragons, behemoths. Before this overwhelming force, my city, Jun, was like a lone boat in a raging storm. Half a month ago, I had stumbled upon this ring in the 9th-tier dungeon, the sacred dragon's nest. But it brought me not glory, but disaster. The lord I partied with betrayed me, and the news spread like wildfire. Soon, I was besieged by a coalition of powerful forces. You want this divine ring, don't you? I held up the ring, a crazed glint in my eyes. Then come and get it. Without another word, I poured all my energy into it. The high-tier lords outside the city walls paled. Watch out, the madman is going to detonate the supreme divine ring. I threw my head back and laughed. I'd rather be shattered jade than an intact tile. The next second, the ring erupted in a divine light that devoured everything, instantly engulfing the hundreds of millions of soldiers before me. Didn't I die? I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, staring in disbelief at my own youthful face. I distinctly remembered detonating the ring, dying in the explosion. But now, I was reborn, 3 years in the past, the day before the official launch of Eternal Continent. This was more than just a game. A month after its launch, everyone on Earth would be forcibly pulled into it. 6 months later, other civilizations from across the universe, races we called the Outer World Demons, would descend. They were brutal and bloodthirsty, nearly wiping out the human race. Even in such a desperate situation, humanity was still consumed by infighting. Just like when I obtained the Divine Ring, their first thought wasn't how to use it to fight our common enemy, but to gather their armies to steal it from me. Pathetic. Hateful. Since heaven has given me a second chance, I clenched my fists, my eyes fierce. This time, I will not let history repeat itself. Those who framed me will pay in blood. The outer world demons who oppressed us will learn to fear and tremble. I splashed cold water on my face, forcing myself to calm down. Then, I took out my phone and spent all 200,000 of my savings to order a supreme-grade gaming pod. In a month, money would be worthless paper. But this gaming pod would give me 10,000 initial gold coins and a chance to randomly draw a high-level talent at the start of the game. In my past life, it was because I was too cheap to spend this money that I lost at the starting line. An hour later, the gaming pod arrived. I poured in the nutrient fluid and lay down inside. Welcome, esteemed lord, to the Eternal Continent. The game hadn't officially launched, but character creation was open. I was in a golden temple, and before me stood a stunningly beautiful 12-winged seraph. I knew her. She was the future mythical tier hero, Sacred Angel Michael. In my past life, a player had completed a series of ridiculously difficult quests just to obtain her. This time, I wouldn't let that opportunity slip away. Esteemed lord, would you like to create your character now? Michael's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Create character. Please choose a name for your character. Night that blankets the sky. I used my old name. Please choose your starting race. 7 race panels appeared: human, elf, undead, orc, hell, elemental, and dungeon. I choose human. Selection successful. As one blessed by the gods, you will receive an initial reward of 10,000 gold coins and 1 random talent. Would you like to draw now? Finally. Draw now. A dark gold talent wheel appeared and began to spin slowly. A few seconds later, it stopped. Congratulations on obtaining the high-level talent, Advanced Eagle Eye. Advanced Eagle Eye, all ranged units under your command gain plus 30% attack range. Not bad. In my previous life, an elf lord had struck fear into the hearts of his enemies with a mythical tier Eagle Eye and elven god archers. Michael, how much longer until the game starts? I asked eagerly. 12 hours, Michael replied respectfully. However, as the owner of the Supreme Divine Ring, you may enter the game at any time. The Supreme Divine Ring? I was struck by lightning. Hadn't I detonated it? But I had no time to think. I choose to enter the game now, I said immediately. A flash of white light, and I was in a dilapidated village. I had really entered the game 12 hours early. It was then that I noticed a silver ring on my right index finger. Supreme Divine Ring, upgradable. Equipment type, Supreme Artifact. All stats plus 10, command plus 100. Effect 1, all of the Lord's units will automatically be upgraded to mythical tier units. Effect 2, all resource production in the territory plus 50%. Effect 3, all building construction time in the territory is reduced by 50%. This item is a supreme artifact. It cannot be traded, destroyed, or dropped. Seeing these stats, I trembled with excitement. So my rebirth was truly connected to this ring. In my past life, I had never even been able to see its stats because I needed to hold it for 10 days to gain true ownership, and I was besieged on the 9th day. With this supreme divine ring, I refuse to believe I can't change this damned fate. A high-level talent, early access, and the supreme divine ring. I had a god tier starting hand. Just then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have received your initial units, Farmer X37. I almost coughed up blood. Farmers? The weakest first-tier unit, with 0 combat capability. In my past life, I at least started with 5 third-tier skeleton warriors. Just as I was feeling helpless, the Supreme Divine Ring on my right hand suddenly burst with a silver light. Supreme Divine Ring effect activated. Normal unit, Farmer, has been successfully upgraded to Divine Unit, Divine Harvester. I was stunned. Even a trash unit like the Farmer could be upgraded to Divine Tier? I immediately summoned the 37 Divine Harvesters. The originally ragged farmers were now dressed in luxurious brown robes, exuding a hint of divinity. A normal farmer's stats were pathetic: 10 attack, 5 defense, 30 health. But the Divine Harvesters before me had undergone a world-shaking transformation. Divine Harvester, first tier, grade, mythical, attack, 30, defense, 15, health, 100, skills, bountiful harvest, brings an extra 100 gold coins to your territory each day. Favorable weather, all units in the garrison city gain plus 5 morale. Divine Blessing, daily unit production in the garrison city plus 100%. I was completely dumbfounded. These weren't farmers, they were walking good luck charms. One Divine Harvester brought in 100 gold a day. 37 of them meant 3,700 gold daily. That was more than a level 1 town hall. And that's not even mentioning the terrifying effect of Divine Blessing, doubling my daily unit production. The Supreme Divine Ring is truly powerful. I watched as the Divine Harvesters walked to the fields, murmuring words. A gentle rain actually began to fall from the sky, and the crops grew visibly before my eyes. I immediately made a decision. I had to recruit more farmers. Build farmhouse. Ding. Farmhouse construction in progress. Cost, 500 gold. Estimated completion time, 1 hour. Ding. Supreme Divine Ring effect activated. Farmhouse construction time reduced to 30 minutes. Half an hour later, the farmhouse was complete. I immediately spent 300 gold to recruit all 10 farmers available for the week. Under the ring's effect, they all transformed into Divine Harvesters, and my daily income increased by another 1,000 gold. Next, build the tavern. The reason I was in such a hurry was because I knew a secret. Players who built a tavern on the first day of the game could trigger a special hidden event. Ding! Tavern construction in progress. Cost, 2,000 gold. Estimated completion time, 3 hours. Ding! Supreme Divine Ring effect activated. Tavern construction time reduced to 90 minutes. During the 90-minute wait, I explored the area around my territory and found a few resource nodes. Unfortunately, I had no troops, so I could only look. 90 minutes later, the tavern was built. I walked inside, a glint of excitement in my eyes. The tavern was noisy. I went straight to the counter. Bartender, I'd like to recruit a hero. The bartender chuckled and rubbed his fingers together. I got the hint and paid him 100 gold. He handed me a list with 5 grayed-out names, all common heroes. A level 1 lord could only recruit 1 hero, so I had to be careful. Another batch, please, I said, handing over another 100 gold. Since the game hadn't officially launched yet, the hero pool was full, giving me a high chance of rolling a top-tier hero. Another 5 common heroes. Again. On the 3rd refresh, a green name finally appeared, a brave tier hero. In my past life, I might have recruited him, but this time, my sights were set higher. Keep refreshing. The bartender advised, young lord, it's not good to be too ambitious. I ignored him and kept refreshing. 17 consecutive times, all gray. I had already spent a total of 2,000 gold. 30 more tries. If I get a legendary, I'll stop. I gritted my teeth. The hero list refreshed again and again. The best roll gave me 4 brave tier heroes, but I still wasn't satisfied. Give it up, kid, the bartender said cheerfully. Another batch. I mechanically pulled out another 100 gold. This time, when I opened the list, a dazzling golden light filled my vision. Golden, representing a tier higher than legendary, epic. My luck had exploded. I had rolled an epic hero. Even the bartender's eyes widened in disbelief. Epic hero, Phantom Archer Evelier. Recruitment price, 200,000 gold. My face froze when I saw the price. I only had 2,000 gold left. I felt like a eunuch in a brothel, a feast laid out before me that I couldn't touch. Fortunately, the hero list would only refresh automatically after 24 hours. I had 1 day to gather the money. For others, it would be an impossible task. But for me, it might not be. I stood up and walked straight to a corner of the tavern where a black-robed man was drinking alone. The hidden event had indeed triggered. I sat down opposite him. He looked up lazily. Care for a wager? What's the game? Coin toss, the man said. 1,000 gold per toss. Guess correctly 10 times in a row, and I'll give you 100,000 gold. The odds of guessing correctly 10 times in a row were less than 1 in 1,000. But as a reincarnator, I knew the secret to this game. I slapped my 2,000 gold on the table and smiled. 100,000 is too little. I'll bet my 2,000 for your 200,000. A strange light flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. Deal, he grunted. He casually tossed a gold coin and caught it. Tails, I said without hesitation. He opened his hand. It was tails. This time, tails again. Correct again. For the next 7 tosses, I called tails every time, and the coin, as if obedient, landed on tails each time. Last one, the man said with a smile. The coin flew high into the air. The moment it landed, I caught a glimpse of the head side, but he quickly covered it with his hand. I knew this was his trick, a little fun for the god of deception, a sleight of hand to fool players. Countless players had fallen for it in my past life. I took a deep breath and said calmly, I still call tails. The man looked a little surprised. Are you sure? I'm sure. He opened his hand. It was tails. Congratulations, you guessed all 10 correctly, he said with a smile, then stood up and left. A system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the hidden event, the tavern wager. You have received 200,000 gold. Ding. Your favorability with the god of deception Kasser has increased by +5. I collected my winnings, went back to the counter, and immediately recruited the hero. A flash of light, and a tall female hunter in silver armor appeared before me. She had a delicate yet resolute face, a stunning figure, and a pair of long, slender white legs that were utterly captivating. My lord, from this day forward, Evelir will serve you as her master. Her voice was as clear as a songbird's. Not bad. Not only an epic hero, but a beautiful one at that. But I was more interested in her stats. Hero, Evelir, Epic. Title, Phantom Hunter. Skills, Phantom Step, Phantom Arrow Rain, Shadow Strike. Talent trait Phantom Dance. Ranged units under her command gain +20% evasion, +20% speed, and +20% attack range. I drew a sharp breath. What powerful stats. Even among epic heroes, these were top tier. Her talent, combined with my advanced eagle eye, would provide a whopping 70% extra attack range for my ranged units. Add in the attack speed and evasion, and her troops would be like ghosts. I could turn you into a pincushion from the shadows, and you'd never even touch me. This few thousand gold was well spent, I thought with satisfaction. Now that I had a hero and resources, it was time to develop. I went to the tavern's notice board and accepted all the dozens of low-tier quests. Since I was the only one in the game, there was no one to compete with. Afterward, I took Evelir out into the wilderness and found a gnoll camp. Evelir, kill them all. Evelir immediately drew her bow. The string twanged, and an arrow whistled through the air, covering nearly 1,000 meters to pierce a gnoll's chest with perfect accuracy. An instant kill. The remaining gnolls panicked, snarling as they charged. But Evelir's arrows were faster. Before they could even get close, she picked them off one by one with her expert archery. Great lord, congratulations on a glorious victory. Well done, I praised. Thank you for your praise, my lord, Evelir said, a hint of joy in her eyes. You don't have to be so formal with me. We can be friends, I said with a smile. You have a beautiful smile. Ding. Evelir's loyalty to you has increased by 1%. Current loyalty, 81%. I didn't expect a casual comment to increase her loyalty. It seemed treating heroes like real people with feelings was the right way to go. Over the next half hour, we cleared out 7 more gnoll camps, and Evelir leveled up to 2. Then, we discovered a much larger camp, which even had a gnoll chieftain wielding a spiked club. Can you handle it? I asked. Evelir smiled. With ease. The battle began. Evelir shot down the regular gnolls while constantly repositioning to maintain her distance. When the chieftain led a charge, she didn't hesitate to activate her skill Phantom Step, her speed increasing dramatically as her form became a blur. The chieftain let out a roar and activated his high morale state, increasing the charge speed of his entire army. But Evelir's response was faster. Phantom Arrow Rain. 3 volleys of arrows rained down, instantly turning the chieftain into a pincushion. The power of an epic hero was truly impressive. With their leader dead, the remaining gnolls' morale plummeted, and they were easily picked off. Great lord, congratulations on a glorious victory. After the battle, you discovered a shimmering silver chest in the Knoll camp. Congratulations, you have obtained Silver Chest X1, an unexpected bonus. I opened it without hesitation. You have successfully opened the silver chest and obtained 1,000 gold coins and the strategic treasure, Lionheart Shield. It dropped a strategic treasure, Lionheart Shield, bronze tier, health plus 100, defense plus 5. When a hero equipped this item, its stats would be applied to all units under their command, and I knew this shield was one of the components for the gold tier treasure, the Heart of the Lion. I made a mental note to find a way to get the other two components after the game officially launched. The informational advantage of a reincarnator was priceless. After clearing out so many camps, I had enough resources. I returned to my territory with Evlier, first stopping by the tavern to turn in 3 Knoll-related quests, earning another 2,000 gold. Build the town hall. I commanded immediately. Half an hour later, the town hall was built. I then immediately started on an archery range. Build the archery range. 15 minutes later, it was complete. I spent 500 gold to recruit all 5 archers available for the week. With a flash of silver light, the effect of the Supreme Divine Ring activated again. Your normal unit, Archer, has now been successfully upgraded to the mythical tier unit, God's Wrath Marksman. My second mythical tier unit had finally arrived. God's Wrath Marksman, 2nd tier. Grade, Mythical. Attack, 70 to 120. Defense, 35. Health, 270. Skills, God's Wrath, deals 70% extra damage to all enemies. Godslaying Arrow, after a 2-second charge, deals 350% physical damage and applies a grievous wound effect. Demon's Bane, deals 100% extra damage to all dark-type creatures. Holy crap, those were the only 2 words in my head. These stats were almost on par with a hero's, especially the Demon's Bane trait. From now on, any lord with dark or undead units would have to steer clear of me. I immediately took Evlier and the 5 Gods Wrath Marksmen to a gold mine I had discovered earlier. It was occupied by dark creatures, the perfect place to test my new units. Inside the mine were 37 first-tier dungeon demons, 11 second-tier zombies, and even 4 third-tier ghosts. The battle began. Evlier ordered them into formation. With the combined boost from her hero trait and my talent, the attack range of the God's Wrath Marksman was absurd. From thousands of meters away, an arrow easily pierced a dungeon demon's chest. With the effect of Demon's Bane, it was a one-shot kill. Arrows rained down, and the dungeon demons fell like wheat. Not just the first-tier demons, but even the tough, second-tier zombies were one-shot. Could they even one-shot the third-tier ghosts? A bold thought entered my mind. I ordered a marksman to attack a ghost. Swoosh! With the combined boost of God's Wrath and Demon's Bane, the arrow dealt a massive 270% damage, instantly depleting the third-tier ghost's health bar. Another one-shot kill. A second-tier unit killing a third-tier unit in one hit. This was the terrifying power of a mythical tier unit. Another glorious victory. Evlier didn't even have to lift a finger. I successfully captured the gold mine, which would now provide me with 500 gold per day. For the next 3 hours, I led my troops on a rampage across the map, capturing a dozen resource nodes in a row: iron mines, lumber mills, gem mines, and snowballed my early game resource advantage. I didn't return to my territory until I was completely exhausted. By then, the barracks had also been built. I immediately recruited 10 pikemen. Ding! Your normal unit, pikeman, has now been successfully upgraded to the mythical tier unit, Sacred Flame Lancer. The former infantrymen had transformed into lancers on tall steeds, clad in silver-white divine armor. Sacred Flame Lancer, 1st tier. Grade, Mythical. Attack, 50 to 80. Defense, 60. Health, 360. Skills, Sacred Flame's Protection, immune to 90% of fire damage, reduces all other damage by 50%. Sacred Flame Pierce, a charge deals 200% damage and applies a burning effect. Sacred Flames will, immune to crowd control for 60 seconds, attack and defense increased by 30%. Compared to the pure offense of the God's Wrath Marksman, the Sacred Flame Lancers were more well-rounded. Damage reduction, crowd control immunity, and a charging attack made them the perfect frontline tanks. After adding them to my army, I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me. I said to Evlier, "You should get some rest too." I lay down on the large bed in the Lord's Hall and quickly fell asleep. When I woke up, Eternal Continent would officially launch, and other players would start pouring in. But I was already a world ahead of them. A new day has arrived. The morning light spills into the Lord's mansion. The system's notification sounds continuously ring in Lin Yi's ears. Level 1 Internal Affairs Hall collects taxes, bringing you an income of 1,000 gold coins. The Level 1 gold mine you occupy brings you an income of 500 gold coins. The Level 1 lumberyard you occupy brings you 100 units of wood. The level 1 iron mine you occupy brings you 100 units of iron ore. Under the effect of harvest, 47 divine farmers collectively bring you an income of 4,700 gold coins. Listening to the continuous system notifications, Lin Yi felt his mood soar to the utmost heights. The feeling of earning money while lying down was simply heavenly. Moreover, after Lin Yi woke up, Eternal Continent had officially launched. Hundreds of millions of players immediately flooded into the game. Lin Yi casually opened the game's built-in forum. Sure enough, it was filled with players' wails. Damn it, why is this game so hard? I've been grinding wild monsters for an hour, and the gold I earned isn't even enough to build an internal affairs hall. Dude, you're doing better than me. Who knows what kind of hellhole my starting location is, surrounded by high-level monsters that I can't even dare to move, but I did manage to pick up 2 strategic treasures, so I guess it's a blessing in disguise. Wow, strategic treasures, impressive bro. The server hasn't even been up for half a day, and you've already got strategic treasures. You'll definitely become a god in the future. Haha, what's a strategic treasure? I just recruited a hero-level warrior from the tavern, and now going out to kill monsters is as easy as chopping vegetables. Hero-level warrior. I'm so envious, I want to cling to the great god's thigh. Cling to the great god's thigh +1. Cling to the great god's thigh +2. Cling to the great god's thigh +10,086. Lin Yi chuckled casually. In the early stages of the game, everyone was still in the exploration phase, and some hadn't even had the chance to recruit heroes yet. For them, a hero-level warrior was indeed a formidable presence. If these people knew that less than a day after the server opened he already possessed an epic-level hero, their jaws would probably drop in shock. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to successfully upgrade to a level 2 lord today. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and silently set his goal in his heart. A higher lord rank means stronger command, a higher stamina cap, and the ability to recruit higher-tier troops. For Lin Yi, upgrading his lord rank was an urgent matter. He immediately walked out of the Lord's Hall, where Aver had been waiting for him for quite some time. My lord. Aver knelt on one knee, respectfully showing her loyalty to Lin Yi. Get up. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling Aver to rise. Then, he spoke calmly, today, we won't rush to occupy resource points but instead focus on exploring the surrounding environment as much as possible. Do you understand? Aver stood up. I will follow the Lord's arrangements. Besides upgrading the Lord level, exploring the map was also a very important task at the moment. More precisely, Lin Yi's goal was not just limited to exploring the map but also to seek opportunities. In Eternal Continent, many opportunities only appear in fixed locations. For example, passing the trial in the Elven Forest can allow you to recruit the Elven Queen Carol. Completing the Hell-level dungeon Death Mine 10 times without damage can grant you the legendary treasure, the Skull of the Lich King. At the altar in the Sage's Forest, sacrificing 100 units of high-tier troops can yield the epic treasure, the Sage's Ring. All these special opportunities were known to Lin Yi. However, the Eternal Continent is vast, and if Lin Yi didn't even know the exact location of his territory, there was no way he could seek out these opportunities. After clarifying his goal, Lin Yi immediately left the territory with Aver, bringing along 5 Divine Punishment Archers and 10 Holy Flame Cavalry. Although it was a reconnaissance mission, if they encountered any low-level wild monsters along the way, Lin Yi would not hold back at all. Goblins, dog-headed men, little demons, skeleton soldiers, zombies, none of the wild monsters that appeared before him were spared. All were cleanly shot down by Aver and the Divine Punishment Archers. With such a high slaughter efficiency, his lord experience was skyrocketing. This leveling speed is just like cheating, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim as he glanced at his experience bar. Just then, Aver suddenly furrowed her brow and said in a low voice, My lord, there seems to be an extremely strong aura of death emanating from the mine ahead. Upon hearing this, a hint of intrigue flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. A mine exuding the aura of death? Could it be the death mine dungeon? Lin Yi decisively said, Let's go take a look. Their pace was quick, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the mine. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. My lord, you have stumbled upon a death mine. A chilling breeze wafts from within, sending shivers down your spine. As if there are some terrifying entities hidden inside the mine before you. It was indeed the death mine. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. After exploring for most of the day, he finally had a reward. The death mine, also known as the Death Pit, is renowned as the most difficult low-level dungeon in the Eternal Continent. However, the difficulty of the dungeon is also tied to its rewards. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't believe there was any dungeon that could pose a challenge to him now. Without any hesitation, he walked towards the death mine, with Aver closely following behind him. Soon, the difficulty selection for the dungeon appeared before Lin Yi. The death mine dungeon is divided into 5 difficulty levels: normal, elite, hard, hell, and nightmare. Lin Yi clearly remembered that in his previous life, an elven deity had completed the hell-level death mine 10 times without any damage, ultimately obtaining the legendary treasure, the Skull of the Necromancer. But what if he cleared not the hell level, but the nightmare level? Wouldn't the rewards be even better than a legendary treasure? Having lived again, why be so timid? Lin Yi laughed heartily and stepped forward. I choose Nightmare difficulty. System prompt: the nightmare level dungeon difficulty is too high. It is recommended to form a team. Please choose carefully. Lin Yi ignored the system prompt and repeated his choice once more. The next second, his figure flickered and he appeared in the dark death mine. The surroundings were filled with chilling winds, mixed with faint, piercing shrieks. In such an environment, ordinary players would likely feel somewhat panicked. However, Lin Yi was completely unfazed. He had completed the death mine dungeon countless times in his previous life and was already familiar with all the details of the dungeon. Aver, take the Holy Flame Cavalry and light all the torches in the surrounding passages. Many players, upon entering the death mine without any objectives, would instinctively wander around. In reality, this would only lead to a quicker death. The difference with the death mine compared to other dungeons is that to clear this dungeon, players do not need to actively do anything. They just need to hold their ground and defend against the attacks of the undead creatures. Many lords who are not familiar with the situation often need to experience 2 or 3 total annihilations before they can grasp this gameplay. Lin Yi had Avril light the torches merely to provide visibility. Once the torches in the passage were lit, the surroundings were no longer pitch black. Soon, the undead creatures surged towards Lin Yi from all directions. 31st tier skeleton soldiers, 22nd tier zombies, 10 third tier ghosts. Lin Yi's heart sank. He clearly did not expect that this was just the first wave of attack, and the strength of the undead forces was already so formidable. The nightmare level death mine was indeed not easy. Avril had the divine punishment archers target the ghosts. Holy Flame Cavalry, stand by, wait until all the ghosts are dead before you charge into the enemy ranks and reap the aftermath. Lin Yi's objective was quite clear. The divine punishment archers possessed the trait of Demon Slayer, which allowed them to easily eliminate third-tier ghosts. Once the third-tier ghosts were wiped out, the remaining skeleton soldiers and zombies would pose no threat to the Holy Flame Cavalry, especially the first-tier skeleton soldiers. Lin Yi even doubted whether their rusty iron swords could break through the defenses of the Holy Flame Cavalry. Although both were first-tier units, there was a world of difference between ordinary units and divine-level units. The strategy he devised was quite perfect, and the actual situation did not deviate much from it. Under Avril's leadership, the 10 third-tier ghosts were quickly slaughtered by the divine punishment archers. These dark-type undead creatures were simply the favorites of the divine punishment archers. Then, the Holy Flame Cavalry charged in like wolves among sheep, crazily slaughtering the remaining skeleton soldiers and zombies. Each time the spear tip imbued with Holy Flame pierced through a skeleton soldier or zombie would perish. In less than 3 minutes, all the undead creatures lay dead before Lin Yi. However, despite the initial victory, Lin Yi did not let his guard down. If nothing unexpected happens, the nightmare-level death mine will have a total of 5 waves of attacks, and the difficulty will gradually increase. Lin Yi took a deep breath and began to recall the details of the death mine. Just as he was pondering, the second wave of undead creatures quickly appeared before him. 31st tier elite units, skeleton warriors. 22nd tier elite units, copperskin zombies. 10 third tier elite units, great ghosts. Although the number of enemies in the second wave did not change, their quality had all been upgraded to elite level. Lin Yi did not underestimate them and immediately ordered the divine punishment archers to launch the first round of attacks on the great ghosts. The arrows whistled through the air, striking the great ghost before him with incredible precision. However, this time, they failed to kill it in one shot. The third-tier elite units had improved in attack power, defense, and health, making it reasonable that the divine punishment archers could not eliminate it with a single arrow. Fortunately, although the divine punishment archers could not kill it in one shot, Avril, as an epic-level hero, could still manage one shot per ghost. Moreover, the number of great ghosts was not large, so they still did not pose a significant threat to Lin Yi's forces. 5 minutes later, the battle ended once again. Lin Yi's troops remained unscathed. Next, the third wave. He took a deep breath, preparing to face the upcoming battle. The third wave of undead creatures quickly arrived on the battlefield. This time, the numbers of skeleton warriors, copperskin zombies, and great ghosts had all doubled. The pressure on Lin Yi's shoulders instantly increased. For Lin Yi, the most challenging aspect was that he had to clear the level without any losses to obtain the hidden rewards of this dungeon. Fortunately, Avril and the divine punishment archers were strong enough. Before this group of undead creatures could get close, they had already shot down more than half of them. Then, Lin Yi directly ordered his subordinates, the Holy Flame Lancers, to charge, successfully completing the harvest. Before the fourth wave of undead creatures could arrive, a chilling ghostly wind suddenly swept across Lin Yi's face. System prompt: due to the excessive slaughter of undead creatures, the resentment generated has caused the remaining undead to enter a berserk state. All attributes plus 30%. The fourth wave of attacks came. Although the tier and number of the undead units had not changed, their attributes received a considerable boost in this berserk state. The already fast-moving great ghost now moved like a specter. Relying solely on the ranged firepower suppression from Aver and the Divine Punishment Archers was definitely insufficient. To pass through the fourth wave unscathed, the Holy Flame Lancers had to play their corresponding role. With this in mind, Lin Yi spoke. Without hesitation, all Holy Flame Lancers, listen up, activate Holy Flame Protection and Holy Flame Will, and move directly to the front of the team. Aver, you lead the Divine Punishment Archers to break the siege. If any Holy Flame Lancers' health drops below 50%, immediately deal with the undead creatures around them. It must be said that Lin Yi's arrangements were quite reasonable. After activating Holy Flame Protection, the Holy Flame Lancers had high toughness and could be immune to 50% of damage. This way, as long as the Holy Flame Lancers did not die, the group of undead creatures in front could not break into Lin Yi's backline. The firepower suppression from Aver and the Divine Punishment Archers greatly ensured that the Holy Flame Lancers could survive amidst the siege of the undead creatures. The lance in the hands of the Holy Flame Lancer swung in instantly, pierced through the chest of a copper-skinned zombie. At the same time, a skeleton warrior screamed and swung its iron sword directly at this Holy Flame Lancer. Unfortunately, before its sword could fall, an arrow instantly pierced through its skull. The undead creatures in front fell one after another. A few Holy Flame Lancers were already on the brink of death under the siege of the undead. Fortunately, Aver acted decisively, always managing to break the siege in time, which prevented any casualties among the Holy Flame Lancers. Rest in place, prepare for the final wave of attacks. Lin Yi took a deep breath. He knew in his heart that this final wave of attacks would be the most severe test. During this time, ordinary players would probably struggle to withstand even the first wave of attacks from the nightmare-level death mine, let alone the fifth wave. If it weren't for Lin Yi having both epic-level heroes and mythic-level units, he wouldn't have dared to try. Finally, the entire death mine began to rumble and tremble. The fifth wave of the undead army finally arrived before Lin Yi. First-tier elite units, skeleton warriors, 60 of them. Second-tier elite units, copper-skinned zombies, 40 of them. Third-tier elite units, great ghosts, 20 of them. All these units were in a berserk state, looking extremely fierce. More importantly, when the leading shadow revealed its form, even Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock, because what appeared before him was one of the top-tier units of the Dark Faction, an 8th-tier unit, the Dark Knight. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary Dark Knight. If it were an evolved Fear Knight or Catastrophe Knight, Lin Yi would have gone into a state of despair, not even thinking about how to clear the level. Because for him now, the characteristics of the latter two units were simply too powerful to counter. The Dark Knight has 3 characteristics: Fatal Strike, Terror Suppression, and Death Charge. Among them, the effect of Fatal Strike is that it can directly kill any unit with health below 30%. The effect of Terror Suppression is that it causes all units engaged in battle with it to have their attributes reduced by 30%. As for the Death Charge, Lin Yi took a deep breath. If he remembered correctly, the Dark Knight would launch a charge before dying, dealing 500% damage to the enemy. This was also why, in his previous life, many lords referred to the Dark Knight as the self-destructing Black Knight. No one was willing to confront the Dark Knight head-on unless absolutely necessary, because the best outcome would still be inflicting 1,000 damage to the enemy while suffering 800 in return. However, if he wanted to clear the level without any losses, the Dark Knight before him became an insurmountable obstacle for Lin Yi. Fortunately, his incredibly rich combat experience from his previous life allowed him to quickly devise a strategy. Damn, it's good that there's only one unit of Dark Knight. If a few more showed up, not only would a no-loss clear be impossible, but a total wipeout could also happen. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the charging Dark Knight and immediately took action. Aver, activate Shadow Strike. Without hesitation, he commanded Aver to activate the skill, Shadow Strike. Under the effect of Shadow Strike, the attack speed and range of all units under her command would be significantly enhanced. This way, the output of the Divine Punishment Archers would be indirectly boosted quite a bit. Then, Lin Yi spoke. Again, all Holy Flame Lancers, listen up. After activating Holy Flame Protection and Holy Flame Will, use Holy Flame Charge one by one. After withstanding one attack from the Dark Knight, immediately pull back, do not get entangled in battle. This was the valuable experience he gained after clearing the Death Mine dungeon countless times in his previous life. That is to say, the death creatures within the mine had no intelligence whatsoever. In the absence of any heroes or lords commanding the battle, they would typically only attack the nearest creature. This provided Lin Yi with a great deal of operational space. According to his calculations, each Holy Flame Lancer could at least withstand one attack from the Dark Knight. Of course, aside from the fact that the Holy Flame Lancers were mythic-level units, they also benefited from the Lion King shield worn by Aver, which provided considerable health and defense. Under Lin Yi's command, a Holy Flame Lancer charged out without hesitation, the long spear in hand burning with the light of the Holy Flame. Unfortunately, as an 8th tier unit, the Dark Knight had extremely high health and also enjoyed tear suppression. A mere Holy Flame charge could hardly inflict significant damage on him. With a low growl, the Dark Knight thrust his dark spear forward, and with a flash, of the spear shadow, the health of that holy flame lancer instantly hit the bottom. What terrifying attack power, no wonder it's an 8th tier unit. Lin Yi was secretly alarmed and immediately recalled that holy flame lancer. It should be noted that the Dark Knight's critical strike had a killing effect on units with health below 30%. This meant that if he were to get casually hit again, his holy flame lancer would die on the spot. Seeing the enemy retreat, the Dark Knight was about to continue the pursuit, but unexpectedly, another holy flame lancer immediately charged in, seamlessly taking over and drawing his aggro. In his previous life, Lin Yi was not only a renowned necromancer lord but also a tactical master known throughout Huaxia. Bullying such mindless undead units was already somewhat of an overkill. Moreover, due to the Dark Knight's extremely fast charge speed, he had already become disconnected from the other undead creatures. Furthermore, under the frenzied output of Aver and the divine punishment archers, any undead creature daring to approach the battlefield would be instantly pierced by arrows. This meant that Lin Yi had ample time to deal with this Dark Knight first. Under Lin Yi's command, one after another, the Holy Flame Lancers charged at the Dark Knight, timing their attacks perfectly. Between his strikes, at the same time, Aver's arrows pierced through his body one after another. Although the 8th tier Dark Knight possessed immense combat power, under Lin Yi's tactical arrangements, it was unable to unleash its expected destructive force, instead being tightly restricted, left to be shot into a pincushion. Watching the Dark Knight's health steadily decline, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Yi's lips. Completing the nightmare level death mine without taking damage, it's a sure thing. Boom! The Dark Knight's form crashed to the ground, kicking up countless clouds of dust. If it had any intelligence, it would have probably gone mad from the humiliation, because even at the moment of its death, it couldn't unleash its final skill, Death Charge. After all, Lin Yi understood the characteristics of this unit all too well. Long before the Dark Knight's health dropped below 30%, he had prudently withdrawn all the Holy Flame Lancers, forcing the Divine Punishment Archers' ranged damage to finish it off. Want to self-destruct and charge? I won't let you charge at all. If it weren't for the insufficient number of Divine Punishment Archers, I wouldn't even need to let the Holy Flame Lancers take damage. I could shoot you into a pincushion from 800 miles away. After the Dark Knight fell, the undead army before Lin Yi posed no threat at all. In the face of Aver's range advantage, even the 3rd tier Great Phantom in a berserk state couldn't hope to touch the hem of her garment. With the last skeleton warrior falling, Lin Yi finally succeeded in clearing the nightmare level death mine. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the nightmare level dungeon death mine, earning 500 Lord experience, 500 Hero experience. Resource chest X1, Gold chest X1, Golden chest X1, Hero chest X1. As the first player in the world to clear a nightmare level dungeon, do you wish to make a server-wide announcement? Lin Yi immediately replied, server-wide announcement. It's worth noting that server-wide announcements come with prestige rewards, and why not take advantage of that? Moreover, Lin Yi had never intended to be low-key. Attracting attention? Not a chance. If anyone wants to target him, let them come and try. After Lin Yi made his choice, the announcement echoed in his ears, directed at the entire world. Announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Huaxia region, Nightfall, for becoming the first Lord to clear the nightmare level dungeon death mine. Announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Huaxia region, Nightfall, for becoming the first Lord to clear the nightmare level dungeon death mine. Announcement: congratulations to the Lord of the Huaxia region, Nightfall, for becoming the first Lord to clear the nightmare level dungeon death mine. The server-wide announcement rang out 3 times in a row. In an instant, the entire world erupted in excitement. Nordic region, Griffin Spire. A silver-robed man holding a staff looked astonished. He had just spent all his gold and resources to recruit 10 4th-tier griffins from within the Griffin Spire. Just as he was about to make grand plans, he suddenly heard the announcement of someone clearing a nightmare-level dungeon. Nightfall from the Huaxia region? Very well, once I lead my army into the Huaxia region, I will personally pay you a visit. A cold smile crept across the silver-robed man's face. North American region, atop a snow-capped mountain. You bunch of fools. The Huaxia people have already cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. I allocated so many troops to you, and you can't even get through a normal-level snow mountain secret realm? A handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes coldly reprimanded. You have 2 more hours. You must conquer this dungeon for me. Eastern Japan region, on an island. Baka. A man with a handlebar mustache from Eastern Japan was filled with rage, shouting and jumping. You useless bunch, you pigs. The first server-wide announcement was snatched away by those Huaxia pigs. In front of him knelt several lords of Ing Island, clearly subordinates from his reality. Fix the ship for me today. No matter what, we must obtain that strategic treasure on the island. In the Huaxia region, in front of a temple, a middle-aged man with a stern expression was frowning slightly. It was evident that the recent system announcement had brought him immense shock. Black Knight? When did such a figure emerge in our Huaxia? The middle-aged man murmured softly, then spoke calmly. Shadow, go find out what this guy is all about. Yes, sir. In the next moment, a figure in black hidden in the shadows revealed himself, kneeling on one knee to accept the order. Similar scenes were unfolding around the world. Almost all factions were greatly interested in this lord named Black Knight. Everyone was curious about what kind of player could clear a nightmare level dungeon in less than a day after the server opened. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had drawn everyone's attention, was currently counting his spoils. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully opened a gold chest, gaining 3,000 gold coins. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully opened a resource chest, gaining 300 units of wood, 300 units of iron ore, and 300 units of crystal ore. After opening the gold chest and the resource chest in succession, even Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. The rewards for clearing a nightmare level dungeon were indeed quite generous. If he were to grind a few more times, the resources for early territory construction would be more than sufficient. Moreover, when others grind dungeons, they have to consider troop losses to some extent. But Lin Yi, who could clear the dungeon without any losses, had no such worries at all. He then opened the golden chest and hero chest again. The system's prompt sounded in his ears once more. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully opened the golden chest, gaining the golden level strategic treasure, Wailing Bow. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully opened the hero chest, gaining 10 small hero experience potions. Wailing Bow, golden level. Physical attack plus 50 strength plus 5 skill, Wail of the Dead after use, arrow shot will have a 30% chance to confuse the enemy for 5 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. The Defiant shall wail before me. Small hero experience potion, special item, after use, can grant the hero 50 experience points. After opening the last two chests, Lin Yi directly handed the Wailing Bow to Aver, letting her equip it. Speaking of which, this was the first golden level strategic treasure he had obtained. However, although the attributes of the Wailing Bow were significantly stronger than the Lion King shield and it even had an active skill, among golden level treasures, its attributes could only be considered average, not particularly exceptional. As for the hero experience potion, it could be used to quickly level up other heroes when Lin Yi wanted to cultivate them. After counting his spoils, Lin Yi did not hesitate and chose to enter the nightmare level death mine again. With the experience from the first clear, Lin Yi was much more familiar with the second run of the nightmare level death mine. Moreover, the Wailing Bow provided a significant boost to Aver and the troops she commanded. It should be noted that the basic attack of the Divine Punishment Archer was only 70 to 120. The 50 points of physical attack bonus from the Wailing Bow effectively increased the damage of the Divine Punishment Archer by nearly half. Furthermore, the Wail of the Dead skill was a true control technique. This time, Lin Yi didn't even let the Holy Flame Cavalry take damage. Instead, he had Aver directly use the skill Wail of the Dead. In just 3 arrows, the Dark Knight was thrown into a state of chaos. What followed was an extremely brutal slaughter. Under Aver's continuous control and the frenzied output of the Divine Punishment Archer, the Dark Knight didn't even manage to charge in front of Lin Yi before being shot to pieces. This time, Lin Yi completed the dungeon without taking any damage in just 15 minutes. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the nightmare level dungeon, Death Mine, earning 500 Lord experience, 500 Hero experience, Resource chest. X1, Gold chest X1, Golden chest X1, Hero chest X1. Although the rewards for clearing were the same, there was no server-wide announcement since it wasn't the first clear. Lin Yi felt a bit regretful about this. After all, the previous server announcement had brought him a 100-point reputation reward. In Eternal Continent, the role of reputation became increasingly significant as one progressed. In fact, some special hidden quests required a certain level of reputation from the Lord to accept. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully opened the golden chest and obtained the golden level strategic treasure whale of the undead. Lin Yi took a glance. Although the equipment had decent attributes, it was a heavy hammer suitable only for melee heroes and not for Aver. I'll keep it for now, it might come in handy someday. It was quite common for strategic treasures to not match with heroes. Moreover, Lin Yi's lord level had now risen to level 2, granting him the power to recruit a second hero. In his previous life, those high-level lords had quite a few heroes under their command. Just 8 more times, let's keep grinding the dungeon. The thought of the special reward for clearing 10 times without damage motivated Lin Yi. In his last life, a player had cleared the hell-level death mine 10 times in a row and received the legendary treasure skull of the Undead King. This time, Lin Yi was challenging the even higher nightmare level. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of reward he would receive. Although Lin Yi had been promoted to a level 2 lord, greatly increasing his stamina limit after clearing the nightmare level dungeon 4 times in a row, his stamina finally reached its limit. In this situation, Lin Yi naturally couldn't choose to return to the city to rest. So, he opted to camp in the wild, resting outside the death mine for the night. My lord, if you wish, you can rest your head on my lap, Aver said softly, standing in front of Lin Yi. That way, you should sleep more comfortably. After saying this, Aver sat down beside him, her long legs clearly defined, round and full. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. No wonder she was his hero. She saw right through his LSP nature. Ahem, then. Thank you, Lin Yi said without hesitation, lying down and resting his head on Aver's thigh. However, apart from that, he didn't make any unnecessary moves. Although Aver had a high loyalty to him, Lin Yi wouldn't easily engage in frivolous actions that might annoy her. After all, feelings are something that should be nurtured slowly. Lin Yi inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Aver and soon fell into a deep sleep. A dreamless night. The next morning, Lin Yi got up. A holy flame cavalry quickly brought him some dew from the forest. After washing his face with the dew, Lin Yi quickly felt refreshed. "My lord, did you sleep well last night?" Aver approached him with her long legs, softly asking. "Thanks to you, it was quite good, Lin." He smiled and then said, "Today is the same as before. Let's continue with the nightmare level difficulty of the death mine and aim to clear it 6 more times. This way, he would be able to obtain the special reward today." With that thought, Lin Yi no longer hesitated and directly led his army towards the death mine. After clearing it 4 times in a row yesterday, Lin Yi fed all the hero experience potions to Aver. With a massive boost in experience, Aver's hero level skyrocketed to level 5, greatly enhancing her attributes. In addition, the treasures she possessed also underwent a round of updates, replacing 3 pieces with golden-level strategic treasures. Under these circumstances, the nightmare-level difficulty of the death mine posed no challenge to Lin Yi at all. In just half a day, Lin Yi cleared it 5 times in one go. By the end, when Lin Yi opened another golden-level treasure from the chest, he was even calm about it. Nightmare-level difficulty, death mine. This time, it's finally the last wave. Lin Yi took a deep breath, looking at the undead army led by the Dark Knight before him. Although he was almost tired of this dungeon, the imminent special reward still made his emotions hard to contain. Shoot them down. Aver and all the divine punishment archers behind her immediately drew their bows, arrows pouring out like a storm. Under the assault of these arrows, the undead creatures fell one after another. Phantom arrow rain. Aver seemed to sense Lin Yi's urgency and used her skill without hesitation. Under the barrage of 3 rounds of arrows, the Dark Knight's already dwindling health was instantly reduced to 0, crashing to the ground. The remaining undead creatures also fell under the rain of arrows from the divine punishment archers. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the nightmare level dungeon death mine, earning 500 Lord experience points, 500 Hero experience points, Resource Chest X1, Gold Chest X1, Golden Chest X1, Hero Chest X1. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare level dungeon death mine without damage 10 times in a row, earning special reward, Cemetery. Construction order, Epic Hero, Undead Prince Rodheart. The special reward for clearing 10 times without damage was finally given to Lin Yi. However, he was somewhat surprised that this time the reward was no longer the legendary level strategic treasure, the head of the Undead King. Instead, it was a cemetery construction order and an epic hero. In fact, the change in rewards was quite reasonable. After all, the difficulty of the nightmare level dungeon is a notch higher than that of the hell level dungeon. It is only natural that the rewards are more generous. The value of an epic hero is certainly far greater than that of a legendary level treasure. This is because strategic treasures can only exert their value when attached to a hero, while an epic hero can stand alone and provide immense help to the lord in any situation. Lin Yi didn't even have time to open the reward chests from the dungeon before he hurriedly checked the special reward. Cemetery construction order, special item, one-time item. After use, you can establish a cemetery on a piece of vacant land as your subsidiary territory. Perhaps other players do not know the value of this cemetery construction order, but Lin Yi was well aware. In the late game, all lords would want to develop a second or even third territory, because this means more resource income, richer troop types, and higher troop production. Even if your territory is breached, you can escape to another territory and rise again. However, to build a subsidiary territory, you must obtain the corresponding territory construction order. This special item is extremely precious, so much so that it cannot even be described in monetary terms. Saying it is a priceless treasure would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, just 3 days after the game launched, Lin Yi had obtained a graveyard construction order. This is too ruthless. Building a second territory just 3 days after the game starts, even cheating probably wouldn't be that fast, Lin Yi thought, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips as he looked at the construction order in his hand. However, while establishing a second territory has many benefits, it also requires a massive amount of resources. This means that moving forward, Lin Yi would need to plunder resources at an even faster pace to meet the demands of constructing 2 territories simultaneously. But for him, this was not a difficult task. He then put away the construction order and turned his attention to another item. The Epic Hero Summoning Stone special item single use. Item, when used, can summon an epic hero, the Death Prince Rodheart. The second epic hero. Lin Yi's eyes flickered, and even his breathing became slightly hurried. In the next moment, he crushed the epic hero summoning stone without hesitation. Before him, a dark light flashed, and a thick mist of death energy surged forth. At the same time, a deep and hoarse voice slowly emerged from the death energy. Death is the final destination for all. Then, a tall man clad in black armor, exuding death energy, slowly stepped out. from the mist and ultimately knelt on one knee before Lin Yi. Rodhart is willing to pledge loyalty to the Lord. Get up. Lin Yi helped the Death Prince to his feet while checking his attributes. Hero, Rodhart Epic Hero Title, Death Prince Level, 1 Health, 750 over 750 Mana, 230 Attack, 140 to 190 Defense, 110 Strength, 30 Intelligence, 15 Skills, Soul Blade, Necromantic Sacrifice, Necromantic Summon Soul Blade. When used, the souls of the fallen on the battlefield will transform into the power of Rodhart's blade, unleashing a powerful strike that deals 350% to 600% physical damage to the enemy. The damage fluctuation depends on the casualties of his troops. Necromantic Sacrifice. At the start of battle, Rodhart can choose to sacrifice some undead creatures to gain additional attribute bonuses. The extra attribute bonuses depend on the type and number of sacrificed creatures. Necromantic Summon. When used, Rodhart will directly summon a batch of undead troops from the battlefield to fight for him. The quality and quantity of the summoned undead army depend on Rodhart's hero level. Talent trait, Soul Summoning. After winning a clash with enemy troops, 40% of the fallen enemy forces will be converted into first-tier skeleton soldiers by Rodhart through Soul Summoning. Current loyalty, 75%. Death is the final destination for all. After seeing Rodhart's hero attributes, Lin Yi finally recalled. Although this guy's title is Death Prince, he has an even more resounding nickname. That is Skeleton Prince. Because this guy's talent trait is simply too overpowered. He can convert 40% of the enemy's fallen troops into skeleton soldiers. It is worth noting that even a lord who has mastered soul summoning to a high level can only convert at most 30% of the enemy's fallen troops. And just Rodhart's hero trait is far stronger than high-level soul summoning. Lin Yi remembered that in his previous life, the one who obtained Rodhart was also a necromancer lord. Moreover, he was a death lord with high-level soul summoning. When the high-level soul summoning technique combined with Rodhart's heroic traits, it meant that after every battle, 70% of the enemy's fallen troops would be transformed into skeleton soldiers under his command. That necromancer lord sustained his battles through war, and with Rodhart he ultimately amassed hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers. No, they could no longer be called skeleton soldiers. It was entirely a sea of skeletons. A sea of skeletons that stretched endlessly, even when gazed upon from afar. Although skeleton soldiers were the lowest tier of troops, a swarm of ants could still take down a giant elephant. In the face of such a massive number of skeleton soldiers, even a 9th tier holy dragon would tremble. I never expected that in this life I would be the one to obtain the Skeleton Prince. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Ye's lips. Before him, Rodhart stood tall, his entire face hidden beneath a black helmet, with only 2 flickering green flames of soul fire visible, resembling his eyes. Since fate has brought us together, I will not treat you poorly. Lin Yi spoke calmly. I will establish the cemetery as soon as possible so you can have your own undead army. From now on, you will become the sharpest dagger in my hand. You will bring deep-seated fear to all my enemies. Soon, Lin Ye's figure was teleported out of the dungeon. This time, his gains could only be described as overflowing. After clearing the nightmare-level death mine 10 times in a row, he had amassed a vast amount of gold, resources, and several pieces of golden strategic treasures. Moreover, the special reward for clearing 10 times without injury did not disappoint Lin Yi either. Cemetery Territory. Construction Order. Epic Hero Rodhart. Each of these rewards, taken individually, was enough to drive anyone mad with excitement. Avol. Rodhart, return to the city with me. Since he had already received the rewards, Lin Yi naturally planned to return to his territory first. Furthermore, he was eager to find an opportunity to establish the cemetery as his second territory as soon as possible. That way, he could recruit undead troops. Lin Yi was quite curious about what it would look like if the undead troops evolved into mythic troops. Lin Yi returned quickly, and in less than half a day he was back in his territory. On the way back, he happened to find several suitable open spaces for building a city. So, Lin Yi decided to experiment and see if he could use the cemetery construction order to build his second territory. However, the attempt ultimately failed. The system prompted that to construct this territory, he would need to consume 200,000 gold and 20,000 of various resources each. Clearly, Lin Yi did not meet the requirements. Even after a day of grinding in the death mine, his resources barely exceeded 3,000. As for the 200,000 gold, it was even more out of reach. It seemed that building a second territory was not going to be that simple. Upon entering the territory, the system's notification sound quickly rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lord, the gold mine at coordinates 263.852 has fallen. Invader, Xiong Tu Ba Dao. Lord, the lumberyard at coordinates 296.772 has fallen. Invader, Xiong Tu Ba Dao. Lord, the iron mine at coordinates 303.451 has fallen. Invader, Xiong Tu Ba Dao. Lord. After hearing this series of system notifications, Lin Ye's expression immediately darkened. According to the system's prompts, he knew that all 10 of his resource sites had been occupied by the Xiong-Tu guild. Lin Yi clearly did not expect that just one day after he left, such a thing would happen in his territory in the Eternal Continent. After you capture a resource area, if you do not send heroes or troops to garrison it, other lords can invade it as well. Due to Lin Yi's need to speed up his map progression in the early stages, he did not split his forces to guard the resource areas. Clearly, the people from the Xiong-Tu guild seized this opportunity and brazenly devoured Lin Yi's resources. Xiong-Tu guild, you really have some guts. Lin Yi's gaze was as dark as water. To be honest, he didn't particularly care about these few first-tier resource areas. With his strength, he was already capable of occupying higher-tier resource areas. However, the provocation from these people made Lin Yi feel quite displeased. Since it was his property, even if he didn't want it, it shouldn't be up for grabs by others. Come, let's go kill some people. Lin Yi waved his right hand and, filled with killing intent, left the territory with Aver and Rodhart. In the wild, inside an iron mine, Xiong-Tu Ba Dao was sitting grandly on a large rock. Behind him were his troops, dozens of little demons, and 5 horned fiends. These horned fiends were all 4th tier units, extremely powerful in combat. Rewards he received for completing a hidden task. If he brought these horned fiends along, facing those low-tier wild monsters would be like a slaughter. At this moment, feeling bored, Xiong-Tu Ba Dao casually started chatting in the guild channel. Phoenix-Ian, Shuangyu, Shuiyu, how's the resource area you occupied? Xiong-Tu Phoenix-Ian, don't worry, everything is normal, no one dares to attack us. Xiong-Tu Shuangyu, I actually hope someone comes to trouble me. I'll let them see just how powerful my hero-level frost mage really is. Xiong-Tu Shuiyu, isn't it just a hero-level hero? What's there to brag about? Once I recruit a strong hero, I'll teach you a lesson in no time. Xiong-Tu Shuangyu, hee, keep dreaming. By then, I'll have recruited 9th tier units. Seeing the guild channel suddenly become lively, Xiong-Tu Ba Dao finally spoke with a smile. As long as nothing unexpected happens, just hold on for a few more days and prioritize supplying the resources we've collected to Tian Dao Lauda. He'll soon be able to produce 4th tier units. By that time, our Xiong-Tu guild will have truly risen. Xiong-Tu Shuiyu chuckled. I really don't know which fool occupied the resource area without sending troops to garrison it, letting our guild pick up such a big bargain. Xiong-Tu Shuangyu, still, be careful not to let them fight back. Xiong-Tu Phoenix-In, how could they fight back? The server just opened a few days ago. I don't believe anyone can compete with our Xiong-Tu guild. No matter whose resource area it was before, as long as it's in our hands, it's ours. Our Xiong-Tu guild does things this way, no matter how unwilling, they have to swallow this bitter loss. Xiong-Tu Ba Dao laughed heartily. That's right, the bigger the fist, the harder the truth. If you make a fool of yourself, who can you blame? Losing these resource areas, that's just that unlucky guy's fate. If he dares to come looking for trouble again, I don't mind teaching him a lesson, so he knows just how cruel this world is. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the iron mine. Xiong-Tu Ba Dao frowned and looked up in surprise. Who are you? The figure smiled slightly and calmly said, I am the unlucky guy you mentioned. After he spoke, Xiong-Tu Ba Dao immediately reacted, coldly sneering, you dare come here alone to seek death? Do you really think our Xiong-Tu guild is easy to mess with? I don't care who you are or what forces are behind you. Lin Yi stepped forward and said lightly, I just wanted to come and inform you. Then, Aver, Rodhart, the Divine Punishment Archer, and the Holy Flame Cavalry appeared one after another beside Lin Yi. Now, I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Just you? Xiong-Tu Ba Dao laughed heartily. In the guild channel, someone asked, Ba Dao, what happened? Xiong-Tu Ba Dao sneered, that blind kid has come knocking, let me deal with him first, then I'll get back to you. He then stood up, and the long-horned demon and little demon behind him lined up, growling and showing their fangs at Lin Yi. With this little force of yours, it's not even enough for my longhorn demon to use as a toothpick. Xiong-Tu Ba Dao snorted coldly, sneering in disdain. Although the troops under Lin Yi looked somewhat unfamiliar, it did not prevent him from believing that victory was already in his grasp. After all, his forces had an absolute numerical advantage. Moreover, his longhorn demons were not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Xiong-Tu Ba Dao's mockery, Lin Yi remained unfazed. There was no need to argue with such a frog in a well. What he needed to do was let the facts speak for themselves. Lin Yi raised his hand and decisively issued the command, Holy Flame Cavalry, charge. Xiong-Tu Ba Dao grinned maliciously, longhorn demons, tear them apart. To ensure absolute certainty, he immediately sent his ace, the longhorn demons, into battle. Xiong-Tu Ba Dao laughed loudly, kid, open your eyes and see clearly how my longhorn demons tear your formation apart. In the next second, the two sides clashed. The Holy Flame Cavalry's lance suddenly thrust forward, ignited with scorching holy flames. This was the Holy Flame Cavalry's skill, Holy Flame Thrust. Not only could it deal 200% physical damage to the enemy, but it also inflicted a burning effect for 5 seconds. After this thrust, the longhorn demon in front of him instantly dropped to critical health. What the hell is this damage? Xiong-Tu Ba Dao stared in disbelief, unable to help but curse. It was no wonder he lost his composure. A 4th tier unit that should be dominating the battlefield was nearly taken. down by a single strike. No one could accept that. After suffering a heavy blow, the longhorned demon immediately retaliated. It let out a low growl, its claws sharp as blades, and slashed at the Holy Flame Cavalry in front of it. Unfortunately, the Holy Flame Cavalry was already prepared, having activated both Holy Flame Will and Holy Flame Guardian, which mitigated most of the damage. As a result, the longhorned demon's claw only took away less than a third of its health. Watching the scene unfold, Xiong Tu Ba Dao was thrown into disarray. The longhorned demon was originally an attack-oriented 4th-tier unit. In front of it, ordinary troops would almost certainly be killed in an instant. Yet this Holy Flame Cavalry had withstood a claw strike from the longhorned demon. Before the longhorned demon could swing its second claw, the burning effect on it consumed its remaining health. Xiong Tu Ba Dao had yet to recover from the shock when the Divine Punishment Archer, positioned behind the Holy Flame Cavalry, also chose to strike without hesitation, drawing the bow, knocking an arrow. The arrow shot forth, instantly piercing through a longhorned demon's chest. The Divine Punishment Archer's assault was much simpler and more brutal than that of the Holy Flame Cavalry. With the dual boosts of Divine Punishment Power and Demon Slayer, even a normal attack could deal 170% extra damage to the longhorned demon. The damage from a casual normal attack could surpass that of a skill. What could you use to compete with me? As he watched the longhorned demons fall one after another before him, a shade of despair flickered in Xiong Tu Ba Dao's eyes. After the longhorned demons were completely wiped out, the remaining little demons, despite their large numbers, were nothing more than cannon fodder in front of the enemy. This 1st-tier trash unit was easily dispatched by the Holy Flame Lancers, one shot per demon, as simple as cutting vegetables. On the battlefield, the screams of the little demons rose and fell, excruciatingly piercing. Xiong Tu Ba Dao, unwilling to accept this, questioned, "What kind of unit is this?" Lin Yi replied with a smile, "What? You don't recognize 1st-tier spearmen and 2nd-tier archers? Impossible." Xiong Tu Ba Dao instinctively denied Lin Yi's claim. What a joke. Did he really think he had never seen spearmen and archers before? Moreover, even if what Lin Yi said was true, when could 2nd-tier archers kill 4th-tier longhorn demons in one shot? The damage was simply outrageous. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to explain further. On the battlefield, the longhorn demons were already dead, and the number of little demons was continuously decreasing. Looking at the devastated battlefield before him, Xiong Tu Ba Dao felt as if his heart was bleeding. A complete and utter defeat. All the troops he had painstakingly gathered had turned to ashes in this battle. Eternal Continent, was this cruel? Even just a single defeat could bring you immense blows. Pain, despair, regret, unwillingness. These emotions quickly spread in Xiong Tu Ba Dao's heart. He stared fiercely at Lin Yi, gritting his teeth as he said, "Just wait. You've provoked our Xiong Tu guild and we will make you regret it." Lin Yi raised his head, glanced at him, and calmly replied, "There's no need for the defeated to boast in front of me." Just as his words fell, the arrow in Ai Wei's hand shot out, instantly piercing through his skull. "Great Lord, congratulations on achieving a glorious victory. Lord Experience plus 50, Hero Experience plus 50, Gold plus 1000. Great Lord, congratulations on successfully reclaiming the ownership of the 1st-tier Iron Mine." After the battle victory, Lin Yi naturally reclaimed this resource site. Meanwhile, Xiong Tu Ba Dao was directly teleported back to his territory, waiting for resurrection. In Eternal Continent, the punishment for a lord's death was quite severe. Not only would the lord's level drop, but even resurrection required paying a corresponding amount of gold. Although the battle had ended, for Lin Yi, what was truly worth looking forward to was just beginning. He turned to look at Rodhart, smiling lightly as he said, "Next, it's time to see your skills." "At your service, Rodhart," replied, raising his head, his hoarse voice ringing out. Then, he stepped forward, raised his arms, and unhesitatingly activated his innate skill. Necromancy, Soul Summoning. Under the effect of Soul Summoning, the corpses on the battlefield actually stood up again, all transforming into pure white skeleton soldiers. This was Rodhart's innate ability. He could convert the enemy troops that fell on the battlefield into skeleton soldiers through Soul Summoning. After the Soul Summoning ended, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Yi's ears. "Great Lord, your hero Rodhart used Soul Summoning, granting you 31st tier skeleton soldiers. 30 skeleton soldiers." It must be said that Rodhart's soul summoning talent was indeed impressive. Just from this one battle, he had gained 30 skeleton soldiers. This number was quite considerable. Subsequently, the Supreme Divine Ring in Lin Yi's hand flashed with a silver light once again. Clearly, the effect of the Supreme Divine Ring had activated once more. Your ordinary unit, the Skeleton Soldier, has now successfully upgraded to the mythic unit Death God Skeleton. After completing the evolution, the originally small and weak skeleton soldier underwent a tremendous transformation. The once bone-white skeleton had now turned into a deep black, resembling the underworld, and faintly exuded a chilling aura of death. The previously empty eye sockets of the skeleton now glowed with 2 balls of eerie green soul fire. In addition, even the weapon in the Death God skeleton's hand had transformed from a worn-out rusty sword into an incredibly sharp black scythe. Compared to the skeleton, soldier, the appearance of the death god skeleton was far more intimidating. However, Lin Yi was more concerned about the attributes of the death god skeleton. He lightly tapped his fingertip forward and the attributes of the death god skeleton immediately appeared before his eyes. Death god skeleton level 1 race, undead rank, mythic attack 50 to 75 defense, 15 health, 260 skills, soul harvest. The scythe of the death god skeleton can harvest the souls of enemies. For each unit of soul harvested, it will permanently increase attack power by 1 point. Reaper's Scythe. The death god skeleton charges forward, swinging its scythe at the endpoint, dealing 120% physical damage to enemies during the charge and swing. Feast of the Dead. The attacks of the death god skeleton contain a portion of the death god's power, with 50% converted into true damage, which cannot be evaded. After reviewing the attributes of the death god skeleton, Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. To be honest, in terms of basic attributes alone, the death god skeleton was no match for the divine punishment archer. In fact, even the attributes of the holy flame cavalry were significantly higher. However, the true strength of the death god skeleton did not lie in its basic attributes but in its accompanying skills. Among the 3 skills, only Reaper's Scythe was a standard damage dealing skill. Soul Harvest, a growth type skill, allows for unlimited growth as long as souls are harvested. Although each soul only provides a mere 1 point of attack power, if accumulated continuously, even a level 1 death god skeleton could achieve an attack power of over 1,000 or even 10,000. Imagine a skeleton charging into the enemy ranks and instantly slicing down the opponent's strongest level 9 unit with a single scythe. That scene would be simply breathtaking. But Lin Yi also understood that to cultivate the death god skeleton to such a level would require a significant amount of time and effort. As for the Feast of the Dead, this passive skill could be considered the core of this unit. It is known that in the late game, the attack and defense of all units would reach an absurdly high level. Without some special treasures or heroes, low-level units would have minimal impact on the battlefield. For example, a level 1 skeleton soldier, when facing a level 9 archangel, could often only deal 1 point of force damage. But the Feast of the Dead skill could convert 50% of the death god skeleton's damage into true damage. True damage means every hit penetrates flesh. This way, even in the late game, the death god skeleton could still play a significant role. Even if the Holy Flame Cavalry were eliminated, the death god skeleton would still be one of the main forces in the team. My lord, this is truly incredible. Looking at the death god skeleton evolved from the skeleton soldier, Rodhart couldn't help but show a hint of shock on his face. Lin Yi smiled and said lightly, "Incorporate these death god skeletons directly into your army. I told you, I will give you an undead army that will make the entire eternal continent tremble in fear. These death god skeletons are just the beginning." Rodhart excitedly knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "My lord, from now on, you are the one I pledge my loyalty to." Ding, Rodhart's loyalty to you has increased by 2%. Current loyalty is 77%. Perhaps due to Rodhart being an undead hero, his initial loyalty was only 75%. However, although the initial loyalty was low, it increased quite rapidly. After Lin Yi made his promise, Rodhart's loyalty directly rose to 77%. Alright, let's go. Lin Yi turned around and said coldly, "It's time to reclaim other resource points." No matter what the background of the Xiangtu Guild was, anyone who took advantage of him would not escape. Soon, Lin Yi brought Aver and Rodhart to the outside of the iron mine. However, he did not expect that 7 lords from the Xiangtu Guild were already waiting at the entrance. Clearly, upon learning that someone was causing trouble for the Xiangtu Ba Dao, these people immediately rushed to support. Lin Yi looked up and couldn't help but chuckle. It really does look quite serious. In front of him, the troops under the 7 lords had all gathered together, a massive mix of various types of soldiers creating an overwhelming presence. Xiangtu Shuangyue stepped forward and coldly said, "So you are the one who occupied Ba Dao's iron mine? And you dare to shout that you will be our enemy?" Lin Yi glanced at him with a half-smile. These people had quite the skill in turning black into white. Clearly, it was he who occupied the iron mine, yet in their mouths, it had turned into extortion. Then, Lin Yi raised his eyes and said, "You are mistaken, I do not wish to be your enemy. I simply feel that from today onwards, your worthless guild has no reason to exist. You have quite the audacity. Still talking tough when death is imminent. Stop the nonsense, just kill this kid. Hee hee, for someone so arrogant, killing him once isn't enough. If you ask me, we should just flatten his territory, that would be satisfying." Lin Yi's words instantly enraged the crowd before him. In their eyes, Lin Yi, who was surrounded by their 7-man assault, was already doomed. But what they did not expect was that this doomed person still dared to shout in front of them. Xiangtu Shuangyue coldly said, "Alright, stop wasting words with this kid, just attack and kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, his troops launched the first attack. The race he chose at the start was the elemental race, specifically ice elementals. 5 third-tier frost magic wolves, accompanied by over 20 first-tier frost goblins, charged towards Lin Yi's direction. Following that, the other 6 lords also followed Xiangtu Shuangyue, commanding their troops to rush forward and attack. Rodhart, it's up to you. Facing such a situation, Lin Yi remained completely unflustered, merely turning his head and saying, "As you command, my lord." Rodhart grinned wickedly and stepped forward. He then spread his arms and activated his hero skill, necromancy. A thick aura of death suddenly spread out from in front of him. One after another, undead creatures crawled out from the black mist. First tier unit, skeleton. Lizard, 20 of them. Second tier unit, zombie, 10 of them. Even 4 third tier great wraiths slowly floated out from the deathly mist. The undead creatures summoned by Rodhart were linked to his hero level. Given his current hero level, being able to summon these undead creatures was truly worthy of his epic hero title. And after Rodhart summoned a large number of undead creatures, the expressions of the people in front of him changed instantly, especially the expression on Xiongtu Xuanyu's face turned ugly immediately. He clearly did not expect that the heroes under Lin Yi could actively unleash skills. It is known that heroes with skills are at least of the brave level or higher. The Lin Yi before him actually possessed a brave level hero just like him. However, although there were quite a few undead creatures, they were still not enough against the combined forces of their 6 lords. Thinking of this, Xiongtu Xuanyu felt much more at ease and coldly shouted, "Kill them all!" The troops from both sides clashed in the center of the battlefield. As Xiongtu Xuanyu had anticipated, under their numerical advantage, the undead creatures summoned by Rodhart immediately began to retreat. However, at that moment, a group of pitch-black skeletons wielding scythes suddenly charged into the battlefield. These black skeletons, exuding an aura of death, were like a meat grinder, crazily harvesting lives. On the battlefield, they were numerous and had high attack power. Even units below tier 3 couldn't withstand a single strike from their scythes. What the hell are these skeleton soldiers? Their attack power is way too high? With one strike, my great spirit was instantly killed. Damn, don't even mention your great spirit. The tier 2 shield soldier I just recruited was also taken out by these things. In an instant, the sudden appearance of the death skeletons immediately caused panic among the crowd. Fortunately, Xiongtu Xuanyu stepped forward in time. He turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Randy, use Ice Storm." Standing next to Xiongtu Xuanyu was the brave level hero he had recruited, Frost Mage Randy. Dressed in an ice blue robe, Randy immediately raised his frost staff. The next second, a fierce ice storm erupted on the battlefield. The health of all undead creatures was rapidly decreasing. Watching the scene before him, a cold smile crept onto Xiongtu Xuanyu's lips. His hero had indeed not let him down. This brave level hero he often spoke of was undoubtedly his greatest reliance. In fact, after recruiting Randy, the first thing Xiongtu Xuanyu did was to take this brave level hero to level up. Although the damage from the death skeletons was high, their health was not thick. Even after evolving into mythic level units, they remained genuinely fragile. Because of this, the ice storm before him posed a significant threat to the death skeletons. "Abel, it's your turn to act," Lin Yi said coldly, looking at Randy standing next to Xiongtu Xuanyu. Understood. After Lin Yi issued the command, Abel immediately raised her longbow. Although she was at a considerable distance from Randy, to her, that distance was nothing. To quickly eliminate Randy, Abel unleashed her killing move. Right away, the 3 rounds of Phantom Arrow Rain left a sharp afterimage in midair, then instantly pierced through Randy's chest. An epic level hero already had an attribute advantage over a brave level hero. Moreover, Randy was a fragile mage. Abel's 3 rounds of arrow rain immediately took away nearly 4/5 of Randy's health. Watching this scene, Xiongtu Xuanyu's eyes widened in horror, filled with disbelief. Before he could react, Abel shot another arrow, completely ending Randy's life. Your hero Frost Mage Randy has fallen, hero level -1, loyalty -10%. The cold system notification echoed in Xiongtu Xuanyu's ears. He stood there in shock. His brave level hero had been killed by 2 arrows? How could this happen? What kind of joke was this? With Randy's fall, Lin Yi completely opened the curtain for the counterattack. He issued the command, directly sending the Holy Flame Cavalry and the Divine Punishment Archers into the battlefield. The coalition of 7 lords before him was already struggling to withstand the hordes of death skeletons, and with the Divine Punishment Archers unleashing their pinpoint strikes, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Although the number of Divine Punishment Archers was small, only 5 in total, every arrow they shot could accurately take the life of an enemy. They never missed, never failed. They were like ruthless killing machines, mercilessly reaping lives on the battlefield with their arrows. Watching the nearly overwhelming situation, the 7 lords of the Xiongtu Guild felt their hearts turn to ashes, filled with despair. Looking at the battlefield strewn with corpses, Lin Yi couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He wondered how many death skeletons this battle would provide him. Then, Lin Yi looked at the 7 people and said lightly, "By the way, I have to thank you for gathering here. It saved me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Some people are not ones you can provoke." Just as his words fell, Aver once again drew the bowstring. With a tremor, an arrow instantly pierced through Xiongtu Xuanyu's chest. One by one, the lords fell unwillingly before Lin Yi. Including Xiongtu Badu, he had personally sent 8 lords of the Xiongtu Guild back to the resurrection point. After that, Lin Yi wasted no time and reclaimed several resource points that had been occupied by these people. However, this time he still did not send troops to garrison, because Lin Yi did not take the Xiong2 Guild's people seriously at all. If they were foolish enough to come and seize again, he wouldn't mind letting them experience what true terror was. After completing all this, Lin Yi chose to return to his territory. At this moment, the construction workers were in a state of idleness. Lin Yi wasted no time and directly ordered them to start building the academy. After completing the academy, he would then construct the level 2 internal affairs hall and auction house. After all, he had plenty of resources now, so he simply assigned the construction workers several tasks. Moreover, under the effect of the Supreme God Ring, building these structures wouldn't take too much time. Among them, the academy and auction house were considered special buildings. Once the academy was built, as long as the lord's level increased to a certain degree, they could learn new talents within the academy. Of course, there were also some special talents not available in the academy, and to learn those, it would depend on each player's fortune. In his previous life, Lin Yi had encountered a lord with a special talent. His special talent was called God's Hand, which allowed him to steal and use others' talents at will. However, the talent stolen through God's Hand only lasted for one day, and only one talent could be stolen at a time. As for the auction house, as the name suggests, it is a place for players to auction their items. Once you build the auction house, you can consign your treasures and items there. Therefore, the auction house is also known as a trading post. Players who want to quickly exchange goods usually prioritize establishing the auction house. Lin Yi was no exception. His purpose in building the auction house was to convert the golden grade treasures in his hands into gold coins and resources. Building a second territory requires a large amount of resources, and this method is the fastest way to collect resources. In addition, constructing the internal affairs hall is also a pressing matter, because only by upgrading the internal affairs hall to level 2 can he unlock more new buildings. Among them is the Crusader Camp. The Crusader Camp, like the Gunner Camp and Archer Target Range, is a place for recruiting troops. However, the Crusaders produced by the Crusader Camp are third-tier units. If these third-tier units are upgraded to mythic level, the power they exhibit will definitely be stronger than that of the Divine Punishment Archers and the Holy Flame Lancers. Moreover, Lin Yi also discovered that after being upgraded to mythic level, each unit would display distinct characteristics. For instance, the Divine Punishment Archer has the characteristic of dealing tons of damage to dark-type creatures. The Death God Skeleton has the traits of infinite growth and true damage. Although the characteristic of the Holy Flame Lancer is somewhat weaker, the effect of the Holy Flame will in reducing control is quite unique. Therefore, he should not only pursue the tier of the units but should also pay more attention to the diversity of the units. However, once he unlocks the graveyard as his second territory, he can start recruiting Necromancer-type units. Inside the Xiong2 Guild channel, there was a dead silence. After a long period of silence, Xiong2 Badao finally spoke up. With a bitter expression, he asked, "Did you all die at that guy's hands too? All dead, not even a chance to escape. That kid's units are just too abnormal, we simply can't withstand them. I don't even know where he got those units, I've never seen anything like them. Aren't skeleton soldiers first-tier units? But that guy's skeleton soldier took me down with one side swing, knocking over my third-tier wood elf. Blood Rain, believe me, you're still better off. My fourth-tier Longhorn Demon was directly killed by his spear soldier with one shot. Can you believe that? Don't say that. Who among you has it worse than me? My hero-level warrior was shot dead by this guy's hero with 2 arrows, and now my loyalty is about to drop below 60%. I really have no place to cry. Damn, this guy is too ruthless. It's only been 3 days since the server opened. How can he be so much stronger than us? He must be cheating. Damn, I'm going to report this cheater to the officials right now. Save it, we don't even know which game company developed this game. Where's the official? However, the game Eternal Continent claims to be absolutely fair, so there shouldn't be any cheating. Regardless of whether it's cheating or not, what do we do now? We can't just let this kid kill us all without any consequences. That would be too frustrating. Just then, the president of the Xiong2 Guild suddenly spoke up. Xiong2 Tiandao said, "No need to panic, if he offends our Xiong2 Guild, he will have to pay the price." Boss, I understand the reasoning, but the key is, we can't beat him. Moreover, we don't have much military strength left, we can only rely on the other brothers in the guild. Xiong2 Shuangyu said, feeling quite frustrated. The fact that 7 people surrounded Lin Yi and were all killed in return had completely shattered his psychological defenses. Xiong2 Tiandao sneered and said, "Fool, why must we beat him in a head-on fight? Since we can't match him in a direct confrontation, can't we think of a different approach?" Xiong2 Shuangyu was slightly taken aback and instinctively said, "Boss means find his territory, then send someone to keep an eye on him." Xiong2 Tiandao narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "When he leads his army away from his territory, we will concentrate our forces and take his territory in one fell swoop." After Xiong2 Tiandao revealed his plan, all the members in the guild channel couldn't help but widen their eyes, because this strategy was indeed quite sinister. This was essentially a dead-end plan. It should be noted that in the early stages of the game, players' military strength is extremely precious and there is almost no surplus military force left stationed in the city. This means that once Lin Yi takes his troops away from his territory would be like an empty city in front of them. The old brain is still useful. When that guy comes back and sees his territory has turned into ruins, he'll probably want to die. Burn down all the buildings in his territory and see if this kid can still be so arrogant. Damn it, how dare he not put our Xiongtu guild in his eyes. We're going to make this guy pay dearly. Although this scheme from the Xiongtu Tiandao was extremely sinister, the thought of avenging Lin Yi through this method excited everyone in the Xiongtu guild. Xiongtu Shueyu grinned maliciously and said, "Boss, just leave this to me. Once you find out the location of this kid's territory, I'll take care of monitoring him. As soon as he leaves his territory with his troops, we'll immediately gather our forces and launch a full-scale attack." Inside the territory, the academy, auction house, and secondary administrative hall had all been completed in succession. After the secondary administrative hall was finished, Lin Yi immediately had the construction workers start building the Crusader camp. Once the Crusader camp was completed, he would be able to have a Tier 3 mythic level troop. However, the resources consumed to build a Tier 3 barracks were not low at all. It required not only 5,000 gold coins but also 500 units each of wood, iron ore, and crystal. Although Lin Yi had accumulated quite a bit of resources, by grinding the nightmare level death mine at this rate of consumption, he would soon run out. For him, resources felt like a bottomless pit constantly needing to be poured in. He wondered when he would get to experience the feeling of being wealthy. Then, Lin Yi was the first to enter the academy, which was somewhat like a library. The ancient wooden shelves were filled with a dazzling array of books. He was now a Tier 2 lord, and theoretically, he should be able to learn or enhance a new talent. So far, Lin Yi's only talent was the high-level eagle eye skill he had drawn at the start. Unfortunately, this talent had already reached a high level and could no longer be improved within the academy. It must be said that everything in Eternal Continent was extremely realistic. If you wanted to comprehend a talent in the academy, you really had to read books. Moreover, the talent you comprehended might be related to the books you read. Reading essentials of archery might lead to comprehending eagle eye. Reading world nautical charts might lead to comprehending navigation. Reading catalog of undead creatures might lead to comprehending summoning. Reading secrets of the bedroom, got sidetracked. With the experience from his past life, Lin Yi skillfully took an ancient book off the shelf. The book he took down seemed to be a chronicle of the Eternal Continent titled Chronicles of Eternity. It recorded countless events that had occurred on this continent. Lin Yi found a seat and began to casually flip through the ancient text in his hands. Although this ancient book was thick, the accounts within were quite captivating, causing him to become immersed in it without realizing the passage of time. In fact, even if he weren't trying to comprehend a talent, simply coming to the academy to read books was a nice way to pass the time. However, it was rare for any lord to be that idle. About half an hour later, the system's prompt soon rang in Lin Yi's ears. "Dear Lord, you have read Chronicles of the Eternal Continent and gained some insights from real history. You have successfully comprehended the talent, low-level diplomacy." Diplomacy, huh? Listening to the system's prompt, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. This was not because diplomacy was a particularly useless talent. On the contrary, among all the lord talents, diplomacy can be considered quite practical. As long as you possess diplomacy, there is a possibility that neutral units encountered in the wild will join you. Moreover, the higher the level of diplomacy, the greater the chance these wild forces will join your ranks. Therefore, players often refer to diplomacy as the freebie skill. As the saying goes, a moment of freebie brings momentary joy, and continuous freebies bring continuous joy. Lin Yi's disappointment stemmed merely from his greater expectations. In his previous life, a player once claimed that while reading the ancient book Eternal Chronicles in the academy, he successfully comprehended a special talent. However, since that player never provided evidence, most people deemed the post a rumor. It was only when Lin Yi suddenly recalled this post that he opened Eternal Chronicles with a mindset of giving it a try. How naive of me, special talents aren't that easy to obtain, Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. However, just as he was about to close the book, the system's notification sound rang out again. "Dear Lord, during your reading of Chronicles of the Eternal Continent, you have accidentally discovered an unusual map marked with a special symbol. You have obtained a mysterious map X1. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He clearly did not expect that although he had not gained a special talent, he had unexpectedly acquired a special map. It seemed that the player who posted was not just spreading rumors. This ancient book indeed concealed secrets. Lin Yi took out the map and examined it closely for a moment. Soon, he discovered that the marked location on the map was precisely in the northern region of the Huaxia area. In Eternal Continent, there are no particularly clear regional divisions. Therefore, players have divided the continent into Huaxia area, North America area, East Japan, area, British area, and so on, based on the birth regions of various countries. The Huaxia area is further divided into 4 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. After a few days of reconnaissance, he found that his territory was located in the northern region of Huaxia. If he remembered correctly, the southern region of Huaxia was where the most powerful players gathered. However, that was all part of the previous world's layout. In this life, he, Lin Yi, would be the only strongest lord. If the location marked on this map were in any of the other 3 regions, it might indeed be quite tricky. After all, in the early stages of the game, few could undertake long-distance travel across regions. Even if Lin Yi could manage it, it would significantly delay his early development. However, since this location happened to be in the northern region, Lin Yi was very interested in exploring it. I wonder if the place marked on this map is a treasure. Lin Yi pondered as he examined the map before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Since he already had a plan, his first reaction was, of course, to take immediate action. This matter was even more important than constructing a second territory. A second territory could be built at any time, but if the treasure were claimed by someone else first, it would be lost forever. The next day, in the morning, Lin Yi directly instructed Aver and Rodhart to gather all the troops outside the territory. Now, the army under Lin Ye's command had grown quite substantial. 5 Divine Punishment Archers, 10 Holy Flame Cavalry, and 150 Death Skeletons. Even the leading team consisted of 2 epic heroes. This lineup could only be described as luxurious. During this time period, throughout the entire Eternal Continent, it would be hard to find a lord whose lineup could rival Lin Ye's. As for why there were so many Death Skeletons, this was naturally thanks to Rodhart's soul summoning technique and the iron-headed kids from the Xiongtu Guild. If it weren't for them gathering like the Calabash brothers to save their grandfather, all 7 of them appearing before Lin Yi to deliver their heads, Rodhart would not have been able to summon so many skeleton soldiers through the soul summoning technique. And those skeleton soldiers, of course, were all automatically upgraded to Death Skeletons by the Supreme God Ring. No matter how trashy a unit might be, after evolving through the Supreme God Ring, their attributes could instantly become godly, which was even more miraculous than turning waste into treasure. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi spoke. With you as the boundary, the 100 Death Skeletons on the left will stay behind to guard the territory. It must be said that Lin Yi was quite cautious. Before leaving, he even thought to allocate a portion of his forces to defend the territory in case other lords launched a sneak attack. However, considering that there were hardly any capable fighters at this stage, Lin Yi only left behind a bunch of first-tier Death Skeletons. After all, these things weren't worth much, and he wouldn't feel heartbroken if they died. Although the Death Skeletons had low intelligence, they were obedient to Lin Ye's commands. After Lin Yi issued the order, the 100 Death Skeletons immediately detached from the ranks and stationed themselves within the territory. After leaving behind the defensive troops, Lin Yi chose to leave the territory and head towards the marked location on the map. According to his estimates, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be able to reach his destination smoothly by the 3rd day. In the Xiongtu Guild, within the guild channel, the voice of Xiongtu Blood Rain soon rang out. Boss, the Knight of Darkness has left the territory. Since Lin Ye's territory was not far from those resource locations, Xiongtu Blood Rain quickly tracked him down. He then kept watch nearby, monitoring Lin Ye's movements in real time. Xiongtu Frost Moon, is that true? So soon? Xiongtu Blade, ha, the chance for revenge has come. This time, I must bloodily wash his territory. Xiongtu Heaven's Path, is the information reliable? Are you sure he took all his forces with him? Among the excited crowd, Xiongtu Heaven's Path appeared particularly cautious. Xiongtu Blood Rain affirmed, don't worry, I saw him leave the territory with my own eyes. Moreover, his 2 heroes are also right by his side. Xiongtu Heaven's Path nodded, that indeed is a good opportunity. Xiongtu Blade sneered, boss, that female archer under him is a treasure. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her attributes are also ridiculously high, definitely above the hero level. I say, we can completely take over that kid's territory and force him to hand over that female hero to you. This way, we not only make that kid suffer but also get a high-tier hero. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Upon hearing Xiongtu Blade's suggestion, Xiongtu Heaven's Path's eyes instantly lit up. The high-tier hero mentioned by the former indeed stirred his interest. With that in mind, Xiongtu Heaven's Path couldn't help but grit his teeth and said in a deep voice, let's wait patiently for an hour first to ensure that guy won't return for the time being, then we will act. Under the patient waiting of the Xiongtu Guild members, an hour quickly passed. However, Lin Yi showed no intention of returning to the territory. Xiongtu Heaven's Path finally couldn't hold back any longer. He decisively issued an order in the guild channel. Gather the forces, prepare to act. In an instant, more than a dozen lords from the Xiongtu Guild gathered together. This was quite a large formation. Even the assembled troops had already surpassed the 200 mark. Given that the server had only been open for a few days, this was already a rather terrifying number. If It weren't for Xiong Tu Blade and a few others being completely wiped out by Lin Yi and still not having recovered their strength, the forces gathered. Here could have been even more. Looking at the vast army before him, Xiong Tu Tiandao felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Xiong Tu Badu shouted excitedly, "Boss, give the order. The brothers can hardly wait." Xiong Tu Tiandao waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, charge." In an instant, all the lords of the Xiong Tu Guild led their troops towards the direction of Lin Yi's territory. Warning, your territory is under attack. Warning, your territory is under attack. Warning, your territory is under attack. The harsh warning echoed in Lin Yi's ears 3 times in a row. He clearly did not expect that as soon as he left, someone would attack his territory. Lin Yi didn't need to guess, it was definitely that group from the Xiong Tu Guild. TSK, they really like ambushes. That's a bit dishonorable, Lin Yi said with a slight smirk, clearly unfazed. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and had stationed a considerable force within his territory. Since you all love ambushing so much, let me show you just how powerful myth-level troops can be. Under Xiong Tu Tiandao's leadership, the assembled army of the Xiong Tu Guild charged towards Lin Yi's territory. Among them, Xiong Tu Badu took the lead, and the thought of soon breaking through Lin Yi's territory filled him with indescribable excitement. Kill! As they stormed into Lin Yi's territory, the first thing they saw was the Shinnom envoys in the fields. These Shinnom envoys had their hands clasped together, as if praying for rain. And with their prayers, it actually began to drizzle from the sky. As the rain fell, the crops in the fields began to grow wildly. Watching this scene, the lords of the Xiong Tu Guild couldn't help but widen their eyes. What the hell? Are these really farmers? Since when do farmers pray for rain? Xiong Tu Shuiyu couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this kid's troops are too bizarre, even his farmers can summon the wind and rain? Don't worry about that, what's there to fear from such trash troops as farmers? Xiong Tu Shuiyu sneered. In terms of combat power, these things are even weaker than skeleton soldiers. After saying this, he directly commanded a squad of skeleton soldiers to attack the Shinnom envoys in the fields. In fact, Xiong Tu Shuiyu had already envisioned the scene of these farmers being slaughtered by the skeleton soldiers. Finally, the skeleton soldiers charged in front of the Shinnom envoys, raising their rusty iron swords. The iron sword came crashing down, but it only took away nearly a third of the health of the Shinnom envoy in front of them. At the same time, the Shinnom envoy launched a counterattack. He casually grabbed a farming fork and stabbed it fiercely at the skeleton soldier before him. Crack! Under the attack of the Shinnom envoy, the skeleton soldier before him shattered into a pile of bones. How the hell is this possible? Xiong Tu Shuiyu instinctively cursed. The farmers, universally recognized as the weakest in combat power, had just one stab to take down his skeleton soldier? What a monster! Xiong Tu Shuiyu simply couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes. Then, the system's prompt sounded again. Shinnom envoy's morale is high. Launching a second attack. After the system's prompt ended, the Shinnom envoy, holding the farming fork, turned around and stabbed through another skeleton soldier. Xiong Tu Shuiyu. What a double strike. What kind of farmer is this? A farmer just back from training at Shaolin Temple? What he didn't know was that after ordinary farmers upgraded to Shinnom envoys, their attributes had undergone a tremendous transformation. The attributes of the Shinnom messenger are more than 3 times that of an ordinary farmer, easily annihilating skeleton soldiers of the same rank without any issue. As for the state of high morale, it is also one of the characteristics of the Shinnom messenger. The trait favorable weather can increase the morale of all city defense troops by +5. Xiong Tu Tiandao said without hesitation, "Let's end this quickly, charge in with high-tier troops." He couldn't believe that these first-tier farmers could possibly stand against them. Under Xiong Tu Tiandao's command, 3rd-tier and even 4th-tier troops joined the battle one after another. Stone golems, Traians, horned demons, crusaders, great wraiths. Although these high-tier troops are powerful, their numbers are extremely limited. After all, in the early stages of the game, these high-tier troops are quite rare resources. However, despite this, these high-tier troops still posed a significant threat to the Shinnom messenger. After all, the Shinnom messenger is not a combat-type troop. Against troops of the same tier, it could still crush them with its attribute advantage. But once faced with high-tier troops, it began to struggle. 2 horned demons attacked simultaneously, and their sharp demonic claws directly tore apart the body of a Shinnom messenger. Xiong Tu Tiandao couldn't help but sneer. See? How could these farmers possibly be our opponents? However, just as his words fell, a surge of black flowed out from Lin Yi's territory. This black tide was none other than the 100 death skeletons left behind by Lin Yi. Xiong Tu Shuiyu's expression stiffened, and he said in a deep voice, "Damn it, this kid was prepared, we've been tricked." Xiong Tu Tiandao shouted, "Tricked? I don't believe it, a mere bunch of skeletons can stop me from destroying his territory? What's there to be afraid of? Just kill them." Under Xiong Tu Tiandao's command, all the troops behind him charged towards the skeleton army in front. However, what they faced was not ordinary skeleton soldiers, but mythic-level death skeletons. Faced with the advancing army, the death skeletons also charged forward without hesitation. Moreover, during their charge, they activated the skill Reaper's Scythe. Under the effect of this skill, after the charge, the death skeletons could swing their sides to deal secondary damage to the enemies. The death skeleton at the forefront of the charge mercilessly swung its black scythe. Swish, a second-tier great elf had its head severed by the sharp scythe. Instant kill. Then, a fourth-tier human crusader was surrounded by the death skeletons. Even a fourth-tier troop could not withstand the encirclement of the death skeletons. After desperately taking down 2 death skeletons, the crusader ultimately met a fatal end. If high-tier troops struggled, low-tier troops were even less capable. In front of mythic-level death skeletons, troops below 3rd tier were nothing but cannon fodder. Moreover, under the effect of Soul Harvest, the more enemies the death skeletons killed, the stronger their attributes became. This 100 units of death skeletons displayed extremely astonishing aggression and destructive power. They swept through like wolves among sheep, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. Even the Shin Gnome messenger joined the battle, wielding its farming fork with great vigor. With the high-tier troops entangled by the death skeletons, even if they were farmers, they could unleash considerable combat power. In an instant, the troops collapsed like a landslide. Xiong Tu Tiandao's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. He couldn't understand until his defeat, why can such worthless units as farmers and skeleton soldiers unleash such terrifying combat power in front of him? System notification: your territory has successfully resisted the invasion. Troop losses: Death Skeleton X-47, Shin Gnome Envoy X-10. As Lin Yi expected, the ambush by the Xiong Tu guild was easily defended against by the death skeletons he had left in his territory. However, judging by the number of casualties among the death skeletons, it seemed that the Xiong Tu guild had come prepared, gathering quite a bit of force. Once I return, I'll deal with you properly, Lin Yi muttered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He hadn't even had the chance to trouble them, and they had already taken him for a soft target. However, the Xiong Tu guild could be easily wiped out. The urgent task now was to quickly find the location marked on the mysterious map. During this journey, Lin Yi had tried to avoid confrontations with wild monsters as much as possible, aiming to conserve his stamina to reach his target sooner. But at this moment, a narrow canyon lay before him. If he didn't want to take a detour, he had to enter the canyon ahead. The tricky part was that a considerable number of rock giants were gathering at the entrance of the canyon. These rock giants were 4th-tier units, with thick health and high defense, making them quite a troublesome presence. To enter the canyon, he would have to eliminate these rock giants first. There's no choice, I have to take action. Lin Yi took a deep breath, preparing for the confrontation. However, just as he approached, the system notification suddenly rang out. System notification: Dear Lord, a team of rock giants wishes to join your ranks out of admiration for you. Do you accept, Lin Yi? There's such an operation? He clearly didn't expect that the diplomatic skill he had just acquired would come into play so quickly. It's known that the triggering probability of low-tier diplomatic skills is quite low. Being able to quickly recruit a wild unit like this only indicated that Lin Yi's luck was quite good. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse this team of rock giants willing to join. Soon, these 10 rock giants joined Lin Yi's team. In the next moment, the Supreme God Ring in. Lin Yi's hand shone with dazzling light once again. The effect of the Supreme God Ring actually worked on wild units as well. Your ordinary unit, Rock Giant, has successfully upgraded to the mythic unit, Amethyst Giant. After the rock giants completed their evolution, their forms grew even taller. Their incredibly hard rock bodies were now covered in dazzling and brilliant amethyst. If the rock giants had previously appeared somewhat clumsy and heavy, the upgraded amethyst giants now exuded majesty and dominance. Every movement showcased their immense power. Lin Yi extended his right hand, lightly tapping forward with his fingertip, and the attributes of the amethyst giants quickly appeared before him. Amethyst Giant, 4th tier, race, rock race rank, mythic attack, 75 to 80 defense, 120 health, 800 skills, amethyst shield. Before the battle begins, the purple crystals on the amethyst giant will provide an additional shield that can absorb 300 points of health. Earthquake: the amethyst giant slams its fists into the ground, dealing 150% physical damage to all nearby enemies. Taunt aura: the purple crystals on the amethyst giant will emit a ghostly purple light, taunting surrounding enemies to attack it. Facing the taunted enemies, the amethyst giant will gain an additional 30% damage reduction. After reviewing all the attributes of the amethyst giant, Lin Yi's eyes immediately lit up. It is no exaggeration to say that this is definitely the strongest basic attribute unit he has recruited so far. Its health is 3 times that of the Death God skeleton. Its defense is 10 times that of the Death God skeleton. After all, the rock giant is a tier 4 unit. After evolving with the Supreme God Ring, its attributes are certainly not to be underestimated. I guess I'm quite lucky to have obtained a tier 4 unit so early. A hint of joy involuntarily appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. With the addition of these 10 units of amethyst giants to his team, the combat power of Lin Yi's forces has reached a new level. Moreover, after completing the evolution, the amethyst giants perfectly inherited the attributes of being thick-skinned and high defense. Meat shields. Additionally, the skills Amethyst Protection and Taunt Aura are truly divine skills for meat shield units. After incorporating the amethyst giants into his team, Lin Yi set off again, entering the canyon before him. Third day. Lin Yi finally arrived at the location marked on the mysterious map. Here, there was a lush green forest, the vibrant trees seemingly blessed by the forest god. Is there something special about this place? Lin Yi looked up, gazing at the forest before him. Just as he was about to step in and explore, a cold voice suddenly questioned him. Who goes there? At the same time, a sound of something slicing through the air came. Whoosh, an arrow whistled through the air, directly aimed at Lin Yi's face. Fortunately, an amethyst giant timely blocked in front of Lin Yi, forcefully using its body to shield him from the arrow. Crack! The arrow broke upon impact, not even managing to pierce the amethyst giant's shield. Lin Yi looked over and discovered that the attackers were two elven archers hidden in the forest. He turned to Aver and said calmly, "Give them a lesson, but don't take their lives." Not yet having determined whether they were friend or foe, Lin Yi was not prepared to take any extreme actions. Understood. Aver nodded, casually drawing her longbow. With the tremor of the bowstring, the arrow shot out, instantly transforming into a shadow. Thud, with a dull sound, the arrow shot by Aver grazed the hair of one elven archer and forcefully embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk. The arrow's force was immense, nearly penetrating the entire trunk. If Aver hadn't deliberately aimed away, it would have likely pierced the opponent's head. Such a fierce shot frightened the elven archer, causing her to fall to the ground. Lin Yi then stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Don't worry, we are just passing through, with no ill intentions." The elven archer stood up, looking at him with slight fear, and frowned as she said, "You are not undead creatures?" Lin Yi calmly replied, "Do I not look human? Why do you think I am an undead creature?" The elven archer raised her head, looking with some trepidation at Rodhart standing beside Lin Yi. Clearly, it was the death aura emanating from Rodhart that interfered with the judgment of these two elven archers. So, Lin Yi explained, "Don't worry, he is a hero under my command. He won't harm anyone without my orders." Upon hearing this, the expression of the elven archer softened a bit. She put away her longbow and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, there have been too many undead creatures invading the Emerald Forest recently. The Queen has ordered us to be on high alert, and I was just a bit too tense, which is why I acted against you." After the explanation, Lin Yi finally understood the situation. No wonder the peace-loving elves would act against him, they had mistaken him for an undead creature. It seems that the lush green forest marked on the mysterious map is not as tranquil and peaceful as it appears on the surface. With this in mind, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, "If possible, could you take me to meet your queen?" Since he wanted to uncover the secrets hidden in this forest, the best choice was naturally to meet the elven queen directly. Well, the elven archer seemed a bit hesitant. The queen greatly despises undead creatures. Although he is your retainer, it is still possible that. Although she didn't finish her sentence, Lin Yi understood her implication. Rodhart beside him might provoke the elven queen's displeasure. However, even so, Lin Yi had no better options at this point. He smiled and calmly said, "Don't worry, I will keep my subordinate in check." "Alright then, I agree to your request." Out of guilt for almost injuring Lin Yi, the elven archer ultimately consented to his request. Deep within the lush green forest, inside the elven sanctuary, guided by the elven archer, Lin Yi, along with Aver and Rodhart, stepped inside. The elven queen, barefoot and seated upon her throne, had her emerald hair cascading down like a waterfall, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white skin. She was tall, with delicate collarbones that captivated the heart, exuding a regal aura befitting a queen. Judging solely by her outstanding presence, she could easily overshadow any celebrity or internet star. Even though Lin Yi had seen many grand scenes, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart upon first seeing the elven queen. However, he did not act overly disrespectful. He slightly bowed and smiled, saying, "I have come to see the elven queen. Guests are welcome, so there is no need for such formalities." The elven queen raised her hand, signaling Lin Yi to rise. It is known that the elven race is always warm and hospitable, rarely showing disdain towards guests. However, upon seeing Rodhart standing beside Lin Yi, the elven queen couldn't help but furrow her brows. Subsequently, her attitude suddenly turned cold. "If you are merely passing through, we will provide you with accommodations. Please leave by tomorrow morning. Our lush green forest is currently facing troubled times, and it may not be suitable for you to stay long." Moreover, it wasn't just the elven queen's cold demeanor. Upon sensing the undead aura emanating from Rodhart, all the elves in the sanctuary displayed displeasure. This made Lin Yi somewhat curious. Why did the elves living here despise the undead so much? With this thought in mind, Lin Yi asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask what troubles you are facing? If there is anything you need, perhaps I can help." According to Lin Yi's gaming experience, this kind of dialogue was the easiest way to trigger a quest. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that the elven queen seemed to distrust Lin Yi, merely responding coolly, "The matters of the lush green forest we will handle ourselves, so there is no need for you to worry." Just as the elven queen finished speaking, an elven scout rushed into the sanctuary in a panic. "Your Majesty, the enemy is attacking. A large number of undead creatures have appeared on the southern side of the lush green forest." Hearing this, the Elven Queen's expression hardened, and without hesitation, she stood up, her white feet lightly stepping forward. Go, gather the troops. Prepare for battle. Seeing the sudden emergency, Lin Yi also followed without hesitation. This situation was the best opportunity for him to change the tide. Soon, a large number of elven troops gathered before the Elven Queen. First tier ordinary elves, second tier great elves, third tier elven archers, fourth tier elven sword dancers. In this verdant forest, there exists even a fourth tier troop. As for the Elf Queen, strictly speaking, she does not belong to the troops but is a being comparable to a hero. However, the number of elves gathered here is not as many as Lin Yi had imagined. Logically, in such a vast area of the verdant forest, the number of elves that could be deployed should not be so few. In fact, many of the elves still bear unhealed wounds. Before Lin Yi could think much more, the undead army gathered on the southern side of the verdant forest launched their assault. Skeleton soldiers, plague zombies, ghouls, demon spiders, rotting corpse dogs, bloodthirsty bats. Large swathes of undead creatures surged forward like a relentless ant swarm, approaching the verdant forest. The Elf Queen raised her staff, and a resolute expression flashed across her beautiful face. We will defend the verdant forest to the death. Among the elf army before her, a chorus of shouts erupted. We will defend the verdant forest to the death. We will defend the verdant forest to the death. We will defend the verdant forest to the death. Accompanied by the high-spirited slogans, the elf army finally clashed with the undead army before them. War had completely erupted. Lin Yi glanced at the stunningly beautiful Elf Queen and then looked towards the brutal battlefield ahead. The opportunity he had long awaited had finally appeared. If all went well, as long as he could help the elves repel the undead army before them, he should be able to trigger the corresponding hidden quest. Of course, if he could take this opportunity to win over the Elf Queen, that would be even better. The elf army quickly collided with the undead army before them. The undead creatures were incredibly ferocious, so much so that they could be described as fearless of death. Under their fierce assault, the elf army was forced to retreat step by step, suffering heavy casualties. Looking at the scene before her, even the Elf Queen couldn't help but furrow her brow. These undead creatures are truly ruthless, Lin Yi murmured to himself. However, given the intelligence of undead creatures, they shouldn't be able to launch such an organized attack. It seems there must be some hidden agenda behind this. However, now was not the time for Lin Yi to ponder who the mastermind was. If he didn't act promptly, the elf army before him would likely collapse under the enemy's onslaught. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi spoke without hesitation. Aver, Rodhart, it's time to join the battlefield. As you command, my lord. The two responded in turn, each leading their troops to charge into the undead army before them. Shadow Strike. Aver was the first to launch Shadow Strike, directly enhancing the attack speed and range of the Divine Punishment archers. Under the boost of Shadow Strike, the attack speed of the Divine Punishment archers became incredibly fast, their arrows pouring down like a sudden rain upon the undead army ahead. Undead Summon. Rodhart was equally unwilling to be outdone. He raised his arms and summoned a squad of undead creatures directly from the ground beneath him. Then, he activated the skill, Undead Sacrifice. Under the Undead Sacrifice, nearly half of the undead creatures transformed into dark death energy, spreading outwards. Sacrifice successful, attribute gain acquired, attack plus 25, defense plus 25. Even though only some low-tier troops were sacrificed, the attribute increase brought by the Undead Sacrifice was still quite considerable. Subsequently, Rodhart led the charge, directly bringing a group of skeletal reapers into the enemy formation. Soul Blade. Rodhart shouted, and the undead he had previously sacrificed transformed once more into dark death energy, wrapping around his blade. With a single slash, a third-tier ghoul was cleaved in two. Boom! Then, accompanied by a tremor of the earth, the Amethyst Giant, which Lin Yi had just acquired, roared and joined the battle. As a fourth-tier mythic unit, the Amethyst Giant displayed nearly overwhelming power as soon as it entered the battlefield. No matter how the surrounding undead creatures clawed and bit at it, they couldn't even scratch the skin on its body. Then, the Amethyst Giant roared and launched a counterattack. The ground shook. The giant's fists swung down like heavy hammers, smashing into the ground. In an instant, the entire land began to tremble violently. The slightly lower-tier undead creatures were directly shattered into pieces. After Lin Yi's troops charged into the battlefield, the elves present were almost dumbfounded. The high elf widened her eyes. So strong. Is this still a human? The elf archer, who prided himself on his unmatched archery skills, couldn't help but rub his eyes. Did you see those archers? Their arrows are so fast that I can't even see them clearly. The blood-soaked elf sword dancer also involuntarily swallowed. The giant covered in amethyst is just too terrifying. Wherever it goes, not a blade of grass survives. Lin Yi's troops had just made their entrance, yet they instantly shocked everyone. Even the nearby elf queen couldn't help but focus her gaze on Lin Yi. Her beautiful eyes contained extremely complex emotions, confusion, bewilderment, excitement, and also gratitude. However, no matter what, for the elves, the moment to counterattack had arrived. For the glory of the elves, to protect our homeland. The elf queen parted her jade lips and raised her staff. In the next second, a dazzling green light erupted from the staff as if it contained boundless vitality. This green light spread across the battlefield, quickly merging into the bodies of the injured elves. Soon, the wounds on those elves began to heal rapidly. Lin Yi looked at this scene with slight astonishment. He clearly hadn't expected that the elf queen before him was actually a healer. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed she indeed had the capability. Looking at the elf queen's proud curves, Lin Yi took a deep breath and forcibly shifted his gaze away. If he kept looking, he might not be able to keep up with his own nutrition. Well, his team was just missing a healer. If there was a chance, he definitely had to endure the elf queen's healing. More and more elves regained their combat power and launched a counterattack. Lin Ye's troops were exceptionally fierce. Whether it was the Holy Flame Lancers, Divine Punishment Archers, or the Death Skeletons and Amethyst Giants, they all unleashed extremely powerful combat strength, especially the Amethyst Giant, which was undoubtedly a massive weapon in this large-scale battle. In addition, the two epic heroes, Aver and Rodhart, also made outstanding contributions in this fight. Almost in just a short time, the undead army before them was completely annihilated. Of course, Rodhart did not waste the corpses on the battlefield. He directly activated the summoning spell, bringing back 127 death skeletons to perfectly replenish his team's combat power. However, Rodhart chose not to touch the elf corpses. If he used the elf corpses to summon death skeletons, it would likely provoke the elves' resentment. Rodhart understood this principle well. In this battle, although Lin Ye's troops suffered some losses compared to what he gained, it was clearly more. More importantly, after this battle, he successfully earned the trust of the Elf Queen. The Elven Queen slowly approached him, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly as she softly spoke, "Human warrior, we owe our victory in this battle to your assistance. If possible, I would like to apologize for my previous attitude towards you." After saying this, the Elven Queen slightly bowed, and the surging waves left Lin Yi momentarily dazed. Once he steadied his mind, Lin Yi finally asked, "Your Majesty, there is no need for such formality. I just want to know, why are these undead creatures attacking the Emerald Forest?" In response to Lin Yi's inquiry, the Elven Queen let out a deep sigh. This matter goes back 2 months. Through the Elven Queen's narration, Lin Yi quickly grasped the general outline of the situation. It turned out that the Emerald Forest was adjacent to a cliff, within which was sealed a 9th-tier Soul Black Dragon. Prior to this, the Soul Black Dragon had been in a state of slumber. However, as the seal gradually weakened, the 9th-tier Soul Black Dragon began to awaken. The loosening of the seal also ignited its desire to break free. Thus, the Soul Black Dragon used its necromantic energy to create a multitude of undead creatures, launching an attack on the Emerald Forest. The ultimate goal of its assault on the Emerald Forest was to seize the treasure guarded by the Elven race, the Elven Sacred Spring. The water of the Elven Sacred Spring has miraculous effects in rapidly healing injuries. Moreover, the life energy contained within it could help it recover quickly from its weakened state. In this way, it could successfully escape from the seal. It was precisely because of this that the Emerald Forest had repeatedly faced attacks from undead creatures. Over the past 2 months, in order to fend off these undead creatures, the entire Elven race had suffered heavy casualties. Under such circumstances, it was entirely reasonable for the Elven race to harbor such hatred towards the undead creatures. They had been quite courteous not to directly drive Lin Yi away. After explaining the situation of the Emerald Forest, a trace of worry once again appeared on the Elven Queen's stunning face. She lightly bit her lip and sighed almost inaudibly. "I wonder when these days will come to an end." Although this war had achieved a great victory, who knew when those undead creatures would attack the Emerald Forest again? If the problem was not resolved at its root, the Elven race could only march towards extinction. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up, "If possible, could you take me to the cliff where the Soul Black Dragon is sealed tomorrow? I want to see if I can be of any help." "Really?" The Elven Queen excitedly grasped Lin Yi's hands. However, her expression quickly dimmed again. "It's useless, even sealed. That Soul Black Dragon is still powerful. The team of Elven Sword Dancers I sent out barely had a moment to face it before they perished under its dragon flames." It should be noted that the Elven Sword Dancers were a 4th-tier unit. The fact that even a 4th-tier unit could not withstand the dragon breath of the Soul Black Dragon was enough to illustrate the latter's formidable strength. However, Lin Yi was not intimidated at all. Instead, he calmly replied, "It's fine, just take me there tomorrow. Perhaps I have a way to deal with that Soul Black Dragon." Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, a spark of hope reignited in the Elven Queen's eyes. She lightly bit her lip and spoke without hesitation, "Warrior, if you can truly save my people from peril, I am willing to agree to all your conditions." "All conditions?" A playful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. "Does that include pledging loyalty to me?" The elf Queen was momentarily taken aback. She clearly did not expect Lin Yi to propose such a condition. After a brief silence, a glimmer of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes. "If you can truly resolve the crisis brought by the Death Soul Black Dragon, I am willing to swear my loyalty to you." System prompt: you have successfully accepted the hidden quest. The Elf Queen, Sophia's commission. A hint of surprise involuntarily flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. He clearly did not expect that the elf queen before him would actually agree. It seemed that, in her eyes, the lives of her kin were far more important than her own allegiance. Lin Yi looked at the elf queen and smiled as he spoke. Don't worry, even for your loyalty, I will do my utmost. The next day, Lin Yi, under the guidance of the elf queen, arrived at the cliff they mentioned. He looked down and indeed saw a vast expanse of extremely dense death energy. Within this mass of death energy, Lin Yi could even faintly see a dragon's head exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. In addition, countless chains, engraved with intricate patterns, were binding the body of this black dragon. It was clear that this 9th-tier Death Soul Black Dragon was firmly imprisoned in place by these chains. Looking at this scene, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Yi's lips. No problem, just leave it to me. The elf queen was taken aback for a moment and instinctively asked, Are you confident? To say I'm 10 out of 10 confident would be an exaggeration. I'd say I'm at least 99% sure. Lin Yi lazily scratched his ear, and his words directly stunned all the elves present. Is this kid just bragging? I really don't believe he can deal with that black dragon. If it doesn't work out, don't force it, we won't laugh at you. Once this human experiences the power of dragon fire, he probably won't be able to say such things anymore. Lin Yi paid no mind to the discussions of the surrounding elves. He then turned to the elf queen. I need 50 elven archers. To be precise, it's not borrowing, but demanding. Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, a hint of surprise flashed in the elf queen's eyes. However, she still agreed to Lin Yi's request. The elf queen waved her hand, directly bringing a team of elven archers into Lin Yi's ranks. The reason Lin Yi made such a request was, of course, because only the troops that belonged to him could be upgraded to mythic-level troops through the Supreme Divine Ring, after obtaining the allegiance of this team of elven archers. The Supreme Divine Ring in Lin Yi's hand indeed emitted a silver glow. Soon, the system's prompt sounded. The ordinary troop under your command, Elven Archer, has successfully upgraded to the mythic-level troop, Lunar Hunter. The silver light enveloped the elven archers before him. When they stepped out from the silver radiance, their appearances had undergone a tremendous transformation. Watching this miracle unfold before their eyes, all the elves, including the elf queen, couldn't help but cover their mouths in astonishment. After completing their evolution, each elven archer had a crescent-shaped emblem appear on their foreheads. Under the illumination of this crescent emblem, each elf's features appeared so exquisite and graceful. Not only that, but even the longbows in their hands were enveloped in a layer of silver light as faint as moonlight, as if blessed by the moon goddess. Lin Yi lightly tapped his fingers and immediately called up the specific attributes of the Lunar Hunters. Monday Hunter, Tier 3, Race, Elf Tier, Mythical Attack, 100 to 170 Defense, 45 Health, 390 Skills. Eclipse Arrow, the arrows of the Monday Hunter, upon hitting, can attach a layer of Eclipse Mark to the enemy. If detonated, each layer of Eclipse Mark will deal 75% physical damage. Unmissable Shot, the arrows shot by the Monday Hunter cannot be dodged. Blessing of the Moon God, when this skill is activated, the arrows of the Monday Hunter will be blessed by the Moon God, increasing attack speed by 50%, critical hit rate by 50%, and critical damage by 50%. Additionally, each attack will also attach an extra layer of Eclipse Mark. Duration, 60 seconds. After evolution, the Monday Hunter has improved attributes in all aspects compared to the Elf Archer, especially the characteristic of Eclipse Arrow, which is particularly suitable for hunting. If one could stack hundreds or thousands of layers of Eclipse Marks at once and then detonate them instantly, the terrifying damage would likely be something even a dragon could hardly withstand. This is simply a miracle. The Elf Queen lightly covered her lips, her face filled with disbelief. She could certainly feel that after evolving into a Monday Hunter, those elves exuded a much stronger aura. Now, she was starting to genuinely believe that Lin Yi could help the elf race resolve this crisis. Alright, it's time to start the hunt. Lin Yi stepped forward, directly leading Aver and his archer troops to the edge of the cliff. He had never considered confronting the Soul Black Dragon head-on. Aver, activate the skill Shadow Strike. Understood, my lord. At Lin Yi's command, Aver unhesitatingly activated Shadow Strike. At the same time, all her ranged units received a 50% increase in attack speed and a 20% increase in attack range. In addition, Lin Yi's talent, Advanced Eagle Eye, and Aver's talent characteristic Phantom Dance provided 30% and 20% attack range bonuses, respectively. If all stacked together, that would be a 70% additional attack range. For ranged units, range is life. This allowed Aver's ranged units to attack the sealed Tier 9 Black Dragon from across an entire cliff. By my command, fire! Aver drew her bowstring and shot an arrow towards the direction of the Soul Black Dragon. The Divine Punishment Archers and Monday Hunters behind her quickly followed suit, drawing their bows and knocking arrows. In an instant, a dense rain of arrows poured down upon the Soul Black Dragon like a torrential storm. Countless damage numbers erupted above the Soul Black Dragon's head. Layer upon layer of Eclipse Marks accumulated on its skull. Although the attack power of the Divine Punishment Archers and Monday Hunters was high, the Soul Black Dragon was still a Tier 9 creature. Moreover, strictly speaking, the Soul Black Dragon did not belong to the category of units but was more akin to a boss-like existence. This meant that, under the suppression of tier and attributes, the damage dealt by the Divine Punishment Archers and Monday Hunters was extremely limited. However, this was not a big deal for Lin Yi. As long as you can't touch me, I can grind you to death. Sorry, but having long range really allows for anything. Roar! Under the overwhelming rain of arrows, the Soul Black Dragon finally felt pain. It raised its massive head and let out a furious roar. How dare you talk back? Lin Yi sneered. Aver, increase the firepower. Understood, my lord. Aver smiled confidently and activated the skill Triple Arrow Rain once again. Then, another Triple Arrow Rain shot out, the sharp arrowheads immediately embedding themselves into the Soul Black Dragon's head. The Elven Queen looked at the crazed Lin Yi and suddenly felt a wave of genuine relief. Fortunately, this man was not her enemy but stood on the same side as the Elven race. Since the Soul Death Black Dragon was currently sealed, it could be said to have no recovery ability at all. Under the onslaught of a rain of arrows, the Soul Death Black Dragon's health continued to plummet. The Soul Death Black Dragon roared in frustration, but due to the great distance between both sides, even its dragon flames dissipated in the chasm. It seemed that for Lin Yi to kill this 9th tier boss while maintaining the attack distance was merely a matter of time. About 15 minutes later, the Soul Death Black Dragon's health finally dropped below 50%. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, TSK, this guy really is tough. It took a full 15 minutes to whittle down half its health. However, at that moment, the Soul Death Black Dragon atop the cliff let out another furious roar. Accompanying this roar, a dark aura rapidly spread outwards. The Elven Queen's expression changed, and she quickly warned, be careful, it's going to summon undead creatures. Sure enough, as the Elven Queen had said, large numbers of undead creatures surged out from the black mist, climbing up the cliff and charging madly towards the direction of the archers. Prepare for battle. The Elven Queen issued the command without hesitation. Since Lin Yi was fighting for the Elven race, she naturally should do something for him. The elves beside the Elven Queen quickly formed a battle formation, protecting the Divine Punishment Archers and the Moonlight Archers behind them. Meanwhile, Rodhart also brought his rock giants and death skeletons to block the undead army in front of them. No matter how overwhelming the enemy forces, I remain unshaken. Lin Yi spoke in a deep voice, ignore these undead creatures. Continue to focus fire on the Soul Death Black Dragon. Behind Aver, every archer had a resolute expression, repeating the motion of drawing their bows and knocking arrows. The arrows fell like rain, causing the Soul Death Black Dragon's health to continue to drop. 50%, 30%, 15%. In the blink of an eye, the Soul Death Black Dragon's health was about to break the 10% mark. However, just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Accompanied by the Soul Death Black Dragon's roar, a surging black mist rapidly condensed in its mouth into a terrifying energy black sphere. Is this going to unleash a big move? A strange glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes involuntarily. With his past life experience, Lin Yi knew that when a boss's health dropped to a certain level, it would forcibly unleash a powerful move. The dark magical energy ball condensing in the Soul Death Black Dragon's mouth emitted an extremely terrifying energy. The Elven Queen's face turned slightly pale and she instinctively clutched Lin Yi's arm. Should we escape? If we don't escape, you might die here. Perhaps due to her concern, the Elven Queen had unknowingly pressed her delicate body against him. Lin Yi felt the soft touch on his arm, yet he still wore a confident smile. Don't worry, this little display won't scare me. Next is the real killing blow. After saying this, Lin Yi stepped forward. Then, he lightly snapped his fingers and calmly said, Moonlight Hunters, it's time, use the Eclipse Arrow to detonate the mark on this black dragon. Upon hearing Lin Yi's command, all the Moonlight Hunters almost simultaneously shot a silver-white arrow that glimmered like moonlight. Only then did the Elven Queen notice that a dense accumulation of eclipse marks had already formed above the Soul Death Black Dragon's head. Lin Yi had refrained from detonating the lunar eclipse marks all this time, waiting for this very moment. He intended to use this strike to completely end the life of the Soul Black Dragon. Everything from start to finish had been within this man's expectations. At this thought, a strange light flickered in the beautiful eyes of the Elf Queen. Boom 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 boom. Under the effect of the lunar eclipse arrow, the lunar eclipse mark above the Soul Black Dragon's head was finally detonated. A massive amount of damage continuously floated out from above its head. The remaining 10% of the Soul Black Dragon's health was instantly reduced to zero. The dark energy ball that had been condensed in its mouth also dissipated along with its life. This 9th tier giant dragon fell before Lin Yi. This also meant that the crisis of the Emerald Forest had been resolved. Great! The demon dragon is dead. We won! Almost all the elves were shouting in unison. Even the usually noble and reserved Elf Queen could not hide her excitement, instinctively embracing Lin Yi beside her. For a moment, Lin Yi finally experienced what it felt like to be overwhelmed and at a loss. Lin Yi struggled a bit and awkwardly said, Your Majesty, I know you are exceptionally talented in some aspects, but if you don't let go soon, I might just suffocate. To death. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the Elf Queen's face flushed, and she quickly released her arms. Then, the system's notification sound rang out. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 9th tier boss, Sealed Soul Black Dragon, earning 5,000 Lord experience, 5,000 Hero experience, 10,000 gold coins, and 500 reputation points. As the first player in the world to kill a 9th tier boss, do you wish to make a server-wide announcement? It seems like it hasn't been long since my last server-wide announcement, right? Wouldn't it be too ostentatious to do it again so soon? Sigh, being excellent indeed comes with many troubles. Lin Yi, I choose to make a server-wide announcement. Just as he finished speaking, the entire world channel was once again flooded with his announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Huaxia region, Nightfall, for becoming the first player in the world to kill a 9th tier boss. Congratulations to the Lord of the Huaxia region, Nightfall, for becoming the first player in the world to kill a 9th tier boss. Congratulations to the Lord of the Huaxia region, Nightfall, for becoming the first player in the world to kill a 9th tier boss. Actually, I also wanted to be low-key. Unfortunately, my strength doesn't allow it. After the familiar name of Nightfall flooded the screen, the entire world once again erupted into a frenzy. My god, it's that Nightfall again, less than a week after the server opened and he got the first kill on a 9th tier boss? Is this even fair to others? How can it be so fast? I haven't even produced a 4th tier unit yet. He must be cheating, this guy is definitely cheating. I want to report him. Report my ass, this is our Huaxia region's god. Once he develops, he'll directly slaughter the East Japan and beat the Koreans. Well said, I support the god Nightfall. Lin Yi briefly browsed through the comments and then directly closed the world channel. Compared to that, he was more concerned about what good loot the sealed 9th tier Black Dragon would drop for him. The massive experience gained from killing the 9th tier boss directly raised his lord level to 3. As for the 5,000 hero experience, it was evenly split between Aver and Rodhart, allowing each of them to level up by 2 levels. Afterwards, Lin Yi made a simple rope ladder from vines and climbed down the cliff, quickly arriving beside the corpse of the Soul Black Dragon. This level of boss is a treasure all over, and even its corpse is a rare find. Lin Yi wasted no time and directly led everyone to start collecting the dragon's corpse in front of them. The system's prompt sounded continuously. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully collected 5 soul dragon scales. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully collected 1 heart of the Soul Black Dragon. Ding, congratulations! You have collected 2 black dragon eyes. Ding, you have successfully collected 10 soul dragon bones. Ding, you have successfully collected. These materials are excellent treasures for forging or alchemy. After thoroughly collecting the corpse of the Soul Black Dragon, Lin Yi then walked deeper into the cave. Logically, there should be some good items hidden near a boss of this level, either strategic treasures or high-level chests. As Lin Yi expected, after some exploration, he indeed saw a treasure chest shimmering with dazzling silver light deep in the cave. Such a brilliant luster indicated that this was definitely not a silver chest, but a diamond chest of higher quality than a platinum chest. I never expected that there would be a diamond chest in the lair of this Soul Black Dragon. Lin Yi took a deep breath and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he quickly walked up and opened the treasure chest at the first opportunity. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully opened the diamond chest and obtained. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully opened the diamond chest and obtained 1 mythical level talent stone, 1 essence of the Soul Black Dragon, and 100,000 gold coins. Just a single treasure chest brought Lin Yi an income of 100,000 gold coins. The rarity of the diamond chest was indeed extraordinary. However, for Lin Yi, the amount of gold coins was not that important. His attention was more focused on those 2 items. Lin Yi took out the 2 items from the chest, and their attributes quickly appeared before his eyes. Mythical level talent stone, special item, one-time item, item description. After use, it can elevate one of the Lord's talents from high level to mythical level. Essence of the Soul Black Dragon, special item, one-time item, item description. The essence cultivated within the Soul Black Dragon, exuding an evil aura, requires enough necromantic energy to activate. Once activated, the user can summon a fully formed Soul Black Dragon for 30 minutes. Necromantic energy, 0/10,000. After seeing the attributes of these 2 items, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Without any hesitation, he chose to use the mythical level talent stone. This item's effect is extremely special, allowing him to elevate 1 lord talent from high level to mythical level. The only high level talent Lin Yi had was the high level Eagle Eye technique. Ding, you have successfully used the mythical level talent stone, and the high level Eagle Eye technique has now been upgraded to mythical level Eagle Eye technique. Mythical level Eagle Eye technique talent description. The range of all your ranged troops plus 50%, critical hit rate plus 10%. After the Eagle Eye technique was upgraded to mythical level, not only was the range increased by 20%, but an additional 10% critical hit rate was also added. In addition, Lin Yi's vision became much broader. It is known that the normal range of vision for a person is usually between 1,000 to 2,000 meters. But now, even Objects 5,000 meters away are clearly visible to Lin Yi. Clearly, this is also the effect brought by the mythical level eagle eye technique. His current eyesight is even enough to rival those sharpshooters. As for the essence of the soul black dragon, although it cannot be used for now, it is undoubtedly a treasure. As long as he collects enough necromantic energy, Lin Yi will be able to summon the soul black dragon at its peak. He has experienced the power of the soul black dragon firsthand, and that was while it was sealed. If the seal is lifted, the power would be utterly terrifying. As for how to obtain necromantic energy, if Lin Yi is not mistaken, it should naturally come from battle. This essence should automatically draw the corresponding necromantic energy from the corpses on the battlefield. The only pity is that the soul black dragon summoned through this essence can only exist for half an hour. Otherwise, with a 9th tier boss as his subordinate in the early stages of the game, Lin Yi could easily dominate the Eternal Continent. Not a small harvest, time to head back. Lin Yi stored all the materials and items, satisfied as he chose to return. The mysterious map obtained from the academy had brought him too many surprises. If he hadn't rushed over immediately, the opportunities in the verdant forest would likely have been snatched away by others. However, at this stage, apart from himself, there really aren't many players who could deal with the black dragon. On the cliff. After returning to the verdant forest, the elves had prepared a feast for Lin Yi. All the elves sang and danced at the banquet, each face beaming with genuine smiles. They were celebrating the long-awaited peace. With the threat of the demon dragon resolved, there would finally be no more undead creatures attacking the verdant forest. And Lin Yi was their hero. At the banquet, the fruit wine brewed by the elves was incredibly sweet. Even Lin Yi couldn't resist and drank several cups. Perhaps only Rodhart, being of the undead race, could withstand the temptation of the fine wine. Without any sense of smell or taste, he naturally had no interest in the exquisite drink. My lord, to be a hero under your command is the greatest honor of my life. I am willing to fight for you until the end of my life. After a few cups of fruit wine, Evel's cheeks flushed and she leaned softly against Lin Yi, yet she still expressed her heartfelt feelings. Ding, Evel's loyalty to you has increased by 1%, current loyalty is 87%. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Drinking wine can also increase a hero's loyalty? He didn't know why, but in just a few days, Evel's loyalty to him had already reached 87%. This truly left Lin Yi feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had never intended to actively pursue Evel, yet her loyalty to him was steadily climbing and it was about to break the 90% mark. However, this was actually understandable. One must know that Eternal Continent could almost be considered a real world. Almost all heroes possess independent thinking. For Evel, Lin Yi not only had great strength and exceptional strategy but also gave her enough respect, making him almost a perfect lord. Under such circumstances, Evel's soaring loyalty was quite reasonable. However, if this pace continues, it might not just be a simple relationship between lord and hero. Just then, the Elven Queen approached with a wine glass in hand. Today, she wore an outfit resembling an evening gown, her long hair cascading behind her, looking noble and elegant. Perhaps due to the wine, her face was slightly flushed and her beautiful eyes were pure yet enchanting, the bright moonlight casting a serene beauty on her flawless skin. The Elven Queen before him, as always, walked barefoot on the soft grass, her pristine feet touching the ground lightly. Lin Yi seemed to have understood the other party's intentions. However, he did not speak, instead quietly waiting for the other to take the initiative. Then, the Elf Queen knelt down on one knee before Lin Yi and softly said, I have come to fulfill my promise. From now on, you shall be my master. After Lin Yi resolved the crisis in the Emerald Forest, the Elf Queen also kept her word and chose to submit. Looking at the Elf Queen kneeling before him, Lin Yi helped her up. At the same time, he did not forget to say, you don't need to call me master. You can just call me lord like everyone else. The Elf Queen blinked her beautiful eyes, slightly puzzled, and asked, why? Lin Yi awkwardly explained, because the word master carries a certain connotation that can easily lead to misunderstandings. Although the Elf Queen still did not fully understand, since it was Lin Yi's command, she would naturally follow it unconditionally. Understood, Lord. The Elf Queen's voice, unlike Aver's mature tone, sounded more regal. Yet, the stunning queen, who should be seated on a throne, was now declaring her submission to him. Even someone as composed as Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. System prompt, Dear Lord, the Elf Queen Sophia has sworn loyalty to you and has become a hero under your command. The system prompt ringing in his ears solidified this fact. Then, Lin Yi calmly asked, Sophia, will you hate me? You are clearly the queen of the elves, yet from now on you will be a hero under my command. However, the Elf Queen shook her head. I do not hate you. If it weren't for your intervention, the entire Emerald Forest would likely have faced destruction. You saved this forest in my kin. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you as a way to repay this kindness. After hearing the Elf Queen's explanation, Lin Yi silently nodded. He could feel that her words were filled with gratitude, not resentment. Clearly, what she just said was her true feelings. A kind-hearted Elf Queen. That was Lin Yi's assessment of her. At the same time, it relieved a significant psychological burden from Lin Yi. Otherwise, he would always feel like he had forcibly taken this elf queen away. Thinking this, Lin Yi suddenly said, if you like, you can actually call me master in the future. The elf queen blinked in confusion. But didn't you just say it could easily lead to misunderstandings? Lin Yi, I just hadn't thought it through. Should I tell you that my true nature is at LSP? Upon reflection, having such a stunningly beautiful and outstanding elf queen call him master every day would be an absolute delight. He had been too hasty earlier, even trying to correct her. Just thinking about it made Lin Yi want to slap himself. Although he didn't know why Lin Yi suddenly changed his mind, the elf queen still covered her mouth and giggled. As you command, my master. Hearing Sophia's voice, Lin Yi felt a bit weak in his knees. Well, it must be said that while the voice was pleasant, listening to it too much could be quite taxing. Then, he lightly tapped with his right hand and directly checked the elf queen's attributes. Hero, Sophia, Epic Hero, Title, Elf Queen Level, 7 Health, 1650 over 1650 Mana, 850 Magic Attack, 440 to 590 Defense, 160 Strength, 45 Intelligence, 155 Skills, Vine. Entanglement, Forest's Greenlight, Sophia's Blessing Vine Entanglement. After use, it allows vines in a designated area to grow rapidly, causing a 10-second entanglement effect on enemies. Forest's Greenlight, Sophia raised her staff, emanating a green light infused with the breath of life, restoring 30% of all troops' health. Sophia's Blessing, the Elf Queen bestowed her blessing upon her troops, granting all units a plus 30% boost to all attributes for 90 seconds. Since Sophia was originally the Elf Queen of the Emerald Forest, she joined Lin Yi's team with a level 7 hero rank. In terms of hero rank, Sophia far surpassed Aver and Rodhart. At the same time, Lin Yi's expectations were correct. The Elf Queen was indeed a support-type healer hero. All of her skills were quite practical. Forest's Greenlight could heal teammates. Sophia's Blessing could grant teammates an all-attribute buff. As for Vine's Entwining, it was an excellent control skill that could even achieve the remarkable effect of splitting the battlefield when necessary. Upon reflection, if enemy forces launched an attack on Lin Yi, he could have Sophia use Vine's Entwining to control the opposing troops. Then, he could let Aver lead her archers to unleash a volley against them. The scene would be simply beautiful. By the way, Master, if possible, I hope you can give me a few days. Just as Lin Yi was browsing through Sophia's panel attributes, she suddenly spoke up. Lin Yi looked at her in confusion and asked, "Is there something wrong?" The Elf Queen softly replied, "It's not anything particularly important. I just want to stay in the Emerald Forest for a few more days to hand over my powers and say goodbye to everyone properly." Within the elf community, there was no phenomenon of power struggles. Elves generally viewed power with indifference, and those who could be elected as Elf Queen were usually truly capable individuals. "No problem." Lin Yi agreed without hesitation, smiling as he said, "You are a hero under my command, not my slave. You should have your own freedom. How about this? Once you finish these trivial matters, I'll come back here to pick you up in a week." The Elf Queen slightly bowed, a hint of joy unconsciously showing in her eyes. "Thank you, Master." Ding, Sophia's loyalty to you has increased by 2%. Current loyalty is 87%. Lin Yi, this can increase loyalty? Since the elves were inherently noble in character, coupled with Lin Yi saving the Emerald Forest, after the Elf Queen chose to submit, she had a base loyalty of 85%. Now, it had risen to 87%. This left Lin Yi feeling somewhat bewildered. He clearly hadn't done anything, so why did these female heroes all seem to enjoy self-advancement so much? Indeed, being too outstanding was a trouble in itself. Lin Yi roughly calculated that in the Emerald Forest he not only recruited 50 Moonlight Hunters and upgraded Eagle Eye to Mythic level, but also obtained a Soul of the Dead Black Dragon and finally brought the Elf Queen under his command, making for a bountiful harvest. However, since the hidden tasks here were considered complete, it was time for him to return and continue building his territory. The journey back was much smoother. Lin Yi took less than 2 days to return to his territory. The previous failed attack seemed to have severely weakened the Xiongtu Guild. To this day, they had not launched a second attack on Lin Yi's territory. Within his territory, the Crusader camp had been successfully completed. Recruiting a Crusader required 200 gold coins. For Lin Yi, this small amount of money was nothing at all. Without hesitation, he directly recruited 10 Crusaders. In the next moment, 10 well-equipped Crusaders appeared right in front of Lin Yi. Then, the Supreme God Ring radiated a silver glow, and the system prompt sounded. The ordinary unit under your command, Crusader, has successfully upgraded to the mythic unit, Sunfire Crusader. After the upgrade was completed, the Crusaders standing before Lin Yi underwent a tremendous transformation. The originally dark silver Crusader armor now bore dozens of golden patterns, radiating brilliance like the blazing sun. Moreover, the long swords in their hands were engulfed in an incredibly scorching flame, as if they were to incinerate all darkness in the world. Sunfire Crusader, Level 3, Race, Human. Tier, Mythic Attack, 100 to 145 Defense, 80 Health, 550 Skills. Heart of the Sun. The Sunfire Crusaders possess hearts as hot as the sun, they fear no death. When their health drops below 50%, their attacks will deal an additional 50% damage to enemies. Flame triple slash. The Sunfire Crusaders will launch 3 consecutive slashes at the enemy, each dealing 130% physical damage and an additional 20% fire damage. Dazzling charge. The Sunfire Crusaders connect their will with the thoughts of the god of light, charging towards the enemy and blinding all foes in front of them for 3 seconds. Perhaps due to having acquired too many mythic units, Lin Yi had begun to take it all in stride. However, despite this, the attributes of the Sunfire Crusaders still left him in awe. You can join Aver's forces, Lin Yi commanded, directly incorporating these 10 Sunfire Crusaders into Aver's ranks. After all, Rodhart was a necromancer hero, and his subordinates were a bunch of undead creatures. Lin Yi worried that integrating the Sunfire Crusaders would blind those undead creatures' eyes. After Lin Yi returned, the builders within the territory began to get busy again. After all, his lord level had risen to level 3, unlocking a batch of construction permissions. Level 3 Administrative Hall, Level 2 Farmhouses, Level 2 Archer Ranges, Level 2 Gunner Camps, all of these could now be arranged. The higher the level of the barracks, the more troops he could recruit each week. In his past life, those lords who were keen on war almost all prioritized upgrading their barracks to the maximum level. As for resources, just go plunder from others. Farming was a dead end, waging war to sustain war was the way to go. However, although Lin Yi was also in need of resources, he did not need to plunder others. At this stage, almost all lords were broke, with hardly any profit to be had. To quickly gather resources, he could only resort to another method. It's time to gather some resources and build up the second territory. Lin Yi pondered, then directly walked into the auction house within the territory. This was a place for players to trade with each other. Of course, sometimes the system would also sell some good items in the auction house. Whether one could buy them depended on luck. Then, without hesitation, Lin Yi began to list his golden strategic treasures one after another. He marked each golden treasure with a price of 1 million gold coins. Such a high price would naturally deter any player from buying. However, Lin Yi's intention was not to sell these treasures but to attract attention. This way, people would come to him to negotiate. By that time, Lin Yi could smoothly exchange these treasures for resources. Undoubtedly, the few golden treasures Lin Yi listed instantly ignited the entire auction house. The auction house channel erupted in a commotion, like a stone thrown into a pond creating ripples. My god, why are there suddenly so many strategic treasures? And they're all golden level? Which great deity put up this strategic treasure? The attributes are just too amazing, I'm practically drooling. Didn't you see? These treasures have the auctioneer's name behind them. It's that Black Knight Mityan who cleared the nightmare level dungeon. Damn, it really is Black Knight Mityan. But isn't the price too high? 1 million gold for each item, who the hell can afford that? Bro, have you considered that the Great Black Knight might not even want to sell? He might just be showing off. Wow, now that you mention it, that does make some sense. Damn it, when I get rich later, I want to do the same, it's just too flashy. I never expected that after all my hard work to get a single silver level treasure, Black Knight Mityan has already started wholesaling gold level treasures. Truly, I don't understand the world of the greats. Lin Yi watched the heated discussions among the players with great interest, quietly waiting for a buyer. Although he had opened private chat, most of the messages were from people wanting to be his underlings. There were even some who went too far, claiming to be beautiful models, saying that if Lin Yi was willing to give them a gold-level treasure, they would fly to his city and let him have his way for 3 days. Of course, Lin Yi chose to ignore such green tea bitches. What a joke. Is Aver not cool enough, or is the elf queen not beautiful enough? Why would I bother with someone like you? Head, get lost. However, amidst the barrage of messages, Lin Yi finally caught a useful one. The message was from a player named Blood Rose. Blood Rose, friend, are you willing to part with those gold-level treasures you have listed in the auction house? Blood Rose, I am sincerely looking to buy, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Looking at the message from Blood Rose, a flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. The name sounded extremely familiar. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Blood Rose was one of the top 10 lords in Huaxia. Moreover, she was the only female lord among the top 10. If Lin Yi wasn't mistaken, Blood Rose had an incredibly strong personality and was decisively ruthless. This also led to the fact that, despite her stunning beauty, very few foolish men dared to have designs on her. In his previous life, when the Eastern Japan lords launched a surprise attack on the Huaxia region, plundering countless resources and treasures, Blood Rose immediately charged into the Eastern Japan region without a second thought. Within 3 days, she slaughtered 100 cities. This action completely enraged the entire Ingdao region. At that time, 3 of the top 10 lords from Eastern Japan joined forces to attack Blood Rose. Yet the final result was, Blood Rose broke through the encirclement and escaped unscathed. Moreover, before leaving, she coldly left behind 2 sentences. You harm 100 of my Huaxia people, I will slaughter 100 cities in Eastern Japan. Those who offend Huaxia, no matter how far, will be punished. After recalling memories about Blood Rose, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for her. Compared to those who only know how to pose and preen, she is truly a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. However, although Lin Yi respected her, business still had to be done. He wasn't the type to be a sycophant who couldn't move when he saw a woman. Lin Yi then replied directly, "Name your price, if it's reasonable, we can trade directly." Blood Rose's message quickly came back, 30 million for one treasure, how about that? If you agree, I can transfer the money to your account right now. Lin Yi frowned, you mean cash? Sorry, I'm not interested in money. A month later, everyone on Earth, regardless of gender or age, will be forced into the world of Eternal Continent. By then, the money in the real world will just be waste paper, too hard even for wiping. Blood Rose was slightly taken aback. She clearly didn't expect Lin Yi to give such an answer. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke again, or if you're interested in sports cars, I happen to have a few idle ones in my garage. Bugatti Veyron, Lamborghini Veneno, Rolls-Royce Phantom. If you like, I can trade these sports cars with you. Lin Yi then remembered that Blood Rose seemed to be a top-tier rich girl in the real world, so she probably wasn't short on money. Anyone who could get close to such a rich girl would definitely save 30 years of hard work. Even living off her would not be a big problem. Unfortunately, that was not what Lin Yi wanted. He sighed and calmly said, "Sorry, I think you must have misunderstood my meaning. I'm not interested in anything that can be bought with money. My treasures can only be exchanged for resources. In the Huaxia region, in the northern domain, within a territory." A pure-looking, hot-bodied long-legged beauty couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her face. Is this for real? Is there really someone in this world who is not interested in money? I offered to trade top sports cars for his strategic treasures, and yet, I was directly rejected? Blood Rose bit her silver teeth and replied again, how do you exchange for resources? One golden-level treasure can be exchanged for 10,000 resources, which can be any one of wood, iron ore, or gem mine. By the way, I don't accept gold coins because I don't lack them. After seeing Lin Yi's reply, Blood Rose was almost grinding her teeth in frustration. Why don't you just go rob someone? The game has only just opened for a few days. Where would you get so many resources? Dark Knight said, that's not my concern. If you find it difficult, I won't force you to buy. Blood Rose took a deep breath. I have to say, she really wanted those few golden-level treasures in Lin Yi's hands. Even getting one would allow her to quickly gain an advantage in the early game. Although Eternal Continent is just a game, its realism completely transcends the realm of games, reaching an incomparable level. Given time, Eternal Continent is very likely to become humanity's second world. Although it has only been a few days since the launch, Blood Rose has already foreseen all of this with her advanced strategic vision. It is precisely because of this that she is willing to spend tens of millions to buy those treasures from Lin Yi. Unfortunately, the other party is completely ungrateful. After hesitating for a moment, Blood Rose gritted her teeth and replied again, alright, I will go gather resources now. Please be sure to reserve one treasure for me. Dark Knight, first come, first served. Buy quickly if you want. Blood Rose. This guy is really infuriating. Whether in looks, ability, or family background, she is top-notch. Wherever she goes, she is the center of attention. But this guy named Dark Knight almost made her so angry. She could explode with just a few words. Blood Rose didn't dare to delay and immediately chose to log off. Then, she picked up her phone from the table and immediately made a video call. The call was quickly answered. On the screen appeared a cute little girl with twin ponytails. The little girl blinked her dark eyes and smiled, saying, "Sis, you actually have time to call me. You've been in the game pod all day. I thought you were going to become a gaming addict." Rose was annoyed. "Stop talking nonsense. I'll transfer 50 million to you. Go acquire as many resources for Eternal Continent as you can, and do it fast." The pigtail-wearing loli pouted, looking wronged. Using child labor is against the law. Rose's face hardened. "Go now, or I'll freeze all your bank cards." "Wah, I'm going. Big sis is so mean." "Alright, stop the act. Do you want me to punch the wah right out of you?" Rose rolled her eyes and said, "Do this for me, and I'll give you a gold-grade treasure." "A gold-grade strategic treasure?" The loli's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh my god, really? Where did you get it, big sis?" Rose was initially a little smug, but when she remembered the phrase, hurry and buy, first come, first serve, her teeth clenched with anger. "Don't ask questions. Just hurry up and get the resources for me. If you mess this up, I'll spank your little butt until it's red." The loli playfully stuck out her tongue. "Hee, I don't believe you." Besides Rose, many others had also asked Lin Yi for the price of the treasure. However, after hearing his response, most players backed off. After all, in the early stages of the game, not many lords could spare 10,000 resources. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's ear. "System notification, the Necro's Roar you put up for auction has been purchased by the player Wang Chuan Fugue. The auction price was 1 million gold coins. After a 5% transaction fee, you have received a total of 950,000 gold coins." Lin Yi was stunned. His first thought was that he must have made a mistake with the price. He then used his finger to count the zeros. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. Lin Yi was speechless. It was indeed a million gold coins with 6 zeros. Even after the transaction fee, he still had 950,000 gold coins. I put it up for 1 million just so people would bargain with me, he thought. Who would have thought that someone would be more ruthless than him and actually buy it directly for 1 million gold coins? Was this Wang Chuanfu Gue some kind of idiot son of a rich family? This sudden windfall of over 900,000 gold coins was like a pie falling from the sky, leaving Lin Yi's head spinning. Just then, the other party sent him a message. Wang Chuanfu Gue, brother, your 1,000,000 gold coins was really expensive. It almost drained my entire savings. Lin Yi, is it not supposed to be expensive? I never thought anyone would actually buy it. After a moment of silence, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, friend, the game just started. Where did you get so much money? In Lin Yi's opinion, unless he had some special opportunity, there was no way this person could have collected 1,000,000 gold coins in just a few days. Wang Chuanfu Gue chuckled. It's nothing, really. With the ultimate gaming pod, you get 10,000 gold coins when you log in, right? I just bought 200 of them and had my dad's employees log in and transfer all their gold coins to me. Then I had them keep grinding for more gold. Lin Yi. If he remembered correctly, one ultimate gaming pod cost 200,000, so 200 of them would be 40 million. Good grief. And here he was thinking the guy had some special opportunity. It was all because of the power of money. However, it was pretty smart of this guy to think of this method. Spending 1,000,000 gold coins on a gold-grade treasure was truly a case of rich people being reckless. Then, Wang Chuanfu Gue spoke again. Brother, let's add each other as friends. If you find anything good in the future, just come to me, money is not a problem. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi chose to accept the friend's request. He had to admit that having such a local tycoon as a friend could indeed reduce a lot of trouble. At the very least, if Lin Yi had any treasures he didn't need in the future, he could sell them directly to him. After Lin Yi accepted the friend request, a look of excitement immediately appeared on Wang Chuanfu Gue's face. Great! Lord of the Night, I finally got your friend request. You are now the #1 in our Huaxia region. With this friend of mine, even if I go out to brag, I have some face. Wang Chuanfu Gue chuckled, looking like a sycophant. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized. It turned out that the other party had long known his identity. Willing to spend 1,000,000 gold coins was not just to buy a treasure but also to make a friend. It seemed that this Wang Chuanfu Gue was not as foolish as he had imagined. After finishing the conversation with Wang Chuanfu Gue, Lin Yi patiently waited for another hour and finally waited for Blood Rose. He had to say, her efficiency was indeed quite high. In just a short hour, she had gathered all the resources Lin Yi needed. 20,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of iron ore, in exchange for 4 pieces of golden grey treasures, is that okay? Blood Rose asked, cautiously, afraid that Lin Yi would tell her they were all sold out. After all, she knew very well how sought after golden grey treasures were. Lin Yi was silent for a moment and asked, no gem mines? Gem mines are too rare, I only collected 5,000 units. If you need them, I can give them to you as a bonus. Lin Yi shook his head, no need. He didn't want to owe her a favor over such a trivial matter. Besides, he had plenty of gold coins on hand and could just go to the auction house to buy some gem mines at a high price. Then let's trade directly. I have put the treasures on consignment, you can just bid on them. Okay. Blood Rose nodded excitedly. Soon, the transaction was completed. The resources in Lin Yi's territory suddenly became abundant. Thank you very much. After receiving the golden grade treasures, Blood Rose looked overjoyed, seemingly forgetting that she had almost bitten her silver teeth in anger earlier. Then, she proactively said, how about we add each other as friends? We can collaborate. Next time. Lin Yi pondered for 2 seconds and said, ahem, to be honest, someone just spent a whole 1,000,000 gold coins to add me as a friend. Blood Rose? The clown turned out to be me? In the end, Lin Yi still added Blood Rose as a friend. After all, he admired her past deeds of bloodily washing Ing Island. Moreover, friend slots weren't worth much. They were just convenient for contact. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi directly splurged, spending a total of 200,000 gold coins to purchase 20,000 units of crystal ore at the auction house. With this, the materials for building the second territory were completely gathered. Then, Lin Yi left the auction house, took Rodhart and the construction workers from his territory, and headed out to find a suitable open space. After walking for most of the day, Lin Yi finally found a suitable open area. He took out the cemetery construction order from his backpack and chose to use it without hesitation. Building a cemetery requires 200,000 gold coins, 20,000 wood, 20,000 iron, 20,000 crystal ore, and will take 48 hours. Do you confirm the construction? Lin Yi nodded heavily. Confirm, start construction immediately. After Lin Yi issued the command, the construction workers beside him quickly began to get busy. Building the cemetery would take a total of 48 hours, but under the effect of the Supreme God Ring, it could be completed in just 24 hours. He had already made plans. Once the cemetery was completed, he would definitely build the city defense facilities for the 2 territories. Structures like the Watchtower, Arrow Tower, Magic Tower, and City Wall all belong to the category of defensive buildings. The Watchtower was used to expand visibility and prevent enemy ambushes. The Arrow Tower and Magic Tower could shoot arrows and magical projectiles to inflict damage on the attacking forces. As for the City Wall, it was naturally used to hinder the enemy's siege troops. Of course, besides these, there were many more advanced defensive buildings. For instance, the Flame Tower could scorch enemies with fireballs. The Obstacle Tower could turn the ground before the city into a swamp. And even, there was the Beast Tower that could summon guardian beasts. However, these special buildings, while having incredibly strong defensive effects, required special blueprints to construct. It should be noted that Eternal Continent had been live for some time. The vast majority of players had already figured out the gameplay of this game. This directly led to the wars between lords becoming increasingly frequent. By that time, relying solely on some defensive troops might not be enough to protect one's territory. If Lin Yi wanted his territory to be as solid as a fortress, he had to build the defensive facilities as soon as possible. A day later, the cemetery territory was successfully established. Compared to the bright and sunny human territories, the cemetery territory appeared lifeless. Even the sky above was gray, as if it were a desolate land devoid of life. Next, I can finally build the cemetery territory. Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Rodhart beside him, smiling as he said, "Prince of the Undead, soon your troops will have a new batch of undead creatures." Rodhart knelt on one knee. Everything is the grace of Lord. After first constructing the Lord's Hall, Lin Yi unhesitatingly began to build the barracks. First-tier barracks, Skeleton Graveyard, can recruit skeletons. Second-tier barracks, Zombie Cemetery, can recruit zombies. Third-tier barracks, Ghost Tower, can recruit ghosts. Due to Lin Yi's insufficient Lord level, he was temporarily unable to build the fourth-tier Vampire Palace. However, among all the fourth-tier units of various races, vampires were definitely top-tier. In his previous life, there was a popular saying among players: if you can't quickly deal with a vampire army, believe me, they will soon turn all your units into mummies. The terrifying aspect of vampires lay in their extremely powerful recovery ability. As long as they weren't killed instantly, they could quickly recover from their injuries by sucking blood. Looks like I need to think of a way to level up quickly, Lin Yi murmured to himself. Whether it's the fourth-tier Griffin of the humans or the fourth-tier Vampire of the Undead, they are both top-notch units. If I could upgrade them to mythic level, that would be incredibly strong. In order to quickly construct the Skeleton Graveyard, Zombie Cemetery, and Ghost Tower, Lin Yi even spent over a dozen building acceleration cards. These were rewards that could only be obtained by completing special tasks. Each building acceleration card could directly reduce the construction time by 30 minutes. Of course, all the building acceleration cards in Lin Yi's possession were purchased from the auction house at a price of 5,000 gold each. Sorry, but having money really allows one to do as they please. From these 3 barracks, Lin Yi successively recruited 20 skeleton soldiers, 10 zombies, and 3 ghosts. Then, the effect of the Supreme God Ring activated. The skeleton soldier upgraded to Death God Skeleton. The zombie upgraded to Plague Zombie. The ghost upgraded to Hellish Evil Spirit. As for the Death God Skeleton, there's no need to elaborate. Lin Yi had already obtained quite a few of them. The Plague Zombie and Hellish Evil Spirit, these 2 mythic level units, he was seeing for the first time. Compared to ordinary zombies, the Plague Zombie not only had its base attributes significantly enhanced but also gained a rather unique ability. That is, Plague Explosion. When in a critical state, the Plague Zombie would charge directly into the enemy formation, forcibly self-destructing, dealing damage to the enemy while releasing a large amount of plague gas. Any enemy that came into contact with the plague gas would fall into a poisoned state, suffering a 20% reduction in all attributes and continuous toxin damage. After seeing this skill, even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This special skill was simply too dirty. Just imagine, when 2 armies are facing off, ready to engage in battle, suddenly a horde of plague zombies bursts out from Lin Yi's side. Then, they would charge wildly into the crowd, immediately self-destructing. Large clouds of green poison would spread out, and before the battle even officially began, your army's combat power would already be halved. It felt like both sides were about to team up, and you and your 4 teammates suddenly stepped on Teemo's poison mushroom. The word that comes to mind is disgusting. From now on, if anyone dares to offend me, I'll just drag the plague zombies to block their city gates. Lin Yi smirked, revealing a meaningful smile. As for the Hellish Evil Spirit, it didn't have any special features, just 2 additional damage skills. In terms of overall attributes, it was even inferior to the Sun Crusaders. However, it's normal for there to be strong and weak units among different types. Each race has its own advantages. Now that the second territory was nearly completed, Lin Yi was naturally ready to proceed with the next step of his plan. He listed out 2 relatively important tasks he still had. First, to go to the verdant forest and bring Sophia to his side. It had been a long time since he heard the voice of the Elf Queen, and he found himself missing her a bit. Second, of course, was to quickly raise his lord level to level 4 so he could recruit the tier 4 units, Griffin, and Vampire. If there was still extra time, he also needed to find a moment to wipe out the Xiong 2 guild. After all, he hadn't settled the score from the last time. Just as Lin Yi was contemplating this, a message from Wang Quanfu Gue suddenly came through. Dark Knight God, are you free? Lin Yi replied, is there something? Wang Quanfu Gue's message popped up again. It's like this: while I was doing a chain quest, I suddenly triggered a hidden quest. However, this quest, with just my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete it. What hidden quest? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Wang Quanfu Gue then continued, it's a hidden quest regarding the extermination of the Dragon Man territory. I received this quest from an NPC named Sir Ors. Sir Ors. This name instantly activated Lin Yi's memories, because the knight had a rather famous nickname, Green Hat Knight. The reason he had such a nickname was mainly related to his personal experiences. Young Sir Ors was handsome and charming, from a wealthy family, and had a beautiful wife. His only hobby was to travel with his wife to various places. However, during their travels, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Wolves and his wife were directly robbed by a group of dragonmen, losing not only all their possessions but also becoming captives of the dragonmen. Dragonmen are a hybrid species born from the union of dragons and humans, possessing a physique nearly as powerful as that of dragons and inheriting the brutal and depraved nature of their dragon ancestors. Even after thoroughly plundering Olza's wealth, the dragonmen showed no intention of letting them go. They set their sights on Olza's beautiful wife, ruthlessly stripping her of her clothes and binding her to a wooden stake. Moreover, these wicked dragonmen brought Olza along, and before his eyes, they wantonly violated his wife. Ultimately, unable to bear the humiliation, his wife was driven to bite her tongue and take her own life. This incident left Olza with a profound shadow. In the end, he managed to escape from the dragonmen's clutches. Although no one knew how he survived, he still could not forget the harm the dragonmen had inflicted upon him. He spent all his wealth to issue a quest to everyone, offering a bounty for the blood of the dragonmen. 10 portions of dragonmen blood could be exchanged for 100 lord experience points and 1,000 gold coins. Furthermore, this was one of the few repeatable chain quests in Eternal Continent. Thus, the title of Cuckolded Baron began to spread. Then, Lin Yi curiously asked, tell me in detail, how did you receive this quest? In his previous life, he had never heard of any player receiving a hidden quest from Olza. Wang Chuanfu replied, actually, it's nothing special. I just bought a lot of dragonmen blood at a high price from the market and repeated this chain quest 1,000 times. Lin Yi, you call that nothing special? What kind of serious person would casually repeat 1,000 chain quests? Wang Chuanfu continued, after I submitted the 1,000th quest, Sir Olza suddenly told me he found a dragonmen camp where a large number of dragonmen were gathered. He said he wanted to follow me to exterminate those dragonmen as a way to avenge his wife. Moreover, he promised that after the deed was done, he would give me a generous reward. After hearing Wang Chuanfu's account, Lin Yi couldn't help but nod. It seemed this could indeed be a hidden quest. However, Lin Yi remained calm and asked, what is the troop distribution like at that dragonmen camp? Wang Chuanfu replied, all of them are above tier 3, and in addition, there are a large number of tier 4 troops and a few tier 5 troops. Lin Yi was surprised. There are even tier 5 troops? Wang Chuanfu flattered, otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you. At this time, throughout the entire Huaxia region, only you, the great night god, could help me clear the dragonmen camp. And I assure you, I won't shortchange you. We'll split the quest rewards, and on top of that, I'll give you an extra 500,000 gold coins as a reward for your hard work. I must say, this Wang Chuanfu in front of me really had no airs of a young master, acting like a complete sycophant. Although Lin Yi wasn't swayed by this, he didn't find it unpleasant either. After all, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and then said, I can accompany you. However, I don't need any extra compensation, I just want the priority selection of treasures. If you can accept that, then send me the coordinates. Wang Chuanfu was overjoyed. I can accept that, of course. Great God, the coordinates of the dragonmen camp are. In less than a few seconds, Wang Chuanfu sent over the coordinates of the dragonmen camp. Lin Yi took a glance. The coordinates were not far from his current location, and moreover, he is now a tier 3 lord and his marching speed has greatly improved. If he were to rush over now, it would take him about a day. Thus, Lin Yi directly said, give me 1 day, let's meet tomorrow at noon in front of the dragonman camp. No problem, great God. The next day, after a day of trekking, Lin Yi finally arrived at the agreed location with Wang Quanfu Gue. Great God, I'm here. A chubby little man ran over, panting and excitedly greeting Lin Yi. Upon seeing the other's face, even Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. You are Wang Xiaosong? Wang Xiaosong, the son of the richest man in China. He once left behind a famous saying, I never care if my friends have money, they can't be richer than me anyway. No wonder this guy spends money so lavishly. It turns out he is the son of the richest man in China. But Does your dad know you're being a sycophant in the game?
Wang Quanfu Gue chuckled, as expected of the great god. You recognized me and still remain so calm.
No time to waste, let's quickly go and eliminate the Dragon Man camp.
Next to Wang Quanfu Gue stood two others.
One was a dark-skinned silver-haired elf holding an ebony longbow.
The other was a tall man with a serious expression.
The former was Wang Quanfu Gue's hero.
As for the latter, he was naturally Sir Green Hat, Ols. Ols gazed at the Dragon Man camp ahead, his fists clenched in anger. Warriors, I implore you to kill all those evil
Dragon Men to comfort the spirit of my deceased wife.
Wang Quanfu Gue patted his shoulder and said boldly, don't worry, bro, we will definitely wipe out those Dragon Men who slept with your wife.
Lin Yi, you really know how to talk.
After reuniting with Lin Yi, Wang Quanfu Gue prepared to launch an attack on the Dragon Man camp.
He cautiously
asked, Great God, once we go in, you'll be the main damage dealer, and I'll support you from the side.
This arrangement should be fine, right? Lin Yi glanced at the troops behind him and said lightly, no need, I'll be the main damage dealer, you just need to shout 666 from the side. Wang Quanfu Gue? As expected of the Dark Knight Great God. However, halfway there, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. He felt that Ulza's expression just now was somewhat strange. Lin Yi sensed that there was a glimmer of expectation in the other's eyes, but not a trace of mourning for his deceased wife. The feeling of expectation, Lin Yi could understand. After all, avenging a long-standing grudge would excite anyone, but at such a time, shouldn't one mourn for their deceased wife? Was it really strange, or just his illusion? Wang Quanfu Gue's words interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. Great God, in less than a kilometer ahead is the Dragon Man camp. Are we going for a frontal assault or looking for an opportunity to flank?
Lin Yi decisively replied, let's go for a frontal assault. With enough confidence in his forces, charging straight in was the best choice. Under Lin Yi's command, the army continued to advance, soon being spotted by the
Dragon Man scouts. Enemy attack, enemy attack.
The few Dragon Man scouts immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, warning their comrades.
In the camp, whoosh, at that moment, an arrow shot through the air, piercing the throat of one of the Dragon Man scouts. The shooter was, of course, Aver. She lowered her longbow and said, so noisy. Looking at the strikingly heroic Aver, Wang Quanfu Gue was almost wide-eyed. What a handsome hero, the great god truly lives up to his name. Even the heroes under his command are so formidable. After that, Dragon Scouts issued a warning. Large groups of Dragon Men surged out from the camp. The ordinary Dragon Men are merely Tier 3 units. However, the elite Dragon Men, clad in armor with claws as sharp as blades, are Tier 4 units. Looking at the massive army of Dragon Men before him, Wang Quanfu couldn't help but swallow hard. Night God, can you hold on? Lin Yi showed no hesitation and immediately issued orders. All troops, attack. Crush them. Rodhart was the first to act. He used necromancy to summon a large number of undead creatures. Then, he activated necromantic sacrifice, boosting the attributes of all the undead under his command. With a long howl, Rodhart led the invigorated undead army into a charge against the Dragonman's camp. On the other side, Aver also led her troops into the fray. The Holy Flame Lancers and the Sun Crusaders took the lead, piercing into the Dragonman's ranks like a sharp blade. The Holy Flame Lancers were manageable, being only Tier 1 units with limited strength. Once they faced the elite Dragonmen, they found it somewhat challenging. But the Tier 3 Sun Crusaders unleashed an incredibly fierce fighting power. The long swords in their hands burned with flames like a raging fire. Each swing could sever a Dragonman's head. Moreover, their dazzling charge could blind the Dragonmen for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the Dragonmen were practically blind, unable to resist as the Sun Crusaders slaughtered them. The advantage of mythic tier units was vividly displayed at this moment. Although both the Sun Crusaders and the Dragonmen were Tier 3 units, the former had an almost overwhelming strength against the latter. Roar! An elite Dragonman roared as he raised his sharp claws, ready to tear apart the Sun Crusader before him. However, at that moment, a moonlight arrow instantly pierced through his body. The next second, the eclipse mark erupted, dealing damage that took away his meager health. After the melee troops charged, the archers behind Aver began to unleash firepower against the enemy like beasts, revealing their fangs. Moreover, Lin Yi now had more than just the 5 divine punishment archers from before. The 15 moonlight hunters evolved from elven archers were now his true main force. Under a volley from the moonlight hunters, at least 20 or 30 dragonmen fell to the rain of arrows. This was no battle, it was clearly a massacre. Wang Quanfu was utterly stunned. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but murmur, my goodness, are these dragonmen made of paper? How can one arrow take one down? Isn't this a bit too ferocious? Watching the almost terrifying output of the Moonlight Hunters, Wang Quanfu couldn't help but swallow hard. This was no ordinary unit. Their strength was nearly on par with heroes. Thinking of this, Wang Quanfu turned to the silver-haired elf beside him. Can you take down a Tier 3 dragon man with one arrow? The silver-haired elf shook her head slightly in shame and whispered, sorry, I am incapable. Wang Quanfu couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, comparing people can be infuriating. However, he was glad he had the foresight to cling to the night god's leg in advance. That 1 million gold coins was truly worth it. Thinking of this, Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yi was right. This battle didn't require him to do anything at all. The only thing he could do was stand by and shout how awesome the big boss was, because the troops under Lin Ye's command were truly formidable. In less than 5 minutes, the dragonkin before him had already suffered heavy casualties. Wang Chuanfu roughly calculated that at least 200 to 300 dragonkin had fallen. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's troops had lost less than 1/20th of their number. This kind of casualty ratio could only be described as terrifying. However, just then, a roar like a dragon's cry suddenly erupted from deep within the dragonkin camp. In the next moment, dozens of dragonkin guards surrounded a towering figure, covered in bright red dragon scales, stepping out of the camp. Clearly, this was the final boss of the dragonkin camp, a 6th-tier boss, the leader of the dragonkin. Although Lin Yi had previously killed a 9th-tier boss, that was when the soul-devouring black dragon was sealed and unable to move, which allowed him to wear it down from a distance. Facing a 6th-tier boss was a first for him since his rebirth. However, Lin Yi showed no fear. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. As a boss, the dragonkin leader naturally had a grand presence, flanked by dozens of fierce-looking dragonkin guards covered in earthy yellow scales. These dragonkin guards were even a tier higher than the elite dragonkin. They roared like beasts, drooling with a foul stench. Their sharp claws seemed capable of tearing through steel. Lin Yi waved his right hand, directly commanding dozens of death god skeletons to charge forward. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the dragonkin guards. One of the dragonkin guards swiped its claws and the death god skeleton before it was instantly torn apart. The dragonkin guards were 5th-tier units, and those following the dragonkin leader were elite monsters. Even though the death god skeleton was a 1st-tier mythical unit, it was still lacking in comparison to these dragonkin guards. The proactive attack of the death god skeleton completely ignited the ferocity within the dragonkin guards. They bared their fangs and charged towards Lin Ye's troops with a roar. Maintain formation. Don't panic, Lin Yi calmly issued the order, his expression unchanged. Although these dragonkin guards were brutal, their numbers were extremely limited. As long as the front line could withstand the damage, the backline moonlight archers would soon turn them into pincushions. Seeing the enemy charging fiercely, even Rodhart and Aver joined the battle. Rodhart gathered the souls onto his blade, and the blade of the undead slashed through the air, forcibly decapitating a dragonkin guard. Upon witnessing this, the remaining dragonkin guards rushed towards him. However, Aver directly unleashed a rain of illusions. A triple rain of arrows poured down, instantly clearing a space for Rodhart. A human hero and an undead hero were now working together in perfect harmony. Wang Chuanfu stared blankly at the scene before him. Great God, these two heroes of yours must be legendary-level heroes, right? The silver-haired elf under his command was a golden-level hero. In Wang Chuanfu's eyes, that was already quite impressive. But compared to the two heroes before Lin Yi, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. Not really. Wang Chuanfu jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. How is that possible? I've seen the world, you can't fool me. Lin Yi corrected him. They're really not legendary-level heroes, they're epic-level heroes. Wang Chuanfu. That hurts, bro. I shouldn't have asked that question. Wang Chuanfu took a deep breath, finally managing to calm his emotions. Then, he couldn't help but ask, Great God of Night, how did you do it? This has only just opened for a few days, and you've already recruited 2 epic-level heroes. Compared to you, I'm just trash on the ground. You're mistaken. Lin Yi corrected again. I actually have 3 epic-level heroes under my command, but I just haven't brought them all with me. Wang Quanfu Gui. At this moment, he just wanted to slap himself hard twice. Damn it, look at you running your mouth. Under the siege of Lin Ye's troops, the Dragon Man Guardians quickly suffered heavy casualties. And the final big boss, the Dragon Man Commander, finally joined the battlefield. Humans, you dare to provoke the dignity of the Dragon Man race. The Dragon Man Commander's figure leaped up and directly charged into the battlefield. Then, his crimson claws slashed down, directly tearing through the chest of a Sun Crusader. The strength of a 6th-tier boss is indeed terrifying. In front of the Dragon Man Commander, even a 3rd-tier mythical unit could not escape the fate of being instantly killed. After the Dragon Man Commander appeared, Sir Alls, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly became excited. Kill him, hurry up and kill him. Sir Alls said with immense enthusiasm, as long as you can kill him, I will give you the most generous reward. Lin Yi frowned, glancing at the unusually excited Alls. Could it be that the one who slept with his wife is this Dragon Man Commander? Clearly, Wang Quanfu Gui beside him had also come to the same conclusion. He stroked his chin, muttering thoughtfully, my goodness, with that build, can Sir Alls' wife handle it? Then, he patted Sir Alls on the shoulder with a sympathetic look. It's okay, brother, stay strong. Looking at the ferocious Dragon Man Commander before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but sneer. The Dragon Man race is just a hybrid race. What dignity do they have? Although Lin Yi's words were harsh, they were also the truth.
The so-called Dragon Man race was born from the dragon race abducting human women and mating with them. Because of this, the Dragon Man race was neither recognized by the dragon race nor acknowledged by the human race. Thus, they gathered together to form a tribe, living by plundering. And Lin Yi had already come up with a way to deal with the Dragon Man commander. Death skeletons surround him. For Lin Yi, the death skeletons might be the cheapest and most useful unit. After all, Rodhard had the ability to summon souls, allowing him to replenish dozens or even hundreds of death skeletons after each battle. This way, even if many death skeletons fell, Lin Yi wouldn't feel heartbroken at all. He could just use them as cannon fodder. Flame Crusaders, stay in place and be on standby. If the Dragon Man commander tries to break through to the backline, you will use Blazing Charge to push him back. Then, Lin Yi looked at Aver and gave a final command. Aver, be ready at all times. Once the Dragon Man commander breaks into our backline, you will immediately activate Phantom Steps. Phantom Steps was the skill with the least presence among Aver's 3 skills, but that was only because almost no one could reach Lin Yi's archer units. And now, if this Dragon Man commander really succeeded in breaking into his backline, then the 40% evasion effect granted by Phantom Steps to the archer units would surely make him deeply understand what despair truly meant. Under Lin Yi's command, the death skeletons immediately rushed to surround the Dragon Man commander. Despicable bastard. The Dragon Man commander roared, his massive tail sweeping out with tremendous force. In an instant, more than 10 death skeletons were violently knocked to the ground, shattering into a pile of bones. However, the number of death skeletons was simply too vast. Even in this situation, a death god skeleton managed to break through to the front of the dragon leader. It faced the formidable enemy fearlessly swinging its black scythe. Sizzle, the scythe sliced through flesh and blood. Despite the dragon leader's incredibly tough scales, it still sustained damage. After all, the Death God Skeleton's trait allowed it to convert 50% of the damage into true damage. This sudden pain left the dragon leader both shocked and furious. He was shocked that this ant-like skeleton could make him bleed, and furious that these lowly ants dared to attack him. I will kill you all. The dragon leader opened his massive mouth and directly spewed forth a scorching red dragon flame. Clearly, unlike the ordinary dragon men, he harbored a higher concentration of dragon blood within him. Under the burning of the dragon flame, large swaths of Death God skeletons were reduced to ashes. However, under Lin Yi's command, the most abundant unit was the Death God skeletons. No matter how many the dragon leader killed, more Death God skeletons would surge forward. Meanwhile, the Divine Punishment Archers and the Moon Hunter were relentlessly attacking each other. Arrows fell like rain. Some were blocked by the dragon leader, while others pierced through his scales, embedding themselves in his flesh. This dragon leader was evidently intelligent. He quickly realized the problem. He no longer engaged with the Death God skeletons but, after a furious roar, directly broke through their formation and charged forcefully towards Lin Yi's archer units. Sunlight Crusaders, initiate Dazzling Charge. Lin Yi had already anticipated the dragon leader's movements. He seized the moment and issued the command without hesitation. The armor of the Sunlight Crusaders erupted with an incredibly bright golden light, then charged directly towards the direction of the dragon leader. Under the charge of the Sunlight Crusaders, the dragon leader immediately fell into a state of blindness. He roared and flailed, madly thrashing about like a headless fly. Seizing this opportunity, the Sunlight Crusaders surrounded the dragon leader, striking him with sword after sword. In an instant, the dragon leader's health plummeted. By the time the dragon leader recovered from his blindness, he was left with only 40% of his health. Moreover, he had accumulated dozens of layers of lunar eclipse marks on his head. Once detonated, they would undoubtedly inflict massive damage. Lin Yi's nature was always cautious. A boss of this level typically entered a berserk state when their health dropped below a certain threshold. What Lin Yi needed to do was to maintain momentum and eliminate this uncertainty right from the start. Sure enough, when the dragon leader's health fell below 30%, he let out a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot, and he directly entered a berserk state. In this state, all his attributes received a significant boost. The dragon leader roared and directly tore apart a Sunlight Crusader in front of him with his sharp claws. Then, at an incredible speed, he charged towards Lin Yi's rear archer units. You all deserve to die. However, just as the dragon leader forced his way into the backline, Aver unhesitatingly activated her Phantom Steps. With the enhancement of the Phantom Steps, all her units gained a substantial amount of evasion attributes. The dragon leader roared and swiped with a claw, but it was easily dodged by the Moon Hunter in front of him. The dragon leader was unwilling to give up. His massive tail swept out again. However, the Moon Hunter just happened to take a step back, narrowly avoiding the sweeping tail. Roar! After 2 consecutive failed attacks, the Dragon Man commander became furious. His figure lunged forward, intending to tear apart the Moonlight Hunter with his sharp claws. However, the latter was even more agile than he had imagined. With just a sidestep, the Dragon Man commander missed completely. Although the Phantom Step had a 40% evasion bonus, the fact that 3 consecutive attacks had failed to hit indicated that this guy's luck was indeed a bit lacking. Let's send this guy straight to hell. There's no need to waste anymore.
Time. Lin Yi snapped his fingers, prompting the Moonlight Hunter to detonate the Eclipse mark. As the mark exploded above his head, the Dragon Man commander's health was completely drained to zero under the silver moonlight. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 6th tier boss, Dragon Man Commander, and gained 1500 Lord experience, 1500 Hero experience, and 100 reputation. You have conquered the Dragon Man camp and found the Dragonman's treasure deep within the camp, receiving Resource Chest X10 and Dragon Blood Longbow X1. Before Lin Yi could check the attributes of this treasure, Wang Quan Fugue beside him exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, this is actually a platinum level treasure. Since Wang Quan Fugue was in a party with Lin Yi, he also received the rewards for conquering the Dragon Man territory. Lin Yi turned to him and asked, "What did you get?" Wang Quan Fugue replied excitedly, "A platinum level weapon, Dragon Blood Battle Axe." The only thing that made him feel a bit annoyed was that he had just spent $1 million to buy the death roar from Lin Yi a few days ago. In just a few days, he had already found a better replacement. However, if it weren't for Lin Yi, he wouldn't have obtained this platinum level treasure. Thinking this way, Wang Quan Fugue felt much more balanced. Then, Lin Yi also checked the Dragon Blood longbow he had received. It was also a platinum level weapon with decent attributes. He casually tossed it to Aver, saying, "Put this on, it's better than that wailing longbow you have." Aver's face lit up with joy. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord." To be honest, receiving a platinum level treasure was entirely within Lin Yi's expectations. After all, the difficulty of the Dragon Man camp was not small. Even with several mythical level troops, they still suffered significant casualties. However, compared to the gains from the Dragon Man camp, Lin Yi was even more curious about what kind of task reward Zols would give them after killing the Dragon Man commander. Clearly, both Lin Yi and Wang Quan Fugue shared the same thought and turned their gazes toward Ols. However, Ols ignored their looks and walked straight to the Dragon Man commander's corpse. He then raised his head and began to laugh maniacally, looking utterly insane. "Haha, after so many years, my research finally has a result." Watching the crazed Sir Ols before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing that something was off. Even if he had avenged a great grievance, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Then, Ols directly took out a vial of blood-red potion in front of them. He made an incision on the Dragon Man commander's body and poured the latter's blood into the vial. Once the dragon blood entered the bottle, the crimson potion immediately reacted violently, as if boiling. Without hesitation, Ols raised his head and drank the potion in one gulp. "Thank you all, otherwise, I might not have been able to obtain dragon blood of such high purity. With this, I can evolve into a more perfect, more advanced species." A beast-like growl emanated from Ols's throat. At the same time, his body began to undergo drastic changes. His body had grown hard red dragon scales, and at the base of his tail, a dragon tail had forcefully sprouted. In less than half a minute, Ors had completely transformed into a dragon man. Moreover, compared to that Dragon Man leader, his physique was even more robust and his scales were harder. It was evident that this was all the effect of that potion. Through Ors's murmured narration, Lin Yi finally understood the whole story. It turned out that Ors, after witnessing his wife being humiliated by the Dragon Man race, not only felt anger and humiliation but also awakened a deep desire for such power. He had personally witnessed the ferocity of the Dragon Man race and genuinely believed that the bloodline of the Dragon Man was nobler and more perfect than that of humans. Thus, over the years, Ors had been studying the bloodline of the Dragon Man under the pretense of avenging his wife. The blood of the Dragon Man leader was the final piece in the formation of the potion. After hearing the entire account, Wang Quan Fugue couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, is this guy psychologically twisted? Others slept with his wife right in front of him, and he still thinks their bloodline is nobler? Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He had long felt that Ors was somewhat off. He never expected this guy to be so unexpected, directly transforming into a Dragon Man even stronger than the Dragon Man leader. Indeed, hidden tasks were never that easy to complete. As a reward, I will personally tear your hearts apart and collect your heads as my first trophies. After fully transforming into a Dragon Man, Ors was filled with confidence, his gaze fierce and brutal. Wang Quan Fugue nervously spoke up. "Great god of the night, can you handle this guy?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. "This boss has come knocking on our door, how could we let him go?" Just as the two were conversing, Dragon Man Ors had already charged towards them. The speed of Dragon Man Ors was incredibly fast. When he moved, his figure even turned into an afterimage. However, Lin Yi remained completely unperturbed. "Plague zombies, it's your time to shine." Under his command, several plague zombies, with skin as sickly green and staggering as they walked, emerged from behind him, wobbling towards Dragon Man Ors. "Sending these trash to kill me?" Dragon Man Ors scoffed, wanting to shred the plague zombie before him with a claw. However, before his claws could strike, the plague zombie suddenly exploded. After forcibly withstanding the impact of the self-detonation, the sickly green plague gas rapidly spread around Dragon Man Ors. This plague gas not only continuously drained his health but also significantly reduced his attributes. Damn it, Dragon Man.
Ors roared in fury, wanting to disperse the gas before him. However, with one plague zombie after another self-destructing, the plague gas had already thickened to an unmanageable level. Holy crap, what a filthy unit! Looking at the scene before him, even Wang Quan Fugue couldn't help but curse. The great god truly lived up to his name. His units were not only fiercer than others but also filthier. Wang Quan Fugue could only be thankful that he wasn't Linya's enemy. Otherwise, with these plague zombies exploding, he might really end up in a state of despair. Although Lin Yi had weakened Dragon Man Orza's attributes with the plague gas, the opponent's strength was still incredibly formidable. After the previous battle, his Suncross army had already dwindled to almost nothing. Therefore, Lin Yi had no choice but to let Rodhard lead the third-tier Hell Spirits to the front. Fortunately, the damage from the Hell Ghost was high enough, and the effects of the plague gas were powerful enough that the health of the Dragon Man Ors was steadily declining. In order to eliminate Dragon Man Ors, Lin Yi had completely disregarded the consumption of his troops. After all, if his forces were exhausted, he could always recruit more, but if he didn't kill the hidden boss on the spot, he might never have the chance to encounter it again. As the battle intensified, Wang Quan Fugue did not hesitate to join the fight with his troops. Although his units were not as formidable as Lin Ye's, their numbers were still quite considerable. Dragon Man Orza's health was being whittled down bit by bit. At that moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but miss the Elf Queen immensely. If she were present in this battle, the casualties could have been reduced by at least half. It seemed that after completing this hidden quest, it was time for him to visit the Emerald Forest and bring the Elf Queen to his side. 100%, 60%, 20%. Under the relentless assault of Lin Yi and Wang Quan Fugue, Dragon Man Orza's health was plummeting rapidly. I won't accept this. As his health was about to hit zero, Dragon Man Ors raised his head and let out a desperate wail. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the 6th tier hidden boss Dragon Man Ors, earning 2000 Lord experience, 2000 Hero experience, 200 reputation, and the special item Dragon Blood Magic Bottle. The influx of 2 rounds of Lord experience directly raised Lin Yi's Lord level to 4. I never expected that this Green Hat Knight would turn out to be the final big boss of this hidden quest. The twist in the quest storyline caught Lin Yi somewhat off guard. However, Wang Quan Fugue beside him couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this Dragon Blood Magic Bottle is too powerful. Ha ha ha, I'm going to get rich." Clearly, Wang Quan Fugue had received the same reward as Lin Yi. He chuckled foolishly for a moment, then directly posted the attributes of the Dragon Blood Magic Bottle in the chat box. Dragon Blood Magic Bottle, Special Treasure, Description, an elixir developed by Sir Ors, exhausting his life's work, containing various precious herbs and the essence of thousands of dragon men. This treasure can be used on a designated hero or troop, granting them the state bonus of Dragon Blood Boiling. Dragon Blood Boiling, attack power plus 20%, physical defense plus 30%, magic defense plus 30%, movement speed plus 20%, morale plus 5. Duration, 1 battle daily. Usage limit, 1/1, the blazing dragon blood boiling within me. Even with Lin Ye's experience, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement upon seeing the attributes of this Dragon Blood Magic Bottle. What a powerful state enhancement. Whether it was Rodhart's necromantic sacrifice or the Elf Queen Sophia's blessing, they probably couldn't compare to the current Dragon Blood Boiling. Moreover, what was even more important was that this treasure was a special item, not occupying any equipment slots. It could simply be used as long as it was in the backpack. The only downside was that the Dragon Blood Magic Bottle could only be used once a day and only on a designated hero or troop. If not for that, this special treasure could even rival diamond-grade treasures. Hee, following the great god really means there's meat to eat. Wang Quan Fugue wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but speak. He had only provided a clue for a hidden quest, and Lin Yi had carried him through the entire process, earning the reward of the Dragon Blood Magic Bottle. Clearly, this Dragon Blood Magic Bottle was the final reward for this hidden quest. And for Lin Yi, this trip had also yielded some gains. It's over, let's prepare to head back. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave the Dragon Man camp, Rodhart suddenly walked up to him. Lord, I just found this while preparing to perform the soul summoning technique on the corpse of Ors. He extended his right hand, respectfully presenting a ring to Lin Yi. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang out. Your hero Rodhart has searched the corpse of Dragon Man Ors and obtained a special treasure, Teleportation Divine Ring. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected to find an unexpected gain on Ors's corpse. Fortunately, Rodhart had searched the body, otherwise, he would have missed out on this special treasure. Teleportation Divine Ring, Special Treasure, Introduction. This is a strange ring that emanates the power of space, allowing you to bind it with your heroes. No matter how far apart you are, you can instantly teleport that hero and their troops to your side. Daily teleportation count 1-to-1. Distant distances have never been our obstacle. After seeing the attributes of this Teleportation Divine Ring, an indescribable excitement flashed in Lin Ye's eyes.
Although this divine ring had no attributes, its special effect was more practical than any attribute. With this divine ring, Lin Yi could summon a hero and their troops to his side anytime, anywhere. Even a fool could understand the incredible strategic significance of this divine ring. When Ors was captured by the Dragon Man tribe, he probably used this teleportation divine ring to escape. After seeing the attributes of the teleportation divine ring, Wang Chuanfu couldn't help but gasp. The effect of this treasure is simply too amazing. He only just realized that this was the ultimate reward for the hidden quest. Compared to this ring, the dragon blood magic bottle was simply far inferior. Lin Yi nodded and changed the subject, saying, however, there is only one of this ring. Wang Chuanfu immediately understood and chuckled. Even if the attributes of this ring are great, I definitely won't compete with the great god. After all, if it weren't for you bringing me along, even if I took on this hidden quest, I probably wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Being able to obtain a platinum-level treasure and the dragon blood magic bottle, I am already quite satisfied. After hearing Wang Chuanfu's response, Lin Yi couldn't help but nod in his heart. Although Wang Chuanfu seemed like a sycophant, he possessed two quite valuable qualities. One was knowing his place, and the other was being grateful. In his past life, Lin Yi had seen too many people turn against each other over interests. Even he himself, after obtaining the Supreme Divine Ring, was betrayed and ultimately faced a disastrous end. Then, Lin Yi calmly said, if there are similar hidden quests next time, you can call me. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuanfu was overjoyed. Lin Yi saying this meant he had already acknowledged him. Their relationship had finally progressed beyond mere cooperation. After bidding farewell to Wang Chuanfu, Lin Yi did not immediately return to his territory but headed straight to the Emerald Forest. Although Lin Yi urgently needed to replenish his troops, he still wanted to bring the Elf Queen to his side first. After leveling up to level 4, Lin Yi's marching speed increased once again. In just over half a day's time, he rushed from the Dragon Man camp to the Emerald Forest. However, what he did not expect was that, besides himself, there were also a large number of player lords gathering outside the Emerald Forest. The Divine Dragon Guild has booked the venue. Unrelated personnel quickly evacuate. Everyone, stay alert and recount your troops to ensure the formation remains intact. The president said that today we must conquer the Emerald Forest and completely subdue the Elf Queen. After this voice sounded, the player lords around me instantly became excited. Flatten the Emerald Forest, conquer the Elf Queen. Well said, let the Elf Queen kneel and sing of conquest. Such an epic hero can only be matched by our esteemed president. Listening to the continuous voices entering my ears, Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly. He had some impression of this so-called Dragon Guild. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, the Dragon Guild ranked 7th among the top 10 guilds in the Huaxia region. Its guild leader, Long Zhanyu Yi, was a well-known human lord. It was said that in the real world he was a rich young master with power and influence, surrounded by a large group of sycophants. It was precisely because of this that he could quickly establish his own power in Eternal Continent. However, due to his violent personality and arrogant behavior, his reputation was mostly notorious. Moreover, most importantly, among the many lords who besieged Lin Yi in his previous life, there was Long Zhanyu Yi. Are these guys from the Dragon Guild planning to make a move on the Elf Queen? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. To dare to target the heroes under his command, these people were simply asking for death. The player lords before him were all elites from the Dragon Guild, and judging by the troops they had gathered here, it was clear they were well prepared, determined to flatten the Emerald Forest. If it were before, even if these people had 10 times more troops, they would not pose any threat to the Emerald Forest. But because the Emerald Forest had been suffering from the invasion of undead creatures, the number of elves had significantly decreased, resulting in insufficient combat power. Seeing that the Dragon Guild was still gathering forces, Lin Yi immediately circled into the depths of the Emerald Forest. Who goes there? As soon as Lin Yi set foot in the Emerald Forest, he was spotted by the Elven Scouts. These elves were the darlings of the forest. Any movement within the forest could not escape their ears. It's me. Lin Yi stepped out from the shadows, revealing his true form before the Elven Scouts. Lord Hero. Upon seeing Lin Yi's appearance, the Elven Scouts immediately showed joy. All the elves in the Emerald Forest knew that it was Lin Yi who had defeated the Soul Black Dragon. Lin Yi was their savior. You have finally come. One Elven Scout showed a look of sorrow. Not long after you left, other humans discovered the existence of the Emerald Forest. However, they are all a bunch of rogues, intent only on capturing the queen, even willing to go to war with the elves for this. Lin Yi's expression turned cold as he calmly said, I already know. Take me to see your queen. Okay. The two Elven Scouts did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately led Lin Yi towards the Elven Sanctuary. They knew in their hearts that as long as Lin Yi was willing to act, he would surely be able to resolve this crisis. After all, this man before them could even hunt down a 9th-tier Soul Black Dragon. Under the guidance of the Elven Scouts, Lin Yi strode into the Elven Sanctuary. The stunning elf queen still sat gracefully on her throne. However, at this moment, her exquisite face bore a hint of worry, evoking a sense of pity. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the elf queen's eyes, like autumn waters, immediately revealed a hint of joy and excitement. She quickly stood up from her throne and walked briskly to Lin Yi's side. "My master." The elf queen knelt on one knee, obedient like a little cat. Lin Yi couldn't help but reach out, gently rubbing her head, and softly said, "It's all right now, because I have come." The elf queen was momentarily taken aback, and then a glimmer of tears unexpectedly flashed in her eyes as she spoke with a pitiful tone, "Master." Before this, no matter how difficult the situation was, she had never shed a single tear. But after Lin Yi's arrival, it was as if she had found a support. Lin Yi smiled gently and said, "It's okay. Anyone who wants to bully you will have to die, I mean it." According to Lin Yi's calculations, there was at most only 20 minutes left before the Dragon Guild launched a full-scale attack. This meant he had to come up with a strategy to repel the enemy in this short time. The troops under Lin Yi had already been nearly exhausted in the Dragon Man camp. To wear down the Dragon Man ores, all the plague zombies had self-destructed. The Holy Flame Cavalry and the Sun Crusaders had also suffered heavy casualties. The Divine Punishment Archers were all dead. Even the number of Moonlight Hunters had dropped to less than half of what it was before. The only ones still capable of fighting were the few hundred Death Skeletons. Unfortunately, although the Death Skeletons were a myth-level unit, these first-tier units alone were not enough to stop the Dragon Guild's army from invading. The player lords gathered outside the Emerald Forest numbered at least 50. Their troops were measured in the thousands. However, even so, Lin Yi remained completely calm. He looked at the Elf Queen and said softly, "Gather all the elves who can fight here." Although she didn't know what Lin Yi was planning, the Elf Queen chose to comply. In less than 10 minutes, all the elves still capable of fighting had gathered outside the elf sanctuary in the Emerald Forest. Ordinary elves, elf warriors, elf archers, elf sword dancers. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the gathered elves, and he spoke calmly. "I believe you all know that the enemy's army is pressing in, and the Emerald Forest is in grave danger. If you want to survive, if you want to protect the Emerald Forest, there is only one choice. That is to swear loyalty to me." After Lin Yi's words, a look of confusion flashed in the eyes of all the elves. They had no idea why Lin Yi wanted them to swear loyalty at such a time. However, after a few seconds, an elf sword dancer broke the silence first. "I believe in the Brave One. Without him, the Emerald Forest would have perished long ago." "That's right, I also believe in the Brave One. As a human, his character is far better than those outside. If he can truly save the Emerald Forest, I am willing to pledge my loyalty." With the first elf responding, more and more elves knelt on one knee before Lin Yi, swearing their loyalty. At the same time, a dazzling silver light shone from the Supreme Divine Ring in Lin Yi's hand. "Ding, your ordinary unit elf has successfully upgraded to the myth-level unit Divine Wood Elf. Ding, your ordinary unit elf has successfully upgraded to the myth-level unit Divine Wood Elf. Ding, your ordinary unit elf warrior has successfully upgraded to the myth-level unit Elf Paladin. Ding, your ordinary unit elf archer has successfully upgraded to the myth-level unit Moonlight Hunter. Ding, your ordinary unit elf sword dancer has successfully upgraded to the myth-level unit Judgment Sword Dancer." As the light of the Supreme Divine Ring flickered, the system's notification echoed continuously in Lin Yi's ears. After these elves swore loyalty to him, their forms began to change as well. Because, under the influence of the Supreme Divine Ring, these elves had all been upgraded to myth-level units by Lin Yi. This was the reason Lin Yi wanted them to swear loyalty. Only if these elves willingly became his troops could the effect of the Supreme Divine Ring be activated. However, after this battle, Lin Yi would not continue to force these elves to fight for him. The ordinary first-tier elves had now evolved into Divine Wood elves capable of freely manipulating plant growth. The elven warriors wielding long swords had evolved into elven paladins riding silver unicorns. Even the fourth-tier elven sword dancers had become Judgment Sword Dancers with greater destructive power. They held the blade of judgment, exuding a chilling aura as if they were unsheathed swords. God, is this a miracle? I dream of having my own silver unicorn. So amazing. I feel like the sword in my hand, sharp enough to cut through anything. After completing their evolution, the elves in front of Lin Yi exclaimed in awe. They certainly knew that all of this was brought about by Lin Yi. So, at this moment, the way they looked at Lin Yi was as if they were in awe of the deity. "Brothers, charge into the Emerald Forest and conquer the Elven Queen. Clean out this forest. We might find some strategic treasures." The president said that as long as we can capture the Elven Queen, he will reward each of us 200,000 in reality. Damn it, the president is generous. Everyone charge in with all your might. The thunderous shouts soon echoed from outside the Emerald Forest. Lin Yi turned to look, unable to suppress a cold laugh. "Can't help but come here to seek death, huh?" He then turned back and asked, "Do you have confidence in defeating these invaders?" To protect the Emerald Forest, an elven sword dancer raised her long sword high. No, to be precise, she was now a myth-level Judgment Sword Dancer. To protect the Emerald Forest. To protect the Emerald Forest. The other elves responded in unison, their voices merging like the sea, vast as thunder. The Elven Queen's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She even took Linya's hand voluntarily and softly said, "Thank you." Ding, Sophia's loyalty to you has increased by 2%. Current loyalty is 89%. After Linyi helped a second time, Sophia's affection for him rose again, almost breaking through the 90% barrier. This meant that unless something unexpected happened, the Elven Queen was unlikely to betray Linyi in her lifetime. Speaking of which, Linyi should actually thank the invaders from the Dragon Guild. Let's go, let's see the battle situation together. Linyi naturally took the Elven Queen's delicate hand and led her toward the battlefield. The Lord players of the Dragon Guild were all extremely excited. As long as they could win this battle, they would completely occupy the Emerald Forest. Being able to seize such a large neutral territory would surely bring great benefits to their guild. At that time, as long as the president was happy, he might even give them tens of thousands in bonuses. However, what they did not expect was that under their grand offensive, the elves guarding the Emerald Forest actually took the initiative to come out and fight. Ha! Do these elves know they can't hold their ground, so they chose to come out and seek death? Someone in the crowd sneered. Soon, the commander from the Dragon Guild ordered the pikemen under his command to launch an attack. Although the pikemen were only a first-tier unit, if their numbers reached a certain level, they could cause significant casualties to the enemy's army when they charged, even potentially breaking the enemy's formation. However, just as the pikemen charged, the Moonlight Hunters simultaneously drew their bows and unleashed a rain of arrows. In the face of the attack from a Tier 3 mythical unit, the health and defense of a Tier 1 spearman could be described as fragile as thin paper. If this situation continued to develop, it was likely that before these spearmen even reached the enemy, they would already suffer heavy casualties. When did the Elven archers have such high damage? The commander of the Dragon Guild's expression fluctuated, unable to suppress his frown. He then issued another command. There's no need to continue testing. The entire army will charge. Let the shield bearers take the front to absorb damage, while the rest of the troops quickly cut into the backline and forcibly disrupt the enemy's firepower. In his view, since the damage from these elven archers was so high, they would directly charge at them. This way, the elven race before them would no longer pose a threat. The lords of the Dragon Guild were already in an incredibly excited state. After the command was given, everyone unhesitatingly led their troops into the charge. To them, this was a war they could not lose. The further they charged, the more military achievements they could accumulate. Watching the vast army before him, Linyi couldn't help but smile slightly. What a bunch of reckless fools. Behind him, the Spiritwood Elves, Elven Paladins, and the Judgment Sword Dancers were already eager to counterattack. After all, they had just completed their evolution and could not contain their inner desire for battle. Finally, Linyi spoke. Alright, go and completely end them. With Linya's command, all the elven race behind him charged unhesitatingly towards the army before them. These elves, who had just evolved into mythical units, were like ferocious beasts released from their cages. What followed was a scene of blood and carnage. Riding on silver unicorns, the elven paladins were the first to charge towards the Lord players' army. For a moment, the players of the Dragon Guild were somewhat stunned. What is this? How are there elves riding silver unicorns? Why haven't I seen this before? It's rare to see. The game has only been live for a few days, and there are plenty of units you haven't encountered. They look quite majestic. I wonder how strong they are in battle. Then, under the gaze of the player lords, the first elven paladin to charge into their formation raised high a longsword radiating silver light. A silver afterimage fell. The head of a Tier 3 crusader fell to the ground with a thud. With ease, a single sword strike killed. The speed was so fast that these player lords doubted whether they were seeing things. Holy crap, a one-hit kill? This is a Tier 3 crusader. I only recruited 5 in total. What kind of damage is this? It's left me dumbfounded. Can it be any more terrifying? I get it, this must be a hidden unit of the elven race. There's no need to panic. The number of such hidden units is usually not too many. However, just as he finished speaking, dozens more elven paladins riding silver unicorns fiercely charged into their formation. Among the crowd, a voice echoed softly, "You call this not many?" After the elven paladins first entered the battlefield, the Spiritwood Elves also showcased their abilities. After evolving into mythical units, the Spiritwood Elves gained the ability to freely manipulate plant growth. They extended their hands, palms glowing with a forest green light. Then, vines as long as arms rapidly spread out, directly wrapping around a large-eared monster. The latter's form was directly immobilized in place. In the next second, an elven paladin charged in and took the life of the large-eared monster. The cooperation between the Divinewood Elves and the elven paladins was incredibly seamless, greatly enhancing the efficiency of their slaughter. Although the elves were beings who cherished peace, they showed no signs of fear when faced with an invasion. Watching their troops being mercilessly slaughtered, the player lords of the Dragon Guild were on the verge of madness. What the hell? Didn't they say the forces in the Emerald Forest were quite weak? Were those who gathered intelligence eating shit? Is this what you call weak forces?
The left flank needs fire support. These elves are attacking too fiercely. I can barely hold on.
Damn. Send your heroes in. Are your heroes just sitting around doing nothing? Shit, do you think I don't want to? My hero was just killed in 2 strikes by an elf wielding dual swords. After he said this, the voice channel of the Dragon Guild fell into silence once again. Indeed, after the battle had fully erupted, the Judgment Blade Dancer, evolved from the Elven Blade Dancer, had also joined the fray. Their presence was like a sharp dagger, completely tearing open the enemy's wounds. The attack power of the Judgment Blade Dancers was extremely high. They were masters of the blade, swift as lightning on the battlefield. They were clear-headed and agile, able to dance lightly through the chaos of war. Moreover, the blades in their hands were like the sides of death. Once they struck, they would surely reap the lives of their enemies. This led to the fact that, although the number of Judgment Blade Dancers was not large, they dealt a nearly devastating blow to the Dragon Guild's army. This blow was not only on a physical level but also a psychological one. Watching these swift and frenzied Judgment Blade Dancers, all the lords of the Dragon Guild couldn't help but feel a rising doubt in their hearts. Could they really achieve victory in this battle? The mythic-level elven army was simply too ferocious. Even in a situation of numerical disadvantage, they forcibly suppressed the enemy's forces just minutes after the battle began. Since you're fighting so fiercely, I'll add some fuel to the fire, Lin Yi said with a cold smile. He then took out the dragon blood magic bottle he had just obtained from his backpack and unhesitatingly chose to use it. The target of the use, of course, was the most powerful Judgment Blade Dancer. After Lin Yi used the Dragon Blood Magic Bottle, all the Judgment Blade Dancers on the battlefield were imbued with the battle state of Dragon Blood Boiling. Dragon Blood Boiling, attack power plus 20%, physical defense plus 30%, magic defense plus 30%, movement speed plus 20%, morale plus 5. It should be noted that the Judgment Blade Dancers excelled in attack power and movement speed. Under the enhancement of Dragon Blood Boiling, their current movement speed was almost ghostly. Wielding dual swords and leveraging their high attack power, they were madly reaping lives on the battlefield. In front of these Judgment Blade Dancers, even 4th-tier troops were still no match. For the player lords of the Dragon Guild, this was nothing short of a nightmare. How is this possible? Looking at the army on the verge of collapse, the commander of the Dragon Guild wore a face full of despair, muttering to himself in a daze. Then, gritting his teeth, he reluctantly issued the order, all units retreat, preserve as many troops as possible. Knowing full well that this war could not be won, even a forced retreat was necessary to minimize losses. However, just as the Dragon Guild prepared to lead the remnants in retreat, they despairingly discovered a figure blocking their escape route. This figure was, of course, Lin Yi, and standing behind him were the undead Prince Rodhart, the Phantom Hunter, Aviel, and the Elven Queen, Sophia. 3 epic heroes with titles. Besides these 3 heroes, there were also countless death god skeletons. Under normal circumstances, these forces might not seem like much, but now they were left with only a few remnants of their army and faced a situation of being attacked from all sides. For them, this could be described as the deepest despair. Lin Yi stood before them, smiling as he spoke. I don't recall giving you permission to leave, did I? You think you can just shout at my doorstep and then run away? There's no such good fortune in this world, I'm afraid. The commander of the Dragon God Guild instantly reacted, gritting his teeth as he said, This is all you're doing. Who exactly are you? He angrily raised his head and happened to see Lin Yi's Lord ID, Dark Knight Enveloping. Dark Knight Enveloping? After silently reciting this name, the commander of the Dragon God Guild first frowned, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. The man before him was the one who had first cleared the Nightmare level dungeon and had also achieved the first kill of a 9th-tier boss. It is known that in the eyes of many players, Dark Knight Enveloping was undoubtedly the number 1 lord in the Huaxia region. Do you really want to be our enemy, sir? The commander's gaze was stern, staring directly at Lin Yi. However, what responded to him was countless entwining vines. The one casting this spell was naturally the elf queen behind Lin Yi. The invader of the Emerald Forest should be dealt with by her own hands. The elf queen's right hand grasped the air, and the vine, as thick as her wrist, suddenly tightened, instantly tearing the commander apart. Lin Yi walked past his corpse with an indifferent expression, leaving behind a faint remark. With you, do you think you deserve an answer to your question? After being completely cut off from their escape route, the players of the Dragon God Guild were soon slaughtered by the pursuing elf army. It was proven that any unit, once elevated to mythic level, would possess extremely powerful strength, and the elf race was no exception. This war ultimately ended with a complete victory for the elves, and Lin Yi naturally received the elf queen's favor, even taking the opportunity to boost his goodwill. As for whether he would offend the Dragon God Guild, sorry, that was simply not within Lin Yi's considerations. Even if the Dragon God Guild had the strength to rank among the top 10 guilds in Huaxia, in Lin Yi's eyes, they were still a bunch of insignificant chickens, easily extinguished with a snap of his fingers. Soon, Lin Yi directly brought the elf queen back to his territory. From now on, this will be your home. I hope you can get used to living here, Lin Yi said with a light smile. Beside him, the elf queen curiously
surveyed her surroundings. Before this, she had rarely left the Emerald Forest. Naturally, she was filled with a sense of novelty about the outside world. After settling the Elf Queen, Lin Yi first recruited a wave of units from various barracks. The Holy Flame Cavalry, Divine Punishment Archers, and Sun Crusaders from the human territory, as well as the Death God Skeletons, Plague Zombies, and Hell Spirits from the cemetery territory. However, to be honest, Lin Yi's forces were already not lacking in Death God Skeletons. After the battle in the Emerald Forest, Rodhard had summoned hundreds of Death God Skeletons at once using the soul summoning technique, utilizing the corpses on the battlefield. Now, the number of Death God Skeletons under Lin Yi had successfully surpassed 1,000. But among the cemetery units, Plague Zombies were still quite useful. In the battle against the Dragonman Ors, this unit had fully demonstrated its value. In a sense, these second-tier Plague Zombies were even more useful than the third-tier Hell Spirits. After replenishing his forces, Lin Yi continued to focus on building up his territory. Now, he was already a Tier 4 lord. This meant that once the Tier 4 administrative hall was established, he could build a Tier 4 barracks, the human races, Griffin Tower, and the cemetery's Vampire Palace. Once he successfully recruited Tier 4 units, Lin Yi would truly possess mid to high-end combat power. As for the few rock giants he had obtained for free from the wild using low-tier diplomacy, they had already gloriously fallen in several battles. Besides the barracks, Lin Yi also ordered the construction workers to start building the reinforcement camp. This was also a special building. Once completed, Lin Yi would be able to expand his weekly unit output and even conduct multiple recruitments. However, the second recruitment would cost double the price. The third recruitment would cost triple the price, and so on, allowing for up to 9 additional recruitments. This method of extra recruitment was suitable for those wealthy players eager to replenish their forces. As for ordinary players, managing to recruit an extra 1 or 2 times a week was already quite good. Although Lin Yi wasn't short on money, he would keep the extra recruitments to around 5 or 6 times. Any more than that would be somewhat wasteful. Soon, the Griffin Tower and Vampire Palace were completed in succession. After the reinforcement camp was also finished, Lin Yi directly conducted extra recruitments for these 2 units, recruiting 32 Griffins and 36 Vampires in one go. With the new units joining Lin Yi's ranks, the effect of the Supreme Divine Ring naturally activated. Ding! The ordinary unit Griffin under your command has successfully upgraded to the mythic unit Royal Griffin. Ding! The ordinary unit Vampire under your command has successfully upgraded to the mythic unit Vampire count. After evolving into a Royal Griffin, the originally silver-gray feathers of the Griffin now bore dozens of scarlet gold patterns, radiating a faint golden glow. Even its body was draped in a heavy royal golden armor, looking incredibly majestic. As for the Vampire counts, they had grown sharper fangs, with massive bat wings hidden beneath their shoulders, exuding an aura of extreme evil. Lin Yi lightly tapped his fingers and directly checked the attributes of these 2 units. Royal Griffin Tier 4 race, Griffin Tier, Mythic Attack, 140 to 160 Defense, 70 Health, 650 Skills, Royal Charge. Before the battle begins, the Royal Griffin will soar down from the sky, gaining priority attack over the enemy. Wind Slash. The Royal Griffin flaps its wings, launching 4 consecutive slashes at the enemy in front, each dealing 140% physical damage. Storm Wings. The Royal Griffin uses its wings to stir up a storm, scattering the enemies in front and dealing 180% wind attribute magical damage. After reviewing the attributes of the Royal Griffin, Lin Yi couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It must be said that this unit's attributes were quite comprehensive, with balanced attack, defense, and health. Moreover, the Royal Griffin not only had charge skills and damage skills but also a wind attribute magical skill for battlefield control. These 32 Royal Griffins would undoubtedly greatly enhance the combat power of his forces. Then, Lin Yi turned his attention to the nearby Vampire counts. He wondered if the Tier 4 undead units could bring him any surprises. Vampire count Tier 4 race, Undead Tier, Mythic Magic Attack, 120 to 150 Defense, 50 Health, 800 Skills, Blood Fury. The Vampire count consumes 200 health points, allowing its next attack to deal 300% damage to the enemy. Blood Drain. The Vampire count launches an attack, dealing 240% damage to the enemy while converting half of the damage dealt into his own health. Bloodthirst. The Vampire count's thirst for blood allows him to deal an additional 50% magic damage to enemies with over 60% health, and additionally drain 20% of their blood. Looking at the attributes of the Vampire count, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. It is known that vampires are the kings among the 4th tier units. Now, after being upgraded to a mythic level unit, he possesses extremely powerful special skills. Although the base attributes of the Yi Vampire count do not seem outstanding, Lin Yi is well aware that if he combines the skills, Blood Drain, and Bloodthirst, the result would be terrifying. 240% damage plus half of that is 360%. If the blood drained increases by another 20%, that would be a life drain of 216%. What kind of vampire is this? This is clearly a blood pump. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. He seemed to foresee the scene of the vampire count rampaging on the battlefield. Even if he was left with just a drop of blood under concentrated fire from the enemy army, the vampire count could restore it all with blood drain. Then, Lin Yi spoke softly as if to himself. Next,
it's time to do that thing.
The thing he referred to was a rather special hidden quest. If he remembered correctly, this hidden quest was completed by a prominent lord from the Huaxia region only a month after the
game launched.
Although he knew many secrets of opportunities, obtaining these opportunities also required corresponding strength. Therefore, Lin Yi had not rushed before but had been accumulating his own power. Now, Lin Yi had successfully recruited a large number of 4th-tier units and upgraded them to mythic level. With a strong military force, he now had enough confidence to complete that hidden quest from his memories. The Dragon Guild headquarters. A dozen lords gathered around an ebony round table. All of these individuals were above the cadre level within the Dragon Guild. Their faces, without exception, bore a gloomy expression. Finally, it was the commander of the Dragon Guild who spoke first. His lord ID was Raise a Glass to the Wind. Raise a Glass to the Wind gritted his teeth and said, I believe that the actions of Nightfall are completely disregarding our Dragon Guild. In fact, I think he is deliberately provoking us. After he spoke, several player lords present responded in agreement. All of these people had participated in the Battle of the Emerald Forest. Those, Judgment Sword dancers, empowered by dragon blood boiling, could cut down dozens at a time, nearly driving them to despair. So, the Elf Queen was intercepted by Nightfall halfway, right? Long Zhanyu raised his head, his eyes dark as water. It should be known that he had long regarded the Elf Queen as his own. Such a beautiful heroine who could lead troops in the day and sing sweetly at night, which man could refuse? Just as he was about to succeed, Nightfall suddenly jumped in and disrupted everything, which Long Zhanyu could hardly accept. Even if he managed to snatch the Elf Queen from Lin Yi, she would definitely be a second-hand item that had been played with. Just thinking about it made him feel sick. Looking at the furious Long Zhanyu, Raise a Glass to the Wind didn't dare to mention that Lin Yi had a close relationship with the Elf Queen before. As the commander, he could hardly escape blame for this battle's failure. Now, approaching Long Zhanyu to say such things might provoke the latter's wrath. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke up. President Long, please calm down. You may not know this, but Heiyini Tian is nothing but a rogue bully. Not only did he steal your hero, but he also occupied all our resource sites. The owner of this voice was none other than Xiongtu Tiandao. After their failed attack on Lin Yi's territory, they suffered a complete defeat, severely weakened, and lost their capital to maintain a foothold on the front lines. With no other choice, they had to merge into the Shenlong Guild, where they managed to secure a position as an officer. Is that so? Upon hearing that someone else shared his plight, Long Zhanyu immediately became interested. Thus, Xiongtu Tiandao elaborated on the grievances between himself and Lin Yi, embellishing the story. Of course, in his narrative, they became the victims, while Lin Yi turned into the villain who wantonly occupied resource sites. This is outrageous. Long Zhanyu stood up in fury, slammed the table, and said in a deep voice, does this Heiyini Tian really think no one can deal with him? Once I find out his address, I'll send someone to break him into pieces and see if he can still be so arrogant in the game. Xiongtu Tiandao quickly replied, President Long, let's try to resolve game matters within the game. Moreover, we do have ways to deal with Heiyini Tian. Long Zhanyu raised an eyebrow, turned his head, and curiously asked, oh, do tell, what good plan do you have? It's actually quite simple, Xiongtu Tiandao said with a smile. Right now, Heiyini Tian is riding high, isn't he? We just need to stir the pot on the forum, claiming he possesses a divine artifact and conveniently reveal his location. Just think about it, with that, won't there be plenty of people wanting to deal with him? After their last failed ambush on Lin Yi's territory, Xiongtu Tiandao had learned his lesson. This time, he dared not confront Lin Yi head-on but instead devised a cunning plan to use others to do the dirty work. I never expected that. Although you don't have many brothers under you, the plan you came up with is indeed quite vicious. Long Zhanyu sneered coldly, I'll give you 2 million, you go help me get this done and make the information we release as convincing as possible. 1 million will be your operational funds and the other million will be a bounty for Lin Yi. If this works out, from now on, you will be the chief strategist of my Shenlong Guild. After Long Zhanyu Finished speaking, Xiongtu Tiandao was overjoyed. That 1 million was a small matter. If he could truly win the other party's favor, the value of that would far exceed this small sum. He knew the coordinates of Lin Yi's territory. He could easily send someone to keep watch, and once Lin Yi left the territory, he would immediately reveal his location. At that time, naturally, there would be people coming to encircle him because of the divine artifact he carried or the bounty issued by the Shenlong Guild. This way, no matter how fierce Lin Yi was, he could not withstand the joint assault of hundreds of player lords. Rest assured, this time, we'll settle old scores along with the new. Xiongtu Tiandao said with a cold smile, I will make sure that Heiyini Tian has no place to bury his body. At this moment, Lin Yi was still busy with the construction of his territory. Although the barracks had already taken shape, he still needed to continue building defensive facilities. After all, if he wanted to leave the territory, he had to ensure that both territories were as solid as a fortress. Otherwise, if he were ambushed, again like last time, the loss of troops would be a minor issue, but if the territory were occupied, that would be quite troublesome. To this end, Lin Yi spared no expense in building 8 arrow towers and 2 outposts in the territory of the human race, ensuring a 360-degree defense of his land without any blind spots. The cemetery territory was no different. However, the arrow towers in the cemetery territory were referred to as undead arrow towers, guarded by skeletal archers. Since these were built-in units, Lin Yi could not upgrade them to mythic-level units. Additionally, the cemetery territory did not have the outpost structure, as undead creatures were extremely sensitive to the presence of life. Once a large number of living beings approached, they would sense it immediately. This characteristic was also one of the advantages of the undead race. Although the cemetery territory lacked outposts, it did have the presence of the dark canopy. This structure could release a large amount of dark mist, resembling a pitch-black canopy that enveloped the sky above, preventing outsiders from probing into its depths unless they stepped inside. Building these structures consumed a significant amount of gold and resources from Lin Yi. Fortunately, he had just received 1 million from Wang Quan Fugue, and had not squandered it all yet. Moreover, even if he ran out, it wouldn't matter. With so many treasures in his possession, selling just a few could easily fetch him tens of millions of gold coins. For Lin Yi, resources were simply not an issue. Just as Lin Yi was busy with the construction of his territory, a message from Wang Quan Fugue suddenly came through. Boss Knight, someone has put a bounty on you in the forum. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Quan Fugue had already started calling Lin Yi boss instead of Great God. Lin Yi had a rough idea of what was happening. Is it the Dragon Guild? Yes, it's that bunch of bastards, Wang Quan Fugue said disdainfully. But that Long Zhan Yuyi is so petty, offering only 1 million. That amount isn't even enough for me to support a few young models. If you ask me, Boss Knight, your worth is far more than 1 million. How about I put up a bounty too? I'll offer 10 million for you, just to overshadow Long Zhan Yuyi's hype? Lin Yi, I would really thank your ancestors for 8 generations for that. Oh, look at my head. Why would I put a bounty on you, boss? Wang Quan Fugue realized he had misspoken and quickly added, I should be putting a bounty on that bastard Long Zhan Yuyi. Boss, just wait, I'm going to spend 10 million to put a bounty on him. It's also a way to vent your anger. When it comes to spending money, I've never been afraid of anyone. Lin Yi replied calmly, no need, I can handle this myself. Although he knew Wang Quan Fugue was trying to help him, a mere 1 million bounty was not enough to scare Lin Yi. Did they think they could take his head for just 1 million? Ha, what a dream. Understood. Boss, your might is unparalleled. There's no need to stoop to the level of these petty thieves. Wang Quan Fugue did not press the issue but chuckled, if you need anything from me, just let me know. Lin Yi smiled, thank you then. There's no need to thank me. Anyone who dares to provoke the boss will be dealt with. Wang Quan Fugue said arrogantly, if it comes to it, I'll just throw money at them until they drop. After hanging up the communication with Wang Quan Fugue, another new message came through. Blood Rose, I heard you've been put on a bounty by the Dragon Guild? Lin Yi, yeah. Blood Rose, you seem quite calm about it. Lin Yi, hee. Blood Rose, is this how you chat? Lin Yi, did I ever say I wanted to chat with you? Blood Rose, you win. On the other end of the communication, the long-legged beauty Blood Rose was so angry she could almost grind her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of shame and anger. This was the first time in her life she had pursued a man to chat and yet she was rejected? What was there to be so proud of? There are plenty of men chasing after my sister. If I chat with you again, I'm a dog. Blood Rose hung up the communication, feeling indignant. 5 minutes later. Blood Rose, the forum says you have a divine artifact, is it true? A strong curiosity drove Blood Rose to break her vow. Lin Yi, who? Blood Rose, you don't know? Lin Yi, I'll go take a look. He then directly opened the built-in forum, and a series of posts immediately appeared before him. Why can Black Knight Tian pass the nightmare level dungeon? It's because of this. Shocking. Divine artifact obtained 3 days after the server opened. Who exactly is Black Knight Tian? Analysis post. Detailed analysis of the divine artifact attributes in Black Knight Tian's hands, with examples. The strongest divine artifact in history. Black Knight Tian, a lucky one who stumbled upon a divine artifact. After seeing the titles of these posts, even Lin Yi couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. How did these people come up with such titles? They're too damn brilliant. Even he, the person involved, couldn't resist wanting to click in and take a look. TSK, it's a pity these talents aren't working in the UC Shock department. After quickly browsing through these posts, Lin Yi quickly reached a conclusion. If nothing unexpected happened, the reason for the emergence of these posts must be that someone wanted to frame him behind his back. Lin Yi wasn't a fool. The sudden appearance of so many posts targeting him with a unified tone was definitely premeditated. At first, he thought it was because his possession of the Supreme Divine Ring had been exposed. But after reading these posts, he realized that these people didn't even know the specific effects of the Supreme Divine Ring. So, saying he carried a divine artifact was merely a gimmick. The real purpose was to lure others to deal with him. This was likely the work of the Dragon Guild. He never expected that they would go to such lengths to take him down. Lin Yi then smiled and asked back, "Do you think I have a divine artifact?" Blood Rose scoffed, "I think what they said sounds fake, and many of the accounts posting are low-level ones, clearly trying to smear you." Lin Yi nodded, "Pretty smart, but I do have a divine artifact." Blood Rose, hee, you think you can fool me? Lin Yi, I really do. Blood Rose, alright, enough of that. Others just posted a few threads to hype you up. Why are you climbing the ladder yourself? If you really have a divine artifact, I'd sleep with you for a night. Lin Yi. In this day and age, fake posts can deceive so many people. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth I say? However, for Lin Yi, it was fortunate that his possession of the Supreme Divine Ring hadn't been exposed. Of course, even if it were exposed, he didn't believe anyone could take the Supreme Divine Ring from him. After hanging up the communication with Blood Rose, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. "Dragon Guild, you want to play, huh? Then I'll play with you to the end." 3 days later, Lin Yi finally left his territory. Upon receiving this news, Xiong Tu Tiandao was overjoyed. Fearing to alert the snake, he didn't announce Lin Yi's whereabouts but quietly followed behind him. He planned to reveal Lin Yi's location coordinates on the forum when Lin Yi was halfway through, in a place where he had no support. That way, facing the encirclement of numerous players, he didn't believe Lin Yi could escape. After leaving his territory, Lin Yi showed no intention of wasting time and headed straight for the location to accept the hidden quest. For him, the Dragon Guild's bounty was utterly insignificant. Completing the hidden quest as soon as possible was Lin Yi's top priority. 2 days later, in Notting City. This is a neutral city in the Eternal Continent, extremely prosperous, capable of accommodating up to 3 million people at once. All passing player lords can rest within this city. In the previous life, it wasn't until a year after the game launched that this bustling city was captured by a top guild from Huaxia. Lin Yi's reason for coming here was certainly not to conquer Notting City. With his current strength, attempting to see such a large city was nothing short of a fantasy. However, the hidden quest Lin Yi wanted to complete was precisely located within Notting City. After entering Notting City, Lin Yi headed straight for the tavern inside. There lay the key to triggering the hidden quest. After taking a seat, Lin Yi directly ordered a low-alcohol malt liquor from the bartender, then began to sip it. Alone. While drinking, he quietly observed his surroundings. Soon, a disheveled middle-aged man walked in, and judging by his attire, he seemed to be a blacksmith. 5 cups of rum, and if that's not enough, I'll order more, he said, pulling out a bag of gold coins and slamming it on the table, clearly ready to drink until he passed out. Upon seeing this scruffy, vacant-eyed middle-aged man, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He knew that the person he was waiting for had finally arrived. Lin Yi stood up and decisively sat down in front of the middle-aged blacksmith, smiling as he asked, "Could you buy me a drink?" The middle-aged blacksmith did not respond but silently pushed a cup of rum in front of Lin Yi, indicating for him to help himself. According to the original plot, Lin Yi had to strike up a conversation with this middle-aged blacksmith first, then learn the reason for his drunkenness, before he had any chance of receiving this hidden quest. But at this moment, Lin Yi's advantage as a reborn individual became fully apparent. He lightly tapped the wooden table with his fingers and straightforwardly said, "I can go to Demon City and rescue your companion." Upon hearing the words Demon City, a look of shock immediately appeared in the middle-aged blacksmith's eyes. He instinctively looked at Lin Yi and, with great caution, asked, "Who exactly are you? How do you know about the existence of Demon City?" Lin Yi replied calmly, "Not only do I know about the existence of Demon City, but I also know that your companion is currently trapped inside, suffering and enduring torment." After hearing this, tears began to stream down the middle-aged blacksmith's face as he choked out, "I caused his suffering. I caused his suffering." The background of this hidden quest is actually quite simple. The true identity of the middle-aged blacksmith before him is that of a master craftsman. His greatest expertise lies in creating various powerful battlefield weapons, including the magic crystal heavy cannon that he developed with his companion. According to him, if a 9th-tier creature's crystal core is loaded into this cannon, a single shot could annihilate millions of lives, making it a nuclear weapon on the Eternal Continent. However, to prevent the core secrets of the magic crystal heavy cannon from leaking, several important pieces of data were stored in the minds of him and his companion. This means that only when both of them are present can they possibly draft the important blueprints for the magic crystal heavy cannon. These two master craftsmen are not motivated by fame or fortune. Their only hobby is to travel around the Eternal Continent in search of new inspiration. Unfortunately, during one of their accidental journeys, they unwittingly stumbled into a deadly place known as Demon City. The inhabitants there are all fallen demons, vicious and bloodthirsty, constantly seeking to exterminate humanity. When the two master craftsmen sensed that something was wrong and attempted to flee, it was already too late. During the escape, only one of them managed to get out. The other was forever imprisoned in the dark, sunless Demon City. The terrifying part was not death but the endless torment. The middle-aged man before me understood that his companion would not die but would endure inhumane
suffering within the demon city. The demons inside also wanted the manufacturing blueprint for the demon crystal heavy cannon. To them, it would be an excellent weapon for counterattacking humanity. However, with just his companion alone, it was impossible to produce a complete blueprint. This meant that those demons would not let him go so easily. Lin Yi calmly asked, "Did you not seek help from the various countries?" The middle-aged man took a sip of rum, bitterly smiling. "Actually, I have tried to reach out to them. It's just that when we were young, we were arrogant and unwilling to apply our research to warfare, which offended quite a few people. Now that they hear I am in trouble, they all come with their hands out, demanding the demon crystal heavy cannon blueprint. But my companion is not here, and I alone cannot produce a complete blueprint." Lin Yi silently nodded. It turned out that this middle-aged man was also forced into this situation, seeking solace in alcohol. It was indeed lamentable to see a once great craftsman reduced to such a state. "In that case, leave it to me," Lin Yi said calmly. "If I remember correctly, you should still have a teleportation stone that can take you directly to the demon city, right?" A look of astonishment immediately appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "How do you know?" To him, this black-haired youth seemed like a legendary prophet, knowing everything. Lin Yi gazed into his eyes and said softly, "Give me the teleportation stone, and I will rescue your companion. As for the reward, we can discuss it later." The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. To him, Lin Yi was just a sudden stranger. Yet, the way he presented himself had a kind of charm that made one unable to help but believe him. Moreover, he truly felt that he was at his wit's end. With that thought, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and took out a pitch-black teleportation crystal from his pocket, pushing it in front of Lin Yi. "I beg you, please be sure to rescue my companion." System prompt: "You have successfully accepted the hidden quest." The craftsman master Morsoni's plea. A glimmer of joy involuntarily flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Hidden quest accepted. After leaving the tavern, Lin Yi immediately led his troops to an open area. Without hesitation, he crushed the teleportation crystal in his hand. This teleportation crystal was drawn by Morsoni during his escape, meant for the day he could return and save his companion from those demons. As the crystal shattered, a black light suddenly appeared, and after a spatial tremor, a pitch-black portal emerged before Lin Yi. Such a one-way portal could only last for 5 minutes at most. However, Morsoni had also prepared a teleportation crystal for Nodding City, which he could use to return smoothly after completing the task. "Hurry up, enter the portal one by one." Lin Yi immediately issued the command, urging his troops to enter the portal before them. After all the forces had entered in succession, Lin Yi followed closely behind, stepping into it. A few seconds later, the pitch-black portal dissipated into the wind as if it had never appeared at all. The sky presented a bizarre shade of black, as if layers upon layers of dark clouds obscured the heavens above. The air was thick with a stench of death mixed with the scent of blood, making one want to retch. The ground beneath was barren beyond measure, devoid of any plant life, only the dark magic soil and the bleached white bones scattered everywhere. "This should be the edge of Demon City, right?" Lin Yi looked up, and at the end of his line of sight, a massive black fortress loomed, like a slumbering giant beast sprawled across the land. This fortress was Demon City. Just gazing at it from afar brought an involuntary sense of oppression. At that moment, a sharp shriek suddenly pierced Lin Yi's ears. It felt as if two rusty iron plates were grinding against each other. Lin Yi turned to look, and it turned out that dozens of patrolling scythe demons had discovered their presence. These scythe demons, with horns on their heads and sides in hand, were highly aggressive. Although they were a first-tier unit within the demon race, their displayed strength was not inferior to that of second-tier units. However, even so, Lin Yi still did not take them seriously. Dozens of scythe demons were hardly even an appetizer to him. Death skeletons killed them all. With Lin Yi's command, nearly 1,000 death skeletons surged forward. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of scythe demons were reduced to a pile of corpses. Then, Lin Yi raised his head again, looking once more at Demon City. He knew in his heart that the only way to rescue his companion, Morsoni, was to launch a full-scale assault on Demon City. "All troops, listen up. At all costs, flatten this city before us." After Lin Yi issued the final order, the army behind him immediately charged towards Demon City without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside Demon City, a demon with a body like a giant serpent and 6 arms suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils emitted a ghostly green light, and a hoarse voice emerged from its throat. "I smell it, the scent of the living." Then, a bat-shaped demon scout landed beside it and whispered a few words. The 6-armed serpent demon's expression shifted from surprise to fury. It raised its head, and its voice spread like thunder. "Dare to attack my Tanalitha's territory? All demons in Demon City, heed my command, prepare to march out and fight." In an instant, the entire Demon City was stirred. All the demons roared and shrieked. This Demon City had existed for decades, and now, it was the first time a human lord dared to take the initiative to attack them. Although Lin Yi was prepared, he clearly did not expect that Demon City would be ready for battle so quickly.
Thousands of side demons surged out from the fortress, dense as a tide of ants. The intelligence of the side demons was not high, so they were merely sent out as cannon fodder. One reason was to deplete Lin Yi's forces, and the other was to gauge the latter's strength. The reason Lin Yi had accumulated strength for so long to take on Musoni's hidden quest was precisely because conquering Demon City was extremely difficult. The reasons for this were manifold. The first reason was that within the range of Demon City, all demon races received a 20% boost to all attributes. The second reason was the presence of a demon lord within Demon City. The six-armed serpent demon, Tanaril, is the demon lord stationed in Demon City. Its strength is formidable, even comparable to a 7th-tier boss. Moreover, its intelligence is not inferior to that of the human race. Attempting to seize Demon City through cunning means is utterly impossible in the presence of Tanaril. No need to rush into battle, let the Divine Punishment Archers and the Moonhunter first wear them down. In the face of the assault on Demon City, Lin Yi remained calm. Since the ranged troops under Aviel had an absolute range advantage, there was no need to clash head-on with the enemy just yet. After replenishing his forces within the territory, the number of Divine Punishment Archers had already surpassed 100. Under the effect of the Demon Slayer, their arrows could inflict massive damage on the enemy. Essentially, a single volley of arrows would bring down a large number of scythe demons. Although there were many scythe demons, relying solely on these low-tier troops, they would likely suffer heavy casualties before even reaching Lin Yi. Tanaril stood atop the city wall and spoke in a deep voice. Demon archers, prepare to fire and exchange shots with those humans. However, after he spoke, the demon archers wielding the Soul Reaper longbows showed difficulty. My lord, at this distance, our arrows can't reach them. Tanaril was furious. They are slaughtering our demon army, and you say our arrows can't reach them? The demon archer broke into a cold sweat. There's really no way. Those human archers have an incredibly long range. At such a distance, we can't even aim at the target. Clang! Just as Tanaril was about to speak again, an arrow whizzed past his cheek and embedded itself straight into the wall beside him. With a dark expression, Tanaril pulled out the arrow and angrily commanded, then let the Bull Brigade charge. Since your range is insufficient, charge alongside the main army. I want you to guarantee me that every arrow can pierce a human skull. Although Tanaril was furious, his orders remained clear-headed. Since the ranged troops were outmatched in range, they could only disrupt the enemy's formation through a charge. The Demon Bulls, a Tier 3 unit bolstered by health and defense, would be unstoppable once they charged. Moreover, these Demon Bulls could help cover the Demon Archers as they reached the battlefield, providing long-range fire suppression against the enemy, achieving two objectives at once. Rumble, accompanied by the sound of the earth trembling, the Demon Bull army charged towards Lin Yi's direction. They were incredibly robust, exuding a terrifying aura of death. The Demon Archers followed closely behind the Demon Bulls, preparing to provide fire support once they advanced a certain distance. Unfortunately, although Tanaril's tactics were perfect, Lin Yi saw through them at a glance. Do they think this will protect the archers in the back? These demons are adorably foolish. Lin Yi smirked and unhesitatingly dispatched one of his strongest units. Royal Griffins, it's your turn. Squawk! After he issued the command, the Royal Griffins flapped their wings, screeching as they soared into the sky, then directly swooped down to ambush the demon archers in the back. Thanks to the Royal Griffins' Royal Assault ability, they could always gain priority in attacking the enemy. The group of Royal Griffins dove down from the sky like wolves entering a sheepfold. Their razor-sharp claws instantly tore through the throats of the demon archers. In an instant, the screams of the demon archers filled the air. On the other side, the situation for the demon minotaurs was not much better. Lin Yi directly commanded the Sun Crusaders to launch a dazzling charge against them. Under a burst of blinding light, these demon minotaurs were all rendered blind, flailing about like headless flies, and were ultimately slaughtered one by the Sun Crusaders. Tanalitha's offensive was easily neutralized by Lin Yi. In just one encounter, the demon army had already suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's rear troops remained unscathed, with only a few Royal Griffins and a dozen Sun Crusaders lost. However, Lin Yi was well aware that this was merely an appetizer. The high-tier troops within the Demon City had yet to make an appearance. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. On the city wall, the six-armed serpent demon, Tanalith, was nearly hopping mad. His eyes were blood-red, filled with ferocity, and the veins on his 6 thick arms were bulging. Then, he gritted his teeth and ordered, all bull demons and goat demons in the Demon City, obey my command and assist the curse wizards in getting within range. I want this human lord to understand what kind of fate awaits those who dare to provoke the Demon City. After Tanalitha's order, a wave of excited roars erupted within the Demon City. A group of massive, muscular goat-headed and bull-headed demons, each towering at nearly 2 meters, raised their weapons and let out a series of roars. Goat demons and bull demons both belonged to the 4th-tier troops. Goat demons had higher attack power and were more lethal, their coiled muscles hiding nearly terrifying strength. Bull demons had higher defense, their robust bodies resembling unstoppable war chariots. Behind them, the curse wizards, wielding demon staffs, concealed their decayed faces beneath black hoods, emitting eerie cackles. Compared to the goat and bull demons, these 5th-tier wizards were the truly terrifying presence. The massive bull and goat demons charged towards Lin Ye's troops. The tough-skinned bull demons led the charge, absorbing the firepower of the divine punishment archers. It must be said that the bull demons had an impressively thick health pool. Even under the damage boost of Demon Slayer, a single arrow from the divine punishment archer could only take away a third of their health. Once the Sun Crusaders charged, the higher damage goat demons would immediately rush forward from the back to engage in battle. The 4th-tier goat demons were formidable, although they might not be a match for the Sun Crusaders in a one-on-one situation. They excelled in numbers. Lin Yi initially wanted the Royal Griffins to launch a surprise attack on the Curse Wizards at the back, but those wizards seemed to have anticipated his plan. Before the Royal Griffins could soar into the sky, the Curse Wizards quickly began chanting spells. In the next moment, dense black mist rapidly spread out, completely obscuring Lin Yi's line of sight. In this situation, even the Royal Griffins could not accurately locate the position of the Curse Wizards, let alone launch a surprise attack. 5th-tier troops are indeed troublesome. Lin Yi took a deep breath and couldn't help but purse his lips. Since a surprise attack on the enemy's rear was impossible, he would have to engage in a frontal battle. Plague zombies, charge into the enemy ranks and self-destruct. Death skeletons, all out, slow down the enemy's charge. Hell spirits, gather together, focus on a single target as much as possible. Sun Crusaders, initiate a dazzling charge. Disrupt the battlefield, and buy time for other troops to attack. Facing the enemy's offensive, Lin Yi methodically issued attack orders. His rich tactical reserves allowed him to quickly respond and adjust to any battlefield situation. After the plague zombies self-destructed, the greenish toxic gas rapidly spread out. The hellish phantoms, with their extremely high attack power, gathered together like sharp blades, piercing into the enemy ranks. The Sun Crusaders, relying on their dazzling charge, rampaged through the enemy lines. On the city wall, the 6-armed serpent demon Tenali's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Deep down, he knew that this human lord before him was definitely a formidable opponent. However, as long as the Curse Wizard could safely reach the battlefield, the tide of battle could surely be turned. Just wait, after I capture you, I will shatter your bones one by one. Tenali gritted his teeth, his face twisted in a snarl. Under the dual protection of the bull demons and goat demons, the 5th-tier Curse Wizard finally arrived at the battlefield. These individuals were also formidable human mages in their past lives, but their unwillingness to accept death led their souls to fall, ultimately becoming demons. Demon's Curse. They raised their staffs and quickly chanted the incantation. In the next moment, dark demonic energy slithered across the battlefield like serpents, diving into the bodies of Lin Ye's troops. A Sun Crusader, after being attacked by the demonic energy, instantly turned ashen, even coughing violently until he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Your troops have been cursed by demons, all attributes decreased by 30%. The system's prompt soon echoed in Lin Ye's ears. The curse of the Curse Wizard was even more formidable than the Plague Toxin. However, the enemy's offensive was far from over. After casting the Curse Wizard raised his staff once more. In an instant, black light erupted. However, this black light shone entirely upon the bodies of the demon race. The bull demons and goat demons let out low growls from their throats, their massive bodies swelling even more. The demon army has received the blessing of the demon god, all attributes increased by 25%. Hearing the system prompt ringing in his ears again, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. It should be noted that the demon city could originally increase the attributes of all demons by 20%. Now, the Curse Wizard had further granted them a special buff of 25% increase to all attributes. Combined, that was a total of 45%. This increase was already quite terrifying. Meanwhile, the demon army finally unleashed a frenzied attack, revealing their fangs like wild beasts. A goat demon swung its massive axe, cleaving down and embedding it directly into a Sun Crusader's body. A bull demon roared as it swung its warhammer, smashing a holy flame knight into a bloody mess. Even the Curse Wizards entered spell range, rapidly chanting incantations, causing one after another of the divine punishment archers to explode under the erosion of the curse. The tide of battle seemed to have been instantly reversed. On the city wall, the 6-armed serpent demon Tenali's eyes lit up, excitedly shouting, "Kill! Annihilate them all!" However, at this critical moment, Lin Yi suddenly turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Next, it's up to you." Just as his words fell, dozens of royal griffins surged into the sky. However, looking at the scene before him, Tenali couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. What fools! Under the cover of the black mist, this group of royal griffins could not possibly pinpoint the exact location of the Curse Wizard. As for charging at the Curse Wizard? Sorry, under the dual defense of the bull demons and goat demons, that was nothing but a pipe dream. He was certain of victory in this war. However, just as Tenali felt victory was in his grasp, the royal griffins descended from the sky. Due to obstructed vision, they failed to launch a surprise attack on the Curse Wizard as they flew down. However, this group of royal griffins did not seem to have landed alone. Tanalier then saw clearly that each royal griffin had a pale-faced vampire riding on its back. These vampire counts were impeccably dressed, their sharp fangs glinting with a cold, chilling light.
Tanalir's pupils constricted.
He clearly did not expect that Lin Yi had such a trick up his sleeve. This guy actually had the vampire counts ride on the backs of the royal griffins, forcing them to deliver them right next to the cursed sorcerer. It should be noted that vampires possess night vision.
Moreover, even if their line of sight
is obstructed, they can still discern the enemy's location through the scent of blood. The vampire counts opened their blood-filled mouths, emitting a shrill scream like that of bats, their eyes filled with a thirst for blood.
The blood of demons that is also blood.
After being delivered to the rear of the battlefield by the royal griffins, the vampire counts fully bared their fangs. One of the vampire counts quickly advanced to the side of a cursed sorcerer.
Then, the skill was activated.
Blood Fury. The vampire count consumed 200 health points, allowing his next attack to deal 300%
damage to the enemy. Following the activation of Blood Fury, the next skill was Blood Drain.
The vampire count's fangs immediately sank fiercely into the neck of the cursed sorcerer.
In less than 3 seconds, the massive damage from Blood Drain turned the cursed sorcerer into a desiccated corpse. Meanwhile, the vampire count's health was restored to full. For these fragile mages, the existence of the vampire counts was nothing short of a nightmare. The vampire counts danced like phantoms across the battlefield, turning every cursed sorcerer they passed into desiccated corpses. The reason Lin Yi had not chosen to deploy the vampire counts earlier was precisely for this moment. The vampire counts were his ultimate trump card,
and when paired with the flying royal griffins, they were undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Under the frenzied slaughter of the vampire counts, the number of cursed sorcerers continued to dwindle.
The effects of demon curse and God's baptism were also being continuously weakened.
Once the effects of the curse were diminished, all the troops under Lin Yi's command regained their previous combat strength.
After the effects of God's baptism weakened,
the sizes of the minotaurs and goat demons returned to normal.
This meant that Lin Yi's counterattack had officially begun.
With the threat of the cursed sorcerers eliminated, no one could stop
Lin Yi's army from charging forward. With Lin Yi's army rapidly advancing in front and the vampire counts and royal griffins slaughtering behind, the demon army before them couldn't even hold out for 10 minutes before completely collapsing. Lin Yi pressed on, stepping over the bodies of the demon race, charging straight to the base of the demon city walls. Now, he was just one wall away from flattening the demon city. Break down the city gate, Lin Yi commanded without hesitation. Inside the city, demons scattered in all directions. These scattered demons posed no threat to Lin Yi's army at all. However, he was also too lazy to prepare to hunt them all down. His only goal was to slay the demon lord within the city and successfully rescue Morsoni's companions. Soon, Lin Yi led his army to the Lord's Hall. At that moment, the six-armed serpent demon Tanalir finally appeared before him. This demon with human arms and a serpent body had a fierce look in his eyes, one hand tightly gripping a man's throat. Lead your army out of the demon city. Otherwise, I will snap his neck. If I'm not mistaken, you must have come for him, right? The six-armed serpent demon Tanalir growled with a fierce expression. The man he was gripping was none other than the companion of the master craftsman, Morsoni. If he died, it would mean that the complete blueprint of the demon crystal cannon would forever be out of reach. Come on. As long as you dare to take a step forward, I'll kill him immediately, Tanalir crazily shouted, since the demon city has already been breached by you. I don't mind dying together with this guy, leaving you with nothing. It must be said that the intelligence of this demon lord was not inferior to that of the human race. Even in such a desperate situation, he still devised a corresponding countermeasure, taking a hostage to threaten Lin Yi. In his view, this human lord was most likely here for the master craftsman. After all, no one would want to miss out on the blueprint of the demon crystal cannon. However, facing the crazed Tanalir, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. He raised his head and calmly said, "Abel, don't hesitate too much, just shoot the hostage dead." After Lin Yi's words, the three heroes around him showed expressions of surprise, clearly not expecting Lin Yi to make such a decision. However, Abel naturally obeyed Lin Yi's command unconditionally. So, without hesitation, she raised her longbow and shot an arrow with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! This extremely sharp arrow instantly pierced through the hostage's skull. A splash of crimson blood immediately erupted. Tenali's face was filled with shock and madness as he muttered in despair, How dare you shoot him dead? Weren't you here to save him? Aren't you afraid you'll never get the complete blueprint this way?" By the end, Tenali's tone even carried a hint of resentment. However, Lin Yi calmly replied, "The reason I dared to kill him is that the one you are holding is merely a counterfeit. The real one is locked away in the deepest part of the Demon City dungeon, requiring passing through 12 checkpoints, and it would take at least 20 minutes to see him. In such a short time, you could never traverse the dungeon to pull him out as a hostage." After Lin Yi finished speaking, the corpse in Tenali's hand indeed changed. From a human form, it transformed into a green-skinned demon. This was a shapeshifter. Although its rank was not high, it could freely change into the appearance of others. Tanalir had the shapeshifter take on the form of Morsoni's companion to threaten Lin Yi into retreating.
This plan could be said to be flawless. Unfortunately, Tan Ali did not consider that. Lin Yi, as a reincarnator, had already seen through his tricks thanks to his foresight. Rodhart, Sophia, Abel, kill him. With Lin Yi's command, the three epic heroes immediately launched an attack on Tan Ali. Although the situation was already decided, Tan Ali, as a level 7 boss, was still formidable. Therefore, Lin Yi did not let his guard down. Not only did he deploy 3 epic heroes, but he also ordered all his troops to swarm in, allowing Tan Ali to deeply experience the feeling of being surrounded and killed. I won't accept this. Surrounded, Tan Ali's health continued to drop as he fought desperately, slaughtering Lin Yi's troops. However, such a massive army was not something he could defeat alone. At the end of his life, Tan Ali could only unleash a roar of anger in despair. This demon lord of the demon city ultimately fell at Lin Yi's feet. The combat power of a level 7 boss was even more terrifying than Lin Yi had imagined even before his death. Tanaril had inflicted great casualties on his troops. Fortunately, under Lin Yi's command, there was the presence of the Elf Queen, a nurturing hero. Many of the nearly dying units were revived by the Elf Queen's healing. Otherwise, Lin Yi's losses would have been even greater. After Tanaril's death, Rodhart stepped forward and began to search the corpse of the demon lord. A boss of this level should drop some good items, after all. Sure enough, Rodhart found 2 treasures and an item on the body. Demon Mask, Special Treasure, Physical Attack Power plus 150 Strength plus 45 Health plus 500 Skill. Demon Disguise. After use, the user can disguise themselves as anyone. Duration, 60 minutes. Under the mask lies the face of a demon. Demon's Hand, Platinum level, Physical Attack Power plus 100 Final Damage plus 5% Skill Damage plus 5% Damage Reduction plus 5% deals 10% additional damage to all races except demons. Skill, Demon Grip. After use, a giant demon hand can be conjured to forcibly grab an enemy unit and pull it in front of the user, dealing 200% skill damage. No one can escape the palm of the demon. Demon Crystal Core, Special Item. Description: the crystal core of the 7th tier demon. 6-armed serpent demon Tanaril, which seems to be the source of his power, containing a vast amount of demonic energy. It must be said that Tanaril was quite generous. The 6th tier Dragon Man leader had only given him a platinum level Dragon Blood Longbow. Yet Tanaril not only dropped a platinum level treasure but also a special treasure and a special item. The attributes of the Demon's Hand were quite good even among platinum level treasures. Not only did it have 3% attributes, but it also possessed the skill, Demon Grip, which forcibly grabs an enemy. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and decided that this treasure was more suitable for the melee-oriented Rodhart, so he directly tossed the Demon's Hand to him. Thank you for the gift, my lord. The soul fire in Rodhart's eyes flickered. Clearly, he was quite pleased with this demon-infused treasure. As for the Demon Crystal Core, it was nothing special. Almost all powerful beings would condense a crystal core as a source of power within them. Just like Lin Yi had previously obtained a Black Dragon Crystal Core from the corpse of the Death Soul Black Dragon, the transformed Dragon Man, Ors, could also condense his own energy crystal core. Unfortunately, he had completed his transformation too quickly, and before he could condense the crystal core, Lin Yi had killed him on the spot. Then, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the demon mask. This special treasure piqued his interest greatly. The demon mask can disguise me as someone else? That's quite interesting. Lin Yi rubbed the demon mask in his hands and then unhesitatingly put it on his face. He then activated the skill, Demon Disguise, and recalled the visage of Wan Quan Fugui in his mind. In the next second, Lin Yi felt his face and form shift, instantly transforming into Wan Quan Fugui. To Lin Yi's surprise, even his body shape changed accordingly. If that's the case, I wonder if the gender can change as well. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi began to imagine the face of Blood Rose in his mind. Although he had never met Blood Rose, he knew what she looked like from his previous life. After all, as the only female lord from the Huaxia region to make it to the top in his past life, Blood Rose was quite famous. What Lin Yi did not expect was that under the influence of the demon mask, his form underwent another transformation. His face gradually changed into the beautiful and charismatic visage of Blood Rose. Even his figure transformed into an extremely alluring body. Watching Lin Yi's change, even the Elf Queen couldn't help but cover her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my, master, you've become so beautiful." Upon hearing the Elf Queen's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but look down at himself. Then, even he felt a rush of blood. My goodness, this figure could almost rival that of the Elf Queen. And those long, straight legs were simply a natural weapon. Lin Yi finally understood why so many men in his past life were infatuated with Blood Rose. He then placed his right hand on his chest and gently squeezed. The sensation was simply exquisite. After indulging in his own wicked pleasure, Lin Yi returned to his original form. It must be said that the effect of this demon mask was indeed significant. It could not only disguise him as a man but even as a woman. When necessary, it could even disguise him as other races. Aver chuckled beside Lin Yi. Fortunately, my lord has returned, otherwise, with your beauty just now, you would surely have captivated countless men. The Elf Queen giggled beside her. Yes, I feel a bit ashamed of my own looks. Lin Yi awkwardly cleared his throat twice. You'd better pretend you didn't see what just happened.
Come on, I brought you under my command to be my sisters, right?
After testing the effects of the demon mask, Lin Yi wasted no time and
immediately headed towards the dungeon of the demon city.
These demons were extremely inhumane, and the dungeon held countless humans they had captured, some of whom were almost tortured beyond recognition. Lin Yi directly ordered his
troops to open all the dungeons and release everyone.
As for where they would go next, that was beyond Lin Yi's consideration. After passing through one checkpoint after another, Lin Yi finally arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon, where his companion, Moxoni, was imprisoned. He saw Moxoni, covered in blood, bound to a cross by iron chains, with countless signs of curse erosion on his body, not a single good piece of flesh visible, and even his mind seemed a bit hazy.
Lin Yi looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but sigh, then calmly said, "Elf Queen, heal him, then rescue him."
The Elf Queen raised her staff, and with a flash of emerald light, the breath of life began to revive within
him.
His injuries healed rapidly, and even the curse within him was temporarily dispelled. However, to completely cure the curse, they would still need to return to the kingdom and find powerful priests to dispel it with holy light.
Are you here to save me? The man raised his head, struggling to look at Lin Yi.
Lin Yi nodded and calmly replied, "At the request of your companion Moxoni, we specifically came here.
Now, all threats have been eliminated, you can return with us."
Upon hearing the name Moxoni, a relieved smile finally appeared on the battered man's face.
I knew he wouldn't forget me.
The bond between these two master craftsmen was deeply moving.
Even imprisoned in the deepest part of
the Demon City dungeon, enduring daily torment, he still believed that Moxoni would find a way to rescue him. Lin Yi then opened the portal to return to Noting City, directly taking everyone with him as they chose to go back together.
At the tavern entrance, the drunken Morsoni looked at Lin Yi in shock. "Haven't you set off yet?"
Although he didn't have high hopes for Lin Yi, the
latter's nonchalance irritated him. "If you're unwilling to go to Demon City, you can return the teleportation stone to me," Morsoni said in a deep voice. "I
will find another way to rescue my companions."
However, Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "I think that won't be necessary." The next second, Morsoni's
companion walked up with a smile, arms wide open. "My old friend, it's been a long time." Looking at the companion who suddenly appeared before him, Morsoni's eyes were filled with astonishment. How are you here?" Then, he suddenly realized, looking at Lin Yi in disbelief. "You rescued him from Demon City?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "To be precise, I flattened the entire Demon City to save your companion." After Lin Yi's words, the surprise on Morsoni's face turned into sheer horror. How long had he been in the tavern? An hour? 2 hours? Yet in such a short time, the seemingly young black-haired youth had flattened the entire Demon City. In an instant, shock, horror, joy, excitement, and exhilaration, these complex emotions completely filled Morsoni's heart. He hugged his companion tightly, almost choking on his words. "It's so good to see you again." "Ding, congratulations, Lord, for successfully completing the hidden quest, Master Craftsman Morsoni's request. The related rewards will be distributed in 3 days." Upon hearing the completion notification, Lin Yi first felt a surge of joy, then couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. 3 days later? If he remembered correctly, wasn't the reward for this hidden quest supposed to be the blueprint for the magic crystal heavy cannon? He recalled that in his previous life, after completing this hidden quest, Morsoni immediately drew the blueprint with his companion and generously gifted it to him. Could it be that he made a mistake in some part? Just then, Morsoni suddenly spoke. He bowed deeply to Lin Yi. "Respected Lord, I apologize for my misunderstanding of you earlier. Thank you for rescuing my companion. If you have time, you can stay in Noting City for 3 days. 3 days later, I will prepare a gift for you as my gratitude." After Morsoni finished speaking, he and his companion exchanged a knowing smile. This made Lin Yi curious about what kind of surprise they would prepare for him in 3 days. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had already spent 3 days in Noting City. On the 3rd day, he followed his agreement with Morsoni and met him in front of an abandoned warehouse in the city. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Morsoni immediately welcomed him warmly with a big hug. His friend had also recovered a lot. Although his face still looked a bit pale, he was able to move normally. "After discussing with my companion, we have unanimously decided that to express our gratitude, we are willing to give you our lifelong effort, the blueprint for the magic crystal heavy cannon, as a gift." After saying this, Morsoni took out a scroll of blueprints from his bosom and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and thanked him, but deep down, he felt no surprise. After all, this blueprint was the final reward for the hidden quest. Then, Moxoni spoke again. "In addition to this blueprint, we have also prepared a generous gift for you." As soon as he finished speaking, his companion directly pulled the lever. With a rumble, the iron door of the abandoned warehouse slowly opened. What appeared before Lin Yi was a brand new and complete magic crystal heavy cannon. Upon seeing this magic crystal heavy cannon, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He clearly did not expect that the generous gift Moxoni mentioned would be this heavy cannon. It is important to note that the materials needed to manufacture a magic crystal heavy cannon are extremely rare.
so rare that even though Lin Yi had obtained the manufacturing blueprint, he would still need to spend a considerable amount of time and money to gather those materials. Perhaps it was due to the high completion rate of his task that the rewards for hidden tasks had become so generous. Moxoni smiled and said, actually, we had already gathered the materials to manufacture the magic crystal heavy cannon before we accidentally entered the Demon City. If it weren't for you successfully rescuing it from the Demon City, this magic crystal heavy cannon would probably never have appeared before the world. I finally understand now that aside from life, nothing else is worth cherishing. So, this magic crystal heavy cannon is a gift to you. I hope you can use it to do more good deeds so that my lifelong efforts won't be in vain. After listening to Moxoni's account, Lin Yi couldn't help but nod silently and calmly said, don't worry, I won't let you down. This magic crystal heavy cannon, I will definitely not let it go to waste. The barrel of this magic crystal heavy cannon was about 7 or 8 meters long, with countless dark magic crystals embedded in it. The blackened muzzle resembled the gaping mouth of a beast, instilling fear in those who looked at it. This heavy cannon weighed several tons at the very least. Even a dozen adult men gathered together might not be able to lift it. Lin Yi extended his right hand, gestured in the air, and immediately brought up the specific attributes of the magic crystal heavy cannon. Magic crystal heavy cannon, war treasure, description, the masterpiece of master craftsman Moxoni, requires energy crystal cores for filling. After filling with energy crystal cores, it can unleash extremely terrifying power. The power of the magic crystal heavy cannon is linked to the energy crystal cores filled within it. The owner of this heavy cannon will possess the ability to destroy the world. After seeing the attributes of the magic crystal heavy cannon, Lin Yi finally felt at ease. One of the great weapons from his previous life was finally in his hands. Although the introduction of the magic crystal heavy cannon seemed unremarkable, the power of this war treasure was undoubtedly formidable. In his previous life, just the manufacturing materials for the magic crystal heavy cannon had skyrocketed to several million gold coins. A complete magic crystal heavy cannon was priced at an astonishing 20 million gold coins. There were instances where someone used 10 magic crystal heavy cannons to repel an army of 100,000 outer demons. However, this premise relied on having a sufficient number of energy crystal cores in hand. To put it metaphorically, the magic crystal heavy cannon is akin to an amplifier. The greater the energy contained within the energy crystal cores, the more powerful the magic crystal heavy cannon's output. And Lin Yi just happened to have a 9th tier Black Dragon's magic crystal. If paired with the magic crystal heavy cannon, having given them a full 3 days to prepare, there should already be a large army gathered outside Nodding City to besiege me, right? After checking the attributes of the magic crystal heavy cannon, Lin Yi's thoughts shifted, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. As soon as he arrived at Nodding City, someone immediately published his location coordinates on the forum. He was not a fool. Such an occurrence surely meant that someone had been tracking him from behind. It was even very likely that it was the people from the Dragon God Guild. Judging by the popularity of the post, there were quite a few responses. After all, the bait had already been cast, and naturally, schools of fish would be attracted. Some came for the 1 million reward from the Dragon Guild, while others sought to obtain the artifact that Lin Yi carried. At that moment, messages from Wang Quanfu Gue and Blood Rose arrived one after the other. Wang Quanfu Gue. Boss, are you still in Nodding City? You must not come out. There are police everywhere. No, there are people blocking you everywhere. I took a quick look, and their numbers are almost 10,000. But it's okay. As your most loyal lackey, I'm already on my way to rescue you, so you must hold on. Lin Yi. He directly sent a string of ellipses back to Wang Quanfu Gue. I have to say, this guy is definitely a standout in the sycophant world, caring about his own matters more than his own father. As for Blood Rose's message, it was much more tsundere. Darkness envelopes the sky. I'm just outside Nodding City. If you beg me, I might just kindly come to your aid, humph. After reading Blood Rose's message, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. In his view, this woman had definitely rushed over to save him but was pretending to just be passing by. A proud and aloof lady, indeed quite adorable. However, did she think he would beg her? Ha, this woman must still be half asleep. With that thought, Lin Yi immediately replied, no need to save me, but if you continue to stay outside Nodding City, I could show you my special artillery skills. After receiving Lin Yi's message, Blood Rose was momentarily stunned, then nearly furious enough to grind her silver teeth. This bastard, this rogue, this lecher. Even when facing death, he still had the audacity to talk back. After she had finally thought of coming to save him, this guy actually said he wanted to show her his special artillery skills? Bah! Go die! After closing communication with the two, Lin Yi immediately headed towards the auction house inside Nodding City. For him, Nodding City, as a neutral zone, was an absolutely safe place. After all, with the current military strength of the player lord, it was impossible to breach Nodding City. Just the 5th-tier Imperial Guard stationed at the city walls could annihilate those players' armies without leaving a trace. Therefore, they only dared to surround Nodding City, waiting for Lin Yi to come out on his own. Hello, esteemed lord, how may I assist you?
Upon entering the auction house, a beautiful human maid immediately approached him. Lin Yi replied casually, I want to purchase energy crystal cores of tier 5 and above. Tier 5 crystal cores, 8,000 gold each. Tier 6 crystal cores, 30,000 gold each. Tier 7 crystal cores, 100,000 gold each. As long as it fits this price range, I'll take as many as you have. To ensure that the magic crystal heavy cannon could maintain continuous firepower, he needed to acquire enough energy crystal cores as ammunition. Tier 5 to 7 energy crystal cores could be bought with money. However, the value of Tier 8 or even higher energy crystal cores could not be measured in gold. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the maid's face immediately lit up with joy. This was a big client. She dared not be the slightest bit negligent and quickly ushered Lin Yi into the VIP room. Then, she swiftly brought him the most complete list filled with types, tiers, and prices of energy crystal cores. Half an hour later, Lin Yi walked out of the auction house, satisfied. He had spent nearly 1 million gold purchasing a large number of energy crystal cores. To do this, Lin Yi had also sold a few strategic treasures he no longer needed at the auction house. Since the ammunition is well prepared, then next, it's time to raise the curtain on war. A smile crept onto Lin Ye's lips as he strode confidently towards the outside of Notting City. Rodhart, Sophia, and Abel, these three epic heroes, followed closely behind him. At this moment, it was noon, with the blazing sun high in the sky. Lin Yi walked towards the outskirts of the city under the radiant sunlight, a terrifying aura of slaughter enveloping him. In his previous life, he had been forced to commit suicide under the siege of numerous enemies. In this life, all who dared to encircle him would pay a bloody price before him. Outside Notting City, hundreds of player lords surrounded the various exits of the city, effectively sealing off this neutral stronghold. This group of people, like wolves scenting blood, gathered here solely to gain sufficient benefits from Lin Yi. After all, the name Night Unleashed was far too prominent. The record holder for the first clear of a nightmare-level dungeon, the first killer of a 9th-tier boss. And now, there was one more title to add, owner of a divine artifact. The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows. This principle has always been unchanging throughout the ages. Night Unleashed isn't too scared to come out, is he? It's our fault for being too ostentatious. Coming here with hundreds of people must have alerted him. So what do we do now? Just stay here? If he wants to waste time, then let's waste it with him. As long as Night Unleashed dies, the divine artifact will be ours. Heh, what a load of nonsense about divine artifacts, they're just rumors. If you ask me, the 1 million bounty from the Dragon Guild is much more reliable. The player lords discussed among themselves, even starting to divide up the spoils from Lin Yi in their words. Clearly, they did not believe that Lin Yi could escape this calamity. 2 fists could hardly contend against 4 hands. Not to mention, Lin Yi would have to face hundreds of them alone. Night Unleashed, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Xiong Tu Tiandao's face revealed a fierce light as he gritted his teeth and said, I want you to know that I orchestrated your death. Beside him, Long Zhanyi also showed an excited expression. You did well. When we return, I can promote you to an elder of the guild. Within the Dragon Guild, the status of an elder is higher than that of a cadre. Long Zhanyi was so generous because Xiong Tu Tiandao had forced Lin Yi into a corner, perfectly fulfilling his instructions. I want to personally chop off that kid's head, snatch the elf queen back, and after I'm bored with it, kick it aside like trash. Long Zhanyuye's eyes were fierce, filled with twisted thoughts. Just then, a figure slowly walked out from the main gate of Notting City. The appearance of this figure stirred the players like a stone thrown into a pond, instantly invigorating them. It's Night Unleashed. He actually came out of Notting City. The divine artifact is on him. Don't act yet, we can't let the guards of Notting City get involved. Right, let's wait until his troops have all left Notting City before we attack. After leaving Notting City, Lin Yi quickly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Although no player lords were visible around, he could feel that, in the shadows, countless eyes were watching him. Lin Yi paid no mind and led his troops straight ahead. As he arrived at the plain, those hidden player lords chose to reveal themselves. More and more player lords, leading their troops, appeared before Lin Yi. Various types of troops gathered together, creating a dark mass that gave a tremendous sense of oppression. The atmosphere around them instantly became tense. However, in this situation, no player was willing to be the first to take the initiative and attack Lin Ye.as. The situation reached a stalemate. Lin Yi was the first to break the deadlock. He calmly spoke, since you are not planning to attack, I will take the initiative. Just as his words fell, Rodhart immediately led the undead army, forcefully charging into the enemy ranks. Thousands of skeletal reapers swung their black scythes. The plague zombies that burst into the enemy lines exploded one after another, and the sickly green plague toxins spread instantly. Hellish phantoms, like wraiths, tore through the enemy with every swipe of their claws. As for the vampire count, this 4th-tier mythical unit was practically invincible on a battlefield of this level, as long as he wasn't focused down to death. A single sip would allow him to instantly recover to full health. In addition, the other troops under Lin Yi also joined the battlefield. Holy Flame Lancers, Divine Punishment Archers, Sun Crusaders, Royal Griffins,
Faced with these armies composed of ordinary units, Lin Ye's mythical units displayed an unprecedented advantage. The player lords surrounding Lin Ye were already shocked to the core by the scene before them. What the hell? Is that really an archer? Can they shoot my elven mage dead from thousands of meters away? Are these vampires sucking on major arteries? I've been fighting for ages, and he just takes one sip and is back to full health. Can someone tell me what the hell these greenish zombies are? Why do they explode and release toxic mist? My pikemen are going to be poisoned to death. Damn it, you just got poisoned. A dozen griffins suddenly swooped down and smashed my elven archers to death with one claw. The battle had just begun, and these player lords realized a brutally harsh truth. The units under Lin Yi and their own units seemed to belong to entirely different levels of existence. It felt like they weren't even playing the same game. This guy must be cheating, right? However, the fierce performance of Lin Ye's units also solidified a fact in the minds of the player lords. That is, Lin Yi must possess some kind of divine artifact. At that moment, Xiong Tu Tiandao jumped out again, loudly declaring, "Everyone, don't panic. Although the units of Nightfall are strong, with his limited forces he cannot possibly be our opponent. As long as we kill him, the 1 million bounty is ours and the divine artifact on him is also ours." It must be said that Xiong Tu Tiandao understood human nature quite well. His words not only cut off the player lords' concerns but also ignited their greedy instincts. Kill Lin Yi, get the divine artifact, and earn the bounty. No one could resist such temptation. Just then, Long Zhan Yi added fuel to the fire. Surrounded by members of the Divine Dragon Guild, he proclaimed, "I, Long Zhan Yi, representing the Divine Dragon Guild, will raise the bounty on Nightfall to 5 million. After he spoke, almost all the player lords instantly fell into a frenzy. This was a full 5 million bounty. One must know how many people in reality could truly earn 5 million. Now, all they had to do was kill Lin Yi, and they could receive 5 million in bounty from Long Zhan Yi all at once. Kill Nightfall. 5 million bounty, no one can compete with me. Damn it, today we'll drown this guy with our spit." Under the heavy reward, there would surely be brave men. After Long Zhan Yi raised the bounty, everyone present fell into a state of madness. However, at that moment, an unusual voice rang out from outside the crowd. "Everyone listen, whoever brings me Long Zhan Yi's head, I will directly reward him 10 million. The voice was, of course, that of Wang Quanfu Gue. At this moment he had finally arrived on the battlefield. And upon reaching the battlefield, Wang Quanfu Gue immediately opened his mouth to offer a bounty of 10 million for Long Zhan Yi. However, it was somewhat awkward as the players seemed unimpressed. Who the hell is this guy? Is he just blowing hot air? How about I give you 100 million instead? Ignore him, this guy must be an accomplice of Hei Yimi. Tian. Heh, where did this lunatic come from? Get lost. After seeing the disdain and contempt on the faces of these players, Wang Quanfu Gue was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected such a thing to happen. In the eyes of these players, what Long Zhan Yi said carried a lot of weight. After all, he was the president of the Shenlong Guild. As for Wang Quanfu Gue, although he was the son of the richest man in China, he was not well known in the game, so hardly anyone recognized him, and naturally, they wouldn't believe his empty claims. Just then, Blood Rose led her army onto the battlefield. The troops under her command, whether in rank or numbers, were not something ordinary players could compare to. Moreover, since Blood Rose charged into the battlefield with a surprise attack, she quickly carved a bloody path through the crowd, making her way directly to Lin Yi. Let's go! This woman was indeed ruthless and spoke little. Upon reaching Lin Yi, she directly grabbed his hand, wanting to take him away from this place. In the distance, Wang Quanfu Gue's eyes nearly popped out. "My goodness, no wonder the boss said he didn't need me to save him. It turns out he had a beautiful confidant arranged to rescue the hero." Long Zhan Yi was even more furious, his eyes blazing as he gritted his teeth. "Damn you, Hei Yimi Tian." He clearly didn't expect that even at this moment there would still be such a stunning beauty willing to risk her own safety to rescue Lin Yi. Although he couldn't see Blood Rose's face clearly, just her nearly perfect figure was enough to make her a rare beauty in the world. The players surrounding Lin Yi quickly reacted. "Everyone be careful, this woman is here to save him. We mustn't let her take Hei Yimi Tian away. Let's kill them together. I don't believe they can escape." The players who had come to their senses quickly formed a surrounding circle again. Lin Yi looked at Blood Rose beside him with a hint of confusion. "What are you doing here?" Blood Rose replied irritably. "What do you think? Besides saving you, what else could I be here for? If I had known you were surrounded by so many people, I wouldn't have bothered to come." Hearing Blood Rose's incredibly proud words, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. After all, his relationship with Blood Rose was merely a one-time transaction and a few chats. The fact that Blood Rose had come all this way to save him genuinely touched Lin Yi. "Since you're here, let me show you my special artillery skills," Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Blood Rose nearly spat blood in anger. "Damn it, at a time like this, you still have the mood to talk nonsense?" However, Lin Yi paid no attention to her emotions and simply said, "Sun Crusaders, bring the magic crystal cannon over here."
After Lin Yi issued the command, the Sun Crusaders immediately complied, with more than 20 strong Crusaders working together to lift the heavy magic crystal cannon, which weighed several tons. Looking at the dark cannon mouth, the streamlined cannon body, and the dark magic crystal embedded in the cannon, Blood Rose couldn't help but freeze in place. She clearly didn't expect that the cannon Lin Yi mentioned was not just talk. This guy really had a heavy cannon in his hands. After Lin Yi took out the magic crystal cannon, the players surrounding him widened their eyes in shock. What is this? A mortar? Are you stupid? Where would a mortar come from in the Eternal Continent? This must be a war treasure. Everyone be careful, this kind of war treasure usually has considerable power. We mustn't let this guy find a chance to escape. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Yi lazily scratched his ear. I'm really sorry, but from the very beginning, I never thought about escaping. After saying this, Lin Yi casually tossed a 7th tier energy crystal core into the magic crystal cannon before him. In just 1 second, the magic crystal cannon lit up with a dazzling glow. Once charged, a loud bang erupted, like thunder, cracking open in the sky. Boom! All the player lords present heard this deafening sound. In the next moment, the brilliant energy cannon accurately struck a densely populated area. The almost frenzied energy swept out, obliterating everything caught in its torrent. Goblins, skeleton, warriors, pikemen, high elves, horned demons, centaurs, countless units, along with their lords, vanished into the energy flood, leaving behind a massive charred pit and countless bloody remnants. How is this possible? This power is too terrifying, right? More than 20 lords, hundreds of units, and they all turned to dust in an instant? After witnessing the power of the magic crystal cannon, all the player lords present couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Yi awkwardly scratched his head. It seems like using a 7th tier crystal core might be a bit of a waste. I'm really sorry, but it looks like you are even more fragile than I imagined. After Lin Yi said this, 3 large black question marks appeared above the heads of all the player lords. What do you mean by saying you are even more fragile than I imagined? Seriously, do you hear yourself? Beside Lin Yi, Blood Rose covered her mouth in astonishment. She clearly didn't expect that Lin Yi had such a powerful weapon hidden in his hands. No wonder he could face the siege of so many player lords with such confidence. As for the expression on Wang Quan's face, it quickly transformed from shock to ecstasy and admiration. Damn, this is what it means to be the boss. That shot was truly impressive. After testing the power of the 7th tier energy crystal core, Lin Yi casually tossed a 6th tier core into the cannon. You should know, a 7th tier core costs a full 100,000 gold coins. Using it against this group of player lords is a bit of an overkill. Boom! After the magic crystal cannon was activated by the energy crystal core, another energy cannon shot out, and the explosion generated a torrent of energy that instantly swept across a large area. Everything within nearly 100 square meters, including the player lords, was instantly erased from existence, leaving only a patch of scorched earth. Only a few 4th tier units at the edge of the energy explosion managed to survive by a stroke of luck. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Although the 7th tier and 6th tier crystal cores differ by only 1 tier, the price of the former is 3 times that of the latter. While the 7th tier core unleashes a stronger force, using a 6th tier core is more than enough to deal with these lowly lords. Want to give it a try? Lin Yi turned to Blood Rose beside him. Is that okay? She was momentarily taken aback, then immediately looked at Lin Yi with eager anticipation. Curiosity and a desire for destruction are innate traits of a person. After witnessing the power of the magic crystal cannon, the Blood Rose was immediately filled with curiosity about this war treasure. Of course, Lin Yi said with a smile. He had already tested the power of the magic crystal cannon. The Blood Rose had traveled such a long distance to save him, so it wouldn't hurt to let her have some fun. After this, Lin Yi could be considered to have a connection with her through the cannon. He then casually tossed her an energy crystal core, used the 5th tier cores freely, but saved the 6th tier ones for when there are more people around. The Blood Rose was already itching to try it out, and she immediately took the crystal cores, stuffing them one after another into the magic crystal cannon. Boom! 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 As the energy crystal cores were continuously loaded into the magic crystal cannon, loud explosions erupted all around. Each booming sound represented the fall of hundreds of lives. The player lords surrounding Lin Yi were turning green with rage. How the hell were they supposed to play now? At this moment, they couldn't even get close to Lin Yi, let alone surround him. If they dared to come near, the Blood Rose would immediately fire a shot at them. Who could withstand that? Moreover, it seemed like she was having a blast, firing shot after shot without any intention of stopping. As a war treasure, the greatest advantage of the magic crystal cannon was not its power, but rather, it was a war treasure that could fire instantly. So, theoretically, as long as there were enough energy crystal cores, it meant having the right to fire infinitely. Just then, the Blood Rose's gaze suddenly fell on a fat man outside the crowd. Although he hadn't led an army into battle yet, it was clear he was waiting to pick up the scraps, and he was definitely up to no good. With that thought, the Blood Rose immediately turned the cannon and fired a shot. Watching the energy cannonball whistling towards him, Wang Quanfugui's face turned green as he rolled and crawled away to the side.
Sister, I'm one of your own. One of your own. Upon hearing Wang Quanfugui's voice,
the Blood Rose turned her head, looking at Lin Yi with confusion. The latter cleared his throat awkwardly. This guy really is one of our own.
The Blood Rose's face flushed red and she quickly turned the cannon away,
pretending nothing had happened. As time passed, the energy crystal cores Lin Yi had purchased from the auction house had been mostly used up.
Even the muzzle of the magic crystal cannon was emitting white smoke. The player army
in front had already suffered heavy casualties. Even the remaining player lords had lost all will to resist. In fact, they were so intimidated by the sight of the magic crystal cannon that their morale had plummeted to the lowest point. Many player lords even chose to flee. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had no intention of letting them go. He immediately sent the royal griffins and the vampire count to intercept them.
Although they couldn't completely wipe out
the troops under these player lords, they still inflicted heavy casualties, likely leaving them with psychological scars from now on. Long Zhanyu and Xiong Tu Tiandao stood together, their faces pale, clearly not expecting
things to escalate to this point. Lin Yi raised his head and looked at the two, speaking with interest. So it's you again, Xiong Tu Tiandao.
I haven't even had the chance to wipe out your Xiong Tu guild, and yet you dare to
come and provoke me.
Truly, you have some guts. Seeing that Lin Yi completely ignored him, Long Zhanyu immediately exploded with rage. Dark Knight, don't get too cocky too soon. If it weren't for the power of the treasure,
what are you even worth to shout in front of me?
Lin Yi glanced at him indifferently. I'm talking to someone else. What are you barking about like a dog in front of me? You are digging your own grave.
Long Zhanyu's
face turned pale with anger. With his status, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. Then, Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Blood Rose, casually saying, there's a dog barking, it's so noisy.
It is indeed
annoying. Blood Rose's face immediately broke into a stunningly beautiful smile. But it's fine, I'll make the dog shut up right now. She then took out a 7th-tier crystal core and casually placed it into the magic crystal cannon. The next second, Long Zhanyu and Xiong Tu Tiandao looked on in horror at the massive light cannon roaring towards them, accompanied by a thunderous boom. The entire world fell completely silent.
This counter-encirclement battle ultimately ended in a great victory for Lin Yi.
Under the frenzied bombardment of the magic crystal cannon, countless players besieging Lin Yi were killed or injured. As for those lucky enough to escape, the player
lords didn't even have the courage to look back at Lin Yi.
The last shot fired by Blood Rose directly sent Xiong Tu Tiandao and Long Zhanyu packing back to their hometown. Even though Long Zhanyu was the president of one of the top 10 guilds in Huaxia, in front of Lin Yi, he was merely a clown.
Boss is mighty.
After this great battle, Wang Quanfugue hurried to Lin Yi's side, wearing a fawning expression.
Even Lin Yi was a bit curious. This guy clearly had the most prestigious background in all of Huaxia. How did he end up with such a sycophantic personality?
However, considering that Wang Quanfugue risked his life to come and save him this time, Lin Yi still said lightly, here's a piece of advice. Within half a month, I suggest your father invest all his liquid assets into Eternal Continent.
Ha? Why? Wang Quanfugue was slightly taken aback. He clearly didn't expect Lin Yi to give such a suggestion. After all, his father was the richest man in Huaxia. If he took any action, the entire Huaxia market would likely be shaken. Not to mention, asking his father to invest all his assets into a game like Eternal Continent.
Lin Yi was too lazy to explain much. You don't need to know so much, just do as I say, and in half a month, you'll come to thank me.
But if you can't take it in, just pretend I didn't say anything. The reason Lin Yi said this was certainly not without purpose.
Because, in half a month, Eternal Continent would officially connect with Earth. By that time, everyone on Earth would be forced to enter Eternal Continent.
The era
of Earth would, from that day on, become history.
And the era that followed would be called the Eternal Era.
By then, no matter how rich or powerful you were on Earth, you would have to start anew within Eternal Continent.
After hearing Lin Yi's words, Blood Rose's eyes also flickered.
His words were clearly meant for her as well. Although Blood Rose was also full of confidence in the future of Eternal Continent, she did not have Lin Yi's boldness to persuade others to invest all their wealth into this game.
This guy, does he know something?
Blood Rose's beautiful eyes sparkled. She secretly made up her mind to have her sister sell all the company's stocks today and convert
everything into resources within Eternal Continent.
She wanted to see what secrets were hidden behind this game. Although this was quite risky, Blood Rose had the courage to take a step back.
Blood Rose was convinced that Eternal Continent would definitely become a global sensation.
Even if she only invested this money into the game, she would absolutely not lose. Then, Lin Yi turned to Blood Rose and said, by the way, thanks for this time, even
though you didn't really help much.
Blood Rose,
you speak so directly, it hurts. However, what Lin Yi said is indeed a fact.
After all, with the magic crystal heavy artillery in hand, he doesn't need her help and can
easily deal with those enemies.
After calming her emotions, Blood Rose finally spoke. Actually, I didn't come to find you just to help you out of trouble.
Lin Yi nodded. Go on.
In his view, Blood Rose has always been a practical
person.
He had long seen that Bloodrose must have other matters for him to assist with this time. After pondering for a moment, Bloodrose finally said, I discovered an ancient ruin that requires a team of 5 lords to enter, and I want to invite you to go with me. A hint of intrigue immediately appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. You mean an ancient ruin? In the Eternal Continent, the rarest treasures are often found in those special areas, such as the Tower of Heaven, Dragon Clan's Lair, Deep-Sea Secret City, Snow Mountain Divine Kingdom, and the ancient ruin that Bloodrose mentioned also belongs to one of those special areas. Lin Ye looked at her and calmly asked, have you explored this ancient ruin beforehand? Even ancient ruins usually have distinctions. The more dangerous the ruin, the more precious the treasures inside. If it were just an ordinary ruin, Lin Yi wouldn't be that interested. However, Bloodrose replied, this ancient ruin was actually discovered by my friend. After discovering the ruin, he directly took 4 companions inside. The 5 lords, including my friend, all have the strength to recruit 4th-tier troops. But they didn't even reach the core of the ancient ruin before they were completely wiped out. This failure brought them great losses, forcing them to spend some time recovering their strength. So, my friend told me the coordinates of this ancient ruin. After hearing Bloodrose's account, Lin Yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At the current stage, lords capable of recruiting 4th-tier troops are already considered the backbone of existence. Yet such a small team was utterly annihilated in this ancient ruin. One can imagine how dangerous this ancient ruin is. So, you think that relying solely on your own strength, you don't have the confidence to clear this ancient ruin, which is why you chose to seek my help? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked. Bloodrose nodded, readily admitting, yes. In return, you will have the priority to choose all the treasures within the ruin. Besides that, you can also bring your friends along. After all, our team has exactly 2 vacancies. Lin Yi glanced at her and asked, then who are the other 2 besides you? Bloodrose answered truthfully. One is my sister, and the other is my friend's brother. He told me the coordinates of the ancient ruin, and in return, I must let his brother join my team. Lin Yi nodded, and after a moment of silence, he replied calmly, I can agree to go with you to the ancient ruin. However, I have one condition, which is, I must have absolute leadership of the team. The reason Lin Yi proposed such a condition is naturally because he had been let down by incompetent teammates in his past life. Some teammates play a negative role in the team, truly a liability that can lead to disaster. That feeling is akin to a teammate playing Han Xin, not only ending up with a 0-10 score but also frequently charging into battle when you're not around, ensuring the team heads straight for annihilation. If he really encountered such a useless teammate, it would be enough to make him spit blood in anger. If he weren't teamed up with someone he knew well, he would rather solo the ancient ruins. However, since the current conditions did not allow him to go solo, Lin Yi could only settle for second best and demand absolute leadership of the team from Bloodrose. This way, he could at least ensure that the entire team wouldn't run into any unexpected problems. Bloodrose hesitated for just a moment before quickly nodding. Alright, I agree. If it had been before, she might have hesitated a bit. However, now that she had witnessed just how powerful Lin Yi's magic crystal cannon was, if Lin Yi could join, their chances of conquering this ancient ruin would greatly increase. Then it's settled, Lin Yi said. Send me the coordinates of the ancient ruins. After I return to the city to replenish my troops, I'll be there on time. Upon hearing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on Bloodrose's face. Then it's a deal. As for Wang Quanfu Gue beside them, he was even more excited and thrilled. In his view, since Lin Yi had chosen to agree, it only meant one thing: he could once again ride on the coattails of the great god and win effortlessly. The coordinates of the ancient ruins were still quite a distance from his territory. Therefore, Lin Yi didn't waste any time. After returning to the city to replenish his troops, he set off immediately for the ancient ruins. By the time he arrived, Bloodrose and Wang Quanfu Gue had already been waiting for him for quite some time. Besides the 2 of them, there was also a young man in his early 20s with slicked back hair and a young girl with twin ponytails. If Bloodrose hadn't said that this was her sister, Lin Yi would never have guessed they were siblings. After all, the 2 had completely different auras. One was a hot, long-legged mature woman, while the other was a cute and adorable little girl. As the saying goes, little girls have 3 good traits: a clear voice, a soft body, and are easy to push. Ahem, I digress. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the twin-tailed girl immediately looked up, her big, shiny eyes staring at him, her voice crisp and pleasant. Are you the great god of the night? My sister often talks about you. She says you are the #1 god in the Huaxia region and that she has fought alongside you. But as soon as the little girl said this, Wang Quanfu Gue nearly burst out laughing. Bloodrose's face turned red, and she kicked the little girl in annoyance. Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you talking about? After receiving her sister's warning, the little girl finally restrained herself a bit and cutely stuck out her tongue. Lin Yi smiled. He then noticed that this little girl's Lord ID was Blood Red Clear Rain. No wonder Bloodrose called her Xiaoyu. However, at that moment, a somewhat discordant voice suddenly rang out from the side. I thought the #1 god in the Huaxia region would be something special, but you look just like an ordinary person. Lin Yi turned to look and found that the speaker was the slick-haired young man. Noticing Lin Ye's gaze, the young man continued. In a sarcastic tone, this great god of the night, as the #1 god in the Huaxia region according to Sister Rose, I'm curious, have you managed to recruit any Tier 5 troops yet? If the previous sentence was merely thoughtless, this one was a blatant provocation. Even Wang Quanfu couldn't suppress his anger and spoke in a low voice. Are you a yin-yang person? Why do you enjoy being so sarcastic? The young man immediately stepped forward, lowering his voice and saying, Am I talking to you? Who do you think you are? Behind him, 7 or 8 elemental giants lined up, their imposing presence overwhelming. Moreover, these elemental giants, though not numerous, are indeed solid 5th-tier troops. Under the pressure of the opponent's imposing aura, Wang Quanfu couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Wang Quanfu falter, the young man immediately burst into laughter. I thought you were capable, but it turns out this is all you've got? Since you have no ability, why bother trying to outshine others? Looking at the young man's arrogant expression, Wang Quanfu couldn't help but clench his fists. Blood Rose finally sensed that something was off. She furrowed her brows and said in a deep voice, Wang Hu, don't go too far. I only let you join the team because of your brother, so don't cause trouble here. Just then, Lin Yi leisurely spoke up. Is this the good-for-nothing you were talking about? This seemingly lazy remark struck like a critical hit, hitting the nail on the head. After he said this, the young man named Wang Hu immediately flew into a rage. What are you? How dare you call me a good-for-nothing? Because of Blood Rose, he already had no good feelings towards Lin Yi. From the moment he laid eyes on Blood Rose, he had deemed her to be the goddess of his dreams. Moreover, Blood Rose had such a well-behaved and adorable little sister, Wang Hu's lifelong wish was to conquer this pair of sisters, to have them serve him at the same time, and to experience a double delight. If he could fulfill this wish, it would be worth dying for. Because of this, he had long regarded the two as his forbidden fruits. But just thinking about the admiration that shone in Blood Rose's eyes when she spoke of Lin Yi made Wang Hu's teeth itch with hatred. Especially after Lin Yi appeared, all of Blood Rose and Blood Clear Rain's attention was focused on this guy. This stark contrast nearly drove Wang Hu insane. Especially since this guy even dared to make such frivolous jokes in front of Sister Rose. Although it was Clear Rain who started it, the hatred that arose in Wang Hu's heart was perfectly transferred to Lin Yi. What frustrated Wang Hu the most was, how could a lord who hadn't even recruited a 5th-tier troop be worthy of being called the greatest god of Huaxia? In Wang Hu's view, Blood Rose must have been bewitched by this guy's sweet talk, which was why she held him in such high regard. However, as long as he could ultimately expose this kid's disguise, he would make Sister Rose see his true colors. Yet, Lin Yi looked at him with a face full of pity. What am I? Didn't your Sister Rose tell you? I'm the captain. Just as his words fell, a system prompt suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Lord Wang Daomeng, who has been removed from the team by Captain Heimi Tian. For a moment, everyone, including Wang Hu, was left stunned. No one expected Lin Yi to be so decisive, kicking him out of the team without a second thought. Ha 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 ha. Wang Quanfu was the first to react, bursting into loud laughter. Aren't you so arrogant? Keep being arrogant. After a moment of daze, Wang Hu felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. This guy actually dared to kick him out. Heimi Tian, if you're a real man, don't use such despicable means, fight me fair and square. Wang Hu glared at Lin Yi, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Before Lin Yi could respond, Blood Rose couldn't take it anymore. She raised her brows and coldly said, Wang Hu, have you had enough? Hearing Blood Rose's words, Wang Hu was almost so furious he spat blood. He was clearly the one who had been kicked out of the team, yet Blood Rose was questioning him? What was so good about that pretty boy? Aside from being a bit more handsome than himself, he was nothing but a worthless scum. Then, Blood Rose turned her head towards Lin Yi and pleaded, Can you please bring him back? Just do it for my sake, okay? Sure. Lin Yi agreed readily, and after saying that, he directly sent a team invitation to Wang Hu. He was doing it partly to give Blood Rose face, and partly because the ancient ruins required 5 lords to form a team in order to be opened. So, in the end, Lin Yi chose to invite Wang Hu to join the team. If it came down to it, he could always kick him out again once they entered the ruins. Faced with Lin Yi's team invitation, Wang Hu gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to accept. It wasn't that he lacked backbone, but he didn't want to embarrass Sister Rose. Wang Hu knew very well that if he stubbornly refused this time, Lin Yi would probably never let him join the team again. Whether or not he entered the ancient ruins didn't matter much to him, but leaving a bad impression in Sister Rose's heart would be a loss he couldn't afford. After Wang Hu rejoined the team, he settled down considerably. He had already made up his mind to settle their grievances with Lin Yi once they entered the ancient ruins. As long as he demonstrated a strength greater than Lin Yi's, he would surely make Sister Rose realize that this guy was just a paper tiger. So, before that, he had to endure humiliation and bear the burden. Blood Rose had no idea about his inner thoughts. After Wang Hu rejoined the team, she immediately said, Alright, it's getting late, let's hurry into the ancient ruins. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and walked ahead. In front of him was a distorted space, like a portal. As long as one stepped inside, they could enter the ancient ruins. To be honest, he had never regarded Wang Hu highly. A lion wouldn't turn back because of a barking dog, no matter how much the dog bared its teeth. Wang Chuanfu came to Lin Yi's side and whispered, "Boss, once this kid goes in, I'll keep an eye on him for you. If he dares to act up, I'll take care of him for you." Lin Yi chuckled dismissively, "Don't worry, there won't be a next time." After saying that, Lin Yi stepped forward, leading the other four into the ancient ruins. System prompt: your team has successfully entered the ancient ruins, which are filled with danger. Please be cautious. As the space in front of him trembled, the scene before Lin Yi changed immediately. What appeared before him was an endless expanse of desert. In the center of the desert stood a structure resembling a pyramid, towering amidst the reddish-yellow sands, making it incredibly conspicuous. Bloodrose leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and said in a low voice, "If nothing unexpected happens, that pyramid should be the core of this ancient ruins. Be careful, it's very dangerous here." Bloodrose looked around and softly reminded, "The last team was completely wiped out before they even reached the pyramid." However, before Lin Yi could respond, Wang Hu approached with a fawning expression. "Don't worry, Sister Rose, I will definitely protect you." After saying that, the elemental giant behind him took a step forward, exuding its own aura as if proclaiming its might. Wang Hu had chosen the elemental race, so all the troops under his command were elemental troops. Moreover, he was quite lucky. Early in the territory construction phase, he discovered an elemental altar in the wild. The purpose of the elemental altar was that as long as the player lord sacrificed the corresponding resources, they could obtain troops of equivalent value. Wang Hu established a significant advantage in the early stages thanks to this elemental altar, and he even recruited a 5th-tier elite unit, the elemental giant. The elemental giants behind him all possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of hero-level champions. However, this very action of Wang Hu attracted an enemy attack. Sizzle, 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 accompanied by a light sound, the yellow sand before them quickly shattered. Countless sand monsters surged out, charging towards Lin Yi and the others. Bloodrose quickly reacted, commanding in a deep voice, "Form up, prepare for battle." The swarm of sand monsters before them was enormous, dense as a tide of ants. What shocked Bloodrose even more was that among these sand monsters, the lowest tier was a 3rd-tier unit. 3rd-tier unit, Desert Worm. 4th-tier unit, Desert Scorpion. 5th-tier unit, Crimson Sand Beetle. The Desert Worm was covered in barbs, and its gaping mouth was utterly disgusting. The Desert Scorpion was even larger, resembling heavy trucks traversing the desert. However, their stingers were laced with potent toxins. Once pierced, any unit below tier 3 would perish within seconds. As for the 5th-tier Crimson Sand Beetle, although few in number, its tank-like body alone could evoke a suffocating feeling. After the enemy appeared, Bloodrose quickly directed her troops to charge forward. Like Lin Yi, she started as a human, but her units had already been upgraded to elite status. A formidable line of heavy armored spearmen stood ready to withstand the onslaught of these desert monsters. Meanwhile, the magic-patterned archers took cover in the back, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the approaching desert worms. These elite archers could infuse their magic into their arrows, making their attack power significantly stronger than that of ordinary archers. However, compared to Lin Yi's divine punishment archers, they were worlds apart. The little girl, Xingyu, also quickly ordered her troops to join the battle. Unlike Blood Rose, she chose the elf race. To Lin Yi's surprise, this little girl had even recruited a hidden unit from the elf race, the elf priest. This unit's abilities were somewhat similar to those of the elf queen, focusing on healing allies and providing buffs. Indeed, as the elf priest began to chant, a green light enveloped the magic-patterned archers, significantly boosting their attack power. It seems these two sisters are not weak at all, Lin Yi assessed after watching for a while. He was genuinely surprised that Blood Rose's strength was not inferior to that of her sister. After Blood Rose and Xingyu took the initiative, Wang Hu and Wang Quan Fugue quickly led their troops into the fray. Although Wang Quan Fugue was also human, his units were a veritable mishmash. There were human units, undead units, hellish units, and elven units. While such a mixed composition could easily lower troop morale, for Wang Quan Fugue, this morale was hardly a concern. After all these units were directly requisitioned from his subordinates, while others nurtured one territory per person. Wang Quan Fugue had dozens of territories supporting him alone. Not to mention, just in terms of the number of units under Wang Quan Fugue, he already surpassed the combined forces of Blood Rose and Xingyu. As Wang Quan Fugue led his units into the battlefield, the situation on the front lines visibly changed. Even Wang Hu, who was standing nearby, was stunned. He originally thought that Wang Chuanfu was merely Lin Yi's lackey, but he clearly did not expect that such an unremarkable little chubby guy could unleash such formidable combat power. He had been planning that when the battle reached its peak, he would lead his troops like a divine being descending from the heavens, crushing these desert monsters with overwhelming force, thereby earning the respect of Blood Rose. But now, the script seemed to be unfolding quite differently from what he had imagined. It seemed that they had already dealt with these desert monsters without needing him at all. However, Wang Hu quickly noticed that Lin Yi had not made a move either. This guy was indeed just a pretentious waste, showing his cowardice in actual combat. Thinking of this, a cold smile involuntarily crept onto Wang Hu's lips. At that moment, The little lowly Qingyu beside him spoke up in dissatisfaction. Brother Wang Hu, why aren't you sin? You see, Wang Hu is just full of energy, truly commendable.
Upon hearing
Lin Ye's tone, which was reminiscent of an adult praising a child, Wang Hu nearly vomited his lunch. He was utterly convinced that this guy was deliberately trying to disgust
him. Alright, let's move on.
Blood Rose didn't find anything wrong and continued, Wang Hu, you and Wang Quan Fu Gue will guard the left and right flanks of the entire team,
preventing the desert monsters from launching surprise attacks.
Under Blood Rose's command, the main force continued to advance towards the pyramid. The number of desert monsters appearing around them was increasing, as if they were the guardians of this pyramid, launching a frenzied assault on Lin Ye's team. Although the lords present had sufficient troops, they still suffered heavy casualties under the relentless onslaught of the desert monsters.
However, throughout it all, Lin Yi did not make a move. His gaze remained fixed on the distant pyramid.
If nothing unexpected happened, the monsters inside this pyramid would be the true test of this ancient relic.
Just then, Wang Hu finally couldn't hold back any longer. Is it comfortable to lie back and watch the show in the dark? Is it interesting to watch us fight desperately against the monsters? Wang Hu's sudden outburst startled everyone.
However, Lin Yi nodded in agreement, a look of understanding on his face. It is indeed quite comfortable.
Wang Hu was nearly choked by Lin Yi's shameless remark. He pointed angrily at Lin Yi, rebuking, I've long seen that you're a shameless little man, you don't deserve to be the captain.
Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked,
do you want to be kicked out again?
You. Wang Hu was momentarily speechless, then spoke sharply, I want to duel you. Lin Yi glanced at him and chuckled, are you sure you
want to duel me in this ancient relic? If in the end, it's you who causes everyone to fail the challenge, will the blame fall on me or you? Wang Hu snorted coldly and quickly replied, do you think you can get away with that? Our duel doesn't have to be to the death, let's just see who kills more monsters. You're just a piece of trash without even a 5th tier unit. I think you're the biggest deadweight in this team.
After Wang Hu's words, the little lowly Qingyu's eyes lit up instantly. The little devil in her heart
was cheering. Great, finally, there was a good show to watch. Fight, fight.
Blood Rose was about to speak up to dissuade them but was directly pulled back by Blood Qingyu beside her. The latter raised her little face and whispered, sister, it's useless to mediate like this, it will only deepen the conflict between them.
If you ask me, it would be better to take this opportunity to let them resolve their conflict once and for all. Hearing Blood Qingyu's words, Blood Rose's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker. What her sister said didn't seem wrong. However, now it all depended on how Lin Yi would respond. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yi's face broke into a brilliant smile. Alright, I accept your challenge. If you win, I'll give you the captain's position. If you lose, then please lie on the ground and bark like a dog for everyone to hear. How about that? Upon hearing Lin Yi's wager, Wang Hu couldn't help but frown. Then, he gritted his teeth and said solemnly, no problem, let's do it your way. He was confident that he would not lose to this guy. Just as Wang Hu finished speaking, the yellow sand before them shattered once again. Countless desert monsters leaped out from the sand, baring their fangs at them. Elemental army, crush them for me. As the enemy appeared, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. Without hesitation, he dispatched his troops. Soon, Wang Hu's elemental army was engaged in a fierce battle with the desert monsters before them. The combat power displayed by the elemental giants was incredibly fierce. A thunder giant, surrounded by arcs of lightning, yanked with both hands and directly tore a desert giant scorpion in half. However, Lin Yi, standing nearby, remained unmoved, as if he were completely unaware that the wager had already begun. This idiot, is he conceding early? A cold glint involuntarily surfaced in Wang Hu's eyes. If that's the case, don't blame me for making you lose in the most humiliating way. In order to win the bet against Lin Yi, Wang Hu was practically fueled by adrenaline, commanding his troops to fight with all their might, even disregarding losses. Under Wang Hu's frenzied assault, the number of desert monsters was rapidly decreasing. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of desert monsters had already fallen to Wang Hu's elemental army. However, despite this situation, Lin Yi still showed no intention of taking action. Watching his relaxed demeanor, even blood-colored, Qingyu couldn't help but blink. Could this guy really be a paper tiger with no real ability? Soon, this wave of desert monsters was completely wiped out under the combined efforts of everyone. Although Wang Hu suffered significant troop losses, he had also killed the most monsters among the 5. As for Lin Yi, he still had 0. Wang Hu lifted his chin and said arrogantly, since you're already prepared to concede, you might as well hand over the captain's position to me early. If you're willing to slap yourself twice and apologize to me, then maybe I, the young master, will show mercy and let you follow behind for a completion reward. Hearing Wang Hu's boastful words, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Who told you I was conceding? Wang Hu scoffed coldly, stubborn as a dead duck. Then show me your skills. If you want to see, then watch closely. Lin Yi reined in his smile, turned around, and said calmly, Abel, draw as many monsters from this desert as possible. Understood. After Lin Yi gave the order, Abel bowed in obedience and immediately sprang into action.
In an instant, her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing forward. Upon sensing Abel's presence, the surrounding yellow sand began to shatter. Desert worms, giant scorpions, yellow sandthorn beetles, red sand giant beetles, one after another, desert monsters emerged from the shattered sand, shrieking as they charged at Abel. This was a pattern they had previously discovered. As long as a living being moved through the desert to a certain point, it would activate the hidden desert monsters beneath this area. However, what no one expected was that after luring out these desert monsters, Abel did not stop. She continued to follow Lin Ye's instructions, directly activating her phantom steps, forcibly increasing her speed and evasion rate as she pressed forward. She moved like a light leaf, skillfully weaving through the monster horde, easily dodging the attacks of the desert monsters. As Abel advanced, one after another, monsters within the desert were successfully activated. In the blink of an eye, a vast swarm of desert monsters had gathered behind Abel. They followed her closely like a tide of ants, continuously emitting piercing shrieks. The scene before them would likely send anyone with a fear of crowds into a panic. Hundreds? Thousands? The desert monsters behind Abel were multiplying rapidly. If it weren't for her speed being fast enough, just stopping for even a few seconds would result in being instantly overwhelmed by the desert monsters like a tide. Staring at the scene before him, Wang Hu was momentarily stunned. After a brief shock, he immediately erupted in anger. Hey Yimi Tian, have you gone mad? You know you can't win against me, so you want to drag us down with you? Blood-colored. Xingyu also covered her mouth in shock, her face filled with disbelief. She had no idea why Lin Yi suddenly gathered so many monsters together. However, the scene before her was simply too spectacular. The only two who understood Lin Yi's thoughts on the field were probably blood-colored Rose and Wang Quanfu Gue. Wang Quanfu Gue chuckled, his face showing understanding. Meanwhile, blood-colored Rose's beautiful eyes flickered, likely guessing Lin Yi's intentions. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Wang Hu glared at Lin Yi and roared loudly. The troops under him were all painstakingly accumulated by him. If they all died here, it would take him at least several days to recover his strength. However, Lin Yi spoke with a calm expression. Shut your mouth and watch closely. Just then, behind him, more than 10 members of the Sun Cross Army finally brought out the magic crystal cannon. Looking at the imposing cannon before him, a sense of foreboding suddenly flashed through Wang Hu's heart. Then, Lin Yi casually took out a 7th-tier crystal core and unhesitatingly tossed it into the magic crystal cannon. Boom, the cannon roared. A light cannon, carrying an almost terrifying energy aura, shot towards the area where the desert monsters were most densely packed. Accompanied by an extremely dazzling light, the violent energy torrent instantly engulfed all the desert monsters. In an instant, a large amount of flesh and blood flew everywhere. The desert monsters at the center of the explosion were even blown to the point of being reduced to nothing but bones. Due to the incredibly dense gathering of those monsters, Lin Yi's shot alone killed nearly 1,000 desert monsters. Hiss. Looking at the charred land after the explosion, Wang Hu couldn't help but gasp in shock. What a terrifying cannon. What a fearsome power. He finally understood why Lin Yi wanted his heroes to gather all the desert monsters together. It turned out it was for this moment. The little lowly Qingyu, who was seeing the magic crystal cannon for the first time, had her eyes shining. Wow, what a fierce cannon. Big brother, will you teach me how to shoot the cannon? Lin Yi awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Ahem, this is something a little child can't learn. When you grow up a bit, I'll teach you properly. Blood-colored Rose and Wang Quanfu Gue, who had already witnessed the power of the magic crystal cannon, appeared much calmer at this moment. The moment Lin Yi took out the magic crystal cannon, the outcome of this bet had already been decided. Lin Yi didn't even need to let his troops take the field personally. Just the results of this shot had already surpassed Wang Hu. Now, are you ready to admit defeat? Or do you want to continue competing with me? Lin Yi smiled as he looked at Wang Hu. After a moment of distraction, the latter suddenly raised his head and questioned sharply, are you cheating? And since you have such a powerful weapon, why didn't you use it earlier? If you had used it sooner, we wouldn't have had to expend so many troops in the first half. As soon as Wang Hu finished speaking, Lin Yi knew this guy was preparing to go back on his word. He first accused Lin Yi of cheating, clearly unwilling to acknowledge his own results. Then, Wang Hu labeled him as selfish and indifferent to his teammates' lives, trying to pull blood-colored Rose and blood-colored Qingyu into the ranks of those denouncing him. However, facing the aggressive Wang Hu, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Wang Hu frowned. What are you laughing at? Lin Yi chuckled lightly and said, to be honest, if you fulfill the bet quickly and decisively, I might respect you a bit more. Since you asked me why I didn't use the magic crystal cannon earlier, let me tell you. To fire that shot just now, it required a 7th-tier crystal core, which is worth 100,000 gold coins. Are you going to reimburse me for that? Wang Hu's expression stiffened slightly. Even for him, 100,000 gold coins was no small amount. Then, Lin Yi spoke again, since you say I'm cheating, I'm quite curious. It seems the bet didn't mention anything about not using war treasures, did it? Of course. Even if you think I'm cheating, it doesn't matter.
Next, I'll make you truly convinced.
After saying this, Lin Yi immediately turned his head and calmly said, Rodhart, Sophia.
No need to hold back. As you command, my lord.
The deep voice of Rodhart and the delicate voice of the Elf Queen rang out simultaneously. Then, the two of them, along with their troops, charged into the enemy ranks before them. The Divine Punishment Archers and the Moonlight Hunters opened fire together, a rain of arrows filling the sky.
The sunlight.
Crusaders and the Holy Flame Cavalry simultaneously launched their charge, piercing into the formation of the desert monsters like a sharp blade. The Royal Griffins swooped down from the sky, their claws slicing through like blades, effortlessly tearing apart the fifth-tier red sand giant beetles into pieces. In the eyes of these Royal Griffins, the
desert monsters before them were merely food.
As for the undead troops, they were even more brutal.
After the plague zombies self-destructed, large swaths of dark green poison gas immediately spread out. Following that, numerous death skeletons forcibly broke into the enemy ranks.
Although these skeleton soldiers were not of high tier, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the desert monsters, who ultimately could not escape death when submerged by the sea of skeletons. As for the vampire count, he moved through the battlefield as
if it were uninhabited.
After all, the attack power of these desert monsters was generally low, and the group of vampire counts glided like phantoms across the battlefield, crazily
harvesting the lives of the monsters.
Watching the scene before her, even the little girl Qingyu was stunned.
This was simply a massacre. Although Lin Ye's troops were not
of high tier, they displayed an incredible strength on the battlefield.
Wang Hu was still thinking about competing with them. Wasn't that just asking for humiliation? She
instinctively tugged at the sleeve of Blood Rose and softly said, Sister, the brother-in-law you found is too strong, right?
Blood Rose's pretty face flushed, and she pouted. Who is your brother-in-law?
Blood-colored Qingyu chuckled. What you say doesn't count. From now on, I'm calling him brother-in-law.
You little brat, full of mischief.
Blood Rose playfully scolded, giving a light slap on the smooth forehead of the little girl Qingyu. Wang Hu, on the side, was filled with disbelief, muttering to herself in a daze, how is
this possible?
Under the simultaneous display of power from the mythic tier troops and the magic crystal cannon, the army of desert monsters was quickly annihilated.
The road to the pyramid immediately became clear and unobstructed.
Before this, little Qingyu had never seen such a violent way of clearing monsters. Then, Lin Yi turned his head again
and looked at Wang Hu, calmly saying, Now, are you convinced?
If you admit defeat, just lie on the ground and bark like a dog. Lin Yi never showed mercy to such people.
Since
they were going to play, they would play to the end. After Lin Yi said this, even Blood Rose had nothing more to say. After all, this was a bet Wang Hu had taken on herself. Wang Hu's expression was extremely grim. Then he coldly spoke, Since you're so strong, I want to see if you can clear the ancient ruins all by yourself.
After Wang Hu
finished speaking, the system's prompt sound followed.
System prompt, player Lord Wang Daomeng who has exited your team. Dark Knight, aren't you quite capable? I'm not playing with you anymore. After leaving this remark, Wang Hu and his troops were all teleported out of the ancient ruins. After watching Wang Hu being teleported away, Wang Quanfu Gue couldn't help but mutter, running away when you can't afford to play, this guy is really something. Even Blood Rose couldn't help but rub her temples, apologetically saying, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. If you're worried about not being able to clear it, you can temporarily exit the ancient ruins. Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, Do you really have that little confidence in me?
With one less giant baby, the team is much quieter.
As for the ancient ruins, to be honest, I think Wang Hu's suggestion is quite good. If you don't mind, I can solo it. Blood Rose? Blood Clear Rain? So you really plan to solo it?
For Lin Yi, having one more person or one less person
made no real difference.
If Wang Hu thought this would cause him any trouble, that was rather naive. Since the desert monsters had mostly been cleared out, Lin Yi and the others
quickly arrived at the pyramid.
Before entering, no one knew what dangers lay hidden inside.
Let's go, it's time to go in. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, and after opening the pyramid's door, he directly entered first.
The light inside this structure was particularly dim, with only the candlelight around the hall emitting a faint glow.
However, under the dim light, 5 high platforms resembling altars appeared before them.
Moreover, various treasures were placed on the altars, a battle axe, a longbow, a longsword, a spear,
and an ancient book. These treasures all exuded an ancient aura.
Looking at the scene before him, Wang Quanfu Gue said in a daze, Could it be, this is already the reward level? If that were the case, then Wang Hu had really lost out. He had finally reached the reward level but left the team without claiming any rewards. However, this was also his own doing, he couldn't blame anyone else. Just as Wang Quanfu Gue was excitedly preparing to choose a treasure, Lin Yi pulled him back, saying, Be careful, this might not be
so simple.
Blood Rose beside them also nodded, thoughtfully saying, It could be a trap. After hearing this, Wang Quanfu Gue quickly reacted, breaking out in a cold sweat.
Yes. If this was a trap, wouldn't he be done for?
Then, Lin Yi spoke again, I'll send a death skeleton out to scout the way. After saying this, he sent out a death skeleton.
The black skeleton wobbled as it walked towards the altar before them.
For a moment, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, all eyes focused on the death skeleton. They would soon find out whether it was a reward or a trap. Finally, the death skeleton safely reached the altar where the treasures were placed without triggering any traps. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Quanfu Gue chuckled. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Let's go, time to get the rewards. However, a hint of unusual color flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Could it be that this pyramid was really just for placing rewards? With this thought in mind, the four quickly arrived before the altar. There were a total of 5 treasures, all exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. However, despite the treasures being right in front of them, no one took the initiative to reach out for them. According to their agreement, Lin Yi would have the priority to choose from these treasures. The Blood Rose spoke up. Since Wang Hu has withdrawn from the team, you can collect his reward on his behalf. How can I accept that? Lin Yi said, but his hands were already unceremoniously taking 2 treasures from the altar. Blood Rose, saying no, but the body is quite honest. The treasures Lin Yi took were a longsword and an ancient book. He had originally wanted to take the longbow, but thinking that Aver already possessed the platinum-level dragon blood longbow, he chose to give it up. Then, Lin Yi directly checked the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment. Akron's sword diamond level. Physical attack plus 270 strength plus 50 critical rate plus 10% skill critical damage plus 20%. The first skill used by the wearer will definitely trigger a critical hit. Skill, Evil Light. Wave slash. After striking the ground, it generates a circular wave array that attacks enemies, causing all enemies within the wave array to suffer multiple segments of attack damage. And Evil Light damage, with each segment dealing 150% physical damage. The world will kneel at my feet. Looking at this treasure in his hand, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Even he hadn't expected this to be a diamond-level treasure. Before he could check the attributes of the second treasure, the sounds of astonished exclamations filled his ears. Holy crap, a diamond-level treasure? My goodness, the attributes of this treasure are so strong. Wow, my longbow is also diamond level. Wang Quan chose a battle axe, Blood Rose chose a spear, and Blood Clear Rain chose a longbow. All 3 treasures were, without exception, diamond-level treasures. It should be noted that prior to this, Blood Rose had been in such a hurry to have Clear Rain, the little girl quickly gather resources for a golden-level treasure. However, although the rewards on the altar were particularly generous, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. In his view, the rewards from ancient ruins were usually tied to the difficulty of clearing the ruins. The greater the difficulty of the ruins, the more generous the rewards would naturally be. But now, Lin Yi and the others had merely eliminated the desert monsters outside. In terms of difficulty, it simply couldn't match these 5 diamond-level treasures. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but remind, be careful, something's off here. However, just as he spoke, the entire pyramid began to shake violently. A distant voice, as if from ancient times, echoed in everyone's ears like thunder. Mortals, you will pay the price for your greed. After this voice sounded, countless desert mummies, wrapped in bandages, surged out from all around. Their faces were hideous, and they emanated an aura of evil. Looking at the dense mass of desert mummies before them, Blood Rose couldn't help but gasp. These mummies seemed to be all 4th-tier troops. Seeing such a large number of desert mummies rushing towards them, even Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. So many 4th-tier troops were indeed a considerable headache for them. Moreover, Lin Yi finally understood what was going on. He took a deep breath and calmly said, the difficulty of this ancient ruin is linked to the treasures we took. If we had only taken 1 treasure, this situation shouldn't have occurred. With Lin Ye's explanation, everyone gradually understood, this altar was actually set up to test human nature. The more treasures taken from the altar, the greater the difficulty of the test endured. If one could restrain their inner greed, there wouldn't be a situation like now, being besieged by thousands of 4th-tier soldiers. However, that said, who could resist under such circumstances without understanding the mechanism? As the desert mummies drew closer, the little girl Qingyu was so frightened that her face turned pale. It's over, we're going to die. Meanwhile, Wang Quanfugui, even on the brink of death, was still thinking about his treasure, trembling lips parting to say, if I have to die, so be it, as long as this diamond-level treasure doesn't get exposed. However, Lin Yi shook his head beside him. Logically speaking, if we die in an ancient relic, the treasures obtained within the relic will definitely drop. Wang Quanfugui's face was bitter. Then we really have wasted our efforts. Blood Rose bit her lip, instinctively looking at Lin Yi. Do you have any way? For some reason, when faced with an insurmountable difficulty, Blood Rose would subconsciously look to Lin Yi. This man had created too many miracles. Even the little girl Qingyu seemed to grasp at a lifeline, quickly saying, don't you have the magic crystal cannon? Can you take it out and blast these mummies? However, Lin Yi shook his head, calmly replying, no, the terrain here is too narrow, and the positions of these desert mummies are too scattered. The magic crystal cannon might not be very effective. Moreover, I don't have many energy crystals left. Lin Yi was not lying about this. After 2 consecutive battles, the energy crystals he carried were nearly depleted. Although he still had a 9th-tier black dragon crystal facing the desert mummies surging from all directions, it might not be very effective either. Unless these desert mummies could obediently gather together, allowing him to blast them all at once. After hearing Lin Ye's words, a hint of despondency flashed in Blood Rose's eyes. If that's the case, then we must accept our fate. Blood Rose bit her lip and said solemnly, let's fight these mummies to the last soldier. Under the atmosphere created, Blood Rose's words carried a sense of tragic heroism. Just then, Lin Yi spoke again. He scanned the surroundings and said, I only said the magic crystal cannon is useless, not that I have no way out. After he said this, all three, including Blood Rose, were stunned in place. If even the magic crystal cannon couldn't be effective, what other methods could Lin Yi have? His troops were strong, but could they really handle so many 4th-tier mummies? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yi directly took out a pitch black essence. This was the essence of a 9th-tier soul black dragon. After use, it could directly summon the soul black dragon at its peak. Although the summoned soul black dragon could only exist for half an hour, it was more than enough for Lin Yi now. Crack! Lin Yi crushed the essence without hesitation. The next second, surging black energy erupted from the shattered essence, coalescing in mid-air into an enormous black dragon. Roar! The soul black dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its terrifying dragon might radiating out, fully showcasing its pressure as a 9th-tier creature. Is this a dragon? What a terrifying aura! I've never seen such a massive creature before. My goodness, this black dragon must be at least a boss-level existence, right? After Lin Yi summoned the Soul Death Black Dragon, Blood Rose, Clear Rain Little Loli, and Wang Quan Fu Gue all gasped in amazement. The scene before them was truly breathtaking. However, what they did not know was that this was just the beginning. The Soul Death Black Dragon spread its wings and looked coldly at the densely packed desert mummies below. I am death. It let out a high-pitched roar and opened its mouth to spew forth a jet of pitch black soul death flame. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the onslaught of the black dragon flame, one desert mummy after another was instantly reduced to ashes. Damn, this dragon is incredibly fierce. After witnessing the terrifying power of the black dragon flame, Wang Quan Fu Gue couldn't help but curse. Clear Rain Little Loli stared blankly at the scene. Before her, the dragon that Big Brother summoned is so strong. As for Blood Rose, although she didn't speak, her sparkling beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Yi. She didn't know how many good things Lin Yi still had in his hands. This man before her always seemed to be full of surprises. It should be noted that the Soul Death Black Dragon was a level 9 boss. In its presence, these level 4 desert mummies were practically cannon fodder. A single breath of the Soul Death Flame could cause countless casualties. The desert mummy army, which had been closing in on them, was actually forced back by the Soul Death Black Dragon. This was the true meaning of one man holding the pass, 10,000 men not able to get through. After Lin Yi summoned the Soul Death Black Dragon, they had temporarily escaped the crisis of being encircled. However, the duration of the Soul Death Black Dragon was only half an hour. This meant they had to resolve the battle within that time. Don't just stand there, prepare the whole army to attack. The Soul Death Black Dragon will cover us from the air, Lin Yi commanded like a captain. The rest of you, follow me into the enemy ranks and try to kill as many desert mummies as possible. Clear Rain, you just focus on healing our troops from the back, and the magic crystal cannon is also in your hands. Just make sure to fire at the densely packed desert mummies. Upon hearing this, Clear Rain Little Loli's eyes immediately lit up. Big Brother, I love you. With her quirky personality, she had long been drooling over Lin Yi's powerful magic crystal cannon. Now that she could personally handle it, how could she not be excited? After the roles were clearly defined, the three of them charged into the army of mummies. Before them, with the dual support of the Soul Death Black Dragon and the magic crystal cannon, this group of level 4 troops didn't seem so terrifying anymore. The heroes under Lin Ye's command each displayed their unique abilities. The Elf Queen summoned vines that wrapped around the desert mummies, easily blocking their advance. Avel pulled her dragon Blood Longbow, equipped with high-level treasures. Her attack speed was incredibly fast, and arrows flew out one after another, piercing through countless enemies' skulls. As for Rodhart, he was even more direct. Being a melee hero and having just obtained the platinum-level treasure, Demon's Hand, and the diamond-level treasure, Acheron's Sword, he charged into the enemy ranks with unstoppable momentum. With each swing of his sword, no desert mummy could survive before Rodhart. Under their frenzied slaughter, the number of desert mummies quickly dwindled. At that moment, the deep and desolate voice from earlier echoed in their ears once more. The greedy and insatiable shall be punished by the king. You will forever sleep here, buried alongside King Acheron. As this voice rang out, everyone instantly reacted. The final boss within this ancient ruin is about to descend. All they can do is prepare for battle. Boom! A sound like thunder reverberated through the enclosed space. Then, a black malevolent spirit appeared out of thin air in the great hall, emitting a piercing wail. In the next second, the gravel and bandages on the ground inexplicably gathered together, transforming into a vengeful knight shrouded in yellow sand. Desert Vengeful Guardian, Tier 7 Special Boss. Introduction. This vengeful spirit was once the guardian of King Acheron in life, and even in death, it insisted on being
buried in King Akelun's tomb. Their obsession has turned them into vengeful spirits drifting within the tomb, ready to kill any life that disrespects King Akelun.
A Tier 7 boss isn't particularly hard to kill, Lin Yi sighed in relief after reading the introduction of the vengeful knight before him. For him, a Tier 7 boss was not an unbeatable existence. After all, the 6-armed serpent demon he had previously slain in Demon City also belonged to the Tier 7 boss category. Moreover, the system's introduction of this vengeful knight gave Lin Yi some understanding of the background of this ancient ruin.
If he guessed correctly, this pyramid should be King Akelun's tomb.
And these vengeful knights were once the guardians of King Akelun. Even the treasures they obtained within the tomb were all named after Akelun, such as the Sword of Akelun, the Bow of Akelun, the Axe of Akelun. It was evident that in ancient times this king named Akelun must have been a formidable warrior. I never expected that the final boss level would be simpler than I imagined.
Lin Yi
took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Get ready, let's finish this quickly and we'll successfully clear this ancient ruin."
However, just as his words fell, another change occurred. Before him,
4 more vengeful spirits rushed into the great hall, absorbing the gravel and bandages on the ground and also transformed into vengeful knights.
In an instant, 5
Tier 7 bosses surrounded them, glaring at them with predatory eyes. Wang Chuanfu had never seen such a scene, he was almost in tears. "Boss, don't casually set flags, it's dangerous." Given their strength, dealing with a single Tier 7 boss was already tough, and now 5 had appeared at once. Blood Rose quickly grasped the essence of the situation. She smiled wryly. "It must be because we took 5 treasures, so 5 bosses appeared in response."
Lin Yi nodded, agreeing with her.
That's very possible. At this point, complaining was pointless. All they could do was prepare for battle.
Lin Yi glanced
at the remaining time of the Soul Black Dragon, which was only 7 minutes left. This meant they had to resolve the battle within 7
minutes.
Otherwise, their pressure would only increase.
Fortunately, the desert mummies have been cleared out. Lin Yi said solemnly, "Now,
we just need to find a way to deal with these 5 vengeful guardians." However, the vengeful guardians before them seemed to have heard his words, directly raising their yellow sand long swords and unleashing a chilling shriek.
In the next second, a group of desert mummies was summoned from behind by these vengeful guardians.
At this point, Wang Chuanfu's face turned completely green. "Boss, I told you not to set flags." Even Lin Yi felt a bit embarrassed.
Damn it, were these vengeful guardians targeting him on purpose?
There was no need for Lin Yi to issue commands. The Death Soul Black Dragon charged directly at a vengeful spirit knight. Its dragon tail swiftly coiled around the opponent, forcibly restraining their form before it opened its mouth and unleashed a jet of pitch-black Death Soul Dragon flame. Under the scorching flames, the vengeful spirit knight's health plummeted rapidly. However, no matter how one looked at it, these vengeful spirit knights were still level 7 bosses. Although they were 2 levels below the Death Soul Black Dragon, it wouldn't be so easy for the latter to kill them in a short time. "In the name of the king, I will slay you." At that moment, the remaining vengeful spirit knights charged towards them simultaneously. One of the vengeful spirit knights galloped forward, directly targeting the Blood Rose, who was closest to him. Due to the suddenness of the attack, there were no troops in front of the Blood Rose to intercept the opponent. Watching the sword coming at her from such a short distance, the Blood Rose's pupils constricted, and she could even hear the whistling sound of the sword slicing through the air. If she were hit directly by the sword, she would probably be sent back to the city for free. However, just at this critical moment, Lin Yi chose to act without hesitation. Rodheart used Demon's Grasp. After Lin Yi issued the command, Rodheart decisively executed it. The skill of Demon's Grasp activated, and Dark Death energy quickly coalesced into a massive demon hand, forcibly grabbing the vengeful spirit knight who had charged right in front of the Blood Rose. At the same time, the passive effect of the Akelun sword erupted, and Demon's Grasp delivered a critical hit, dealing 200% critical damage to the enemy. With 200% base skill damage plus 200% critical damage, and an additional 20% skill critical damage from the Akelun sword, the damage of Demon's Grasp skyrocketed to 500%. Just one skill caused the vengeful spirit knight's health to drop significantly. Logically speaking, given Rodheart's current hero level, even if he were an epic level hero, it would be impossible for him to deal such high damage to a level 7 boss. But the 2 high-tier treasures he wore, Demon's Hand and Akelun's sword, made the impossible possible. After being forcibly pulled beside Rodheart by the Demon's Hand, the vengeful spirit knight immediately shifted targets, raising his yellow sand longsword high, ready to strike down on Rodheart. At that moment, the Elf Queen recited another incantation, and emerald vines erupted from the ground, instantly wrapping around the vengeful spirit knight's body. The vengeful spirit knight, now immobilized, could not launch an effective attack, allowing Rodheart to create some distance and strike back with another sword, slashing at the opponent's arm. Moreover, as the vengeful spirit knight was immobilized, the distant Avel also launched a triple arrow rain without hesitation. With this combination of attacks, the vengeful spirit knight's health dropped once more. "Thank you." The Blood Rose, who had been saved by Lin Yi, expressed her gratitude with lingering fear. Lin Yi replied calmly, "Don't thank me. Just keep your troops occupied with one vengeful spirit knight as much as possible. Leave the rest to me." After hearing Lin Ye's words, the Blood Rose felt a sense of reassurance, as if she had taken a calming pill. For some reason, Lin Yi gave her a feeling of security. If he said it was stable, then it truly was stable. With that thought, the Blood Rose unhesitatingly dispatched all her troops. Even if it meant exhausting all her strength, she would find a way to hold off one vengeful spirit knight. I'll join too. Wang Xuanfu waved his hand, also sending his troops into the battlefield. Although his troops were not of a high level, their numbers were extremely large, making them perfect cannon fodder. Even if the Wraith Knight could take down one with a single strike, it would still take a long time. As a result, the situation on the battlefield quickly became clear. The troops under Wang Xuanfu's command managed to hold off one Wraith Knight. The forces under Blood Rose were also able to similarly restrain another Wraith Knight. As for Lin Yi, not only could he have his troops hold off one Wraith Knight, but he could also have 3 epic heroes work together to restrain one. It should be noted that those 3 heroes under his command possessed high-tier treasures, making their combat power formidable. As for the last Wraith Knight, there was no need to say much. It was currently enjoying the exclusive service of the Soul Dragon Flame. One must admit that as a 9th-tier boss, the fully powered Soul Black Dragon was quite terrifying. In less than 2 minutes, it forcibly burned one Wraith Knight to ashes with its dragon flame. After killing the first Wraith Knight, the Soul Black Dragon turned its head again and launched a new offensive against the Wraith Knight being besieged by Lin Ye's heroes. At this moment, the Soul Black Dragon had only 5 minutes left to exist. Therefore, Lin Yi had to act quickly and make the most of its effectiveness. This time, with the assistance of 3 epic heroes, the Soul Black Dragon successfully killed the second Wraith Knight in just a minute and a half. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanfu and Blood Rose were also on the verge of collapse. Their troops had already suffered over half casualties under the slaughter of the Wraith Knights. Yet, even so, they gritted their teeth and held on tightly. As long as they could clear the ancient ruins, any sacrifice would be worth it. Don't panic, I'm coming to support you, Lin Ye's deep voice rang out. The liberated Soul Black Dragon teamed up again with his 3 epic heroes and swiftly launched an attack on the third Wraith Knight. With one Wraith Knight after another falling, more and more combat power was successfully liberated. In fact, even with 5 Wraith Knights appearing, as long as they could be taken down one by one, there was nothing to fear. After the first 2 Wraith Knights fell, the threat from the remaining 3 Wraith Knights diminished significantly. As for the summoned desert mummies, they were hardly a concern. With a single breath of dragon flame, the Soul Black Dragon wiped them all out. Boom, the last Wraith Knight collapsed with a loud crash, turning back into a cloud of yellow sand. Then, the Soul Black Dragon let out a low roar, and its massive dragon body transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating before everyone's eyes. Finally cleared the level. Wang Xuanfu plopped down on the ground, his face full of exhaustion. Maintaining high concentration for an extended period was not something everyone could endure. At that moment, the world announcement rang in everyone's ears. World announcement: congratulations to players Black Knight, Wang Xuanfu, Blood Rose, and Blood Rain for successfully clearing the ancient ruins, earning 66 Lord experience, 88 hero experience, 500 reputation, and an ancient treasure chest X1. In an instant, Wang Xuanfu, who had been slumped on the ground, jumped up as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Damn, we made the announcement? I never expected that I would have a day when I was announced to the whole server. The little girl Qingyu excitedly raised her pink fist. This reward is quite auspicious. 6666, FA. Really delightful. Blood Rose lightly covered her mouth. My goodness, such a generous reward. It directly leveled me up to a 5th tier lord. Not only her, but after the rewards for clearing the level were distributed, a dazzling white light also shone around Lin Yi. His rank also rose to the 5th tier. Even the 3 heroes under his command each leveled up by 1 level due to the massive experience rewards. Wang Xuanfu Gue chuckled foolishly. The rewards from the ancient ruins are so generous, it would be great if we could farm them every day. The little lowly Qingyu shot him an annoyed glance. Farm every day? Are you still half asleep? Look at how pleased you are. Wang Xuanfu Gue awkwardly scratched his head. I was just saying it casually. Seeing Wang Xuanfu Gue's embarrassed expression, both Lin Yi and Blood Rose couldn't help but chuckle. Outside the ancient ruins, Wang Hu's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly. The world announcement was broadcasted to the entire server, and of course, he heard it. He clearly didn't expect that without him, Hei Yimi Tian had actually led Blood Rose and the others to clear the ancient ruins. What was that saying? It's not scary if the team wins, it's awkward if someone is missing. The world announcement in his ears felt like a slap, stinging his face and making him feel a burning pain. At the same time, Wang Hu's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. This ancient ruin was clearly discovered by my brother. Why should these people get the rewards for free? Just then, his brother's message came through. Little Hu, I really didn't expect you guys to clear the ancient ruins. But, why isn't your name on the world announcement? Did something happen? Wang Hu had originally planned to stay outside and mock Lin Yi after he failed. But now that the other party had successfully cleared the ancient ruins, staying here would only mean offering his face for others to slap. Thinking of this, Wang Hu quickly left the place, replying with deep resentment, Bro, you shouldn't have given the coordinates of the ancient ruins to Sister Rose. The
The person she brought kicked me out halfway.
Wang Hu's brother, Wang Zhan, was also a powerful lord, even leading a sizable guild.
After hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang Zhan couldn't help but frown. They kicked you out?
Tell me exactly.
What happened? Bro, it's like this. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and recounted the entire process.
However, he certainly wouldn't mention that he had provoked Lin Yi first and ended up getting slapped in the face. So, in Wang Hu's version, he became a complete victim.
It was Lin Yi who proposed the bet, and after defeating him with the power of the magic crystal cannon, he directly kicked him out of the team. This He Yini Tian is really too much. Wang Zhan's expression was unpredictable as he spoke in a deep voice. You wait, I'll go get you some justice. Wang Hu wanted to say a few more words, but after Wang Zhan finished speaking, he hung up the communication. He certainly knew the name of He Yini Tian. After all, this guy had almost become a regular on the world announcements. Since the launch of Eternal Continent, at least half of the world announcements had featured He Yini Tian's name. However, even a clay figurine has some temper. Can a god bully others at will?
Wang Zhan was determined. No matter who the other party was, he would seek justice for his brother. 5 minutes later, Wang Zhan called Wang Hu again. However, this time, there was a rare hint of anger in his words.
Hu, tell me properly, what exactly happened in this whole affair? Wang Hu pretended to be wronged. Bro, do you not even believe me anymore?
Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan exploded like a lit powder.
Keg, are you still pretending here? Do you know that if I hadn't specifically gone to ask Rose for clarification, you would have been in big trouble? The reason he was so angry was that he had heard a completely different version from Blood Rose. Given his years of friendship with Blood Rose, he knew very well that, in terms of character, she would never deceive him about such matters. Moreover, the account she provided was very logical and had no flaws whatsoever.
His brother, with his head full of lust, could very well have done something so foolish. That was why he had come to confront his brother.
However, judging by Wang Hu's reaction, this matter was likely true. If he really hadn't done those things, with his personality, he would have exploded long ago and wouldn't be putting on such a wronged expression. Seeing Wang Zhan so furious, Wang Hu could no longer hold back. He disdainfully curled his lip and said, Bro, the way you're talking, even if what Blood Rose said is true, you don't need to be so angry with me, right? You're my brother, yet when your little brother gets bullied, you actually turn your elbow outwards. At this point, there was already a hint of dissatisfaction in Wang Hu's tone. Wang Zhan took a deep breath and coldly replied, Yes, I am indeed your brother, but if this blows up, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save you. Over the years, he had always known about Wang Hu's bad temper and had cleaned up after him many times. In fact, Wang Zhan was starting to regret it. He felt that his indulgence had led his brother to develop such a spoiled character. Hearing Wang Zhan's tone so cold, even Wang Hu couldn't help but pause for a moment and muttered softly, Did I just offend a Knight of Darkness? Do you really need to react so strongly? After all, it's just a game. Maybe this guy in real life is just a loser, living in a rented room eating instant noodles every day. Although he had been slapped in the face by Lin Yi in the ancient ruins, that didn't stop him from using the method of mental victory to imagine the latter as a useless dog who had achieved nothing. However, Wang Zhan couldn't help but shake his head. His brother still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. He took a deep breath and calmly said, I don't know what kind of background Knight of Darkness has, but do you know who that little fatty beside him is? Wang Hu was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, Who is it? Wang Zhan said in a deep voice, Wang Xiaozong, the son of Wang Linhao, the richest man in Huaxia. Upon hearing this name, Wang Hu couldn't help but gasp. He clearly hadn't expected that the seemingly unimpressive little fatty had such a significant background. Then, Wang Zhan continued, Do you know that with just one word from him, our family could go bankrupt? Dad's company is preparing for financing and going public. At such a critical moment, you dare to stir up trouble? After hearing Wang Zhan's words, Wang Hu was completely frightened. He widened his eyes and muttered in despair, I didn't know. How was I supposed to know that guy had such a big background? Damn it, could this guy be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Clearly, the family is so wealthy, yet he's playing the little brother in the game? Wang Hu was now both wronged and angry. However, more than that, he was scared. Once he realized Wang Quan's identity, he quickly understood that even if the other party wanted to completely ruin him, it would only take a simple word. After hesitating for a while, Wang Hu finally said, Bro, should I go apologize to him? Now you want to apologize? Wang Zhan sighed helplessly. They said they don't want to see you in front of them again. As for whether they will retaliate against us, you can only hope that they have a broad enough mind. And do you really think that Knight of Darkness is an ordinary person? Do you think the identity of someone who can make the son of the richest man his little brother would be simple? After hearing Wang Zhan's analysis, Wang Hu felt a chill run down his spine. My god, what kind of existence have I provoked? For a moment, Wang Hu felt as if his heart had plunged into an ice cellar. At this moment, Lin Yi was on his way back. He never expected that he had been secretly speculated about his identity. I have to say, the imagination of these two brothers is quite rich. They actually imagined him as a hidden big shot behind the scenes in Huaxia. With such imagination, they could really write novels. As for Wang Quanfu Gue, he never thought that his sycophantic behavior would be interpreted as following a big shot. This world is just so magical.
One can only say that sometimes, overthinking is not necessarily a good thing. On his way back, Lin Yi once again reviewed the gains from this trip to the ancient ruins.
If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have obtained 2 treasures on the altar inside the pyramid.
Besides the diamond-level treasure, the Sword of Akalon, there was also a book-shaped treasure.
If I'm not mistaken, this should also be a diamond-level treasure, right? Lin Yi pondered as he took out the ancient book from his backpack.
Logically speaking, the other 4 treasures placed on the altar should all be diamond-level treasures, so this ancient book shouldn't be an exception.
However, after checking the attributes
of this treasure, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Akalon Secret Tome Special Item Introduction. This ancient book details the rise and fall of the Akalon Kingdom, and it seems to hide certain secrets. Lin Yi clearly did not expect that this ancient book was not a treasure at all, but a special item.
However, Lin Yi also understood that the ancient ruins were far from as simple as he had imagined, because, although they successfully cleared the ancient ruins and
obtained the treasures left behind by King Akalon, they had only dealt with a few vengeful spirit knights.
They had never seen the true form of King Akalon, not even his remains after death. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel
a bit of interest in the secret tome in his hand. However, under these circumstances, he could only return to his territory as soon as possible.
Only within the academy of his territory could he read this ancient book and see if he could uncover some secrets about King Akalon.
It should be noted that even the vengeful spirit knights guarding the tomb possessed the strength of a level 7 boss, so King Akalon, as the one they worshipped, was naturally in existence,
not to be underestimated. After 2 days of trekking, Lin Yi finally returned to his territory.
Fortunately, during the days he was away, no foolish lord dared to invade his territory.
Construct a level 5 administrative hall. Construct a monastery. Construct a necromancer's tomb.
Upon returning to his territory, Lin Yi did not rush to enter the academy but prioritized giving orders to the construction workers. He was now a level 5 lord.
This meant that,
as long as he built the level 5 barracks for both humans and ghosts, he could start recruiting level 5 troops. Level 5 troops would bring a qualitative change to Lin Yi's combat power.
Because, in the world of Eternal Continent,
only troops of level 5 and above could be called high-level troops.
Construction also takes time.
Lin Yi was not in a hurry. Instead, he first entered the academy and began to study the Akalon secret tome in his hands. This ancient book recorded almost all the secrets of the Akalon kingdom. From the rise of the kingdom to its decline, this secret tome contained detailed records of everything. After reading this ancient text, Lin Yi felt a sense of disillusionment, as if he had experienced the rise and fall of a dynasty. However, just as he was about to finish this ancient tome, Lin Yi discovered a tremendous secret within this secret classic.
This tome recorded that King Akalon was inherently
suspicious, unable to trust even those closest to him. In fact, before every meal, he would have the poison inspector check the dishes for toxins. It was precisely because of this paranoid nature that King Akalon, aware of his impending death, planned a significant event.
He constructed 2 tombs, one real and one fake. Moreover, after the tombs were completed, all the construction workers were secretly killed by assassins sent by King Akalon. As a result, no one would know the exact location of the tombs. After King Akalon's death, everyone witnessed his coffin being sealed within the tomb.
In reality, that was merely the fake tomb he had set up.
His body had long been secretly transported away and
buried in the true tomb he had prepared. This behavior reminded Lin Yi of Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms period. It is known that in his youth, Cao Cao had indeed robbed graves to gather military supplies.
Moreover, Cao Cao was quite
professional in grave robbing, even organizing a specialized army for it. The leader was called Pho Zhong Lang Zhang, the boss of digging mounds. Those doing the physical labor were called Mo Jin Jiao Wei, who were treasure seekers in
the tombs.
Because of this experience, the inherently suspicious Cao Cao feared that his grave would be robbed after his death, so he set up 72 false tombs. To this day, archaeologists have not determined the true location of
Cao Cao's tomb.
As for the pyramid that Lin Yi and the others had passed through, it was clearly the fake tomb set up by King Akalon. It was a pity for those guardian spirits, who, out of loyalty to King Akalon, transformed into vengeful
spirits after death to continue guarding the tomb, unaware that what they were protecting was merely a fake tomb.
However, Lin Yi felt somewhat puzzled. Since King Akalon wanted to keep this matter hidden, why would he record it in this
tome? Moreover, this tome even detailed the exact location of the true tomb. Could it be that this tome was not compiled by King Akalon? If that were the case, who authored this tome?
Why would the writer of the tome disclose such a secret
matter?
The more Lin Yi thought about it, the more confused he became. At this moment, if he wanted to unravel the mystery, there was only one way left.
That was to personally go to the location of the true tomb and see if it indeed housed the real King Akalon.
Moreover, it was worth noting that even passing through a fake tomb had already yielded such generous rewards. Lin Yi found it hard to imagine how substantial the rewards would be if he could pass through the
true tomb of Akalon. With this thought, Lin Yi directly closed the ancient text in his hands and strode out of the academy. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. System prompt, building, Ministry of Internal Affairs, has been upgraded to level 5. System prompt, building, monastery, has been successfully constructed. System prompt, building, corpse witch tomb, has been successfully constructed. Listening to the system prompts, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Ye's lips. He could finally start recruiting Tier 5 units. The Tier 5 units recruited from the monastery were priests, commonly known as healers. With the ability to recruit priests, the human units finally had a means to ensure sustained combat capability. However, Lin Yi was somewhat curious about what changes would occur once the priests were upgraded to mythic level by the Supreme Divine Ring. With this thought, he hesitated not at all and directly recruited 20 units of priests from the monastery. In the next moment, a silver light suddenly burst forth from the Supreme Divine Ring. Ding, your ordinary unit, priest, has successfully upgraded to the mythic unit, Holy Light Priest. Upon hearing the familiar notification sound, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Both holy and divine, it seems this new unit has quite the prestige. Before him, the priest, who had originally worn a simple white robe, had undergone a tremendous transformation. On their white robes, more than 10 golden divine patterns appeared, shining with an unparalleled holiness under the sunlight. In addition, their bodies emitted a soft glow, giving those around them an extremely comfortable feeling, as if they had received the blessing of the divine. Then, Lin Yi lightly tapped to check the specific attributes of the Holy Light Priest. Holy Light Priest, 5th tier, race, human rank, mythic. Attack, 50 to 80 defense, 50 health, 550 skills, Holy Heart. All troops fighting alongside the Holy Light Priest will be baptized by the Holy Light, receiving purification of the mind and becoming immune to any negative status effects. Holy Baptism, out of faith in the God of Light, the Holy Light Priest must bring light and warmth to all in need. The holy light they emit can restore 500 health points to a single target and grant them a 15% damage reduction for the next 60 seconds. Light of Judgment, using this skill can instantly kill all dark units below the 5th tier, thoroughly purifying their souls. If Lin Yi had to give a single evaluation of the mythic Holy Light Priest, it would be just 2 words. Very strong. Not strong in terms of unit attributes, but strong in terms of unit characteristics. Before the upgrade, the ordinary priest only had 2 skills, one for healing and another for boosting attributes, which could only be described as average. But now, the upgraded Holy Light Priest has 3 unit skills, each more powerful than the last. The Holy Heart, which is immune to all negative effects. The Holy Baptism, which restores a large amount of health. And the Light of Judgment, which can directly annihilate low-tier monsters. If Lin Yi had been able to obtain the Holy Light Priest earlier, those desert mummies inside the pyramid would have been completely disregarded. One use of Light of Judgment would wipe them all out. Mythic priests are just that domineering. Moreover, as a priest, the healing capacity of the Holy Light Priest is astonishing. One Holy Baptism restores 500 health points and even includes damage reduction. It's worth noting that even a 4th tier Royal Griffin only has around 6 to 700 health points. With that one use, it could even fully restore health. After that, Lin Yi directly went to the Necromancer tomb in the 2nd territory. The power of the Holy Light Priest filled him with anticipation for the undead necromancers as well. Come on, let me see just how powerful a mythic necromancer really is. Lin Yi took a deep breath and directly recruited 30 necromancers from the Necromancer tomb. For him now, these resources for recruiting units were hardly anything significant. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the light sound of bones grinding, the necromancers holding staffs appeared before Lin Yi. These necromancers had all been mages in life, and their obsession with magic led their souls to fall into lichdom after death. The green flames of their souls flickered in their eye sockets, looking quite eerie. Then, the Supreme Divine Ring lit up again. Ding, your ordinary unit, Necromancer, has successfully upgraded to the mythic unit, Rotting Lich King. After the upgrade, the appearance of these necromancers also underwent a tremendous change. Their soul flames transformed into a ghostly purple dot on the staff in his hand. A series of lifeless black mist swirled, emanating a dim, dark light. Compared to before, the upgraded Decayed Lich King exuded a dangerous aura all over. The Decayed Lich King, huh? Lin Yi murmured to himself, skillfully checking the attributes of this mythic level unit. Decayed Lich King Tier 5 race, Undead rank, Mythic Magic attack, 170 to 330 defense, 45 health, 670 skills, Decay. Decomposition, the Decayed Lich King chants a spell, launching a beam of deathlight at the enemy, causing their body to rapidly decay, dealing 240% magic damage while reducing the enemy's defense and movement speed by 20%. Cloud of Death causes the target and surrounding enemies to suffer from corpse mist erosion damage, dealing 180 points of corrosion damage per second, but the corpse mist does not affect non-living entities. Abyssal Curse, the Decayed Lich King sacrifices all of its health to curse the enemy target, dealing 500% curse damage, and this curse deals double damage to light-based creatures. Truly a unit of the undead, these skills are quite dark. Lin Yi counted on his fingers. One Decay type skill, besides high damage, also reduces the opponent's attributes.
a group damage overtime skill with considerable damage. Additionally, there's a self-destruct type skill that deals double damage to light-based creatures.
It seems
undead units are quite fond of self-destruction, Lin Yi commented with interest, then directly incorporated the Decayed Lich King into his team. With the Holy Light Priest and the Decayed Lich King, both tier 5 units, Lin Yi felt
more confident about his upcoming actions.
Other people's units are like small monsters, but mine are all like bosses, Lin Yi sighed silently.
Life is truly lonely as snow. However, there was only half a month left until everyone on
Earth was pulled into the Eternal Continent. During this time, Lin Yi had to expand his advantages as much as possible,
because the competition ahead would only become more intense. Moreover, although they had established an advantage by
entering the game a month before the Eternal Era began, it did not mean that latecomers had lost all opportunities. On the contrary, in Lin Yi's previous life, many powerful lords rose to prominence only after the Eternal Era began.
The
reason they could catch up was that these individuals possessed extraordinary talents. Additionally, after the official start of the Eternal Era, the game would continuously open a series of major events.
Abyssal monster invasions, monster sieges, ancient ruins descending, the Tower of Heaven opening, world-class dungeons opening, world-class bosses appearing. It was precisely this series of major events that allowed countless players to seize opportunities and soar to great heights. However, in any era, those who can seize opportunities are always the strong.
It is not the era that chooses them, but they stand out from this era through their own strength. Lin Yi also did not believe that he would
fall behind in the tide of the times.
He possessed the Supreme God Ring, had mythic level units, and even had the experience from before his rebirth. In this situation, no one could stop his rise. What Lin Yi needed to do was to accumulate
strength and patiently waiting for the arrival of the Eternal Era,
waiting for the series of major events to begin. By that time, not only the entire Huaxia, but he would make the whole world know the name of the night sky. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these past few days, Lin Yi, who had become a 5th-tier lord, directly learned 3 new talents within the academy. Low-level offensive technique provides a 10% bonus to the attack power of all units. Low-level defensive technique provides a 10% bonus to the defense power of all units. Low-level navigation technique mastered basic navigation skills, increasing maritime mobility by 30%. The talents of offensive technique and defensive technique are both the most common and quite practical talents. After all, the vast majority of players greatly need these two attributes of attack and defense, and Lin Yi is no exception. In fact, once these two talents are upgraded to a higher level, they can provide a 30% boost to the attack and defense of the troops under the Lord's command. Such a significant enhancement is hardly inferior to some top-tier strategic treasures. As for navigation technique, it is also a fairly common talent. It is important to note that in this world, the area of the sea is quite vast, even broader than the land.
Moreover, countless treasures are hidden in the ocean.
Therefore, if one wants to set sail, they must learn navigation technique. Of course, there's no need to invest too much in this talent. The
low level is already sufficient.
Even if it continues to level up, the only improvement would be maritime mobility. The reason Lin Yi prioritized learning navigation technique was naturally due to his desire to explore the seas. At this stage, the sea can definitely be considered a territory that has not yet been developed by player lords. Furthermore, Lin Yi clearly remembers several locations of treasures lost in the ocean. However, he is not in a hurry. Opportunities have always coexisted with risks. With his current strength, he does not have the capability to retrieve those treasures. It is better to take one step at a time, which is more stable and practical. Additionally, during these past few days, the territory also welcomed a troop refresh day. All the units in the barracks underwent a wave of refresh. Without hesitation, Lin Yi recruited all the newly refreshed units under his command.
In an instant, his army received another round of expansion. With this, Lin Yi felt more confident about exploring the tomb of King Akalan. With this thought, Lin Yi directly dialed Wangquan Fugui's communication. Seeing that it was Lin Yi's call, Wangquan Fugui immediately picked up. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Lin Yi asked. "Do you have any plans recently?" Wangquan Fugui replied, "As long as you call me, I'm always available." Lin Yi said, "Alright, I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" Wangquan Fugui asked curiously. It was known that this was the first time Lin Yi had actively asked him for help. Lin Yi calmly stated, "I need to leave for a few days and will take all the troops with me, so I hope you can guard my territory for me." Wangquan Fugui was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "Boss, where are you going?" Lin Yi had no intention of hiding and immediately replied, "To the tomb of King Akalan." Upon hearing this familiar name, Wangquan Fugui was stunned again. Then, he asked in confusion, "Are you talking about that ancient ruin? But haven't we already cleared it? Even the world announcement has come out." Lin Yi explained lightly, "That was just a fake tomb. King Akalan's body was never buried there." Hearing this, Wangquan Fugui was shocked. "Is that so? Boss, how did you find out about this?" Lin Yi directly told him the whole story, and Wangquan Fugui was amazed. "As expected of the boss, your observation skills are
Sharp. Lord Wang Chuanfu joked. With my kind of brain, I can't see any tricks in this matter at all. I'm afraid I would even use that ancient book to wipe my backside.
Hearing Wang Chuanfu's somewhat crude words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile.
However, for those with less keen observation, it was indeed possible to overlook the secrets within that ancient book.
Then, Wang Chuanfu patted his chest and guaranteed, "Boss, you can rest assured.
During this time, I will definitely station heavy troops to guard your camp, ensuring that no one dares to
cross the line."
Listening to Wang Chuanfu's solemn promise, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Then you better think it through. I have quite a few enemies.
Do you want me to leave the magic crystal cannon with you, so you feel more confident? Wang Chuanfu disdainfully curled his lip. Boss, aren't you looking down on your brother? Do I really need your magic crystal cannon to deal with those few rotten fish and shrimp?
To be honest, if it weren't for the rush last time and not bringing enough brothers, I wouldn't even need you to pull out the
magic crystal cannon.
I could have just taken my men and chopped that grandson of Long Zhenyu to death and then see if he dares to jump around in front of me again.
I have to say, Lin Yi still believed that Wang Chuanfu had that capability.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to this guy for help.
Alright, since that's the case, if you run into trouble, just go find
Blood Rose. She should also be willing to help.
Since Wang Chuanfu had refused his suggestion, Lin Yi didn't press the matter further. The reason he hadn't prepared to bring Wang Chuanfu
and Blood Rose this time was that Lin Yi himself wasn't sure about the difficulty of the tomb. He originally thought that Wang Chuanfu would feel resentful about it, but unexpectedly, the latter didn't even ask and readily agreed to his request. After experiencing betrayal in his past life, Lin Yi once again felt the warmth of friendship.
Wang Chuanfu chuckled. Leave the territory to me and you can rest assured, boss. If you find anything good in the tomb of King Akalon, remember to show it to your brother. Lin Yi smiled. Definitely.
After resolving his concerns, Lin Yi decisively chose to set off. According to the instructions in the secret tome, the locations of the real and fake tombs were completely in opposite directions. Fortunately, Lin Yi was now a 5th-tier lord, and both his mobility and speed far exceeded the past. Although the distance to the target location was far, he could still arrive smoothly within 3 days.
My lord, ahead is the tomb location marked on the map. Aver knelt on one knee before Lin Yi and said in a deep voice, however, there seems to be a group of 4th-tier magic wolf fighters at the entrance. How should we handle them? Then it seems we really found the right place. Lin Yi smiled
and waved his hand casually. Kill them all. Just like the entrances to some high-level dungeons or ancient ruins, there were usually some higher-tier
wild monsters.
This was the experience summarized by Lord players in his past life. The main reason for this was to prevent ordinary players
from accidentally wandering in.
However, for Lin Yi, a mere group of 4th-tier magic wolf fighters was nothing at all.
After Lin Yi issued the order, his army immediately launched an unrelenting assault on the enemy.
The decayed corpse king raised his staff high, quickly chanting spells.
In the next second, a black mist filled with death energy immediately spread out, rapidly enveloping the direction of the magic wolf fighters. Under
the cover of the cloud of death, this group of magic wolf fighters was immediately eroded by the corpse mist, their flesh rotting inch by inch,
even spreading into their bodies.
They painfully clutched their throats and let out a mournful wail. It should be noted that the decayed Lich King's
cloud of death could inflict 180 points of magical damage to the enemy every second. How much health could an ordinary tier 4 unit have? Having 500
points would already be considered quite good. This means that the pack of wolf warriors before him wouldn't last even 3 seconds in the deathly poison mist created by the decayed Lich King. It seems there's no need for the other troops to intervene anymore.
Looking at the tragic state of the wolf warriors, even Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh.
The combat power of the tier 5 decayed Lich King was indeed more terrifying than he had
imagined. However, this unit was not absolutely invincible. First, the decayed Lich King was quite fragile. Both its defense and health were those of a true glass cannon. Second, many skills of light-type units could directly dispel the cloud of death. But regardless, using this skill to slaughter the wolf warriors, these wild units felt incredibly satisfying. In less than 2 minutes, the wolf warriors before Lin Yi were completely
slaughtered by the decayed Lich King under his command.
The entire battle had turned into a showcase for the decayed Lich King, with the other units not even getting a chance to act.
Great Lord, congratulations on achieving a glorious victory. Lord Experience plus 750, Hero Experience plus 750, Gold
plus 5,000. The experience points from these wolf warriors were quite generous.
Unfortunately, no treasures dropped.
However, Lin Yi didn't mind. He killed all these wolf warriors merely to clear a path for himself to enter the tomb of King Akalon. Now, the teleportation passage to enter was right before his eyes. Lin Yi took a deep breath and walked straight in. The next second, the space around him rippled like waves. The scene before Lin Yi underwent a dramatic transformation. What appeared before him was a patch of black earth, and at the end of his line of sight stood a black building. If viewed from above, this building resembled a coffin. This aesthetic is quite unique. Did they really have to make the tomb look like a coffin?
Lin Yi couldn't help but voice his criticism as he gazed at the black tomb. Then, he wasted no time and directly issued orders, leading his army towards the tomb ahead. What Lin Yi did not expect was that before reaching the tomb, he encountered no form of attack. Here, it seemed unlike the false tomb, which was filled with fierce and brutal desert monsters around its perimeter. However, Lin Yi did not let his guard down because of this. The safer it was outside, the more dangerous it indicated the interior of the tomb would be. Soon, he led his army to the front of the black tomb. Lin Yi pushed open the large door, revealing a somewhat dim hall before him. Under such circumstances, the interior of the tomb should have been dark enough that one couldn't see their own hand. However, Lin Yi quickly noticed that the source of light came from the energy crystal cores displayed around the room. He could tell that these energy crystal cores were of a high tier. However, with the passage of long time, the energy contained within these crystal cores had mostly dissipated. The fact that they could emit this dim glow was already quite impressive. Facing the vast hall before him, Lin Yi did not let his guard down. Instead, he sent out a death skeleton to scout the way for him. Creak, creak. The death skeleton stepped forward, one step at a time, into the hall. The once vast hall was now filled only with the sound of bones scraping against each other. Soon, the death god skeleton arrived at the central position of the great hall. Everything seemed normal, but just then, a stone tile beneath the death god skeleton suddenly sank down. The dark compartments around it instantly opened. Whoosh, 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 thousands of crossbow bolts shot towards the direction of the death god skeleton. The power of these crossbow bolts was extremely fierce. The first tier death god skeleton didn't even last a second before being shot into a pile of shattered bones. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Indeed, being cautious was not a mistake. If he had triggered this mechanism himself, those thousands of crossbow bolts would have brought unimaginable casualties to the army behind him. This Akalun king was indeed a treacherous man. Subsequently, Lin Yi sent out 10 death god skeletons to carefully inspect all the stone slabs within the great hall. After ensuring there were no other traps, Lin Yi finally led his army inside. However, after successfully passing through the great hall, 3 diverging passages appeared before Lin Yi once again. For a moment, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. If nothing unexpected happened, among these 3 diverging passages there should only be one correct path. If he chose wrong, he would definitely encounter some unknown dangers. Just as Lin Yi was hesitating, a woman's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Take the right one. The voice was extremely cold, and one could even detect a hint of suppressed hatred within it. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had encountered a ghost. However, he quickly realized that this voice was actually coming from the ancient book in his backpack. Without any hesitation, he directly took out the secret tome from his backpack. To Lin Yi's surprise, a woman's face actually emerged on the surface of the tome. Encountering something like this was even more bizarre than encountering a ghost. Fortunately, Lin Yi's mental fortitude was strong enough, and he spoke softly. What are you? Why are you residing in this ancient book? He didn't ask who she was because he wasn't sure if she was still human. The face looked at Lin Yi, its mouth opening and closing as it spoke. I am just a remnant soul, but as long as you listen to me, you will definitely be able to find the corpse of the Akalun king. Lin Yi frowned and retorted, but why should I trust you? The woman gritted her teeth and spoke with deep resentment, because I want him dead more than anyone else, and even if he is already dead, he must never find peace. After hearing her response, Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. It sounded like this female ghost harbored a heavy grudge, since she could entrust her remnant soul to this ancient book. It indicated that her existence was closely linked to this tome. In other words, it was very likely that she had recorded the location of this tomb within this secret tome. With this thought, the previously vague logic suddenly became clear. However, Lin Yi was now more eager to understand what deep-seated hatred the remnant soul hidden within the ancient book had against the Akalun king. Even after the other party's death, she still wanted to make the location of his tomb public. However, just as Lin Yi was about to ask again, the face on the ancient book vanished once more. In that case, we can only go right. Lin Yi took a deep breath and led his army down the right passage. The entire tomb was constructed like a coffin. The position Lin Yi entered was equivalent to the bottom of the coffin. By this reasoning, the corpse of the Akalun king should be at the top of the coffin, which is the very end of the entire tomb. Following the instructions of that face, Lin Yi encountered no dangers along the way. However, after he led the army to the end, 3 paths appeared before him. Left. Before Lin Yi could even ask, the face in the ancient book coldly gave the instruction again. But before Lin Yi had the chance to say anything, the face vanished back into the ancient text, not giving him an opportunity to inquire. It seems that only after finding the corpse of King Akalun can I know the true identity of this female ghost, Lin Yi muttered to himself, then stepped into the left passage once more. For the next half hour, he passed through 5 intersections. Each time, the face that appeared on the ancient book accurately guided him to safety. After navigating these intersections, Lin Yi arrived in a grand hall. However, What lay before him were hundreds of black coffins tightly packed together, exuding a dark and lifeless aura.
Gazing at the scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp.
At that moment, Rodhart walked up beside Lin Yi and whispered, "My lord, all the coffins contain vengeful spirits." As the prince of the undead, he was naturally very sensitive to the aura of the dead. Lin Yi nodded, his expression revealing a hint of seriousness.
Given the current situation, there was no way to avoid it. Moreover, this time, the face hidden in the ancient book did not provide any guidance. Just then, the lids of the coffin suddenly began to tremble violently.
"I don't want to die, Akalun, you won't have a good death. Please, spare me."
Accompanied
by the continuous shaking of the coffin lids, countless wailing voices echoed in Lin Yi's ears.
The vengeful spirits within the coffins were finally about to break free.
Lin Yi stared blankly at the scene before him and couldn't help but comment, "Could it be that this is what they call the
coffins being unable to contain them?" In the next second, dozens of black vengeful spirits soared into the sky, emanating an extremely terrifying dark aura.
Soon, twisted features appeared on the faces of these vengeful spirits, and they grew sharp claws like blades.
Tier 7 Unit, Tomb Vengeful Spirit.
Avel, order the archers to fire at will. After giving the command, all the archer units raised their longbows and launched a volley at the
Tomb's evil spirits.
However, the arrows they shot pierced through the bodies of these tomb vengeful spirits, causing only half damage to the latter.
Lin Yi frowned. So they are characteristic units. Characteristic units refer to those with certain special attributes.
Then, Lin Yi turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Rotting Lich King, use the cloud of death." The soul fire in the eyes of the rotting Lich King flickered, and then
he immediately raised his staff, releasing a dark mist of necromancy.
However, this mist had no effect on the tomb vengeful spirits, as if it were
just ordinary air. Lin Yi's heart sank.
It seemed that these tomb vengeful spirits could not only reduce physical damage but were also immune to toxins. However, seeing that the cloud of death had no effect, the rotting Lich King launched a second wave of attack. They held their staffs, chanted incantations, and directly shot a beam of dark decay light towards the direction of the tomb vengeful spirits.
In an instant, a high amount of magical
damage appeared above the heads of the tomb vengeful spirits. At the same time, the bodies of the latter began to decompose under the influence of
the decay light.
It seemed that while these tomb vengeful spirits could be immune to physical damage, they could not resist magical damage.
Now that
a method to deal with the enemy had been found, things became much simpler.
Next, all that was needed was for the rotting Lich King to eliminate
them one by one. However, at that moment, the vengeful spirits in front of the tomb charged towards Lin Yi's rear ranks as if they had gone mad. These spirits roared and slashed with their claws, and in their presence, the fragile body of the divine punishment archer seemed as flimsy as paper.
Due
to the sheer number of the tomb's vengeful spirits, in less than half a minute, the divine punishment archers in Lin Yi's rear ranks were reduced by
more than half under the former's frenzied slaughter.
Their speed was fast, and their attack speed was even faster.
If these tomb vengeful spirits
were determined to carry out a massacre, the decayed corpse king would have no way to stop them. After all, using decayed decomposition to kill them
one by one would take time.
However, at that moment, a group of priests in white robes, radiating a faint glow, appeared before these tomb vengeful
spirits. The faint light surrounding them was like the brilliance of divinity.
The tomb vengeful spirits shrieked as they charged forward, wanting to tear them apart as well. Yet, at that moment, the body of the holy light priest shone brightly.
The dazzling light forced the tomb undead to let out piercing screams, their forms retreating repeatedly.
Lin Yi was initially taken aback, but he quickly reacted. This was the holy light priest's skill, Light of Judgment. After the holy light priest used this skill, it could instantly kill all dark-type units below level 5. Although the tomb undead were level 7 units and would not be instantly killed by the holy light, they would still be somewhat affected.
Under the suppression effect of Light of Judgment, Lin Yi's troops launched a counterattack. Although the tomb undead had decent attributes, they still struggled
to win against the fully unleashed mythic level troops.
In just 5 minutes, all the undead in the hall were completely annihilated by Lin Yi. It is
worth mentioning that these tomb undead provided Lin Yi with 2,500 Lord experience and 3,000 Hero experience, which was certainly much more generous
than those level 4 demon wolf fighters.
Then, Lin Yi spoke again, "Rodhart, go check if there are any treasures in these coffins."
Although rummaging through someone else's coffin was quite impolite, who told these vengeful spirits to attack him first? Moreover, it was hard to come by a dungeon run. How could he not gain something? Rodhart followed Lin Yi's instructions and quickly searched each coffin one by one.
Soon, he came to Lin Yi with a large pile of black orbs. "My lord, I only found these soul orbs in the coffins." Soul orbs? A hint of intrigue flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He then picked up one of the soul orbs and examined its attributes. Vengeful Spirit Soul Orb, Special Treasure, Description: these vengeful spirits
were transformed from the builders who constructed this tomb. After the tomb was completed, they were assassinated by the assassins sent by King Akalon and buried here together. When used, it can summon a level 7 vengeful spirit. After reading the description of this treasure, Lin Yi finally
understood the origins of these tomb vengeful spirits. It turned out that after they built the tomb for King Akalon, they were brutally murdered and buried here. No wonder their resentment was so great. Although one vengeful spirit's soul orb could only summon one vengeful spirit, Rodhart had collected over 100 orbs. For Lin Yi, this was an unexpected gain. Just then, a dull rumbling sound echoed in Lin Yi's ears again. He raised his head and looked forward. He saw the last black stone door slowly opening. The dark entrance looked like the giant mouth of a ferocious beast waiting for Lin Yi to enter. This should be the final main tomb chamber, right? Lin Yi raised his head, his gaze involuntarily falling on the stone door. However, his sight was soon swallowed by the boundless darkness. Even with his myth-level eagle-eye technique, he still couldn't see the scene beyond the black stone door. It seemed he had to go in personally. Lin Yi took a deep breath, lifted his foot, and prepared to enter the black stone door before him. To be honest, since he had come this far, there was no room for retreat. As he stepped inside, the black stone door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Lin Yi was not afraid. He simply said calmly, "Aver, light the torch." Following his command, Aver quickly ignited the torch with a flint and distributed it to the members of the Sun Crusaders. They raised the torches high, walking ahead and illuminating the pitch-black hall where one could hardly see a hand in front of their face. What appeared before them was a coffin engraved with strange patterns. Lin Yi looked up and found that there was no way to go around. Undoubtedly, this was the coffin of King Akalon. However, Lin Yi did not rush to act but instead took out the ancient book from his backpack once more. Then, he asked lightly, "I have found the coffin of King Akalon. Can you now tell me your purpose?" Yet, in response to his inquiry, there was no reaction from the ancient book. Lin Yi frowned and spoke again, "Listen, my patience is limited. If you are unwilling to answer, I will turn back right now and burn this ancient book as if I had never come." Just a wisp of remnant soul, and it dared to be so arrogant in front of him? As expected, under his threat, the other party had no choice but to yield. The face of a woman reappeared on the ancient book, speaking with immense resentment. "If you do that, you will be an accomplice of King Akalon. You all deserve to die." Upon hearing the response, Lin Yi chuckled. This woman seemed to still not understand the situation. Even at this point, she dared to put on a face for him. Then, Lin Yi casually tossed the ancient book to Aver and said lightly, "Burn it, it's too annoying to look at." "As you command." Just as Aver was about to carry out Lin Yi's order, the face on the ancient book let out a piercing wail. "No, you can't do that. Stop, stop. I tell you, I will tell you everything." Faced with Lin Yi's ruthless methods, the face finally felt fear. "That's more like it," Lin Yi said with a smile. "I hate two things the most, being used by others and being treated like a fool. And you happen to embody both. So, before I completely lose my patience, you better tell me everything in detail." The face glared at him with immense resentment, then began to recount its experiences. It turned out that the wisp of remnant soul residing in the ancient book was once the favored concubine of King Akalon. She had enjoyed great favor by his side, even becoming somewhat arrogant due to her position. At that time, she truly regarded King Akalon as everything in her life. She was even willing to die for him. And this was the source of all tragedy. As King Akalon's lifespan was nearing its end, he had already begun preparing to build his tomb in advance. Of course, due to his suspicious nature, he had never let anyone know about the true and false tombs, including this favored concubine. However, by chance, the concubine learned the truth of the whole matter. And, blinded by love, she made a crucial decision. She was willing to be buried with King Akalon. To demonstrate the depth of their feelings, unfortunately, since ancient times, emperors have been the most heartless. She completely misjudged her position in the heart of King Akalon. When she made this request to King Akalon, he not only showed no signs of being moved but instead flew into a rage and immediately imprisoned her in the dungeon. Because, in King Akalon's heart, he had no feelings for this favored concubine at all. The reason he favored her was merely akin to rewarding a well-behaved pet. And now, this pet had, without his permission, secretly discovered the location of the true tomb. For King Akalon, who was already extremely suspicious, this was undoubtedly an act of overstepping. In his furious rage, King Akalon chose to execute everyone involved in this matter and sentenced this concubine to the boat punishment. The so-called boat punishment is an extremely inhumane form of execution. Its inhumanity lies in the fact that before the execution, the condemned must be forced to consume large amounts of milk. Then, everything became simple. He allowed my lingering soul to reside within this ancient book, and once someone takes the book away, they will be able to follow the clues to find the true royal tomb. After hearing the face's narration, Lin Yi couldn't help but nod. With that, the entire sequence of events became clear. To summarize in a few sentences, a highly suspicious king executed his favored concubine who had a devoted necromancer as a lover. He collected her lingering soul and was determined to help her seek revenge. With that said, many previously inexplicable doubts now vanished. For instance, why did humans know which paths to take? And why did this ancient book appear within a false tomb? Lin Yi then spoke again. "Since we've finished the story, we should discuss the terms now.
If I can help you take revenge, what can you offer me in return?
Although the concubine's death was extremely tragic, it was also her own doing.
If he wanted Lin
Yi to take action, he naturally needed to present a compelling incentive. The face coldly replied, "You truly are a greedy villain."
Lin Yi paid no mind, chuckling lightly, "If you want to ask me for help, you'd better adjust your attitude." The face took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I know the overall structure of this tomb.
Within a secret chamber of this tomb lies the most prized treasure of King Akalun. Although he did not take any treasures to his grave,
that treasure is the only exception. Moreover, without me, you would never find that secret chamber in your lifetime." Upon hearing the other party's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The most prized treasure of King Akalun?
That was indeed quite interesting.
Lin Yi calmly said, "In that case, I accept your commission."
He then turned to Rodhart, "Go, take a few Death Knight skeletons and lift the coffin lid for me."
Upon hearing
that they were to lift the coffin lid, Rodhart showed no signs of resistance. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes.
He said in a deep voice, "My lord, I can sense that an extremely powerful undead is sleeping within that coffin." Generally speaking, the strength of an undead is usually linked to their power in life. A being of King Akalun's caliber would naturally give rise to an extremely powerful undead after death. However, just as Rodhart was directing over a dozen Death Knight skeletons to pry open the black coffin before them, an unexpected scene unfolded before Lin Yi. The seemingly light coffin lid felt as if it weighed 1,000 tons. Even with the combined effort of more than 10 Death Knight skeletons, they couldn't budge it an inch. At that moment, a black light suddenly erupted from the coffin, which was covered in strange patterns. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous roar, all the Death Knight skeletons were forcefully thrown back. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" Then, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the underworld echoed from within the coffin, ringing in everyone's ears. In the next second, the coffin exploded and the undead emerged. A black wraith, crowned and draped in royal robes, appeared in Lin Yi's line of sight. He held a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, exuding a chilling aura of death and a fierce killing intent. Even though King Akalun had been dead for thousands of years, his undead still possessed an immortal kingly might that sent shivers down one's spine. "You, why have you come here?" The spirit of King Akalun spoke again, glaring at Lin Yi with eyes full of rage. At that moment, the remnants of the princess's soul finally materialized from the ancient texts. However, her appearance remained as it was just before her death, swollen, decayed, and dilapidated, even marked by the traces of being gnawed by insects. Just looking at her visage, Lin Yi could already imagine how excruciating the punishment of the ship had been. Moreover, he even felt a twinge of pity for that necromancer. To be able to endure this, she truly was a model of the licking dog community. "My king, do you still remember me?" The princess glared at the king of Akalun with a face full of resentment. "I treated you with sincerity, and in the end, I ended up rotting in a pond full of mosquitoes and flies. From that moment on, I swore, you will pay for this. I want you to never find peace for eternity." Her words, filled with venomous resentment, seemed to finally trigger some memories in the undead before her. The undead Akalun furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice, "I remember now, you are." However, before he could finish, an enormous demonic hand suddenly coalesced out of thin air and lunged towards him. The grip of the demon. The one activating this skill was none other than Rodhart. Lin Yi stood beside him, chuckling as he said, "Isn't it just a boss fight? Is all this chatter really necessary?" The damage from the grip of the demon quickly manifested above Akalun's head. However, the opponent's health only dropped slightly. Moreover, due to the vast difference in their levels, Akalun was not forcibly pulled in front of Rodhart by the demonic hand. With a powerful tug of his arms, he broke free from the grip of the demon. At the same time, the attributes of the undead Akalun appeared before Lin Yi. Undead, King Akalun, Tier 9 Boss. Introduction: the supreme ruler of the Akalun Kingdom, who, even in death, retains the immense power he possessed in life. Looking at the boss introduction before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. He clearly did not expect that even in his undead form, King Akalun would be classified as a Tier 9 boss. Just how terrifying was this guy's strength and life? No wonder Rodhart's grip of the demon could only take away such a small portion of his health. "Despicable tomb raiders, I will not let you leave my tomb." Rodhart's attack completely enraged Akalun. He shook his arms, and a surging wave of black death energy immediately spread out in all directions. The surrounding walls also began to collapse under the impact of the death energy. Lin Yi was now thoroughly trapped in this enclosed tomb. At the same time, the system's prompt echoed in Lin Yi's ears. System prompt: "Dear Lord, your troops are suffering from death energy erosion. All attributes decreased by 20%. A Tier 9 boss is indeed somewhat unexpected." Lin Yi took a deep breath and quickly began to devise a strategy in his mind. If he still had the essence of the Soul Black Dragon, he wouldn't necessarily fear this undead monarch. After all, the Soul Black Dragon was also a Tier 9 boss, its strength completely on par with the opponent's. If combined with Lin Yi's army, they could easily crush the enemy.
Unfortunately, he had already used that essence in the previous battle. With his current combat power, facing a tier 9 boss would be somewhat challenging. Moreover, under the erosion of the death energy, his troops' attributes had also suffered significant weakening. But the arrow is on the string, and it must be released. Whether he could win this battle would have to be tested. However, just as Lin Yi was about to order the entire army to attack, the remnants of the princess's soul spoke again. King Akalun, you are still the same tyrant. Anyone who opposes you will die by your sword. But do you really think I would come to deal with you unprepared? As soon as she finished speaking, the ancient book in Lin Ye's hand suddenly ignited into flames. The surging black fire quickly consumed the entire book. If Lin Yi hadn't let go in time, those black flames would have likely spread to him. However, these black flames condensed in midair into countless black chains, winding towards the direction of the undead Akalun. The speed was so fast that it didn't give King Akalun any time to react. Damn it, what have you done to me? King Akalun roared in anger, his body entangled in black chains, heading towards the direction of the lingering soul. System prompt: Undead Lord, King Akalun has suffered a high-level necromantic curse. Attack power decreased by 40%, defense power decreased by 40%, movement speed decreased by 30%, and loses 300 health points per second. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, no matter who you offend, you should never offend a woman. This high-level necromantic curse was like a direct blow that rendered the undead Akalun before him useless. If he was truly a genuine 9th-tier lord before, then after suffering the necromantic curse, his strength would likely only be equivalent to that of an 8th-tier boss. Moreover, the negative effect of losing 300 health points per second was extremely disgusting. This meant that Lin Yi could even do nothing and just lead the undead Akalun in circles within the hall, and he would eventually exhaust him to death. Of course, such a situation was almost impossible to happen. Seeing the undead Akalun entangled in chains, a trace of indescribable pleasure appeared in the eyes of the queen's lingering soul. How you tormented me back then, now I will make you experience it yourself. Alright, the time has come, it's time to act. Lin Yi had no interest in listening to her nonsense. He waved his hand directly, signaling his army to attack. Thousands of death god skeletons surged forward like a tide towards the undead Akalun. With the presence of the necromancer prince, Lin Yi's death god skeletons could almost be said to be impossible to wipe out completely. They were like wild grass, unable to be burned out by wildfires, springing back to life with the spring breeze. After each battle, Rodhart could summon a large number of death god skeletons using the soul summoning technique. Lin Yi even thought about specifically purchasing some treasures to enhance the level of the soul summoning technique. This way, his sea of skeletons could take shape even faster. Although the death god skeletons were a first-tier unit, their unit characteristics ensured that they could deal a portion of true damage, regardless of how high-tier the boss was. Under the siege of the death god skeletons, the health of the undead Akalun finally began to decrease at a visibly rapid rate. You damned ants, all of you will accompany me to the grave. The undead Akalun roared, and the long sword in his hand immediately slashed forward in an arc. That incredibly sharp sword force instantly cleaved the death god skeletons before him in two. With this one strike, he killed at least dozens of death god skeletons. Although Lin Yi's army had an extremely large number of death god skeletons, they could not withstand such a massacre by the undead Akalun. Realizing this, Lin Yi dared not continue to hide his strength and quietly said, "All troops, attack. Sun Cross Army, form teams of 10 and use dazzling charge." After Lin Yi issued the command, the Sun Cross Army immediately formed a battle formation, and the long swords in their hands erupted with dazzling light. Unfortunately, the undead Akrun's rank was too high. Even though they launched a dazzling charge, it couldn't create a prolonged blinding effect. Under normal circumstances, a dazzling charge that could blind for 3 seconds would already be considered quite good if it could blind the opponent for just a moment. This is why Lin Yi had the Sun Crusaders split into teams of 10, maximizing their limitations as a tactical measure. Under the continuous dazzling charges of the Sun Crusaders, the vision of the undead King Akrun was greatly restricted. However, this did not mean that the latter had completely lost its combat capability. You all shall die. Even without vision, the longsword in Akrun's hand swept out again, its momentum fierce, as if the wind and thunder were howling. The sharp blade cut through the bodies of the Sun Crusaders as easily as a hot knife slicing through cream. Scarlet and boiling blood suddenly gushed out in all directions. Moreover, all these Sun Crusaders were directly killed by King Akrun. Even with the holy light priest present, their lives could not be saved. Don't waste time, continue the output. Lin Yi took a deep breath and calmly issued the command. At this moment, King Akrun's figure was forcibly restrained by the necromantic chains, moving at an extremely slow pace. This was the perfect opportunity for ranged units to deal damage. No matter how heavy the casualties were among the frontline units, it absolutely could not affect the ranged units' output. In an instant, the Divine Punishment Archers, Moonlight Hunters, and Decayed Lich Kings all launched their attacks against the undead Akrun. Although Their single target damage was not high, the cumulative effect still dealt a significant amount of damage to the undead Acheron.
Rodhart, go up and try to
stall the boss as much as possible. Sophia, take the Holy Light Priest and keep an eye on Rodhart's health. Avel, stay with the archers for long range
output and try not to let the boss touch you.
After the army under his command entered the fray, Lin Yi quickly had the 3 epic heroes join the battlefield.
As well, even with the attribute debuffs, the vast majority of Lin Ye's units would be instantly killed by the undead Acheron.
Given this, Lin Ye's only option was to have Rodhart take the lead. A warrior hero paired with a group of priests should be able to withstand the damage from the undead Acheron. However, the scene before him was quite dramatic. Rodhart, as the prince of the undead, was receiving treatment from the Holy Light Priest.
This sight was truly bizarre. Yet, for Lin Yi, all his arrangements were aimed at achieving victory. After Rodhart joined the battlefield, he quickly attracted most of
the firepower from the undead Acheron, significantly reducing the casualties of Lin Ye's forces.
However, during this process, Rodhart's health fluctuated like a roller coaster.
One moment he was slashed down to low health by the boss, and the next second he was instantly restored to full health under the
priest's healing.
This feeling was akin to walking a tightrope. One misstep could lead to disaster. Fortunately, Lin Yi had a mythic-level Holy Light Priest,
whose healing could restore 500 health points.
If it were an ordinary priest, it would be impossible to keep up.
Under Lin Ye's tactical arrangements, the
situation quickly stabilized. Although casualties occurred every second among Lin Ye's troops, correspondingly, King Acheron's health was also continuously declining. 100%, 70%, 50%, 30%. Watching the health of the undead Acheron continuously decline, Lin Yi felt no joy in his heart.
On the contrary, at this moment, his mind was in a state of tension.
If nothing unexpected happened, when the health dropped to a certain level, the undead King Acheron before him
would enter a berserk state.
Only by surviving this ordeal could Lin Yi truly claim victory in this boss battle.
Sure enough, just as Lin Yi had anticipated,
when the health of the undead Acheron fell below 20%, a fierce glint suddenly erupted in his eyes.
You despicable Tomb Raiders, I will make you pay a bloody price for your actions. As his words fell, a terrifying black flame ignited around King Acheron. Under the illumination of the black flame, the
undead form of King Acheron appeared even more horrifying. The queen's lingering soul changed color and spoke in a deep voice. Be careful, the curse used
to suppress him has failed.
Indeed, after she finished speaking, the chains binding King Acheron were instantly burned to ashes by the raging black flame. Having broken free from his restraints, he finally regained the power of a level 9 boss.
Lin Ye's expression changed, and he quickly reacted. Rodhart, fall back immediately.
Although his reaction was quite swift, it was still a step too late. After entering the berserk state, the momentum of the undead
King Acheron surged to its peak.
Kill! With a furious roar, King Acheron swung his long knife directly towards Rodhart's direction.
The black flames
surged, and the blade glinted sharply. Under the might of this strike, Rodhart's body was sent flying, his health plummeting to a mere sliver.
However, for Lin Yi, as long as he was still alive, that was already a stroke of luck.
Without needing to say a word, the Elf Queen took the lead in healing him. Soon after, the Holy Light Priest also used Holy Light to treat him.
In no time, Rodhart's health quickly returned to normal levels. Yet, even so, Lin Yi dared not let him approach the boss again.
At this moment, King Acheron's attack power was terrifyingly high. One misstep could lead to Rodhart being instantly killed, a risk Lin Yi could not afford. Fortunately, the boss also had only 20% health left. If they focused their fire, they should be able to take him down
in one go. However, the units he could use to absorb damage were already few and far between. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's eyes suddenly flickered. In the next second, he took out nearly 100 cursed soul orbs from his backpack. If Lin Yi remembered correctly, these cursed soul orbs could summon level 7 vengeful spirits. Moreover, these soul orbs were also obtained by him in the tomb. He hadn't expected to use them so soon. If he could summon these vengeful spirits, they would surely be able to withstand a round of attacks from the undead Acheron. With this thought, Lin Yi no longer hesitated and directly crushed the soul orbs in his hand. With each orb that shattered, one by one, the grotesque level 7 vengeful spirits were released from the orbs. It should be noted that these vengeful spirits were the builders who had constructed the tomb for King Acheron. After painstakingly building the tomb, they
were brutally killed by assassins sent by King Acheron, so one can imagine how heavy their resentment truly was. As the saying goes, enemies meet and their eyes turn red. Upon sensing the aura emitted by the undead Acheron, these vengeful spirits immediately fell into a state of rage and rushed towards him.
Get away, get away! Do you lowly wretches dare to defy the king's will?
Looking at the vengeful spirits before him, King Acheron appeared even angrier. He wildly swung his black flame longsword, letting out roars towards the vengeful spirits in front of him.
Unfortunately, these vengeful spirits were no
longer the builders who had previously obeyed him. Lin Yi crushed nearly 100 soul orbs in one breath, which meant there were at least 100 7th-tier vengeful spirits charging towards the position of the undead Acheron. Under such circumstances, the health of the undead Akelon was plummeting rapidly. Moreover, Lin Yi discovered that the health of the 7th tier vengeful spirits was extremely high. With one strike, the undead Akelon might only be able to reduce a vengeful spirit to a state of mere skin and bones. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Yi knew deep down that his opportunity had come. He immediately ordered, Queen of the Elves, bring all the holy light priests and heal these vengeful spirits with all your might. These 7th tier vengeful spirits were already quite formidable, and the healing from the holy light priests further enabled them to sustain their combat capabilities. In fact, the current battle no longer required Lin Yi's troops to intervene. Under the assault of numerous 7th tier vengeful spirits, the health of the undead Akelon quickly hit rock bottom. You have all betrayed me. The battered Akelon released his weapon, erupting in a desperate and unwilling roar. Then, his undead body exploded, and the resulting force directly tore all the 7th tier vengeful spirits into pieces. Fortunately, Lin Yi's troops had already retreated in time, thus escaping disaster. The remnant soul of the queen silently watched as King Akelon died before her, a complex expression involuntarily surfacing in her eyes. You betrayed yourself. She had loved and hated King Akelon. Now, witnessing his soul vanish, her heart felt not only the satisfaction of revenge but also a more complex emotion. However, Lin Yi naturally could not sense her inner feelings. For him, the boss was dead, and the first priority was to loot the corpse. Unfortunately, after Rodhart searched for a long time, he found nothing of value. Damn, how stingy can you get? Coming out as a boss without bringing anything? Lin Yi, having gained nothing, grumbled in frustration. He then instructed Rodhart to use the soul summoning technique on King Akelon's corpse. For a boss of this level, it should be able to summon quite a few Death Knight skeletons through the soul summoning. However, just as Rodhart used the soul summoning technique, large patches of black light erupted from the corpse. The next second, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's ears. Dear Lord, your hero Rodhart has successfully used the soul summoning technique to summon a special unit, the Skeleton Lord. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that Rodhart's casual move would directly recruit a special unit for him. Soon, a massive figure appeared before him, a black skeleton wielding dual blades, its body covered in strange magical runes. To Lin Yi's surprise, he felt a hint of pressure emanating from this Skeleton Lord. Just as Lin Yi was about to check the attributes of the Skeleton Lord, a silver light flashed once again on the Supreme Divine Ring. Ding, your special unit, Skeleton Lord, has successfully upgraded to the mythic level special unit, Skeleton Demon King. The special unit that Lin Yi had just acquired had instantly leveled up again. Lin Yi was somewhat familiar with special units. This type of unit could not be obtained through normal recruitment, and their strength was usually much higher than that of ordinary units, but they were slightly inferior to heroes due to the extreme difficulty in obtaining special units. Even in Lin Yi's previous life, he rarely saw anyone who possessed one. Who would have thought that in this life his luck would be so good that he directly found a special unit from the corpse of a 9th tier boss? Lin Yi took a deep breath and immediately checked the attributes of the Skeleton Demon King. Skeleton Demon King 1-star race, undead tier, mythical attack, 340 to 500 defense, 150 health, 3000 skills. Demon King's pressure. Before the battle begins, the Skeleton Demon King will release a terrifying pressure, forcibly suppressing the opponent's strength, causing all enemies engaged in battle with it to have their attributes reduced by 20%. Black Flame Demon King slash. The Skeleton Demon King swings its dual blades and launches a slash forward, dealing 150% slash damage to all enemies within 100 yards in front of it. Demon King evolution. The Demon King skeleton can undergo infinite evolution, devouring other undead creatures to increase its star level and gain even more powerful strength. In the abyss, I am the Demon King. Even Lin Yi, who is usually calm, was somewhat surprised when he saw the basic attributes of the Skeleton Demon King. 150 points of defense, a maximum attack power of 500 points, and a base health value of 3000 points. It's worth noting that even the highest tier Royal Griffin under Lin Yi only had 650 health points. The current Skeleton Demon King had nearly 5 times the health of the Royal Griffin. Apart from being terrifying, Lin Yi really couldn't find any other words to describe the Skeleton Demon King before him. More importantly, special units are also divided into star levels. The current Skeleton Demon King is only 1 star. To put it in perspective, it is like a newborn baby that has not fully grown up yet. Fortunately, this special unit, the Skeleton Demon King, possesses the trait of Demon King evolution. As long as it devours undead creatures, it can continuously evolve and upgrade, rapidly growing stronger and more terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes couldn't help but flicker, and then he said without hesitation, "Go. Rodhart, bring 10 Death Knight skeletons over." Understood. Following Lin Yi's instructions, Rodhart quickly brought 10 Death Knight skeletons before him. Lin Yi then turned to the Skeleton Demon King and asked with a light smile, "So, what do you think? Interested?" The soul fire in the eye sockets of the Skeleton Demon King immediately flickered. Clearly, it was eager to absorb the undead creatures before it, just like a newborn baby wanting to eat. It is worth mentioning that its soulfire was as black as ink, resembling an unfathomable abyss, looking quite eerie. Lin Yi certainly wouldn't stop it from absorbing these Death Knight skeletons. He waved his hand casually and said, "Feel free to absorb them, they belong to you now." After receiving Lin Ye's permission, the skeleton demon king eagerly opened its arms. Then, a twisted black hole appeared at its chest. This black hole seemed to possess an incredibly strong attraction, and in less than 5 seconds, it absorbed all 10 Death Knight skeletons into its body. Afterward, the skeleton demon king seemed to be insatiable and looked back at Rodhart, its eyes filled with desire. However, Rodhart frowned and drew the Akalun sword, as if to say, "If you dare to look at me again, I can strike you down at any moment." Nevertheless, for the skeleton demon king, Rodhart, with his rich undead aura, was naturally a top-notch supplement for it to enhance its strength. Unfortunately, its current power was still insufficient to defeat the latter. So, after Rodhart displayed hostility, the skeleton demon king did not hesitate to choose to back down, taking a step back and immediately averting its gaze. However, this scene was captured in Lin Ye's eyes. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Special units are indeed interesting, they even possess a certain level of intelligence. To be honest, he was starting to get curious about what the skeleton demon king would look like once it grew up. However, with just 10 death god skeletons, it seemed impossible for the skeleton demon king to level up. After absorbing them completely, the skeleton demon king showed no signs of change in size. Lin Yi decided to be generous. He waved his hand and said casually, "Bring all the death god skeletons over, let it eat to its heart's content." Under Lin Ye's command, the unit he had the most of was the death god skeletons. As long as the skeleton demon king could improve, consuming some death god skeletons wouldn't cause Lin Yi any pain. But what Lin Yi didn't expect was that he had underestimated the appetite of this skeleton demon king. After he provided an unlimited supply of food, the skeleton demon king showed no restraint in revealing its excitement. It then spread its arms and, just like before, began to frantically absorb the death god skeletons in front of it. 1, 10, 50, 100. The skeleton demon king was devouring the death god skeletons like a whale drinking water. The speed was so fast that it made Lin Yi's heart race. In fact, a terrifying thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. This guy, could it be a bottomless pit? Fortunately, when the number of absorbed skeletons reached 500, its form finally showed some changes. It raised its head high, and the black magic pattern spread across its body once again. Even its size grew a bit. System notification: Dear Lord, your skeleton demon king has successfully upgraded from 1 star to 2 stars. Good luck. Goodness, feeding it 500 death god skeletons only upgraded the skeleton demon king by 1 star. You might as well not wish me luck, you should wish me bankruptcy instead. However, even so, Lin Yi did not give up on continuing to feed the skeleton demon king. He was a straightforward person, and moreover, this was something that could enhance his own strength. Can you still eat? If you can, keep absorbing. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "This amount of troops is nothing, as long as you're happy devouring them." Seeing how considerate his master was, the skeleton demon king became even happier, and its absorption speed increased significantly. Soon, all the death god skeletons were completely absorbed by it alone. However, the skeleton demon king did not stop there. It directly began to absorb other undead units. Plague zombies, hell spirits, vampire counts, any unit targeted by the skeleton demon king could not escape its grasp. Lin Yi forced a smile on his face, but inside, it felt like his heart was bleeding. This was all his own foundation. The foundation he had painstakingly accumulated. Fortunately, in the end, the decayed Lich King was not harmed. After the skeleton demon king absorbed 5 vampire counts, it welcomed a new round of evolution, upgrading from 2 stars to 3 stars. From start to finish, this guy had devoured nearly 1,000 undead units. Moreover, the higher the rank of the undead units, the more necromantic energy they contained. For instance, the necromantic energy of a vampire count could even be equivalent to that of dozens of death god skeletons. Yet, even so, it still couldn't satisfy the skeleton demon king's appetite. This was no longer a skeleton demon king, it was clearly a gold-devouring beast. The only thing that gave Lin Yi a bit of comfort was that after the star level was raised to 3 stars, the attributes of the skeleton demon king underwent a tremendous change. Skeleton demon king 3 stars race, undead rank, mythical attack 500 to 750 defense, 230 health, 7,000 skills. Demon King's pressure. Before the battle begins, the skeleton demon king will release a terrifying pressure, forcibly suppressing the opponent's strength, causing all enemies engaged in battle with it to have their attributes reduced by 25%. Black Flame Demon King slash. The skeleton demon king swings its dual blades and launches a slash forward, dealing 170% slash damage to all enemies within 100 yards in front of it. Demon King evolution. The skeleton demon king can undergo infinite evolution, devouring other undead creatures to increase its star level and gain even more powerful strength. In the abyss, I am
The Demon King.
The attributes of the skeleton Demon King can almost be said to have received a comprehensive enhancement.
7,000 health points, a
maximum attack of 750 and a defense of 230. In addition, the strength of the skills Demon King's Pressure and Black Flame Demon King Slash has also
been correspondingly enhanced.
If this thing were to be taken out, even if it were called a boss, there would probably be people willing to believe it. Although Lin Yi consumed quite a few undead units to cultivate the skeleton Demon King this time, fortunately, the investment has yielded some returns.
Units may be lost, but they can be recruited again.
If the skeleton Demon King can be cultivated, the combat power of his army will not be a trivial increase. Looking at the current attributes of the skeleton Demon King, Lin Yi even felt that if it were raised to a high star level, the combat power it could unleash
might even surpass that of an epic hero.
Moreover, for such a special unit, even if it fell in battle, Lin Yi could spend some resources to help it resurrect.
Once back in the territory,
you, my friend, can be considered my lucky charm. Lin Yi walked over to Rodhart's side and patted him on the shoulder.
With a smile.
If he remembered correctly, this was not the first time Rodhart had brought him surprises.
My lord, you flatter me. It is my honor to follow.
You, Rodhart said, showing no signs of taking credit but rather displaying a very humble demeanor. Then, Lin Yi shifted his gaze from the skeleton demon king back to the remnant soul of the princess. I have done what I promised you, Lin Yi said calmly.
It should be time for you to pay the reward you promised. Me, right?
The remnant soul of the princess was quite straightforward. She nodded and calmly said, follow me.
Lin Yi followed her, retracing their steps toward the entrance.
Although the collapsed walls blocked their path, Lin Yi said nothing and directly had Rodhart lead the undead army to forcibly
carve out a new passage. Did they think they could trap him? Not a chance.
However, under the guidance of the remnant soul of the princess, Lin Yi found himself directly in the grand hall at the entrance. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Why did you bring me to a place
like this? You don't intend to use the traps here to harm me, do you?
Even at this moment, Lin Yi remained vigilant. He had no doubt that the remnant
soul of the princess might turn against him.
After all, he had threatened her several times before.
However, the remnant soul of the princess snorted coldly
and disdainfully said, rest assured, my wish has been fulfilled. I have no intention of dealing with you anymore.
The secret chamber set up by King Akalun is precisely here.
He was naturally suspicious and knew that the most dangerous place is the safest place, which is why he set the secret chamber
in the grand hall at the entrance.
Moreover, he also ordered the builders to set up extremely dangerous mechanisms here. Once triggered, no one could survive. No one would have thought that a secret chamber hiding a treasure would actually be connected to a grand hall filled with dangerous traps.
After hearing the explanation from the princess's lingering soul, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This Akalun king was indeed a talent. Always suspicious and paranoid, doesn't he find life exhausting? Then, Lin Yi asked again, do you know what kind of treasure is hidden in this secret chamber?
This question made the princess's lingering soul furrow her brows. After hesitating for a moment, she calmly replied, he did mention to me that this is a fragmented treasure. His greatest regret in life was not being able to gather it all. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be the king of a single kingdom, but the king of the world, the sole ruler of the entire eternal continent.
Upon hearing her answer, a look of astonishment appeared on Lin Yi's face. Putting everything else aside, that's quite a boast. However, it also piqued Lin Yi's curiosity. A fragmented treasure? What could it be? No matter what this treasure he left behind is, it no longer concerns me. The princess's lingering soul said calmly, next, I will remain in this tomb, reminiscing about my life and then quietly waiting for my lingering soul to completely disappear. After saying this, she walked directly to the edge of the grand hall and pressed down on several bricks in the wall in sequence. The next second, a rumbling sound echoed, and the door to the secret chamber slowly opened right before Lin Yi's eyes. The lingering soul had indeed not lied. Without her, Lin Yi alone would never have found this place. Thank you. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude and then walked straight into the secret chamber before him. After passing through a somewhat dim passage, he quickly found the treasure the lingering soul had mentioned. It was a box made of agarwood placed on a platform taller than a person. A storage box made from this wood would not decay, even after thousands of years. It was evident how much the Akalun king cherished the treasure inside the box. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and slowly walked forward. Then, he reached out and gently opened the wooden box before him. However, the treasure that appeared before his eyes made his heart tremble. This is... Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow hard, because what was preserved inside the treasure box was none other than a ring. But the key point was that this ring looked exactly like the Supreme Divine Ring on Lin Yi's hand. Even Lin Yi himself was stunned. The fragmented treasure mentioned by Akalun turned out to be the Supreme Divine Ring, and he had obtained another Supreme Divine Ring? Just then, the system's prompt sound rang in Lin Yi's ears. The system has detected that the Lord possesses the fragmented part of the Supreme Divine Ring. Would you like to fuse it with the main ring?
Under the system's prompt, Lin Yi finally realized. It turned out that the supreme divine ring in his hand was the main ring, and even this main ring was not completely whole. Only by fusing it with other fragmented subrings could the full effects of this supreme artifact be unleashed. No wonder there were so many equipment effects on the supreme divine ring that were still locked. It turned out that all along, the supreme divine ring was an incomplete existence. With this thought, Lin Yi did not hesitate for a moment and decisively said, fuse it with the main ring. He wanted to see what abilities his supreme divine ring could unlock after fusing with a subring. Ding, fusion successful. The artifact's current attributes have changed. After hearing the prompt sound, Lin Yi couldn't help but hold his breath and began to check the attributes of the supreme divine ring. Supreme divine ring. Upgradable, equipment type, supreme artifact, all attributes plus 30, command power plus 300, equipment effect 1, all troops of the Lord will be automatically upgraded to mythical level troops. Equipment effect 2, resource production in the territory plus 50%. Equipment effect 3, construction time for all buildings in the territory reduced by 50%. Equipment effect 4, the wearer can upgrade 1 talent to mythical level talent every week. Equipment effect 5, not unlocked. This equipment is a supreme artifact, cannot be traded, cannot be destroyed, cannot be dropped. After merging with another supreme divine ring, the basic attributes of the divine ring indeed increased significantly. However, what Lin Yi cared about the most was naturally not those scattered attributes. The newly added equipment effect was what truly caught Lin Yi's attention. The wearer of the supreme divine ring can upgrade 1 talent to mythical level talent every week. Lin Yi clearly did not expect that after the supreme divine ring was merged and upgraded, he would gain such an effect. 1 mythical level talent per week. Even for Lin Yi, this was undoubtedly an extremely significant enhancement. From now on, all his troops would be mythical level, all his talents would be mythical level, and with a group of epic level heroes. TSK, I ask, who else is there? After unlocking this new ability, Lin Yi couldn't wait and immediately prepared to experiment. He rubbed the supreme divine ring on his finger and softly murmured in his heart, upgrade talent, low level, offensive technique. This time, a crimson light shone from the supreme divine ring. Ding, esteemed lord, your low-level, offensive technique has now been upgraded to mythical level, offensive technique. Talent, offensive technique level, mythical level talent effect, attack plus 25%. Critical hit rate plus 5%, critical hit damage plus 5%, skill damage plus 5%, final damage plus 5%, morale plus 5 when actively attacking. Looking at the series of talent effects before him, Lin Yi almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. If he remembered correctly, before the upgrade, the low-level offensive technique only had a pathetic attribute of 10% attack bonus. And now, with the upgrade to mythical level offensive technique, this series of attributes was almost dazzling to Lin Yi. It is no exaggeration to say that the enhancement effect of mythical level offensive technique was already comparable to that of a top-tier treasure. After upgrading offensive technique to mythical level, this skill of the supreme divine ring also entered a 7-day cooldown period. This meant that after 7 days, Lin Yi would be able to upgrade any talent to mythical level again. The supreme divine ring, truly unexpected. Lin Yi rubbed the supreme divine ring in his hand, involuntarily sighing in his heart. After obtaining this divine ring, his fate trajectory had undergone a tremendous change. Since the reward was already in hand, Lin Yi naturally would not stay any longer in this lifeless tomb. He quickly exited the secret chamber and then directly left the tomb. For Lin Yi, although he did not obtain any treasures during this tomb expedition, he gained something even more precious than treasures. One was the special troop, the Skeleton Demon King. The second was the completion of the fusion upgrade of the supreme divine ring in his hand. As for troop losses, although they were quite substantial, they were still within Lin Yi's acceptable range. Moreover, it seemed that the vast majority of the undead troops were not killed in battle but were directly devoured by the Skeleton Demon King, becoming nourishment for the latter's evolution. After leaving the tomb's vicinity, Lin Yi immediately chose to return to the city. I wonder if there have been any issues in the territory. Lin Yi originally wanted to contact Wang Quanfu Gue, but then he thought about it and realized that he hadn't received any system notifications for so many days, and the other party hadn't sent him any messages, which was enough to prove that nothing had happened in his territory. He never expected that although Wang Quanfu Gue usually joked around, he was surprisingly reliable when it came to handling matters. Lin Yi spent nearly 2 days and finally arrived near his territory. However, he unexpectedly discovered that there seemed to be 2 factions engaged in battle around his territory. For a moment, Lin Yi's heart sank, and he immediately rushed towards the direction of the outbreak of war. What good could come from a war breaking out around his territory? Sure enough, after Lin Yi arrived, he finally saw the situation on the battlefield. The 2 opposing factions were none other than Wang Quanfu Gue and Long Zhanyu. At that moment, Wang Quanfu Gue suddenly spoke up. His face was grim as he stared intently at Long Zhanyu in front of him. Brother, I advise you not to go too far. Some things, when taken to the extreme, lose their meaning. Long Zhanyu couldn't help but sneer. Lose their meaning?
Are you saying that what Hei Yini Tian did wasn't extreme enough?
Wang Quan Fu Gue, I say you can be considered a prominent rich second generation in reality, so why are you here in the game, acting like a dog for
others? If you step aside now, if I'm in a good mood, I might even reward you with a bone. If you refuse to step aside, then I want to see just how long you can hold out in front of me.
Long Zhanyuye's words were filled
with confidence,
because the lords behind him were all elite members of their Shenlong guild. In comparison, Wang Quan Fu Gue's side was filled with his subordinates or simply people he had hired with money.
Although they seemed
numerous, they were not high-end combat forces at all. Moreover, before the advance, he had already gathered all the intelligence on Wang Quan Fu Gue, and he was well aware of his troop situation.
Sometimes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. The intelligence war is the key to whether a battle can be won.
Clearly, in this regard, Wang Quan Fu Gue had already lost to him too much before the war even began.
That
brain of his was better off being a rich second generation. He was simply not suited for playing games. Faced with Long Zhanyuye's ultimatum, Wang Quan Fu Gue showed no signs of wavering. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep
voice, "What if I don't let you?
Then I'll make sure you die clearly." Long Zhanyuye grinned savagely and unhesitatingly commanded the army behind him to launch a full-scale attack. He wasn't planning to waste too much time
with Wang Quan Fu Gue.
After dealing with this guy, he still had to lead the army to flatten Linya's territory to relieve his pent-up resentment. The lords behind Long Zhanyuye were indeed the elite of the Shenlong Guild, not only obedient to the former's commands but also extremely effective in execution.
This could be seen from their well-organized and clearly defined army behind them. Although these player lords had different races and units, they coordinated extremely well. For example, the wolf warriors covered the pikemen as they charged.
The shield soldiers held heavy shields to protect the elf archers for ranged output.
There were even lords who had priests riding on
centaur backs, moving around the battlefield, casting healing spells to save one ally after another from the brink of death. Under this kind of tacit tactical cooperation, Wang Quan Fu Gue's troops were like scattered soldiers.
In fact, this was indeed the case. Wang Quan Fu Gue had spent money to recruit quite a few subordinates for himself.
Unfortunately, if these people were to deal with ordinary players, that would be fine, but once they faced such a well-trained elite force, all they could do was pray that they wouldn't be defeated too early.
Looking at the imposing army before him, Wang Quan Fu Gue couldn't help but feel bitter.
At this moment, a hint of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known, he should have had the boss leave the magic crystal cannon behind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a passive position now. However, at that time, he never imagined such a situation would arise.
How could he have known that Long Zhanyuye would go so far as to launch a forceful raid on Linya's territory, even if it meant the entire guild coming out in full force? If someone were to raid their territory at this moment, the losses they would incur would be immeasurable. Looking at the arrogant Long Zhanyuye, Wang Quan Fu Gue truly wanted to launch a direct assault on his territory and burn everything to the ground. As for Blood Rose, he had naturally sought help from them.
However, Long Zhanyuye's sudden ambush left him no time to react.
Even if Blood Rose rushed over immediately after receiving the news, they might not make it in time. Besides that, Wang Quan Fu Gue had also sent a message to Lin Yi.
However, the latter had not yet replied. Just then, a subordinate approached Wang Quan Fu Gue and whispered, "Boss, if it really doesn't work out, let's retreat." The other side clearly came prepared. There's no need for all of us to be sacrificed.
However, Wang Quan Fu Gue frowned and said solemnly, "What are you talking about? Boss Heiyi entrusted his territory to me. That's a sign of his trust. If I flee now, it would be a betrayal of him. Even if we can't hold on, I must fight to the last soldier today."
As soon as Wang Quan Fu Gue said this, the subordinate was left stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that the usually unremarkable Wang Quan
Fu Gue could display such bravery at a critical moment. At that moment, the two armies finally clashed. However, although Wang Quan Fu Gue's army appeared large in number, it was merely a facade, as loose as cotton. In contrast, Long Zhanyuye's elite troops were like sharp blades tearing through his army.
"Why don't you resist?
Weren't you just looking defiant?"
Looking at the scene before him, Long Zhanyuye couldn't help but laugh heartily. "With you, bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes.
Wang Quan Fu Gue, you might as well go back to being your rich second generation. This game isn't for you."
After saying this, Long Zhanyuye waved his hand, and the considerable number of griffin troops behind him soared into the sky, then swooped down like gliders from above. This griffin troop was something Long Zhanyuye had invested considerable resources in, numbering
nearly 200.
At this time, having such a number of fourth-tier troops was indeed a terrifying thing. The first wave of the griffin troop easily claimed the lives of hundreds of low-tier troops, and without exception, it was
all instant kills.
To kill these griffins, a large number of low-tier troops would need to focus fire on them. However, before Wang Quan Fu Gue could even give the order to concentrate fire, the griffins flapped their wings and
flew back up into the sky.
"Boss, the opposing griffin troops are just too fierce. Their mobility, we can't contain them at all."
Wang Quan Fu Gue's subordinates watched as their troops were slaughtered at will, and their morale
had already shattered beyond recognition. The corners of Long Zhanyuye's mouth curled into a cold smile once again as he shouted across the distance, "Listen up, I'm giving you one last chance to surrender. If you still refuse, then just watch as I kill you until there's nothing left. Don't think it's just you, even if the night sky were here, I would make him kneel and admit his mistakes." After witnessing the combat power of the Griffin troops, Long Zhanyuye's confidence swelled to unprecedented levels. In the face of Long Zhanyuye's provocation, Wang Quanfu Gui's forehead bulged with veins in anger. "Long Zhanyuye, don't go too far." However, at that moment, a large hand quietly pressed down on his shoulder. Wang Quanfu Gui was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked back, only to see a familiar face. Lin Yi had already stood behind him without him noticing. He even doubted whether he was seeing things, and after rubbing his eyes, he excitedly spoke, "Boss." Lin Yi smiled, "You've worked hard." He then turned to face Long Zhanyuye and said calmly, "Didn't you say you wanted me to kneel? Now, I'm here." In an instant, Long Zhanyuye's expression turned grim. Clearly, he had not yet recovered from the psychological shadow left by Lin Yi's bombardment with the magic crystal cannon last time. However, Long Zhanyuye did not choose to back down. Instead, he quickly reminded, "According to the original plan, we need to disperse our troops and must not concentrate them together." Long Zhanyuye had made thorough preparations before launching an attack on Lin Yi's territory, which included strategies to counter the magic crystal cannon. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk. "Well, at least you have some tactical thinking. It's just a pity that you miscalculated one thing, that is, I don't even need the magic crystal cannon to deal with trash like you." Long Zhanyuye's counter-strategy was not complicated. Although the magic crystal cannon was powerful, its area of effect was quite limited. Last time, it was simply because those player lords were too chaotic that Lin Yi seized the opportunity to bombard a densely packed area, completely breaking their psychological defenses. Now, behind him were elite lords who would absolutely obey his commands. In this situation, as long as the response was reasonable, they could greatly reduce the casualties caused by the magic crystal cannon. Long Zhanyuye thought this way and acted accordingly. In fact, part of the reason he trained the Griffin troops was that they were flying units capable of effectively avoiding the magic crystal cannon strikes. Long Zhanyuye had put in a lot of effort to deal with Lin Yi. However, he had overlooked one thing. That is, from the beginning to the end, Lin Yi had never intended to use the magic crystal cannon against him. What a joke! Energy crystal cores are not free. Wasting them on such trash is not worth it. Although Lin Yi had not had the chance to replenish his forces after the battle with the undead Akalon King, dealing with these people was more than enough. Skeleton Demon King, show them a bit of color. Lin Yi raised his hand and summoned the 3-star Skeleton Demon King to his side. This guy had devoured so many of his undead troops, and now it was time for it to contribute. Upon seeing Lin Yi actually send a skeleton to take the lead, the elite lords from the Shunlong Guild could hardly contain their laughter. "Ha ha ha, listening to this kid's tone, I thought he was really fierce, but it turns out this is all he has? Using skeleton soldiers to take the lead, is this the strength of the #1 god in the Huaxia region? Love it, love it. Night God, if you really don't have any high-level troops under you, you can borrow a few griffins from our boss to save face." This group of people was being unabashedly sarcastic, their tone dripping with mockery. Listening to the laughter around him, Wang Chuanfu was so angry that his face turned pale. "I really want to tear their mouths apart." However, Lin Yi remained unfazed and calmly said, "It's fine, they won't be laughing for long." Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, the Skeleton Demon King charged into the enemy formation. The Skeleton Demon King was surrounded by raging black flames, its form instantly swelling to 5 meters, looking just like a lord of the abyss, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. In addition, the Skeleton Demon King used the burning black flames to conjure a black flame magic sword out of thin air, adding even more majesty to its presence. Looking at this scene, the lords who had been shouting loudly were all rendered speechless, as if someone had grabbed their throats, unable to utter even half a word. "What the hell is this thing? Is this really a skeleton?" Before these player lords could even test the strength of the Skeleton Demon King, it had already plunged into their ranks. Swish, with a light sound, 5 wolf warriors fell to the ground. Even on the fallen heads, the black flames still burned brightly. For a moment, everyone fell into a state of silence. This skeleton actually killed 5 4th-tier units with a single sword? This is just ridiculous. The Skeleton Demon King paid no attention. To their shock, it delved deeper into the enemy ranks like a killing machine, and with every swing of its sword, blood would splatter everywhere. Terrifyingly, no matter what kind of unit it faced, they all fell to a single sword. It should be noted that the Skeleton Demon King, which had been upgraded to 3 stars by Lin Yi, possessed a maximum attack power of 750 points. Slaughtering these units below the 5th tier was as easy as chopping vegetables. In less than half a minute, the Skeleton Demon King had almost completely broken through the enemy formation. Watching the scene unfold, Long Zhanyuye could no longer sit still. Although the current losses were bearable, they absolutely could not allow this black skeleton to continue its rampage. With a darkened expression, Long Zhanyuye
Yui immediately issued an order. What are you still dawdling for? Focus fire on that skeleton. No matter the cost, kill it for me, right now, immediately. After Long Zhan Yui gave the command, the player lords quickly reacted, launching a concentrated attack on the skeleton demon king. In an instant, arrows rained down like a storm, and various elemental spells struck the skeleton demon king's body. To focus fire on the skeleton demon king, these player lords truly unleashed all their might. Archers, mages, elven sharpshooters, fire demons, lightning elementals, goblin catapulters. Almost all the ranged units abandoned their current targets and turned their offensive towards the skeleton demon king. However, after this round of concentrated fire, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. The skeleton demon king's health had only dropped to half despite such a fierce assault. Looking at the skeleton demon king's health, the players from the Shenlong guild felt like they were about to spit blood. Soon after, they discovered an astonishing fact. Some low-tier ranged units, like archers and goblin catapulters, could only deal single-digit damage to the skeleton demon king. Even high-tier units like lightning elementals, fire demons, and arcane mages could only inflict a mere few dozen points of damage. My god, what kind of skeleton is this? This isn't just a skeleton, it's clearly a boss. With such insane attributes, how are we supposed to play the game? Looking at the nearly collapsing players of the Divine Dragon Guild before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smirk. Laugh, keep laughing. Weren't they just laughing happily a moment ago? Why stop now? Did they really think that the skeleton demon king's over 200 defense and a full 7,000 health points were just for show? On the other side, Long Zhan Yui furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the black skeleton before him. Although the skeleton demon king had displayed nearly terrifying strength on the battlefield, fortunately, this guy was not invincible. If one round of concentrated fire didn't work, then let's try another round. As long as they concentrated fire again, they would definitely be able to completely kill the black skeleton in front of them. Long Zhan Yui took a deep breath and said, in a deep voice, don't give it a chance, let's do another round of concentrated fire and completely kill this skeleton. The elite members of the Divine Dragon Guild gritted their teeth and once again commanded their troops to launch a concentrated attack on the skeleton demon king before them. However, the next scene caused everyone present to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of old blood. Over 20 holy light priests appeared behind Lin Yi, simultaneously raising their staffs and casting dozens of holy light heals onto the body of the skeleton demon king. When the light faded, the previously low-health skeleton demon king had actually returned to full health. Damn, this guy has priests. What kind of priest is this? How can they heal so much in one go? This is too hard to bear. Undead and hell lords, don't just stand there, inflict some negative status on this skeleton. If it keeps killing like this, we're all going to die here. Faced with the pressure of the skeleton demon king, someone quickly came up with a new plan. Soon, various curses fell upon the skeleton demon king's head. In an instant, the latter's attributes plummeted and everyone's output increased significantly. Unfortunately, before they could celebrate for long, a holy light once again shone from the body of the skeleton demon king. This was the unit characteristic of the holy light priests, the heart of purity. All troops fighting alongside the holy light priests would be baptized by the holy light, receiving purification of the mind and becoming immune to any negative status effects. Damn it. Long Zhan Yi almost spat out another mouthful of old blood. A perfectly normal undead creature was acting like a god descending from the heavens. It was just ridiculous. Even Wang Quanfu Gui beside Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Boss, your skeleton is so fierce, it must be at least a tier 7 unit, right? No, it's at least a tier 8 unit. A typical tier 7 unit wouldn't be able to withstand such a storm of concentrated fire. Lin Yi smiled and said lightly, not at all, this is a special unit. And this is just the beginning. The real show is only just starting. Then, Lin Yi turned to the Elf Queen and said, Sophia, activate the blessing. As you command, my master. The Elf Queen's voice was crisp as she raised her staff high, and a dazzling green light immediately spread out, enveloping all the units. Sophia's blessing granted a 30% increase in all attributes to all units for 90 seconds. Not only that, but Lin Yi also took out the dragon blood magic bottle from his backpack without hesitation and chose to use it. The target of the use was the skeleton demon king on the enemy battlefield. In an instant, a scarlet mist spread rapidly around the skeleton demon king like a blood-colored fog. Dragon blood boiling, attack power plus 20%, physical defense plus 30%, magic defense plus 30%, movement speed plus 20%, morale plus 5. Under the dual enhancement of Sophia's blessing and dragon blood boiling, the attributes of the skeleton demon king skyrocketed to their limits. In addition, the skeleton demon king also possesses a mythic level enhancement of offensive technique. Mythic level offensive technique, attack plus 25%, critical hit rate plus 5%, critical damage plus 5%, skill damage plus 5%, final damage plus 5%, morale plus 5 when actively attacking. With such a triple buff stacked together, the skeleton demon king's attack can even be said to have doubled. In the next moment, the skeleton demon king let out a low roar and raised the black
flame long sword in his hand high.
Black Flame Demon King slash.
The black flame long sword in the skeleton demon king's hand slashed forward, and all enemies within 100 yards in front of him suffered from the strike of the black flame sword. Light. A large number of troops fell like wheat being harvested by a scythe, their bodies quickly collapsing, with dark black flames even burning on their corpses. Under the terrifying attack power of the skeleton demon king, no troop could
withstand this blow.
Witnessing his army being slaughtered in such a manner, Long Zhanyuye's eyes turned completely red. Dark Knight, you're seeking death. He gritted his teeth and cursed, then immediately issued an attack order to his Griffin troops. At this moment, it was the skeleton demon king's skill cooldown. As long as they could take him down in one wave, they still had a chance. In an instant, nearly 200 4th-tier griffins swooped down from the sky, their
claws poised to tear towards the direction of the skeleton demon king. However, just then, Rodhart's figure suddenly appeared beside the skeleton demon king. The latter's skill had indeed entered cooldown,
but his skill was still ready to be
unleashed. Slash.
Rodhart shouted in a low voice, unhesitatingly activating the accompanying skill of Akarin's sword.
Evil Light Wave slash.
In the next moment after the skill was activated, Rodhart plunged his sword into the ground. Waves of sharp sword light, resembling black ripples, immediately slashed out from the sword's edge, spreading in all directions. The attack range of the Evil Light Wave slash was extremely wide, affecting almost half of the griffins.
Under such
high damage, those griffins didn't even have time to let out a scream before dying before Rodhart. Looking at the scene before him, Long Zhanyuyi felt his heart bleeding. These griffins were the foundation he had painstakingly built up.
Dark Knight, you won't die a good death.
Long Zhanyuyi gritted his teeth, wanting to withdraw the remaining griffins in pain. Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't seem to be ready to give him that chance. The elf queen chanted a spell, and large vines wrapped around, immediately binding a group of griffins. Rodhart also activated the demon's grasp, conjuring a demonic hand out of thin air, forcibly pulling down more than 10 griffins from the sky. Avel raised her longbow, directly aiming at those griffins that had already escaped into the air, accurately shooting out sharp arrows. Each arrow could pierce through the body of a griffin. There was no need for Lin Yi's troops to engage. Long Zhanyuye's most proud griffin army was easily dealt with by the 3 epic heroes under his command. Long Zhanyuye's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, looking as if he wanted to swallow Lin Yi alive. However, Lin Yi chuckled and
said, "If you could look in the mirror right now, you would know that this expression of yours is called impotent rage."
Hearing Lin Yi's words, Long Zhanyuyi was so furious he could hardly speak.
Meanwhile, Wang Quanfu Gue wore a smug expression. Long Zhanyuyi, this really is a turn of fortune.
Watching Long Zhanyuyi, who had previously mocked him, now in a state of impotent rage, Wang Quanfu Gue felt an indescribable pleasure.
In less than 3 minutes, Long Zhanyuyi's
griffin army had been completely wiped out. Lin Yi showed no mercy and immediately ordered his mythic troops to launch a full-scale attack. Although the undead troops had already been mostly devoured by the skeleton demon king, Lin Yi still had a considerable number of mythic-level troops under his command. Holy Flame Lancers, Divine Punishment Archers, Sun Crusaders, Moonlight Hunters, Holy Light Priests, Royal Griffins, Vampire Counts, Decayed Lich Kings.
Due to Lin Yi's
usual practice of fighting monsters beyond his level, he might not have fully showcased the true power of these mythic-level troops. However, facing these ordinary troops, who were even of a lower tier than them, the dominance of these mythic-level troops was thoroughly displayed. Although Lin Yi's forces were not particularly numerous, once they broke into the enemy formation, they instantly took control of the entire battlefield, especially the Decayed Lich King, who raised his staff high and unleashed vast clouds of lich poison. The lich poison, which drained 180 health points per second, was not something everyone could withstand.
Under the erosion of the poison, the Dragon Guild's troops were dying in large numbers.
Like a boss, the skeleton demon king,
a powerful epic hero, the mythic-level troops showcasing their unique abilities.
With these 3 layers of support, the battlefield quickly fell into a one-sided situation.
Lin Yi had always been a man of his word.
There was no need for him to use the magic crystal artillery against these trash.
As for the elite lords of the Dragon Guild, their faces turned as ugly as if they had swallowed a fly, because Lin Yi, right before them, had indeed completely crushed them with his own strength. Then, Lin Yi raised his head and looked at Long Zhanyuyi, calmly saying, "By the way, I forgot to tell you, this matter is not over yet. I just realized, have I been too merciful to you, allowing you to have the audacity to provoke me time and again? Since that's the case, this time, I'll help you remember it well. Since you had the guts to raid my territory, I will slaughter your Dragon Guild's 100 cities as a
warning." After saying this, Lin Yi turned and left, leaving behind a battlefield in ruins and a Long Zhanyuyi with a pale face. Before Long Zhanyuyi could speak, the skeleton demon king charged in front of him and directly beheaded him.
He, boss is mighty.
After the battle ended, Lin Yi's number 1 sycophant, Wang Quanfu Gue, once again approached him. Then, with a face full of self-reproach, he said, "Boss, this time it's my fault. I almost let your territory fall." Lin Yi shook his head, showing no signs of blame. "It's not your fault, you did your best. However, Long Zhanyuyi really thinks highly of me, gathering so many troops to deal with me.
Since he thinks so highly of me, I naturally have to repay him well. Lin Yi looked at Wang Quanfu Gue and calmly said, help me with one more thing. Help me gather all the relevant information about the members of the Dragon Guild, especially their specific location coordinates. Wang Quanfu Gue was slightly taken aback and instinctively said, boss, are you going to? Lin Yi replied lightly, do you think I was joking with him just now? When I say I will slaughter his Dragon Guild's 100 cities, I will definitely do it, not a single one less. Upon hearing this, Wang Quanfu Gue instantly became excited. Understood, boss, I will arrange it right away. Then, Wang Quanfu Gue changed the subject and asked, by the way, boss, what did you get from the ancient treasure chest? Ancient treasure chest? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Wang Quanfu Gue nodded, yes, after clearing the ancient ruins, didn't each of us get an ancient treasure chest? Lin Yi slapped his forehead, I almost forgot about that. So, what did you get from the chest? After returning from the ancient ruins, he devoted himself to studying ancient texts, completely forgetting that he had obtained an ancient treasure chest. Wang Xuanfu scratched his head and said, I got a pile of resources and a fragment of a scroll. Lin Yi glanced at him and instinctively asked, what fragment? Wang Xuanfu replied, it seems to be a fragment of the map of the Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven. Upon hearing these 3 words, an unusual expression instantly flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. In his previous life, he had cleared a Tower of Heaven and received quite substantial rewards. Generally speaking, the Tower of Heaven is divided into 100 floors, and for every floor a player lord clears, they can receive a reward. Moreover, the higher one goes in the Tower of Heaven, the greater the difficulty. Naturally, the rewards for clearing also become more generous. Besides, there isn't just one Tower of Heaven scattered across the Eternal Continent. In fact, some Towers of Heaven are extremely difficult, and even the top lords who stood at the pinnacle of the world in Lin Yi's previous life could not completely clear them. Lin Yi still remembered that when he first entered the Tower of Heaven in his previous life, it was already mid-game. The difficulty of that Tower of Heaven was not particularly high, so he managed to clear all 100 floors quite smoothly with just his own strength. The reward for the first floor was merely a bronze-level treasure. However, the reward for the last floor was a star-level treasure. It is worth noting that the value of a star-level treasure is even higher than that of a diamond-level one. Therefore, upon hearing that Wang Xuanfu had drawn a fragment of the map of the Tower of Heaven from the ancient treasure chest, Lin Yi immediately became interested. Does this map fragment indicate how many fragments are needed to piece it together? Wang Xuanfu nodded. A total of 3 are needed. But I have already asked Blood Rose and her sister. What they drew from the treasure chest were all platinum-level treasures, and there were no map fragments at all. So, I was thinking of asking you if you had drawn any. I see. Lin Yi nodded, then smiled. Helplessly, I still haven't opened that ancient treasure chest. But even if I did draw a map fragment, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, a total of 3 fragments are needed to synthesize a complete map. Even if Lin Yi really drew a map fragment, he would still be 1 short. However, Wang Xuanfu chuckled, boss, you can rest assured. I forgot to tell you, after getting this fragment, I immediately had my subordinates go to the market to acquire one. And guess what? I actually managed to get one. But that person asked for 50,000 directly. Although I don't understand the market, I thought it wasn't much money anyway, so I just bought it. Boss, what exactly is the Tower of Heaven? I hope I didn't lose money. It must be said that Wang Xuanfu is indeed wealthy and has a certain business acumen. Even without knowing the value of the fragment, he could decisively spend 50,000, which indeed shows some courage. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and calmly said, don't worry, you won't lose money. Any treasure obtained from the Tower of Heaven, just one of them, is probably worth more than 50,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanfu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Although this little money isn't much, it would be pointless if people considered me a fool. Wang Xuanfu's actions gave Lin Yi a new idea. Right now, Eternal Continent hasn't been open for long, and even the Eternal Era hasn't arrived yet, so the vast majority of players can't even determine the value of some treasures. Among these treasures, there are certainly some that are worth their weight in gold. Just like the map fragment of the Tower of Heaven that Wang Quanfu Gue acquired for 500,000, if it were placed in the later stages of the game, its true value would definitely exceed 50 million. No, by that time, money in the real world would have long become worthless paper, and discussing its value would be meaningless. However, one thing is certain, Wang Quanfu Gue obtained an extremely rare map fragment at an incredibly low price. Moreover, it made that player feel like he had stumbled upon a great bargain. Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately spoke up. How about this? I'll give you a list later, and you can just buy according to the names on it. As for the price, as long as it's not too high, don't hesitate to spend money, especially real world money. Spend as much as you have. Lin Yi intended for Wang Quanfu Gue to be responsible for acquiring those items, which would definitely be treasures that would skyrocket in value in the later stages of the game. While those players were still unaware of the value of those items, it was the perfect opportunity for Lin Yi to reap the benefits. Wang Quanfu Gue was momentarily taken aback, then silently nodded.
However, he was also curious about how Lin Yi could understand the value of each treasure so clearly. Thinking of this, Wang Quanfu Gue couldn't help but ask, "Boss, I feel like you know so much. You can't be an internal tester for the game, can you? Or, you can't be a reborn person, right? No, if you were a reborn person, you would have already won the lottery and gotten rich. Why would you still be playing games?" Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. "You really dare to think?" Wang Quanfu Gue chuckled. "I usually like to read novels and stuff, so I just had a sudden burst of inspiration." Lin Yi, your burst of inspiration almost exposed my identity as a reborn person. After this little interlude, Lin Yi returned to the main topic. "Since you've already gathered 2 map fragments in advance, next we can only see how lucky I am." Then, Lin Yi directly pulled out the ancient treasure chest from the corner of his backpack and unhesitatingly chose to open it. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, the system's prompt sound began to ring in Lin Yi's ears. "You have successfully opened the ancient treasure chest, gaining 100,000 gold coins, 50,000 wood, 40,000 iron ore, and 40,000 gem ore. A large amount of gold and resources instantly flooded into Lin Yi's backpack." However, Lin Yi's expression did not change at all. Instead, he focused intently, waiting to hear the second half of the sentence. "You have successfully opened the ancient treasure chest, gaining 1 map fragment of the Tower of Heaven." Upon hearing the last few words, a look of relief blossomed on Lin Yi's face. Sure enough, the goddess of luck was still on his side. Seeing the smile on Lin Yi's face, Wang Quanfu Gue blinked and softly asked, "Did you get it?" Lin Yi nodded. "I got it." "Ah, boss, you are the real lucky one." Wang Quanfu Gue instantly became excited. This way, they would be able to piece together a complete map of the Tower of Heaven with the 3 fragments. However, looking at the smug Wang Quanfu Gue, Lin Yi directly poured a bucket of cold water over him. "I advise you to be mentally prepared. The difficulty of the Tower of Heaven is no joke." Wang Quanfu Gue grinned and said, "It's fine, no matter how difficult the dungeon is. Isn't there boss to lead me through it?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the Tower of Heaven is a solo dungeon, which means you can only rely on your own strength to clear it. Even I can't help you." After Lin Yi's words left his mouth, Wang Quanfu Gue's expression shifted from shock to surprise, and then to complete despair. He cried out in agony, "How could this happen? This isn't fair. Ah, damn it, why must you tear me apart from the boss?" Lin Yi, listening to your heart-wrenching tone, "If I didn't know better, I might think you just broke up with your girlfriend of 10 years. Alright, go back and prepare well. With your strength, while you may not be able to clear 100 levels, you should still be able to scrounge up some treasures from the Tower of Heaven." Lin Yi continued, "Also, after you gather information on the Dragon God Guild, remember to send it to me right away. Especially those lords who participated in this great battle. Don't let a single one slip by. Some people need to feel the knife cutting into their flesh to understand what pain truly is." In his past life, Lin Yi had never attempted to stand against an entire guild by himself. Even when he faced oppression from some large guilds, he could only endure in silence. However, he was no longer the person he used to be. If someone offended him, he would definitely make them pay the price, blood for blood. For this reason, even if it meant slaughtering a city, Lin Yi would not hesitate. 3 days later, Wang Quanfu Gue finally sent over the list of the Dragon God Guild. The list detailed the coordinates of every lord. During these 3 days, Lin Yi also managed to bolster his forces and constructed a war factory. The war factory was also one of the special buildings. Once completed, players could spend gold and resources to build war machines like crossbows and catapults. However, the costs for these war machines were not cheap at all. Even the cheapest first-tier crossbow required 1,000 gold coins, 500 units of wood, and 200 units of iron ore. Moreover, Lin Yi directly upgraded the war factory to Tier 5 in one go. Then, he built 10 Tier 5 crossbows and 3 Tier 5 catapults. Compared to the first-tier crossbows, the cost of the Tier 5 crossbows was significantly higher, requiring 5,000 gold coins, 4,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of iron ore for each. The cost of the catapults was even 3 times that of the crossbows. Fortunately, Lin Yi had obtained a large amount of resources from the ancient treasure chest. Otherwise, he might not have been able to afford it. It's important to note that crossbows and catapults were essential siege weapons. With these 2 war machines, Lin Yi's upcoming city-slaying plan could be executed more smoothly. Just then, a message from Wang Quanfu Gue suddenly came through. "Boss, have you seen? The forum is buzzing about you." "Buzzing about me?" A strange glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He casually opened the forum. Sure enough, among the 20 posts that caught his eye, 15 were about him. The Night Sky officially declares war on the Dragon God Guild. Claims to slay 100 cities alone. One man against the gods? Just how arrogant is the #1 god in the national server? One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot open it. Discussing the true strength of the night sky. 3 days have passed. Can the night god fulfill his promise? The night sky and the goddess's explosive encounter. One shot kills 1,000. Internal video, regret if you don't watch. Posts like these were popping up everywhere, almost all discussing Lin Yi. There were even videos uploaded to the forum showing Lin Yi and Blood Rose using magic crystal artillery to drive back a crowd of players, as well as him rampaging with the skeleton demon king to slaughter the Dragon God Guild. These two videos caused a huge uproar, bringing Lin Yi immense popularity. Clicking on any post, one could see the heated discussions happening below. The video can't be edited, so it's real. Such a powerful magic crystal cannon, such a strong black skeleton, the Night God has completely overturned my understanding of this game. I now deeply suspect that we are not even playing the same game. Indeed, these two videos have stirred my emotions. The Night God is just too impressive. I really want to take my Qinglong Yenue blade and give him a middle parting. Goodness, the person upstairs is truly a genius. This time, I stand with the Night God. Damn it, those bastards from the Shenlong Guild have always been arrogant. Now they've finally hit a steel plate. Ha ha ha, well said. I've been annoyed by them for a long time, but they must be trembling in fear now, especially since the Night God has declared he will slaughter their 100 cities, and this is just the beginning. I strongly suggest the Night God live stream the city slaughter. I second that. Strongly suggest the Night God live stream the city slaughter +1. I second that. Strongly suggest the Night God live stream the city slaughter +2. Oh come on, are you all just repeating yourselves? Isn't this considered online bullying? It really is. Online bullying is terrifying, but thankfully we are the perpetrators. Ha 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 ha, what a damn perpetrator. What was that saying? In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent, because every snowflake is bravely venturing into the unknown. Goodness, are you trying to drive the Shenlong Guild to their deaths? If you really can, please allow me to dance on their graves. Looking at the comments under the post, even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. These silly netizens are truly talented, even suggesting he live-streamed the city slaughter. However, Lin Yi didn't expect so many people would wish for the Shenlong Guild's demise. It seems that Long Zhanyi has done quite a few wicked things, otherwise their reputation wouldn't be so bad. Lin Yi initially just wanted to settle a personal score, but now he was almost becoming an embodiment of justice. After Lin Yi finished reading the post, a message from Wang Quanfu Gue came through again. Boss, you are now completely famous in Huaxia. Lin Yi replied with a smile, these two videos should have been sent out by you, right? Wang Quanfu Gue was slightly taken aback and said in surprise, how did you know? Come on, just look at the recording angle and you can tell. Besides, there were only a few people present at both battles. Could it be an insider from the Shenlong Guild? Who sent it? Wang Quanfu Gue scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Boss, you really are sharp. However, although I sent the videos, I definitely didn't hire any water army. The Shenlong Guild has done so many bad things, they are almost like street rats now. By the way, if you prefer to keep a low profile, I can delete the videos from the forum right now. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh and said, no need for that, the videos have been circulating for a few days now, and I bet everyone knows the name of the Night God. Lin Yi didn't actually mind this matter. Otherwise, he would have hidden his name when the world announcement was made. Alright, it's time to get down to business. Lin Yi said calmly, I have already determined the first target for attack. Wang Quanfu Gue quickly asked, who is it? Xiong Tu Tiandao. This guy was quite familiar to Lin Yi, having targeted him several times. Since it was a city slaughter, he naturally had to start with his enemies. And Xiong Tu Tiandao was his first target. After that, Lin Yi ended the communication with Wang Quanfu Gue, turned around, and looked at the army behind him, as well as the lined-up war machines. 3 epic heroes knelt on one knee before Lin Yi and respectfully said, Lord, all troops have been assembled and are ready to depart at any time. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and ordered in a deep voice, then let's set off. Let those people see what a true army pressing down looks like. The territory of Xiong Tu Tiandao was not far from Lin Yi. He spent only 3 hours before leading his army to the foot of the enemy city walls. It must be said that the territory of Xiong Tu Tiandao was quite well constructed. Besides the city walls, there were also 4 arrow towers and 2 magic towers. Unfortunately, with these defenses, it was unlikely they could withstand Lin Ye's assault. Prepare the catapults, and smash his arrow towers first. With a wave of his hand, the catapults behind him launched their attack simultaneously. In an instant, massive boulders flew toward the direction of the arrow towers. Unlike crossbow bolts, the more expensive catapults could inflict significant damage on buildings. Moreover, these were 5th-tier catapults. Under the concentrated fire of 3 catapults, one of the arrow towers quickly collapsed with a thunderous roar, crashing into ruins. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The scouts in the watchtower quickly sounded the alarm throughout the territory. The remaining arrow towers and magic towers immediately launched an assault on Lin Ye's troops. A rain of arrows mixed with magical missiles came crashing down on Lin Ye's forces. However, Lin Yi showed no fear. Raising his right hand, he calmly said, All Holy Flame. Lancers, heed my command, activate the Holy Flame Shield and stand at the front to protect the rear. Although the Holy Flame Lancers were a first-tier unit, the characteristic of the Holy Flame Shield allowed them to be immune to 50% of damage, making it perfect for withstanding the enemy's attacks.
After all, with the catapult's assault, the enemy's defensive structures wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Sure enough, after 20 seconds, the Holy Flame Lancers on Lin Ye's side had suffered minimal casualties, yet another arrow tower collapsed with a resounding crash. Such a commotion clearly alerted Xiong Tu Tiandao within the territory. He immediately ascended the city walls, looking at Lin Yi with barely contained fury, and said, "Heavenly Knight, do not go too far. Why are you coming to me instead of looking for Long Zhanyuyi?" Lin Yi looked at him and replied with a light laugh, "Isn't it right to kill those who act as accomplices? I will naturally seek out Long Zhanyuyi, but not right now. I mentioned before that I would slaughter the Divine Dragon Guild's 100 cities. You didn't think I was joking, did you?" Xiong Tu Tiandao's face turned ashen. He stared at Lin Yi, gritting his teeth as he said, "So, you intend to use me as a knife?" Lin Yi nodded, readily admitting it. Xiong Tu Tiandao took a deep breath and spoke again, "If I agree to withdraw from the Divine Dragon Guild, can you spare me?" No one understood how terrifying Lin Yi's strength was better than him. If this war broke out, he would undoubtedly lose. However, Lin Yi shook his head and calmly replied, "No, because you have also offended me. I have many flaws, but I am not forgetful. Since you have the courage to provoke me repeatedly, I will assume you are prepared to pay the price." Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, another arrow tower collapsed with a loud crash. The output of the fifth-tier catapults against such defensive structures was simply too high, akin to a demolition team tearing everything down. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiong Tu Tiandao's face turned ashen, and even his legs began to weaken. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Heavenly Knight, since you are unwilling to negotiate, then there is nothing more to say. Today, even if my territory is destroyed, I will definitely take a piece of flesh from you." After saying this, Xiong Tu Tiandao waved his hand fiercely, summoning all his troops to the top of the city walls. The difficulty of siege warfare primarily stems from the defensive advantages held by the defending side. Buildings like the Arrow Tower and Magic Tower need no further explanation. Even the walls themselves can effectively block the advances of melee units. Before the walls are breached, the melee units under Lin Ye's command can't even touch the hem of the enemy's clothing, becoming nothing more than live targets. However, once the enemy's units appeared, Lin Yi unhesitatingly brought out the 10 fifth-tier crossbow carts behind him. "Did you really think I would come to the siege unprepared?" With a cold laugh from Lin Yi, all the crossbow carts unleashed a volley of arrows towards the walls. The damage from the 5th-tier crossbow carts is terrifying. Any unit below the 4th tier, unless they are defensive units like shield soldiers, is almost guaranteed to be instantly killed. You get what you pay for. The effectiveness of these 10 5th-tier crossbow carts truly matched the vast resources Lin Yi had invested. If I had known, I should have learned the tactical mastery talent earlier. After witnessing the damage of the crossbow carts, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Tactical mastery is also a relatively conventional talent that enhances the effectiveness and lethality of war machines. Once this talent is upgraded to a higher tier, it can even trigger special effects for war machines, such as the crossbow's triple shot and the catapult's burning flame bomb. While the crossbow bolts rained down on the low-tier units on the walls, it didn't mean that the high-tier units under Xiong Tu Tiandao would escape unscathed. Lin Ye's royal griffins swooped down from the sky, launching a surprise attack from mid-air. Although the walls had decent defensive capabilities, they had a significant flaw: they couldn't defend against flying units. The walls before them could not stop the royal griffins, and Xiong Tu Tiandao could only watch helplessly as they wielded their claws, effortlessly slaughtering his high-tier units. The one-sided battle nearly drove Xiong Tu Tiandao to the brink of collapse. He had originally thought that his all-or-nothing offensive would at least deplete some of Lin Ye's forces, but Xiong Tu Tiandao never expected that from the beginning until now. Lin Yi had only lost a little over 20 first-tier Holy Flame Lancers, and they were all shot down by his arrow towers. At that moment, Lin Yi finally lifted his head. He looked at Xiong Tu Tiandao, his gaze burning like fire. "You want me to reconcile with you? Heh, do you think you deserve that? With trash like you, do you dare to bite off a piece of flesh from me?" Seeing that the enemy had completely lost the will to resist, Lin Yi turned around and ordered the waiting army, "Charge in, kill them all, and destroy all buildings." Lin Ye's offensive was as fierce as a storm. In just a few minutes, Xiong Tu Tiandao's defending army was utterly defeated. Arrow towers collapsed, walls shattered, and the army was routed. Before Lin Ye's forces, Xiong Tu Tiandao's territory was like a house of cards, easily torn apart. As the army surged forward, invading Xiong Tu Tiandao's territory, the latter's domain was completely lost. All buildings within the territory were directly destroyed by Lin Ye's army. In the world of Eternal Continent, the consequences of a territory being breached are quite severe. Once a territory is breached, the attackers can plunder 30% of the territory's gold and 50% of all resources. Additionally, Xiong Tu Tiandao would have to spend a large amount of resources to repair the damaged buildings. If a territory is consecutively breached multiple times in a short period and the player cannot afford the repair costs, that player will be permanently exiled from the Eternal Continent. Before the Eternal Era began, the worst that could happen was just deleting the account and starting over. When the Eternal Era
arrives and all humanity is forcibly brought into the eternal continent. The fall of a territory means death. In his previous life, Lin Yi was besieged by a group of player lords because they wanted to forcibly take the Supreme God Ring from him after killing him. This also illustrates how crucial it is to possess a second territory. Even if the territory is breached, one can rely on the second territory to reincarnate and make a comeback, which is essentially like having a second life. However, Lin Yi did not believe that anyone could breach his territory after his rebirth. As the Ministry of Internal Affairs collapsed with a thunderous crash, the system's notification sound rang in Lin Yi's ears. Dear Lord, you have successfully breached the territory of Lord Xiongtu Tiandao, successfully plundering 157,342 gold coins, 32,045 wood, and 23,459 iron ore. It must be said that Xiongtu Tiandao was relatively wealthy. After breaching his territory, Lin Yi directly harvested a large wave of resources, even gaining 150,000 gold coins. Compared to these gold coins and resources, the small number of troops that Lin Yi lost was hardly worth mentioning. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, war is the best way to get rich. Moreover, he had just slaughtered a city. Next, there were 99 territories waiting for his conquest. Lin Yi could hardly imagine how vast the resources he could plunder would be after he had slaughtered 100 cities. Subsequently, Rodhart activated the soul summoning technique again, summoning over 300 death skeletons from the fallen troops of the enemy. Looking at such a large number of death skeletons, the nearby skeleton king was so envious that it was almost drooling. If skeletons could drool. However, Lin Yi directly slapped it on the forehead. What are you thinking? Fight first, and after it's over, you can enjoy yourself. Damn it, don't let there be too few undead troops that fall in battle, only for you to gobble up a bunch. After receiving a slap from Lin Yi, the skeleton king took a step back, feeling quite wronged, and restrained its eager heart. At the same time, Lin Yi was calculating a sum. By slaughtering one city, he summoned over 300 death skeletons through the soul summoning technique. So for 100 cities, that would be over 30,000? After calculating this number, Lin Yi was almost shocked. It seemed that his sea of skeletons could take shape ahead of time. However, he also knew in his heart that the final number of death skeletons he could accumulate would likely not be that many. After all, not all lords in the Dragon Guild had as many troops as Xiongtu Tiandao. Moreover, in war, the death skeletons would inevitably suffer some losses. But even so, the final number of accumulated death skeletons would definitely be a rather terrifying figure. After Xiongtu Tiandao's territory was completely reduced to ruins, Lin Yi set off again, following the information given to him by Wang Quan Fugue, searching for his second target. An hour later, Lin Yi successfully found the second territory. The lord of this territory was also one of the participants who had attacked Lin Yi's territory alongside Long Zhonyu. Faced with such a target, Lin Yi naturally had no intention of showing any mercy. He wasted no time, directly mobilizing the siege machines behind him in a line, launching a fierce attack on the enemy. Moreover, this time, Lin Yi's methods were even more ruthless. He had the decayed corpse which King ride on the royal griffin, launching a surprise attack from the air, causing the enemy's city walls to be filled with the toxic mist of the corpse witch. This battle was even easier for Lin Yi. He completely conquered the enemy's territory in less than 10 minutes. Unfortunately, the resources he gained from this battle were not as plentiful as those he had plundered in the territory of the Xiongtu Tiandao, totaling only 60,000 gold coins and 10,000 of various resources. Even the death skeletons summoned by Rodhart through the soul summoning technique numbered only 150, which was a full half less. What a miser! Is this all the wealth of the elite of the Dragon God Guild? Lin Yi spat in dissatisfaction and began searching for his next target. He had not considered that not everyone was a reborn like him. The reason Xiongtu Tiandao could possess such abundant resources was that he was originally the president of a guild. For ordinary players, having this much wealth was already quite impressive. If Lin Yi were to mock them a couple of times, they would probably break down mentally. After continuously slaughtering 2 cities, Lin Yi finally found his rhythm. In the next 5 battles, he basically conquered the opponent's territory within 10 minutes, while also plundering their resources. To be honest, most of Lin Yi's time was spent on the road. Yet, even so, he still managed to conquer 7 cities in just 5 hours. Looking across the entire Eternal Continent, it seemed that no one could break Lin Yi's record for the time being. However, during these 5 hours, other players gradually began to take notice of Lin Yi's movements. They discovered the great god of the night had quietly launched a city slaughtering operation against the Dragon God Guild. This time, all players in Huaxia were once again stirred up. The great god of the night has started slaughtering cities. The great god is too fierce. It seems the Dragon God Guild has already lost 7 territories. And how long has it been so ruthless? Is he really going to wipe out the Dragon God Guild? The people of the Dragon God Guild are really unlucky to have such a leader. Who says otherwise? I wonder if they can still withdraw from the guild now. Oh man, I want the coordinates of the great god of the night right now. I also want to witness the great god's prowess.
Posts about Lin Ye's city slaughtering quickly swept across the entire forum.
For a moment, almost all player lords in the Huaxia region were discussing the matter of city slaughtering.
Although Lin Yi
was very low-key, some players still discovered his whereabouts and posted his location on the forum.
As a result, although Lin Ye's speed in slaughtering cities was extremely fast, he couldn't withstand the sheer number of people looking for him. Before long, 3 or 4 player lords followed behind Lin Yi with their armies.
Of course, these people did not have any malicious intent, they simply wanted to witness the great god's prowess. In short, they came just to watch the excitement. Seeing that this group of players had no hostility, Lin Yi simply let them be. The city slaughtering continued. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had single-handedly flattened 10 territories of the Dragon God Guild. His speed and efficiency made all the player lords following him in awe.
Damn it, are you sure this is a siege? This is completely a smooth push.
Taking a city in less than 10 minutes, good lord, the great god of the night is a human bulldozer.
Why haven't I seen the great god's troops before?
Good lord, each one is more ferocious than the last, especially that 5th-tier corpse which, with a cloud of poison mist, the archers on the opponent's walls were wiped out.
Of course, if they
were all like you, could they still be called great gods? The great god of the night is truly amazing, no wonder he represents the Huaxia region.
After pushing through these 100 cities, I bet no
one will break this record in half a year.
The heat surrounding Lin Ye's city slaughtering on the forum continued to rise.
And as Lin Ye's coordinates were exposed, more and more player lords gathered behind him to watch the excitement. If this group of people were gathered together, they could almost form a reinforced company. Fortunately, these individuals had no ill intentions towards Lin Yi, they were merely there to watch the excitement. Otherwise, even with Lin Ye's current strength, he might not be able to handle so many people. As the city slaughter incident continued to escalate, Long Zhan Yi could no longer hold back. He initially wanted to have a private chat with Lin Yi, but unfortunately, he didn't have Lin Yi on his friends list.
In desperation, Long Zhan Yi could only post on the forum. In the dark of night, gathering players to besiege you and raid your territory is indeed my fault. If you are willing to accept my apology, I can offer you compensation. I am willing to compensate you 20 million in the name of the Shenlong Guild to make up for your losses, hoping you can stop the city slaughter and spare our Shenlong Guild members. With this apology post, Long Zhan Yi had lowered his attitude to the utmost. He knew in his heart that he had no other way out but to admit defeat. If Lin Yi continued to slaughter cities without restraint, the entire Shenlong Guild would truly collapse. Forget about waiting for the other party to slaughter 100 cities. Even now, the Shenlong Guild was already on the brink of collapse. Membership withdrawal requests were coming in like snowflakes. Moreover, more importantly, if this matter continued, the Shenlong Guild would be completely nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming the laughingstock of everyone. No matter what, Long Zhan Yi could not accept such a result. Therefore, he could only choose to give up his dignity and humbly plead for mercy from Lin Yi. This post was quickly pushed to the top by a group of players. Wow, this is rare. The president of the Shenlong Guild actually admitted defeat. What do you mean admit defeat? That's called surrender. Ceding land and paying reparations, disarming and not killing. Haha, the Dark Knight God is too ruthless. He actually forced the other side to admit defeat. Of course, what else could they do? If they don't admit defeat, the Shenlong Guild could be disbanded starting tomorrow. Front row to watch, waiting for the Dark Knight God to reply. After Long Zhan Yi's apology letter was posted, almost everyone was waiting for Lin Ye's response. They wanted to see if the latter would accept Long Zhan Yi's apology. Under Wang Quanfu Gui's reminder, Lin Yi quickly noticed Long Zhan Yi's apology post. Within just a few minutes, the replies under this post had already surpassed 2,000, and this number was still rising. Wang Quanfu Gui sent a smiling emoji. Boss, you're not really going to accept Long Zhan Yi's surrender, are you? Lin Yi replied, do you think that's possible? Then, Lin Yi roughly skimmed through the post and couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. Only 20 million? This apology is really lacking in sincerity. Even if he directly asked Wang Quanfu Gui for 20 million, the latter would probably transfer it to him without hesitation. Moreover, for Lin Yi, money held no significance at all. Even if Long Zhan Yi was willing to give him 100 million, Lin Yi still wouldn't accept his surrender. Then, Lin Yi directly replied to the post below. There are 78 cities left. Upon seeing Lin Yi's reply, the players were momentarily stunned, then instantly reacted. The Dark Knight God was saying he still had 78 cities to slaughter. The implication was that he did not accept your surrender or your apology. I just want to slaughter cities. In an instant, the entire comments section of the post erupted. Wow, the Dark Knight God is so domineering. Dark Knight God, even though I'm a man, I still want to have your babies. Get lost upstairs. Do you still want some dignity? You are simply tarnishing the image of the great deity in my heart. Night deity, give me a ruthless slaughter. With the knife in hand, follow me and kill all the divine dragon dogs in the world. Ha ha ha, well said. Kill all the divine dragon dogs in the world. After receiving Lin Ye's reply, Long Zhan Yi's expression instantly darkened, and his heart felt as if it had plunged into an ice cellar. Damn it, damn it. Long Zhanyuye's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and pounded his fist on the table in front of him. However, at that moment, apart from his impotent rage, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as Lin Yi slaughtered those 100 cities. Ah, boss, your response is just too domineering. Wang Quanfu Gue laughed heartily. If I were Long Zhanyuye, I would probably be in a state of depression by now. Lin Yi smiled and calmly replied, this is just the beginning. 20 minutes later, under Long Zhanyuye's apology post, another reply from Lin Yi appeared. There are still 77 cities. As time passed, the numbers in Lin Yi's replies continued to refresh. There are still 76 cities. There are still 75 cities. There are still 74. The onlooking players quickly reacted. Goodness, is the night deity treating the other person's apology post as a record post? Ha 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 ha. I want to know the psychological shadow area of Long Zhanyuye. So tragic, so tragic. I strongly suggest the Divine Dragon Guild disband on the spot. 5 minutes later, when the players clicked on the post again, they found that it had been directly deleted by Long Zhanyuye. What a joke. Under my post, you record how many cities you have slaughtered from my guild? Who can withstand that? Every time Lin Yi replied, it was like stabbing a knife into Long Zhanyuye's heart. Not to mention, below the post, there was a group of jubilant players. Frustrated and furious, Long Zhanyuye had no choice but to forcibly delete the post, acting like an ostrich with its head in the sand. Lin Yi spent a full 3 days fulfilling his promise, flattening 99 cities of the Divine Dragon Guild. And at this moment, Lin Yi finally arrived before the last city. The owner of this city was, of course, Long Zhanyuye. This was his territory, and it was the place Lin Yi chose to flatten last. To kill and crush the heart, nothing could surpass this. After Lin Yi led his army to the brink, Long Zhanyuye finally appeared on the city wall. Compared to his usual arrogance, Long Zhanyuye's face now showed only pain and despair. For him, these 3 days of Lin Yi's city slaughter could be said to be the longest 3 days of his life. When Lin Yi finally stood at the city gates, Long Zhanyuye felt a sense of relief from his torment. Go ahead, give me a quick end. At that moment, Long Zhanyuye had no desire to resist. Instead, he directly pulled all his troops to the city wall, calmly waiting for Lin Yi's slaughter. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die quickly. Lin Yi didn't waste words with him. With a wave of his hand, the army behind him immediately launched an attack on Long Zhanyuye's city. Long Zhanyuye's high-level troops had already been nearly wiped out in the previous raid on Lin Yi's territory. His territory could now almost be described as a hollow shell. In less than 10 minutes, the troops inside the city were easily slaughtered by Lin Yi. Dear Lord, you have successfully breached the territory of Lord Long Zhanyuye, successfully plundering 957,342 gold coins, 142,100 wood, and 157,459 iron ore. It must be said that as the president of the Divine Dragon Guild, Long Zhanyuye was quite wealthy, to the point that it could be described as being rich beyond measure. Even if Lin Yi could only plunder 50% of the gold coins within his territory, he still managed to collect nearly 1 million in one go. He even suspected that Long Zhanyuye might have transferred some resources out in advance. To prevent players from protecting resources in their territories through such means, Eternal Continent usually sets certain restrictions, such as players not being able to conduct multiple large resource transactions in a short period. The night is dark, the green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow long. You won this battle, but from today on, I will disband the Divine Dragon Guild. Long Zhanyuye raised his head, staring intently at Lin Yi before him, and spoke in a deep voice, but don't get too complacent. If I ever have a chance to rise again, I will definitely not let you off easily. Long Zhanyuye's words were filled with resentment. The Divine Dragon Guild he had founded ultimately could not escape the fate of dissolution. This is self-inflicted. Why so much talk? It's really noisy, Lin Yi replied. Then, the skeleton demon king raised his long sword and directly beheaded his opponent. The city walls were breached, the lord was killed, and the troops under him were also completely wiped out. In this way, Lin Yi's feat of slaughtering 100 cities was finally brought to a close. It's over. Lin Yi raised his right hand and said loudly, everyone, triumph with me. Great victory, triumphant. Great victory, triumphant. In an instant, all the human troops under Lin Yi raised their arms and shouted. Although the undead troops could not speak, they also raised their arms in unison. The scene before them made the player lords behind Lin Yi feel their blood boil. They looked at Lin Yi's departing figure and couldn't help but recall that poem of slaughter. Kill one person every 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles. When the matter is done, brush off your clothes and go, hiding your achievements and fame. With his own strength, he slaughtered 100 cities of the Divine Dragon Guild and then left calmly. This is the true demeanor of a great god. After this battle, the name of the Dark Knight was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the players. Seeing Lin Yi achieve another great victory, Wang Quanfu Gue hurriedly ran to his side, as expected of the boss famous in one battle. But boss, where did you get so many skeleton soldiers? This number must be at least over 10,000, right? After saying this, Wang Quanfu Gue couldn't help but turn back, looking at the dense sea of deathly skeletons behind him, swallowing hard.
Lin Yi smiled and explained they were summoned using the soul summoning technique, just about 21,000.
Wang Quan Fu Gui. My goodness. 21,000 deathly skeletons. If each person had a sai, who could withstand that?
Then, Lin Yi spoke again.
Don't just focus on watching me slaughter cities, are you prepared for what comes next? Ha? What matter? Wang Quan Fu Gui was slightly taken aback, not reacting at all.
Lin Yi could only helplessly remind him,
you fool, what else could it be? Of course, it's the Tower of Heaven. Wang Quan Fu Gui then slapped his forehead. Look at my pig brain, I actually forgot about this. These days, he had focused all his
attention on the city slaughtering and completely forgot about the Tower of Heaven.
Lin Yi said, since you remembered now, hurry up and prepare.
I'll give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days,
we will set off for the Tower of Heaven. Wang Quan Fu Gui quickly agreed, no problem, I'll follow the boss's arrangements.
Then, Lin Yi spoke again, by the way, if possible, you can also bring Blood Rose in, it would
repay her for bringing us into the ancient ruins last time. Okay, I'll contact her right away.
Royal Power and Wealth paused for a moment, then curiously asked, by the way, boss, can multiple people enter the
Tower of Heaven at the same time?
Lin Yi recalled for a moment and then explained, in a Tower of Heaven there can be a maximum of 3 challengers.
So, that means there can only be 3 challengers, and once
those 3 spots are filled, other players won't be able to enter this Tower of Heaven.
Moreover, even the challengers only have 3 chances to attempt the challenge. In other words, you must clear all 100 floors of the tower before your 3 attempts are used up, otherwise, you will never be able to obtain the ultimate reward from the Tower of Heaven. Royal Power and Wealth nodded thoughtfully, so that's how it is.
The conditions for the challenge are indeed quite harsh.
Lin Yi smiled, if the conditions weren't set to be a bit harsh, how could we expect to get anything good from the Tower of Heaven? In the
Eternal Continent, the rewards from all Secret Realm dungeons are tied to their difficulty. Although the difficulty of the Tower of Heaven is high, the treasures obtained from it are guaranteed to be top-notch. Over the course of these 3 days, Lin Yi once again bolstered his forces, even spending a large amount of resources to fully maximize the
number of troops.
Lin Yi placed even more importance on the Tower of Heaven than on city slaughtering, because during city slaughtering, he was only facing player lords, and the troops under his command, whether in rank or quality, completely overwhelmed the latter.
Slaughtering 100 cities.
Sounds quite domineering, but for Lin Yi, it was merely a bit of a hassle with almost no difficulty.
It's not an exaggeration to say it was like a smooth push forward.
However, Lin Yi dared not underestimate the Tower of Heaven in the slightest. Inside the Tower of Heaven, every 10 floors, they would encounter boss-level monsters. At the very top of the Tower of Heaven, there exists an ultimate boss. Lin Yi still remembered that. In his previous life, the ultimate boss on the 100th floor of the Tower of Heaven he cleared was a 3-headed dragon from the abyss. That giant dragon had 3 heads, each with different attributes: fire, dark, and lightning.
Moreover, one must use the corresponding countering attribute to inflict damage on the respective head. For example, using water to counter the fire dragon head, light to counter the dark dragon head, and earth to counter the lightning dragon head. Aside from attribute countering attacks, any other attacks, no matter how high the damage, would only deal a mandatory 1 point of damage to those 3 heads. At that time, Lin Yi, who had no knowledge of the abyss 3-headed dragons attributes, suffered a huge loss on his first attempt, wasting a chance to clear. The second time, Lin Yi was well prepared, bringing enough troops with water, light, and earth attributes, and only then did he successfully clear the final floor and obtain the reward of a star-level treasure. I wonder what the ultimate boss we encounter this time will be. It wouldn't be the Abyss 3-headed dragon again, would it? Just thinking about the Abyss 3-headed dragon made Lin Yi shiver. Although he had light attribute troops, he had almost none with water or earth attributes. If he really encountered the Abyss 3-headed dragon, he would probably just have to accept his misfortune and wait for a total wipe. 3 days quickly passed. Lin Yi, Royal Power and Wealth, and Blood Rose arrived at the location marked on the map as promised. Royal Power and Wealth looked around, but aside from some lush ancient trees and low shrubs, he found no trace of the Tower of Heaven. Damn it, this map can't be fake, can it? Royal Power and Wealth took out the map.
Again, his eyes wide as saucers. However, before he could figure anything out, the system's prompt sound rang in his ears once more.
You arrived at the location marked on the
map, and after walking out of the lush forest, a towering and majestic building appeared before you. You gazed up at the high tower, unable to help but exclaim that it was truly
the work of the divine.
After the system's prompt ended, the sky-piercing Tower of Heaven indeed came into view for everyone.
Wang Quan Fu Gui opened his mouth in surprise. My goodness, it turns out this thing even comes with a scene introduction.
Lin Yi chuckled and explained, just think of this Tower of Heaven as a hidden dungeon, only
those with the map can see its full form.
Otherwise, such an obvious tower would have been discovered by other players long ago.
So that's how it is. Wang Quan Fu Gui chuckled, I guess I was thinking too simply. Beside him, Blood Rose looked up and murmured, is this the Tower of Heaven? It really does seem like it leads straight to the heavens.
The three then led their army directly to the Tower of Heaven, only to discover that the entire tower was built from bluish-gray stones covered in a mysterious green moss, giving it an ancient and enigmatic appearance, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The Tower of Heaven has a total of 3 chances, so remember not to be
reckless. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, it's best to retreat while you can. Do you understand?
Lin Ye's gaze swept over the two beside him. Blood Rose nodded and replied,
seriously, understood. Wang Quanfu Gui grinned, boss, don't worry about that, I'm best at running away when I can't win. Lin Yi, only Wang Quanfu Gui could say
such a thing with such confidence.
In that case, I won't say much more.
I wish both of you fruitful experiences in the Tower of Heaven. After saying this, Lin Yi pushed open the heavy door of the Tower of Heaven and walked straight inside.
The next second, the scene before him instantly transformed.
Lin Yi found himself in a vast black hall. This hall was incredibly spacious, capable of accommodating an army of tens of thousands. The walls around were adorned with dragon and phoenix-shaped reliefs.
Lin Yi took a
quick glance and realized this was not the Tower of Heaven he had cleared in his past life. After all, each Tower of Heaven is unique, including its internal architectural style. The position he was in was the first level of the Tower of Heaven. If nothing unexpected happens, monsters will appear soon. Lin Yi took a deep breath and ordered his
army to enter battle mode.
As he expected, after about 5 or 6 seconds, 4 dark void cracks appeared around him. However, the monsters that emerged from the cracks were
the lowest tier green-skinned goblins.
These green-skinned goblins had combat power even lower than that of skeleton soldiers.
Among the first-tier units, they could only bully farmers.
Approximately 100 green-skinned goblins emerged from the void cracks, brandishing wooden sticks and roaring as they charged toward Lin Yi.
Why bother? Isn't it better to be alive?
Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and waved his hand, allowing the Holy Light Priest to use the Light of Judgment to eliminate them instantly. Although he knew that the difficulty of the Tower of Heaven was linked to its levels, Lin Yi clearly did not expect the difficulty of this first level to be this low.
Under the holy
radiance of the Light of Judgment, the green-skinned goblins before him turned to ashes amidst their wails. Although the Holy Light Priest was a support-type unit, her Light of Judgment had an extremely terrifying lethality against these low-tier dark-type units. After clearing the area, a massive spatial rift reappeared before Lin Yi.
As long as he stepped into it, he would smoothly enter the next level of the Tower of Heaven. Lin Yi hesitated not a moment and directly stepped into the rift. Then, the system's prompt sounded.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the first level of the Tower of Heaven, earning 500 Lord Experience, 500 Hero Experience, and a bronze-level treasure.
Nanmo staff.
For Lin Yi, it would be great if the Tower of Heaven could be farmed repeatedly. In less than a few seconds, he could gain several hundred points of Lord Experience. The efficiency was simply astonishing. The second level of the Tower of Heaven still featured goblins, but their numbers had increased, almost doubling.
However,
facing Lin Yi's Holy Light Priest, these goblins, no matter how many there were, could only be instantly killed. The third level, fourth level, fifth level.
Lin Yi charged
forward, facing these low-tier goblin monsters, clearing each level in just a few seconds.
The system's prompt continued to ring in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully
clearing the second level of the Tower of Heaven, earning 700 Lord Experience, 700 Hero Experience, and a bronze-level treasure, Bloodthirsty Battle Axe.
Ding! Congratulations
on successfully clearing the third level of the Tower of Heaven, earning 900 Lord Experience, 900 Hero Experience, and a bronze-level treasure, Blackwood Longbow. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven, earning 2,100 Lord Experience, 2,100 Hero Experience, and
a bronze-level treasure, Magic Orb.
Although the experience rewards for clearing levels were becoming increasingly generous, all the treasures
obtained were still bronze level. For Lin Yi, they were practically worthless. However, they should still be able to fetch a small amount of money on the market.
After all, even now, not all players possess treasures. The Tower of Heaven, 10th level.
The first boss level. Before Lin Yi, the void rift opened. A giant goblin, crowned and draped in a red cloak, appeared before him.
Surrounding it were armored goblin guards.
Lin Yi frowned, and the attributes of the Goblin King quickly appeared before him.
Goblin King, Tier 5 boss. Description: the ruler of the Goblin Kingdom.
Brutal and bloodthirsty, with a deep hatred for humans.
It captures human adventurers, especially female adventurers, and brings them into secret
chambers for inhumane torture.
I really poked the goblin nest today. All I've encountered in the first 10 levels are goblins.
After seeing the
introduction of this Goblin King, Lin Yi couldn't help but complain. I didn't expect this so-called king to be so weak, but with such peculiar
tastes. In that case, let's send you on your way early.
For a boss of this level, Lin Yi could no longer rely on the Holy Light Priest to use
Judgment Light to instantly kill it.
However, Lin Yi still didn't take it seriously.
Divine Punishment Archer, shoot. To deal with a boss of this
level, Lin Yi didn't even need to call upon higher tier troops.
The double damage the Divine Punishment Archer dealt to dark creatures was enough to make this guy drink a pot of it. Sure enough, before the Goblin King could even get close, the arrows of the Divine Punishment Archer had already turned it into a sieve. With the Goblin King's fall, the surrounding Goblin Guards were also easily slaughtered by Lin Yi in less than half a minute. Ding, congratulations on successfully clearing the 10th level of the Tower of Heaven, earning 2,300 Lord Experience, 2,300 Hero Experience, and a silver level treasure, Demon Spear. After clearing the first boss level, Lin Yi finally obtained his first silver level treasure. 10 minutes later, Tower of Heaven, 20th level. The second boss level, Bloody Executioner, 6th stage boss. Introduction: the kingdom's executioner, wielding two massive axes, was seduced by demons after death, willingly descending into a monster that knows only slaughter. Before Lin Yi stands a boss with an extremely hideous and terrifying appearance. He wears a bloodstained demon mask, is wrapped in chains, and tightly grips two sharp, broad-bladed axes. This 6th stage boss is not particularly concerning. However, Lin Yi is somewhat curious, since 6th stage bosses have already begun to appear on the 20th floor. How powerful could the ultimate boss on the 100th floor be? A 9th stage boss? Or perhaps, an existence even stronger than a 9th stage boss? If that's the case, it might be quite difficult for him to clear it in one go. Lin Yi didn't think too much about it and instead adjusted his formation, focusing on dealing with the bloody executioner before him. Light of Judgment. All the holy light priests raised their staves, enveloping the bloody executioner in dazzling holy light. Although the Light of Judgment couldn't directly annihilate this 6th stage boss, it still exerted a corresponding suppression effect on him. The bloody executioner let out a painful wail amidst the holy light, frantically charging towards Lin Yi's direction. Compared to the Goblin King, the bloody executioner had much higher attributes, including movement speed. If the Goblin King moved like a staggering old man, the bloody executioner was like a vigorous adult man striding swiftly. For an opponent of this level, Lin Yi naturally couldn't just send the Divine Punishment Archer to face him. With a wave of his hand, the Skeleton Demon King, radiating black demonic energy, immediately charged head-on at the bloody executioner. Although the Skeleton Demon King hadn't devoured any undead creatures recently, keeping his rank at 3 stars, even against a 6th stage boss suppressed by the Light of Judgment, a 3-star Skeleton Demon King was more than sufficient. The Skeleton Demon King formed a giant sword from black flames and slashed down at the bloody executioner. However, the latter did not evade or retreat, directly raising his massive axe to parry. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, damage values appeared above both their heads. However, the Skeleton Demon King's 7,000 health points were no joke. The damage from the bloody executioner was nothing to him. Moreover, Lin Yi had holy light priests on his side to continuously heal the Skeleton Demon King. Although the Skeleton Demon King could easily solo the bloody executioner, Lin Yi chose to let the Divine Punishment Archer launch an offensive to ensure efficiency. Faced with the duel assault of the Skeleton Demon King and the Divine Punishment Archer, the bloody executioner fell to the ground after only 3 minutes. This time, in addition to Lord Experience and Hero Experience, Lin Yi also obtained a golden level treasure. Indeed, as the strength of the boss increased, the quality of the treasures Lin Yi received also rose accordingly. At this rate, the boss on the 30th floor should drop a platinum level treasure, right? Lin Yi muttered to himself, pondering in his heart. One must say, the Tower of Heaven is truly a great place. Just at the beginning, Lin Yi had already collected 20 treasures. After this, the boss levels in the Tower of Heaven did not increase as rapidly. On the 30th and 40th floors, all were 7th stage bosses, accompanied by a group of minions. The boss on the 30th floor, named Black Plague, looked like a giant black rat. Moreover, it was surrounded by a large group of 6th stage venomous mad rats, which moved quickly and attacked swiftly, causing considerable trouble for Lin Yi's forces. The characteristic of the Black Plague is its immunity to poison attributes, so the deathly miasma of the Decayed Corpse King could not harm him at all. In the end, Lin Yi still used the old method, letting the Skeleton Demon King withstand the pressure, while the Divine Punishment Archer dealt the damage, successfully eliminating this Black Plague. The boss on the 40th floor is named Demon of Black Mist, a creature in the form of black mist. This boss's characteristics are even more formidable than the Black Plague, as it can immunize 50% of any damage. However, as a mere 7th tier boss, it no longer poses a threat to Lin Yi. Even if it can immunize half of the damage, it merely wastes a bit more of Lin Yi's time. After clearing the level, these two boss encounters rewarded Lin Yi with 2 pieces of platinum level equipment. Moreover, both pieces of equipment were perfectly suited for the Elf Queen. For Lin Yi, this was undoubtedly a timely help. After all, among the 3 epic heroes under Lin Yi, Abel and Roderick each had high-tier treasures, while the Elf Queen only had a few golden-tier treasures to make do with. These 2 treasures were a gem-like Heart of the Forest and a light green robe, Nature Robe. Heart of the Forest, Platinum level, magic attack plus 130 intelligence plus 15 mana plus 300 healing amount plus 30% skill. After activating the protection of the forest god, all elf-type troops will receive a shield equivalent to 20% of their own health, lasting for 60 seconds.
Nature Robe, Platinum Level, Magic Defense plus 230 Physical Defense plus 180 Intelligence plus 20 Mana plus 500 Cooldown Reduction plus 20% Skill. After using the power of nature, it can remove the cooldown time of any skill. These two pieces of equipment, among Platinum level treasures, can only be considered mid-tier at best. However, for the Elf Queen, they were particularly suitable. Especially the Nature Robe, which was practically a versatile support item. The existence of the skill, Power of Nature, allows the Elf Queen to use Green Light of the Forest, or Sophia's Blessing, twice in quick succession. This is undoubtedly a significant enhancement for the Elf Queen as a hero. With two usable treasures, Lin Yi was naturally in a good mood. As he made his way to the 50th floor of the Tower of Heaven, he initiated a message in the team chat. "How are your gains?" Wang Quanfu Gue replied immediately, "Boss, this Tower of Heaven is so exhilarating to play. The first 20 floors were a total steamroll. Not only is the experience abundant, but there are also treasure rewards for clearing each floor. It's simply amazing." On the other side, Blood Rose's reply was much more pragmatic. "I've already cleared the 30th floor and got a platinum level treasure. The attributes are decent, and I haven't felt any pressure so far." Wang Quanfu Gue was surprised. "You cleared the 30th floor that quickly? What about the boss? You haven't finished the third one yet, have you?" Lin Yi glanced at his own floor count and quietly said, "To be honest, I'm almost at the 5th boss." Wang Quanfu Gue. "That hits hard, bro." Then Lin Yi spoke again. "By the way, just a reminder, most of the monsters in this Tower of Heaven seem to be of the dark type. The ultimate boss at the top should be the same. If you can't clear it this time, remember to bring light attribute troops next time you come, and if possible, bring some light attribute scrolls which can counter this type of monster." Wang Quan, Fu Gue and Blood Rose nodded in agreement. Understood. Just as Lin Yi was talking to the two, he had already crossed the spatial rift and arrived at the 50th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The boss that appeared before him was an enormous creature, covered in crimson veins, a blood evil eye. The blood evil eye in front of him had a distinctly Cthulhu-like appearance. Beneath its massive eyeball, several fleshy tentacles grew, resting on the ground to support its body. Gazing at its form, even Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this little thing is quite unique." Soon after, the attributes of this boss appeared before Lin Yi. Blood Evil Eye 8th Order BOSS Introduction, a terrifying monster from the abyss, one of the 5 demon generals under the command of the Fear Emperor. A brief introduction that made Lin Yi's pupils constrict, because he finally realized who the ultimate boss at the top of this Tower of Heaven was. It was none other than the Fear Emperor. Lin Yi knew this name because in his previous life he had teamed up with other lords to enter the Abyss realm, so he had some understanding of the situation there. The Fear Emperor was a lord of the Abyss realm. It was rumored that the Fear Emperor had 5 demon generals, each more powerful than the last. The most powerful of these generals even possessed the strength to tear apart a behemoth and could easily kill a archangel. It is important to note that both the behemoth and the archangel were solid 9th order units. One can imagine just how terrifying the strength of that demon general was. And the Fear Emperor's power was even greater than that of that demon general. "I never expected to encounter the Fear Emperor in the Tower of Heaven," Lin Yi mused, puzzled as to why the Fear Emperor from the Abyss realm would appear inside the Tower of Heaven. Could it be that these monsters in the Tower of Heaven were merely projections? If so, what was the purpose of the Tower of Heaven's existence? Although Lin Yi was a reborn individual, he too did not know the answers to these questions. After all, even in his previous life, the secrets of the Eternal Continent had not been fully explored by humanity. However, Lin Yi believed that since he had been reborn this time, he would definitely uncover all the answers to the secrets. The Eternal Continent, the Abyss realm, the Demon realm, the outer evil, everything was an object he aimed to conquer. Just like Julius Caesar's famous saying, "I came, I saw, I conquered." Lin Yi not only wanted to free humanity from the fate of being ruled by the outer evil but also to turn the tables and conquer everything beneath his feet. Only then would his rebirth not be in vain. Although Lin Yi's goals were extremely grand, the immediate priority was still to deal with the blood evil eye before him. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing should be the weakest among the 5 demon generals, Lin Yi said immediately. "Holy Light Priest, use the light of judgment to suppress it." After he gave the order, all the Holy Light Priests raised their staffs in unison, releasing dazzling holy light that enveloped the blood evil eye before them. However, at that moment, the massive eyeball suddenly filled with blood, bursting forth with a sinister crimson glow. This blood-red light forcibly dispelled the light of judgment from the Holy Light Priests. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yi's eyes. It seemed that this guy, as one of the 5 demon generals under the Fear Emperor, truly had some real skills. Thinking this, Lin Yi immediately said, "Skeleton Demon King, go meet it." Upon hearing this, the Skeleton Demon King, wielding a giant black flame sword, charged towards the blood evil eye. At the same time, the divine punishment archers under Lin Yi also launched their assault against it. However, before the Skeleton Demon King and the divine punishment archers could inflict much damage on the blood evil eye, the latter launched a counterattack in the blood-red pupils of the evil eye. A sudden burst of crimson light erupted, crashing down upon the skeletal demon king like a shockwave.
The massive skeletal frame
of the latter was forcibly blasted away by the blood-red shockwave, causing its health to drop by half. It should be noted that the 3-star skeletal demon king had a health pool of up to 7,000 points. This means that this blood-red shockwave dealt at least 3,500 points of damage.
The damage from an 8th tier boss is indeed not to be underestimated. If the skeletal demon king took a couple more hits, it would likely die on the spot.
Lin Yi quickly instructed the Holy Light Priest to restore the skeletal demon king's health. However, at that moment, several blood-red barriers suddenly
rose beside the evil eye.
All the arrows shot by the Divine Punishment Archer were blocked without exception. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. This guy can actually
immunize against ranged damage?
Under the protection of the blood-red barriers, the Divine Punishment Archer was rendered completely ineffective. Meanwhile, a hint of mockery appeared in the depths of
the evil eye, as if it were taunting Lin Yi for having run out of tricks. Damn it, you've become like this, and you still have the face to mock me? Noticing the disdainful gaze of the evil eye, Lin Yi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Then today, I'll teach you why the flowers are so red. Since ranged units were useless, it was time to hit this guy hard. Death Skeletons, it's your turn to take the stage.
Lin Yi spoke in a deep voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
In the next second, an uncountable number of death skeletons surged forth like a raging black ocean, quickly appearing behind Lin Yi and sweeping towards the direction of the evil eye. After the city slaughter, Lin Yi had amassed over 20,000 death skeletons. Such a number of death skeletons could definitely be called a sea of skeletons. In the face of such a massive sea of skeletons, whether you were an angel or a demon god, there was no escape. The evil eye unleashed another blood-red shockwave, powerful energy waves instantly shattering dozens of death skeletons. However, for this sea of skeletons, such casualties were merely a drop in the bucket. Go, kill it. Even if it costs lives, we must bury it. Lin Yi spoke coldly, and all the death skeletons surged towards the evil eye. The evil eye fought back frantically, its crimson rays sweeping wildly through the sea of skeletons. However, at the same time, under the assault of the death skeleton army, the evil eye's health continued to decline. Seizing the opportunity, with the evil eye entangled by the death skeletons, the skeletal demon king and 3 epic heroes fiercely joined the battlefield, launching a fierce assault on the former. Under the combined assault of the sea of skeletons and the 3 epic heroes, the evil eye's health kept dropping. Although many death skeletons were lost, for Lin Yi, as long as he could clear the boss stage, he could accept this level of casualties. After all, these 20,000 death skeletons were also obtained through the city slaughter. If it really came down to it, he could just go on another rampage. Oh, it seems the Dragon Guild has already been forced to disband, so that's no problem. It must be said that the evil eye before him indeed possessed the hard strength of an 8th tier boss. Unfortunately, surrounded by over 20,000 death skeletons, the evil eye's power was severely restricted. 70%, 50%, 30%.
Under the assault of the sea of skeletons, the evil eye's health quickly reached its limit. Finally, when the blood volume of the blood evil eye was down to the last 1%, the scarlet blood completely spread across the entire eyeball.
Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the eyeball suddenly exploded.
All the death god skeletons that were close to the blood evil eye were instantly engulfed by the scarlet blood. This sudden self-detonation took away at least hundreds of death god skeletons. That's ruthless, taking a bunch of them down with it before dying, Lin Yi roughly counted. In this boss encirclement battle, at least 4,000 death god skeletons had perished. Just the last wave of self-detonation from the blood evil eye had already caused casualties that were nearly 1/5 of the total death count. Meanwhile, the number of death god skeletons under Lin Yi's command had also dropped below 20,000. At this rate, if we can't kill a few more bosses, the death god skeletons will be completely exhausted. Lin Yi sighed slightly. Although the number of death god skeletons seemed large, they were indeed not very durable. Fortunately, he hadn't let any other high-tier troops join the battle. Those high-tier troops had stronger combat power, but their numbers were not as vast as the death god skeletons. If they were all wiped out, it would be even harder for Lin Yi to accept than losing all the death god skeletons. However, he was also unsure about the rewards for this 50th level. After all, the blood evil eye was one of the 5 demon generals, an 8th tier boss, so it shouldn't be too stingy. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Yi's ear. Ding, congratulations on successfully clearing the 50th level of the Tower of Heaven, earning 12,000 Lord experience, 12,000 Hero experience, and a Diamond level treasure, Death Dominator.
Diamond level treasure? Upon hearing this familiar term, Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack to check the attributes of this equipment. Death Dominator, Diamond level, physical attack plus 350 strength plus 35 agility plus 35. Critical hit rate plus 30% critical damage plus 25% skill. Death Bloom. Using this skill can deal 270% physical damage to the enemy, and when this skill hits a weak point, it will trigger a critical hit 100% of the time.
If this skill kills the enemy, the caster will enter a stealth state for 3 seconds and return 50% of the skill's cooldown time.
Death will be dominated by me alone. The diamond level.
Treasure in Lin Ye's hand appeared to be a dagger as black as ink, exuding a chilling aura of death. For Lin Yi, although the attributes of this diamond-level treasure were good, there was no hero in his team suitable to wield it. Rodhart was a strong attack-type hero and had already equipped the diamond-level Akron sword. The others were an elf queen wielding a staff and a phantom hunter using
a longbow. None of them had the talent to use a dagger.
This type of treasure was more suitable for assassin-type heroes. It seemed that Lin Ye's hero lineup indeed lacked such a hero.
It looks like I should recruit an assassin hero if I get the chance. As for this treasure, I'll just keep it for now. After placing the item named Death Dominator into his backpack, Lin Yi continued to head towards the next level of the Tower of Heaven. As he pushed forward, Wang Quanfugue was the first to choose to give up. Damn, this 50th level boss is too disgusting.
Wang Quanfugue howled. Like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, that blood-red ray swept over and instantly wiped out all my backline troops. The Blood Rose couldn't help but retort, "Who told you not to let the melee troops draw aggro first? Moreover, don't you know to spread out the positioning of the rear troops? Others would be eager to spread out into hundreds of lines, but you, on the other hand, have all your rear troops clustered together. If the boss doesn't take you out, who will it take out? You tell me, isn't this just asking for it?" Wang Quanfugue was instantly left speechless, scratching his head awkwardly. His skills were indeed quite a bit lower than Lin Yi and Blood Rose, and relying on the massive army he had invested heavily in to reach the 50th level was already quite impressive. For an ordinary player, reaching the 30th level would probably already be a struggle. Forget it, anyway, I've already gathered quite a few good treasures, including several platinum-level items. Wang Quanfugue comforted himself with a grin, and besides, there are still 2 more chances. I can come back next time. Boss, Sister Rose, you guys keep it up. After saying that, Wang Quanfugue directly led the remaining troops and unhesitatingly chose to exit the Tower of Heaven. Then, Lin Yi asked, "Rose, what level are you on?" Blood Rose quickly replied, "I'm also fighting the boss on the 50th level, but it's a bit tough. I can only slowly whittle down its health." Although the number of troops Blood Rose had was not much different from Wang Quanfugue's, her tactical thinking was sharper and her operations were superior. "By the way, the boss you encountered on the 50th level should also be the Blood Evil Eye, right?" Blood Rose was slightly taken aback, then immediately nodded, "Yes, that's right." Lin Yi nodded and then reminded Blood Rose of a few details, such as the boss self-destructing when it was at low health. If Blood Rose could really clear the level, just this reminder from Lin Yi could significantly reduce her combat casualties. "Thank you." Blood Rose thanked Lin Yi, then continued to whittle down the boss's health. Lin Yi also continued to push forward in the Tower of Heaven, quickly cutting through the monsters from the 51st to the 59th levels and successfully arrived at the 60th level boss stage. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that after entering the 60th level, the surrounding environment changed once again. From the original black hall, it transformed into a dim forest. The trees around, although lush, had leaves that were not vibrant green but rather a dull, desolate dark gray. The entire forest gave an extremely cramped feeling. At that moment, a voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. "It has been a long time since a human has come here. It seems that 20 years have passed since the last human I killed." This voice was cold and deep, as if devoid of any emotion. "Don't be surprised. This forest is modeled after my homeland. I like it there, so I arranged this place to resemble that forest. I conquered that forest, killed all the elves who once swore loyalty to me, and thus this forest completely lost its vitality, becoming the beautiful sight it is now." Just then, a dark-skinned elf slowly walked out from the depths of the forest. Unlike normal elves, this elf exuded an aura of death, and his pupils were a strange crimson color, resembling a beast ready to pounce. He tightly gripped a bone dagger in his right hand while playing with a human skull in his left. It seemed that this was the skull of the last human adventurer he had killed. If Lin Yi was not mistaken, this guy before him should be the legendary fallen elf. Or, it could also be referred to as a dark elf. It is known that all elves are lovers of peace, close to nature, and protected by the forest, but the dark elves are quite the opposite. Their nature is contrary to that of normal elves. They are violent, bloodthirsty, and love killing, finding their greatest pleasure in the destruction of everything before them. Almost all elves exhibiting these traits are deemed dark elves and are permanently exiled from the elven forest. Some dark elves are born that way, while others become so through later experiences. They have suffered immense trauma, leading them to embrace the darkness. Under Lin Ye's investigation, the attributes of the fallen elf before him quickly became clear. Fallen Elf King Lunica, 8th stage boss. Introduction: the self-degraded king of elves, who possessed immense power even before his fall. After plunging into darkness, he underwent the baptism of the abyss, becoming one of the 5 demon generals under the command of the Emperor of Fear. Upon seeing the introduction before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. He never expected that this seemingly dark elf had once been a king among elves. Soon, the fallen elf king's crimson eyes quickly noticed the elven queen beside Lin Yi.
He extended his tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, unabashedly revealing his desire. My goodness, I never thought I would see one of my kin here. Don't worry, I will treat you well. I will pull your hair, make you wail beneath me, and after I tire of you, I will remove your skull to keep it by my side forever. After hearing these words, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow, nearly ordering the death skeleton to launch a full-scale attack. Damn it, you dare to covet my woman? You must be tired of living. The Elven Queen's face showed extreme disgust as she bluntly stated, you exude a truly repulsive odor. Really? The fallen Elf King raised his arm, exaggeratedly sniffing his own body, then grinned. You're talking nonsense. I smell of dark fragrance. Don't worry, I will make you fall in love with this feeling. Before the fallen Elf King could finish, a demonic hand formed from thin air, grabbed him mid-air. His expression changed, and he immediately unleashed all his strength to escape the grip of the demonic hand. However, just as he successfully broke free, the black flame giant sword of the skeleton demon king was already cleaving down towards his head. Accompanying this was Lin Yi's cold laughter. Don't you like the dark? I'll send you straight to hell. If you were a 9th stage boss, that would be one thing. But you, a mere 8th stage boss, dare to speak so boldly before me? Do you really think I won't move against you? The black flame giant sword struck down, and damage immediately appeared above the fallen elf king's head. The latter seemed completely enraged, crushing the skull in his hand, his form like a ghost instantly circling behind the skeleton demon king. His speed was so fast that even Lin Yi couldn't catch his movements. Then, the fallen elf king gripped the bone dagger tightly and delivered a backstab aimed at the skeleton demon king's spine. This strike triggered a critical hit. The skeleton demon king's health plummeted, leaving him with almost nothing but a sliver of health. The fallen elf king wanted to continue his assault, but the elven queen had already finished chanting her spell. Green vines rapidly grew, wrapping around him and temporarily hindering the fallen elf king's next move. Just from this first round of confrontation, Lin Yi instantly deduced the characteristics of this boss. High critical hit, high damage, high burst and assassin-type boss. Moreover, the fallen elf king's movement speed was incredibly fast, his form almost ghost-like. This guy is far more troublesome than the blood evil eye of the mage class. Death skeletons surround him. Facing the fallen elf king, Lin Yi once again employed the skeleton C tactic. In an instant, all the death skeletons behind him surged towards the direction of the opponent. However, at that moment, a cold laugh escaped the lips of the fallen elf king. Do you think this can restrain me? Foolish human. The next second, the fallen elf king broke free from the vine's grasp and immediately entered a stealth state. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. He clearly hadn't expected this guy could turn invisible. When the fallen elf king reappeared, he had silently materialized in Lin Yi's rear. With a swift slash of his sharp bone dagger, he effortlessly severed the head of a holy light priest. After landing the blow, the fallen elf king showed no intention of lingering. His figure flickered and he once again vanished into stealth. In less than half a minute, 7 or 8 holy light priests had already fallen to the dagger of the fallen elf king. For Lin Yi, this was undoubtedly a significant loss. What was even more troublesome was that during this half-minute, the damage the fallen elf king sustained was almost negligible. Each time he killed a holy light priest, he always managed to retreat unscathed, slipping into the shadows as if he were a ghostly assassin. In this situation, Lin Yi's skeleton C tactic had completely lost its intended effect. If he couldn't even locate the enemy, no matter how many death skeletons he had, they couldn't inflict any damage. Just then, the fallen elf king revealed himself again. He appeared beside the elf queen, and the sharp bone dagger in his hand was aimed directly at her neck. At that moment, the skeleton king and Rodhart simultaneously sprang into action. The skeleton king let out a low growl, and a surge of black flames erupted around him, releasing a pressure akin to that of a demon lord. For a moment, the fallen elf king's movement faltered slightly. Under the effect of the demon lord's pressure, even his attributes were correspondingly weakened. Then, the skeleton king and Rodhart struck simultaneously. The black flame greatsword and the Akalun sword slashed towards the direction of the fallen elf king. Black flame demon slash, evil light wave slash. Both of these skills were area of effect abilities, and even if the fallen elf king immediately entered stealth, he would still be affected. The fallen elf king, who was preparing to ambush the elf queen, was caught off guard and had no choice but to passively block. The two slashes landed on his body, causing his health to drop significantly. I didn't expect your subordinates to have some skill. I'm increasingly looking forward to severing their heads, the fallen elf king sneered, then once again vanished into the shadows. Do you really think that just because you're invisible, I can't deal with you? Lin Yi's gaze gradually turned cold. Plague zombies, self-destruct. With his command, the green-skinned plague zombies chose to self-destruct. The foul-smelling dark green toxic mist immediately spread outwards. This plague mist not only weakened the fallen elf king's attributes by 20% but also inflicted continuous poison damage. Considering the effect of demon lord's pressure, the fallen elf king had now been weakened by a full 40% of his attributes. More importantly, the stench of this plague mist was extremely unpleasant, almost nauseating. Elves were always synonymous with elegance and cleanliness, and even in their fallen state as dark elves,
they maintained such a character. Therefore, for the fallen Elf King, this was truly a torment. The fallen Elf King's form was indeed forced out by Lin Yi once again. He covered his nose, glaring at
Lin Yi with immense resentment. You're ruthless. Is this ruthless enough?
Lin Yi sneered. There's worse to come. Sunlight Crusaders, use blinding charge. After Lin Yi issued the command, all the armor of the Sunlight Crusaders lit up with dazzling brilliance and charged fiercely towards the direction of the fallen Elf King. However, for an 8th tier boss like the fallen Elf King, the blinding effect of the blinding charge would only last for a fraction of a second at most.
But for Lin Yi, that was more than enough. Rotting Lich King, use Abyssal Curse directly. To prevent the
fallen Elf King from having time to react, Lin Yi commanded the Rotting Lich King to use the Abyssal Curse.
This skill was a self-destruct type.
After use, it could curse the enemy target at the cost of sacrificing the Rotting Lich King's own life, dealing 500% curse damage to the enemy, and the curse would double the damage against light-type beings.
Although the fallen Elf King was not a
light-type being, the 500% damage from a 5th-tier mythical unit was still quite considerable. Like a black mist, the Abyssal Curse instantly wrapped around the fallen Elf King's body, inflicting
significant damage.
Then, the remaining Rotting Lich King, who had not yet sacrificed its life, raised its staff, chanted a spell, and released large clouds of Lich Poison Mist. The Cloud of Death. This skill could cause enemies within an area to suffer from the corrosive damage of the Poison Mist, dealing 180 points of corrosion damage per second. Since both the Plague Poison Mist and the Lich Poison Mist were area damage skills, even if the fallen Elf King entered stealth, it could not avoid the damage. This also led to several instances of toxin damage appearing above the fallen elf's head
every few seconds. How about it? I wonder if my hospitality meets your satisfaction. Lin Yi asked the fallen Elf King before him with a half-smile. You wait for me. The fallen Elf King, ignoring its rapidly decreasing health, once again slipped into the shadows and launched a surprise attack on Lin Yi's backline, beginning a massacre of the fragile units. However, this time, Lin Yi did not sit idly by but quickly made a response. Holy Light Priest, Divine Punishment Archer, all fragile units, spread out. Death Skeletons, form groups of 10 for close protection. If all the fragile units were clustered together, once the fallen Elf King entered the fray, it would not be an assassination but a massacre. The opponent only needed to keep sneaking around to easily wipe out his backline units.
Therefore, Lin Yi instructed the fragile units to spread out while having the Death Skeletons provide close protection. The protecting Death Skeletons, grouped in tens, formed a tight barrier,
safeguarding them within.
In such a formation, the protected fragile units were essentially bait. Once the fallen Elf King made a move, the nearby Death Skeletons would definitely be able to attack it.
This tactical arrangement was nothing short of a conspiracy. Sure enough, as the fallen Elf King revealed itself and killed a Divine Punishment Archer with a dagger, the scythe of the Death Skeleton also struck its body. Although the damage dealt was not much, if it accumulated over time, it would still be quite considerable. Looking at the fallen Elf King before him, Lin Yi smiled and said, if you had encountered someone else, perhaps you could have caused them heavy losses. It's just a pity, you encountered me.
After breaking the fallen Elf King's stealth ability, the threat it posed to Lin Yi naturally diminished significantly. He was simultaneously restricted by the Death God Skeleton and enduring the dual erosion of the Plague Miasma and the Corpse Witch Miasma. When his health dropped to 20%, the fallen Elf King, like other bosses, unleashed his ultimate skill, Shadow Clone. In an instant, he split into 2 identical shadow clones.
Each shadow clone possessed 70% of his original strength. However, despite this, Lin Yi remained completely unafraid.
No matter how bizarre the opponent's abilities were, as long as the fallen Elf King remained within the miasma, he would inevitably suffer corresponding damage.
Sure enough, although the fallen Elf King's desperate struggle caused significant casualties to Lin Yi, he ultimately fell in hatred amidst the miasma. The 60th floor, successfully cleared. After this battle, Lin Yi once again assessed his losses. The Holy Light Clerics were all dead. The decayed Corpse Witch King had only a few stragglers left. The Divine Punishment Archers had also lost more than half. Even the Death God Skeleton, which was not the main target of the fallen Elf King, had nearly 1,500 of its kind perish alongside. However, despite the seemingly heavy losses, achieving such results against an 8th tier boss was already quite impressive. All of this was thanks to Lin Yi's extraordinary tactical thinking. If Wan Quanfu Gue had been in charge of the battle, even if they won, it would have only been a Pyrrhic victory. At this rate, it seems almost impossible to clear 100 floors in one go. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, unable to help but mutter to himself. The difficulty of the upcoming boss levels would only increase. Moreover, even the ordinary monster levels would consume part of his forces. With the troops he had under his command, it was uncertain if they would be enough. However, Lin Yi was not in a hurry. The Eternal Era was about to arrive. Once the Eternal Era began, major events would continuously unfold in the game. His strength would also experience a surge during that time. By then, it wouldn't be too late to conquer this Tower of Heaven. Next, the 70th floor.
Although Lin Yi was certain he couldn't clear it all at once, he did not choose to give up as long as his troops still had the strength to fight. As Lin Yi stepped into the rift passage, the systems prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the 60th floor of the Tower of Heaven, earning 15,000 Lord experience, 15,000 Hero experience, and the Sacred Relic, Explorer's Light Arm. After receiving this 15,000 experience reward, Lin Yi's Lord level finally reached level 6. As for the heroes under his command, they had all basically leveled up by 2 or even 3 levels after entering the Tower of Heaven. However, upon hearing the latter part of the message, a hint of surprise appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. This time, the rewarded treasure is actually a sacred relic? The so-called sacred relic is a special treasure that does not have a tier. All these treasures were created by the ancient sacred kingdom. In ancient times, the sacred empire combined magic and technology to produce many incredibly powerful special treasures. Unfortunately, their existence angered the gods, and the deities unleashed a flood that completely destroyed the civilization of the sacred empire. Since then, the treasures of the sacred empire have been referred to by the world as sacred relics. Although these are legends Lin Yi has heard, the sacred empire certainly did exist. As for whether this civilization was truly destroyed by the flood sent by the gods, Lin Yi could not know. Then, Lin Yi directly took out the item, Explorer's Light Arm, from his backpack. Explorer's Light Arm, Holy Relic, Physical Defense plus 100 Magic Defense plus 150 Health plus 1500 Skill. Holy Light Armor. After use, the light emitted from the Explorer's Light Arm will form a suit of light armor on the user's body, capable of absorbing 50,000 points of damage. This skill will self-destruct the Holy Relic after being used 3 times due to energy depletion. After seeing the attributes of this equipment, a look of surprise inevitably appeared on Lin Yi's face. It must be said that the basic attributes of this holy relic can definitely rival platinum level or even diamond level treasures. What's even more formidable is the accompanying skill of this holy relic, Holy Light Armor. A holy light armor that can absorb a full 50,000 points of damage. Unfortunately, this skill will render the holy relic useless after 3 uses. Indeed, power always comes at a cost. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi directly tossed the holy relic to the Skeleton Demon King. Give it a try, can you equip it? The Skeleton Demon King is a special unit, and ordinary treasures naturally cannot be equipped. However, holy relics might be different. After receiving the Explorer's Light Arm, the Skeleton Demon King successfully equipped it, and its health skyrocketed to 8,500 points. With this holy relic, the Skeleton Demon King's survivability on the battlefield became even more formidable. Not only did its physical and magic defenses receive corresponding boosts, but it also gained the incredible skill of Holy Light Armor. Even if it was left with only a sliver of health, as long as this skill was activated, the Skeleton Demon King would effectively have an additional 50,000 health points. 5 demon generals, 3 remain. Lin Yi took a deep breath and calculated in his heart. The strength of the last demon general is even comparable to that of the Fear Emperor. In other words, at least one of the 5 demon generals is a 9th tier boss. While pondering, Lin Yi commanded his troops to advance. Soon, he led his forces all the way to the 70th floor. 3rd demon general, let me see your strength. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped into the teleportation portal. This time, he arrived in a scorching world of flames. Around him, fierce flames burned, and surging heat waves rushed toward Lin Yi, making him feel as if he were in a furnace. In the center of this fiery world stood a robust man engulfed in flames, his figure resembling that of a demon god. The next second, he turned to look at Lin Yi, revealing a fierce and cruel smile. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being burned by fire? The attributes of this boss quickly appeared before Lin Yi. Flame Judge, 8th tier boss. Introduction: a terrifying demon king born from the flames of hell, one of the 5 demon generals under the Fear Emperor. The 3rd demon general Lin Yi encountered was still an 8th tier unit. However, judging by his burly appearance, this guy should be a melee type boss. That being said, he should be easier to deal with than the fallen Elf King. Just then, the Flame Judge raised both arms high. Come forth, Lava Beast. The next second, 4 massive beasts, their bodies flowing with lava, roared into existence before Lin Yi. Lava Beast, 7th tier boss. Introduction: a special beast summoned by the Flame Judge from the flames of hell, possessing extremely terrifying power, incinerating anyone who comes too close to ashes. Lin Yi? My crow's mouth is really something else. Just as he had said that this guy was easier to deal with than the fallen Elf King, the Flame Judicator surprised him with a big shock. Immediately, the 4 lava beasts roared and charged towards Lin Yi's army. Lin Yi's expression hardened, and he decisively commanded, Death Skeletons, at all costs, block them for me. Under his order, all the Death Skeletons fearlessly charged at the lava beasts before them. However, in front of these 4 massive and brutal 7th tier bosses, the figures of the Death Skeletons seemed as tiny as ants. The giant claws of the lava beasts slammed down towards the skeleton army. In an instant, dozens of Death Skeletons perished, and even the entire flame world trembled in response. Although the casualties among the Death Skeletons were extremely heavy, the onslaught of the 4 lava demons was
temporarily halted by Lin Yi. If he allowed these 4 lava beasts to break through his formation, it would only lead to more severe consequences. Flame will judge everything. At that moment, the flame judicator finally moved. He pushed off the ground, leaping high into the air, with scorching flames coiling around his arms like serpents. Flame Dragon Judgment. The flame judicator, suspended in mid-air, struck down with a fist, and the searing flames formed a flame dragon. Boom! The flame dragon exploded in Lin Ye's rear, engulfing over 30 divine punishment archers in flames. Lin Ye's divine punishment archers were already few in number, and under this flame dragon judgment, their casualties were even more severe. Although the Blood Evil Eye, Fallen Elf King, and Flame Judicator were all 8th tier bosses, the latter's strength was clearly a notch above the first 2. Lin Yi had thought that he could at least push forward to face the last demon general. Now it seemed he had overestimated himself. By the time he finished off this boss, his forces would likely be completely exhausted. However, the only thing that brought Lin Yi some comfort was that this boss was willing to face him head-on. I love bosses like you who don't beat around the bush. Lin Yi grinned and then took out the Dragon Blood magic bottle. Activate Dragon Blood Boiling. Empower the troops. Death Skeletons. The Dragon Blood Boiling skill could be used on any troop type, and this time Lin Yi chose the Death Skeletons as his target. Under the enhancement of Dragon Blood Boiling, all the Death Skeletons became invigorated, with their attack speed, movement speed, and defense significantly boosted. At the same time, the 3 epic heroes under Lin Yi, along with the Skeleton Demon King, also joined the battle. The 3 heroes and the Skeleton Demon King each faced 1 lava beast. In front of them, the 7th tier lava beasts were merely a bit tricky and posed no real threat to them. Just as the Flame Judicator was still slaughtering on the battlefield, the 4 lava beasts he summoned had already been taken down one by Lin Yi. The 3 heroes and the Skeleton Demon King quickly shifted their focus and began to gather against the Flame Judicator. The main fighting force on Lin Yi's side was the Death Skeletons. Although many Death Skeletons had fallen, there were still over 10,000 remaining. With such a massive number of Death Skeletons, Lin Yi was confident they could wear down the Flame Judicator. Despicable human, witness what true hellfire is. Oh, the Flame Judicator roared, and endless infernal flames spread out from around him, sweeping towards the surrounding Death Skeletons. In an instant, all the Death Skeletons within 100 meters were burned to ashes. Just this wave of casualties likely exceeded 500 Death Skeletons. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed, continuing to command the remaining Death Skeletons to fill the gaps. Since he chose to confront head-on, he naturally had to fight the opponent until the end. For this, he would spare no cost and no casualties. The number of Death God Skeletons was continuously decreasing. The health of the Flame Judicator was also steadily dropping. Moreover, Lin Yi had figured out the pattern of his skill releases. This guy would unleash the Flame Dragon Fist every minute, dealing extremely high single target damage. There was one time it nearly killed the Skeleton King in one hit. Fortunately, the Explorer's light arm had provided him with some extra health, which prevented the Skeleton King from being instantly killed. Every 5 minutes, the Flame Judicator would clear the area with sweeping flames, just like before. After understanding these patterns, Lin Yi found it much easier to deal with the boss. In the blink of an eye, the Flame Judicator's health had dropped below 20%. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that after reaching the red health threshold, this boss did not unleash its ultimate skill. It made sense, though, summoning lava beasts, Flame Dragon Fist, and Hellfire. These were already quite powerful skills for the Flame Judicator. If it had an ultimate skill, this guy could easily be classified as a 9th tier boss. Finally, after a fierce battle lasting over 20 minutes, the Flame Judicator's form collapsed to the ground. The flames surrounding him dimmed like extinguished candlelight. After the guarding boss's death, a spatial rift leading to the next level appeared before Lin Yi. Without hesitation, he stepped into it. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the 70th floor of the Celestial Tower, earning 20,000 Lord Experience, 20,000 Hero Experience, the essence of the Flame Judicator, the Construction Blueprint, Flame Dragon Tower, and the Diamond Level Treasure, Flame Dragon Messenger's Gauntlets. This time there are actually 3 treasures? Upon hearing the system prompt, a hint of surprise appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Soon, the attributes of the 3 treasures appeared before him one after another. Essence of the Flame Judicator, Special Treasure. Description: contains a large amount of flame energy. When used, it can summon the Flame Judicator to fight for you. Duration: 30 minutes. Usage: 1/1. Flame Dragon Tower, Special Treasure. Category: Building Blueprint. Description: a blueprint detailing how to construct the Flame Dragon Tower. Required materials: flame crystals 0/10 gold 100 000/100 000 iron or 50 000/50 000 wood 30 000/30 000. Flame Dragon Power, Unstoppable. Flame Dragon Messenger's Gauntlets, Diamond Level, Physical Attack plus 550 Critical Rate plus 15% Critical Damage plus 15% Skill. Flame Dragon Power. Using this skill allows you to concentrate flames on your arm, unleashing a flame dragon that deals 370% physical damage to the enemy.
There's nothing a flame dragon can't handle. If there is, just unleash another one. After reading the descriptions of these 3 treasures, Lin Yi couldn't help but grin. All 3 treasures could definitely be considered excellent items. The essence of the Flame Judicator, similar to the essence of the Soul Black Dragon, could summon an 8th tier Flame Judicator to fight for him. The Flame Dragon Tower should be a defensive building like an Arrow Tower or Magic Tower. However, buildings that require construction blueprints are usually much stronger than basic buildings. As for the Flame Dragon Messenger's gauntlets, Lin Yi could only sum it up in one word: tough. This equipment was simply too tough. It had only 3 basic attributes: physical attack, critical rate, and critical damage. As for the only skill attached to this treasure, it was even simpler and more straightforward, lacking any frills, and was purely a damage type skill. Although this diamond grade treasure had decent attributes, unfortunately, there were no suitable strong men in Lin Yi's team to use it. Just then, the Skeleton Demon King looked at the essence of the Flame Judicator in Lin Yi's hand, and a hint of desire unconsciously flickered in his eyes. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and instinctively raised the essence of the Flame Judicator, asking, "Do you want to eat it?" The Skeleton Demon King nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi directly tossed the essence to the Skeleton Demon King. For Lin Yi, the essence didn't hold much value, and since the latter needed it, he decided to give it to him. After receiving the essence of the Flame Judicator, the soul fire in the Skeleton Demon King's eye sockets flickered for a moment, and then he directly tossed the essence into his mouth. Ding! The Skeleton Demon King successfully devoured the essence of the Flame Judicator, leveling up to 4 stars. Ding! The Skeleton Demon King successfully devoured the essence of the Flame Judicator, gaining a special ability, Flame Demon King Body. After leveling up to 4 stars, the Skeleton Demon King's health, attack power, and defense all received another boost. Now, the Skeleton Demon King's health had successfully surpassed the 10,000 mark. In addition, he gained a new skill, Flame Demon King Body. After use, scorching flames will ignite around the Skeleton Demon King, increasing attack power by 15%, health cap by 2,000, and any enemy that comes close will be burned for 150 health points per second. Not bad, more like a boss now. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. After counting the spoils, Lin Yi chose to continue pushing forward. Although he had successfully killed the Flame Judicator, the troop losses were also quite severe. However, this did not prevent Lin Yi from advancing to the 80th floor, where he could witness the 4th Demon General before exiting. After the 50th floor of the Tower of Heaven, even the small monsters had become powerful. Lin Yi had consumed quite a bit of troop strength to progress from the 71st floor to the 79th floor. After the Skeleton Demon King used his Black Flame Greatsword to behead the last enemy, a spatial rift opened up before Lin Yi. Lin Yi stepped into the passage, and the scene before him changed once again. What appeared in front of him was an endless, tranquil sea. Lin Yi and his army found themselves on a solitary island. Is this the sea? Lin Yi looked around and quickly made a judgment. Just then, a roar echoed from the depths of the ocean. Mortal, do you know, those who step into the Forsaken Land shall be dragged into the endless abyss. After this roar, a massive octopus tentacle, so large it could block out the sun, came crashing down towards the solitary island where Lin Yi stood. This tentacle was enormous, with suckers as large as grinding wheels. At the same time, the attributes of this boss appeared before Lin Yi. Fallen Deep Sea King Abaddon, 9th tier boss. Description: a terrifying creature born from the deep sea, one of the 5 demon generals under the Fear Emperor. A 9th tier boss? A hint of unusual color appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Without hesitation, he said, "Exit the Tower of Heaven." System prompt: are you sure you want to exit the Tower of Heaven? Exiting will consume 1 challenge opportunity and retain the current progress. Lin Yi quickly replied, "Confirm." As soon as he finished speaking, he and his army were forcibly teleported out of the Tower of Heaven as if they had instantaneously moved. Boom! The tentacle of the giant octopus Abaddon struck down, creating a massive pit on the solitary island. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's figure had long since vanished without a trace. After Lin Yi was teleported out of the Tower of Heaven, Wang Quanfu Gue and Blood Rose had already been waiting for him outside. Wang Quanfu Gue looked at Lin Yi and asked with a smile, "Boss, how many levels did you clear?" "The 80th level." Upon hearing Lin Yi's answer, both Wang Quanfu Gue and Blood Rose couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It should be noted that Wang Quanfu Gue hadn't even cleared the 50th level. Although Blood Rose had cleared it, she had no remaining troops to continue pushing forward. The number 80 was, for them, simply unattainable. Lin Yi chuckled, "It's a pity I didn't bring enough troops, otherwise, I could have tried to challenge the boss on the 80th level." Blood Rose asked, "The boss on the 80th level must be of a high rank, right?" Lin Yi nodded and replied, "You're right. Although the bosses on the 60th and 70th levels are both 8th tier bosses, starting from the 80th level, 9th tier bosses begin to appear." 9th tier bosses. A look of shock appeared in the eyes of Wang Quanfu Gue and Blood Rose. It should be known that, at this stage, 9th tier bosses are undoubtedly the highest ranked bosses. Lin Yi smiled. To clear 100 levels in one go is really quite difficult. We should head back to the city to replenish our troops first. Yeah, that's true, Wang Quanfu Gue nodded, then grinned. Boss, you must have found quite a few good things in the Tower of Heaven. This time, right? If you don't mind, could you show me? Lin Yi didn't respond but silently sent all the treasures to the team chat. In an instant, the attributes of dozens of treasures filled the entire chat box. What the hell? Wang Quanfu Gue was dumbfounded. He clearly hadn't expected that his casual remark would lead to such a spectacular scene. Then, Lin Yi directly picked out a platinum-level warhammer from the dozens of treasures and tossed it to Wang Quanfu Gue. You should be able to use this, right? It's a gift for you. Wang Quanfu Gue looked embarrassed. How can I just take the boss's things? How about I trade some resources for it? Lin Yi gave him a half-smile. Do you think I'm short on resources? Wang Quanfu Gue suddenly remembered that Lin Yi had just slaughtered the Divine Dragon Guild's 100 territories, and the resources he plundered could be described as countless. Thinking of this, Wang Quanfu Gue happily accepted the warhammer, then thank you, boss. This trip to the Tower of Heaven was fruitful for all three, but Lin Yi definitely reaped the most rewards. However, the Tower of Heaven was like a mine, even if it couldn't be fully excavated. In one go, they could always come back for more. Then, Wang Quanfu Gue spoke again. Boss, what are your plans next? Blood Rose, standing by, teased. What's wrong? Are you planning to stick to the great night god's tale? Wang Quanfu Gue cleared his throat and said seriously, Ahem, look at what you're saying. It's not unreasonable for the boss to eat meat while I have a bit of soup, right? Lin Yi didn't answer directly but instead asked, how did it go with the suggestion I gave you before? Wang Quanfu Gue was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted. Lin Yi had indeed suggested that he persuade his father to invest all their assets into the game Eternal Continent. Wang Quanfu Gue helplessly shook his head. I've tried to persuade him, but the effect wasn't great. My dad is optimistic about the prospects of Eternal Continent and is willing to increase his investment. However, it is clear that he is unwilling to invest all his wealth into this game, as the risk is simply too great for him. Lin Yi nodded. Indeed, merchants are profit-driven. A well-known saying in the business world is to never put all your eggs in one basket. It is simply unlikely to persuade them to engage in such high-risk ventures with uncertain returns, especially since Wang Chuanfu's father is currently the richest man in Huaxia. After saying this, Wang Chuanfu spoke again. But I have already sold off most of my personal assets. However, it will still take some time to convert them into resources in Eternal Continent. After all, this game is incredibly popular right now, and almost everyone wants a piece of the pie. The resources circulating in the market are simply in short supply. Boss, I'm not exaggerating when I say that if you sell off those few million resources you have now, you could easily make over 100 million. Wang Chuanfu's words were not an exaggeration. The current market ratio of gold coins to real currency has reached 1 to 10. This means that 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10 yuan. Just the gold coins Lin Yi possesses could easily be exchanged for tens of millions. However, unless Lin Yi had lost his mind, he would never do such a thing. Beside them, Blood Rose was also listening intently to their conversation. During this time, she had also chosen to sell off all her assets and invest them into Eternal Continent in hopes of achieving faster development. Firstly, she believed that this game had an extremely promising future, and she trusted her judgment. Secondly, it was because of Lin Yi's earlier words. She was genuinely curious as to why the man before her could be so certain about things that had yet to happen. In any case, do it as soon as possible. Your time is running out, Lin Yi said to Wang Chuanfu, his tone calm. Wang Chuanfu was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, what do you mean time is running out? Lin Yi looked up at the sky above and softly replied, a change is coming. After the three parted ways, Lin Yi returned to his territory. At this moment, there were only 5 days left until the official start of the Eternal Era. I can't believe a month has passed so quickly, Lin Yi sighed, taking a deep breath. In less than a month, he had become a 6th-tier lord. In his previous life, this speed was simply unimaginable. Before the Eternal Era began, he had to make ample preparations to ensure he could maintain his advantage after the era started. If I remember correctly, the first major event to kick off should be the Abyss Invasion. Lin Ye's eyes flickered as his memories became increasingly clear. After the major event of the Abyss Invasion officially began, countless spatial rifts connecting to the Abyss appeared across the Eternal Continent. This major event could be described as a massive reshuffling. Countless abyssal monsters surged out from the spatial rifts, launching attacks on the players' territories. Among them were even 7th tier, 8th tier, and even 9th tier abyssal monsters. Under the assault of these abyssal creatures, numerous player lords' territories were devastated. However, those player lords who withstood the test of the Abyss Invasion naturally received extremely generous rewards. But, if merely defending a territory from the invasion of abyssal monsters was too simple for Lin Yi, who had lived a second life, then it would be too easy. If he couldn't hold his ground, then it was likely that no one in the entire Huaxia region could. So, Lin Yi was truly considering whether he should take this opportunity to lead an army to counterattack the Abyss realm.
After clarifying his next goal, Lin Yi began to build up his territory.
Now, his lord level had risen to the 6th tier, naturally unlocking many new buildings.
Construct level 6 administrative hall. Construct flame dragon tower. Construct mage courtyard. Construct spider cave.
In addition to building new structures, Lin Yi also upgraded other buildings, bringing them all to maximum level. This process was, of course, completed at an accelerated pace. After all, Lin Yi now had an abundance of resources.
Using resources to enhance efficiency was absolutely worthwhile for him.
In less than half an hour, all the buildings were upgraded to the current maximum
tier in one go.
With the upgrade of the barracks, the troop capacity provided to Lin Yi each week also saw a significant increase.
Take the Spearman camp as an example. A level 1 Spearman camp could produce a maximum of 10 Holy Flame Riders per week. However, a level 6 Spearman camp could produce 120 Holy Flame Riders per week, a 12-fold increase.
If we factor in the bonus from the reinforcement camp, the final number of troops Lin Yi could recruit
would only be more.
This trip to the Tower of Heaven, while yielding many treasures for Lin Yi, also depleted a considerable amount of his troops. To prepare for the upcoming Abyss invasion, he needed to recruit soldiers on a large scale to replenish his forces. With the completion of the Mage Courtyard and Spider Cave barracks, Lin Yi could finally start recruiting 6th-tier troops.
Lin Yi first stepped into the Mage Courtyard.
If he remembered correctly, the Mage class was supposed to be the most explosive damage-dealing unit among the human race.
In fact, aside from the 9th-tier Archangel, almost no human unit could surpass the Mage in terms of damage. Recruit. Standing in the Mage Courtyard, Lin Yi chose to recruit without hesitation. The next second, dozens of mages clad in azure robes appeared before him. Then, the Supreme Divine Ring lit up.
The ordinary unit, Mage, under your command has
successfully upgraded to the mythic unit, Dragon Flame Mage.
After the upgrade, the azure robes of these mages transformed into a fiery red, resembling
flames.
At the same time, dozens of blazing magic runes appeared on their bodies as if boundless flames were contained within them.
Dragon Flame Mage, 6th tier, race, human tier, mythic magic attack, 300 to 550 defense, 50 health, 500 skills, Dragon God's Majesty. Dragon Flame Mages have undergone the baptism of
the Dragon God, allowing them to ignore 50% of the enemy's magic defense when attacking.
Explosive Dragon Flame. The Dragon Flame Mage summons a scorching
fireball resembling a dragon's breath to attack the enemy, dealing 330% area damage to all foes within range. Flame Dragon's Protection. 50% of the damage dealt by the Dragon Flame Mage to the enemy will be converted into their own shield, with a maximum shield value of 1,500 points.
It must be said that human mages are indeed the extreme representatives of fragile high damage. Although their magic attack can reach up to 500 points, their defense is only 50, and their health is nearly 500 points. With such a small frame, they could easily be killed with just a light touch. However, after evolving into Dragon Flame Mage, aside from the conventional damage skills, the Flame Dragon's protection skill was completely beyond Lin Yi's expectations. This skill was simply a divine technique for the Dragon Flame Mage, greatly compensating for the shortcomings of this fragile unit because of the skill Dragon Flame's protection. It can actually convert the damage dealt by the Dragon Flame Mage into its own shield value. Moreover, it can reach up to 1,500 points. This already amounts to 3 times the Dragon Flame Mage's own health. Just imagine, while the Dragon Flame Mage is outputting damage like crazy, it is simultaneously filling up Dragon Flame's protection. With 500 points of health and an additional 1,500 points of shield, it means that the once fragile Dragon Flame Mage instantly transforms into a terrifying meat shield capable of withstanding 2,000 points of damage. In this case, any enemy that rushes in front of the Dragon Flame Mage will probably fall into deep despair. Next up is the Spider Sorceress. After incorporating all the Dragon Flame Mages into his army, Lin Yi immediately headed towards the second territory. In the dark spider cave, pale white webs hung everywhere. This was the camp that produced the Spider Sorceress. Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose to recruit dozens of enchanting and beautiful sorceresses whose lower bodies were connected to that of a spider. Quickly appeared before Lin Yi, gracefully moving their long spider legs. If one were to only look at their faces, these spider sorceresses were no less stunning than the celebrities in the real world. Unfortunately, their swollen spider abdomens were quite unsettling. Lin Yi remembered that in his past life, there was a guy who, after recruiting a spider sorceress, couldn't resist her temptation and forced himself into a relationship with her. Although Lin Yi didn't know the specifics, he heard that after their encounter, that guy's member was swollen for a full 7 days, and even the slightest touch was excruciatingly painful. Please feel free to command us, Master. The sultry voice of the spider sorceress rang in Lin Yi's ears, making him feel a tingle of excitement. However, Lin Yi had no interest in these half-human, half-spider sorceresses. He simply smiled and said, "Come, let me level you up." First, just as Lin Yi finished speaking, the effect of the Supreme Divine Ring activated. The ordinary unit under your command, Spider Sorceress, has successfully upgraded to the mythic unit, Spider Queen. In an instant, all the spider sorceresses began to change. Their spider legs became longer and sharper, almost like blades, radiating a ghostly purple glow. Black patterns rapidly spread from their abdomens, and the once normal-sized spider abdomens began to swell at a visible rate. Lin Yi could even see countless round white spider eggs inside their swollen abdomens. Thank you, Master. After completing their evolution, the group of spider queens before Lin Yi bowed excitedly to express their gratitude. They could certainly feel that a mysterious power had transformed their bodies, and the source of this power was the mysterious ring on Lin Yi's finger. Although the gratitude of these spider queens was sincere, for Lin Yi, the attributes of the units were the most important. He raised his hand and directly opened the attributes of the Spider Queen. Spider Queen, 6th tier, race, undead tier, mythic magic attack, 200 to 350 defense, 120 health, 970 skills, summon dark spider. The Spider Queen will lay 10 spider eggs at the original location, which will hatch within 10 seconds, producing dark spiders with combat power equivalent to 5th tier monsters. Web spray. The Spider Queen sprays a sticky white web at enemies, dealing 120% magic damage while trapping the enemy in a state of confinement for 3 seconds. Spider venom. The Spider Queen's attacks will inflict spider venom on the enemy, reducing their defense and magic defense by 30% and dealing 240 points of poison damage per second. Compared to the Dragon Flame Mage, the attributes of the Spider Queen unit did not bring Lin Yi much surprise. As a 6th tier unit, the Spider Sorceress inherently possessed 3 skills: egg laying, web spinning, and toxin. After evolving into the Spider Queen, these original 3 skills were merely enhanced. For example, with the skill, Summon Demon Spider, the pre-evolution Spider Sorceress could summon a maximum of 3 5th-tier demon spiders at once. However, the evolved Spider Queen could summon 10 5th-tier demon spiders at once. If Lin Yi had 1,000 Spider Queens, it would be equivalent to having an army of over 10,000 demon spiders in battle. Next, I just need to recruit troops and patiently wait for the arrival of the Eternal Era. With the acquisition of a 6th-tier mythic unit, Lin Yi was finally prepared to welcome the arrival of the Eternal Era. Time passed day by day. 5 days had quickly gone by. The warm morning light streamed in through the window, creating an incredibly cozy atmosphere. Then, the Elf Queen, dressed in a light green gown and holding a tray, pushed the door open and entered. She approached Lin Yi, knelt on one knee, and smiled gently. "Master, it's time to eat." Lin Yi took the tray, which was filled with whole grain bread, berries, and jerky, looking vibrant and appetizing. "Thank you." Lin Yi glanced at the kneeling Elf Queen and asked, "Would you like to eat together?" The Elf Queen shook her head and replied with a smile, "Master, I've already eaten." "All right then." Lin Yi nodded, no longer being polite, and began to eat the food on the tray. The whole grain bread, though a bit coarse, had a unique aroma typical of whole grains. The jerky tasted somewhat like cured meat, and when paired with the whole grain bread, it was truly flavorful. As for the red berries, if Lin Yi guessed correctly, they were freshly picked by the Elf Queen from the forest, still glistening with morning dew, and they were sweet and tangy. The Elf Queen sat beside Lin Yi like a little wife, quietly waiting for him to finish everything. After Lin Yi finished the last piece of jerky, the Elf Queen cautiously asked, "Master, did you enjoy today's breakfast?" "Not bad." Lin Yi nodded contentedly and smiled, saying, "You don't have to be so formal in front of me, just treat me as a friend." The Elf Queen's delicate face flushed slightly, and she softly replied, "Okay, I understand." "Master." Looking at the adorable appearance of the Elf Queen before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but reach out and pinch her soft cheek. In an instant, the Elf Queen's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. She seemed a bit unaccustomed to it but didn't dare to refuse, gazing at Lin Yi with a look of grievance in her eyes, innocent like a little kitten. However, Lin Yi clearly had no intention of letting go and gently pinched a few more times. "Master, don't." The Elf Queen finally couldn't help but speak, her tone almost like a girlfriend's playful whine. Her plea nearly made Lin Yi's heart melt. He withdrew his hand and smiled, saying, "You made me breakfast today, so I'll have to treat you to something delicious another day." The Elf Queen's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "What delicious food?" Growing up in the forest as the Elf Queen, she was naturally full of curiosity about human delicacies. Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Milk sticks." The Elf Queen looked confused. "What are milk sticks?" Lin Yi smacked his lips and said, "It's hard to explain clearly right now, but you'll understand once you experience it yourself." The Elf Queen nodded seriously, "Okay." Looking at the pure and sacred face of the Elf Queen before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but imagine the scene of her hesitantly swallowing for him. Cough. Cough. "No, that's too wicked." Lin Yi quickly interrupted his own thoughts and stood up from the edge of the bed. He had originally wanted to tease the Elf Queen a bit longer, but today was the grand day when the Eternal Era officially began, and Lin Yi wanted to witness this momentous occasion with his own eyes. After getting up, Lin Yi walked straight towards the Lord's Hall, and with the company of 3 heroes, he soon ascended the watchtower within the territory. If he remembered correctly, at noon today, the Eternal Era would officially commence. That meant in just 4 hours, Lin Yi would be able to witness this grand event. Time passed second by second, like sand slipping through his fingers.
Everything around the territory seemed so quiet and peaceful, no one
could imagine that in just a few hours a world-changing event would occur. 11:57, 11:58, 11:59. Watching the time tick away, Lin Yi couldn't help but hold his breath. 12 o'clock. On the clocks in reality in the game, the hour and minute hands finally overlapped. The time had reached noon. In the next second, a transformation occurred. Rumble, 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 accompanied by a series of booming sounds. One new territory after another rose from the ground around Lin Yi's territory. These lords were all humans from Earth. After the Eternal Era began, everyone was forcibly teleported into the Eternal Continent. It's finally starting. Looking at the scene before him, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. How many people are there? On Earth? 6 billion? 8 billion? 10 billion? It could even be more.
And at this moment, all humans on Earth were forcibly teleported into the Eternal Continent, becoming lords.
However, infants who had not yet formed self-awareness would not become lords. Instead, they would appear in their father's or mother's territory and could only have their own territory once they turned 12. Lin Yi looked around and found that in just a few seconds, dozens of new territories had appeared around his own. This meant that competition for resources would become even more intense. However, this was only temporary. Although all humans were forcibly teleported into the game, it wouldn't be long before a large number of people who couldn't adapt to the environment would be eliminated. After all, once the Eternal Era began, the Eternal Continent was no longer just a game, but a real world. Here, if your territory is breached, it means death. Lin Yi remembered that. After the Eternal Era began, nearly 1 billion players were eliminated in just a week. Although Lin Yi wasn't sure if that number was accurate, it nonetheless indicated just how brutal the Eternal Continent was. In this land, there were no laws. Everyone had to abide by the jungle law of survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest, the strong survive. And those like Lin Yi who had entered the game early were referred to as pioneers. The pioneers had entered the game a month ahead of all other humans, and the advantages they gained were self-evident. However, despite this, many still rose against the odds, surpassing others, and stepping on the entire era. The truly glorious era has arrived, Lin Yi murmured to himself as he gazed at the scene before him. Meanwhile, within the built-in forum of the Eternal Continent, countless posts flooded the screen like snowflakes. My god, what's going on? Wasn't I just at home, watching a movie? How did I suddenly get teleported here? Me too. I was out shopping, and in a flash of white light, I was teleported here. Isn't this the popular Eternal Continent? I didn't buy a game helmet. How could I end up in the game world? Everyone, stop shouting. It's not just you who got teleported into the game world. We can't exit the game either. We're trapped in here. This is ridiculous, absurd. Did everyone get teleported into the game world? Is this the work of the gods? After a heated discussion, most people snapped out of their initial confusion and realized they were now in a game world. Many others simply couldn't accept this fact and tried every means to exit the game. Unfortunately, they were destined to fail. Because, in Lin Yi's past life, no one had successfully exited the game world until the invasion of the outer demons. Some extremists even believed that if they died, they could smoothly exit the game world, so they sought ways to end their lives. To such thoughts, Lin Yi could only say that these people were truly naive. Eternal World was far more than just a game. Even if it were a game, it was a game set up by the gods. Mortals like them could not defy the will of the gods. Lin Yi browsed through the posts on the forum, and even through the words, he could feel the panic hidden in people's hearts. The essence of fear is actually the unfamiliarity with the unknown. Since the dawn of history, humanity had never experienced anything like this, which is why they felt fear. As a reborn individual, Lin Yi quickly adjusted his state. He had long known that such a day would come. Moreover, he was already prepared. Not long after, messages from Wang Quanfu Gui and Blood Rose came in. Succession. Wang Quanfu Gui's tone was extremely excited. Damn, boss, how did the whole world change while I was asleep? What's going on? Did everyone get teleported into the game world? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi quickly replied, did you sleep until noon? Wang Quanfu Gui? Such a huge event happened, and you're actually concerned about what time I woke up today? Is that what you should be focusing on right now? As for Blood Rose's inquiry, it was sharp and to the point. How did you know? Lin Yi smiled and replied, what do you mean how did I know? You don't have to pretend you don't know. It was you who reminded me and Wang Quanfu Gui to invest all our money from the real world into this game. I have to say, Blood Rose's insight was quite sharp. After a brief pause, she continued, if I'm not mistaken, you must have known that everyone on Earth would be teleported into the game world, right? Lin Yi nodded, yes, you guessed right. Blood Rose clearly didn't expect Lin Yi to admit it so readily. So, she quickly pressed on, then how did you know the secret? You must know how to leave the game world, right? Sorry, I really don't know that. Lin Yi shook his head, showing a helpless expression. However, I can tell you that the Eternal Era has begun. This is no longer just a game, but a whole new world.
The Blood Rose was somewhat unwilling, but you clearly know many things about this game. Although she had accumulated great advantages in the Eternal Continent for Blood Rose, who had always lived on Earth, it was still hard to accept that she was trapped in the game world. Therefore, Lin Yi was like a lifeline to her. She desperately wanted to learn from him how to return to Earth. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Because I am a reborn." After Lin Yi's words, a look of shock involuntarily appeared in Blood Rose's eyes. That short sentence from him was even more shocking than everything that had happened today. "You are a reborn?" After a moment of silence, Blood Rose finally managed to speak. Lin Yi calmly replied, "What? Doesn't it seem like it?" Blood Rose recalled Lin Yi's previous actions and suddenly realized that his behavior indeed matched that of a reborn. Not only was he perceptive, but he also seemed to know everything. It was as if he had played this game before. Then, Blood Rose took a deep breath. "I really didn't expect you to be a reborn." On the other side, Wang Quanfu Gui's reaction was much more excited. "Damn, boss, I knew you were a reborn. Ha ha ha, I could guess. This, I'm just too smart." Lin Yi. Indeed, he shouldn't have talked to this guy. Then, Lin Yi directly pulled Wang Quanfu Gui and Blood Rose into the team. "What I'm about to say is extremely important, you must listen carefully." Hearing Lin Yi's serious tone, Wang Quanfu Gui and Blood Rose couldn't help but straighten up. Then, Lin Yi said, "After the arrival of the Eternal Era, a series of major events will unfold. And the nearest major event is the Abyss Invasion in 7 days. Abyss Invasion? Wang Quanfu Gui scratched his head. Sounds pretty cool. In fact, the number of lords who fell during the Abyss Invasion is in the hundreds of millions, Lin Yi said coldly. And don't think that just because you entered the Eternal Continent a month earlier than them, you can rest easy. You also face the risk of falling during the Abyss Invasion. Wang Quanfu Gui was momentarily stunned and instinctively said, "No way, I'm already a 5th-tier lord. If I can't survive, how can the other lords?" Lin Yi calmly explained, "Because the difficulty of the Abyss Invasion is not fixed. The higher your lord tier, the stronger the Abyss creatures invading your territory will be." For a moment, Wang Quanfu Gui turned pale. "Damn, there's such a thing?" Lin Yi said lightly, "However, you are already ahead at the starting line because I have already revealed this information to you. So, from now on, you can start preparing." "Thank you." Blood Rose knew how important this information was and sincerely thanked Lin Yi. Compared to usual, Blood Rose seemed much quieter. Lin Yi guessed that she had not fully accepted the fact of the Eternal Era's arrival. However, Lin Yi believed that with Blood Rose's mental fortitude, she would be able to get through it. After all, in her previous life, she had fought her way through and became the only female lord among the top 10 lords in the Huaxia region. As for Wang Quanfu Gui, this guy was still as carefree as ever. He even cheerfully told Lin Yi that from now on, his father would start to cling to him. Even the richest man in Huaxia had to start from scratch upon entering the Eternal Continent. Fortunately, his son had already made a name for himself within the Eternal Continent. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief at the identity switch between Wang Quan and his father. After informing Wang Quan and Blood Rose about the Abyss Invasion, Lin Yi turned his attention back to his territory. Now that the Eternal Era had arrived and the number of players was growing exponentially, even though he was ahead at the starting line, there was still a chance that those favored by the heavens could turn the tables. Lin Yi remembered clearly that in the North American region there was a player named Adam who, on the first day of entering the Eternal Continent, obtained a star-level treasure. Moreover, this star-level treasure was something he casually picked up in a secret realm, and his good fortune was far from over. On the second day of entering the Eternal Continent, a 9th-tier spectral dragon fell from the sky and crashed directly into Adam's territory. Just as Adam closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death, he suddenly discovered that the spectral dragon before him had already breathed its last. What does it mean to be a child of destiny? This is the true child of destiny. Not only did he find a divine artifact just by stepping outside, but even a dying boss came knocking at his door. Lin Yi prided himself on not having such good luck as this player, so he could only seize every opportunity to grow stronger. The Abyss Invasion. I must seize this opportunity. Lin Yi stood atop the watchtower, gazing into the distance, and couldn't help but clench his fists. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. A new week had arrived. Compared to the confusion and chaos of 7 days ago, most people had now accepted this reality and had begun to develop their territories. In fact, many were even advocating on the forums for everyone to unite and rebuild human civilization on this continent to recreate the glory of technological civilization. For such people, Lin Yi can only sum it up in 2 words: idiots. In a world filled with swords and magic, trying to develop technology is nothing short of seeking death, right? Moreover, even if you had ample time, what could you possibly develop? Electric lights? Sorry, the light emitted by magic stones can make the night as bright as day. Telephones? Sorry, have you heard of communication crystals? Aren't they more convenient than phones? As for handguns, tanks, helicopters, Let's not even talk about how much time it would take to develop these. Even if these technologies were truly developed, they would still be insignificant in the face of those truly terrifying bosses.
A 9th-tier behemoth could crush a tiger tank into a pancake with a single punch.
However, Lin Yi paid no mind to the words of these fools, because he knew in his heart that once the Abyss invasion began, everyone would recognize the cruelty of this world.
And these idiots would absolutely not survive this catastrophe.
Just as Lin Yi's thoughts were racing, the system's notification sound interrupted his reverie.
System notification: Lords, please be advised that abnormal fluctuations have appeared in the Abyss realm, and multiple spatial rifts have emerged in the Eternal Continent. All lords must remain within their territories to protect them from the invasion of abyssal creatures. As this system notification sounded, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. The first catastrophe had finally arrived. After the system announcement, nearly all players fell into a state of confusion. They had just recovered from the shock of being forcibly teleported to the Eternal Continent. But what was this sudden uprising in the Abyss realm? In an instant, posts about the uprising in the Abyss realm flooded the entire forum. Does anyone know what this Abyss invasion is about? Are the Abyss creatures going to invade our territory? Damn, it seems like a spatial rift just refreshed near my territory. I'm done for. Am I going to be finished? Bro, you're still lucky. There are 7 or 8 spatial rifts near my territory. I feel like I can just wait to die. The situation upstairs is really tragic. I'll observe a moment of silence for you. But it seems like no Abyss creatures have come out of these spatial rifts. The system announcement can't be a lie, right? Should I go in and take a look? Warrior, I support you. Support +1. Support +2. Looking at these people's replies, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. If they were just joking, that would be fine. But if they really did that, it would be a matter of life and death. These spatial rifts are all one-way passages. This means they only allow Abyss creatures from the Abyss realm to come out, and no external beings are allowed in. Once someone forcibly steps inside, they would be directly shredded into pieces by the surging spatial turbulence. You should know that even a 9th-tier behemoth cannot withstand the shredding of spatial turbulence. Fortunately, if a lord really wants to step into a spatial rift, the system usually gives a danger warning. Of course, if you insist on going your own way, then don't say the system can't save you. Even the gods can help you. Just then, a post quickly caught Lin Yi's attention.
Livestream post: there are really Abyss creatures. My territory is actually being attacked by Abyss creatures.
So the Abyss creatures have already launched an attack on players' territory so quickly? Lin Yi thought for a moment and immediately clicked in.
In his previous life, he had also experienced an Abyss invasion, but at that time, he was only a 3rd-tier lord. Therefore, the Abyss creatures attacking his territory were naturally quite weak. However, because of this, Lin Yi in his previous life hardly gained any benefits from this major event. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that the poster of this livestream was actually a 5th-tier lord. You should know that not to mention these newly forced into the game novice lords, even among the pioneers who entered the game when it first launched, 5th-tier lords are quite rare. It was precisely because of the high rank of this poster's lord that his post quickly became a hot topic. Damn, caught a 5th-tier god alive. This lord's rank. I'm envious in real name. No doubt, this person is clearly a pioneer. Worship the god. Does the god need a little brother? However, the lord didn't pay much attention to the flattery of the crowd and directly began to document the entire process of his territory being invaded by Abyss creatures through pictures. The first wave of Abyss creatures has begun to invade, but their ranks don't seem very high. They are mostly 3rd-tier greater demons and 4th-tier cursed demons. Very good. These Abyss creatures are clearly no match for me. I easily repelled them. However, there are more Abyss creatures continuously emerging from the surrounding spatial rifts, and I don't know if I can hold on. The second wave of Abyss creatures is here. This time they brought 5th-tier flame demons. I don't have any units that can counter them in attributes, and it's starting to get a bit difficult to deal with. Lin Yi quickly flipped back a few pages. In less than 20 minutes, the Abyss demons pouring out from the spatial rifts had already launched a total of 5 attacks against him, and in the last attack, an 8th-tier Abyss boss, the Corpse Demon King, led thousands of Abyss troops to launch an assault on that lord's territory. After this attack began, the lord never updated this post again, and even his name faded away in an instant. Everyone was in an uproar. Damn, is the great god okay? Why did they suddenly stop updating? The great god is dead. Burn some paper for them. It can't really be over, right? These abyssal monsters are too terrifying. Does anyone know what happens if the territory is breached? Will we really die? Why don't you go try it and find out? Doghead. Although many were still joking, the feeling of panic was involuntarily spreading in everyone's hearts. Even a 5th-tier lord couldn't withstand the attack of these abyssal monsters? This was too terrifying. Moreover, although this was a game world, once dead, there would be no chance of resurrection. It seems these abyssal monsters are even scarier than I imagined. Lin Yi took a deep breath and silently closed the forum. He looked around. Surrounding his territory, there were already 36 spatial rifts, and this number was still increasing. If other lords saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. The stronger the lord, the stronger the abyssal monsters invading their territory. And Linya's strength was clearly among the best of all the lords. Finally, the first abyssal monster screeched as it poked its head out from the spatial rift. This meant the abyss had finally prepared to launch an attack on Linya's territory. Is it finally starting? Linya looked around and couldn't help but murmur to himself. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only excitement. If he had to fear even this little difficulty, then there would be no need for him to live again. Since heaven had given him another chance, he was destined to climb to the peak of the eternal world. Even in the storm, he would still be the standing eagle. Awoke! At that moment, thousands of abyssal hellhounds gathered outside Linya's territory, and after raising their heads and howling, they charged madly towards his territory. These abyssal hellhounds were all Tier 3 abyssal troops. The first wave of abyssal monsters consisted of thousands of abyssal hellhounds, making the difficulty of this abyssal invasion for Lin Yi simply hellish. Divine punishment archers, dragon flame mages, all ranged troops, get on the walls. Upon seeing the abyssal monsters approaching his territory, Lin Yi unhesitatingly ordered all ranged troops to take their positions on the walls. The greatest advantage of fighting within the territory was having the walls as a geographical benefit. If these abyssal monsters wanted to harm the ranged troops, they would have to break through the walls. For Lin Yi, although the number of these abyssal hellhounds was large, they were merely Tier 3 troops. With the dual enhancement of the divine level Eagle Eye skill and the Aver talent, the range of the divine punishment archers was extremely far. From 3,000 yards away, they launched an attack on the abyssal hellhounds. Almost every arrow could directly pierce through the head of an abyssal hellhound. Given the attributes of the divine punishment archers, even with the trait of Demon Slayer, they shouldn't be able to kill the abyssal hellhounds in one shot. However, Aver's hero level was extremely high, and he was equipped with top-tier treasures. The attributes of a hero can enhance the attributes of the troops under their command. It was under Aver's enhancement that the divine punishment archers gained the combat power to kill abyssal hellhounds with a single arrow. The abyssal hellhounds in front, under the firepower of the divine punishment archers, continued to charge fearlessly towards Linya's territory. However, as this group of abyssal hellhounds got closer to Linya's territory, they naturally entered the range of the arrow towers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of arrows shot out. Among the abyssal hellhound pack, countless black blood flowers splattered again. The damage from the 6th tier arrow tower was no joke. Moreover, in terms of firing speed alone, the attack speed of the 6th tier arrow tower is at least 5 times that of the punishment archer. If Lin Yi had to describe it, it would be like a large-scale Juve crossbow. 3 minutes later, the last abyssal hellhound fell under the arrows of the punishment archer, collapsing right before Linya's eyes. These little bastards, really look good but are useless. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at the scene of corpses strewn across the ground. These abyssal hellhounds hadn't even touched the edge of the city wall before being shot down completely. For Lin Yi now, mere 3rd-tier troops were no different from cannon fodder. Moreover, during these days, Lin Yi had amassed quite a bit of military strength. The number of punishment archers alone had reached 1,200. Being able to defend against this first wave of attacks so easily was also due to Lin Yi's thorough preparations. Rodhart, take the death skeletons and go clean up the battlefield. With the second wave of abyssal creatures yet to launch their attack, Lin Yi hurriedly instructed Rodhart to go and clear the battlefield. With such a large number of abyssal hellhounds, it was estimated that he could summon quite a few death skeletons through the soul summoning technique. Just as Rodhart was cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that with the arrival of a new week, he could activate the power of the Supreme Divine Ring again. Lin Yi rubbed the Supreme Divine Ring and softly murmured in his heart, enhanced talent, low tier, defense technique. If he had to choose between defense technique and navigation technique, then enhancing defense technique was undoubtedly the best choice. This time, the Supreme Divine Ring glowed with a yellowish light. The light of talent enhancement seemed to be related to the characteristics of the talent. Lin Yi remembered that the last time he enhanced the attack technique, the light that appeared was a bright red. Ding, esteemed lord, your low tier, defense technique has now been upgraded to mythical level, defense technique. Talent, defense technique tier, mythical level talent effect, physical defense plus 25%, magic defense plus 25%, skill damage reduction plus 15%. Talent skill, undying shield skill effect, when activated, within 10 minutes, all troops under the lord's command will retain 1 point of health when facing fatal attacks. Cooldown, 24 hours. After upgrading defense technique to mythical level, even the usually calm Lin Yi couldn't help but show a hint of shock in his eyes. Because after this talent was enhanced, an additional talent skill called Undying Shield appeared. Lin Yi quickly skimmed through it and soon discovered that this talent skill was simply a perfect match for the death skeletons. It should be noted that although the death skeletons are numerous, they have low health and are fragile, making it easy for them to die in large numbers. However, after activating Undying Shield, no matter how much damage the death skeletons take, they will forcibly retain the last 1 point of health. Although that last bit of health is as precarious as a candle flickering in the wind for cannon fodder troops like the death skeletons, even if they can
take one more hit, that is an absolute profit.
After Lin Yi upgraded his talent, Rodhart also successfully finished cleaning the battlefield.
What did you find?
Lin Yi asked Rodhart directly.
Report, my lord, I found a total of 8 bronze-level treasures, 3 silver-level treasures, and over 100 abyssal magic stones on the battlefield. In addition, I also summoned 617 death skeletons through the soul summoning technique, and they have now been incorporated into my team. Rodhart knelt on one knee, reporting his spoils to Lin Yi with utmost respect. Even low-tier abyssal creatures have the potential to drop treasures. Moreover, during this major event of the abyssal invasion, the chances of abyssal creatures dropping treasures have been greatly increased. Well done. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and then extended his hand. Let me see the abyssal magic stones. Yes. After Lin Yi gave the order, Rodhart immediately stood up and handed over all the abyssal magic stones collected from the battlefield to Lin Yi. Abyssal magic stone, special item, description, a black magic stone that emits the aura of the abyss, seemingly purchased by kingdom merchants. After the invasion of the abyss ends, you can seek out kingdom merchants to exchange for desired treasures. As expected, just like in my previous life. Looking at the abyssal magic stones in his hand, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. After the invasion of the abyss ends, these abyssal magic stones can be exchanged for countless invaluable items in the hands of kingdom merchants. 20 abyssal magic stones can be exchanged for a bronze-level treasure. 60 abyssal magic stones can be exchanged for a silver-level treasure. 150 abyssal magic stones can be exchanged for a gold-level treasure. Even a diamond-level treasure only requires 1,000 abyssal magic stones for exchange. More importantly, these abyssal magic stones are also the key to Lin Yi's counterattack against the abyss. After Lin Yi finished counting the spoils, the second wave of the abyssal army quickly followed. Compared to the first wave of abyssal hellhounds, the second attack of the abyssal army was much more imposing. 3,000 greater demons, 2,000 heads. 4,000 cursed demons, 1,500. 500 flame demons, 500. 300 chain demons, 300 heads. It was clear that the previous first round of attack was merely a probe. The second wave of the abyssal army attacking Lin Yi's territory had increased in number by more than 3 times. The greater demons at the forefront were nothing but cannon fodder. Their only role was to shield the rear troops from the oncoming rain of arrows. However, with such a massive number of greater demons, exterminating them was no easy task. Soon, the greater demons covered the rear abyssal army, successfully approaching Lin Yi's territory. The cursed demons and flame demons took action in succession. The cursed demons quickly chanted spells, and a series of black mist curses, exuding a sinister aura, immediately enveloped the troops on the city walls. Meanwhile, the flame demons raised their hands, using the fire elements in the air to condense into hellfire balls, launching them towards the direction of the divine punishment archers, like catapults. However, at that moment, rows of death skeletons directly blocked the path of the divine punishment archers, forming a skeletal wall that shielded them from the hellfire balls. For Lin Yi, these death skeletons were originally cannon fodder troops. Even if many fell, as long as Rodhart was still there, he could easily replenish their numbers after a few battles. Moreover, at the same time, Lin Yi activated the mythic-level defensive skill Undying Shield. Under the effect of the Undying Shield, even if the death skeletons were hit directly by hellfire balls, they would still be forced to retain 1 point of health. Only if hit by 2 hellfire balls in succession could the death skeletons be completely destroyed. This way, the effectiveness of the death skeletons as cannon fodder was effectively doubled. Subsequently, the holy light priests on the city walls also clasped their hands together and began chanting spells. In the next second, an incredibly holy light suddenly illuminated the bodies of all troops. The cursed black mist in the sky was forcibly dispelled by this dazzling light. The attributes of all troops were restored to normal. This was the characteristic skill of the holy light priests, Sacred Heart. All troops fighting alongside the holy light priests would be baptized by the holy light, receiving purification of the mind and being immune to any negative status effects. The little tricks of the cursed demons were simply not enough in front of Lin Yi, and next his counterattack was about to begin. Holy Light Priest used the Light of Judgment. Rotting Lich King summoned the Cloud of Death. Dragon Flame Mage unleash explosive Dragon Flame. Aver, activate the Flame Dragon Tower. Sophia, bring out my Italian cannon. Oh no, the Magic Crystal Heavy Cannon. Facing the oncoming abyssal army, Lin Yi methodically carried out his deployment. The skills of the Holy Light Priest, Rotting Lich King, and Dragon Flame Mage could all inflict massive damage on the abyssal army before him. Then, Aver followed Lin Yi's instructions and successfully activated the Flame Dragon Tower. The blueprints for constructing the Flame Dragon Tower were naturally obtained by Lin Yi from the boss, the Blazing Judge, in the Tower of Heaven.
Although the flame crystals required to build the flame dragon tower were expensive for Lin Yi, as long as they were available in the market, they were
hardly a concern.
within his territory. Lin Yi built a total of 10 flame dragon towers in one go, directly reaching the construction limit of a 6th tier
territory. Once the flame dragon towers were activated, the entire tall structure glowed with a crimson light. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, all 10 flame dragon towers opened fire simultaneously.
10 enormous fire dragons charged towards the abyssal army ahead, creating an overwhelming spectacle.
As a hidden structure, the flame dragon tower was extremely lethal.
Any abyssal demon swept away by the fire dragons, even a 6th tier chain demon, would
instantly turn to ashes in the searing flames. Lin Yi had previously tested that the damage from the flame dragon tower could severely injure even 7th tier units if hit directly.
The abyssal army before him seemed vast in number, but in reality, they could hardly withstand such fierce firepower. Aside from the fire demons with ranged attack capabilities causing some damage to Lin Yi's troops, the other abyssal demons could only passively endure
the assault. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Yi had an overwhelming advantage in this battle. If other players were to witness this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. With such a number of abyssal army, they could easily trample their territory several times over. Yet before Lin Yi, they seemed like mere children who had not yet grown up. With a single slap, he could knock them down so they couldn't even stand up. Rodhart, stop dawdling, hurry up and collect the corpses, Lin Yi said lazily, yawning and speaking nonchalantly. Such a level of battle truly failed to ignite his inner desire for combat. However, it was comforting to know that this time, the abyssal magic stones dropped would likely be more than before. After all, abyssal magic stones were special items that could not be traded and could only be obtained from abyssal creatures. The more abyssal creatures killed, the more abyssal magic stones would naturally be acquired. Besides that, there was no way to cheat the system. After Lin Yi successfully repelled the second wave of the abyssal army, the abyssal creatures pouring out from the spatial rift seemed to have settled down considerably. Even after nearly 10 minutes, he had not encountered the next wave of attack. These abyssal creatures can't possibly be giving up, can they? Lin Yi climbed up the watchtower, frowning as he looked around in confusion. The spatial rifts surrounding his territory were still continuously producing abyssal creatures. However, those abyssal creatures, after leaving the spatial rifts, did not rush to attack Lin Yi's territory but instead waited silently in place, as if waiting for the right moment. Observing the scene before him, Lin Yi quickly realized, these abyssal creatures are preparing to gather strength to launch a deadly strike against me? After Lin Yi had almost effortlessly neutralized 2 waves of attacks, these abyssal creatures seemed to have learned their lesson. They no longer rushed to attack Lin Yi's territory but instead continuously gathered strength, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on him. Although these abyssal creatures were not afraid of death in the slightest, they also did not intend to die in vain. Their ultimate goal was to completely flatten Lin Yi's territory. Lin Yi stood atop the watchtower, gazing into the distance. The abyssal creatures pouring out from the spatial rift gathered together, resembling a tide of ants from afar. The scene was extraordinarily spectacular. Moreover, as time passed, the abyssal creatures emerging from the rift exuded an increasingly powerful aura. A cold glint flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Although he had discerned their intentions, he chose not to stop these abyssal creatures. Because, in doing so, once he dealt with these gathered creatures, Lin Yi could achieve a complete and lasting resolution. Rumble! At that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently. Even the sky above was filled with countless dark clouds. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly as he instinctively looked towards the spatial rift before him. If nothing unexpected happened, the one appearing this time should be the final boss. He saw a pair of bone-white hands stretching out from the spatial rift. Then, these bony hands gripped the rift and suddenly exerted force, forcibly widening it. The abyss will devour everything. A chilling voice emerged from the spatial rift. Accompanying this voice, an enormous white skull slowly emerged, with dark eye sockets burning with ghostly green flames of soul fire. Soon, this colossal white bone giant completely broke free from the confines of the spatial rift. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that this white bone giant only had half a body. It had no legs and relied entirely on its bony hands to support its half-body, dragging itself forward slowly. The introduction of the skeletal demon king, 8th order Abyss boss, one of the 72 demon kings of the Abyss realm, possessing 9th order strength at its peak, but 300 years ago, it was severed in half by a human hero, causing its realm to plummet. Goodness, no wonder its appearance is so unique. It turns out it was cut by someone. After reading the introduction of the skeletal demon king, Lin Yi almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, regardless of that, this skeletal demon king, as one of the 72 demon kings of the Abyss realm, still possessed considerable strength. If Lin Yi remembered correctly, the 5th order lord who previously posted a livestream on the forum was the one whose territory was flattened by the skeletal demon king leading its army. Insignificant human, today is your day of death. After the skeletal demon king descended, all the abyssal creatures seemed to have found their leader, letting
out-piercing wails. The abyssal creatures before him were densely packed like a tide of ants, and their numbers might even exceed 100,000. An 8th order boss was not particularly terrifying. Lin Yi had dealt with 3 8th order bosses in the Sky Tower. However, if the 8th order Skeletal Demon King teamed up with these 100,000 abyssal creatures, the threat to Lin Yi could be said to multiply several times. Since entering the game, Lin Yi had never seen such a massive formation. Even someone as composed as Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit of trepidation at this moment. With such a vast number of abyssal creatures, could he really handle it? Just then, the Skeletal Demon King finally moved. Its bony hands crawled across the ground like spider legs, dragging its massive skeletal body along as it began to move. At the same time, dark mist erupted from its skeletal body. Under the shroud of black mist, all the abyssal creatures seemed to be invigorated, their attributes receiving a comprehensive boost, and even their movement speed had increased significantly. Leading the charge were the 3rd-tier great demons. These demons had large heads and round bellies, with horns atop their heads and faces that looked extremely ferocious. Although these 3rd-tier great demons were merely cannon fodder, Lin Yi still dared not be the slightest bit careless. The sheer number of these 3rd-tier great demons was simply overwhelming. From a distance, they looked like a swarm of locusts passing through. Lin Yi took a quick glance and, based on his experience, estimated that the number of these great demons was definitely over 30,000. Even if his defensive structures and ranged units could completely wipe out these great demons, Lin Yi would still not let his guard down. Because even if he managed to kill all these great demons, the higher-tier abyssal creatures that followed would pose an even greater threat, potentially breaching the city gates and invading his territory. No matter what, Lin Yi absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. Rod Heart, gather all the death knights and prepare for battle. Long before the Eternal Era arrived, Lin Yi had been clearing neutral units around his territory with Rod Heart. His goal was not the pitiful Lord experience or hero experience, but to summon more Death Knights through necromancy. Now, the number of Death Knights under Lin Yi's command had already approached 30,000. Moreover, with the enhancement of the Undead Shield, the effectiveness of these Death Knights was far greater than before. In an instant, tens of thousands of Death Knights clashed with just as many great demons, as if 2 surging black oceans were colliding with each other. Meanwhile, as the great demons entered the range of the Flame Dragon Tower, dozens of flaming dragons roared into the abyssal army before them, causing significant casualties. It must be said that the effect of the Sea of Skeletons was quite powerful. After the appearance of the Death Knight army, the advance of the abyssal army was suddenly halted, and their speed of progression became extremely slow. However, at that moment, the Corpse King could no longer hold back. It extended its massive bony hand, grabbed a large group of abyssal creatures, and hurled them towards the densest cluster of Death Knights. Upon landing, those abyssal creatures exploded, causing immense casualties among the Death Knights and splitting into countless small spiders. The creatures thrown by the Corpse King were none other than the corpse exploding spiders among the abyssal creatures. Among the abyssal units, the corpse exploding spider was a 5th-tier unit. However, its level of disgust far exceeded that of a typical 5th-tier unit. Once the corpse exploding spiders infiltrated the enemy ranks, they would self-destruct, dealing damage to the enemy while splitting into dozens of 1st-tier small spiders. This characteristic was a perfect counter to the Undead Shield, because even if the Death Knights could withstand the self-detonation of the corpse exploding spiders, the small spiders that split off would still claim their last drop of health. As the Corpse King continuously hurled corpse exploding spiders, the casualties among the Death Knights rapidly increased. At this rate, even with 30,000 skeletons under Lin Yi's command, they might not last long. Watching the scene before him, Lin Yi finally decided to stop holding back. Relay my orders, the entire army, attack, kill them all, leave none alive. Despite the overwhelming force of the 100,000 abyssal army before him, Lin Yi showed no fear. After Lin Yi issued the command, the Skeleton King finally moved. Flames of black fire erupted around it, and then the scorching black flames coalesced into a black flame sword in the Skeleton King's hand. Then, the Skeleton Demon King, wielding a black flame sword, charged directly into the enemy formation. At the same time, the Skeleton Demon King activated both the Flame Demon King form and the Holy Light armor. The former was a special skill obtained after the Skeleton Demon King devoured the essence of the Flame Judicator. Once activated, scorching flames would ignite around the Skeleton Demon King, increasing attack power by 15%, raising health points by 2,000, and burning any nearby enemies for 150 health points per second. As for the Holy Light armor, it was an auxiliary skill of the Explorer's Light Arm, which, when used, provided the Skeleton Demon King with a shield capable of absorbing 50,000 damage points. This meant that the Skeleton Demon King effectively had over 60,000 health points. With its rank elevated to 4 stars, the Skeleton Demon King, bolstered by treasures and skills, truly possessed strength rivaling that of an 8-star boss. It quickly carved a bloody path through the abyssal army, making its way straight to the Corpse Demon King. Both were made of bones, but the Corpse Demon King appeared much larger. The soul fire in its eye sockets flickered, resembling
the depths of the abyss. I really like the aura emanating from you. Rather than being a dog for humans, why not embrace the abyss? You too can become a demon king like me. The voice of the corpse demon king seemed to carry an indescribable allure. However, the response came from the skeleton. Demon King's black flame giant sword, slashing down. Clang! The black flame giant sword forcibly struck into the latter's skeletal body, immediately erupting with a burst of crimson damage. After suffering this sudden attack, the corpse demon king became enraged. Foolishness, it roared angrily, then raised its enormous bony palm to strike down at the skeleton demon king. Unfortunately, under the effect of the holy light armor, all damage from the corpse demon king was directly negated by the shield, causing no harm to the latter at all. Meanwhile, Linya's army also launched a counterattack. Thousands of Sun Crusaders charged towards the enemy formation. The light radiating from these Sun Crusaders was like the rising sun, blinding countless abyssal creatures. Their role was merely to cover the holy light priests and dragonflame mages behind them. Abyssal troops below rank 5 were instantly annihilated, under the effect of the judgment light melting away like ice and snow under the sun. As for the higher-ranked troops above rank 5, they were naturally left to the 6-star dragonflame mages to handle. Clad in crimson robes, these dragonflame mages chanted spells, unleashing explosive dragon flames that swept wildly towards the abyssal army before them. After Dragon God's Majesty reduced the enemy's magic defense by 50%, the damage dealt by the dragonflame mages could be considered true damage. Even 7-star troops, unless they were the kind of blood cows, would likely be left half dead. After enduring a blast of dragon flame, it is no exaggeration to say that this group of dragonflame mages could be regarded as a moving tower of flame. Dragons. Countless abyssal creatures screamed in pain and despair amidst the burning dragon flames. However, these abyssal creatures were not easy prey. They quickly realized the threat posed by the dragonflame mages and swiftly took action. Dozens of blade mantis entered a state of invisibility, successfully bypassing the charging Sun Crusaders, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the dragonflame mages. These blade mantis were all 6-star troops, and were rare assassin-type units. Anyone targeted by them would hardly survive the sharp, blade-like sides. The blade mantis suddenly sprang into action, launching a surprise attack on the dragonflame mages before them, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Unfortunately, this time, they chose the wrong target. It wasn't until the demon blade mantis approached the dragonflame mage that they discovered a layer of fiery shield enveloping the latter. However, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. The demon blade mantis, rushing in front of the dragonflame mage, raised its sharp claws high and then swung down fiercely. Unfortunately, what they did not expect was that their incredibly fierce strike did not even shatter the dragonflame mage's shield. The fiery shield surrounding him was one of the dragonflame mage's strongest skills, and it was also their trump card for survival. Dragon Flame Protection. This skill could convert 50% of the damage they dealt to the enemy into a shield for themselves, with a maximum storage of 1500 points. The previous round of attacks had already allowed these dragonflame mages to accumulate a full shield of 1500 points. In this state, the dragon flame mage was virtually invincible against enemy assassins of the same tier. In other words, unless these demon blade mantises could deal 2000 points of damage in one hit, they simply could not kill the dragonflame mage. Flame Dragon God, please heed our call. Explosive Dragon Flame. Looking at this group of oblivious demon blade mantises, the dragonflame mages coldly raised their staffs. As the incantation was completed, countless explosive fire dragons surged forth. In an instant, all the demon blade mantises were engulfed by the searing fire dragons, leaving only ashes scattered on the ground. The situation on the battlefield quickly turned around. It should be noted that Linya's myth-level troops had already exceeded 10 types. Moreover, each type of myth-level troop possessed its own unique abilities. These abilities, even when possessed individually, were already quite formidable. When combined, their effects were far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Just like the Sun Crusaders and the Flame Dragon Mages, the former was responsible for dazzling charges to disrupt the enemy's formation, while the latter harvested the enemy's lives with explosive dragon flames. Watching the abyssal army retreat step by step, the skeleton demon king could no longer contain himself. A full 100,000 abyssal troops couldn't even capture a small human territory? This was an utter disgrace for the Abyss realm. I will kill you. The skeleton demon king erupted with a roar, delivering a punch to the skeleton king. Even the 4-star skeleton king could not withstand such immense force. Its light shield shattered completely, and it was sent staggering back several dozen meters. Avel, Rodhart, Sophia, go support the skeleton king. To hold out for so long against the onslaught of an 8th-tier demon king like the skeleton demon king was already quite impressive. Therefore, seeing the skeleton king in a precarious situation, Lin Yi decisively dispatched 3 epic heroes to assist him. Forest Entanglement, Triple Arrows, Soul Blade. In an instant, the 3 epic heroes under Lin Yi unleashed their respective abilities. Under their suppression, the skeleton demon king temporarily lost its ability to counterattack and its health plummeted.
rapidly. Although this skeleton demon king was powerful, in Linya's eyes, it was on the same level as the flame judge. After enduring so many battles, the three epic heroes under Linyi had all raised their hero levels to above level 20. With their combined efforts, even an 8th tier boss had to avoid their sharpness. Humans, I will kill you all. After being bombarded with furious attacks, the skeleton demon king suddenly propped itself up with both hands, and dark magical patterns immediately spread across its bones. However, just at that moment, a scarlet energy cannon suddenly struck its massive skeletal body. Boom! After being hit by this scarlet energy cannon, the corpse demon king was immediately flipped over. Even its already dwindling health dropped significantly in an instant. The next second, a wisp of smoke slowly emerged from the muzzle of the magic crystal cannon. The one controlling the magic crystal cannon was Lin Yi. Just a moment ago, he had directly filled the magic crystal cannon with the energy core of the Blood Evil Eye. This core was, of course, obtained by Lin Yi within the Tower of Heaven. As an 8th tier boss, the Blood Evil Eye's energy core contained an incredibly terrifying amount of energy. Taking advantage of the moment when the corpse demon king was knocked to the ground, Lin Yi decisively said, "Focus fire on it. Don't give this guy a chance to enter a berserk state." Under Lin Yi's command, 3 epic heroes and the skeleton demon king chose to attack together. Even the Dragon Flame Mage, who had just arrived nearby, concentrated their firepower, chanting the spell of explosive dragon flame, and launched a focused attack on the corpse demon king. After enduring the bombardment of the magic crystal cannon, the corpse demon king's health was already critically low. Under such intense concentrated fire, in less than half a minute, the corpse demon king's health completely dropped to 0. The abyss will one day return. Before dying, the corpse demon king let out a reluctant roar, and then its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up countless dust. After the death of the corpse demon king, only tens of thousands of abyssal troops remained on the battlefield. Although these abyssal troops were numerous, in Lin Ye's eyes they were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant creatures. In the face of his myth-level troops, unless they were top-tier troops of the 8th or 9th tier, they were merely ants. After dealing with the corpse demon king, the 3 epic heroes once again rallied their respective forces. With the heroes' presence, Lin Ye's army was further strengthened. This grand war lasted a full 3 hours. Outside Lin Ye's territory had already turned into a sea of blood. Countless corpses of abyssal creatures piled up in layers. It is no exaggeration to say that many abyssal creatures charged madly towards Lin Ye's territory, stepping over the bodies of their companions. In stark contrast to the scene outside the city, within Lin Ye's territory, it remained a peaceful and serene sight. The sky was clear and the ground was clean. The vast territory showed no signs of being invaded or affected by the abyssal creatures, because not a single abyssal creature could cross the city walls and invade Lin Ye's territory. Such remarkable achievements made even Lin Yi feel a bit proud. However, in this great battle, Lin Ye's losses were also quite heavy. He had accumulated troops for so many days, and directly lost half of them in this battle. Some special troops, like the Blazing Sun Crusaders at the forefront, or the Holy Light Clerics, who were seen as thorns in the eyes of the abyssal creatures, suffered more than 2/3 casualties. Fortunately, all the sacrifices bore fruit. Since they successfully defended against the attack of the 100,000 abyssal troops, it was now time for Lin Yi to do what he loved most, counting the spoils of war. Rodhart, go help me collect all the spoils. After the war ended, Lin Yi once again entrusted the task of clearing the spoils to Rodhart and his Reaper skeletons. There was no choice. Among the 3 epic heroes under Lin Yi, only Rodhart was male. He couldn't let delicate girls do such rough and tiring work, could he? It must be said that the number of abyssal creatures that fell was simply too enormous. Just clearing the battlefield took Rodhart nearly half an hour. Then, Rodhart once again came before Lin Yi, kneeling on one knee to report the post-battle gains. "My lord, on the battlefield, we found a total of 5,124 bronze-level treasures, 2,544 silver-level treasures, 891 gold-level treasures, and 89 platinum-level treasures. In addition, there are..." Listening to this string of numbers, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. He swallowed hard, unable to restrain himself. "This quantity, it can't be counted wrong, can it?" Rodhart was slightly taken aback, then immediately replied with a serious expression, "Understood, I will go verify it again." Looking at Rodhart's serious face, Lin Yi couldn't help but wave his hand with a wry smile. "All right, no need to trouble yourself." He originally meant to express his shock, but Rodhart took it seriously. Then Rodhart spoke again. "My lord, I have categorized all the treasures by rank and piled them over there for your inspection." After Rodhart's words, Lin Yi instinctively looked in the direction he mentioned. The sight before him made Lin Yi's pupils involuntarily constrict. Before him stood small mountains formed by stacked treasures. The largest one was naturally for the bronze-level treasures, and Lin Yi even had to tilt his head back to see the top. What is a treasure mountain? This is truly a treasure mountain. The monsters from the Abyss invasion inherently had a higher drop rate, especially
since there were also high-tier units among the Abyss army attacking Lin Yi's territory.
In this sense, it was reasonable for such a large number of
treasures to be dropped in this battle. However, gains have always coexisted with risks. Apart from Lin Yi, no one else could withstand the attack of this 100,000 Abyss army. Even if any other lord were to come, the result would only be the same: their territory would be completely trampled by this 100,000 Abyss army. As for how to deal with these treasures, it became a dilemma for Lin Yi. Treasures above the platinum level would naturally be prioritized for his heroes. As for the large number of bronze and silver level treasures, it seemed they could only be put up for consignment at the auction house. Moreover, it would be best to sell them off quickly. After all, as time goes by, the number of treasures appearing on the market will only increase. The value of these low-tier treasures would naturally continue to depreciate. Unfortunately, Lin Yi did not lack resources at the moment. Even converting all these low-tier treasures into resources held no substantial meaning for him. Then, Lin Yi asked again, "By the way, are there any other spoils of war?" "My lord, of course there are," Rodhart replied again. "In addition to these treasures, we also collected 15,367 Abyss magic stones. And I gathered all the corpses of those Abyss monsters and summoned 40,000 units of Death Knight skeletons using necromancy." After hearing Rodhart's report, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. 40,000 units of Death Knight skeletons could be said to have replenished Lin Yi's forces significantly. Moreover, those 15,000 Abyss magic stones were also crucial for Lin Yi. It is known that 1,000 Abyss magic stones can be exchanged for 1 diamond-level treasure. 15,000 Abyss magic stones would mean a total of 15 diamond-level treasures. By that time, Lin Yi could completely equip his 3 heroes with diamond-level gear, and he might even have a surplus of Abyss magic stones. Just then, a message about wealth and power suddenly came through. "Boss, are you still alive?" Looking at the message sent by the other party, Lin Yi almost laughed out of anger. "Are you cursing me to death?" Wang Quanfugue, realizing he had misspoken, smiled awkwardly. "How could that be? I was just trying to confirm. Knowing the boss is fine puts me at ease. Rest assured, I'm fine." Lin Yi asked, "How about you? Have the abyssal creatures invaded your territory?" Wang Quanfugue spoke with a face full of lingering fear. "Of course, and there are quite a few of them. Fortunately, you reminded me earlier, so I prepared a lot of troops and magic scrolls in advance. There were a total of 5 waves of abyssal creatures, all of which I repelled. And I even collected quite a few treasures, hee hee." Wang Quanfugue felt immense gratitude towards Lin Yi. If it weren't for Lin Yi's warning, he might have truly fallen in this catastrophe. After all, the ranks of those abyssal creatures were not low at all. Moreover, their reckless madness was truly terrifying. Then, Wang Quanfugue asked again, "By the way, boss, how many rounds of attacks did those abyssal creatures launch against you? Your lord level is even higher than mine. The invading abyssal creatures should be quite a number, right?" Lin Yi replied calmly, "A total of 3 rounds. "Only 3 rounds?" Wang Quanfugue was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting that Lin Yi had endured fewer waves of invasion than himself. Lin Yi smiled and said, "The first 2 rounds made those abyssal brats suffer quite a bit, and they learned their lesson. So, when they launched the 3rd round of attack, they directly gathered an army of 100,000. 100,000 abyssal troops?" Upon hearing this number, Wang Quanfugue was so shocked that his voice changed. After calming down a bit, he exclaimed, "My goodness, 100,000 abyssal creatures? If it were me, I would have been chewed to bits by them." Lin Yi laughed and comforted him. "It's fine, you're so fat, you would definitely leave some scraps." Wang Quanfugue, "Is that how you talk? Alright, let's get down to business." Lin Yi asked lightly, "You came to find me, it shouldn't just be to confirm that I'm still alive, right?" After all, Wang Quanfugue had a certain understanding of his strength and shouldn't think he would die in the Abyss invasion. Hee hee, as expected of the boss, you saw right through me. Wang Quanfugue chuckled awkwardly, then said, "Actually, this matter is mainly related to you. I'm just here to relay a message." "Related to me?" Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise unconsciously showing in his eyes. Wang Quanfugue explained, "Yes, someone wants to contact you, but they can't reach you, so they had to ask me to get in touch." Lin Yi then remembered that he had turned off his friend notifications a long time ago, and outsiders indeed couldn't contact him. He then asked again, "Who wants to contact me?" "The leader of the Huaxia Dragon Soul Organization, Long Yin." Wang Quanfugue took a deep breath and spoke a name. "Dragon Soul Organization?" Lin Yi's tone involuntarily revealed a hint of astonishment. Then, Wang Quanfugue said, "Boss, you probably haven't heard of this organization, actually." However, before Wang Quanfugue could finish, Lin Yi directly interrupted him. "I know about the Dragon Soul Organization." Now it was Wang Quanfugue's turn to be confused. "Boss, have you had contact with the Dragon Soul Organization before? How come I didn't know?" Lin Yi smiled and explained everything with one sentence. "Did you forget? I'm a reborn person." Wang Quanfugue slapped his forehead, finally realizing, "Look at my pig brain, I almost forgot about this." As a reborn individual, how could Lin Yi not have heard of the renowned Dragon Soul organization?
In his previous life, this organization known as Dragon Soul was famous throughout the entire Huaxia region, instilling fear in countless foreign powers. The so-called Dragon Soul organization was founded by the Huaxia military. After all, a game like Eternal Continent, which holds epic-making significance yet has an unclear origin, would naturally attract the attention of the state. The initial founders of the Dragon Soul organization entered this game with the purpose of investigating the truth behind the scenes. But who could have imagined that before they could uncover the truth, all of humanity on Earth had already been forcibly pulled into this eternal world? With military support behind them, the Dragon Soul organization had already cultivated several powerful lords early in the game. Moreover, after the arrival of the Eternal Era, the ultimate goal of the Dragon Soul organization naturally changed. Their aim was no longer just to uncover the truth of the game, as that was far too distant for them. After all, regardless of who the mastermind was or what their intentions were, it was undeniable that they possessed the great power to pull everyone into the game world. Just based on this point, it was already incredibly difficult for the Dragon Soul organization to truly uncover the truth behind the scenes. Therefore, compared to this distant goal, the current Dragon Soul organization had a more practical
objective to enhance the overall strength of the Huaxia region as much as possible.
In this world, survival of the fittest has always been the rule,
and the unfit are eliminated.
Since everyone had been pulled into this eternal world, Huaxia must also rise within this new world. In short, the existence
of the Dragon Soul organization is for the rise of Huaxia. Although Lin Yi had little interaction with this organization in his previous life, he still quite agreed with their philosophy. Moreover, even though he had no deep understanding of the Dragon Soul organization in his past life, as he had not yet reached that level, he only knew that this organization was powerful and mysterious. The lords within the Dragon Soul organization were usually extremely low-key. As Huaxia's hidden strength, they rarely showed their faces and certainly did not appear on major rankings. However, there are always exceptions. Once, when Lin Yi was besieged and killed by 3 North American lords, it was a lord from the Dragon Soul organization who saved him. With their own strength, they directly tore apart the encirclement of those 3 North American lords, rescuing Lin Yi, who was on the brink of death. The reason for their rescue was quite simple. It was simply because they were all Huaxia people. Therefore, Lin Yi could even say he had a bit of goodwill towards the Dragon Soul organization. With this in mind, Lin Yi directly spoke up. In that case, let Long Yin contact me. No problem. Seeing Lin Yi agree, Wang Chuanfu immediately responded.
5 minutes later, Lin Yi successfully accepted Long Yin's friend request.
Mr. Black Knight, I've long admired your name. Long Yin's opening line was extremely polite.
However, Lin Yi did not intend to beat around the bush and directly said, just call me
Lin Yi. What do you want?
It's like this, not long after the game Eternal Continent was launched, we had already noticed you. Long Yin's attitude was very respectful. As the first Huaxia player in the entire server to clear the nightmare-level dungeon, you have brought supreme glory to our Huaxia battle
zone.
Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join our Dragon Soul organization and fight for Huaxia together.
Moreover, we will also provide you
with the most generous treatment.
What do you think? After the other party explained their intentions, Lin Yi almost instinctively replied, sorry, thank you for your kindness, but I'm used to being a free spirit and don't wish to join any organization. I hope you understand. However, China is also my homeland, and if there's anything I can help with, I certainly won't refuse. Upon hearing Lin Yi's response, Long Yin appeared somewhat helpless. However, he did not press Lin Yi further, merely saying, everyone has their own aspirations. Since you, young friend Lin Yi, have said so, I won't insist. If one day you change your mind, you can come to find me anytime. The door of the Dragon Soul will always be open for you. For the Dragon Soul organization, Lin Yi could definitely be considered a rare talent. It was precisely because of this that Long Yin seemed so regretful. Then, Lin Yi asked again, by the way, your Dragon Soul organization should already have 6th-tier lords, right? In theory, this should be considered organizational confidentiality. But if Brother Lin Yi really wants to know.
Long Yin paused for a moment and then said, as of now, our Dragon Soul organization has successfully
cultivated 4 7th-tier lords. Moreover, there is even one lord whose rank is about to break through the 7th-tier boundary and become an 8th-tier lord.
Upon hearing Long Yin's response, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He clearly did not expect the Dragon Soul organization's
strength to be so formidable.
The Eternal Era had only just begun about a week ago, and the Dragon Soul organization had already cultivated 4
7th-tier lords, with an 8th-tier lord about to emerge.
While saying these words, Long Yin's tone was filled with pride.
The rank of the lords was the best proof of the Dragon Soul organization's strength.
However, for Lin Yi, this was merely surprising to a certain extent.
Let alone 7th-tier
lords, with his current strength, he would not fear facing an 8th-tier lord at all.
This was not because Lin Yi was overly arrogant,
but rather because he had significant advantages compared to ordinary lords. Mythical level troops, high-tier treasures, epic heroes, divine talents, special troops, these advantages, even taken individually, were quite terrifying. Not to mention, they were all concentrated in Lin Yi alone. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to be friendly, Lin Yi did not want to embarrass them and smiled lightly, saying, "It seems that your Dragon Soul organization is developing quite well." However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that despite his words, it still caused some dissatisfaction in Long Yin. 4 7th-tier lords. Among them, there was even one about to be promoted to an 8th-tier lord. Such a luxurious lineup, yet in the mouth of this guy, it had become not bad? Whether it was Long Yin's illusion or not, he felt a hint of condescension in Lin Yi's tone. Long Yin frowned and asked, "If I remember correctly, brother Lin Yi should still be a 6th-tier lord, right?" "Yes." Lin Yi did not hide it and readily admitted. Long Yin smiled and calmly said, "Then it would be better for you to be a bit more humble. As the ancient saying goes, pride invites loss, humility brings benefits. At such a young age, you have achieved so much, it is inevitable to have some pride, but it would be better to restrain it a bit." In Long Yin's view, Lin Yi seemed so high and mighty simply because he had been smooth sailing since entering the game, which had led to a sense of pride, subconsciously believing that others were inferior. However, after hearing Long Yin's words, Lin Yi's face involuntarily showed a hint of astonishment. You must know that in his 2 lifetimes, his temperament had already become stable and profound to a certain extent. Even if there was still some pride deep down, he would never show it in front of others. The reason Long Yin felt he was too proud was entirely due to Lin Yi's flattery, which was simply too false. After all, in his heart, a mere 7th-tier lord was really nothing significant. However, Lin Yi did not explain anything. He merely chuckled lightly and said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior. I have learned from it." This time, it was Long Yin who was taken aback. He had originally thought that with the pride Lin Yi had shown earlier, he would at least argue with him a bit. For a moment, Long Yin also seemed a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, it was my mistake. I lost my composure for a moment. Please forgive me, brother Lin Yi. If there is an opportunity for cooperation in the future, feel free to contact me anytime." Just as Long Yin was about to hang up the communication, Lin Yi spoke again. "If it's about cooperation, perhaps we can talk about it now." Hearing this, Long Yin immediately became interested. "What kind of cooperation do you have in mind?" Although Lin Yi was only a 6th-tier lord, he had once achieved the feat of single-handedly slaughtering 100 cities, which was enough to show that his strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, the Dragon Soul organization always had the intention of bringing him in, even if it was just to further their relationship. Lin Yi calmly said, "I want to trade treasures with your Dragon Soul organization." "Trade treasures?" Long Yin was slightly taken aback, then instinctively asked, "High-tier treasures? Platinum level or diamond level?" In his view, it wasn't surprising that Lin Yi had some high-tier treasures since he had appeared on the world announcements so many times. However, the Dragon Soul organization didn't actually have a particularly high demand for these high-tier treasures. After all, a few scattered high-tier treasures couldn't significantly enhance the overall strength of the Dragon Soul organization. But if Lin Yi really wanted to trade, they wouldn't mind purchasing his high-tier treasures at a high price just as a favor. However, what Long Yin didn't expect was that Lin Yi shook his head. "Not high-tier treasures but low-tier treasures of bronze, silver, and gold levels." After Lin Yi said this, Long Yin couldn't help but feel puzzled. Since they are low-tier treasures, why not just put them up for auction? Lin Yi explained, "Mainly because the quantity is a bit large." Long Yin curiously asked, "How many?" Lin Yi quickly calculated in his mind and casually replied, "About over 8,000 pieces." "Oh, that's really... What did you say?" Long Yin suddenly reacted, "You're not joking with me, are you? Over 8,000 treasures?" Lin Yi said, "Yes, a total of 5,124 bronze-level treasures, 2,544 silver-level treasures, and 891 gold-level treasures." To save trouble, he directly repeated the numbers that Rodhart had reported to him. After hearing this series of numbers, Long Yin gasped in shock. Then, to convince Long Yin of what he was saying, Lin Yi used the game's built-in recording function to record a video on the spot. In the video, thousands of treasures piled up like a mountain, a scene that could only be described as extremely spectacular. Looking at the scene in the video, Long Yin couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was truly astonishing for him. "My god, you didn't rob the auction house, did you?" In response to Long Yin's astonishment, Lin Yi simply explained calmly, "Not really, it was just that during the Abyss invasion, 100,000 abyssal troops invaded my territory, and I wiped them all out, which is how I obtained these treasures." Long Yin. At this moment, a question inevitably arose in Long Yin's heart. That is, why is this guy in front of him able to speak so lightly about the 100,000 abyssal army? Although he was reluctant to believe it, those thousands of treasures were indeed laid out before him, making it impossible for him not to believe. Long Yin had just waded in his heart. Even the strongest lord in their Dragon Soul organization, who was about to advance to the 8th tier, might not be able to withstand the attack of 100,000 abyssal troops. Subsequently, Long Yin's face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. He had previously acted like an elder, lecturing the other party not to be too arrogant, but it turned out that Lin Yi indeed had the capital to be proud. In front of him, even 100,000 abyssal troops could be wiped out with a snap of his fingers. What could a mere 7th-tier lord possibly be? Seeing that Long Yin had not responded for a long time, Lin Yi, who was completely unaware of his inner turmoil, directly asked, "Brother Long Yin, what's wrong? Is this transaction something you can't decide on?" Only then did Long Yin come back to his senses from his earlier embarrassment and hurriedly said, "I can decide. If these treasures can be traded to our Dragon Soul organization, that would be even better." Long Yin's words were truly heartfelt. After all, the Eternal Era had just begun, and billions of players had flooded into the Eternal Continent. Even the Dragon Soul organization had undergone a round of expansion. However, in the current situation, treasures were still an incredibly scarce resource. Even low-tier treasures were no exception. Many lords didn't even possess a single bronze-level treasure with basic attributes. If Long Yin were to acquire such a vast number of treasures, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the overall strength of the Dragon Soul organization. It was no exaggeration to say that such a quantity of low-tier treasures was worth as much to them as star-tier treasures. Then, as if afraid that Lin Yi would go back on his word, Long Yin hurriedly asked, "I wonder what method Brother Lin Yi wants to use to trade these treasures? Is it gold coins or resources?" Whether gold coins or resources, the Dragon Soul organization was not lacking in either. After all, the Dragon Soul organization was backed by the country, and before the arrival of the Eternal Era, it could be said that they were playing with the national treasury. In such a situation, how could they possibly be short on money? However, Lin Yi shook his head and said lightly, "Sorry, I don't lack either of those. If you want to exchange these thousands of treasures from me, I only need you to agree to one request." Long Yin was taken aback for a moment and instinctively asked, "What request?" Lin Yi calmly replied, "I want to take 3 items from the Dragon Soul Treasury." In an instant, Long Yin's expression changed. "How do you know about the Dragon Soul Treasury? Have you investigated us?" It should be known that the existence of the Dragon Soul Treasury was considered a secret even within the Dragon Soul organization. Apart from Long Yin, the creator, no more than 10 people knew about it. It was precisely because of this that when the words Dragon Soul Treasury came out of Lin Yi's mouth, Long Yin appeared so shocked. Lin Yi smiled and said lightly, "Don't worry about how I know, just think it over. If you can agree, all these more than 8,000 treasures will belong to your Dragon Soul organization." Long before his rebirth, Lin Yi had heard of the existence of the Dragon Soul Treasury. At that time, although the Dragon Soul organization was still mysterious, it was not an unknown entity. The news about the Dragon Soul Treasury had also spread more widely. The so-called Dragon Soul Treasury was proposed by Long Yin to be established, and it was also the place where the Dragon Soul organization stored some special items or top-tier treasures. The purpose of the Dragon Soul Treasury was to maintain quality over quantity. As long as something qualifies to be stored in the treasury, it must be a treasure of the highest level. At that time, even diamond-level treasures did not qualify to be placed in the Dragon Soul Treasury. Because of this, the Dragon Soul Treasury became the most mysterious place within the Dragon Soul organization. After Lin Yi stated his request, Long Yin's eyes couldn't help but flicker. He was hesitating, struggling. If Lin Yi had only asked to take one item from the Dragon Soul Treasury, he would have agreed without hesitation. After all, these thousands of treasures could indeed bring tremendous benefits to the Dragon Soul organization. They could even help many lords within the organization to successfully navigate the catastrophe of the Abyss invasion. However, Lin Yi specifically asked him for 3 items from the Dragon Soul Treasury. After nearly half a minute of silence, Long Yin finally made a decision. "All right, I agree. But you must agree to one condition." Lin Yi asked, "What condition?" Long Yin took a deep breath and said solemnly, "From now on, under no circumstances are you allowed to be enemies with the Dragon Soul organization, nor are you allowed to be enemies with Huaxia." Upon hearing Long Yin's condition, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, although I don't like being constrained, I still hold a sense of reverence for my homeland. As for your Dragon Soul organization, as long as you don't trample on my bottom line, I will never be your enemy." "Good." After receiving Lin Yi's promise, Long Yin decisively said, "In that case, I will come to trade with you now." Now, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. The other party's speed of action was rather swift. "Yes, hurry up and send me the coordinates of your territory. I'm setting off right now." Lin Yi smiled. "I say, Long Yin, you wouldn't be thinking of killing me to keep all these treasures for yourself, would you?" Long Yin scolded with a laugh. "You little brat, you've already repelled 100,000 abyssal troops and you're still worried about me ambushing you? Hurry up and send me the coordinates of your territory quickly." An hour later, Long Yin's figure indeed appeared before Lin Yi. He was able to arrive so quickly because he was riding a forest green dragon. "Brother Lin Yi." Long Yin jumped off the dragon's back, opened his arms, and laughed heartily, seemingly ready to give Lin Yi a big hug. Lin Yi, unable to refuse the warm gesture, could only embrace Long Yin briefly.
The Longin before him had a very standard military appearance, a dark complexion, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and standing tall like a javelin. This man single-handedly founded the Dragon Soul organization, which would even influence the future landscape of the continent. I really didn't expect you to be younger than I imagined. Upon seeing Lin Yi's face, Longin couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Yi chuckled and teased, could it be that in your mind, I'm a middle-aged man of 34? Ah, not quite. Longin laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping around. The land beneath his feet was where Lin Yi's army had fought against the Abyssal army. Now, the bloodstains of the Abyssal army had not yet completely dried, and a foul, bloody stench lingered in the air, resembling a battlefield of slaughter. Looking at the scene before him, Longin couldn't help but believe that Lin Yi had indeed repelled 100,000 Abyssal troops here. Since brother Longin has traveled such a long way to get here, I won't waste your time any longer. Let's proceed with the trade. Lin Yi smiled and directly ordered Rodhart to bring all the treasures in front of Longin. Although the latter had already seen the quantity of treasures in the video, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart when he saw them with his own eyes. Looking at the shocked expression on Longin's face, Lin Yi couldn't help but remind him. Brother Longin, do you need to count them? No need, I trust you. Longin smiled and directly stored all the treasures into his backpack. Then, he took out a piece of emerald green gemstone, on the surface of which was carved a vivid green dragon. This is a special treasure. When used, it can summon a green dragon. Longin handed the green dragon gemstone to Lin Yi. Although this green dragon is considered a high-level unit, it doesn't have much combat power and can only be used for flying. It's still quite a distance from here to the Dragon Soul Treasury. You can ride the dragon and come with me. Lin Yi nodded, took the green dragon gemstone, and said, thank you, I won't be polite then. After saying that, he gently rubbed the gemstone in his hand. In the next second, a green light burst forth, and a strong flying green dragon appeared right in front of Lin Yi, nuzzling its head against his palm in a friendly manner. It's quite well behaved. Lin Yi chuckled and nodded the dragon. Such a green dragon gemstone could easily sell for over 100,000 gold coins at an auction house. Longin said nothing and directly gifted it to him, proving that this person had a broad mind. Brother Lin Yi, please keep close to me, Longin said as he rode the green dragon and soared into the sky. Lin Yi quickly followed, closely trailing behind him. The green dragon flew swiftly, almost covering hundreds of meters with a single flap of its wings. However, the location of the Dragon Soul Treasury was indeed, as Longin said, quite a distance from Lin Yi's territory. The two flew at an altitude of over 10,000 meters for about an hour before Longin gradually slowed down. We're almost there, prepare to land. Okay. Lin Yi immediately patted the green dragon's head, signaling it to slow down and descend. Soon, the two landed smoothly on the ground. The green dragon transformed into a green light and was once again stored back into the green dragon gemstone. The greatest advantage of this treasure was that it could be reused. What appeared before Lin Yi was an incredibly massive building, seemingly entirely forged from bronze, gleaming with a cold, hard luster under the sunlight. Moreover, there were heavily armed guards surrounding the building, with numerous structures like arrow towers and magic towers constructed as well. In Lin Yi's view, the defenses of this Dragon Soul Treasury were no less formidable than those of some high-level territories. Upon seeing the two of them, two lords immediately stepped forward to block their path. However, upon recognizing Longyan's appearance, their attitude quickly became respectful. Commander Longyan. As the founder of the Dragon Soul organization, Longyan may not have been the highest-ranked lord, but he undoubtedly held the highest authority. Even the two lords guarding the Dragon Soul Treasury were his direct subordinates. No need for formalities, you stay here and keep watch. I'm taking my friend inside, Longyan said, patting the shoulders of the two lords before leading Lin Yi toward the Dragon Soul Treasury. As they walked, Longyan proudly remarked, this Dragon Soul Treasury was built using special blueprints and consumed a lot of precious materials. It can almost be described as indestructible. Even the attacks of 9th-tier units can withstand it. Lin Yi glanced at the building before him, resembling a bronze giant, and chuckled, that is indeed quite impressive. To be honest, standing in front of the Dragon Soul Treasury, even Lin Yi's heart couldn't help but stir a little. You see, in Lin Yi's previous life, the Dragon Soul organization's Dragon Soul Treasury was synonymous with high value. Any treasure taken from the Dragon Soul Treasury was a true masterpiece. Although the Dragon Soul Treasury had only recently been built, Lin Yi thought there should be at least a few impressive treasures inside. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Soul Treasury, and Longyan took out a bronze key, inserting it directly into the lock. Click. Longyan gently turned the bronze key in his hand. The large door slowly opened, revealing the interior of the Dragon Soul Treasury to Lin Yi. Longyan smiled and calmly said, you go in and choose, I'll wait for you outside. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and stepped into the Dragon Soul Treasury. Since the Dragon Soul Treasury had only recently been established, the number of treasures inside wasn't too many. However, what Lin Yi didn't expect was that he didn't see a single platinum-level treasure within the Dragon Soul Treasury. This indicated that even the platinum-level treasures didn't qualify to be placed in the Dragon Soul Treasury. Even the lowest tier treasures were at least diamond level or above.
It seems this Dragon Soul treasury truly prefers quality over quantity, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim after browsing around. The Dragon Soul organization's ability to become a powerful force in the world was indeed not without reason.
However, even diamond-level treasures didn't particularly interest Lin Yi.
Firstly, he already had several diamond-level treasures, which weren't scarce for him. Secondly, with the general increase in Lord-level strength, treasures would also depreciate over time.
By the late game, even platinum-level treasures would become commonplace.
And only treasures of star level or above would attract attention. Therefore, for Lin Yi, what he most wanted to obtain from the Dragon Soul treasury were certain special treasures with unique effects. The value of these treasures wouldn't diminish with the passage of time. He was very patient, carefully examining the attributes of each treasure in the Dragon Soul treasury, much like a scholar diligently researching books in a library.
Soon, Lin
Ye's gaze fell upon a corner, on a demon mask with green face and sharp fangs. Evil Ghost Mask, Special Treasure, Description, a mask imbued with the power of ghosts and gods. The wearer will automatically master the soul. Summoning talent, with a summoning effect of plus 30%. Additionally, when the wearer uses the soul summoning technique, there is a 1% chance to summon a special high-level undead unit. All the undead will return from the deepest hell. After seeing the attributes of this treasure, Lin Yi didn't hesitate at all and immediately put it into his backpack.
Although this Evil Ghost Mask had no attribute bonuses, its unique characteristics were worth Lin Yi using up a quota.
It should be noted that the soul summoning talent had always been the strongest aspect of the hero Rodheart. Now that there was a treasure that could enhance this talent, Lin Yi naturally couldn't ask for more. This way, for every battle he fought, the number of death skeletons summoned through the soul summoning technique would increase by another 30%. Moreover, there was even a 1% chance of summoning higher level undead creatures. I really found a treasure. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile as he stored the evil ghost mask in his backpack. Then, he continued to search within the Dragon Soul treasury.
Although there were many diamond-level treasures
that tempted Lin Yi, he ultimately forced himself to hold back. After all, opportunities are rare, and one must choose the most suitable treasures for oneself.
Fortunately, the treasures in the Dragon Soul treasury did not disappoint Lin Yi.
In just 5 minutes, he found 2 more precious items. War Chain, Special Treasure, Description. After use, you will be trapped in the War Chain's binding barrier along with your enemy.
No one can leave this barrier until the battle is over. No one can escape the chains of war.
Divine Power, Special Treasure, Description. After equipping, all units under the wearer's command will automatically be promoted 1 rank during
battle. The might of the divine will ultimately be remembered by mortals.
Besides the demon mask, the 2 items Lin Yi chose afterward were also special treasures. One was the War Chain, and the other was Divine Power. The former resembled chains, while the latter was a silver belt emitting a faint glow. The effects of these 2 special treasures made Lin Yi feel they were incredibly useful. The War Chain, of course, needed no further explanation. During battles, as long as he activated the War Chain, the opponent would be unable to escape in any way and could only choose to fight him to the death.
As for the effect of Divine Power, it was even more powerful than the War Chain.
After all, as long as he wore Divine Power, Lin Yi could elevate all units under his command by 1 rank during battle.
It's worth noting that even the lowest ranked death skeleton would see corresponding changes in attributes when promoted to rank 2.
The extent to which this treasure could be utilized entirely depended on the wearer's strength. The stronger the overall strength of the wearer's army, the more formidable the effects of Divine Power would be. After selecting these 3 treasures, Lin Yi did not linger and walked straight out of the Dragon Soul treasury.
Done choosing? Upon seeing Lin Yi, Long Yin couldn't help but ask, which 3 treasures did you pick?
Lin Yi didn't say much and directly sent the attributes of the 3 treasures to Long Yin. For a moment, the latter felt as if his heart was bleeding. Long Yin clutched his chest, speaking with a pained expression. I don't know why, but I suddenly have a feeling of inviting wolves into the house. One must admit, this guy's insight was truly sharp. The 3 treasures he chose were all top tier.
However,
since he had promised Lin Yi earlier, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word.
Then, Lin Yi patted Long Yin's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child, I know."
The value of these 3 treasures. Those few thousand low-tier treasures are definitely not comparable.
Moreover,
I don't like to owe others favors. So, actually, we can completely cooperate once more, which would
also settle this favor. Long Yin was slightly taken aback. Cooperate again? How do you want to cooperate?
Although Long Yin's own status was not low, after meeting Lin Yi, he felt completely caught up in this young man's
rhythm. Lin Yi did not directly answer Long Yin's question but instead asked, this time, the Abyss invasion must have caused significant losses to the Dragon Soul organization, right? Long Yin nodded. The losses were indeed
considerable, but the heavy casualties were mostly among the new lords who had just joined the organization. This incident also serves to let them realize just how cruel this world can be. Lin Yi leaned closer to Long
Yin and asked in a low voice, have you ever thought about counterattacking the Abyss realm? Are you crazy?
After Lin Ye's words, Long Yin was immediately drenched in cold sweat. This young man was simply too reckless. They had barely managed to withstand the abyssal invasion, and yet here was Lin Yi already planning a counterattack against the abyss. It seemed Lin Yi had anticipated Long Yin's reaction, calmly stating, "The opening of the Two Realms passage is an excellent opportunity. Risk and opportunity have always coexisted. Those lords who resisted the abyssal invasion must have gained quite a bit, right? Once we breach the abyss, the benefits they can obtain will only be greater than before." After calming down, Long Yin immediately raised a question. "Do you have a way to enter the abyss?" Lin Yi smiled and countered, "Do I look like someone who acts without purpose? There are 5 days left until the abyssal invasion ends. If we don't seize this opportunity, it may be too late to enter the abyss. I can give you a day to think it over, and after you've made up your mind, come back with your answer." After leaving this statement, Lin Yi once again caressed the green dragon gem, summoning the flying green dragon. He then mounted the green dragon and, after waving goodbye to Long Yin, quickly vanished at the edge of the sky. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Long Yin's eyes couldn't help but flicker. If Lin Yi could truly enter the abyss, it would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity for their Dragon Soul organization. After hesitating for a moment, Long Yin ultimately made a choice. He quickly pulled several lords into his team voice chat and spoke in a deep voice. "Listen up, I have something I want to discuss with everyone." After returning to the territory, Lin Yi took out the 3 treasures once more: the War Shackles, the Power of the Celestial, and the Demon Mask. Although this transaction was mutually beneficial for Lin Yi, being able to exchange thousands of low-tier treasures for these 3 special items was undoubtedly a huge profit. However, he didn't let Long Yin suffer a loss either. The cooperation proposal he ultimately offered was definitely advantageous for the Dragon Soul organization, but whether the other party would choose to accept it depended on Long Yin's resolve. In any case, Lin Yi would only give him a day to consider. After this day, regardless of whether Long Yin was willing to participate, he would enter the abyss alone. Moreover, throughout the entire Eternal Continent, only Lin Yi had the qualification to enter the abyss, because, at this moment, only Lin Yi possessed over 10,000 abyssal magic stones. The spatial rifts around still existed. However, after the previous annihilation of the 100,000 abyssal army by Lin Yi, no abyssal creatures had emerged from them since. After today, Lin Yi would follow the spatial rift before him and push his way into the abyss. The next day, morning, Long Yin sent a message early. "Brother Lin Yi, I've thought it over and am willing to join your plan to counterattack the abyss." Looking at the message from the other party, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Yi's lips. He knew Long Yin was a smart person. He then replied directly, "Then please gather everyone here before noon, but lords below the 6th rank should not participate in this operation. Also, I can't take that many people in." Long Yin quickly understood that Lin Yi meant he only wanted the elite. "Don't worry, everyone I bring will definitely be the elite of our Dragon Soul organization." Long Yin smiled, indicating Lin Yi to rest assured. In mid-air, for flying green dragons soared above the sky. Leading them was, of course, Long Yin. Behind him was a lord named King of Beasts, who couldn't help but frown. "Boss Long Yin, do you really believe that kid's words? He said that if he can enter the Abyss Realm, he can enter the Abyss Realm? And even if he can, what can a mere 6th-tier lord do? In the end, won't he still have to cling to our thighs?" The young lord's words were filled with resentment. He was not from a military background but was discovered by Long Yin during the game and pulled into the Dragon Soul organization halfway. This was the source of his grievances. He had been in the Dragon Soul organization for so long and had not been able to take even one treasure from the Dragon Soul treasury. Yet, Lin Yi came and directly took 3 in one go. What was more important was that this guy was just a 6th-tier lord. The stark contrast left Wan Shou Wang momentarily unable to accept it. However, Long Yin helplessly explained, "Wan Shou, how many times have I told you? Those 3 treasures were not given to him for free. He exchanged over 8,000 low-tier treasures for them. With these treasures, our Dragon Soul organization's overall strength can advance even further. Moreover, he is not heartless. He didn't forget us even when given such a great opportunity to enter the Abyss Realm." Wan Shou Wang scoffed, "Just a few thousand pieces of junk treasures, what does that count for? Thinking of us when he has a good opportunity? I think he just wants to cling to us. Even excluding Long Yin, we have 3 7th-tier lords here. What right does a mere 6th-tier waste have to stand on equal footing with us?" After he spoke, a man on a flying green dragon couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Wan Shou Wang and sternly said, "Wan Shou, don't harbor so much resentment, just obey the orders of your superiors. When has the organization ever let you suffer?" This man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a broad shoulder and back, and he bore some resemblance to Long Yin. Wan Shou Wang seemed a bit intimidated by this man, quickly retracting his neck and muttering softly, "I don't think the organization treats me badly, I just feel it's a bit unfair." "Fair or unfair is not for you to decide," the valiant man said calmly. "Just because my lord tier is higher than yours, does that mean I am superior to you? That kind of thinking is fundamentally wrong." Wan Shou Wang was momentarily taken aback but quickly reacted, exclaiming in surprise, Long Xiao, you broke through to 8th tier. Lord? The man named Long Xiao nodded and calmly said, yesterday, after clearing out that batch of abyssal monsters invading my territory, my lord experience just happened to be full. Long Yin turned around, slightly astonished, and said, so soon? Why didn't you tell me? Long Xiao smiled, I just broke through not long ago, I was just about to tell you. Seeing this, Wan Shou Wang and another young man quickly said, congratulations, Long Xiao, on successfully breaking through to 8th tier lord. Long Yin couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. That's even better, your strength is greater and you can gain more benefits in the Abyss realm. The lord named Long Xiao was his younger brother, both were from military backgrounds, with one managing and the other focusing on leveling up within the Dragon Soul organization, truly a strong partnership. Wan Shou Wang chuckled, Long Yin is right, Long Xiao. You must teach that nightshade a lesson. A mere 6th tier lord thinks so highly of himself. In his view, the lord rank of Longzhou was 2 whole levels higher than Ling Yi, making it incredibly easy to suppress the latter. Listening to the Beast King inciting trouble, Long Yin couldn't help but frown and coldly reprimand, Beast King, stop messing around. We're here to seek cooperation, not to stir up trouble. Among the 3 in front of him, the Beast King had the most extreme personality. Originally a skilled and lucky ordinary player, he was drawn into the Dragon Soul organization, which inevitably made him somewhat unruly. The reason he respected Longzhou so much was entirely due to the latter's overwhelming strength. In reality, he didn't respect Longzhou as a person but rather his power. It was precisely for this reason that the Beast King looked down on Lin Yi. However, after Long Yin scolded him, before the Beast King could respond, Longzhou spoke again, brother, you don't need to worry about this matter. That kid Beast King isn't entirely wrong. Although we're here to seek cooperation, we should also showcase the strength of our Dragon Soul organization. Otherwise, if you keep yielding, they might look down on you. Long Yin was momentarily taken aback, not understanding why Longzhou, with his personality, would say such a thing. However, it didn't take long for Long Yin to quickly realize both he and Longzhou were people with a strong sense of honor. This sense of honor stemmed from the Dragon Soul organization they had created. Clearly, Lin Ye's refusal to join the Dragon Soul organization had left Longzhou feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Thinking of this, Long Yin couldn't help but sigh. He never expected that even before entering the Abyss realm, such troubles would arise. Although he hadn't truly witnessed Lin Ye's strength, that young man indeed gave him a rather dangerous feeling, like a lion pretending to doze. Once it opened its eyes, it would devour. Long Yin initially wanted to remind Longzhou a few things, but the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. He understood his brother's character too well. Although he appeared somewhat dull on the surface, he was extremely proud inside. If he repeatedly emphasized not to offend Lin Yi, it might have the opposite effect. He truly hoped that this trip to the Abyss realm wouldn't cause any major troubles. At 11:30, Long Yin kept his promise and brought the 3 before Lin Yi before noon. Brother Lin Yi, I've brought the people you asked for. Long Yin smiled, rest assured, they are all elite among elites, 2 level 7 lords and 1 level 8 lord. They definitely won't hold you back. Level 8 lord? Lin Yi looked up, his gaze sweeping over the 3 behind Long Yin. He clearly hadn't expected that. Among these 3, there was actually a level 8 lord. Then, Lin Yi smiled and extended his hand, nice to meet you all, I am the Knight of Darkness. A young man who looked like a frail scholar stepped forward. First to shake Lin Yi's hand, I am from the Dragon Soul organization, my ID is Cold Garment Scholar, just call me Scholar. Following that, the Beast King also approached. With Long Yin present, he didn't deliberately make Lin Yi uncomfortable, but he still reluctantly extended his hand to touch Lin Yi's Dragon Soul organization, Beast King. Longzhou was the last to step forward, his aura steady, his expression devoid of excess emotion, yet giving off a sense of unyielding authority. Dragon Soul organization, Longzhou. Lin Yi shook his hand and calmly asked, you must be the level 8 lord, right? Longzhou raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, how did you know? Lin Yi smiled, I have a good eye for people. In his view, the Cold Garment Scholar felt somewhat weak, while the Beast King seemed overly restless. Only the Dragon Hunter before them was as steady as the sea, unmoving as a mountain, exuding a certain heroic demeanor. At that moment, Long Yin smiled and spoke, since everyone is here, shouldn't you tell us how to enter the Abyss realm now? It's very simple. Lin Yi directly extended his hand and pointed outside the city. We can enter through those spatial rifts and will reach the Abyss realm. The Beast King frowned and retorted, do you take us for fools? If we go through the spatial rifts, we might not even make it to the Abyss realm before being shredded into meat paste by the spatial turbulence. There were many players who wanted to enter the Abyss realm through the spatial rifts. However, without exception, all of them had died in the spatial turbulence. Yet, Long Yin and the Dragon Hunter remained silent. They knew that since Lin Yi had proposed this method, there must be a solution. Sure enough, Lin Yi directly ignored the Beast King's question and calmly asked, you all should have Abyss Magic Stones in your hands, right? Yes. The Dragon Hunter took out the Abyss Magic Stones he had, and the quantity reached a staggering 8,000. As expected of the Dragon Hunter, the Beast King exclaimed, then similarly took out abyss magic stones from his backpack. He, like the cold-clothes scholar, had collected around 4 to 5,000 abyss magic stones. Lin Yi glanced at their stock and couldn't help but frown. You two have a bit fewer abyss magic stones, but if you don't bring too many troops into the abyss realm, it shouldn't be a big problem. After Lin Yi said this, the cold-clothes scholar looked a bit embarrassed. But the Beast King immediately exploded. 5,000 abyss magic stones are still few? How many do you have? Show us. Lin Yi looked at him in surprise. To be honest, he hadn't planned to show off. However, it was indeed rare to encounter someone so eager to provoke him. Lin Yi had no choice but to satisfy him. Since you want to see, I'll indulge you. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Yi took out all the abyss magic stones from his backpack. In an instant, over 10,000 abyss magic stones piled up into a small mountain before everyone. The cold-clothes scholar stared at the scene, unable to help but widen his eyes. My god, the three of us combined probably don't have that many, right? Longing beside him gasped in shock, recalling that Lin Yi had previously told him he had slaughtered 100,000 abyss troops, so it was reasonable to accumulate so many abyss magic stones. Although the dragon hunter didn't show any obvious reaction, a hint of astonishment involuntarily flickered in his eyes, clearly revealing more curiosity about Lin Yi. As for the Beast King, who had instigated the situation, his face turned green at that moment. He had originally thought that Lin Yi, a mere 6th-tier lord, would be impressive enough to produce 2 or 3,000 abyss magic stones. Who would have thought that this guy would overshadow even the dragon hunter with his display? Fortunately, just as the Beast King was at a loss for how to back down, Longing smiled and said, Brother Lin Yi, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us the purpose of these abyss magic stones now. Taking advantage of Long Yin's words, the Beast King quickly put away the abyss magic stones in front of him and silently stepped back a few paces. The cold-clothes scholar couldn't help but speak up. Beast King, why don't we just let it go? This guy may not have a high lord rank, but it seems he really has something. Shut up. Why are you turning your elbow outward? The Beast King snapped angrily. It's just a few abyss magic stones. What does that have to do with strength? Maybe he's just lucky. Don't worry, once we enter the abyss realm, I'll make this kid reveal his true colors. Just as the Beast King and the cold-clad scholar were whispering to each other, Lin Yi also informed everyone of the method to enter the abyss realm. Actually, it's not difficult to enter the abyss realm. You just need to absorb enough abyss aura and disguise yourself and your army as abyss creatures. After Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone present was immediately stunned. Disguising as abyss creatures? There's such a method? As for how to do it, just watch me demonstrate. Lin Yi casually took out an abyss magic stone and clenched it in his hand. In the next second, a ghostly purple light shone from the abyss magic stone. The eerie abyss aura instantly spread out, enveloping Lin Yi. After Lin Yi's demonstration, everyone quickly understood. This way, as long as they had enough abyss magic stones in hand, they could cover their entire army with abyss aura and disguise them as abyss monsters. I never expected the abyss magic stone to have such a function, Longing murmured in astonishment. Then, Lin Yi asked, aren't you coming with us into the abyss realm, brother Longing? The latter nodded and smiled, saying, no, I won't go in with you. After all, I still have to manage the Dragon Soul organization. That makes sense, Lin Yi nodded and said, in that case, let's not waste any more time and prepare to set off into the abyss realm. After Longing left, the 4 prepared individuals immediately headed towards the spatial rift outside the territory. Moreover, they had already used the abyss magic stones within the territory to cover all their troops with abyss aura. According to Lin Yi, using the abyss magic stones this way would not render them useless. As long as they entered the abyss realm, the abyss magic stones in their hands would automatically begin to absorb the abyss aura within the realm, thus returning to a full state. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the largest spatial rift. This rift was the same one where the corpse demon king had appeared before, making it exceptionally large, capable of accommodating hundreds of people at once. Lin Yi led his troops and stepped in first. After he entered, Long Shou, the Beast King, and the cold-clad scholar quickly followed with their respective troops. In the next second, the scene before them instantly changed. The originally blue sky turned into a strange ghostly purple. The surrounding land was all gray-black, looking lifeless. Is this the abyss realm? Long Shou raised his head and looked around. Lin Yi reminded him lightly, be careful, the abyss realm is full of dangers. The Beast King couldn't help but speak up. Dangerous? I can't even see a single abyss monster. If you ask me, all the monsters in the abyss realm have long entered the eternal continent. Lin Yi smiled but did not respond. The fact that the other party could say this indicated that he had no idea how vast the abyss realm truly was. If all the abyss monsters had surged into the eternal continent, Lin Yi could guarantee that not a single lord would survive the onslaught of the abyss army. However, just as the Beast King finished speaking, the ground beneath them suddenly cracked open. Lin Yi's expression changed immediately. Be careful, maintain formation. Before anyone could react, a massive serpentine head appeared before them. This giant snake was enormous, towering 7 or 8 stories high, with scales that glistened with a dark sheen. Catastrophe Serpent, Tier 9 Boss. Description: a giant magic serpent personally raised by the Abyss Demon God, possessing terrifying abilities that bring disaster to the entire world. Upon seeing the attributes of this magic serpent, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. A tier 9 boss. I really didn't expect that. As soon as I arrived in the Abyss realm, I would encounter such a big guy. Lin Yi took a deep breath and said without hesitation, "Prepare for battle." After the appearance of the Calamity Serpent, there was no need for Lin Yi to say much. Long Shou and Hani Shusheng had already taken the lead in forming their formation. Although the Beast King didn't quite get along with Lin Yi, he didn't dare to cause any trouble at such a critical moment. "Everyone, I'll take the front, you just focus on dealing damage from the back." The race chosen by the Beast King was the Orcs, and facing the Calamity Serpent before him, he immediately sent his Orc troops to the front lines. In front of the 9th tier Calamity Serpent, those lower tier troops were nothing but cannon fodder. Therefore, the Beast King did not hesitate at all and directly dispatched his strongest troops, the 7th tier Bull Trolls. These Bull Trolls had a pair of horns on their heads, their bodies extremely robust, standing upright like humans, swinging their black heavy hammers and lowing as they surrounded the Calamity Serpent. However, facing the approaching Bull Trolls, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Calamity Serpent. In the next second, the head of the Calamity Serpent shot out like lightning. In an instant, its head was right next to a Bull Troll. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the opponent's shoulder, injecting the venom from its fangs into it. Within 5 seconds, a layer of ashen color appeared on the Bull Troll's face. In front of the 9th tier Calamity Serpent, the 7th tier Bull Trolls couldn't even last a few seconds before collapsing to the ground. Watching the scene before him, the Beast King's face turned a bit pale. He clearly did not expect that his proud 7th tier troops would be so easily defeated by the Calamity Serpent. "Demon Wolf Knights, surround it, don't let it escape." The Beast King then spoke again, commanding his Demon Wolf Knights to rush towards the Calamity Serpent. Since the 7th tier troops were no match for the Calamity Serpent, he might as well use lower tier troops to surround it. However, what the Beast King did not expect was that the Calamity Serpent had no intention of escaping at all. What it wanted was to kill everyone present. Screech, the Calamity Serpent raised its head and let out a sharp, piercing howl. In the next second, its massive tail swept forward like a giant whip. In an instant, dozens of Demon Wolf Knights were crushed into meat paste under the force of the serpent's tail. "This boss is too strong, I might not be able to handle it alone." Facing the onslaught of the Calamity Serpent, the Beast King gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to call for help. It was his first time facing a 9th tier boss, and he had no idea the opponent possessed such terrifying strength. Although Long Shou did not speak, he silently sent his troops to the front. Over 20 steel-forged giants rushed towards the Calamity Serpent, and without hesitation, they swung their massive iron fists, smashing down on the serpent's scales. Under the heavy punches of the steel giants, even the hard scales of the Calamity Serpent were shattered. Watching this scene, even the Beast King couldn't help but grin. Long Shou was still awesome. It should be noted that Long Shou had chosen the elemental race, and these steel giants were one of the 8th tier troops of the elemental race. They not only had extremely high health and defense but were also immune to illusions and toxins. Therefore, under the immunity to toxins, the Calamity Serpent could only inflict physical damage on these steel giants. Boom! The massive tail of the Calamity Serpent struck heavily against one of the steel giants, producing a muffled thud. Under this immense force, the chest of the steel giant actually caved in, and its health rapidly dropped. However, fortunately, the 8th tier steel giant managed to withstand the blow from the Calamity Serpent and was not instantly killed. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and deal damage," Long Shou said sternly. After he spoke, the various elemental orbs behind him launched an assault on the Calamity Serpent. Thunder elements summoned lightning, frost elements conjured ice, fire elements spewed fire serpents. However, despite the frenzied output from the elemental orbs, the health of the Calamity Serpent did not significantly decrease. Long Shou frowned and quickly identified the problem. "This boss has high magic resistance. We can only rely on physical attacks." "Understood." Hani Shusheng and the Beast King responded in unison and quickly sprang into action. "Isn't it just physical damage? Just watch me." The Beast King grinned and directly summoned a line of orc catapults. These orc catapults were all 6th tier units capable of hurling massive stones at the enemy, inflicting high physical damage. As for Hani Shusheng, although he had a rather literary name, the race he chose was extremely violent, Hellkin. With a wave of his hand, 7th tier war axe demons surged toward the direction of the Calamity Serpent. These demons were entirely crimson, with 2 devil horns growing from their heads, their bodies bulging with muscles, seemingly containing terrifying power. They wielded massive axes and charged at the Calamity Serpent, their high physical attack power allowing each swing to deal significant damage. Watching the Calamity Serpent's health steadily decline, the Beast King couldn't help but grin. "Looks like this 9th tier boss isn't so impressive after all." Long Shou frowned and admonished, "Don't let your guard down. The number of steel giants under my command is limited, and they may not be able to hold out for long." After Long Shou's warning, the Beast King's demeanor became serious again. He was right. Although the situation was temporarily stable for them, this was merely the beginning. If they wanted to defeat this 9th tier boss. They couldn't afford even the slightest mistake in the time to come. However, at that moment, the Beast King suddenly frowned and looked at Lin Yi beside him. Since the boss battle began, this guy had been doing nothing, contributing not a single ounce of effort. This idle attitude immediately drew the Beast King's ire. He showed no mercy and bluntly questioned, "I say, everyone is dealing damage, and you're just here slacking off? Or is it that your troops are too weak to contribute at all?" The Beast King's tone was harsh, filled with dissatisfaction towards Lin Yi. However, the latter showed no anger at all. Instead, he smiled and asked, "I just wanted to clarify. How will the loot from the boss be distributed after the battle? Is it need-based distribution or labor-based distribution?" Need-based distribution means allocating based on individual needs. For example, since Lin Yi is of the human race, treasures suitable for humans would be prioritized for him. As for labor-based distribution, it naturally refers to allocation based on each person's contribution. The one who deals the most damage and takes the most damage will have priority in selecting all the treasures. After Lin Yi spoke, a look of disdain immediately appeared on the Beast King's face. Need-based distribution? What are you thinking, kid? What's wrong? Even if you want to cling to someone powerful, you don't have to be so direct, do you? In his view, within the small team they had formed, Lin Yi's strength was simply not competitive at all. Lin Yi smiled and countered, "So, you think it's more appropriate to distribute based on contribution, right?" The Beast King couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Of course." Then, Lin Yi laughed again. "Then I can rest assured." Upon hearing this, the Beast King was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "What do you have to worry about?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "If that's the case, then I can confidently unleash all my strength." All his strength? The Beast King frowned. Just as he was about to mock Lin Yi for overestimating himself, the latter had already dispatched his troops. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of dull thuds, a massive skeleton engulfed in flames appeared before the Calamity Serpent. This giant skeleton wielding a black flame greatsword was none other than the Skeleton King who had activated the Flame Demon King form. Upon arriving in front of the Calamity Serpent, the Skeleton King also activated the accompanying skill of the Explorer's Light Arm, Holy Light Armor. In an instant, a layer of light armor capable of absorbing 50,000 points of damage materialized around the Skeleton King. The Holy Light Armor could be used 3 times in total. The Skeleton King had used it once during the previous Abyss invasion. So with this use, that made 2. This meant that after using the last Holy Light Armor, the sacred relic would be completely shattered. Faced with the suddenly appearing Skeleton King, the Calamity Serpent showed no mercy and immediately swung its massive tail, striking fiercely at the former. Bang! Under the impact of the tremendous force, the Skeleton King staggered back several steps but ultimately steadied himself and countered with a sword strike against the Calamity Serpent's tail. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the black flame greatsword in the Skeleton King's hand actually sparked against the scales of the serpent's tail. Watching this scene unfold, the Beast King and the cold-robed scholar were left dumbfounded. Even Long Xiao's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of astonishment. The cold-robed scholar swallowed hard and exclaimed, "What kind of troop is this? It's too fierce. It can actually face a 9th tier boss head-on?" However, the Skeleton King's attack was merely the beginning. In the next moment, Lin Yi's army was fully mobilized. Hundreds of holy light priests raised their staffs in unison, pouring down the incredibly pure judgment light from the heavens, illuminating the body of the Calamity Serpent. Although this judgment light might not have a significant suppressive effect on the 9th tier boss, it clearly agitated the latter, causing its massive serpentine body to thrash wildly, attempting to charge towards the direction of the holy light priests. However, the Skeleton King firmly blocked its path, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Simultaneously, a tide of death skeletons surrounded the Calamity Serpent. Undying Shield, activate. To prevent these death skeletons from being instantly killed by the Calamity Serpent, Lin Yi unhesitatingly activated the accompanying skill of the god-level defense technique. The Calamity Serpent's massive tail swept through, inflicting heavy damage on all the death skeletons. However, under the effect of the Undying Shield, all the death skeletons retained at least one last drop of health. Watching this scene, everyone present was stunned. The Beast King muttered in disbelief, "What are these skeletons? How can they withstand more than my Berserk Bull Troll?" Then, behind Lin Yi, the Dragonflame Mage also chose to take action. The crimson robe of the Dragonflame Mage danced wildly in the abyssal winds. These Dragonflame Mages raised their staffs high, chanting spells, unleashing explosive dragon flames towards the direction of the Calamity Serpent. Boom 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 boom. A series of red dragon-shaped flames immediately crashed down upon the Calamity Serpent, inflicting massive damage. Moreover, under the effect of the artifact Divine Power, all the troops under Lin Yi's command had their ranks automatically elevated by 1 level. This meant that the Dragonflame Mage, originally a mere 6th tier unit, had now directly advanced to a 7th tier unit. With the rank increase, the damage dealt by the Dragonflame Mage naturally rose significantly. Watching the continuously decreasing health of the Calamity Serpent, the Beast King was utterly stunned. What the hell is going on? Isn't this boss supposed to have high magical defense? What the Beast King didn't know was that one of the characteristics of the Dragon Flame Mage was to ignore 50% of the enemy's magical defense. In this situation, no matter how high the Calamity Serpent's magical defense was, it was of no use. The Beast King had previously been unaware of. Why Lin Yi smiled and said he could finally go all out after deciding on the distribution method. But now he completely understood. Because this guy's strength was truly terrifying. Before this, the Beast King had never imagined that a mere 6th tier lord could unleash such powerful strength. Subsequently, the other troops under Lin Yi also rushed into the battlefield. Spider Queen, Decayed Lich King, Sun Crusaders, Divine Punishment Archers, Royal Griffins, Vampire Count. Each unit displayed combat power that was completely inconsistent with their ranks. Take the Divine Punishment Archer as an example. This was clearly just a 2nd tier unit, and even after the enhancement from Divine Power, it had only advanced to a 3rd tier unit. Yet, under the effects of the Demon Slayer trait in Aver's skills, the damage output of the Divine Punishment Archer was hardly inferior to that of a 6th tier unit. What does this mean? A 3rd tier unit dealing damage comparable to a 6th tier unit, this guy must be cheating, right? Seeing the Beast King and the cold-clothes scholar standing there in a daze, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "What are you two staring at? Don't you see the boss is about to enter a berserk state?" Beast King at #%UN #UN% at hashtag, how dare you ask me what I'm staring at? Isn't it because you scared me stiff? The cold-clothes scholar even moved closer to Long Xiao, speaking with a complex expression, "Boss, this guy's strength seems to be more than we imagined." Long Xiao took a deep breath and nodded calmly. He had originally wanted to showcase his strength in front of Lin Yi, making the latter regret not joining the Dragon Soul organization. But now it seemed his thoughts were laughably foolish, like a clown. Given the strength displayed by the opponent throughout the entire Dragon Soul organization, even including himself, who could possibly be his match? If he really faced off against Lin Yi, the outcome would likely be a scene of a 6th tier lord being defeated by an 8th tier lord. Long Xiao had never expected that the usually silent Lin Yi could unleash such formidable strength at a critical moment. The cold-clothes scholar was amazed by Lin Yi's power. Long Xiao completely changed his view of Lin Yi. Only, the Beast King felt as if his face had been slapped repeatedly, feeling utterly frustrated. However, regardless of the inner thoughts of these three, one fact remained unchanged. That is, after Lin Yi led his army into the battle, the pressure on their shoulders had significantly lessened. Looking at the endless sea of deathly skeletons, even Long Xiao couldn't help but exclaim that this countless army of skeletons was simply an excellent choice to absorb the boss's damage. Faced with the deathly skeletons empowered by the undying shield, the Calamity Serpent felt a sense of powerlessness. However, just as the Calamity Serpent's health dropped below 30%, this boss finally entered a state of frenzy. Hiss 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 hiss, countless scales shot out from its body, sharp and fast, darting in all directions with the force of bullets. Any unit struck by these scales saw their health plummet at a terrifying speed. Clearly, these serpent scales concealed the Calamity Serpent's venom. True to its name, it could bring disaster to the entire world. Even the steel giant, which was immune to toxins, was pierced by countless serpent scales. In just a few seconds, a large area around the Calamity Serpent was cleared. Fortunately, Lin Yi had anticipated the boss's frenzy in time and withdrew all high-tier units, preventing significant casualties, with only a few hundred deathly skeletons lost. As for the Beast King's orc units, they were not so lucky. It should be noted that the orc units primarily engaged in melee combat. A large portion of those near the Calamity Serpent were orc units from the Beast King, and under the sudden attack from the former, the latter's forces suffered heavy losses. Thankfully, the Calamity Serpent was left with only 30% of its health. With one final concentrated attack, they could take it down. Thinking of this, the Beast King couldn't afford to lament his losses and quickly shouted, "Focus fire on the boss, we must not let it escape." This was his first battle against a 9th tier boss, and without the combined strength of the four of them, it would have been impossible to slay this serpent. Because of this, the Beast King was determined not to miss this opportunity. However, what no one expected was that as its health rapidly declined, the Calamity Serpent let out another long howl. Then, its serpent head dove into the ground, and even its massive body quickly followed its head into the depths below. The Beast King's expression changed, and he shouted, "Damn it, the snake is trying to escape." Long Xiao furrowed his brow and urgently said, "Stop it, we must not let it get away." Although Hani Shushen was also anxious, he had no way to help. The Calamity Serpent moved too quickly underground for them to restrict it. All their attacks were blocked by the soil. Unless they dug through it, they couldn't harm the Calamity Serpent hiding underground. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up, "Let me handle it." After saying this, he took out another special treasure from his backpack, the war shackles. The war shackles in Lin Yi's hand resembled a chain covered in barbs, tied to a copper rod. From a distance, it even looked somewhat like a long whip. Seeing the Calamity Serpent about to escape the combat range, Lin Yi didn't hesitate to use the war shackles. In the next second, the chain in his hand rapidly extended, wrapping around the Calamity Serpent underground. The moment the war shackles successfully coiled around the Calamity Serpent's body. The shackles domain expanded. The ability of the War Shackles was quite simple. During combat, it could forcibly trap the opponent within the shackles barrier. Even gods could not escape. However, when Lin Yi initially chose this treasure, he never expected that the War Shackles would come into place so quickly in his hands. Once the War Shackles took effect, the Calamity Serpent was immediately trapped within the barrier. No matter how it slammed against the barrier, it was all in vain. Focus fire on the boss, take it down in one go, or we might attract other abyssal creatures. Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, Lin Yi didn't hesitate to remind them. If they didn't end the battle quickly, the commotion could easily draw in more abyssal creatures, although the 4 of them could handle a 9th tier boss. Together, if a few more showed up, even they would be in trouble in this abyssal realm. Under Lin Yi's reminder, everyone finally snapped to attention and began directing their troops to attack the Calamity Serpent once more. The nearly defeated Calamity Serpent, despite its immense lethality, could only fall in defeat against the combined forces of the 4 armies. As the massive serpent body crashed heavily to the ground, everyone instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Fighting a boss of this level was no easy feat. A single mistake could lead to significant casualties for their troops. Therefore, after the boss battle ended, even Lin Yi felt as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. This battle, although the losses for the Beast King were extremely heavy, did not show a hint of gloom on his face. Instead, he excitedly rushed towards the corpse of the Calamity Serpent. Goodness, I really didn't know what kind of good stuff a 9th tier boss could drop, Lin Yi chuckled. But don't forget, no matter what good stuff drops, I have the priority selection right. The Beast King was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively opened the team panel. On the panel, Lin Yi's damage to the Calamity Serpent was astonishingly at the top among everyone, reaching a staggering 50.7%. This meant that the combined output of the other 3 was still less than Lin Yi's damage to the boss alone. Of course, this was also because the Calamity Serpent had extremely high magical defense and the elemental troops of Dragon Hunt dealt very limited damage to it. In contrast, Lin Yi's Dragonflame Mage not only had a high magical attack power but also, thanks to its troop characteristics, directly ignored the Calamity Serpent's magic resistance, allowing it to inflict massive damage. Additionally, on the damage taken panel, Lin Yi's troop's share was also as high as 38.9%. What does it mean to be the main force? This is what it means. Over half of the output and nearly 40% of the damage taken. Even the Beast King had to admit that Lin Yi indeed made an extraordinary contribution in this battle. It was only fair for him to gain the right to prioritize loot selection. Who among you has good luck? Go ahead and loot the boss's corpse, Han Yi. Shu Shang said with a grin. Long Shou smiled and said, let Brother Knight do it. Lin Yi didn't decline. Then I shall respectfully accept. He then approached the corpse of the Calamity Serpent and began to search for the treasures dropped by this 9th tier boss. As Lin Yi searched, 3 silver glimmers flashed before his eyes. These 3 silver glimmers clearly corresponded to 3 treasures. Upon seeing the attributes of these 3 treasures, a smile immediately appeared on Lin Yi's face. Not bad, I got lucky. And found 3 diamond-level treasures right off the bat. He then sent the attributes of these 3 treasures to the chat list. Boots of the Pathfinder diamond-level movement. Speed plus 30% physical defense plus 50 magic defense plus 50 agility plus 35 evasion rate plus 15% skill. Path of the Gods. After using this skill, for the next 300 seconds, the hero can ignore terrain restrictions while moving, with a movement speed increase of plus 80% and an evasion rate of plus 50%. Path of the Gods, vanishing without a trace. Hammer of Annihilation diamond level physical attack plus 350 strength plus 70 skill critical damage plus 10% when the wearer attacks an enemy. There is a 5% chance to trigger double damage. Skill, Power of Annihilation. After use, the wielder will gain the power of annihilation, increasing the chance of triggering double damage to 50% for 30 seconds and ignoring the opponent's armor. A weapon created to annihilate all enemies. May this power not harm the innocent. Immortal Spear diamond level physical attack plus 220 strength plus 30 agility plus 30 intelligence plus 30 stamina plus 30 attack speed plus 35% skill. Immortal Shield. When the wearer's health drops below 30%, it will automatically trigger, providing a shield that can absorb 2000 damage, and attacks will also have a 20% lifesteal effect. I shall be immortal. After reviewing the attributes of these 3 treasures, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of amazement on their faces. As expected of treasures dropped by a 9th tier boss, these attributes are impressive. The Beast King smacked his lips, his gaze fixed on the Hammer of Annihilation. Clearly, he was filled with desire for this treasure. However, after seeing the attributes of these 3 treasures, Lin Yi smiled and said, you can choose first. Really? The Beast King looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, a hint of joy immediately appearing on his face, and then he unhesitatingly grabbed the Hammer of Annihilation into his arms. If he had any reservations about Lin Yi before, at this moment, all prejudices had vanished. The Lin Yi before him was truly a great benefactor. If possible, then I'll take it too. Compared to the impatient Beast King, Han Yi Shusheng appeared much more polite. After receiving Lin Yi's consent, he chose
to put the immortal spear into his backpack.
Soon, only the last treasure, the boots of the Pathfinder, remained.
Long Xiao looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. Are you sure you really don't want it?
Lin Yi smiled and said, don't worry, these 3 diamond-level treasures are just the beginning. Then, his hands once again reached towards the corpse
of the Calamity Serpent. This time, what unfolded before everyone was a brilliance like that of the stars. For a moment, the other 3, except for Lin Yi, couldn't help but widen their eyes. This was actually a star-level treasure? Lin Yi was not surprised because he already knew that a 9th-tier boss could drop treasures of a higher level than diamond, namely star-level treasures. It seems Brother Knight had this in mind all along. In that case, I will gladly accept this last diamond-level treasure. Long Xiao smiled and then put away the boots of the Pathfinder.
This meant he would not compete with Lin Yi for this star-level treasure. Looking at the star-level treasure that appeared before him, even Lin Yi's breathing became heavy with excitement. After all, in this life, this was the first star-level treasure he had obtained, undoubtedly significant. The next moment, amidst the brilliant starlight, a ring-shaped treasure appeared before Lin Yi. The last item was picked up by Lin Yi, and the radiance it emitted was clearly
stronger than the previous diamond equipment.
The 4 of them fixed their gazes on the item in Lin Yi's hand, and even the sound of their breathing was so clear. The staff of the Fallen Queen, stellar level, magic attack plus 500 intelligence plus 50 stamina plus 50 health plus 1000 skill, reversal of the fallen. One of the Fallen Queen's most proud skills. In her lifetime, it can resurrect fallen allied units on the battlefield with 50% health and mana, and cannot be targeted for attack within 1 second after resurrection.
Fallen is the source of my power, all beings fall. This skill is simply too overpowered. It means that when 2 equally matched lords are fighting to the death, suddenly using this skill to resurrect their fallen units would probably make the opponent want to die. The shock brought by this stellar level equipment was not trivial, even without mentioning the overpowered skill. The added 500 points of magic attack and 1000 points of health were enough to transform a useless mage hero into one with epic level attributes. Moreover, Lin Yi's subordinates were all epic level heroes, and equipping this stellar level gear could be said to make them super epic heroes. Because there was so much information about the stellar level equipment, when Lin Yi continued to scroll down, he was stunned. Reversal of the Fallen. One of the Fallen Queen's most proud skills in her lifetime. When equipped heroes use healing skills, it can trigger double healing. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. This was simply a piece of equipment tailor-made for the Elf Queen, and it was stellar level. The reversal of the Fallen combined with the Elf Queen's Forest Green Light was simply a perfect match. The Forest Green Light can restore 30% of all units' health. If the Elf Queen with this skill is rated as B, then equipping the Fallen Queen's staff would definitely elevate her to D. Because this triggers double healing, that means the healing amount would be 60%, and with that much healing, the health would overflow. My god, I can't be seeing this wrong. At this moment, the Beast King exclaimed, This is actually a double skill equipment. This is truly eye-opening. The usually silent scholar in cold clothes couldn't help but speak up. After all, it was the first time seeing stellar equipment. Mitian, congratulations. Long Shou said with a smile. The first stellar equipment in the entire region appearing right under his nose was indeed worth celebrating. Lin Yi turned and handed the staff of the Fallen Queen to the Elf Queen, who trembled slightly. This is too precious, the Elf Queen said. At this moment, the Elf Queen seemed to have her own thoughts. Perhaps it was because everyone was forced into the Eternal Continent, where the heroes had become no different from humans, that the Elf Queen would have thoughts similar to those of humans, feeling a bit hesitant. You are more suited for this equipment than anyone else here, so you should take it, Lin Yi said. When the Elf Queen's hand touched Lin Yi's as she took the staff of the Fallen Queen, a blush suddenly appeared on her face, and Lin Yi also felt a jolt. Before Lin Yi could think much, the system voice said, Equipping stellar level equipment, current loyalty, 95%. This unexpected joy made Lin Yi feel a little excited. In comparison, Avril had a cool and aloof vibe, while the Elf Queen gave a warm and friendly feeling like a neighborly big sister, and the Elf Queen's measurements were truly a killer for otaku. Ahem, Beast King, pay attention, the scholar in cold clothes reminded. At this moment, the Beast King finally came to his senses, feeling slightly embarrassed, because the 2 beautiful heroes Lin Yi had recruited were simply too attractive. While looking at his own recruited heroes, each one was burly and rough. Sigh, it was all tears. As everyone was preparing to leave, the corpse of the 9th tier monster on the ground vanished, leaving behind a brilliant energy crystal core. A 9th tier energy crystal core. Everyone's attention was once again drawn together. Lin Yi's gaze was also intense at this moment because he had a magic crystal heavy artillery. If he used the 9th tier energy crystal core as a power source, then this strike would be enough to make a 9th tier abyssal demon king drink a pot, or it could even destroy one of their nests. The 3 members of Dragon Hunt could see Lin Yi's thirst for this 9th tier energy crystal core, but after he had obtained the star level equipment, he felt embarrassed to speak up. What are you hesitating for? Just take it if you don't want it. I'll take it, Dragon Hunt said at that moment. Lin Yi smiled knowingly.
and held the 9th tier energy crystal core in his palm. How about this? To compensate everyone, I'll give each of you a diamond level treasure, Lin Yi said, and after speaking, he handed each of the 3 members of Dragon Hunt a diamond level treasure. After receiving the diamond treasures, the 3 felt even more that Lin Yi was unfathomable, and thinking back to their previous prejudices against him, they truly felt ridiculous like clowns.
Upon entering the Abyss Realm, they encountered a 9th tier boss. They couldn't help but wonder what they would face further ahead.
You all saw it, we encountered a 9th tier boss as soon as we came in.
What are your plans? Lin Yi asked. The adventures ahead may be even more dangerous, and I can't guarantee everyone's safety 100%.
At this moment, the Beast King and others had already set aside their prejudices against Lin Yi.
After witnessing Lin Yi's strength, they decided to continue delving deeper into the Abyss Realm with him.
These abyssal monsters had attacked the Eternal Continent, causing countless casualties, and they still needed to collect some interest on this debt.
Let's
continue to fight deeper into the Abyss Realm,
Dragon Hunt said to Lin Yi. Alright, since you've made your decision, let's proceed, Lin Yi replied. Just as the 4 were preparing to use the
abyssal magic stones to disguise themselves as abyssal monsters again, a deafening voice exploded in their ears.
So that's how it is.
I was wondering how a bunch of lowly ants could infiltrate the Abyss Realm. I didn't expect you to use abyssal magic stones.
Who is speaking? Where is the speaker? Everyone, don't panic.
At this moment, they only heard the voice but did not
notice any monsters or abnormalities around them.
Suddenly, a 6-pointed star radiating purple malevolence appeared in the space before Lin Yi and the others.
The 6-pointed star emitted a
strong demonic aura, and the next moment, a colossal figure emerged in the center of the star. Abyss Controller, 9th tier boss. Introduction: the ruler of the Abyss Realm, possessing absolute
control over abyssal monsters. In the Abyss Realm, he is the absolute overlord, and his strength is not something an ordinary 9th tier boss can compare to. This is my territory, I am in charge.
At this moment, Lin Yi and the others had already suffered significant losses in the previous battle, and now another 9th tier boss appeared, which seemed to exceed everyone's expectations. The 4 wore serious expressions.
Damn it, what should we do?
The Beast King spat angrily. Lin Yi frowned as he looked at the Abyss Controller, who was slowly approaching them.
No matter what, let's fight. Dragon Hunt gritted his teeth and said, then summoned the 8th tier unit, the harbinger of the chaotic warrior's end. The next moment, the Beast King also summoned a 7th tier Savage Bull Giant, while the Cold Garb Scholar summoned a 7th tier Evil Eye War God, preparing for a desperate battle. Do you think these mismatched pieces can stop me? The Abyss
Controller cackled as he could wipe out this group of ants with a wave of his hand.
Attack!
At this moment, Dragon Hunt commanded the harbinger of the chaotic warrior's end.
The harbinger of
the chaotic warrior's end spun with the 6 attributes of water, fire, wood, earth, light, and darkness, and these 6 attributes blended together to form the chaotic attribute.
Although it was an 8th tier unit, its combat power was comparable to that of a 9th tier unit, and now facing such a super 9th tier boss, they had no choice but to go all in. The Abyssal Controller before them exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, quietly watching his long show and the others summoned their troops. He relished the sight of his prey struggling in their death throes. The more fiercely they resisted, the greater his delight. Lin Yi clutched the 9th tier energy crystal in his hand, silently sighing. Suddenly, the Abyssal Controller turned his gaze to Lin Yi, seemingly oblivious to any fear in his eyes, which left him perplexed. Lin Yi's calm and resolute gaze genuinely astonished the Abyssal Controller, causing a wave of displeasure to rise within him. The Abyssal Controller of the Endless Abyss intended to ensnare Lin Yi with chains, eager to study this anomaly thoroughly. Be careful, roared the Beast King, hastily ordering the Bull Troll to shield Lin Yi.
Put. The endless abyssal chains pierced through the Bull Troll of the Beast King, impaling 7 or 8 of them like skewered meat. No, more like skewered beef.
Damn it, shouted the Beast King.
The chaotic Skysplitter and evil god destruction / a mere parlor trick. With a wave of his staff, the Abyssal Controller caused all the troops charging halfway to explode.
In a mist of blood. Boom, boom, boom.
Chaotic warriors, Evil Eye War God, Longsho and Hani Shusheng shouted, but still could not prevent the fate of their troops from death. At this moment, the Abyssal Controller turned his gaze back to Lin Yi, wondering if he had been scared into silence. The Abyssal Controller thought to himself that he had truly misjudged the situation. Could it be that some young master had brought a high-tier lord out for training? At this time, the Abyssal Controller cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yi, his face filled with contempt. Trash-like. You will eventually become fertilizer for our Abyssal realm. The Abyssal Controller raised his staff high above his head, and the lightning elements in the air began to stir, while the dark clouds in the sky thickened. Skeleton Demon King, go! At this moment, Lin Yi finally began to issue commands. The Skeleton Demon King charged towards the Abyssal Controller. With a lowly creature like you, I can wipe you out with a mere gesture. The Skeleton Demon King activated the Explorer's Arm Guard, pushing forward. The Dragon Flame Mage focused on long-range fire. The Divine Punishment Archer concentrated on pinpoint shots. The Death God Skeleton employed a tactic of overwhelming numbers.
The decayed corpse witch king cast the abyssal curse. The holy light priest in the back row provided healing and suppressed the abyssal controller with holy attributes. For a moment, the abyssal controller began to feel a bit flustered. Lin Ye's series of maneuvers was incredibly smooth and fluid, not at all stiff, but this was merely to attract the abyssal controller's attention. The main event was yet to come. The abyssal controller was momentarily besieged by various mythical troops, paying some attention, but the attributes between troops and bosses could not be compensated for by mere numbers or ranks. He took out a purple tome and began to chant. Not good. He's charging up to unleash a big move. Long Shou warned. If he releases this move, we might be stuck here today. Such powerful energy. Long Shou exclaimed at that moment. The three of them followed the pressure of the energy, their gazes turning to Lin Yi. They saw Lin Yi take out the magic crystal heavy cannon, its barrel already aimed at the abyssal controller, who was halfway through his chant. Seeing the cannon aimed at him, he merely snorted coldly, dismissing it with scorn, for he believed that being hit by such a thing would feel like a mere scraping, considering anything below the 9th tier was but an ant. Lin Yi placed the 9th tier energy core into the magic crystal heavy cannon, and an overwhelming destructive pressure surged forth, causing the chanting abyssal controller to shudder. However, he could not stop his chant at the crucial final moment, so he intended to endure and finish the last segment. Little did he know that just moments ago, his companion had contributed a 9th tier energy core capable of killing him to Lin Yi. Heavenly Destruction, Energy Cannon. A beam of energy shot towards the abyssal controller. At that moment, the chant of the abyss controller was also completed. Countless lightning bolts flickered in the sky, and a thunderbolt as thick as a bowl fell from above, crashing down on Lin Ye's troops. Accompanied by a tremendous roar and piercing wails, the Flame Dragon Mage, Divine Punishment Archer, Death Skeleton, and other units were obliterated under the attack of the thunder. The energy beam from the magic crystal heavy artillery struck the abyss controller, instantly enveloping him in the beam, seemingly attempting to melt him away. The scream emitted by the abyss controller was like a wail from the depths of hell. Lin Yi looked at his severely diminished troops with heartache. Did this guy escape? The Beast King exclaimed. He really has vanished. Long Shou looked around and confirmed that there was indeed no trace of the abyss controller. He didn't die. This was Lin Yi's first reaction. Even consuming a 9th tier boss's energy crystal core couldn't eliminate him. This super 9th tier boss truly lived up to its reputation. At that moment, deep within the abyss realm, purple blood flowed on the ground. Lin Yi suddenly thought of something and froze. This abyss controller should be a clone of that being within the abyss realm. What? Such power is just a clone, the cold-robed scholar gasped. Long Shou also frowned, looking at Lin Yi, hoping he would continue. That's right, there is only one being in the abyss realm that can surpass the 9th tier. Surpass the 9th tier? The Beast King asked. What kind of existence surpasses the 9th tier? The cold-robed scholar was also very curious. To surpass the 9th tier, that is a demigod. Lin Yi said calmly. The usage of the explorer's armlet has run out. This 9th tier energy crystal core has been used, and most of the troops are dead. Let's see what miraculous techniques you still have, he said slowly from deep within the abyss realm. Are you afraid? Lin Yi asked the three of them. Speak, what do we need to do next? Long Shou got straight to the point. Kill the demigod. Lin Yi wasted no words, but the three of them were indeed startled by those 3 words that sprang from his mouth. If you are willing to follow me, I will take you to slay the god. Before the 3 could recover from the shock of the previous words, this next statement made their hearts race. Exciting, the Beast King said. I'll risk my life to accompany the gentleman. Count me in. The 3 of them sensed from Lin Yi's words that he could definitely lead them to slay the god. It was an instinct, or rather, a soldier's intuition. Since you trust me so much, I'll speak plainly. Lin Yi paused and continued. There is a place in the abyss realm that is a forbidden ground for abyssal creatures, as none that enter can come out alive, but it is indeed our opportunity. Oh, is there such a magical place? To be precise, it's not the place that is magical, but rather a magical altar inside, called the Abyss Altar. This is an altar of equivalent exchange. The quantity and quality of the troops you sacrifice there will determine the corresponding summoned beings you receive. In short, this is the key to our god-slaying. But the abyss realm is so vast, for the 4 of us to search, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at Long Shou and said, that depends on your elemental sensing. In the next moment, Long Shou seemed to understand. The abyss altar is associated with dark elements, so the place with the most concentrated dark elements should be roughly the location of the abyss altar. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, but Long Shou said awkwardly, most of my high-tier troops are dead, and these low-tier troops cannot sense the dark elements. Don't we still have the star-level treasures? Lin Yi said with a smile. Elf Queen, use the Fallen. Reversal. The Elven Queen took out the Staff of the Fallen Witch and waved it in the air, generating a massive aura of life. The life essence began to condense into mist, spreading across the battlefield, and the fallen soldiers were slowly rising to their feet. Chaos Warriors! Long Shou exclaimed. Indeed, all the units that had just perished were revived under the skill of the
Fallen which meant that Lin Yi and his companions had taken down 2 9th-tier bosses without losing a single soldier. This achievement would surely be hard for others to accept.
Divine skill.
This is simply a divine skill, the Beast King shouted, realizing that following Lin Yi today was truly the right choice.
Long Xiao was secretly pleased, thinking that the absence of Long
Yin was a significant loss for him. Let's go. The Chaos Warriors seem to sense something, Long Xiao said.
The four followed the Chaos Warriors, jogging along the way. They encountered many
wild abyssal monsters, and with the high-tier units leading the charge, dealing with these abyssal creatures was as easy as cutting vegetables. They began harvesting abyssal magic stones.
Why are there no powerful abyssal monsters along this route? Long Xiao wondered.
This was a question shared by others. It was quite unusual. Lin Yi was also puzzled, trying to figure out where those
demon lords and their minions had gone.
He desperately racked his brain for answers from his memories, but after searching for a long time, he found no relevant information and had to give up, hoping
to find the abyssal altar quickly, fearing that delays could lead to unforeseen changes.
Suddenly, flames appeared out of nowhere on the torches, flickering and illuminating the surroundings, where the dark elements were very dense.
This should be the place, right? Long Xiao asked Lin Yi.
Lin Yi looked around and sent a death skeleton forward. When the death skeleton stepped into the black vortex, it was crushed, and after its body disappeared, a hellhound emerged from the black vortex. Hellhound, first-tier boss, introduction, a low-level boss in the abyss, a small, transparent existence. Yes, this is the abyssal altar, Lin Yi said. The death skeleton was crushed by the altar, equivalent to exchanging for a first-tier boss.
Hellhound, sit, Lin Yi commanded.
The next moment, the hellhound obediently sat down, very well behaved. It seems that the summoned monsters are still obedient.
Haha, let me go first, the Beast King said, eager to try. 7th-tier Minotaur, Demon Wolf Knight. 6th-tier Beast Catapult.
The Beast King threw all his high-tier units into the abyssal altar. Crunch, crunch, one by one, the units were crushed in the altar, and suddenly the Beast King felt a pang of heartache. After all, these units had fought valiantly for him, and now they were being sacrificed alive. It was hard not to feel a bit
reluctant.
After the Beast King stopped the sacrifices, a gigantic beast appeared in the black vortex.
Wow, that's huge. Behemoth, 7th-tier boss. Attack power, 8,000 defense power, 6,200 health.
500000 skills. War Fury enters battle mode, increasing attack power, defense power, and health by 20%. Fallen Strike deals high single target damage to enemies, inflicting 240% damage and has
a chance to stun the enemy for 1 second.
The flames of war spread, and the behemoth was surrounded by war flames, continuously dealing 100% damage to nearby enemies.
Another spring, the behemoth's divine skill, when activated, increases damage reduction by 50% and restores 8% health per second for 6 seconds. Introduction, a warrior among the beast race, brave and skilled in battle. War is his best home.
War, the Beast King looked at the behemoth before him, staring at its panel attributes, feeling it was simply unbelievable. Its attack and defense were several times that of ordinary units, and its health could be said to be dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of regular troops. This wave of sacrifice was definitely worth it. Goodness, seeing the usually refined scholar in cold attire lose his composure, he unhesitatingly sacrificed his high-tier unit. Before long, a summoning appeared from the black vortex.
Hell Demon King, Tier 7 boss, attack
power, 9500 defense power, 4800 health, 360,000 skills. Evil Eye, after using this skill, it deals 260% damage to enemies and has a chance to charm them for 1 second.
Evil God's Abyss reduces all enemy attributes by 10% and slows their movement speed.
Purgatory Shatter, a powerful single-target attack that deals 350% damage to enemies and puts them in a 5-second armor-breaking state. Purgatory Cage, traps enemies within a cage. If they break out, they suffer damage reflection. You are in my dream, drawing a cage around yourself. Compared to the behemoth, the Hell Demon King was an attack-type boss while the behemoth was a tank-type boss. This offense and defense dynamic was quite interesting. Both were admiring their bosses. Commanding a boss felt entirely different from commanding minions, and both felt an infinite battle intent rising within them, eager to find someone to practice against.
I sacrificed a Tier 7 unit with Han Yi, so Dragon Hunter, if
you sacrifice a Tier 8 unit, will you summon a Tier 8 boss? The Beast King speculated.
Everyone looked to Lin Yi, hoping to get an answer from him.
Seeing how powerful the Tier 7 bosses of the Beast King and the Cold-Clad Scholar were, the Tier 8 boss would surely be even more ferocious. That still depends on the quality and quantity of the units, Lin Yi replied.
In his previous life,
Lin Yi remembered someone being very stingy, trying to sacrifice a single Tier 9 unit, but it was just one and of low quality, resulting in a Tier 2 boss, which was a huge loss for him.
I'm sorry, Chaos Warrior, Dragon Hunter said as he sacrificed the Chaos Warrior. I'm sorry, Light Knight.
I'm sorry, Wind Fire Dragon Knight.
I'm sorry. With each unit Dragon Hunter sacrificed, he uttered an apology.
Although these units followed Dragon Hunter's orders to enter the Black Vortex and sacrifice themselves, hearing that apology made their hearts tremble. Crack, crack suddenly. The behemoth and the Hell Demon King both let out low roars as if welcoming something. Six-winged Holy Angel, Tier 8 boss, attack power, 12,000 defense power, 5,800 health, 520,000 skills. Holy Light Judgment, a powerful light attribute skill that deals 300% damage to enemies and has a chance to cause 1 second of blindness.
Holy Heart Baptism deals light attribute damage to enemies in a radius, doubling damage against dark-type enemies.
Light Void, it summons a phantom of a holy beast to launch a fierce attack on enemies, dealing 450% light attribute damage.
Eight-winged Holy
Angel transforms into an 8-winged angel, doubling all damage skills. Description: an angel with 6 wings. When it possesses 8 wings, it becomes a nightmare of darkness.
Holiness will be with me. 8. Tier 8 boss. Indeed, it's a Tier 8 boss. At this moment, Dragon Hunter was incredibly excited.
With such a Tier 8 boss, he could walk through the Eternal Continent
with ease.
The 6-winged Holy Angel held a sacred light sword, hovering in the air beside Dragon Hunter, looking quite majestic, while the Beast King sat atop the behemoth's shoulder, equally
impressive.
The Hell Demon King also hovered in the air, standing beside the cold-clad scholar, creating quite the spectacle. However, Lin Yi forcibly held back the corners of his mouth that were
slightly rising, because most people like to show off, and this moment was undoubtedly their shining moment. He must not disturb their enthusiasm. Brother Longzhou, are you willing to fight
us? The Beast King said to Longzhou.
Why not?
Lin Yi looked at the three of them, and indeed they seemed a bit carried away, the 3 black lines by their heads growing darker.
The Beast
King turned to Lin Yi, thinking that this guy could at most summon a 6th-tier boss, and he could finally show off for a while.
Lin Yi had already noticed the Beast King's gaze,
and then the corners of his mouth slightly rose, thinking that this guy must want to see me make a fool of myself, to see me slap a little face. What do you think? How many tiers of bosses can be summoned by the sacrifice of the 6th-tier soldier, Mitian? The Beast King asked.
Probably a 6th-tier boss, someone replied.
I feel like at most a 7th tier, because even if a 6th-tier lord has high-quality troops,
the quantity is limited, Longzhou analyzed. Let's not exaggerate or belittle, let's just say it as it is.
At this moment, Lin Yi did not speak, just walked towards the black vortex altar. Let you see why your faces are so red, Lin Yi thought as he walked. Rodheart, sacrifice all the Death Knight skeletons.
Yes, my lord.
One by one, the Death Knight skeletons
were thrown into the altar, the sound of crunching echoing in their ears.
Time passed second by second, and Longzhou and the others watched in astonishment. The Beast King even swallowed hard. Because every minute, dozens or even hundreds of Death Knight skeletons were thrown into the altar. If it weren't for the fear that the altar couldn't handle it all at once, Rodheart would have wanted
to throw in hundreds or thousands of them.
Little brother Mitian, how many soldiers are you planning to sacrifice? The Beast King asked. Not much, just 100,000, Lin Yi replied.
What?
Although the three had already seen it with their own eyes, hearing Lin Yi say this number still made them twitch their mouths. After a long time, the black vortex suddenly shook, as if
it had eaten its fill and let out a burp. Do you think this will summon an 8th-tier boss like you? The Beast King said to Longzhou.
At this moment, Longzhou's eyes were fixed on the black
vortex, as he wanted to witness a miracle. An 8th-tier boss should be able to compete with demigods, right?
The flames on the torches around the altar began to leap and flicker.
What's going
on? The scholar in cold clothes wondered. Is this the boss summoned by sacrificing 100,000 troops? The Beast King said.
Longzhou's expression was very serious, as what he had
experienced that day was enough to overturn his worldview. Lin Yi looked at the summoned magical creature with satisfaction, nodding. The sacrifice of these 100,000 skeleton soldiers was
not in vain. Infernal Holy Dragon Knight, 9th-tier boss.
Attack power, 16800 defense power, 8,800 health points, 950,000 skills. Infernal Demon Breaker, the Holy Dragon Knight's world-destroying spear. Wherever it goes, it breaks with the spear. A powerful single-target attack that deals 450% destruction damage to enemies, with a chance to deal armor-piercing damage.
Evil Breaking Grip. The Holy Dragon Knight's giant dragon deals 360% damage to enemies, with a chance to bind them.
Infernal Destruction Fire condenses the destructive fire from hell, dealing devastating blows to
enemies, causing 200% fire damage and entering a continuous burning state.
Evil Breaking Great Sword. Bird summons a divine sword from another world to attack enemies, causing 800% damage
and putting enemies into a tearing state. Description: the Holy Dragon Knight trained in the Inferno, exterminating all evil. The Inferno makes me stronger. I dance with the dragon's wheel. 9-tier boss. My god, is this even human?
What a pity. He is destined to have no connection with my dragon soul. Are you ready? Lin Yi leaped onto the mount of the Dragon Knight. The three looked up at Lin Yi in the sky, clapping their hands together and shouting, 666. This guy is really making us envious and jealous.
Let's go, stop being sour, let's aim to score. Big inside, Lin Yi said.
Alright. The four of them stepped out of the abyssal altar when a bolt of lightning struck towards them.
This level of attack can't possibly break through my
behemoth's defenses, the Beast King said confidently.
Be careful, this is just a feint, Lin Yi shouted. In the next moment, the space between the Beast King, the other two, and Lin Yi was forcibly divided by a powerful force. Damn, where is this? The Beast King said. Surrounding them was a swirling purple demonic energy. This is probably deep within the Abyss realm, the cold-clad scholar said. This can't be the lair of a demigod, right? The Beast King asked. Congratulations, you answered correctly, a voice echoed from the sky. Then, a pressure descended from the horizon, causing the three to breathe heavily. Is this what a demigod is like? The cold-clad scholar said. I told you, Beast King, your mouth has been blessed. How accurate. How would I know? I just said it casually. Be careful, control your boss and prepare for battle, Longsho said in a low voice. In this battle, they truly felt uncertain. They had no idea of the demigod's strength, and all three of them unconsciously thought of Lin Yi. If only that guy Tian were here. In the depths of their minds, the three had developed a reliance on Lin Yi. Abyssal ruler. Demigod. Introduction. The ruler of the Abyss realm, possessing absolute power over life and death within the Abyss, where life and death are but a thought away. Tremble, mortals. Wow, this demigod looks like this. With big eyes and covered in tentacles, it looks disgusting. Damn, he got the jump on us. Lin Yi muttered. He knew this move was the Abyssal ruler's spatial skill, time-space division, which allowed him to traverse and split time and space at will within the Abyss. Lin Yi remembered that 4 9th-tier lords had once teamed up to kill the Abyssal ruler, but the ruler used this move to split the time and space of the 4 9th-tier lords, defeating them one by one through spatial division. 9th-tier troops were no match for a demigod. In that battle, 4 of the already scarce 9th-tier lords were killed, significantly diminishing humanity's strength. Holy Dragon Knight, let's fly to the right and then keep going forward. Quickly, Lin Yi instructed the Hellfire Holy Dragon Knight. The movement speed of this 9th-tier boss was no joke. Lin Yi recalled the lair of the demigod and ordered the Holy Dragon Knight to take him there, hoping to reunite with Longsho and the others soon. Go, Behemoth, the Beast King commanded the Behemoth. The Behemoth charged towards the demigod with heavy steps. This is interesting, the Abyssal ruler said. Just as Longsho and the cold-clad scholar were about to give commands to their boss, they found their positions had shifted again. They were once more separated by time and space from the Beast King. Where are Longsho and the others? The Beast King wondered. Don't you think the idea of a group fight is a bad one? It was then that the Beast King realized he was the only one left in this space, meaning he and the 7th-tier boss had to face the demigod alone. OMG. The Beast King felt a twinge of despair, but the will of a soldier is incredibly strong. Even if he fell, he would still take a piece of flesh from his opponent. At that moment, the Behemoth ignited its war fury, increasing its attack power, defense, and health by 20%. This boost made the Behemoth's combat power comparable to that of an 8th-tier boss. Very well, you have successfully angered me. The tentacles of the Abyss ruler twisted toward the Behemoth. Behemoth, shake off these damn tentacles. The Behemoth exerted all its strength to break the tentacles, but it was not faring well itself. In the next moment, the severed tentacles regenerated once more and began to wrap around the Behemoth again. The flames of battle spread. A ring of fire appeared around the Behemoth, continuously swirling around it, causing all the tentacles to retract. Haha, is this what a demigod is? Too weak, right? The Beast King looked at the Behemoth, which was displaying great power, and began to underestimate the demigod before him. Suddenly, a ray shot from the Abyss ruler's large eye, piercing the Behemoth's left shoulder, instantly reducing its health by a quarter. This so-called tank, the Behemoth, had lost a quarter of its health from a single blow. Wasn't it just a matter of being hit 4 times before it was done for? MMP. Dragon Hunt, what are you doing here? At that moment, Lin Yi arrived deep in the Abyss and encountered Dragon Hunt, who had been split off again by the Abyss ruler. Do you know where the demigod's lair is? Dragon Hunt asked. Lin Yi nodded. We're separated from the Beast King again. He is probably fighting the demigod alone now, Dragon Hunt said worriedly. Just as I thought, Lin Yi replied calmly. Come, follow me to kill our way into the demigod's lair. After the Behemoth's flames of battle had subsided, the tentacles of the Abyss ruler swept toward the Behemoth once more. I will crush you alive. Countless tentacles wrapped around the Behemoth, and at that moment, all of the Behemoth's skills were on cooldown, so the tentacles began to whip at its massive body. Crack, crack, the tentacles lashed at the Behemoth, and its health was quickly approaching the warning line. In the next moment, the Behemoth activated the flames of battle again, burning through the entangling tentacles. Another spring. The Behemoth's divine skill increased damage reduction by 50% and restored 8% of its health per second for 6 seconds. After 6 seconds, the Behemoth's health was restored, and it re-entered combat status. At this time, the Abyss ruler seemed to be playing with a toy, not using its full strength to attack, merely reducing the Behemoth's health to 20%, then allowing it to use another spring to recover its health before launching another brutal assault on the Behemoth. This made the Beast King beside them explode with frustration. He had finally summoned a 7th-tier boss, and now it was being treated like a punching bag. Anyone would feel stifled in such a situation. Big Eye, we're coming, Lin Yi shouted. Indeed, Lin Yi had brought Dragon Hunt and Han Yi Shusheng into the fray. You finally made it. My behemoth has been rubbed into the ground by him. Everyone, focus your attacks on the Abyss Ruler. Lin Yi yelled. The Holy Light, Judgment, Hellbreak, Demon Slaying Strike, and Fallen Heaven Strike from the 4 players were all unleashed toward the Abyss Ruler. Watch me smash your eyes, Lin Yi declared. He knew that the Abyss Ruler's weakness was its eyes. Everyone, concentrate fire on its eyes. Lin Yi shouted again. How do you know that? The Abyss Ruler asked. Lin Yi remained silent, continuing to issue attack commands to the Hell Sacred Dragon Knight. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Demigods are nothing special, Hani Shusheng remarked. The Beast King looked at Hani Shusheng with a serious expression, for he had said something similar before, and the result had been the Abyss Devourer struck the Hell Demon King, causing him to stagger back, losing a third of his health. The Hell Demon King was no pushover either. He retaliated with a Hell Shatter, striking the Abyss Ruler's eye, causing it to recoil in pain. Under the onslaught of the group, the Abyss Ruler's health had dropped below 50%. Everyone be careful, the boss will enter a berserk state when its health drops below 50%, Lin Yi reminded. Got it, understood. The real game is just beginning, the Abyss Dominator said as it endured the fierce attacks from the 4, the space behind it starting to twist. The Abyss Dominator's health had already dropped to 30%. Let's give it our all. But be careful, hesitation can lead to changes. Just as everyone was focusing their fire, the Abyss Controller appeared within the twisted space. What's going on? Long Xiao exclaimed. I was wondering why the Abyss Dominator seemed weaker, now I see. Lin Yi said. Why? Don't keep us in suspense. Actually, the Abyss Controller is a part of the Abyss Dominator, so we found it easy to attack the Abyss Dominator earlier because it wasn't at its full strength. Look, they seem to be merging, Hani Shusheng said. We need to stop them, the Beast King said. It's too late, Lin Yi said. Abyss Dawnbringer, Demigod, Introduction. True Demigod, ruler of the Abyss Realm. The game is over. After merging, it became the Abyss Dawnbringer, which now looked no different from a human, a stark contrast to its previous form with large eyes and tentacles. The Hell Demon King of Dawnlight was hit, and its health immediately dropped to 25%, reaching a critical point. Wow, that's so overpowered, Hani Shusheng stammered. Holy Heart Baptism. Long Xiao believed the Abyss Dawnbringer should be of the dark attribute, so he used Holy Heart Baptism, hoping to deal double damage, but it didn't yield the expected results. Abyss Demon Realm. The Abyss Dawnbringer opened a portal, and countless abyssal creatures poured out, overwhelming them. The saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, and these thousands of demons could exhaust Lin Yi and the others to death here. The 8-winged Holy Angel saw Long Xiao's 6-winged Holy Angel transform into an 8-winged one. Its power significantly increased, radiating holiness and shining with white light. The Purgatory Holy Dragon Knight also drew a divine sword from the void. Indeed, it was the evil-breaking great sword, Bao Niao. The Holy Dragon Knight's spear was now replaced with the divine sword, its blade aimed directly at the Abyss Dawnbringer. Abyssal power. The Abyss Dawnbringer unleashed its abyssal power towards the 4, sending the boss flying. Has this already surpassed the realm of demigods? Lin Yi thought, as the power of a demigod shouldn't be this strong. Could it be due to the home field advantage, with the continuous flow of abyssal power making it nearly immortal? What should they do? Not good, at this moment. The Abyss Dawnbringer entered a frenzy, and the next moment, the fragile boss, the Hell Demon King, was pierced through its body, letting out a mournful wail that was heart-wrenching. The 6-winged Holy Angel tried to rescue, but unexpectedly, the Dawnbringer swatted the 6-winged Holy Angel away with a backhand. Meanwhile, the behemoth was entangled by countless abyssal creatures. Only the Purgatory Holy Dragon Knight was engaged in a fierce battle with the Abyss Dawnbringer in the sky. Long Xiao watched as his 2 bosses were on the brink of collapse, while Lin Yi's 9th-tier boss was struggling in the sky, showcasing the might of a demigod. Lin Yi observed the battle in the sky with a grave expression. He had miscalculated this time, as the Abyss Dominator had improved its flaws, catching Lin Yi off guard. He might just fall here if he wasn't careful. Long Xiao had already taken out the ultimate scroll from the Dragon Hidden Organization power of the Goddess of Light. Long Xiao, the Beast King and Hani Shusheng shouted in unison. If we can take down this demigod, it will be worth it. Power of the Goddess of Light. Suppress all demons. In the next moment, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something and wanted to stop it, but realized it was too late. The Abyss Dawnbringer in the sky actually revealed a faint smile. Why is he smiling? Long Xiao was utterly confused. The low-level demons emerging from the abyssal demon realm were instantly slaughtered by the power of the Goddess of Light, while the higher-level demons were firmly suppressed. Then, the behemoth began to clear these demons as if chopping vegetables. The 6-winged Holy Angel, having come into contact with the power of the Goddess of Light, spread its wings once more, gaining the strength to fight. The Abyssal Dawnbringer, engaged in battle with the infernal Holy Dragon Knight, was now enhanced by the power of the Goddess of Light, breaking the previous balance. This Abyssal Dawnbringer is no longer of the dark attribute, Lin Yi said while observing the battle in the sky, where the infernal Holy Dragon Knight had begun to fall into a disadvantage. What should we do?
This was the collective sentiment of everyone present, perhaps due to the arrival of the Eternal Era. All beings had gained their own complete intelligence, so when the Abyssal Overlord discovered its flaws, it had already sought ways to compensate, resulting in an intelligence that had become so formidable that it left humanity in a dire situation. This dragon hunt truly ended up being a loss, as the power of the Goddess of Light had cost a fortune to acquire, and instead of being helpful, it had turned into a hindrance, which was truly distressing.
Thank you, humans, the Abyssal Dawnbringer said.
This statement made Longsha spit out a mouthful of blood.
In anger, Skeleton Demon King, devour.
The Skeleton Demon King was seen swallowing the infernal Holy Dragon Knight.
Skeleton Demon King, evolve, super evolve, ultimate evolve. Then the Skeleton
Demon King devoured the surrounding demons and undead, causing its aura to grow increasingly oppressive. The Skeleton Demon King seemed to let out a satisfied burp.
The Abyssal Dawnbringer looked at the Skeleton Demon King, its eyes seemingly flickering.
Finally, the Skeleton Demon King gazed at the Hellish Evil King, its entire skeletal frame trembling as if it had spotted prey. Hellish Evil King helped the Skeleton Demon King complete its final evolution.
Another burp followed.
The Skeleton Demon King, with a smug demeanor, walked towards the Abyssal Dawnbringer.
The Abyssal Dawnbringer's eyes were filled with fear. Skeleton Demon King, 10 stars.
Attack power, 18,000 defense power, 12,000 health points, 3,600,000, Demon King descends.
Lin Yi and the others stared at the Skeleton Demon King's attributes, their mouths agape, especially the Beast King, whose saliva couldn't help but flow down.
The Abyssal Dawnbringer, proud and aloof, cautiously
regarded the Skeleton Demon King as if facing a formidable enemy.
Could it be that a 10-star Skeleton Demon King is comparable to a demigod? The cold-robed scholar asked.
No, if we talk about
star levels, a demigod is only 9.5 stars.
Lin Yi replied. Just when everyone thought the Skeleton Demon King could completely suppress the Abyssal Dawnbringer, a cold system voice rang out.
The Abyssal Dawnbringer fused 100%, successfully advancing to become a god.
What the hell? What is going on now? Are monsters these days so artificially intelligent? If the
Skeleton Demon King can't defeat the Abyssal Dawnbringer, you all better bring out your trump cards, Lin Yi said in a low voice.
No matter what trump cards we have, we can't defeat a god.
Oh. My grandma Longsha frowned at this moment. I meant the trump card for escape.
Lin Yi said, this is no longer the Eternal Continent but the Eternal Era.
If we die, it will truly be dust to
dust, earth to earth. The Beast King fell silent after hearing this.
You, relying on a crooked path of devouring to become a god, are destined to be unable to compete with me.
The Abyssal
Dawnbringer, having shed its earlier fear, now released all the pent-up frustration it had just experienced. Lin Yi did not waste words with it and issued an attack order to the Skeleton Demon
King.
Demon King pressure. Before the battle begins, the Skeleton Demon King will release a terrifying pressure, forcibly suppressing the opponent's strength, causing all attributes of enemies engaged in battle with it to decrease by 20%. The Demon King's pressure surged like a tide towards the Abyss Dawn, who immediately unleashed the power of the Abyss to counteract the pressure
brought by the Demon King. Instantly, the two powerful forces collided, resulting in an explosion that sent Lin Yi and the others flying. Fortunately, the Behemoth and the six-winged Holy Angel
were nearby to protect them.
Is this the Battle of Gods?
Longsho said, gazing at the scene before him. I really haven't lived in vain this lifetime, the Beast King suddenly exclaimed.
Take this.
Sunfire burned the heavens, the Abyss Dawn shouted. A white light appeared on the horizon, its dazzling brilliance blinding to the eyes as a scorching fireball struck the Skeleton Demon King, forcing him to stagger backward and igniting a burning state. The Skeleton Demon King drew his white bone sword. Black Flame Demon King slash. The Skeleton Demon King swung his dual blades, launching a slash that dealt massive damage to all enemies within 100 yards in front of him. This slash landed solidly on the shoulder of the Abyss Dawn, with remarkable effect.
Damn it! This game ends here. Toys must have the awareness of being toys. The Abyss Dawn was furious. Nightfall.
In an instant, the sky darkened and everyone could see nothing.
When the light returned, the Skeleton Demon King's hands, holding the dual blades, were severed cleanly. Skeleton Demon King. Lin Yi shouted.
Behemoth, go save the Skeleton Demon King, the Beast King urged.
Six-winged Holy Angel, you go too.
A mantis trying to stop a car, overestimating itself.
A flash.
Indeed, this was the skill of the Abyss Dawn. In a blink, the Behemoth fell to the
ground, its health bar empty.
The six-winged Holy Angel fared slightly better, blocking some of the attack, but all 6 wings were severed, blood streaming down its back.
Behemoth. Six-winged Holy Angel.
Both the Beast King and Longsho felt a pang in their hearts. The 7th tier boss was taken down just like that, and the 8th tier boss was left half dead.
How could they turn this around?
At this moment, Lin Yi summoned the Dragonflame Mage, Spider Queen, and the Decayed Lich King, hoping to buy a few seconds. Rodheart, hurry and save the Skeleton Demon King.
Lin Yi commanded.
Yes, Lord.
Do you think these scruffy creatures can stop my advance? Ridiculous. Dark Aurora technique. A black energy beam shot towards Lin Yi's soldiers, turning all units
in the path of the energy column to dust. Long Shou and the others could feel Lin Ye's despair. They too were not without despair. Fortunately, Long Yin didn't come alone, otherwise, the Dragon Soul organization would be doomed at my hands, Long Shou thought. Death, what exactly is it like? No one knows, even if someone did, only the dead would know. At that moment, the skeleton Demon King's hollow eyes suddenly trembled, as if regaining a flicker of consciousness. He watched as Lin Ye's various units were slaughtered by the Abyss Dawn, his eyes turning blood red. Although the Demon King skeleton had lost both hands, he staggered towards the Abyss Dawn. The Flame Dragon Mage died for him. The Spider Queen died for him. The Lich Prince Rodheart was already battered and bruised. The Demon King skeleton spotted a massive magic crystal cannon not far away. In the next moment, he began to ignite his own body. Lin Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart. A divine energy crystal core flew into the magic crystal cannon, instantly filling it with world-destroying energy. Lin Yi understood the skeleton Demon King's intent and hurried to the cannon, adjusting the barrel to aim at the Abyss Dawn. Fire! The Abyss Realm trembled, and that boss, who stood proudly above all beings, fell. I am not willing. The last 4 words were carried away by the wind. Dead, dead. This feeling of surviving a disaster is truly wonderful, Long Shou said. My lord, I'm sorry we couldn't save the Demon King skeleton, Rodheart said, lowering his head. Don't be sad, my lord, look at this, the reversal of the fallen. The Elf Queen appeared before everyone and said, this incredible skill, the reversal of the fallen, revived all the troops that Lin Yi had lost this time, but the Demon King skeleton could not be revived, nor could the 3 summoned bosses. Demon King skeleton, Lin Yi said, his eyes reddening, as he seemed to hear the Demon King skeleton call him my lord at the last moment. The strong Lin Yi was now on the verge of tears. Ni Tian, although we suffered heavy losses this time, fortunately, we all survived, Long Shou comforted. Let's go see what the Demon King skeleton left for us. Long Shou tried to divert Lin Yi's sadness. Beneath the corpse of the Abyss Dawnbreaker, shiny items caught the eyes of the Beast King and others, who were eager to pick them up immediately. I know. Lin Yi kept murmuring these 4 words. Long Shou and the others thought Lin Yi had accepted their comfort, not realizing that what Lin Yi meant by I know was, since the Eternal Continent evolved into the Eternal Era, this was no longer a lore-type game, it had become another world altogether, where every soldier was no longer just emotionless, lifeless data, but real people. This touched the softest part of Lin Yi's heart. He stepped forward and picked up the first treasure, feeling a deep sadness. Phantom Night Feather, stellar level, defense plus 750 health plus 1500 stamina plus 55 intelligence plus 50 skill. Blazing Sun emits dazzling brilliance. Capable of reflecting an enemy's damage once, the same enemy can only be reflected once. Unfortunately, this stellar equipment only has 1 skill, unlike the Staff of the Fallen Goddess, which has 2 skills. Abyss Purgatory Spear, Star Domain level, attack plus 1200 critical rate plus 50% critical damage plus 50% strength plus 80 stamina plus 65 agility plus 60 skill. Arrogant Spear can penetrate all defenses, dealing 50% armor-piercing damage to enemies. Divine Dragon Tail can launch enemies into the air, interrupting their casting skills. The Abyss is your best fate, may my spear accompany you. Star Domain level, the Beast King said, trembling slightly. There are no ranks above the stars. It seems this saying will likely never be spoken again, the Cold Robe Scholar said. Indeed, at the beginning of the game, the highest level of equipment in the Eternal Continent was said to be stellar level, with the saying that there are no ranks above the stars. Thus, all major factions took pride in owning a piece of stellar level equipment. However, today, Long Shou and the others witnessed Star Domain level equipment, which could not help but excite them. Following Lin Yi, they repeatedly refreshed their understanding, escaping death time and again. This thrilling and stimulating experience kept their spirits high, with adrenaline surging. This was what made life interesting. The 3 also repeatedly revised their perception of Lin Yi. They had thought he was cold and heartless, but witnessing his bond with his heroes and troops made them feel he was a person of deep feelings and loyalty. Rodheart, catch your spear to protect those who should be protected, Lin Yi said as he handed the Abyss Purgatory Spear to him. I, Rodheart, am at your command, Rodheart said, wielding the spear with vigor. Although Long Shou and the others were envious, without Lin Yi's Demon King skeleton, they still didn't know who would live or die. However, that Phantom Night Feather could be contested later. Giving this equipment to the 6-winged Holy Angel would be quite good, Long Shou thought. Lin Yi continued to pick up the items on the ground. This particular item emitted a faint blue glow, different from the white light radiating from the other objects. Territory Construction Blueprint, the legendary City of Atlantis. What is this? Everyone present was stunned. What is this thing? At this moment, Lin Yi was astonished because this was a special race beyond the 7 races of humans, elves, undead, beastmen, hell, elements, and caves, the Sea God Clan. The troops of this race excelled in aquatic abilities, making their strategic position in naval battles extremely important. Atlantis is a legendary water city, said to have vanished into thin air after a natural disaster, much like the ancient city of Lulan in the desert. Brother Mitian, your construction blueprint. Before the Beast King could finish speaking, Long Xiao covered his mouth with his hand. The cost Lin Yi paid for this battle's victory was too great. If he saw a treasure and immediately traded it, that would be too ungrateful. Lin Yi stuffed the construction blueprint into his backpack and continued to pick up the next item. When Lin Yi picked up the last glowing item, tears fell from his reddened eyes. What is this situation? What a good treasure, making me cry with joy. Shut your mouth, you're going to be grounded for a few days when we get back. You're still so impulsive. Heart of the Demon King. What? Don't shout. This time you can't escape your grounding. Always so jumpy. Skeleton Demon King, Lin Yi said lightly. The heart of the Demon King, a strong obsession, perhaps it could be resurrected, but who could say for sure? What kind of broken introduction is this? The Beast King said. It's fine, seeing the word resurrect makes me feel much better, Lin Yi replied. There are some materials here that I won't use, you can take them. Thank you. Before Long Xiao could step forward to exchange pleasantries with Lin Yi, the Beast King had already rushed forward to pick up all the materials on the ground. As the saying goes, every grain returns to the granary. I will definitely resurrect you, Lin Yi silently vowed. In the end, after everyone divided the abyssal magic stones scattered on the ground, they left the Abyss Realm, and from then on, the Abyss Realm could no longer threaten the Eternal Continent. Great God, you're back! At this moment, Lin Yi appeared in his territory, and Wang Quan Fu Gue immediately sent a private message. His speed was unmatched. Has anything big happened recently? Lin Yi asked. Yes. My dad finally doesn't dare to pull my ear and scold me in the eternal world. The girl next door is very pretty, and I helped her level up to a level 3 lord. She admires me so much, and now I'm also a level 6 lord. Right, when the Abyss Dawnbreaker died, Lin Yi upgraded from a level 6 lord to a level 7 lord. The most important thing now was to ignore Wang Quan Fu Gui's nonsense and upgrade the Internal Affairs Hall to level 7 first. Then Lin Yi opened the territory construction blueprint. He had all the materials needed, and in the next moment he began constructing the legendary city of Atlantis without hesitation. Dozens of Shinnom emerged from the barracks, finally able to get busy. First-tier barracks Coral Rock, first-tier troops, shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Second-tier barracks. Low-tier barracks began to be disregarded. Fifth-tier barracks Healing Spring, fifth-tier troops, mermaids. Sixth-tier barracks Killing Spring, sixth-tier troops, piranhas. Seventh-tier barracks Dragon Palace, seventh-tier troops, Sea Dragon Kings. With Lin Ye's unrestrained investment of resources, Atlantis was finally completed, and the seventh-tier barracks for both humans and undead were established under Lin Ye's substantial funding. Human seventh-tier troops, Sword Saint, undead seventh-tier troops, Bone Dragon. Lin Yi maximized all the recruitable troops. This journey into the Abyss Realm made Lin Yi realize that he must continuously grow stronger to remain calm in the face of danger. Suddenly, Lin Yi realized that the Sea God Clan was missing a hero to lead them. Lin Yi had now recruited 3 Sword Saints and 3 Bone Dragons. As the ranks of the troops increased, the number that could be recruited became fewer and fewer, because high-tier troops did not win by quantity but by quality. By the later stages, even hundreds of first and second-tier soldiers would struggle against a single skill from a 7th-tier troop. After the new troops joined Lin Ye's ranks, the effect of the Supreme Divine Ring naturally activated. Ding! The ordinary troop under your command, Sword Saint, has successfully upgraded to the mythic level troop, Limitless Sword Saint. Ding! The ordinary troop under your command, Bone Dragon, has successfully upgraded to the mythic troop, Undead Dragon Kin. After the 2 ordinary 7th-tier troops upgraded to mythic level troops, a tremendous change occurred. The Sword Saint transformed into the Limitless Sword Saint. His once black hair turned white due to his comprehension of the limitless path, and the sword in his hand still emanated a chilling aura under the sunlight. He shed the naivety of a beginner Sword Saint, now exuding a faint killing intent that was captivating. Although the appearance of the Sword Saint did not change much, the difference in his aura was immense. Limitless Sword Saint, 7th tier, race. Human rank, mythic level attack power, 550 defense power, 120 health, 1500 skills. Alpha Strike, comprehending the limitless path, deals multiple physical damage of 240% to enemies in front, and cannot be targeted by enemies while releasing the skill. Meditative Sword Saint, after comprehending the limitless path, believes that meditation is a form of defense. The Limitless Sword Saint enters a meditative state, increasing damage reduction by 45%, and recovers 5% of health per second for 5 seconds, can be interrupted. Noble Bloodline, born of nobility, possesses noble bloodline. After activating the skill, increases movement speed by 80%, reduces the cooldown of Alpha Strike by 20% after triggering a critical hit, and delays the duration of the noble bloodline, lasting for 6 seconds. The sharpest blade of the sword cannot compete with the calm of a peaceful heart. Lin Yi looked at the attributes of the Limitless Sword Saint. The attack power was somewhat outrageous. If the magical attack was 550, it could only be considered average, but if the physical attack was 550, it could be deemed quite extraordinary. Think about it, a mage-type troop needs to chant or charge a spell, taking about 3 to 5 seconds to release a skill, but A physical troop could at least strike 3 to 5 times in that same duration, potentially dealing 2 to 3 times the damage of a mage. The Limitless Sword Saint's defense and health were relatively standard, but for a fragile troop, this defense and health were quite decent. Finally, looking closely at the 3 skills of the Limitless Sword Saint, one attack had an invincibility effect, then there was damage reduction and healing, and the last skill was simply a godly technique for killing and looting. Lin Yi seemed quite eager to see the performance of the Limitless Sword Saint. The Bone Dragon could be considered one of the more powerful existences among the undead clan. Although it was the skeleton of a dragon after death, the power contained within was not that of an ordinary skeleton. After evolving into the undead dragonkin, the dragon bones were covered with flesh, and this layer of flesh was formed from necromantic energy, greatly increasing the attack and defense of the undead dragonkin. Undead Dragonkin, 7th tier, race, Undead rank, Mythic level magical attack, 850 defense power, 150. Health 2000 skills, Deathfire Dance / Deathfire Blade. The Undead Dragonkin unleashes powerful flames, dealing 300% fire damage to enemies, with a chance to inflict a burning state on them. Human form, executes an assassination on the enemy, a single strike to the throat, dealing 450% damage. Raging Inferno / Raging Fire Gale. The Undead Dragonkin ignites with deathly flames, leaving a sea of fire in its wake. Human form, condenses fire attribute air slashes, dealing immense single target damage. The arrival of the demon dragon allows for a temporary transformation into human form, increasing its critical hit rate by 50%. When calculated, the skills of this undead dragonborn can be considered as 5 skills, with the ability to switch between 2 forms, catching enemies off guard. Other units typically have 3 skills, or perhaps 1 or 2, but the 5 skills of the undead dragonborn are truly formidable. Lin Yi looked at such a powerful divine unit and couldn't help but think of the skeleton demon king, which brought a wave of melancholy. It can be said that the units of both the human and undead races did not disappoint. Lin Yi was now somewhat eager to take them out for some fun. Rodheart, from now on, the undead dragonborn will be under your command. I hope you won't let me down, Lin Yi said. Respectful lord, I accept the command. The undead dragonborn was then incorporated under Rodheart's leadership. Avril belonged to the human heroes, but all her skill enhancements were only useful for archers. It didn't matter much under whose command the Sword Saint fell. Lin Yi glanced at the legendary city of Atlantis he had built, where many units in the barracks were eager to follow him into battle, but Lin Yi was troubled by the fact that he was already a 7th tier lord, yet seemed to lack heroes, which was quite awkward. He decided to visit the tavern to try his luck and see if he could recruit suitable heroes. The tavern was still bustling with business, as many lords would come to relax during their leisure time. Lin Yi approached the bar, ordered a glass of rum, and sat quietly on a bar stool, sipping alone. Although the environment was noisy, it felt incredibly warm. He glanced at the spot where the former god of deceit, Casa, used to stand, now occupied by tables and chairs, which made him feel a bit nostalgic. Have you heard? The Dragon Soul organization has suddenly gone silent recently. Do you have any insider information? At that moment, a burly man in a corner of the tavern spoke, and the people nearby looked confused after hearing his words. This was because the Dragon Soul was too mysterious for ordinary people. Isn't it said that Dragon Hunter took 2 7th tier lords to the Abyss Realm to find us trouble? Said a lean man drinking nearby. Dragon Soul is Dragon Soul. I love it, the burly man exclaimed, but it sounded strange coming from him. The Abyss Realm is not an easy nut to crack. I heard Dragon Hunter is already an 8th tier lord, but it seems he has hit a snag this time. Otherwise, Dragon Soul wouldn't suddenly go silent. When leaving the Abyss Realm, Lin Yi and Dragon Hunter had already agreed not to mention him, as Lin Yi knew that the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Damn! I just recruited an epic hero, someone shouted excitedly at the recruitment center, and many cast envious glances. At this moment, an epic hero was an invincible presence for ordinary players. If a lord could recruit one, they would definitely pour all their resources into that epic hero. Lin Yi turned to look in the direction of the voice. Wasn't that Wang Quanfu Gue? Great God, great God! Wang Quanfu Gue, with his 24k golden eyes, spotted Lin Yi from afar and shouted, instantly drowning out the noise in the bar. Many people quieted down and looked in the direction of Wang Quanfu Gue's gaze. This guy, Lin Yi muttered, noticing many eyes focusing on him, which felt quite awkward. Lin Yi is the one who once slaughtered 100 cities. In a fit of rage, I heard he has the ability to kill enemies of a higher level. Isn't that right? It said that the Dragon Souls Dragon Hidden wanted to recruit him, but he refused. So aloof? So handsome. At that moment, a female lord's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, look, I'm handsome too, a chubby man beside her said. You really dare to say that? Love must be boldly pursued. Lin Yi was just thinking about recruiting and trying his luck, hoping to get a water-type commander. Boss, I want to recruit a hero, Lin Yi said as he tossed a bag of gold coins towards the boss. Clang! The coins thudded solidly against the wooden table, leaving a small dent. Damn, this bag must have 10,000 gold coins, right? Someone speculated. That can refresh 100 times, maybe he can get an epic hero. I bet he has more than 10,000 gold coins, it could be 100,000. Are you crazy? 100,000. Someone questioned this, as after the arrival of the Eternal Era, the monsters from the Abyss had ravaged the Eternal Continent, leaving it in ruins.
With all humans now on the Eternal Continent, gold,
coins and resources had become hard currency, while real-world cash had turned into worthless paper.
The boss happily picked up the money bag from the table, opened it, and was stunned.
Looking at the boss's expression, this money
definitely has 100,000. Esteemed Lord, you can now refresh 10,000 times.
This truly stirred up a storm. Those 10,000 refreshes would cost 1 million gold coins. Beside him, Wang Quanfugue also stared blankly at Lin Yi, the wealthy
man was equally astonished. How many epic heroes can be refreshed with 10,000 times? Someone in the crowd asked.
Wang Quanfugue adjusted his black glasses and said seriously, I just spent over 200,000 gold coins to refresh, and
then another 200,000 to recruit.
I don't need to say more. Yes, many people gasped upon hearing this. Epic heroes were indeed not something just anyone could handle. Before long, Lin Yi finished the 10,000 refreshes but still did not get the desired epic hero, while the onlookers were even more anxious, watching 1 million gold coins go to waste.
The extravagant lord, we meet again.
At that moment, a figure in a black robe appeared behind the tavern owner.
Lin
Yi looked at the robed figure, feeling a sense of familiarity.
You won 200,000 gold coins from me, and you've forgotten so quickly. It was indeed the god of deception. Deception.
Lin Yi was about to say the name when Casa instantly came to Lin Yi's side, signaling him not to reveal his identity. I sense his aura on you, Casa said.
Who? Lin Yi asked. The Demon King.
Casa whispered, but his current state is very poor.
Can you resurrect him? Lin Yi asked.
No, Casa coldly replied with those two words.
But Casa left a cliffhanger, which made Lin Yi anxious.
Are you willing to sacrifice your third territory as the price for resurrecting the Demon King?
Casa said teasingly.
The territory could be said to be the lifeblood of every lord. Without it, a lord would be equivalent to a death sentence. A lord could have a second or third territory, which could be likened to having 3 lives. As long as there was territory, a lord could rise again. However, without territory, only death awaited them. The price Casa mentioned was directly taking one of Lin Yi's lives. Lin Yi was stunned for a few seconds, then came back to his senses and
said calmly, I'm willing.
Because if it weren't for the sacrifice of the skeleton demon king back then, it was uncertain whether Lin Yi and the others would have survived.
Interesting kid, Casa said with a smile, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, are you still willing? If you fail, your Atlantis won't be returned to you.
No need to say more, even if it's a 1 in a million chance to resurrect the Demon King, I have to give it a try.
Alright, then let's gamble once more.
Casa was suddenly filled with excitement. After becoming a god, it was the first time he felt his blood burning. At this moment, more and more onlookers gathered in the tavern, many of whom still did not understand what Casa and Lin Yi were talking about, but the atmosphere was heating up, causing the temperature in the tavern to rise steadily.
Big God, what are you talking about with that loser? Wang Quanfugue, standing nearby,
wanted to get the situation straight so he could provide a live analysis for the onlookers.
Big God, just give me a hint. That girl just kept pestering me to ask you. My happiness depends on you, big brother. Big God.
Lin Yi could no longer tolerate Wang Quanfugue's verbal bombardment and casually said, hidden mission. Upon hearing this, Wang Quanfugue immediately took flight with his imagination, conjuring up various scenarios.
This time, let's guess.
The heads or tails of a coin. If you guess correctly 10 times, you will complete the mission.
If you fail, your Atlantis will be wiped from your territory. Let's go.
Casa took out a gold coin and held it in his hand, saying, then, I'll start. Whoosh, the coin was tossed into the air, spinning rapidly, and then it landed in Casa's hand, which he covered with the other hand. Heads or tails? Come on, everyone, place your bets, hurry up, it's about to start.
The bet between Big God Lin Yi and the mysterious person, who will win?
Place your bets, Wang Quanfugue shouted while setting up a betting table on the empty seats beside him. He took out a bag of gold coins and said, I'll be the banker, everyone relax. Saying this, he placed the bag of coins down with a thud.
With the chance to get rich overnight, everyone wanted to try their luck. What if they hit the jackpot? In no time, most of the people in the bar rushed to Wang Quanfugue's makeshift betting area to place their bets. Betting between a player and an NPC, isn't that just asking for trouble?
I bet 1,000 gold coins on the mysterious person winning.
You have to guess heads or tails correctly 10 times in a row. That's too hard. Big God, it's not that I don't support you, but I can't go against my gold coins.
I bet 10,000 gold coins on the mysterious person, said one of Lin Yi's fans.
I also bet on
the mysterious person.
The atmosphere in the bar reached a new high. I guess heads,
Lin Yi said confidently.
Casa slowly removed his hand covering the coin. Heads. Congratulations, Casa said with a smile. Now, let's continue to the second round. Casa tossed the coin into the air again, the shiny gold coin spinning in the air. Come on, please give your answer.
Heads, Lin Yi said. That's right, it was heads again. For the third time, Lin Yi guessed heads, and the result was just as he had said. This consecutive streak of 3 heads made those who had placed bets feel uneasy and a bit tense. By the 7th time, Lin Yi still answered heads, and when Casa removed his hand, it was indeed heads. The tavern, which had been very quiet, began to stir. What the hell are you playing at? 7 heads in a row. Bro, don't be impulsive, there are still 3 chances left. As long as this kid guesses wrong once, we still have a chance to win money. Fine, if it's heads 10 times, I'll admit defeat. Don't just say you admit defeat. If it's heads 10 times, I'll eat this table. If it's 10 heads in a row, I swear, not only will I eat the table, but I'll eat the chairs too. Many in the crowd couldn't hold back. 7 heads in a row was just too bizarre. While everyone was talking, for the 8th time, Lin Yi still chose heads, and the coin was indeed heads. The 9th time, heads. The 10th and final time. At this moment, many people stood up, eager to see who would win in the end. The 10th time is heads. I'm going live on the wall. Heads, Lin Yi said emphatically. Casa smiled, opened his hand, and the crowd gasped, heads. So it turned out that this time Lin Yi won, and this mission could be considered complete. The ground was piled high with gold coins, indicating that many people had placed bets, and they were all quite substantial. Wang Quan Fugue sat down on the mountain of coins and happily exclaimed, mine, all mine. He then immediately summoned his heroes and soldiers to start moving the gold coins. Everyone looked on with envy, but seeing Wang Quan Fugue's level 6 troops and epic heroes, most chose to accept their misfortune. A few, emboldened by their own strength, attempted to grab a share, only to be promptly thrown out to the tavern's entrance by Wang Quan Fugue's epic hero and a group of soldiers. After all, Wang Quan Fugue was among the first to enter the eternal world, so he had some depth. This is getting more interesting, little guy. Can you tell me why you've guessed heads correctly? 10 times in a row? Casa asked. I can't. It was Lin Yi's turn to utter those ruthless 2 words. This left Casa feeling awkward. The god of deception had lost to a kid twice. If this got out, it would surely become a topic of laughter among that group. Please keep this matter confidential. I won't take your Atlantis, Lin Yi nodded. In fact, Wang Quan Fugue already knew the answer, but as the Buddha said, it should not be spoken. This round, thanks to Lin Yi, had brought him a huge profit, truly filling his coffers. Wang Quan Fugue noticed some people around him looking at him with ill intent and shouted, those who wanted to eat the table and chairs, please stay back. And any big brother who wants to smash the wall, please give me a heads up. We must keep our word, we can't just talk nonsense. Don't worry, I'll start a live stream so the audience can enjoy themselves. This shout made those who wanted to slack off leave in droves, fearing they would show up on the live stream and lose face. You should fulfill your promise now, Lin Yi said calmly. Casa didn't waste any more words and took out a blue orb, handing it to Lin Yi. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the body of Poseidon, the Sea King. The sea god was pierced through the heart in battle, and I have brought his body back. As long as you place the Demon King's heart into his body, you can have your wish. Do you want to place the Demon King's heart into the body of the Sea King? Confirm. A red stream of light shot into the blue orb, which then began to enlarge. Slowly, everyone could see the body of the sea god inside. Ding, you have successfully recruited an Oracle-level hero, Sea God Poseidon. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of the Night for successfully recruiting an Oracle-level hero. Reward, 1-star equipment box, randomly opens. Star-level equipment. The tavern, which had gradually quieted down, was once again flooded with lords, all rushing to spread the news that Lin Yi had recruited an Oracle-level hero. Indeed, the entrance of the tavern was already blocked, as everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the Oracle-level hero. Oracle-level hero title, Sea God level, 10 health, 4500 mana, 1800 attack power, 2800 defense power, 1500 strength, 90 intelligence, 50 skills, benevolent water. Can change the terrain in a small area, transforming it into ocean terrain. It requires 5 seconds to charge and can increase all attributes of Sea God troops by 20%, with skill evasion increased by 45%. Flooding the 7 armies controls. Water elements, dealing 260% water damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area ahead, with a chance to weaken them. Walking on waves increases Sea God troops' movement speed by 50%, dealing stacking damage to enemies under the effect of benevolent water. God-slaying water dragon conjures a powerful water dragon to fight alongside, doubling its power under the effect of benevolent water. Current loyalty, 95%. This Oracle-level hero is truly tailor-made for Lin Yi. The attributes are absurdly high, and it possesses 4 skills, one more than an epic hero. Among them, there is also a super rare divine skill, a field skill, which, as the name suggests, can change the natural terrain and landscape in a small area as well as the surrounding elements. Calling it a divine skill is truly not an exaggeration. Sea God, Poseidon, Demon King. At this moment, Lin Yi discovered that this body contained both the memories of the Sea God and the memories of the Demon King skeleton. You are the Sea God and also the Demon King, so from now on, I will call you Sea Demon God, Lin Yi said to the Sea Demon God. Thank you, Lord, for the name. The Sea Demon God replied. The Sea Demon God is really impressive. Inside the tavern, this was the first impression many people had of the sea demon god. After the global announcement, the lord from the East Japan region looked serious. Baka. At this time, Longsho was in his territory, using the collected resources to repair the broken wings of the six-winged holy angel. Upon hearing Lin Ye's news, he smiled happily. This guy really always brings surprises, and that experience in the Abyss realm could be said to be the most unforgettable of his many years. Long Yin, the Beast King, and the Cold-Clothes Scholar were selecting equipment for the members of the Dragon Soul organization in the treasury. Upon hearing Lin Ye's news, they all showed relieved smiles, as Huaxia would still need these people to maintain its facade in the future. Sea demon god, let's go home, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi returned to his territory. In the human territory, the troops were peaceful, enjoying the sunshine while remaining vigilant at all times. The territory of the undead race was shrouded in thick miasma. Even under the blazing sun, sunlight struggled to penetrate, and one could occasionally hear piercing cries from within. The territory of the sea god race had just been established, surrounded by a faint mist of water vapor, maintaining the sea god race's need for water elements. Sea demon god, from now on, you will be the commander of the sea god race. Thank you, Lord. Lin Yi then began to recruit troops for the sea god race. He had no intention of recruiting those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. In terms of quantity, the undead race was already numerous enough. Now, Lin Yi planned to focus on quality. He recruited 10 5th-tier mermaid troops, 5 6th-tier piranha troops, and 3 7th-tier sea dragon king troops. The supreme ring activated its effect. Ding! Your ordinary troop, mermaid, has successfully upgraded to the mythic level troop, singing water princess. Ding! Your ordinary troop, piranha, has successfully upgraded to the mythic level troop, ocean devourer. Ding! Your ordinary troop, sea dragon king, has successfully upgraded to the mythic level troop, ocean overlord. Just looking at the names is quite impressive. Singing water princess race, sea god race tier, mythic magic attack, 640 defense, 60 health, 950 skills. Azure wave cage enemies hit will be wrapped in bubbles, preventing them from using skills, leaving them in despair. Tide of leap, 4 allies, restores 15% health to the targeted ally, with a chance to jump to another ally to heal them for 10% health, up to a maximum of 6 targets. For enemies, releases a powerful wave against enemies, dealing 180% water element damage and restoring corresponding health to itself. Furious Sea Waves summons a powerful wave to crash against enemies, dealing 240% damage and knocking enemies back for 2 seconds, then slowing them for 5 seconds. Let me sing you a song. This singing water princess troop is entirely a control-type player, with silence, knockback, and slow effects, plus healing for sustainability. Generally, 6th-tier troops cannot reach this level. Looking at the graceful figure of the singing water princess, one can't help but be lost in thought. Ocean Devourer race, sea god race tier, mythic magic attack, 880 defense, 65 health, 1450 skills. Siphon power opens its massive mouth to suck enemies into the abyss, dealing 150% damage, with a chance for enemies to enter a weakened state. Void Talk spat out a mouthful of sludge from its fishy mouth, which could corrode the enemy's defenses upon impact. The living biochemical cannon spewed biochemical bombs at the enemy, dealing 300% damage. If the enemy's health fell below 30%, it could execute a kill directly. Devour. To be honest, whether it's the piranha or the ocean devourer, this unit feels like a biochemical weapon. If you can't defeat the enemy, then just disgust them to death. Ocean overlord. Race, sea god race rank, mythical attack, 780 defense, 85 health, 1850 skills. Heart-piercing tear strike launch a powerful attack on the enemy with strong claws, dealing 180% damage and putting the enemy in a torn state. Raging. Dragon sky split strike launch a fierce impact on the enemy with a powerful body, dealing 240% damage and stunning the enemy for 2 seconds. Sky dominance strike a powerful single target attack that knocks the enemy away and then strikes at their vulnerabilities, dealing 420% damage. Dominating the sea, I am the master. Sea demon god, these are your soldiers. I hope you can command them well. As you wish, my lord. This weapon is for you. The sea god's trident. That's right, this weapon is the one obtained from the star equipment box. Sea god's trident, star level magic attack plus 600 attack plus 650 strength plus 50 intelligence plus 40 health plus 500 skill. Wrath of the sea god launch a powerful attack on the enemy, throwing the divine trident at them, causing both physical and magical damage. The will of the gods. The sea demon god took the weapon, carefully stroking it, as a faint blue glow emanated from it. This weapon, dealing both physical and magical damage, is probably the first of its kind in the Eternal Continent so far. The advantage of mixed damage is that it is difficult for enemies to target such damage, achieving an unexpected effect. Others might think you are a magic attacker and send heroes or units to counter you, but you are actually a physical attacker. This really plays with the opponent's mindset. Lin Yi finally resolved his inner turmoil and settled the sea god race. Looking at the 3 territories before him, orderly and well managed, he couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort, like an old father watching his 3 children grow up slowly. Lin Yi went to the academy, calming himself to read for a while. A book titled Chronicles of the Eternal Continent caught his attention, recording many ancient legends and mythological stories about the Eternal Continent. After being busy for so long, it was time to pause and appreciate life. Although this place was no longer a friendly civilized society, no matter what, one still needed to stop and enjoy the scenery around them. Ding, congratulations, you have comprehended the talent, 1 step ahead. 1 step ahead rank, excellent talent effect. When fighting against the enemy, our side has a chance to gain attack priority. Ding, supreme ring effect triggered. 1 step ahead upgraded to Prophet's Insight. Rank, mythical talent effect. When fighting against the enemy, our side has absolute priority, morale plus 20, evasion plus 35%. The so-called martial arts in the world are all about speed. Seizing the initiative leaves the opponent with no second chance. Because in later stages of combat, the side that strikes first holds a significant advantage. Some extreme lords who prefer a one-hit kill will wipe out the opponent's units before they even get a turn if they seize the initiative. Is brother Lin Yi there? Just as Lin Yi was immersed in the skill of Prophet's Insight, a message suddenly rang out. It was Long Shou. What's up? Lin Yi inquired. It's like this, recently the king has opened an event to exchange Abyss Magic Stones for equipment items. With the Abyss Magic Stones we got from the Abyss Realm last time, we are still short of 1,000 Magic Stones to exchange for a piece of star-level equipment. The wealthy dragon soul wouldn't be unable to gather 1,000 Abyss Magic Stones, right? I won't hide it from you, we've taken in everything we could. Most of what we've collected are from small households, just a few or a dozen pieces. Anyway, they can't exchange for anything, so they just sold them. Some capable individuals or organizations are also collecting abyssal magic stones to exchange for the items or equipment they need. So, see if you can sell us some. Lin Yi suddenly remembered the abyssal magic stones, opened his backpack and looked at the many stones, unsure of what good items he could exchange them for. 1 item from the Dragon Soul Treasury, Lin Yi replied. Long Shou's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly at how this kid really knew how to do business. What's wrong? What did the night sky say? Long Yin asked. This guy is quite crafty and has his eyes on our Dragon Soul Treasury, Long Shou said. Is it still 3 items this time? This time it's just 1. Agree to it, he's not asking for too much, and it's within our range. Brother Mitian, the deal is done. Alright, I'll head over to the king's side. I'll also see if there are any good items to exchange. After a while, Lin Yi arrived at the palace entrance, and it was quite exaggerated. There were so many people that even the entrance was crowded. Most of the people here came for the excitement. After all, the items and equipment exchanged by the king were extraordinary, and the required abyssal magic stones were no small amount. During the abyssal monster invasion, the lords of Huaxia suffered heavy losses, with only a few hundred abyssal magic stones available to those capable of resisting. The cheapest low-level treasure map at the king's place required 500 abyssal magic stones, which deterred many lords. Brother Mitian. From a distance, Long Yin and Long Shou spotted Lin Yi and shouted loudly. Lin Yi ran towards them. Long Shou pointed at the star equipment in the Royal Exhibition Hall and said, it's this piece of equipment. We still need 1,000 abyssal magic stones. Lin Yi examined the equipment. Holy! Angel Battle Armor, Star Level, Defense plus 800 Health plus 1,600 Stamina plus 60 Intelligence plus 45 Skill, Absolute Defense Damage Reduction plus 30%, can withstand 1 instant kill damage. Holy Angel Battle Armor can increase the combat power of Holy Angels by 35%. It's a pretty standard piece of equipment. The highlight should be that last line, which can increase the combat power of Holy Angels by 35%. You really can't hide anything from you, Long Shou said. In this battle in the abyss, I, the Beast King, and the Cold-Clothes Scholar suffered tremendous losses in troops, and it will take about half a month to recover. Fortunately, my 6-winged Holy Angel is still here, but it has also sustained significant injuries. We want to strengthen the 6-winged Holy Angel's power during this downtime to maintain our facade. If other forces take the opportunity to cause trouble, we still have this 6-winged Holy Angel as our trump card. The Dragon Soul Organization truly lives up to its name, thinking far ahead. The next moment, Lin Yi traded 1,000 abyssal magic stones to Long Shou. Oh I didn't expect there to be such a powerful lord, it's truly impressive. After Long Shou exchanged for the equipment, the king said. Lin Yi looked at the price of this star equipment, which was as high as 12,000 abyssal magic stones. This was indeed not something an ordinary person could afford to exchange. The Dragon Soul Organization was indeed deeply rooted. Accumulating 12,000 abyssal magic stones was no easy feat for even 100 lords. Brother Mitian, we still have things to do, so we'll take our leave first. When you need to choose treasures from the Dragon Soul Treasury, you can come find us. Farewell. Farewell. Lin Yi looked at the equipment and items in the Royal Exhibition Hall. Demon Slaying Battle Axe, Stellar Level 15,000 Abyssal Magic Stones, Abyssal Battle Armor, Stellar Level 12,000 Abyssal Magic Stones, Memory Necklace, Stellar Level 11,000 Abyssal Magic Stones, Low-Level Treasure Map 500 Abyssal Magic Stones, Mid-Level Treasure Map 5,000 Abyssal Magic Stones, High-Level Treasure Map 10,000 Abyssal Magic Stones.
Random legendary hero exchange voucher, 8,000 abyssal magic stones. To be honest, these items are all useless to Lin Yi. If he really exchanged for these things, it could be said that they are tasteless to eat and a pity to discard. Tattered parchment, 99,999 abyssal magic stones. What is this tattered parchment? Is this price a mistake? Lin Yi looked at the tattered parchment in confusion. At this moment, the king also noticed Lin Yi's gaze, and where his eyes landed was indeed the tattered parchment. Lin Yi became even more curious about this tattered parchment. He was originally wavering on whether to exchange it, but in his hesitation, curiosity got the better of him. Your Majesty, I want to exchange for this tattered parchment, Lin Yi said to the king. The once noisy palace suddenly fell silent. What? Did I hear that right? Exchange for a tattered parchment? Did I see that wrong? This tattered parchment actually costs 99,999 abyssal magic stones. Is this kid crazy? No, I suspect he is just shouting randomly. The next moment, the tattered parchment in the royal exhibition hall disappeared. What? He really exchanged it. Who on earth is this person? This is truly wasteful. 99,999 abyssal magic stones could exchange for 7 or 8 pieces of stellar level equipment, enough to fully equip a hero with 6 divine items. I really can't understand why this fool would exchange for a tattered parchment. Is he testing his luck? Ah, damn it. Many people in the palace were discussing. The world spoke up. China claims to be a great nation, yet they can't take a hit? A statement from the world stirred up a huge uproar. The world spoke. Who are you? Have the guts to reveal your name. The world spoke. Private message me your coordinates. Baba will come to collect you immediately. The world spoke. MMP, too arrogant. The world spoke. The world spoke. A bunch of Chinese pigs, only fit to lick the toes of us Easterners. The world spoke. I really can't take it anymore. These Easterners are too arrogant. The world spoke. Looks like there's a good show to watch. The world spoke. As the name suggests, everyone in the world could see it. This Easterners' provocation ignited the dissatisfaction of the Chinese people. Ding, the representative of China, the Beast King, suffered a crushing defeat, while the representative of the East, Yamamoto Koji, emerged victorious. The morale of the East rises by +20. What is going on here? Someone asked in China. The Beast King is one of the top figures in the Dragon Soul organization, a 7th-tier lord. How could he possibly suffer such a crushing defeat? Are these Easterners really that strong? It is said that the Easterners crossed the sea and defeated the Beast King just moments ago. The Easterners have launched a show of strength against us, someone said. The show of strength, used between hostile forces or countries. Both sides send out 5 people to fight for a week, and the winning side on that day can gain morale for their faction. The side that first wins 3 rounds is declared the complete victor. The losing side must cede land and pay reparations. Ceding land means resource compensation, while reparations refer to equipment compensation. That little eastern island nation, lacking resources, is just thinking of plundering from China. Truly a clever strategy. Is your Beast King really that weak? Yamamoto Koji said, while digging in his ear with his pinky, looking arrogantly at the half-dead Beast King lying on the ground. Beast King, are you alright? The cold-clad scholar stepped forward to help the Beast King up. This moment, the Beast King was battered and bruised. If it weren't for the mandatory requirement of the Glory Order, which stated that no one could die during the week-long PK competition among the 5, the Beast King would likely be a corpse by now. Damn it, they actually took advantage of this gap to challenge us. The Beast King felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Yamamoto Koji. Yamamoto Koji grinned, speaking to the other Easterners who had come with him about how the Beast King was no match for them. I'll spare your miserable life today, but when the national war comes, I'll come to take your life, Yamamoto Koji said to the Beast King, and the next moment, the Beast King spat out another mouthful of blood. Yamamoto Koji had his soldiers capture the Beast King's hero alive, then forced the Beast King's 5 heroes to kneel on the ground, demanding that the Beast King say that Huaxia was trash and that Dragon Soul was worthless. For every statement he made, 1 hero would be spared. In the end, the Beast King said nothing, and as a result, the 5 heroes fell lifelessly before him, with 1 hero betraying the Beast King due to insufficient loyalty. In this battle, all soldiers above the 3rd tier were killed, and the 5 heroes under his command also fell before him. Without a month or so, the Beast King's vitality would likely be hard to recover. Which of you wants to come for a beating tomorrow? Come over and shout Baba now, and tomorrow I can go a little easier on you, Yamamoto Koji said. Remember, I want a string of 5. You. At this moment, many members of Dragon Soul could no longer bear it and wanted to rush up to fight him, but that would be like a meat bun hitting a dog, and they would only give the other side a handle to criticize them for the great Huaxia nation bullying the weak. Hani, the scholar, held back those brothers who wanted to fight. Meanwhile, the hero Shoto Toji beside Yamamoto Koji looked at everyone with a sinister gaze, which was quite chilling. During the previous battle, this hero seemed to have not made a move. Shoto Toji, the most characteristic monster of the Easterners in the night parade of 100 demons, was handsome and flirted with young women everywhere. When deceived women thought they had met their Prince Charming, their nightmare would begin.
They would become delicacies in Shoto Toji's mouth, paired with fine wine, turning into a feast. His gaze is really disgusting.
Some female lords in Dragon Soul said to Shoto Toji. Shoto Toji ignored this, greedily scanning the female lords within the Dragon Soul organization. Shoto Toji, don't be so impatient. I'll give you a break tonight, go out and have your fun. Yamamoto Koji implied that he could flirt with girls later, and it didn't matter how he messed around, but now he represented the Great Eastern Empire and had to maintain some decorum. That's more like it, Shoto Toji replied, listening to the conversation between Shoto Toji and Yamamoto Koji felt strange. Yes, that's right. As an epic-level hero, Shoto Toji's loyalty wasn't easy to improve, so at this moment, Hani speculated that Shoto Toji's loyalty should be fluctuating around the passing line of 60, which is why he didn't show much favor to Lord Yamamoto Koji. After Yamamoto Koji and the other Easterners retreated, Long Yin and Long Shou hurried over, looking at the battered Beast King and the furious dragon Soul members beside him, asking, what happened? The Easterners somehow got wind of our Dragon Soul's recent recuperation and brought a group of high-tier lords to provoke us outside our territory. Everyone knows the Beast King's temper. He directly mobilized troops to leave the city. Unexpectedly, the other side took the opportunity to use the Glory Order and we were forced to accept the challenge. If we lose, we will have to compensate them with resources and equipment. Hani explained the whole situation to Long Yin. What kind of strength do they have? Long Shou asked. This time, they brought 3 7th-tier lords and 2 8th-tier lords. What? In a tiny island nation, it is truly incredible that 5 lords of 7th rank or above have already emerged, Long Yin said in a deep voice. He knew how many resources it took to cultivate a 7th rank lord. It wasn't just a simple number that could reflect it, as so much time was required during the process. I'll take on the challenge tomorrow, Hani Shusheng said. Can you? Long Shou asked. A 6th rank lord probably wouldn't last even a round, Hani Shusheng replied. Although the difference between 6th and 7th rank is just 1 tier, that gap is like a chasm, impossible to cross. How is your recruitment of 7th rank troops going? Long Yin asked. Time is too tight, I currently only have 1 7th rank troop, he said. That's a problem, tomorrow's battle is precarious. How about I go tomorrow? The 6-winged holy angel should be able to hold the scene, Hani Shusheng suggested. No, that's not possible, the prestige order has restrictions. Only soldiers and heroes can enter the field. The 6-winged holy angel is a boss and will be harmonized by the prestige order, so it can't participate. Stop talking, I'll go tomorrow. I can lose with the beast King, but you can't, Hani Shusheng said to Long Shou, because you are the backbone of the Dragon Soul's combat power. If I lose tomorrow, you can go find him, Hani Shusheng said to Long Shou. Long Shou understood who Hani Shusheng was referring to and nodded. As night fell, a faint cloud of sorrow enveloped Huaxia. Many people now knew that the Easterners were crossing over, intent on trampling on the dignity of the Huaxia people. Many lords were constantly thinking about how to strengthen themselves to secure a place in this stormy world. Blood Rose and Blood Clear Rain were currently conquering a hidden dungeon of a 7th rank troop, and both of them looked quite disheveled. The black stockings of elder sister Blood Rose were stained with blood, and her tight leather top had several rips, with faint bloodstains on her fair skin appearing particularly glaring. Younger sister Blood Clear Rain also looked exhausted, walking unsteadily, barely able to move with the support of a hero. If you keep acting recklessly like this, just stay home and protect Dad, Blood Rose said sternly. I know I was wrong, Blood Clear Rain pouted. At that moment, a figure was slowly approaching them from not far away. What a true gem of the human world, TSK Shotan Toji swallowed hard and said, then his lewd face returned to a cool and aloof demeanor, with sharp features and a pair of penetrating eyes, his long, messy hair fluttering in the wind and the elegant clothing of the East swaying with it, exuding a unique masculine aura. My little darling, you can't escape my 5-finger mountain, Shotan Toji said lightly. Ladies, it's late and quiet. You're the lady, your whole family are ladies. Before Shotan Toji could finish, Blood Clear Rain shouted, can you even speak properly? Shotan Toji stepped out of the darkness, and under the moonlight he looked like a typical Prince Charming, his kimono style revealing his fair and strong physique. So handsome, Blood Clear Rain said, her tone suddenly changing. Seizing the opportunity, Shotan Toji approached the 2 blood sisters, his unique body fragrance lightly wafting through the air. 2 beautiful little sisters, where are you headed so late? Shotan Toji learned from his lesson and changed ladies to sisters. We are just heading back to our territory, Blood Clear Rain answered eagerly. Meanwhile, Blood Rose coldly stared at the handsome man before her. Shotan Toji and Blood Clear Rain were flirting, exuding charming charisma with every gesture. From my observation, it's impossible for you to pursue my sister because you're too effeminate, and my brother-in-law will teach me and my sister how to have fun, hee hee. So there's a flower with an owner, that makes it exciting. Shotan Toji laughed perversely. Clear Rain, stay away from him. At that moment, Blood Rose said, casually pulling Blood Clear Rain over. Tell me, who exactly are you? Blood Rose asked. Who am I? I am your romantic brother. Ugh, that's disgusting. Haven't you ever experienced the ecstasy of desire? Sinking into pleasure. Do you believe I can call my brother-in-law to blast you with his cannon?
The words were becoming increasingly profound.
It's so remote here.
Shout all you want, no one will hear you, even if you scream your throat raw.
Griffin, attack.
At this moment, Blood-Clear Rain summoned Griffin soldiers to fly towards Shotan Toji.
Tear his filthy mouth apart. A dozen Griffin soldiers launched an attack on Shotan Toji. You dare to bring out trash soldiers of the 4th tier? How embarrassing. With a single move, Night Invasion tore apart the dozen Griffins alive.
This little girl is quite spicy, making one's
desire to conquer surge. You don't like my filthy mouth now, but soon you'll be lost in it. Hee hee hee, you filthy mouthpiece.
Blood Rose shouted angrily. Each one is spicier than the last, paired with my strong liquor, exhilarating. Shotan Toji pulled out a wine gourd from his sleeve, opened it, and took a big swig, the liquid flowing down the corner of his mouth, soaking his kimono.
King of the Hills.
Blood Rose summoned the epic hero recently refreshed from
the tavern. King of the Hills. Respected lord, I am willing to serve you.
At this moment, Shotan Toji glanced at the massive King of the Hills, frowned, and said, "This little girl has some skills." King of the Hills, smash.
Him. At your command. The war hammer struck.
The King of the Hills swung his war hammer towards Shotan Toji.
Noisy.
Shotan Toji didn't regard the King of the Hills at all. Waving his hand, a wave of black ghostly energy shot towards the King of the Hills. The ghostly energy struck the warhammer, causing the King of the Hills to stagger back repeatedly.
What kind of monster is this, so powerful?
Blood Clearwater said, her voice trembling slightly.
You have successfully angered me. Thunderstrike. Looking for death. Get away from me.
The ghostly shadows, like living beings, skillfully darted around the King of the Hills, transforming into evil spirits that began to bite at him.
The King of the Hills let out low, mournful cries, and the night began to grow restless. See, Demon King, go out and see what kind of monster it is. It's the middle of the night. Can anyone get some rest? Lin Yi said. At your command.
Ah, with a scream, the King of the Hills was killed by the ghostly shadows, or rather, bitten to death by the evil spirits.
Who exactly are you? Who am I?
Hee hee, I am Shotan Toji amidst the night parade of 100 demons.
The
big pervert who only eats girls' mimes. A huge freak. At this moment, Blood Clear Rain shouted, initially thinking he was a handsome guy, only to find out he was a big pervert. One cannot judge by appearances, it was too disgusting. After that, Blood Clear Rain instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, fearing being.
So, will you submit, or shall I use force?
Shotan Toji said, shaking the wine gourd.
Sister, are we going to die here? Ah, I haven't
even found a boyfriend yet. Blood Clear Rain began to cry.
I'll hold him off, you hurry and run back.
Blood Rose said word by word.
No way.
Lin Yi, through the perspective of the Sea Demon King, saw the perilous situation of Blood Rose and the others.
Isn't Shotan Toji a hero of the Eastern Lord? How could he be here?
Lin Yi felt a bit puzzled. Just as Shotan Toji was about to use force against Blood Rose and the others, the Sea Demon King blocked him.
I am the Sea Demon God. Under my lord's orders, I will protect you too.
Shotan Toji was pushed back repeatedly by the Sea Demon God, his eyes flickering slightly.
Very well, you have successfully angered me. Shotan Toji threw away
the wine gourd and drew his weapon.
Muramesa, the demon blade. Shoto no Toji held the slender demon sword, which emanated waves of purple ghostly energy. The patterns on the blade were faint yet mesmerizing, making it hard to look away.
A star-level weapon, not bad, Lin Yi said.
Brother-in-law. Blood-colored Qingyu shouted, rushing towards Lin Yi, and in the next moment she tightly embraced his body.
Lin Yi was taken aback. He seemed to feel waves, making him
a bit seasick. Meanwhile, blood-colored Rose's eyes flickered, as if she had the urge to cry. I'm not your brother-in-law, let go a bit. I'm feeling seasick, Lin Yi said awkwardly. At this moment, blood-colored Qingyu realized she had been too impulsive and quickly released her grip, blushing as she retreated to blood-colored Rose's side. Watch out! Blood-colored Rose shouted. Lin Yi turned to see the Sea Demon God had already arrived beside him, wielding the Sea God's trident to knock the demon sword Muramesa away. Those not of my kind will surely have different hearts, the Sea Demon God shouted. Take this. Brother-in-law, help me kill this pervert. I'm scared to death. Blood-colored Rose clung to blood-colored Qingyu like a little bird, hiding behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around, looking at the flamboyant man behind him. Looks like the Eastern dog has been too comfortable for too long, Lin Yi said. Lightly. You worthless Huaxia, what right do you have to talk about the East? That guy called the Beast King almost got beaten to death in broad daylight. Lin Yi realized, estimating that this guy was probably a hero under the Eastern Lord, likely with low loyalty, as the Eastern Lord did not have absolute command over the heroes, leading them to casually leave the Lord's domain. Since that's the case, I'll start with you, and tomorrow I can go to the Dragon Soul Treasury to get a treasure, Lin Yi said. The wrath of the Sea God. The Sea Demon God directly used the Sea God's Trident's special skill. A mixed attack of magical and physical damage struck Shoto no Toji, momentarily stunning him, leaving him unsure how to defend against this move. Ghostly shadows. Shoto no Toji attempted the same trick again. Sea Demon God, stop stalling, hurry up. I will obey. In the next moment, the Sea God's Trident was thrown.
at Shoto no Toji, piercing through his body and pinning him firmly to the ground. Seal him like this. Tomorrow should be the second match of the Glory Order. Take him to the arena then, Lin Yi said. I will obey. Thus, Shoto no Toji was pinned to the ground by the trident, unable to die or leave. Brother-in-law, let's rest in your territory tonight, blood-colored Xingyu said, not treating herself as an outsider as she boldly followed Lin Yi with blood-colored Rose. Blood-colored Rose, hearing her sister call Lin Yi brother-in-law repeatedly, felt her cheeks flush. Lin Yi also felt awkward refusing. If he encountered a few more Eastern perverts late at night, who knows how many beauties Huaxiao would lose by the next day. After the blood-colored sisters entered Lin Yi's territory, they discovered there were actually 3 territories inside: the territory of the human race of light and peace, the mysterious territory of the undead, and the territory of the sea god, which was outside the 7 major races. How many secrets do you have, really? Blood-colored Rose asked. Lin Yi just smiled and did not continue the topic. Blood-colored Rose stomped her little foot in frustration. What was wrong with this person? Was he Iron Man or had issues with his sexual orientation? Women are sensitive creatures, and this scene was noted by Qingyu. The next morning, Huaxia pigs come out and die. Early in the morning, Yamamoto Kojiro and other Eastern lords came to the Dragon Soul's territory to start shouting. Damn it, the Beast King spat as he walked out of the city gate, accompanied by the cold-clothes scholar, Dragon Hunter, Dragon Soul, and a newly promoted 7th-tier lord member, breaking the sky. Call me Baba and I'll go easy on you today, otherwise, I'll beat you until you have only one breath left. Stop with the nonsense and get straight to the point, said the cold-clad scholar. Since you're so eager to seek death, I'll oblige you. This time, I want you to know what fear truly is. Yamamoto Kojiro declared. Come forth, Shoto Toji, bring your army of the dead end. Annihilate these resource-wasting Chinese pigs. Yamamoto Kojiro said again. But after a few seconds, there was no response. Shoto Toji, Shoto Toji, Shoto Toji. Yamamoto Kojiro called out 3 times in succession, still receiving no reply. Is Shoto Toji's loyalty too low? Did he run away? At that moment, the 8th-tier lord of the East Japan whispered in Yamamoto Kojiro's ear. Impossible, I've maintained a loyalty level around 60, this shouldn't happen. Hey, over there, hurry up and summon your hero, or I'll have to launch an attack. Don't say we didn't fight fair then, the cold-clad scholar said. Damn it! Yamamoto Kojiro roared. Yesterday, his duel with the Beast King was barely a victory. Aside from Shoto Toji, his other heroes and troops had suffered heavy losses. He thought Shoto Toji would be enough to sweep this round, but no one expected that he couldn't summon him at a critical moment. Are you trying to let us come back from a 2-3 deficit? The Beast King laughed. Or do you have no heroes or soldiers left to fight? Even without Shoto Toji, you are still a bunch of weaklings, Yamamoto Kojiro retorted. You ants have no right to witness the power of my strongest hero, Shoto Toji. Sorry, is this what you call your strongest hero? Lin Yi's voice came from not far away, and they saw the sea demon god carrying a large halberd, which seemed to have a person hanging from it. Shoto Toji, Yamamoto Kojiro shouted. There was Shoto Toji, hanging from the sea god's trident, swaying back and forth in the wind. A star-level equipment can bring this freak back, otherwise, there's nothing to discuss, Lin Yi said. For him to take out a piece of star-level equipment in this tiny corner was quite painful. Yamamoto Kojiro was stunned. He never expected that what he had done yesterday would be used against him today. Was this karma? Since you are so insincere, then, Sea Demon King, kill him. I will obey. As the Sea Demon King's trident pierced Shoto Toji's chest, a terrible scream erupted and he turned into countless stars, returning to the East Japan territory to be reborn. Damn it! Yamamoto Kojiro was furious. Because Shoto Toji's loyalty to him was already low, being killed by Lin Yi cost him 10 loyalty points, leaving about 50. After reviving in the East Japan territory, Shoto Toji began to flee, deciding not to participate in the conflict with China as he could never forget the immense pressure the Chinese lord had put on him last night. Sea Demon King, make it quick. Understood. Let me show you the way of East Japan's ninjutsu, Chidori, come forth, the 8th-tier Lord Sakata said. Suddenly, a gigantic wooden bird soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight in the next moment, only to reappear right in front of the Sea Demon King. The 1,000 calamities thunder fell as the wooden bird summoned countless bolts of lightning towards the Sea Demon King, who was severely restrained by the lightning. Die! The Sea God's wrath. The Sea God's trident was thrown, piercing through the body of the Chidori with a splat. That was too violent. It shattered the Chidori's body directly. Was this really the strength of an 8th-tier lord? How could he seem so fragile in front of Lin Yi? Brother Long Yin, will I get a reward for my performance in China? Yes, you must. Long Yin guaranteed. Ding. The representative of China, Haimitian, wins. The representative of East Japan, Sakata, suffers a crushing defeat. National morale in China plus 20. By a stroke of luck, I won a round, which took Lin Yi by surprise as he had come solely to trade Shoto for a treasure, not expecting the situation to unfold differently than anticipated. There are still 3 rounds left. Don't celebrate too early, Sakata said angrily. Stop wasting time. Since I'm here today, let's have all of you come at me together. Fighting once a day is too petty.
You will pay for your arrogance, Sakata declared.
Sakata-kun, since some people don't know what's good for them, we can't let this go without retaliation. This grievance is truly hard to swallow. With the world announcement, Huaxia managed to win a round in the glory match, boosting the morale of the entire nation by +20. The morale of all Huaxia lords soared, and many went to the Dragon Soul territory to witness the heroic figure of the night. The Eastern lords were infuriated by Lin Yi's words, their fists clenched, and one could faintly hear the sound of bones grinding together. In the next moment, the glory command floating in the sky dimmed, causing many to feel puzzled.
Not good, these bastards are trying to destroy the glory command, Long Yin said.
I'm ready to summon the six-winged holy angel. I've recovered enough to be able to fight.
Long Shou said. No need, the Abyss Realm hasn't moved much since, let me handle it, Lin Yi said lightly.
Many onlookers were still trying to figure out what was happening when they suddenly saw the glory command in the sky vanish.
What is going on? Someone asked. Many spectators looked equally confused. It's probably something like tearing up a treaty, someone speculated.
Phantom Archer Avril, heed my command, lead the Divine Punishment Archers and ranged units to focus fire from the back.
Yes, my lord. Undead Prince Rodhart. Respond. At your service.
Lead your undead and skeleton army to prepare for the charge.
I obey. Elf Queen Sophia. Here. Lead the priests to restore life to the warriors in front. Understood, my lord. Where are the sea god and sea demon? I am here, awaiting orders.
At this moment, Lin Yi said nothing, only giving the sea demon a confirming glance. The next moment, the sea demon cast the skill, the highest good is like water, disappearing into its
own water domain.
Wow, a full set of epic heroes, someone in the crowd exclaimed in awe. This kind of display is not something just anyone can pull off, not to mention ordinary people, even top lords like the Beast King and the Cold Garb Scholar have only recruited one epic hero. It's remarkable that 3 epic heroes appeared this time, all from one lord, and with the epic lord's inherent dazzling effect, the visual impact was truly stunning.
At this moment,
the 5 eastern lords across from them exchanged glances. Everyone, don't be cowards, our 3 7th-tier lords plus 2 8th-tier lords won't fear just one Huaxia dog, Sakata said.
Sakata was the strongest among the 5, as his
unit was a special type, the ninja clan, beyond the 7 major races. With his words, the other 4 seemed to gain confidence.
Heavenly Ninja Shadow Killing Formation. Sakata was the first to launch an attack on Lin Yi. The other lords summoned their heroes to charge at Lin Yi. It was at this moment that everyone realized that this shameless group of eastern dogs wanted to engage in a brawl. A brawl? Their tiny eastern land isn't even worthy of carrying our shoes.
Exactly, one spit from us Huaxia could drown them. I heard that the Dragon Soul organization's Long Show recently had an 8th-tier boss. No one has seen it, but it's rumored to be incredible.
I wonder if he will bring it out today to support us. Look, the Dragon Soul people don't seem to be preparing for battle. Could it be that this knight is going to take on the 5 top lords of the East in a duel? 66666, so cool. Sakata's hero immediately unleashed a powerful attack towards Lin Yi as soon as he appeared. Do you really think we are just decorations? The Death Spirit Prince said in a deep voice. Come forth, Death God Skeleton. Suddenly, a horde of Death God skeletons burst forth from the ground, charging towards the 5 lords. What the hell is this troop type? Yamashima Shizuku shouted. Quick, bring your troops to block them. Yamashima Shizuku commanded his hero. Don't just stand there.
Quickly send out your heroes and troops to cut them down, Sakata urged. The other eastern lords snapped back to reality at Sakata's words, entering battle mode, and troops from the human and cave races began to be summoned. The battlefield suddenly expanded several times.
Avery, long-range bombardment. Shoot down all these useless fish.
Avery raised her weapon, pointing directly at the eastern soldiers, coldly saying, kill.
A torrent of skills poured down on the eastern troops, and one by one, the eastern soldiers fell.
Warriors in front, break through their front line, tear a hole in and get in there, and chop down those damn little girls.
Sakata shouted. It must be said that the
Ninja Clan truly lived up to their reputation as a special race. Large numbers of Death God skeletons fell under their attacks, but the Death Spirit Prince could always summon the fallen soldiers back to the battlefield.
It was undeniably like having a cheat code. What kind of troop is this? Yamashima Shizuku shouted.
3 humans wielding lightsabers charged into the eastern troops, their gleaming swords slicing through the crowd as if cutting vegetables, creating a scene of chaos and eliciting piercing screams from the masses. Quick, focus fire on those 3 strange troops.
Stun them first, Yamashima Shizuku said anxiously. What is this monster? 3 Death Spirit Dragonkin charged into the eastern camp, scattering their formation.
The necrotic flames of the Death Spirit Dragonkin spread through the crowd. Once a soldier was touched by these flames, they could not extinguish them, leading to a relentless
cycle of death. How could this happen? What kind of troops are these? The Death Spirit Prince had even sent out second-tier troops, the Plague Zombies, charging towards the eastern camp.
Upon contact with the eastern soldiers, they would immediately self-destruct, turning into living bombs that instilled fear in the Eastern Lords. Yes, that's right, the fear of second-tier troops. What is going on? What kind of troops are these? Sakata kept repeating this question, wondering who could provide him with answers. Sakata-kun, should we retreat? At that moment, Yamashima Shizuku suggested. The other Eastern Lords nodded in agreement, witnessing their troops collapsing like a landslide. 4. The first time, Sakata felt a sense of powerlessness. He looked at the Huaxia Lord before him and saw a glimmer of confidence and disdain in Lin Ye's eyes. He had to admit that he had indeed stumbled this time. Gritting his teeth, Sakata made a firm decision and issued the retreat order. At that moment, the other lords quickly recalled their troops and heroes, fleeing onto the warships that had long been prepared. The warships sailed through the air, racing towards the eastern seas. Should we pursue? If we let them enter the sea, our heroes and troops won't be able to fight there, Longin said. Let them run another 39 kilometers. My 40-kilometer greatsword is already prepared. Lin Yi said calmly, exuding an air of strategic command, quite imposing. Sister, look, brother-in-law is really amazing. Don't say that. 2 women in the distance remarked. This Huaxia Lord is extraordinary, Sakata said aboard the warship. The other lords nodded in agreement, and at that moment the most frustrated was Yamamoto Ko, who had been showing off so well, only to hit a wall, and even causing his epic hero Shoto Toji to betray him. It was hard to express how miserable he felt. They won't catch up, will they? Yamashima Shizuku said nervously. No, we're about to enter the waters of the east, and once we're in the water, we'll be safe, Sakata said. Boom! The warship suddenly shook violently. What happened? Yagyu-kun, go take a look. Yes, Lord Sakata. There, at the back of the warship, stood Lin Yi on the shore, while the warship had already launched into the water, sailing in the sea. They probably can't get into the water from the shore. We're safe now, Yagyu Morisawa said. At that moment, Yamamoto Koji jumped onto the deck and raised his middle finger at Lin Yi on the shore, shouting loudly. What do you think those East Lords will say? Who knows, maybe they'll shout Lin and sack. Haha. At this time, more and more people gathered on the shore, watching the East warship slowly sail away, feeling quite unwilling. What? Are we just letting them go like this? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. We're already at sea. Can your troops swim, or can your hero drive a ship? Stop speaking the harsh truth. Indeed, there were not many lords in Huaxia capable of going to sea, and at that moment, everyone suddenly understood the importance of navigation skills. In the future, expansion would definitely be necessary, and navigation skills would surely become a coveted talent. Huaxia pigs, we're leaving. Next time we come back, we will definitely treat Huaxia as a breeding ground, and you will be the livestock. Sakata shouted desperately on the deck. Can we tolerate this? Many people looked at the East Lord's arrogance, and it was hard to swallow. The East warship slowly sailed towards the east, while Sakata and his 4 companions watched the frustrated expressions of the people on the shore, feeling much better in their hearts. When we return this time, let's bring out the Emperor, Yagyu Morisawa said. Everyone fell silent. Boom! Another loud noise, and the warship shook violently again. The 5 people on the deck fell to the ground in disarray. What on earth is happening? Everyone wondered. Could it be the Huaxia pigs causing trouble? Shima Island 13, go control the warship to speed up and enter the east waters as soon as possible. I'm afraid delays will lead to changes. It's time, see demon god, Lin Yi said. The people on the shore looked at Lin Yi, their expressions quite remarkable. Could it be that the night sky still has a backup? Has he already become this strong? How fortunate for Huaxia to have such a person. In the sea demon god broke through the water. In the ocean, the sea demon god was like a fish in water, with an affinity for water elements that was simply too high. The ocean devourer and ocean overlord began to launch fierce attacks on the warship, and the ship's defense mechanisms were immediately activated. At this moment, the 5 on the deck looked at the enormous troops in the sea, astonished. What kind of troops are these? What kind of race is this? Are there a lot of little question marks for the kids now? Those who offend Huaxia will be punished, no matter how far. Lin Yi declared. You think you can just run away after acting tough? There's no such good thing. Sea demon god, it's your time to perform next. Yes, my lord. Quick, we're almost at the east waters, everyone hold on. The sea demon god had always wanted to throw weapons, and this time was no exception, as he directly hurled the sea god's trident towards the battlefield. The trident pierced through the ship's hull, and water rushed into the cabin with a splash. Ah, something poked me. Damn it, my finger. Yamamoto Koji saw his finger being pinched by a mutated giant crab. Linen. Sack. The next moment, just as Yamamoto Koji pulled the giant crab off his finger, a giant mutated lobster's massive claw clamped down on his pants, letting out a shrill, beautiful, and melodious cry. What on earth are these? Could they also be troops? Indeed, these were the first-tier troops of the sea god race, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals. The 5 were in a sorry state. They had truly hit rock bottom. Navigation skills, advanced navigation skills. At this moment, the 5 of them displayed their talents in navigation, allowing them to barely gain a semblance of self-preservation in the vast ocean. Assassinate the upper ninja, go.
Eliminate those detestable water monsters. Cave Forbidden Technique Master, seal them all. Death Knight. Everyone summoned their own troops and heroes. In an instant, the forces of the 5 races pressed against the Sea God clan, increasing the pressure on them significantly. Many of the Sea God clan's troops had their health points pushed to dangerous levels, and the lords of the Eastern Isles finally steadied their footing. Counterattack, counterattack. Sakata roared at this moment. Just then, many graceful troops appeared. In the ocean, indeed, it was the sacred song Water Princess. The Tide of Jumps restores 15% health to an allied target with a chance to jump to another allied target to heal 10% health up to a maximum of 6 targets. Under the healing of the Tide of Jumps, many troops' health lines were pulled back up. Quick, go kill those enchantresses. The soldiers of the 5 races charged towards the sacred song Water Princess, but in the water, although they had the blessing of navigation skills, they were still incomparable to fighting on land. The angry sea summoned a powerful wave to crash against the enemy, dealing 240% damage and knocking the enemy back for 2 seconds, then slowing them for 5 seconds. This knocked down the charging enemies, making it very difficult for them. Brother Mitin, what race are your troops from? Long Yin asked in confusion. Sea God clan. Long Yin then glanced at Lin Yi again, feeling more admiration than envy. How fortunate for Huaxia to have such a talent. The Ocean Devourer launched its final attack, the living biochemical cannon, while the Ocean Overlord unleashed the fierce dragon Sky Splitter, preparing to send the 5 into reincarnation, dust to dust, earth to earth. Behind them, the Sea Demon God swept through the ranks, fearing any mishaps. Wails echoed as the Ocean Devourer and Ocean Overlord let out piercing cries. The battlefield of the Eastern Isles was gently lifted by a force, and a mirror appeared before the 5 lords, blocking all attacks and reflecting all damage. Emperor, the 5 exclaimed in unison. The Emperor has appeared. This is one of the 3 divine artifacts of the Eastern Isles, the Divine Mirror. Many from the Sea God clan screamed as they fell into the water. Walking on waves, the Demon God of the Sea launched an attack towards the 5. The Sea Demon God relentlessly pursued the 5 lords of the Eastern Isles. Damn, this hero is too powerful, said Shandao Shirsan. Sakata carefully observed the Sea Demon God and suddenly exclaimed, This can't be the Oracle-level hero mentioned in the world announcement a few days ago. Sakata's words instantly plunged the hearts of the other 4 into an icy abyss. This ion plate was not just any ordinary hardness. The wrath of the Sea God. The Sea Demon God activated its weapon skill, targeting Sakata and the others. Overestimating yourselves. Divine Mirror. As Piaomiao's words fell, the Divine Mirror, as if it had a soul, blocked the wrath of the Sea God. In the next moment, the Sea Demon God fell from the wave, its health bar plummeting. Fortunately, the sacred song Water Princess used the Tide of Jumps to restore the Sea Demon God's health. Sea Demon God, retreat. Lin Yi commanded. Yes. The Sea Demon King instantly retreated to Lin Yi's side, and the troops also withdrew, returning the sea surface to calm. The 5 lords of the Eastern Isles also successfully retreated. Lin Yi had already known that the Emperor of the Eastern Isles had intervened upon seeing the Divine Mirror. One of the 3 sacred artifacts of the Eastern Heavenly Emperor was indeed the Divine Mirror. It was understandable that they managed to escape smoothly this time, and Lin Yi once again yearned to become stronger. A video of Lin Yi single-handedly battling the 5 peak lords had been recorded by the people of the nation, and now the international forums were filled with videos of Lin Yi's battles and posts about his deeds. In an instant, Lin Yi became an internet sensation. Some began to analyze Lin Yi's strange troop types and posted on international forums. The Great God of Night, the amazing troops you don't know about. In it, Lin Yi's troops were described in extravagant terms, claiming that each type was comparable to a hero of legendary status, which left both domestic and foreign lords astonished. Others provided a clear analysis of Lin Yi's heroes, publishing on the international forum, an existence like a cheat, epic heroes with magnetic appeal. This portrayed Lin Yi as someone with a built-in system, possessing an absolute attraction to epic heroes, which explained why his team was filled with them. There were even some who, in an attempt to ride the wave of attention, claimed to be Lin Yi's girlfriend, among other things. However, the most prevalent news on the international forum, capturing everyone's attention, was that the 7th-tier lord, the Great God of Night, single-handedly battled the 5 ancestors of the East. Here, everyone witnessed Lin Yi's prowess, and those who paid attention to the details noticed that Lin Yi had troops from 3 different races, implying that he currently controlled 3 territories. This information indeed instilled a sense of crisis among lords from various countries. In the Black Gold Delta, a resource-scarce area lacking any real control, a few people lingered. Sakata, you really embarrassed yourselves this time. Right back to your hometown, said a blonde, blue-eyed lord. Sakata, are your enemies really as formidable as they say on the international forum? Inquired a lord from the Korean peninsula. Sakata, do you now have a psychological shadow when facing the lords of Huaxia? Said a lord from the 12 island nations. If you called me here just to mock me, then I will take my leave now. I won't entertain you all, Sakata said, feeling stifled and ridiculed by lords from other countries, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Sakata, it's like this, we all saw on the forum how powerful that yellow-haired kid from Huaxia is. If we let him develop unchecked, it won't just be your East Japan in danger, but also our America and other countries will face potential threats. So we want to nip this danger in the bud, said the American Lord. At this moment, Sakata looked at the American Lord and asked, what do you want to do? First, tell us about that yellow-haired kid's strength. It's about the same as what's said on the international forum, and he also has a prophetic level hero. After Sakata finished speaking, it was the turn of the other lords to be shocked. Although they had seen many of Lin Ye's glorious deeds in the international server, hearing Sakata mention that he had a prophetic level hero made many gasp in disbelief. How monstrous could that be? This further solidified the resolve of the lords from other countries to eliminate Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned to his territory to start sorting through the treasures he had bought in the Royal Exhibition Hall. Holding the worn-out parchment scroll in his hand, Lin Yi felt that the texture of the sheepskin was incredibly soft, almost as if it were alive. He toyed with the scroll in his hands. Ding, congratulations on successfully activating the secret realm. As Lin Yi looked at the sheepskin scroll, it displayed a path and markers, transforming into a map, with a red dot in the center indicating the entrance to the secret realm. What treasures might be inside? Lin Yi pondered while holding the sheepskin scroll. Whatever, I'll figure it out when I get there. He then contacted Wang Quanfu Gue, relayed some instructions, and left all troops below Tier 5 in his territory for defense, taking only high-tier troops and heroes to follow the directions on the sheepskin scroll to find the entrance to the secret realm. After we kill him, our 3 countries will take 80% of his resources, and you East Japan will get 20%. Why should we? Why? Just because of your embarrassing performance, the American Lord said disdainfully. This might have become a permanent scar for the lords of East Japan. Alright, as you said, but in the end, let me kill him, Sakata said. I can agree to that, after all, he is your enemy. If you don't take his life yourself, you'll never get over this hurdle. In that case, let's start planning. Another deal was completed in the Black Gold Delta, and a contract was signed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi also began his journey towards the entrance of the secret realm on the map, unaware that a hunt for him had officially begun. What did the higher-ups say? Long Shou asked. Same as always, as long as he joins, everything can be discussed. If he can't be used for the war soul, it's no different than nurturing future enemies for ourselves. That's what they said. Long Yin replied. With the temperament of Hei Yimi Tian, it's too difficult to get him to join the war soul, and those old-timers are all so rigid, each one with a worse temper than the last. I've worn my mouth out and they still won't budge. You need to communicate with the people from the war soul in the future and avoid conflicts with Hei Yimi Tian, or they'll definitely be the ones to suffer. Will those arrogant guys listen to me? I think it would be good for them to encounter Lin Yi and have their arrogance cut down a bit. I hope it can be kept within controllable limits. Only Wang Quanfu Gue knew about Lin Yi's journey, as Lin Yi needed him to help look after his territory while he was away. Although the defensive facilities in the territory were relatively complete, Wang Quanfu Gue could still handle any emergencies that might arise. Lin Yi took out the parchment scroll again. This time it had been clean, and he estimated the location of the secret realm, calculating that the journey would take at least a day. I really should borrow some transportation from Longhun, at least it would cut the time in half, Lin Yi muttered. As he walked, this trip made Lin Yi realize the importance of having his own means of transportation or mount. On the other side, the lords of the 4 nations had already begun to mobilize their troops, planning this round of slaughter. After a day of walking, Lin Yi finally arrived at a small town where he could rest. He took out the parchment scroll to check the coordinates of the secret realm. It was not far now. Kid, this road is mine, this tree is mine, so. At that moment, 4 thugs suddenly appeared from nowhere, brandishing old swords and daggers. Lin Yi frowned and said, "Are you kids playing cosplay? Be serious. We're robbing you. Leave behind your food and supplies, or else don't blame us for being ruthless." Lin Yi looked at the 4 boys, around 15 or 16 years old, who were trying to rob him without even having fully grown up, like 4 or 5-year-olds, trying to sweep the floor with a broom. "Are you sure this is a robbery?" Lin Yi squatted down to ask. "Don't move, or my knife won't have eyes." "Brother, Xiaoying is hungry, and Xiaomei is also hungry." Just then, a little girl about 10 years old walked out of a dilapidated house, holding a crying baby in her arms. "Hurry, hand over the food, or you'll regret it." At that moment, Lin Yi realized that when the Eternal Era descended, all people living in real time were forcibly brought into the Eternal Continent, including these children. "Where are your Baba and Mama?" Lin Yi asked. Suddenly, Xiaomei burst into tears, and the 4 little thugs' eyes turned red as well. "We were in class when we were inexplicably sucked in by a strange wind, and then there were many monsters. We hid in the cellar to avoid being killed by them," said the boy in the lead. "I'm sorry, esteemed Lord." At that moment, another boy arrived, looking a bit older than the others, probably around 17 or 18. When Lin Yi saw the mark on his head, he realized he was a second-tier lord named Chang. "Hello, Lord, we are actually people who were
pulled in by that strange wind. Due to resource issues, not everyone who enters the Eternal Continent can become a lord. I also became a second-tier lord because, during the monster invasion, a dying lord gave me his resources to take over his position.
However, due to resource problems, I am still just a second-tier lord. I see.
Lin Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. This group of children should be of school age, yet they were forced into this world of the survival of the fittest.
At that moment, Lin
Yi felt a sudden tremor in his heart.
So how do you solve the food problem? Lin Yi asked. Come out, beast tamer.
A Chang said, this is my hero, I inherited the beast tribe. As a Chang spoke, he summoned his troops again, wind speed dogs and earth splitter bears. I rely on them to hunt some wild animals for them to eat, but often we lose many wind speed dogs due to the lack of resources. Replenishing troops usually takes 10 days to half a month, so sometimes when there's no food, they go out to find
a way, and unexpectedly, they ended up robbing.
Brother Chang, we had no choice, everyone hasn't eaten for several days, and Xiaoying's beast blood is also finished, so
I promise this is our first time robbing, and we haven't succeeded yet.
Yes. I'm sorry, the boy who had led the robbery earlier was called Xiao Dong. Good luck, little guy. Fortunately, you were the first to rob me. If it were someone else, you would have been dead by now, Lin Yi said.
By the way, do you know where this place is? Lin Yi took out a map and asked.
A Chang took the map, fiddled with it, and shook his head with a frown.
At that moment, Xiao
Dong said he knew this place. It was where he had just been sucked into the Eternal Continent. At that time, the Death Prince
summoned several wild beasts, and everyone finally had a good meal. That night, Lin Yi chatted a lot with everyone. It turned out
that the Eternal Era was so cruel. If one was not a lord in the Eternal Continent, they could be favored by death at any time. Looking at these poor children, Lin Yi seemed to have some thoughts in his heart. The next day, under Xiao Dong's lead, Lin Yi
found the entrance to the secret realm.
Before entering the secret realm, Lin Yi gave a Chang a sum of resources, enough for him to rise to a 5th-tier lord.
Then let's say goodbye.
If fate allows, we will meet again, Lin Yi said, turning away and walking towards the entrance of the secret realm. A Chang and the others prepared to go back to become stronger and protect these
younger siblings. Is this the entrance to the secret realm?
Lin Yi looked at the hole in front of him. This entrance was too
shabby. Lin Yi took another step forward and saw a shallow groove on the rock wall.
He tried to place the parchment scroll into the groove.
Ding, secret realm awakening.
In the next moment, Lin Yi was transported into the secret realm.
Enter. Realm. Death.
The 4 words filled Lin Yi's ears as if he were in a nightmare. Lord, divert your attention and ignore the sounds you hear.
The Sea Demon King appeared beside Lin Yi and said, this is a rare attack skill, Sonic Attack. Lin Yi steadied his mind and took a deep breath.
It's been a long time since anyone came in. I almost forgot the taste of human flesh.
Hee, I smell a scent I dislike on you,
the monster said to the Sea Demon King. The sea god had previously been attacked by dozens of monsters while exterminating them, which had shattered his heart, so he understood monsters very well, and the monsters also detested his scent. The monster was locked by chains on the wall, unable to move freely. With the Sea Demon King's reminder and help, Lin Yi returned to normal.
He looked at the monster locked by chains and asked the Sea Demon King, can I kill him?
At this moment, the monster's strength is only about 1/10 or 1/12. It can be killed. Lin Yi had witnessed the power of monsters in his previous life. Even a 9th-tier lord appeared as insignificant as an ant before them, so he understood the danger these monsters posed. Sea Demon King, use all means to kill him.
Sea Demon King, I obey. The Sea Demon King took out the sea god's trident.
The Oracle-level hero had barely touched the demigod stage, but the distance to becoming a demigod was not a trivial matter.
The sea god's wrath.
The Sea Demon King swung the sea god's trident, and a phantom of the sea god appeared in the air. The fury of the sea god phantom caused a catastrophic collapse. The monster trapped in chains was shattered under the sea god's wrath, and a shadow rushed towards Lin Yi from its remains.
Kid, if I can't consume your flesh, then I'll occupy your body.
Lord, be careful. The monster is going to devour your soul, the sea demon god shouted urgently, but it was too late. Just as the shadow was about to invade Lin Yi's body, the supreme ring in Lin Yi's hand emitted a dazzling white light, shooting towards the shadow. Ah! A scream echoed, and the shadow was instantly melted by the white light emitted from the supreme ring. Beneath the corpse, a brilliant pillar of light shot up into the sky. This was a treasure explosion, truly a stroke of luck.
Demon Warrior Armor, Star. Domain Level. Defense plus 900, Magic Defense plus 1000, Damage Reduction plus 35%, Block plus 20%, Health plus 1200, Strength plus 35, Stamina plus 80, Intelligence plus 30.
Skill, War Absorption can grant the wearer a war shield that absorbs 10,000 points of damage. After the shield explodes, it deals 50% of the shield's damage to surrounding enemies.
The second piece of Star Domain level equipment has emerged.
The only downside is that this piece of Star Domain level equipment only comes with one skill.
However, the attributes
of this Star Domain armor truly outclass those of the Stellar level by a mile.
Lin Yi picked up the second dazzling item, Supreme Ring Fragment. Incredible! Lin Yi was overjoyed. Ding, do you want to merge the Supreme Ring fragment? Confirm. Without a second thought, Lin Yi clicked confirm.
Supreme Divine Ring, upgradable, equipment type, Supreme Artifact, all attributes plus 30.
Command power plus 300. Equipment effect 1, all of the Lord's troops will be automatically upgraded to mythical level troops. Equipment effect 2, resource production in the territory plus 50%. Equipment effect 3, all buildings in the territory will have their construction time reduced by 50%. Equipment effect 4, the wearer can upgrade one talent to mythical level every week. Equipment effect 5, the wearer can choose to enhance an item by one quality.
Can be used 3 times a week. Equipment effect 6,
not unlocked. This equipment is a supreme artifact, cannot be traded, destroyed, or dropped.
Lin Yi looked at the supreme ring on his finger, gently
stroking it.
Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yi used the newly awakened skill on the demon warrior armor.
Ding, congratulations on successfully upgrading the Star Domain equipment to Star God equipment.
The next moment, Lin Yi looked at the upgraded equipment
and was taken aback. Demon warrior armor, Star God level. Defense plus 1800, magic defense plus 2000, damage reduction plus 45%, block plus 30%,
health plus 2400, strength plus 70, stamina plus 150, intelligence plus 60.
Skill, war absorption can grant the wearer a war shield that absorbs 20,000
points of damage. After the shield explodes, it deals 50% of the shield's damage to surrounding enemies.
The attributes of this equipment
had basically doubled. Now this equipment could be said to be invincible in Huaxia, not to mention being invincible worldwide.
See, Demon God, this equipment is for you, Lin Yi said.
The Sea Demon God took the starry demon warrior armor, and after putting it on, it
exuded a hint of demigod aura. Thank you for the gift, Lord.
You're welcome. Lin Yi picked up the last item, Divine Energy Crystal.
Core.
Could that monster stone just now be a demigod? Lin Yi thought to himself. The monsters have finally dissipated. At that moment, a deep voice echoed again in the secret realm.
Who? Lin Yi's heart tightened. It seems you killed the monsters. No, how could a mere 7th tier lord like you kill a divine tier monster? Lin Yi was taken aback by this revelation that monster was actually divine tier. Could it be that his supreme ring was an item even more advanced than divine tier?
He instinctively touched the supreme ring on his
finger. But that annoying monster is indeed gone. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? But you have to tell me who you really are. Sorry for the abruptness. My name is Lin Yuan, a demigod tier lord. And this is the Lin Yuan secret realm. Wasn't it said that the highest tier for lords is 9th tier? How is there a demigod tier?
Lin Yi was quite surprised because, in his previous life, 9th tier was already the limit for lords, and those who surpassed 9th tier were at the peak of 9th tier perfection. Many people remained stuck
at that level.
At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to sense Lin Yi's confusion and continued. I also stayed at the peak of 9th tier for a while, but when those monsters descended upon the Eternal Continent, their low-tier monsters were at the lower god and middle god levels, not to mention the high-tier monsters, which were at the higher god level.
Hearing so many references to gods left Lin Yi a bit dazed.
Back when I was at the peak of 9th tier, I encountered this monster, which was at the lower god level.
At that time, I thought
I was invincible, but unexpectedly, in just half a round, all my heroes and troops were annihilated.
I then summoned my mount to
escape, and just as it was about to catch up, I encountered an outer realm lord who was also at the lower god level and couldn't kill
the monster, so he trapped it here. In the end, I couldn't escape death. So, what are you now?
Lin Yi asked, puzzled.
I am now
just a soul tasked with guarding this monster. Later, the Outer Realm Lord gave me a divine transformation technique which I studied diligently, and I have now reached the demigod tier lord level. At this point, Lin Yi was filled with thoughts of becoming a demigod tier lord, but he was only a 7th tier lord now. It would likely take a long time to reach 9th tier, and reaching demigod tier would
probably take at least half a year. Lin Yuan sensed Lin Yi's silence and paused his explanation, allowing Lin Yi to digest the information he had just shared. So, how can one reach the demigod level?
Lin Yi asked after a long silence. Lin Yuan transformed into a soul shadow and appeared before Lin Yi, smiling as he said, that is also the purpose of my existence.
Ding, do you accept Lin Yuan's trial? Confirm. How's the investigation going? Sakata asked.
According to insider information, recently, Hei Yini Tian has gone out
on a mission. So, his territory is currently unoccupied? Yes. Then let's take this opportunity to wipe out his homeland.
I heard that once a powerful guild leader from Huaxia did the same, and the result was,
what happened? The result was that when Hei Yini Tian returned, he slaughtered 100 cities of that guild. What? So ruthless. Then
the difference between a 9th tier lord and a demigod lies in the fact that no matter how powerful a 9th tier lord is, it is merely the strength of their heroes and troops.
Secondly, it depends on how the lord utilizes their heroes and troops. If a 9th tier lord were to go into battle, it would be impossible.
After reaching demigod tier, the focus shifts to strengthening the lord themselves, making them incredibly powerful both physically and mentally.
This is the foundation for becoming a demigod tier.
So that's how it is, Lin Yi slowly savored Lin Yuan's words. And after reaching the demigod level, some powerful heroes or so-called troops can no longer be recruited. They need the Lord to subdue them through their own strength. Therefore, the Lord's own strength is very important in the later
stages. Ding, Lin Yuan's trial, body refinement. The instance was successfully created and he was entering.
Lin Yi arrived above the starry sky, where 100-step ladder appeared before him, with stars within reach above the ladder. Please ascend to the 100th step of the ladder within the specified time to communicate with the power
of the stars. Countdown, 24 hours.
Lin Yi looked at the ladder in front of him, feeling that he could climb 100 steps within a day, so he leaped onto the ladder. Little did he know that as soon as he entered the range of the ladder, gravity came crashing down. Lin Yi was hit by a powerful pressure and his legs immediately knelt on the ladder.
This was just the beginning. Double gravity.
Lin Yi stood up, bearing the double gravity as he began to walk towards the 100th step of the ladder.
After finishing the first
10 steps, Lin Yi took more than 10 minutes. Then, starting from the 11th step, the gravity became triple, making it even harder for Lin Yi.
After completing another
10 steps, it took him nearly an hour, and his clothes and pants were soaked with sweat. From the 21st step, the gravity increased to 4 times.
However, when he
reached the 51st step, the gravity jumped to 10 times. With each step Lin Yi took, he left a deep footprint on the steps, but now 10 hours had already passed, with
14 hours remaining.
The gravity of the 61st step ladder might crush him, Lin Yi thought, as his legs were already bent in an awkward shape.
What to do? The 100-step ladder seemed like an impossible task. How could he break through this situation?
Outside, Lin Yuan watched Lin Yi climbing the ladder and secretly thought, this
child is extraordinary.
Lin Yi felt that all the muscles in his body had reached their limit. If he climbed any higher, he might be crushed into a meat pie.
Reaching the
71st step, the steps from 61 to 70 were stained with blood. At this moment, only a little over 4 hours remained, with 30 steps left.
72, 73, 81.
He spat a mouthful of blood onto the Supreme Ring, and the blood activated the Supreme Ring, which emitted a white light, enveloping Lin Yi. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt the surrounding gravity return to normal. Clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, he surged towards the end of the ladder.
In just a few seconds, he
reached the end of the ladder, where the powerful star power was constantly moving before him. Lin Yi reached out and touched the so-called stars.
At the moment of contact, the star power repaired Lin Yi's body, completely healing the injuries he had sustained while climbing the ladder.
At this point, Lin Yi's body became incredibly strong, and after 22 hours, he completed Lin Yuan's trial, body refinement. Before Lin Yi could catch his breath, the trial sounded again. Ding, Lin Yuan's trial, spirit, the instance was successfully created. Lin Yi found himself in an era of feudal lords, where he saw himself in the moment he obtained the Supreme Ring. He clearly saw that it was his best friend who had informed those so-called strong ones about this news. The strong ones surrounded him, forcing him to hand over the Supreme Ring. In the end, he embraced the resolve of preferring to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like tile, and detonated the Supreme Ring.
Damn it! I remember you all.
Lin Yi muttered to himself. Fall into darkness, and you can take your revenge. Kill them one by one. Fall into darkness, a voice full of temptation said. This voice gradually tempted Lin Yi, and deep in his heart, the past death still remained a knot for him. Become a demon, and you can kill them all. You will gain endless power. The ring on Lin Yi's finger transmitted a cool sensation to his brain, instantly bringing the enchanted Lin Yi back to normal. He then bit his tongue, the pain jolting him awake, and gradually his crimson eyes returned
to their usual state.
At this moment, Lin Yi was once again drenched in sweat. If it weren't for the Supreme Ring during these 2 trials, he might have already reported to
Wushuang, or rather, to the King of Hell.
Ding, congratulations, you have passed the trial of Lin Yuan spirit. Congratulations, you have passed the trial.
Lin Yuan transformed. Before Lin Yi spoke. So, does this count as a success?
Lin Yuan smiled and said, lucky little guy. This transformation technique is for you. I hope you can pass it on to more lords, as the enemies you will face in the future may be even more formidable and dangerous than those you encountered this time.
Ding obtained book.
Transformation technique, reading and comprehension can lead to insights from demigod to lower god. For higher levels, you need to find the corresponding books for reading and
comprehension. Ding, do you accept Lin Yuan's inheritance? Wow, I'm about to soar to new heights. Lin Yi was overjoyed. After confirming, Lin Yi inherited Lin Yuan's demigod level. He felt the power that came with being a demigod, sensing an endless strength within him, even feeling an impulse to fight the sea demon god. Afterwards, Lin Yi picked up the transformation technique and flipped through it, wondering if the Supreme Ring could elevate the quality of this book. Because this transformation technique was akin to an introductory book, if its quality could be improved, it might yield unexpected results. Using the effect of the Supreme Ring to enhance the quality of the transformation technique. Transformation technique, an introductory book for ascending to godhood. After reading, there is a chance to enter a state of enlightenment. This book can guide the
Ascension from demigod to upper god.
Are you sure this woman is related to him?
This time, we have it all figured out. This girl even calls him Brother Knight.
Now that we have a hostage, let's see how he fights us. At this moment, blood-colored Qingyu was tied up, her mouth tightly covered, but her gaze remained sharp.
Little
girl, if you weren't useful, I'd take care of you tonight. You better keep quiet.
Lin Ye's level jumped directly from 7th to demigod, a leap that was truly astonishing.
He hadn't even fully grasped the abilities he now possessed.
Lin Ye carefully examined himself and discovered he had also gained hero attributes.
He looked at his panel, ID. Brother Knight level, demigod attack power, 10,000 defense power, 5,200 health points, 500,000 skills, none. Equipment, none. The equipment slot has 6 spaces, allowing for 6 pieces of equipment. Divine rank, none. Command power, 100. The higher the command power, the more troops one can lead.
100 command power means you can command 100 soldiers. Lin Yi looked at his demigod attributes, which were truly comparable to a boss. Even without skills or equipment, a normal punch would deal around 8,900 points of damage.
After bypassing their defense,
take the Sea Demon God, for instance, his defense was just over 2,000.
A single punch from Lin Yi would be enough to take down 3 or 4 Sea Demon Gods.
Lin Yi clenched his fists, looking at them. From now on, these fists the size of a cauldron would be his weapons. He dared anyone to challenge him. If they
didn't comply, they'd get a taste of his cauldron-sized fists. If that wasn't enough, he'd throw in a set of military boxing moves. Just as Lin Yi was daydreaming, the supreme
ring on his hand began to act strangely. The ring started to heat up on Lin Yi's finger, the scorching sensation almost burning him.
Sea Demon God quickly used the technique
of water is the source of goodness. With a wave of the Sea Demon God's hand, the surrounding terrain changed, forming an oceanic landscape with a surge of seawater flowing.
Lin Yi plunged his hand into the sea, hoping to cool down the temperature of the ring as well, but to his surprise, the ring became even hotter. He tried to take it off, but found it wouldn't budge. The seawater was slowly evaporating. Just how high was the temperature of this ring? Sea Demon God, quickly use your trident to chop off my finger, Lin Yi commanded. Hurry! The Sea Demon God raised the trident and aimed it at Lin Yi's finger with the supreme ring. This ring had accompanied Lin Yi for a long time and had helped him countless times, yet now it seemed to want his life. In the next moment, the supreme ring sent the sea god's trident flying, and then it returned to calm. At that moment, Lin Yi no longer felt the ring's scorching heat, but he could sense that his entire body's blood was boiling, truly strange and oddly adorable. Ding!
The supreme ring has awakened, and the recognition of the master is complete. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt very frustrated. It turned out that the earlier chaotic actions were actually part of the recognition ceremony.
Was this recognition ritual too intense?
When Lin Yi looked at the supreme ring again, its appearance was stunning. Originally a plain silver ring, it had transformed into a fiery red color, and the 2 swords crossing on it looked incredibly cool. He thought that this stunning transformation was already a significant surprise, but the attributes of the ring had undergone earth-shattering changes, enough to make Lin Yi smile secretly in his dreams tonight.
Supreme ring.
Upgradable, equipment type, divine level, all attributes plus 300 command power plus 500 equipment effect 1. All of the Lord's troops will be automatically upgraded to mythical level.
Troops. Equipment effect 2, resource output within the territory plus 50%. Equipment effect 3, all buildings within the territory, construction time reduced by 50%. Equipment. Effect 4, the wearer can upgrade 1 talent to mythical level every week. Equipment effect 5, the wearer can choose an item to enhance its quality. 3 uses per week. Equipment.
Effect 6, transformation, the supreme ring can transform into the Lord's weapon, with weapon attributes determined by the supreme ring.
Equipment effect 7, not unlocked. This equipment is a supreme artifact, cannot be traded, cannot be destroyed, cannot be dropped. When Lin Yi saw that the attributes of the supreme ring had increased tenfold, it felt as exhilarating as Yi Wen's famous line, "I want to fight 10. And this transformation skill. Transformation.
Lin Yi eagerly shouted the skill, and immediately the supreme ring on his hand underwent a tremendous change, transforming into a fiery red war trident with sparks burning
on it like flowers in the night.
Lin Yi gripped the trident tightly, feeling its power.
Ayatotha's War Trident, Lord Equipment, Rank, Divine Level Attack Power plus 5,000 Defense Power plus 3,500. Health plus 8,000 Strength plus 240 Stamina plus 200 Skill. Fire Dragon Annihilation, a dragon soul condensed from Ayatotha's War Trident, dealing 850% fire attribute damage to enemies. Lin Yi wielded Ayatotha's
War Trident in the secret realm, swinging it a few times. The trident created a wave of scorching air and produced explosive sounds, knocking down the surrounding rocks.
This was truly going against the heavens.
Lin Yi looked at the weapon in his hand with delight and said, "Transform." The massive trident transformed back into the supreme ring, fitting snugly on Lin Yi's finger, much like the Monkey King's golden staff that could change size at will. He could show off when he returned this time.
At that moment, the origin of the supreme ring appeared in Lin Yi's mind.
The war god Ares, an existence of the highest deity, during a confrontation with the outer evil demons, was affected by a spatial storm, causing a time-space deviation. A person was transported to the lair of the outer evil demons, surrounded by dozens of outer evil demons of the highest deity rank. In the end, he infused his will into the supreme ring and sent it back through a time-space tunnel containing a wealth of information about the outer evil demons and the skills he had created.
Ding, do you want to unlock the war god Ares skill? Confirm. Lin Ye's heart was pounding wildly.
Even though he was a reborn individual, discovering the secret of this supreme ring felt like a second rebirth.
War god bloodline, the most
basic skill of the war god. Once activated, it enhances the effects of all war god skills by double. Berserker's Wrath. Launch a single target attack on an enemy, dealing 480% damage. Under
the war god bloodline, attack enemies in the front area, dealing 560% damage. Damn humans. A deep roar echoed, creating a powerful air current in the atmosphere. Lin Yi focused his gaze and saw that it was a flying dragon. Osiris dragon rank, 9th tier great perfection. Description: the flying dragon, dormant on the continent, has a strong control over wind elements. In terms of speed, even demigods are no match for it. Ants do not deserve to possess the legacy of demigods, the Osiris dragon roared, flapping its wings and generating waves of energy. Lin Yi summoned the Ayatoth war spear once more, flames blazing on the spear. He gripped the spear with one hand and struck at the Osiris dragon's head. The Osiris dragon had thought that human strength was like that of ants, but this blow to its head left it dazed, its massive body uncontrollably plummeting to the ground. Boom, a large dragon-shaped crater formed on the ground.
The Osiris dragon crawled out of the crater, shook off the dust, and once again dove towards Lin Yi.
Receive my strike, sonic breakthrough.
Lin Yi saw a yellow streak of light rushing towards him at incredible speed. At that moment, Lin Yi had only one thought in his mind: to tame this flying dragon. With such speed, it would make a great mount.
The Osiris dragon
was certainly agile, but its attack power might be just average. Although it was large, it could be just a facade, Lin Yi thought.
He raised the Ayatoth war spear and struck the Osiris dragon. Again, landing a solid hit on its body.
Roar! A cry of pain erupted.
At this moment, the 9th tier great perfection Osiris dragon had no strength left to fight back against Lin Yi. Have you already become a demigod? The Osiris dragon asked.
Just as you said, Lin Yi replied. I waited nearly 100 years, only to have my legacy taken by you. It's all fate.
The Osiris dragon said dejectedly. What, are we still fighting? Lin Yi asked.
What's there to fight about? You're already a demigod, even 10 of me wouldn't stand a chance against you.
The Osiris dragon began to concede.
The difference between 9th tier great perfection and demigod could be said to be half a tier, but the gap in combat power was not trivial.
Are you willing to submit to me and become my mount? Lin Yi asked, swinging his spear twice.
This seemed like a question, but it was actually a coercion. If it didn't submit, the spear in his hand was
not to be taken lightly.
All right, I'm willing to become your mount, the Osiris dragon said, like a defeated rooster, lacking its former spirit. But you can rest assured, since you want to become a demigod, as long as you follow me, I will help you achieve that dream. Even ascending to a higher god is not just a dream, as long as you're not a lazy bum, Lin Yi said. The Osiris dragon was stunned by Lin Yi's words, not expecting such boldness from a mere human. It didn't take Lin Yi's words seriously, but if they were true, then it would truly be a gain.
Lin Yi's tactic of hitting hard and then offering a reward was indeed effective.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully taming the Osiris dragon. Reward: 1-star domain equipment box.
Randomly opens one piece of star domain equipment. Lin Yi collected the reward and climbed onto the back of the Osiris dragon, preparing to return. Master, just now Blood Rose asked me to lend her troops. She said Blood Rain was captured. Wang Chuanfu said privately to Lin Yi. What happened? Not long after you left, many foreign lords came to Huaxia.
At first, they had negotiations with the Dragon's Soul people, but then the foreign lords left, probably because they couldn't reach an agreement. Later, I don't know who the foreign lords heard it from, but they said Blood Rose is your girlfriend, so those foreign devils went to trouble Blood Rose. But for some reason, they might not be very smart and kidnapped the wrong person, taking Blood
Rain instead. Do you know where they are now? Lin Yi asked anxiously.
According to Blood Rose, they are in some black gold delta. I guess Blood Rose has already rushed over.
Should I bring troops to support? Go!
Lin Yi opened the map, found the coordinates of the black gold delta, and realized it was still quite far from here.
If walking, it would take about a day to reach, and by then, the opportunity would be lost.
Lin Yi looked at the Osiris dragon beneath him. With its speed, it would probably take just over 10 minutes. After all, its speed was comparable to that of a divine tier, and while its combat power was lacking, its speed was still impressive.
Osiris dragon, our first stop is the black gold delta, Lin Yi said. On the first day of risking my life, you want me to go to this godforsaken place? Hold on tight. Whoosh, a flash of lightning zipped through the air. I say, are the lords of your country all hit in the head with a stick? How can you even kidnap someone and get the wrong person? This really refreshes my worldview.
At this moment, the American lord, relying on his country's strength, spoke with a sense of superiority. Beside him, Sakata felt helpless but then thought since it's his brother-in-law, Blood Rain could be considered his sister-in-law. If his sister-in-law is in trouble, he definitely can't just stand by. A large number of troops had already been ambushed around the Black Gold Delta. You all better release my sister, Blood Rose shouted at the king of the epic hero hill. Well, a hostage just walked in by herself. Just grab her, said the lord from the Stick Country. Everyone, don't insult our own people, we are all on the same side, and we must unite against outsiders, said the top lords from the 12 island nations. This time, the United States, the Stick Country, and the 12 island nations were fully prepared, sending over 10 high-tier lords and 5 top lords abroad, aiming to crush Lin Yi in his developmental cradle, and this mission was only allowed to succeed, not fail. You are Lin Ye's girlfriend, asked the 8th-tier lord from the United States. Where did you hear such rumors? Blood Rose replied. This left everyone stunned, as the lords from the United States, the 12 island nations, and the East Japan all looked at the group of foolish lords from the Stick Country, cursing them in their hearts. If these two women had no ties to Lin Yi, then capturing them would be pointless. If these two are not related to Lin Yi, then we will deal with the 2 girls afterward, said the lewd lord from East Japan. At this moment, the other 3 country lords understood each other without words. East Japan had always been a rather lewd country, so everyone understood their taste. Your sister can't be returned for now, but you can come over as a guest and let us have some fun. Ahaha, the East Japan lord laughed, revealing his true nature. King of the hill, let the attack commence. Yes, lord. Archers, prepare, griffins ready. Before the king of the hill could finish arranging, the surrounding soldiers had already surrounded them tightly. Damn it! Blood Rose bit her lip and said, Sister, you must go. They are all top lords, you can't defeat them. No way. If you are so reluctant to leave us, then neither of you can go. Kill all their heroes and soldiers, leave the lord, and just think about their wailing at night to get excited. Turns out you guys are here. Lin Yi rode on the Osiris dragon, looking down at the lords of the 4 nations. He spotted Sakata among them, and it was likely that this incident was instigated by him. The night is vast, the Blood Rose said lightly, gazing at Lin Yi in the sky, her heart racing like a little star. What the hell? Don't think you can act tough just because you have a dragon-shaped inflatable toy, said an 8th-tier lord from the United States. In the resource-rich United States, the most impressive mount was his own Phantom War Leopard. As for dragon mounts, they didn't even dare to think about it at this stage, perhaps only at the 9th-tier lord level. Could they consider teaming up to take on a land dragon? But land dragons were not to be trifled with, as a careless move could lead to total annihilation. To think that a 7th-tier lord like Hei could possess a dragon mount was simply absurd. Stop pretending, you must have put in a lot of effort to make this inflatable toy, Lin Yi said, standing proudly atop the Osiris dragon, looking down at everyone. Buddy, this group says you're inflatable, are you mad? Lin Yi asked the Osiris dragon. Roar! The Osiris dragon roared, and the wind elements in the air instantly surged with killing intent towards the foreign lords, while the lower-tier troops hidden in the shadows were all killed by the wind blades. The lords of the 4 nations widened their eyes in disbelief at everything before them, including the fact that Lin Yi had a dragon mount. In front of the Osiris dragon, all epic heroes and super troops were a joke. Release blood-colored clear rain, Lin Yi shouted. Do you really think we're fools? If we let her go, we'll lose our last lifeline. Wow, the great god is so cool. At that moment, Wang Quanfu Gue arrived with his troops, and seeing Lin Yi sitting on the Osiris dragon was an overwhelming sight. Where did you get this inflatable dragon? I want one too, Wang Quanfu Gue said. At this moment, countless black lines appeared above Lin Yi's head. The Osiris dragon was displeased and sneezed at Wang Quanfu Gue, instantly blowing him hundreds of meters away. Is this toy inflated enough? Lin Yi asked. Yes, it's fully powered, Wang Quanfu Gue said, rubbing his backside as he got up. You take blood-colored rose to a safe place first, Lin Yi instructed. Great God, where is a safe place? Wang Quanfu Gue asked, looking at the dense crowd of soldiers and heroes around them. Behind me. All right. Oh my, this time the lords of the 4 nations brought all their troops. They were truly prepared to fight Lin Yi to the end. They had witnessed Lin Yi's incredible abilities, and if he was allowed to develop, all future resources would inevitably be devoured by Huaxia. Brother-in-law, save me. At that moment, another 8th-tier lord from the United States came out with blood-colored clear rain. As long as you abandon your territory and hand over all resources to us, we will return this girl to you. Otherwise, I will make her disappear. This eternal continent is no longer a game. If a lord falls, it means death. Don't think you can escape my blade. If you don't believe it, you can try. Very well, you've successfully angered me, Lin Yi said in a low voice. Where is the sea demon god? Here, your subordinate. Bring me his head. I will obey. The water flows like the highest virtue. Quick, stop him. The 8th-tier lord commanded his epic heroes to block the sea demon god and summon 2 8th-tier troops to attack the sea demon king. The Sea Demon King charged towards the 8th tier lord amidst the attacks from heroes and soldiers, aiming directly for his head. The attacks from the epic heroes and 8th tier troops hit the Sea Demon King like a mere scratch. The Sea Demon God didn't lose any health at all. What's going on? Many foreign lords shouted. What? Star God equipment, someone in the crowd shouted out, their eyes sharp. Having a piece of star equipment is already a luxurious thing. Above the stars is the star domain, and above the star domain is the star god. The star god equipment can almost rival the 9th tier troops. Currently, 9th tier lords are rare in the world. Each 9th tier lord can be considered a treasure of their country, just like in the past in reality, where any country with nuclear weapons could have a say in international affairs. Therefore, the more 9th tier lords a country has, the stronger it can be in diplomacy. This is why the United States has always been so powerful. The number of 9th tier lords in their country is relatively high compared to others, making them subtly the big brother among the 4 nations. Stop him, shouted the 8th tier lord of the United States as the sea demon drew closer. Don't be arrogant. Watch my divine mirror. Sakata controlled the divine mirror to block the aggressive sea demon. At this moment, the sea demon dared not confront the divine mirror head-on, as it was a divine artifact capable of reflecting all damage. If it couldn't kill the opponent, it would end up injuring itself with its own skills, which would be quite ridiculous. Goodness, you borrowed your emperor's divine artifact, impressive. No choice, special people get special treatment, Sakata replied. It seems you really are cowards. You. Alright, it's about time to send you back to dust and soil, Lin Yi said. That tone of yours will get you beaten up in our United States. Oh, then I want to see if you have that capability. Looking for death. Transformation Ayatof's war spear. Lin Yi's right hand was surrounded by a ball of flame, and then a war spear over a person's height, engulfed in blazing fire, slowly appeared before everyone, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to start distorting. This is just showing off, Wang Chuanfu Gue said, thinking he must learn this move in the future. Even if he had to be shameless about it, this was simply a skill for picking up girls. What's going on? The lords of the 4 nations looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Is this Ultraman transforming? Many lords were almost speechless. Truly a bunch of ignorant humans, said the Osiris dragon beneath Lin Yi, but it was puzzled as to why Lin Yi was so powerful while it had been beaten up and forced to become a mount. However, it was clear now that Lin Yi's strength was indeed extraordinary. Is this the power of a 7th tier lord? What the hell? What kind of weapon does this lord have? My goodness, how is this level semi-divine? Damn, super iron skin? Skills hitting him don't even have the effect of scraping. At this moment, the lords of the 4 nations dropped their heroes and soldiers and fled. Can you escape? Osiris Dragon, chase them. The Osiris Dragon took Lin Yi and pursued the lords of the 4 nations. Screams echoing. Divine Mirror. Sakata controlled the artifact to block Lin Yi's strike. Be careful with that mirror, I sense the aura of a god, said the Osiris Dragon. God? Lin Yi muttered. Could the one who once saved 5 lords in the East Sea, referred to as the Emperor by the East Lords, be a divine being? If there were divine beings in the East, then did the United States or other countries also have divine beings? Lin Yi was filled with doubt. The Osiris Dragon quickly caught up with the lords of the 4 nations. If I let you go today, perhaps my people will suffer from your persecution in the future, so, no, it won't happen again, the many lords stammered. Those not of my kind, their hearts must be different. Kill Lin Yi said coldly. Everyone summon your heroes and soldiers, let's fight him to the death. If you want to wipe us out, you must pay a price. The 8th tier lord of the United States said. If you want to fight, go ahead and fight. The lord of the stick country replied, feeling that he wasn't that unlucky. With so many people around, Lin Yi wouldn't just target him. The Ayatos battle spear smashed towards the lord of the stick country, and immediately a mist of blood rose up. Until his death, he never uttered that one phrase, MMP. Lin Yi saw Sakata summon 1,000 birds to escape into the distance. Catch up, Lin Yi said to the dragon of Osiris. With a gust of wind, Lin Yi appeared in front of Sakata. Lin Yi gripped the flaming battle spear. Fire Dragon Annihilation. Divine Mirror. He saw the battle spear shoot out a fire dragon charging towards Sakata, while Sakata's divine mirror emitted a golden light to block in front of him. With a splatter, Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, losing a fifth of his over 500,000 life points instantly. The dragon of Osiris also suffered a backlash, its body swaying violently. If the Dragon Soul Organization represents the military, then the Battle Soul Organization embodies the will of the entire leadership class of Huaxia. In simple terms, the Dragon Soul is merely an affiliate of the Battle Soul. At this moment, Longyin is willing to turn against the Battle Soul for a Lin Yi who is neither kin nor acquaintance, which shows just how much discontent the people of the Battle Soul have towards Longyin. You will regret this, Longyin said, unable to contain his anger. We will wait and see, said Zhang Tian. Long Sha, is this how you, as representatives of the Huaxia military organization, conduct yourselves? Lin Yi questioned as he brought everyone to the territory of the Dragon Soul Organization. Long Sha stepped out of the territory, looking quite embarrassed, and said, let me explain. You have one song's worth of time to explain why the lords of other countries are capturing people
on our Huaxia territory, and you remain indifferent. Have you been stunned by the lords of the East Japan? Lin Yi said bluntly. We, the Dragon Soul, wanted to go for a rescue, but
Long Sha stopped abruptly at this point. Forget it actually, on the surface, our Dragon Soul organization seems glorious, but we are merely an affiliate of the Battle Soul
organization, Long Sha said. Battle Soul organization?
No matter how hard Lin Yi tried to recall, he couldn't remember any information about the Battle Soul organization because in his previous life he had never come into contact with this organization, not even having heard of it.
In fact, the Battle Soul organization only began to emerge in everyone's sight after Lin
Ye's death, as the later external evil beings became too powerful.
Do you think that just because Long Sha has an 8th tier 6-winged holy angel boss, you can act tough? Zhang Tian pressed on. No, it's just that the lords of the 4 countries are so brazenly offending our Huaxia, shouldn't we intervene? Long Yin said. Do you know that recently, the number of monsters emerging from the spatial rifts at the Huaxia border has been increasing?
We don't have the resources to get involved in the wars of the 4 countries for a few people who are neither kin nor acquaintance, especially with the United States involved. Lin Yi suddenly understood that although he could navigate through things alone, the people around him might fall into
danger because of him. Why not form a force of his own? Since others are unreliable, relying on himself should be enough, right?
This thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind.
In that case, I will go to the Dragon Soul Treasury to collect what I am owed,
and from now on, we will not interfere with each other, Lin Yi said to Long Sha.
And because Long Yin has repeatedly
mentioned to the senior management of the Battle Soul organization about the lords of the 4 countries kidnapping Huaxia lords, the Battle Soul organization seems to have grown weary of it and confiscated our proud Dragon Soul treasury, so, I'm really sorry, Long Sha said awkwardly. Lin Yi was also furious at this moment. His country was being bullied by other nations, yet they were indifferent to the outside world while fighting fiercely among themselves. I really want to see what kind of rotten organization the Battle Soul organization is today, Lin Yi said. Since you are unwilling, I will solve it my own way, Lin Yi said. Come with me, Long Sha sighed and said, taking out the unique transportation of the Dragon Soul to take Lin Yi and the others to the territory of the Battle Soul organization. Along the way, Long Sha prayed in his heart. How about this, Long Yin, if you can defeat me, oh no, defeat any one of us present, I will agree to your request, Zhang Tian said. The people in the hall were all at least 8th tier lords, which made Long Yin, a 6th tier lord, feel quite out of place. Long Yin looked embarrassed. If he fought, it would be overestimating his abilities. If he didn't fight, it would be lacking in loyalty.
How about I give it a try? At this moment,
Lin Ye's voice came from the entrance of the hall.
Nightfall? Long Yin exclaimed in surprise. Long Sha, your courage is getting bolder, isn't it? You actually brought a stranger to Battle Soul. Do you know that this could leak confidential information? I'm not interested in the secrets of your pathetic organization. I'm just here to seek an explanation. If you can't protect Huaxia, then don't flaunt the name of protecting Huaxia while deceiving others and hoarding resources. Lin Yi said bluntly. Long Shou, are you really bringing such a punk to Battle Soul to spout nonsense? Once this matter is resolved, you should hand over your 6-winged holy angel. Long Shou was about to speak, but a glance from Zhang Tian made him swallow his words. As for this kid, if you kneel at the entrance of my Battle Soul territory and knock your head 3 times while shouting I was wrong 3 times, we won't make things difficult for you, Zhang Tian said to Lin Yi, casting a glance at Wang Quanfu Gue and the others. When his gaze swept over the Blood Sisters, the fleeting greed did not escape Lin Yi's eyes. It seems you take yourself quite seriously, Lin Yi remarked. Wang Quanfu Gue, standing aside, was actually quite nervous. It was clear that Zhang Tian was the leader of this mysterious organization, and such provocation could lead to a terrible fate. This was no longer the Eternal Continent, but the Eternal Era, a world where death could come at any moment. Since I've given you a chance and you didn't cherish it, let me show you the harshness of reality, Zhang Tian said. Shen Xin, go educate the little one on how to respect his teachers. Yes, Shen Xin replied as he stepped forward facing Lin Yi. I am Shen Xin, an 8th tier human lord. There was a hint of disdain in Shen Xin's tone as he introduced himself. See Demon God, go play with him, Lin Yi commanded. Yes, my lord. Maple Leaf snowed Shen Xin swordsman, bring your soldiers, go. Shen Xin immediately dispatched his strongest hero, the Shen Xin swordsman, along with 7th tier and 8th tier soldiers, ready for battle. Eliminate the Sea Demon God, Shen Xin shouted. Brother Mi Tian quickly summoned soldiers to counterattack. Long Shou reminded from the side. Seeing the scene, Shen Xin said, Long Shou, this kid is probably scared silly. Anything you say to him now is pointless. Yeah, I guess an 8th tier lord like him is beyond his reach. I bet this kid won't last around. Someone remarked. Our Battle Soul is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. This guy probably hit a brick wall. Shou often gets struck by lightning. Shen Xin Snow Slash.
With a swoosh, the Xian Xin swordsman swung his sword at the sea demon god. The long sword scraped against the sea demon god's skin, creating sparks, but there wasn't even a scratch on the sea demon god's skin. Instead, the Xian Xin swordsman's sword showed a slight flaw. What? This guy is that strong? Someone in the Battle Soul organization exclaimed. I'm not seeing things. He actually withstood an attack from Xian Xin's hero. This world is too crazy. The sea demon god touched the mark left by the sword, looking completely unscathed. Kid, is this a massage? The sea demon god said to the Xian Xin swordsman. The Xian Xin swordsman's face turned alternately pale and flushed. Royal Knights, go! Capture the traitor! The Xian Xin swordsman led his troops towards the sea demon god. How unoriginal, Lin Yi remarked as he watched the royal knights. Sea demon god, stop wasting time and finish them quickly. Understood. The wrath of the sea god. The sea demon god wielded the sea god's trident and unleashed a skill at the Xian Xin swordsman. Xian Xin swordsman, block it. In the next moment, the Xian Xin swordsman entered a super defensive stance, and Xian Xin was quite confident this epic hero's defensive stance was not something just anyone could break through. Pfft, the Xian Xin swordsman knelt on the ground. Ding, your hero Xian Xin swordsman has been defeated. Xuanqin was surprised to hear the system prompt. His epic level hero had been killed in one blow, which puzzled the other members of the Battle Soul. Could this be a case of defeating someone of a higher level? Everyone only knew that Long Yin had said this kid was just a 7th tier lord, yet now he had even killed an 8th tier lord's hero. This strength was indeed impressive. Sister, brother-in-law is amazing, blood-colored. Xingyu whispered to blood-colored Rose. But I think brother-in-law looks the coolest when he's in action. Although the words were spoken lightly, in the current quiet atmosphere, everyone present heard what blood-colored Xingyu said clearly. This young man still needed to exercise some restraint. Xuanqin, you lost. Step down, a voice came from behind the hall, and a figure slowly walked out, clad in dark battle armor and wielding a blood-colored great sword. Reverse Battle Soul. Lonzo said, but he found his voice trembling, slightly losing composure. Reverse Battle Soul. The number 1 in Battle Soul. Battle Soul. Lonzo was about to speak when a glance from Reverse Battle Soul forced the words back down his throat. You, very good. Reverse Battle Soul said as he approached Lin Yi. Those 4 short words contained endless pressure, causing many present to lower their heads under the weight of it. However, Lin Yi and his group, under Lin Yi's protection, seemed unaffected by the pressure. Are you interested in joining our Battle Soul organization? Reverse Battle Soul asked. Originally, Xuanqin and Zhantian thought that Reverse Battle Soul would personally teach this kid a lesson, but unexpectedly he extended an olive branch instead, which exceeded everyone's expectations. If they could latch onto the powerful Battle Soul, they could almost walk sideways in Huaxia in the future. Sorry, I really have no interest in Battle Soul, Lin Yi replied. Oh, Reverse Battle Soul looked at Lin Yi with interest. From Lin Yi's eyes, he saw a kingly confidence that seemed to reignite the dormant battle blood within Reverse Battle Soul. I really dislike you like this, Lin Yi said flatly. Arrogant. I wonder if you can continue to be arrogant after this. The blood-colored great sword in Reverse Battle Soul's hand emitted a bloodthirsty aura. Lord. Equipment. Osiris Dragon reminded Lin Yi in his mind. Could he also be a demigod? This guy is just a half-baked one, merely a 9th tier perfection, having touched a hint of demigod realm. His lord equipment is worlds apart from your battle spear. Let me go out and show off for a round, Osiris Dragon said. Lin Yi ignored it. He relaxed his fingers, and a firelight shot into the sky. Transform God. Ayatos Battle Spear. This scene stunned everyone present. The usually high and mighty Battle Soul members could now fit an egg in their mouths. Bloodthirsty. Mad Blade. Reverse Battle Soul swung his great sword and launched an attack at Lin Yi. Fire Dragon Annihilation. From the battle spear, a fire dragon soared into the sky, pouncing fiercely at Reverse Battle Soul. At this moment, Lin Yi noticed that Reverse Battle Soul's health was only 150,000. With just one move of Fire Dragon Annihilation, he nearly killed Reverse Battle Soul in an instant. Even though Wang Quan had seen Lin Yi's combat power in the Black Triangle before, he still felt deeply shocked at this moment. Lonzo was also astonished, unable to close his mouth. Seeing him again after a long time, the strength was once again impressive. The previously boastful Battle Soul members now all closed their mouths, while Xuanqin secretly felt relieved that Lin Yi hadn't acted personally. Zhantian was also surprised and stood up. He understood what that previous strike meant. I lost, Reverse Battle Soul said. Now you owe me an explanation. At this moment, Lin Yi still didn't forget to ask blood-colored Rose for an explanation, which touched her heart. Can you tell me? No, Lin Yi said decisively. And you don't have the right to negotiate terms with me. Alright, actually, it's like this. In a certain place on the border of Huaxia, the space-time is very unstable and spatial. Rifts often appear. The other end of these rifts leads to the outer realm. Evil beings from the outer realm take advantage of these rifts to invade Huaxia, and each time they invade, we need a large number of personnel to snipe them, eradicating the outer evil at the border.
If they manage to enter Huaxia, then some weak lords will become their fodder. Are there spatial rifts here in Huaxia? Our luck must be really bad.
Every country probably has them, it's just that the cycle or duration of the rifts varies, said Jean Tian.
So, you ignore the fact that your citizens are being kidnapped by other countries, and even when you request help, you get no response? Lin Yi questioned. At first, Jean Tian always thought Lin Yi was ungrateful, which is why he kept dragging Long Hun and the others, not allowing them to interfere in Lin Yi's matters. Lin Yi fell silent for a few seconds, then said to the people beside him, "Let's go back." This seemed to fill him with disappointment towards Huaxia, not that he was disappointed in Huaxia itself, but rather in those who prided themselves on being the guardians of Huaxia, who claimed to represent it. However, he also felt the steadfastness of the Long Hun organization. In the next moment, Lin Yi summoned the Dragon of Osiris, and a massive flying dragon appeared before everyone, leaving Long Shou, Long Yin, and all the members of the Zhan Hun organization dumbfounded. The crowd watched in astonishment as Lin Yi took the others onto the dragon, and with a whoosh, they vanished from sight. In the sky, Blood Rose nervously clung to Lin Yi, while Blood Clear Rain also held onto him. Both girls were in complete agreement, they were afraid of heights. Meanwhile, Wang Quanfu Gui looked on with envy, reminiscing about the last time he experienced such a feeling of being embraced on both sides. His expression began to turn lewd as he recalled his past in the real world, where he too had been in such a situation. Hey, ladies, we've landed. How long are you going to be afraid of heights? Lin Yi said. Forever alone. Male chauvinist. Lin Yi looked innocent. Great God, 666. This trick of eating clean and wiping the mouth is not bad. What are you talking about? Everyone arrived at Lin Yi's territory and were incredulous to see his 3 territories. This was like having 3 lives. Amazing. What do you think about us forming our own organization or force? Lin Yi suggested. The 2 girls stared blankly at Lin Yi, making him feel like he was questioning his life choices. Wang Quanfu Gui, who was nearby, also fell silent for a long time after hearing this. To form a force, you need a solid foundation. Do you have that? Blood Rose asked. I don't know, I have tens of thousands of pieces of equipment. Is that enough? Lin Yi replied. To form a force, we need a pillar. Blood Clear Rain said. Do you think I can be the pillar? Lin Yi asked. Blood Clear Rain looked Lin Yi up and down and said, Pillar, give me an official position, I promise to be selfless. No, I will be impartial. Wang Quanfu Gui said. I don't know how you understand the position of Baima 1. Lin Yi laughed. Get lost. Then, amidst their banter, they formed their own force, called Night Dragon Scale, the dragon's reverse scale, touch it and perish. Long Yin, Long Shou. You need to strengthen friendly cooperation with Lin Yi in the future. If he has any requests, do your best to fulfill them. Jean Tian said. This is too snobbish, isn't it? Anyway, the task has already been given to you. How you complete it is your business. After saying this, Jean Tian vanished from the hall. Yes, that's right, he should know the secret to advancing. To demigod. Great God, I want to move my territory here, it feels safe. Wang Quanfu Gui said as he hugged Lin Yi's thigh. This migration order, as far as I know, hasn't been leaked by anyone yet. Lin Yi splashed a bucket of cold water on Wang Quanfu Gui. Look at their Dragon Soul territory, it's probably as big as a city. Shuisei Qingyu said. Indeed, with tens of thousands of members in Dragon Soul, the land they needed was no less than that of a city with a population of 300,000. If their numbers increased, they could continue to expand outward later on. Unfortunately, our territory is too far away, and we don't have a migration order. Integrating everyone's resources is easier said than done, Shuisei Changwei analyzed. Sakata, you have truly disappointed me, you have brought shame to our Eastern Empire. In the Imperial Hall of the East, the Holy Emperor said sternly. If you fail the next mission, many will be willing to take your place. Your Majesty, if there is a next time, I will certainly take responsibility. Recently, the spatial rifts at the eastern border have frequently been invaded by extraterritorial demons. We have no time to attend to your matters. You must still formulate and execute plans for the Eastern Empire's expansion, otherwise we will run out of resources. Before long. As you command, Your Majesty. At this time, spatial rifts in various countries were frequently causing disturbances, and nations began to focus their efforts on this. What are you all tangled up about? Lin Yi asked. We don't have a migration order. Lin Yi thought for a moment, summoned the Dragon of Osiris, and flew the 3 of them to their respective territories. Since the territories of the Blood Sisters were adjacent, their first stop was the Blood Sisters' territory. The dragon landed gracefully, and in the next moment, Lin Yi took out the Ayatoth War Spear and uprooted the buildings along with their foundations, placing them one by one on the back of the giant dragon. Then he went to Wang Quanfu Gui's territory and used the same method to uproot the buildings, airlifting both the buildings and the troops to his own territory. This outrageous operation left the 3 of them dumbfounded. Hey, find a place for your craftsmen to repair their buildings and then settle down in a spot you like. The 3 were still in shock from Lin Yi's outrageous operation, unable to believe what they had
just witnessed, but Lin Yi had indeed accomplished it, and the evidence was right before their eyes, truly astonishing. At this moment, Lin Yi summoned his Shinong and began to build arrow towers on the outskirts of his territory, preparing to construct the outermost city walls as well. Finally, Lin Yi decided to enclose a land area of 100 kilometers. This wall construction project was indeed monumental. The system prompted that it would take 17,520 hours, which was a full 2 years. Ding Supreme Ring activated, reducing construction time by half. This meant it would still take 8,460 hours, or 1 year. Lin Yi couldn't afford to wait a year. If the walls weren't completed in time, they could be destroyed by others, and he would never be able to enclose the walls in his lifetime. Purchasing various cooldown cards, 1,000 gold for a 1-hour cooldown card, 2,000 gold for a 2-hour cooldown card, buy as many as you can, bulk orders. Get better prices. Lin Yi began to collect building time cooldown cards from around the world. Meanwhile, the three of them also started organizing their territories, and everyone was busy. Is this rich guy trying to build the Eiffel Tower? Does he need so many cooldown cards? I have 3 2-hour cooldown cards, which can be exchanged for 6,000 gold in total. MMP. I'm rich. Am I the only one curious about what this rich guy is building? Plus one brother Mitian, our Dragon Soul has a large number of cooldown cards that can shorten the building time by a year. This was a private message from Long Yin, the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, to Lin Yi. Oh, I want them all, name your price. Lin Yi, flush with cash, didn't care about the gold at all. Consider this a gift from our Dragon Soul organization to our brothers. Even real brothers settle accounts clearly. I prefer to keep things straightforward. I don't like owing anyone, Lin Yi said. Brother Mitian, you're being too polite. We're not outsiders, Long Yin replied. I'll give you 85 million gold coins, and you send me all the cooldown cards. Wah! What Long Yin was taken aback this time. In fact, when Long Yin mentioned that the cooldown cards would last a year, he was just speaking casually. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be so generous and want them all at once, catching Long Yin off guard. The next moment, Long Yin immediately contacted Zhang Tian to discuss this matter. Zhang Tian also smirked, cursing and muttering as he began collecting cooldown cards within the Battle Soul organization. Although Lin Yi's price was indeed attractive, the sudden loss of so many cooldown cards for both the Dragon Soul and Battle Soul organizations would delay the training of high-level lords. However, in order to get closer to Lin Yi, the Battle Soul organization gritted their teeth and went for it. With Long Yin's cooldown cards in place, the massive wall project was completed within a day, and Long Yin's account saw an increase of 85 million gold coins, which was quite a sum for both the Dragon Soul and Battle Soul. With Lin Yi's help, as well as his financial prowess, the buildings for Wang Quan and Fu Gue were quickly established, allowing the territories of the four lords to be concentrated together, eliminating fears of ulterior motives from others. Brother-in-law, isn't this wall a bit too big? Blood-colored Qing Yu asked. Yeah, big. Guy, is it too large? It feels a bit desolate, Wang Quan Fu Gue said. If it really doesn't work, I still have 1,000 little brothers who used to provide me with materials. They all gave me their resources, but after the Eternal Era, resources became extremely precious, and now they are all left with nothing, possibly without even a level 1 Ministry of Internal Affairs. Wang Quan Fu Gue said. At this moment, Night Dragon Scale was also in need of personnel, and this batch from Wang Quan Fu Gue would, to some extent, be more loyal than newly recruited individuals. After all, it's rare to receive help in times of need, while it's common to add embellishments. Anyway, Lin Yi had plenty of resources, enough to elevate these 1,000 lords to levels 4 to 5. Then you should call your subordinates over. Let's manage our Night Dragon Scale together. Okay. Tap 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 tap. Under Wang Quan Fu Gue's notification, about 1,000 people rushed towards Night Dragon Scale from all directions. I just want to ask, how did these 1,000 people survive? Lin Yi curiously asked Wang Quan Fu Gue. Boss, you promised we'd get paid this month. I have an elderly parent and young children at home, all waiting for money, one subordinate said. Boss, this time I worked in a tavern and didn't die. But I haven't logged off in a long time. Can I log off tomorrow to see my kids and wife? After all, the new year is coming. Boss, I hid in a vegetable cellar in a small village and escaped the abyssal monsters. I saw those lords who were killed lying in pools of blood. The game's graphics are so realistic that I had nightmares for several days. Boss, can you raise my salary next month? I still have some resources here, I'll trade them to you later. For some reason, the 4 people present felt a wave of sadness. Lin Yi looked at Wang Quan Fu Gue and his gaze made Wang Quan Fu Gue feel a bit down. Do you have anything to say? Lin Yi asked. Wang Quan Fu Gue remained silent. From the beginning he had been seeking benefits for these 1,000 people, hoping to gain Lin Yi's protection. If you don't speak, I won't accept these 1,000 people. Wait, I'll speak, Wang Quan Fu Gue said. In fact, these 1,000 people are hired by me in the real world to gather materials and resources, and because they have been in the game for a long time, they never logged out when the Eternal Era arrived. Most of them actually don't know how to play the game. I just told them some simple operational steps and they repeated them, so some of them are unaware that the real world has merged with the eternal continent. In other words, this group still thinks they are only in the game world and they are working so hard to gather resources and materials just to make a living, Lin Yi said.
That's one way to put it, Wang Chuanfu replied. What would happen if they knew this was no longer a game?
Probably many would collapse, after all, they would lose their faith. Without faith, they are no different from walking corpses.
Boss, I need to take a day off tomorrow. I haven't logged out of the game for a long time. Yeah, boss, the new year is coming. We want to go out and see the sun. At this moment,
one person took the lead and many began to express their desire to log out and feel the sunlight. Let's be honest with them, only those who can accept it have the right to survive.
Lin Yi nodded at Wang Chuanfu, signaling him to reveal the truth. Everyone, quiet down, please. Wang Chuanfu shouted loudly. The originally noisy crowd fell silent. Actually, we can't get out of this damn place anymore because a month ago it pulled everyone from the real world into here, so Wang Chuanfu, usually a playful person, now had red eyes, and his voice began to choke. Boss, we know a little about the situation here. We've seen the anomalies and heard a lot of rumors in many places. In the end, we met your father, and he told us about what was happening here. What? My father? Where did you meet him? What happened to him?
At the border of Huaxia. At that time, he said he was on a mission and told us everything.
At first, we didn't want to believe it, but it wasn't until your father was killed by a monster that we realized. What? My father was killed by a monster? Impossible, it can't be true. He is a 5th tier lord, at least a high-tier lord now. How could that be possible? Please tell me this isn't true. Wang Xuanfu shouted hysterically. It seemed that things were developing in a bad direction. The monster had a huge bloody mouth, ugly wings on its back, and horns on its head. An outer demon? Lin Yi blurted out after hearing the description from Wang Xuanfu's subordinate. At that time, your father summoned heroes to fight against it to protect us, but who would have thought that the moment they faced each other, your father was killed? In the end, since we weren't even lords, that monster didn't even have the thought of killing us and just flew away. Lin Yi, I want revenge, Wang Xuanfu said. At this moment, Wang Xuanfu had lost his usual playful demeanor, and a shadow hung over his face. That thing, I probably wouldn't be able to defeat it completely either, Lin Yi said. This surprised Wang Xuanfu and the Blood Sisters. As in their minds, Lin Yi was already an invincible existence, yet this so-called outer demon was even stronger than him, which exceeded everyone's understanding. The dead are gone, we must strive to live on, carrying the memory of those who have passed. Who knows, one day this game might let us out again. If we can get out, I will never play games again. I will work hard for my own life, Wang Xuanfu said. Lin Yi walked over and patted Wang Xuanfu on the shoulder, saying, from now on, we will fight back and avenge Uncle. We will do what we say. With tears in his eyes, Wang Quan said, revenge. Then, Lin Yi explained the basic operations and concepts of the game to everyone, distributing the available resources. He hoped that one day, he could escape from the game. Lin Yi thought to himself, ah, I'm finally a tier 1 lord. Ha, my barracks are level 2 now. What race are you? I'm an elf. You pervert. I'm from the hell race. Why did you choose such a scary race? I found a legendary hero in the tavern. Damn, this guy is lucky. Let's shake hands. I want to share your luck. With Lin Yi providing resources, the early stages became quite simple, and many people advanced to tier 2 lords, with a few even reaching tier 3 lords. At this moment, Lin Yi's thoughts changed because when he saw these thousands of people, he suddenly remembered the ordinary children he had encountered in the secret village. His first thought was whether he could bring those children over or gather the survivors from reality into the Night Dragon scale. Then Lin Yi pondered, could he also establish a main city with all the necessary facilities, tavern, auction house, clinic, restaurant, trading post, and a large number of NPCs, etc.? This idea was indeed a bit crazy, but it wasn't impossible, as in his previous life, someone had built a small city, and establishing a city required a city building order. That's right, hidden in the seas of the border of Huaxia, there was a 9th tier perfect Xuanwu boss. In his previous life, more than a dozen peak 9th tier lords led heroes and soldiers to attack the Xuanwu, ultimately dropping a city building order. So this time, Lin Yi wanted to try his luck at the border to see if he could encounter this legendary holy beast boss. Lin Yi placed his troops below tier 5 in the territory to prevent unexpected events. Brother-in-law, I want to go with you to kill monsters, Blood Red Clear Rain said. This operation is a bit dangerous, this isn't a game. If you die, it's really over, Lin Yi replied. This frightened Blood Red Clear Rain, who tightly clung to Blood Red Rose's arm. Blood Red Rose seemed to want to say something to Lin Yi, her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Yi noticed and smiled, saying, don't worry, if it really gets tough, we'll just fire cannons. A blush appeared on Blood Red Rose's snow-white face. Teasing beautiful women always lifted his spirits. The border of Huaxia is adjacent to the 12 island nations, separated by a divine chasm. No one knows how deep the chasm is, all they know is that no one has survived after being sucked into the whirlpool. Above the border, in the azure sky, there were several places that appeared very pale. These places were said to be where the space-time cracks were located, and sometimes, extraterritorial demons would tear open the cracks and run into the domain to wreak havoc. The last time he was locked in chains in the secret realm, it should have been that playful extraterritorial demon that tore open the space-time crack and slipped inland to commit evil just in time to be suppressed in the secret realm. Suddenly, it began to rain lightly from the sky, creating a misty atmosphere at the border, which felt quite poetic. Osiris Dragon. Lin Yi summoned the flying dragon, preparing to check for any abnormalities above the divine chasm. When the massive flying dragon soared above the chasm, the originally calm water surface began to form water tornadoes. I sense a powerful aura approaching us, said the Osiris Dragon. Could it be the Xuanwu? Desecrators of the divine chasm. Die, a deep voice said. The water tornado whipped towards Lin Yi like a flexible whip. This powerful strike was dodged by the flying dragon, and the water tornado struck the nearby rocks, turning them into powder. Goodness gracious, Lin Yi said lightly, fortunately not hit, otherwise, it would have been quite a blow. The Osiris Dragon rapidly flapped its wings towards the water, the wind blades slicing through the surface, launching a fierce assault beneath the waves, causing a large amount of white foam to rise. Suddenly, the water surface broke apart, and a massive creature emerged. Indeed, it was here. The Xuanwu boss, 9th stage perfection, with absolute defense. The remaining wind blades struck the Xuanwu, as if merely scratching an itch. This turtle shell was not just any ordinary hard shell. I can't break its defense, you'll have to take action yourself, the Osiris Dragon said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood atop the Osiris Dragon's body and once again used transformation, the ring on his hand transforming into the Lord's equipment, the Ayatoth war spear, flames blazing on the spear. Damn humans. I hate your scent, the Xuanwu exclaimed. Offer up your turtle shell. You infuriate me. This Xuanwu usually fed on humans from passing ships in the ravines, so for the sake of world peace, for the city building order, it was all or nothing. The reason the Xuanwu hated Lin Yi was that it sensed the aura of a god on him. Lin Yi was a demigod, and his weapon was a divine grade weapon, making the Xuanwu feel uneasy all over. The holy water Tianjun Xuanwu launched a skill at Lin Yi. This move was the Xuanwu's highest damage attack. If this couldn't take down Lin Yi, then it would resort to retreating as the best strategy. The Fire Dragon Annihilation Ayatoth War Armor unleashed a fire dragon towards the Xuanwu. The two skills collided, water and fire were inherently incompatible, and in this clash, the fire dragon instantly burned the holy water, turning it into mist, while the fire dragon remained, but the holy water vanished without a trace. Absolute defense. The Xuanwu activated its defensive skill, blocking the fire dragon annihilation, but this final strike also instilled fear in the Xuanwu's heart. Demigod, the Xuanwu spoke human words from its mouth. In the next moment, the Xuanwu attempted to escape into the god's ravine, but unexpectedly, Lin Yi swung the war spear and struck the Xuanwu's turtle shell 3 to 5 times. Thud thud thud. The Xuanwu spat out blood the next moment. Human, do you really want to wipe me out? Sorry, hand over the city building order, and I won't kill you. The Xuanwu's heart sank. It seemed this treasure was not going to be saved today. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. For now, it would back down, waiting for the next ascension to take revenge. I hope you keep your word. The Xuanwu pulled out a plaque from its body. This plaque was connected to the Xuanwu's flesh. To save its life, it dug this piece of flesh out, blood gushing. Here, take it. Thanks. It seems I should agree to cooperate with the 12 island nations. These Huaxia people are getting stronger. The Xuanwu murmured softly, then transformed into its true form and sank into the god's ravine. Lin Yi held the bloody city building order, seemingly unaware of the pair of malicious eyes watching him from beneath the water. A shadow flew past Lin Yi, swiftly snatching the city building order from his hand. Who is it? Lin Yi shouted. It's me. A creature with a gaping maw, horns, and black wings. This was an outer demon. Outer demon. Lin Yi exclaimed. Stop calling us outer demons. To be precise, we are the Star Dragon bird. He, whatever you call yourself. You're still just a dead bird. You're quite arrogant, the Star Dragon bird retorted. Star Dragon bird level, lower god attack power, 16,000 defense power, 8,800 health, 800,000 talent. Space tier can tear through space for spatial traversal. Skills, Star Shatter, a powerful single target attack dealing 750% damage to the target. Dislocated Dive delivers single target impact damage, causing 390% damage to the target and stunning the target for 1 second. Star Explosion, a powerful area attack skill, causing a massive explosion that deals 450% damage to enemies, with a chance of double damage. At this moment, Lin Yi felt his body heavy and slightly fatigued. What was going on? The Osiris Dragon sensed Lin Yi's confusion and explained, level suppression. Although a lower deity is the lowest rank of god, it is still higher than that of a demigod. This outer demon is far more powerful than the demons in the secret realm back then. Lin Yi frowned, realizing the difficulty of this battle. If victorious, he would gain everything, but if he failed, he would lose it all. Lowly human, I will tear your body apart, the Star Dragon bird roared.
The Osiris dragon unleashed a breath of dragon fire towards the star dragon bird, and the turbulent wind elements surged towards it.
After a violent onslaught of wind
elements, the star dragon bird shook off the dust from its body and said, "As a descendant of dragons, you are a disgrace to our kind."
"Bah! You mixed-breed bird dare to call yourself a dragon," retorted the Osiris dragon, seeking death.
The star dragon bird hated being called a mixed breed the most, and with that, its massive claws swiped at the Osiris dragon. The strike was so swift that the Osiris dragon couldn't dodge in time, and a piece of flesh was torn away by the star dragon bird.
"Kikak, such pure vitality," the star dragon bird said as it chewed
on the flesh it had just grabbed.
"See demon god, phantom hunter, prince of the undead, elf queen."
Lin Yi summoned all the heroes in one breath. The limitless sword saint, the undead dragonborn, the ocean overlord, all 7-tier mythic units were summoned. This time, Lin Yi was going all out.
"Now this is interesting, slightly stronger than those previous humans, but still just a big ant."
Lin Yi observed the arrogant star dragon bird without speaking.
"Phantom hunter, focus fire from the back. Prince of the undead, lead your undead army to charge. Elf queen, provide the greatest supplies and blessings to the warriors.
See demon god, hold back the mixed feathered bird and buy time for our soldiers to output." The mythic level talent, offensive
technique, was activated.
Attack plus 25%, critical hit rate plus 5%, critical damage plus 5%, skill damage plus 5%, final damage plus 5%, morale plus 5% when actively attacking.
The mythic level talent, profits.
Insight, granted the effect during combat with the enemy, our side has absolute priority, morale plus 20, evasion plus 35%.
All show and no substance, the star dragon bird scoffed. "Since
you are using a swarm tactic, then today's slaughter feast will have me as the main character." With that, the star dragon bird charged into the undead army. A large number of death god skeletons rushed towards the star dragon bird, but with a single flap of its wings, it sent thousands of them crashing to the ground.
"Beast, come and take your life."
The prince of the undead thrust the star domain weapon, the abyssal hellspear, towards the star dragon bird. The defense of a god is not something you mere mortals can comprehend. The star dragon bird stood its
ground, unafraid and unyielding.
Ding, triggering equipment skill, overlook everything.
Ignore target's defense and deal 50% armor penetration to the enemy.
The spear pierced into the star dragon bird's body, faint electric sparks flickering on its form, a sign of armor penetration.
"Phantom hunter, unleash all firepower."
A torrential rain of arrows flew towards
the star dragon bird. Star explosion.
The star dragon bird unleashed a powerful area attack, filling the air with explosions as if it were going to blow through the borders of Huaxia, and
all units were obliterated in the blasts.
The difference in tiers was simply too vast. Even comparing a 9th-tier perfection to a lower deity was still a 2-tier gap.
"Elf queen, quickly, use the reversal of corruption."
The elf queen immediately began chanting a spell in mid-air, and specks of green light began to flicker on the battlefield, reviving all the fallen units.
Within the green light, the sight left the star dragon bird dumbfounded.
"Soon, you will be mine," the star dragon bird said to the elf queen. The elf queen wore a cold expression, unwilling to even glance at the scruffy bird.
"I like this cold demeanor. I can only imagine how much better you must look when you're being enthusiastic." "He go die, scruffy bird." Fire dragon. Annihilation.
Lin Yi swung the Ayatoth war spear, unleashing a fire dragon that charged towards the star dragon bird.
The aura of a god. The fire dragon instantly pierced through the body of the star dragon bird, inflicting damage.
"This ends here. I want to return early to enjoy the beauties." After saying this, the star dragon bird suddenly vanished into thin air,
only to reappear behind the necromancer prince.
Its sharp claws lunged towards the prince's heart, and with a squelch, blood gushed forth as the prince's heart was pierced.
Necromancer prince has fallen, loyalty, 70%.
Losing over 10 points of loyalty in one death was quite a loss. Before Lin Yi and the others could react, the star dragon bird vanished again, likely tearing
through space.
With a whoosh, it appeared beside the sea demon god. Star shatter. Even with the sea demon god activating war absorption, it could not escape the fate of death.
2 heroes
had fallen, and the morale of the army dropped by 10%.
"As for these 2 beauties, come with me to the outer realm." "You wish."
Lin Yi shielded the 2 women behind him, gripping the
Ayatoth war spear as he scanned the surroundings, fearing that this damn scruffy bird would appear right next to him at any moment. The space-tearing skill was truly a headache. All within the domain are but ants. Outside the domain, the gods control you. Die. The voice came from behind.
Lin Yi quickly grabbed the phantom archer and the elf queen, dodging to the left.
The
star dragon bird missed its target.
Die.
It vanished again, only to reappear right in front of Lin Yi, its steel-like claws reaching for Lin Yi's heart. At that moment, a powerful water vortex surged towards the star thunder bird from the chasm of the gods.
"Xuanwu?"
Lin Yi questioned, puzzled. The star dragon bird was momentarily disrupted by the water vortex, losing its
chance to kill Lin Yi. "Old turtle, can't you just be a good turtle? If it weren't for your honesty, I would have boiled you for soup long ago."
The star dragon bird exclaimed in frustration. I've put up with you for long enough. Today, even if it costs me my turtle life, I will take off your wings. The sound of dragon roars echoed along the borders of Huaxia. Is it the outer realm's evil again? No way, those scruffy birds may be called dragon birds, but they have nothing to do with dragons. Alright, has Lin Yi made any moves recently? It seems he has formed his own faction called Night Dragon Scale. Moreover, within a day, he has built city walls for a radius of 100 kilometers. Keep a close watch on his movements, and report anything immediately. Osiris Dragon, let's go together. Wind God Explosion. War God Bloodline, activate. This was Lin Yi's first time using a Lord skill. He radiated a fiery red glow, and his dark hair instantly turned bright red. War God Bloodline, the most basic skill of the War God, which, once activated, doubles the effects of all War God skills. Berserk Battle World. Lin Yi threw a punch at the Star Dragon bird, the effect doubled, dealing 1020% damage. Lin Yi's attack power was around 18,000 at that moment, and the strike from Berserk Battle World hit the Star Dragon bird, resulting in an astonishing 180,000 damage, something even Lin Yi himself did not expect. The Star Dragon bird was psychologically shaken by this blow, taking a few steps back to reassess the human before it. Meanwhile, Osiris Dragon and Xuanwu, one dragon and one turtle, also gazed at the fiery red human, whose aura was truly terrifying. The aura you emit is quite unpleasant, the Star Dragon bird remarked. Do you know that the stench from your scruffy feathers is truly nauseating? Lin Yi retorted. Take another hit from me. Fire Dragon. Annihilation. Under the effect of the War God Bloodline, the original 850% damage has now become 1700%. With this strike, 330,000 health points were taken from the Starry Dragon bird, and in just 2 hits, its 500,000 health was nearly depleted. The War God truly lives up to its name as a warrior. But in the next moment, just as Lin Yi was about to launch another wave of attacks, the time for the War God Bloodline expired, meaning the frenzy time was over. The Starry Dragon bird dove towards Lin Yi like an arrow released from a bow. The damage from this strike could be considered standard, but the accompanying stun effect was quite troublesome, as there is too much that can be done in just 1 second in the eyes of a master, so this attack must be dodged. However, it was coming in too fast for Lin Yi to react. Human, you owe me a favor, said Xuanwu, transforming into a shield to block in front of Lin Yi. The Starry Dragon bird crashed into the shield, triggering its effect. Mirror Reflection. It returned the full damage to the attacker and stunned itself for 1 second. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Go! Lin Yi shouted, unleashing the Fire Dragon Annihilation. The gale tore through the holy water celestial balance. The health of the Starry Dragon bird plummeted. This time, the Starry Dragon bird was truly in a dire situation. No! No! Father, save me! As the space at the border of Huaxia trembled, cracks began to appear in the grayish areas of the sky, but soon those cracks disappeared again. My son is dead, a massive Starry Dragon bird raged. You, calm down, this is a critical time, don't ruin everything. Shou said. Yes, you, when we descend. Not only will we avenge our nephew, but we can even bury the entire inner domain with him. You fell silent. Ding, congratulations on becoming the first player in the inner domain to kill a lower tier god. May the gods accompany you. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi shot up, a golden light soaring into the sky, advancing from demigod to lower tier god in one leap. Lin Yi felt as if his body was filled with boundless energy. Ding, successfully unlocked divine status. Lin Yi felt a warmth within him. Is this divine status? After Lin Yi advanced to lower tier god, the Supreme Ring reacted again, and a flood of information about the outer domain and the outer domain demons surged into Lin Yi's mind. After the 9th tier, a lord becomes a demigod, and above demigods are lower tier gods, middle tier gods, and upper tier gods, followed by the main god and the supreme god. After becoming a god, lords began to strengthen their physical and mental fortitude to lay the foundation for future advancements. There are many ways to advance as a god. First, by absorbing the divine status of other gods to strengthen one's own divine status to meet the requirements for advancement, and then by accumulating combat experience through battle to achieve the goal of advancement. The former focuses on cultivating mental strength while the latter emphasizes physical enhancement. So when lords transform into gods, they must choose one of two paths: cultivating spirit, or enhancing body. Among them, cultivating spirit leans towards magic, while enhancing body is more about martial arts. These two forces can easily create repulsion, but in the past there have been many proud individuals who chose to dual cultivate, investing considerable resources in the early stages and relying on astonishing talent to achieve simultaneous mastery of magic and martial arts, becoming invincible in their time. However, upon reaching the main god level, the resources they required increased exponentially, and the repulsion between these two forces grew stronger, causing lords who chose dual cultivation to often remain stuck at the main god level, unable to advance, or worse, to explode and die. Yet throughout history, there has been one person who succeeded in dual cultivation, and that is the war god Ares. At the level of the Supreme God, no one could match the War God in a one-on-one fight, so when the War God was alive, the outer domain,
demons were nowhere near as rampant as they are now.
After the Supreme Ring transmitted a large amount of information into Lin Ye's mind, it successfully activated the 7th equipment effect.
Magic and martial unity.
Magic and martial unity, also known as the Chaos Body, is a legacy of the War God that can automatically balance the powerful repulsion generated by two types
of power.
After Lin Yi read the introduction, he finally resolved his awkwardness. Just a moment ago, he was wavering between cultivating spirit and strengthening body, but now the effect of the Supreme Ring allows for dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, which delighted Lin Yi. The more resources, the better. After all, apart from lacking resources, he was short
on everything else.
After Lin Yi digested this information, he moved towards the corpse of the Star Thunderbird to loot. He began to pick up the item that shone the brightest.
Crestfallen of Tristea Lord equipment, weapon, staff, rank, lower god magic attack plus 8,000 defense plus 3,000 health plus 6,800 intelligence plus 350 stamina plus 180 skill. Elemental chaos summons various elements in the
air, causing elemental riots that deal 920% magic damage to enemies in the area. Lin Yi had a sudden idea. The Lord equipment could equip 6 pieces, but there were no restrictions on the
types of equipment. What if he equipped 6 different weapons?
Then, combined with the magic and martial unity, he could rotate through 6 weapons in battle.
Just thinking about it made
Lin Yi feel impressive. After gathering the magic and martial unity, Lin Yi noticed that his panel attributes had changed. When he used the Ayatoth War Spear, it displayed an attack power of about 20,000, but when he switched to the Crestfallen of Tristea, the attack power attribute changed to magic attack, which surprisingly reached 28,000.
Could this be the secret of dual cultivation?
Before Lin Yi could collect his thoughts, he discovered that his skills had changed. The War God Bloodline skill became a universal skill, and when he switched to the staff, the
skill transformed into Annihilation Thunder.
Annihilation Thunder summons powerful thunder elements to form a thunder domain, delivering a devastating blow to enemies, causing 520% magic
damage. Holding the staff, Lin Yi continued to loot the corpse, wondering if he might find another weapon. He reached towards the blue light, this feeling, a familiar warmth. As he picked it up, a blue divine core appeared before him. Without hesitation, he began to absorb the power of the divine core, feeling his own divine core gradually strengthen. Damn it, who is it?
In the outer realm, a man known as Yu roared, feeling that his child's divine core had been destroyed, with no way to turn back.
Outer Realm Reincarnation Book. Lin Yi picked up this last item, momentarily unsure of what the Outer Realm Reincarnation Book was. Outer Realm Reincarnation Book. Write a name in this reincarnation book to bind a designated resurrection channel, allowing reincarnation within this channel.
At this moment, Lin Ye's mind opened up. Could it be that if he wrote his name, then bound a designated resurrection channel, it would be similar to
a resurrection spring in a game, reviving after death in the spring? If this Outer Realm Reincarnation Book was truly that magical, then even if he died, he would resurrect at a designated place, not completely dying. Designated resurrection channels, see God Clan Resurrection Spring, Outer Realm Reincarnation Hall, Heaven's End Rebirth Pavilion, sees Corner Soul Returning Studio. Lin Yi became even more excited. Among these 4 resurrection channels, one was actually within his territory. See God Clan Resurrection Spring.
Lin Yi adjusted his attire. It was about time to return. In the Chasm of the Gods, Xuanwu looked at Lin Yi and the next moment, splashed water and appeared before him.
Are you still wanting to spar with me? Lin Yi said lightly. No, I want to go with you. Why? Following you, I might be able to step onto that long-desired path. Who told you that? That big worm. IQNMLGB. You sold me out.
At this moment, the Dragon of Osiris shouted at Xuanwu.
What? I was just talking about the big bug. Are you the big bug? Anyway, it's you, the traitor. Get lost. Are you looking to fight me? If we fight, then let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? I said you were taken by me to build the city order. Don't you hate it? Lin Yi asked. You helped me save on the surgery costs. This answer left Lin Yi speechless. Then if you want to leave, come with me, but from now on, you have to listen to me. You all are at the peak of the 9th rank. No, you're all 9th rank beasts, yet your tempers are still so volatile, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Next time I see you, each of you will eat a world-destroying thunderbolt. Let's go. We've been out for a long time. I hope everyone has been doing well with the construction of the Night Dragon scale, Lin Yi said. Speaking of which, in the territory of the Night Dragon scale, Wang Chuanfu was busy leveling up with his former employees. As long as someone needed help with tasks, dungeons, or exploration, Wang Chuanfu unconditionally led them to sweep through it all. At this moment, the 7th rank Wang Chuanfu was like a bauble-level existence. After all, the Beast King was only a 7th rank lord when he went to the Abyss Realm with Lin Yi. I wonder if he has reached the 8th rank now. Boss Wang, we found a place in the territory with a 5th rank boss. Can you come help us? Send me the coordinates, I'll be there right away. Okay. A 7th rank lord going to fight a 5th rank boss was an easy task. With a quick arrangement of troops, they easily took down the 5th rank boss. Everyone's path to advancement seemed to be smooth sailing. Boss Wang, we're trapped by a 7th rank boss. Can you come to rescue us? Someone messaged Wang Chuanfu privately. Send me the coordinates, I'll come. Immediately.
Boss Wang, this boss is a bit fierce, it's best to bring more people.
I'm also a 7th rank lord, you can rest assured. Xuanwu transformed into a shield, and Ling Yi held
it in his hand, while the Dragon of Osiris flew with Ling Yi towards the territory of the Night Dragon Scale. Zhan Tian, this Night Dragon Scale force has been developing rapidly lately.
Do you have any thoughts? Xuanxin said. No matter how powerful, it's still a one-man army.
As the saying goes, one punch is hard to fend off against 4 hands.
Right now, they're just having small skirmishes, we can just turn a blind eye. Zhan Tian replied, how's the situation with the outer demons lately?
The border of Huaxia has been much quieter recently.
When things are unusually quiet, there must be something amiss. Be careful. Alright.
Blood Rose, I seem to have encountered a tricky situation.
After the Eternal Era, if a lord fails a challenge against a dungeon or boss, will they die? Wang Chuanfu messaged privately. Yes. Every lord only has 1 life. How cruel. Why do you ask this? I got too bold this time, taking my subordinates to fight a 7th rank boss.
I didn't expect it to be so strong. I still have half my forces left, but I don't know how long we can hold out.
You're being too careless.
Give me the coordinates, Xing Yu and I will come to the rescue. It's useless, the boss has sealed the space.
It's a fight to the death. What? Blood Rose suddenly felt the gravity of the situation. See Demon God, which troop is in the Resurrection Spring? Back to the Lord, it's the 4th rank barracks. Lin Yi.
Blood Rose heard Lin Yi's voice in the
territory and shouted. What's wrong? Blood Rose came out of her territory and relayed Wang Chuanfu's situation to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression was tense, this was a matter of life and death.
However, the space was sealed this time, either Wang Chuanfu defeated the boss inside or he was wiped out by the boss.
Wang Chuanfu, how much longer can you hold on? We have about a third of our forces left, we can probably hold on for 10 more minutes. What should we do? Are we going to die? No, it won't happen. Wait for me.
You can drag it out for as long as you can. Lin Yi quickly arrived at the 4th tier barracks of the Sea God clan, the Resurrection Spring. Inside were 4th tier units, sea butterflies, which had transformed into mythic units, the Sea Butterfly Queen, under the effect of the Supreme Ring. Time was tight, and the usage of this outer domain reincarnation book was not clearly explained in the item description. It was a case of treating a dead horse as a live one. Give me the IDs of the people with you, Lin Yi privately messaged Wang Quanfu Gue. Then Lin Yi wrote down the IDs of Wang Quanfu Gue and
others on the reincarnation book and placed it into the Resurrection Spring.
Suddenly, Wang Quanfu Gue's name turned gray, and Lin Yi nervously watched the Resurrection Spring, his palms
sweating for the first time from anxiety.
Beside him, Blood Rose stared at the Resurrection Spring, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lin Yi's heart was in a knot the whole time. After a minute, the Resurrection Spring lit up, and then Wang Quanfu Gue and the others appeared from the Resurrection Spring, but each lord's health was only at 5%, and they all carried
negative statuses.
At this moment, the Sea Butterfly Queen would use her delicate, boneless little hands to help check the resurrected bodies, removing all their negative statuses, and then the 5th tier unit from the healing spring of the 5th tier barracks, the Holy Water Songstress, would use Tide of Rejuvenation on the resurrected to restore their health.
Where am I? Wang Quanfu Gue exclaimed in surprise. Didn't I get killed by the boss?
From now on, our Night Dragon Scale will form its own reincarnation system, so we won't fear death anymore.
Lin Yi said proudly. Line up, everyone write your names on this and we won't fear dying anymore. Wang Quanfu Gue said to the lords in the territory while holding the outer domain Life and Death Reincarnation Book. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, even the Blood Rose sisters couldn't resist the temptation of immortality. Boss Wang, can I discuss something with you? Can I die once more? Have you lost your mind?
No, this Sea Butterfly Queen and Holy Water Songstress's healing is way more comfortable than spending money on a massage back.
Then, I think you're addicted to dying,
but seriously, it is indeed comfortable. Ding, congratulations Lin Yi for successfully using the city construction order.
Please choose the city.
Scale, small city, 10 to 80 square kilometers, requires 10 million gold, 1 million each of stone, wood, and crystal. Medium city, 80 to 500 square kilometers, requires 99.99 million gold, 5 million
each of stone, wood, and crystal.
Large city, over 500 square kilometers, requires 999.99 million gold, 50 million each of stone, wood, and crystal.
When Lin Yi built the city wall, it
was calculated at 100 square kilometers, so he chose a medium city. Medium city, gold, 110 million/99.99 million, achieved. Stone, 6.5 million/5 million, achieved.
Wood, 5.9 million/5 million, achieved.
Crystal, 5.6 million/5 million, achieved.
Do you want to start construction? Confirm. Please enter the city name. Eternal Night City. Your Eternal Night City is starting the basic framework construction. Please choose city buildings.
Numerous buildings appeared before Lin Yi: auction house, equipment shop, tavern, inn, residential area, training
ground, etc.
There were also NPC constructions, such as auctioneers in the auction house and enhancers for equipment, etc.
Lin Yi randomly clicked on a building and was stunned. The auction
house required 500,000 gold, 100,000 stone, 150,000 wood, and 120,000 crystal. The auctioneer required 800,000 gold. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt that building a city was just a money-burning,
resource-consuming affair, but it couldn't be left half-finished, right? It seemed like crowdfunding was the only way to go. Lin Yi shared his current predicament with everyone, and then a touching scene unfolded.
"I'll contribute 30,000 gold, and 10,000 each of stone, wood, and crystal," said a level 4 lord.
I am just like him. At this moment, someone echoed. Many people began to announce the quantities of resources they could contribute, which deeply moved Lin Yi. Each upgrade of a lord requires a massive amount of gold coins and resources. In the eternal era, resources are more precious than life itself. However, everyone was willing to offer their resources to support Lin Yi in building the main city, as if they were entrusting their very lives to him.
"I'll contribute 2 million gold coins and 800,000 of each resource,"
Wang Quan Fugue said.
Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Wang Quan Fugue patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, "Stay aloof, that's how a great god should be."
Lin Yi smiled and nodded.
"We'll contribute 5 million gold coins and 2 million of each resource,"
Shuisei Qingyu said. At this moment,
many people looked at Shuisei Qingyu as if they had discovered a wealthy woman, and a young and beautiful one at that.
"This is for me and my sister. Once the main city is built, can I have a vice city lord position?" Shuisei Qingyu said playfully.
Sure, Lin Yi replied with a smile as he took the gold coins and resources.
"I hope you're not a scumbag." This girl really doesn't hold back her words.
After Lin Yi successfully crowdfunded the gold coins and resources, he immediately threw himself into the construction. First was the construction of the Lord's Hall. Lin Yi entered a mode of burning money and resources. The Lord's Hall is the soul of a city and its administrative center, serving to gather the faith or sense of belonging of
the members in the main city.
The stronger the members' sense of belonging to their main city, the more astonishing the feedback from the Lord's Hall, such as an increase of 10% in all main
city members' attributes.
This depends on how the Lord develops their city. Then, Lin Yi built basic infrastructures like the auction house, tavern, and training grounds, gradually giving
shape to the Eternal Night City.
Finally, Lin Yi constructed defensive facilities next to the Resurrection Spring, as if the Resurrection Spring were to be destroyed by someone with ill intent. It would break the cycle of Eternal Night City, plunging everyone back into the fear of death.
Next came the hiring of various NPCs, such as auctioneers, librarians, enhancement masters,
identification masters, and pet breeders. After spending a large amount of gold coins and resources, he had nearly hired all the functional NPCs. Lin Yi looked at his gold coins and resources. Even he, who once viewed money as worthless, couldn't help but lament that he wished he had more gold coins. Lin Yi was still uneasy about the safety of the Resurrection Spring, and at that moment he thought of Xuanwu and Osiris the dragon. He placed these two level 9 perfect bosses in the main city as guardians, a decision that was truly perfect. At this stage, having 2 level 9 perfect bosses guarding the city was more than enough. As long as there were no external evil intrusions, Eternal Night City could be said to be as solid as a
fortress. Ding! Lord's Hall Faith Power LV1. All lords in Eternal Night City gain plus 20 leadership, plus 10% hero attributes, plus 5% troop attributes. This message echoed above Eternal Night City, and many lords were stirred, their sense of belonging to Eternal Night City growing stronger. Is this the power of demigods? And Zhan Tianhun said, feeling the power at that moment. The attributes of this lord truly overshadowed those of hero troops by 100 streets. Within the War Soul organization, Zhan Tianhun shared his attributes with everyone, and a group of level 9 lords led by Zhan Tian could only express their envy. I will place this transformation technique in the library. If anyone reaches level 9 perfection, you can activate this book. Inside, there will be a rebirth quest, and upon completion, you too can become a demigod, Zhan Tianhun said. The book in his hand could only guide level 9 perfect lords to advance to the demigod realm. It contained no descriptions of the subsequent realms, indicating that the external evil they had slain was not of a high tier. Zhan Tianhun held the star sword, dropped by the external evil, pointing the sword towards the sky, exuding an aura of dominance over the world. By the way, recently, Heiyini Tian has established a main city called Eternal Night City. Oh, in that case, we should find some time to pay a visit. At this moment, Zhan Tianhun had already advanced to demigod status and could allow more people in the organization to reach this realm, so he felt that Heiyini Tian was an inconsequential figure. If Heiyini Tian knows his place and gives up his main city, perhaps I won't trouble him, but if he doesn't recognize the situation, I'll make him understand what it means to lose both manpower and resources. Zhan Tianhun said, I've been annoyed by that kid for a long time. Zhan Tian said, let's get ready, and we'll bring the 8th tier boss from Longhun along to meet Heiyini Tian. Damn, Wang Quanfu Gue, how did you die again? Shuisei Qingyu said. There's nothing I can do, this dungeon is too difficult. Boss Wang, this 4th tier boss is way too easy. I won't bring you next time, every time you just stand there and let the boss hit you for over half an hour, then you revive at the fountain. What kind of operation is that? It's such a waste of everyone's time. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Quanfu Gue, then at the graceful Haidainu Huang and Shang Gushuiji and suddenly understood. Little Wang, next time I'll erase your name from the reincarnation book so you can meet marks early. How about that? Great God, please, no. You're taking up everyone's public resources. Tomorrow, hand in 100,000 gold coins and 50,000 of each of the 3 resources. If I catch you again next time. Chop D. Shuisei Qingyu blurted out. Put. Many of the lords present nearly laughed out loud. This girl was really fierce. Wang Quanfu Gue suddenly felt a chill below. Taking advantage of no one noticing him, he covered his lower region with his hand, finding everything still intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, Lin Yi felt that the world seemed a bit too calm, both domestically and internationally. It was unusually quiet. Just as Lin Yi was contemplating the main city planning, the massive body of Xian Wu flew in from afar, instantly destroying many buildings, and flames erupted in Lin Yi's eyes. Who? Oh, it's young friend He Yimi Tian. My brothers and I wanted to enter the city to take a look, but an old turtle kept blocking us, and I accidentally knocked it in. And Zhan Tianhan said. Yeah, that turtle really has no shame. Zhan Tian said. Oh, is that really the case? Lin Yi looked at Xian Wu. If they were really just here to admire, I wouldn't have anything to say, but touching our Hai Dainu Huang and Shang Gushuiji, what does that count as? Xian Wu said indignantly. Aren't they here to admire? I think they're beautiful, so naturally, I want to admire them properly. Everyone has a love for beauty. So, if I think your wife is beautiful, I can also touch her. Right? Wang Quanfu Gue said. That depends on whether you have the strength. If you're weak, losing a hand or a foot is a small matter, but losing your life is a big deal, Zhan Tian said. It seemed that the newcomers were not friendly. The battle soul can't compare to the dragon soul. The higher-ups of the battle soul seem a bit slow-witted. Exactly, no wonder I heard a few days ago that the higher-ups of the dragon soul have already separated from the battle soul. It turns out this isn't just a rumor, isn't it? I heard that Long Shou handed over the 8th tier boss, the 6-winged holy angel, and Longing handed over the dragon soul treasury. Without these 2 things, the dragon soul is practically non-existent. Lin Yi listened carefully, realizing that dark waves were stirring. Zhan Tian, Xian Xan, let's go, we'll continue our tour. I believe the Lord of Eternal Night City won't ruin our enjoyment. Lin Yi not speaking doesn't mean we have no objections, Shuisei Changwei said forcefully at this moment. Oh, where did this little girl come from? She's really a stunner, Xian Xin teased. Eternal Night City, do not welcome you, please leave, Lin Yi said. Is this the hospitality of the Lord of Eternal Night? Zhan Tian said. By the way, before you leave, please leave 2 million gold coins, 300,000 of each ore, wood, and spirit stones. You need to pay for the facilities you damaged. Are you blind? It was clearly that turtle that broke it. Really, is everyone here brain dead? Lin Yi said. If someone like you were in the real world, you wouldn't even know how you got played. Right now, all I know is that if you don't compensate, you're going to die. Lin Yi's voice suddenly turned cold. What a big mouth. In the next moment, Zhan Tianhan drew the star sword, pointing it at Lin Yi. Hoof. Lin Yi nearly snorted coldly. If you think your reincarnation was successful and you're at demigod level and that's your confidence, then I estimate you'll have to compensate double. At this moment, Zhan Tian did not summon heroes or troops, as after reaching demigod status, heroes and troops had become useless. Zhan Tian swung the star sword towards Lin Yi. Even a speck of dust dares to compete with the bright moon, Lin Yi said. I was just waiting for you to say that. Star sword. The sadness of Tristea. The sadness of Tristea's staff appeared in Lin Yi's hand, surrounded by flickering electric light thick with the laws of thunder. This scene shocked everyone present. Wasn't he using a war spear last time? How did it turn into a staff this time? Xian Xin said, bluffing. Starfall. Zhan Tianhan was the first to release his skill, and the stars in the sky began to crash down towards Lin Yi. The skill hit Lin Yi, sparking tiny flames, leaving the onlookers in shock. Lin Yi brushed off the dust from his clothes and said, Is this damage the source of your confidence? No, I don't believe it. Momentary star extinction. Lin Yi merely raised the staff to block it symbolically, and the skill lost its power the moment it touched the staff, bursting like fireworks, dazzling for an instant. Divine might suppression? At this moment, Zhan Tianhan said, you know quite a bit. Lin Yi said coldly. No, it's impossible. Zhan Tian said, you can't have advanced to a lower god in such a short time. Leveling up after reincarnation is incredibly difficult. You can't. There's no such thing as impossible. The facts are right in front of you. Whether you want to deceive yourself is up to you. The sadness of Tristea in Lin Yi's hand caused the elements in the surrounding air to start to stir. If you came all this way just to give me a show of strength, Then I can tell you that your calculations are wrong, Lin Yi said. Is this a long-distance delivery of blood?
Wan Quanfu Gue said from the side.
Very vivid. Now I need double the compensation from earlier.
Lin Yi extended 2 fingers.
Are you robbing me? If my strength wasn't greater than yours today, would I have to change the name of my Eternal Night City?
Lin Yi said, sweeping his gaze over the people of Zhanhun. This world is like this, strength is the only way, and the weak can only groan.
I'll ask you one last time. Will you leave your
resources or your life? Lin Yi began to swing the sadness of Tristea. And Zhan Tianhun still tightly gripped the star sword.
Tianhun, let's just admit it,
Zhan Tian said from behind.
And I.
Zhan Tianhuan's lips had already been bitten until they bled, and in the end he retracted the star sword and took out the gold coins and resources.
That's more like it. This long distance
gift, heavy on the gift but light on the sentiment, you can come a few more times in the future and we won't need to crowdsource to build the main city,
Wang Quanfu Gue said while taking the gold coins and resources.
Pfft, and Zhan Tianhun spat out a mouthful of reverse blood.
Tianhun, take care, no need to see you off.
Lin Yi turned and said, now that there are fewer and fewer people, I wouldn't mind if you brought me a dozen, that way our main city won't lack gold coins and resources,
Lin Yi said.
The crowd witnessed their lord's methods and strength, and their hearts felt increasingly secure.
Bro, I heard you guys withdrew from the organization? Lin Yi privately messaged Long Shou. Hey, Mi Tian brother, you already know about this.
Long Shou's words carried a hint of loneliness.
Why not come to my Eternal Night City for a visit?
We can catch up in person, Lin Yi suggested.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Isn't this the Battle Soul organization? Outsider evil spirits, the crowd exclaimed.
This is the prejudice your lords have against us, you said.
We have a name too, my clan is called the Starry Dragonbird. I am you, the clan leader of the Dragonbird tribe. What do you want? Our Battle Soul organization is not afraid of you. Every time you sacrifice so many 8th and 9th tier lords just to kill one of our gatekeepers.
You paused and glanced at the reverse battle Heavenly Soul.
You, don't be afraid, if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't waste so many words, you said. What exactly do you want?
My son was killed in your territory and I want you to help me find the murderer and avenge my son, you said, a killing intent
radiating from him.
At that moment, the reverse battle Heavenly Soul suddenly felt a jolt. He didn't actually know who killed Yu's son, but he could firmly assert it was Lin Yi and the others.
Using a knife to kill. Clan leader Yu, I agree to your request. However, the person who could kill your beloved son must be extraordinarily powerful. I fear that even if I find them, I will be powerless to help, the reverse battle Heavenly Soul said, looking helpless. Yu was silent for a moment, then took out a blue divine core and said, you need to absorb this. The reverse battle Heavenly Soul hesitated as he took the divine core. If you want to advance to a lower god, you must have a divine core. By the time you condense your own divine core, it will probably be too late. This one is ready-made. Why are you hesitating? Are you afraid I will harm you? If I wanted you dead, it would be as easy as raising my hand. You said. The reverse battle.
Heavenly Soul thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Yu's level was at least several tiers higher than his own, and there was no need for such deception.
The next moment,
he began to absorb the divine core. Ding, congratulations on successfully advancing to a lower god. The reverse battle Heavenly Soul was shocked. This was completely beyond his expectations.
How does it feel to be a lower god? You asked with a slight smile. The reverse battle Heavenly Soul's level instantly reached that of a god. Although he was a lower god, he was far superior to a demigod. This is for you. You handed over a communicator and said, notify me when you find the murderer, and I will arrive in the shortest time possible. After you finished speaking, he tore open the space and disappeared before the eyes of the reverse battle Heavenly Soul and the others. In the midst of time and space, you smiled sinisterly. Meanwhile, the reverse battle Heavenly Soul also smiled darkly, thinking about how to harm Lin Yi. Mi Tian brother, it's been a while since we last met, and you've even built your own main city. Truly, the new generation pushes the old aside, Long Shou said. Talents emerge in every generation, Long Yin echoed.
You flatter me so much that I can hardly bear it, Lin Yi said with a smile. I wonder if you would be willing to join our Night Dragon Scale organization and help us build Eternal Night City together. Lin Yi extended an olive branch to Long Shou and the others.
Well, Long Yin hesitated. Stop reminiscing about the old Dragon Soul organization, it's gone. Long Shou said to Long Yin. That's right, old Yin. We worked so hard for the battle Soul, and in the end, Long Shou's 8th tier boss was taken over and the Dragon Soul treasury we built together was confiscated. The Dragon Soul organization is practically filled with their spies. The reverse battle Heavenly Soul doesn't deserve our loyalty, the Beast King said, filled with righteous indignation. The scholar in cold clothes also nodded in agreement. That's right, I want to invite you to join us. First of all, your character is commendable and I believe you are reliable people, Lin Yi said. Ha, Mi Tian brother, you flatter us. We are just following our hearts in what we do, Long Shou said with a smile.
If I told you that if you join us, you won't die in battle but instead will respawn from a place similar to a resurrection spring like in the previous game. After Lin Yi revealed this secret, Long Shou and the others were left dumbfounded. This news was hard to believe because after the arrival of the Eternal Era, the Eternal Continent was no longer a game but a world of its own. At that moment, a lord emerged from the resurrection spring and said, "This 5th tier boss is really powerful. It seems I need to resurrect a few more times to wear it down." Then, after more than 10 minutes, this lord walked out of the resurrection spring again and ran towards the 5th tier boss. The people present, including Long Shou, were stunned. This was really resurrecting continuously and using corpse running to grind down the 5th tier boss's health.
What on earth is going on? Long Shou asked. Lin Yi smiled and said, "There is a resurrection passage in Eternal Night City. After signing a contract, as long as you are a member of Eternal Night City, you can enter the cycle of reincarnation." "How fantastical," someone remarked. "So does this mean we won't have to worry about death in the future?" "In theory, yes, but this resurrection passage needs to exist. If it gets destroyed, then naturally the dead won't be able to come back to life," Lin Yi explained. "So, are you interested in joining us? If you're still hesitating, how about this?" After Lin Yi finished speaking, he stood up and summoned the Sorrow of Tristea, revealing his panel attributes. Attack power, 30,000. Just looking at this attack power left Long Shou and the others astonished once again. "That's right, this is after my rebirth. I am now at the tier of a lower god. Are you interested in this?" Lin Yi threw out another mind-blowing secret, refreshing their worldview once more. "Alright, we'll join. Welcome to the team." Lin Yi smiled and extended his hand in greeting. "Write your names here, and you will enter the reincarnation system of Eternal Night City," Lin Yi said. The addition of Long Shou and the others greatly enhanced the strength of the Night Dragon Scale organization. And Long Yin was an exceptional manager, allowing Lin Yi to be a hands-off boss without any issues. "Darkness will cover the sky, just wait," said the Soul of Rebellion. Lin Yi knew that the Soul of Rebellion would not easily let go of his hatred and might gather forces to deal with him, so he needed to prepare a corresponding countermeasure and give him another surprise. Moreover, the outer demons were stirring, and if there weren't more god-tier lords in Huaxia, he would surely be isolated and helpless. Eternal Night City was a city built by players themselves. Although it wasn't the largest, its facilities and buildings were the most complete. In Eternal Night City, one could find equipment enhancement masters to strengthen their gear, one could find pet breeders to raise their little pets, one could find appraisers, and perhaps some unknown little items would be identified as treasures. There were so many new things in the city that Long Shou and the others were amazed by its functions. With the addition of Long Shou and the others, the power of the Night Dragon Scale increased further, and everyone lived well. In Eternal Night City, many treated it as a city in the real world because Eternal Night City gave everyone a strong sense of belonging. Ding, City Lord Hall Faith Power LV2, all lords of Eternal Night City gain plus 50 leadership, hero attributes plus 12%, troop attributes plus 8%, daily main city resource consumption reduced by 5%. The city's operation consumed a large amount of resources every day, but through the functions of NPCs in the city, the income and expenditure of Eternal Night City were nearly balanced. For example, in Eternal Night City, the enhancement master charges players gold and materials to enhance equipment, and then the main city automatically collects a certain percentage as operational costs for the main city. After the power of Faith in the Lord's Hall reached level 2, not only were the attributes based on the previous level enhanced, but there was also an additional benefit of reducing daily resource consumption in the main city by 5%. If the income and expenditure were balanced before this buff, then with this buff, Eternal Night City seemed to be making a small profit. That day, Lin Yi learned from the Supreme Ring that above the 9th tier barracks, there were Divine tier barracks. Since the Lord had reached the Divine level, the barracks below the Divine tier could only recruit 9th tier troops at most, which could no longer meet the Lord's combat needs. Therefore, it was necessary to build Divine tier barracks to recruit Divine tier troops above the 9th tier. The Supreme Ring mentioned that, in addition to doubling resources, the most critical requirement for building Divine tier barracks was to inject a Divine Essence into the barracks. At this moment, obtaining a Divine Essence was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, as a single Divine Essence could allow a 9th tier perfect lord to reincarnate as a demigod. Finally, the information in the Supreme Ring also mentioned that this Divine Essence was essential for the evolution of heroes, indicating that the demand for Divine Essences would be enormous in the future. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt that the foreign evil spirits were not actually the Lord's nemesis. From another perspective, the relationship between hunter and prey could be reversed. "Wow, so this is what it feels like to be resurrected," said the Beast King. "Isn't it? Luckily we can be resurrected, otherwise we would just return to dust," Long Shou said. "What the hell, has the Soul War Organization stopped caring about the borders?" Long Yin said angrily. They saw Long Shou and the others emerging from the resurrection spring, cursing and complaining. Lin Yi approached Long Shou and the others to greet them and inquire about the situation. "You don't know? Last night, Long Yin triggered a hidden mission, but it was in the Death Canyon on the Huaxia border. Who knew that before we even reached there, a foreign evil spirit appeared in a weak spot of the spatial barrier in the sky, and then we were wiped out, said the Beast King. Was it a star dragon bird? Lin Yi asked. Do you also know about foreign evil spirits? But today we encountered a star dragon turtle. With a dragon's head and a turtle's body, its defense is extremely strong. Long Xiao said. Can you provide detailed information about this foreign evil spirit? Long Yin took a breath and said, as the name suggests, foreign evil spirits are life forms from another spacetime. They are divided into 3 major races: star dragon bird, star dragon turtle, and star dragon snake. They are close to the stars and strengthen themselves with the power of the stars. Their levels are distinguished by divine ranks, with the lowest being demigods, but their demigods are virtually invincible on our eternal continent. After hearing this, Lin Yi gained a better understanding of the foreign evil spirits. Damn it, if I had completed this hidden mission, I could have reached the peak of the 9th tier lord, Long Xiao said. Now it's difficult that Star Dragon Turtle is currently in the Death Canyon and we can't continue the mission, Hani Shusheng said. Otherwise, this hidden mission would have been enough for everyone to level up. How about I go with you to meet the Star Dragon Turtle? Lin Yi suggested. If that's the case, that would be perfect, Long Yin said. Lin Yi summoned the Dragon of Osiris and flew with everyone towards the Death Canyon on the Huaxia border. Thanks to you, Mi Tian, I can have such a cool mount, said the Beast King. Yeah. Everyone chatted on the dragon's back, and before long, they arrived at the Huaxia border, where they saw a Star Dragon Turtle not far ahead. Lin Yi looked at the attributes of the Star Dragon Turtle. Indeed, it was a lower divine being. The foreign realm was truly a treasure trove. Any foreign evil spirit was at least a lower divine being, which made the lords within feel quite helpless. Not good, the Star Dragon Turtle has disappeared. Long Xiao said nervously. Jia, do you think calling for help will be useful? Below demigods, you are all ants. No matter how many of you call, it will be in vain. The starry dragon turtle appeared behind everyone and said, then swung its steel tail at them. The tail struck the heroes and soldiers summoned by the Beast King, killing them all in an instant. The Beast King widened his eyes in disbelief. Die. Witness my starry kill. Brother Mitian, it's your turn, Long Yin said. Don't worry, Lin. He took out the sorrow of Tristea to block the starry kill, then countered by twisting his staff, unleashing a world-destroying thunder. The world-destroying thunder struck the starry dragon turtle fiercely. I estimate this guy's shell still has some strength, the Dragon of Osiris whispered in Lin Ye's ear. The shell of the starry dragon turtle blocked the world-destroying thunder, but its luster was no longer what it used to be, and cracks began to appear on it. Who exactly are you? The starry dragon turtle rasped. You can ask King Yen about that. Lin Yi then activated the war god bloodline, swinging his staff as the elements in the air began to riot, and a terrifying force pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe, as chaotic elements collided and fused together. Elemental chaos. Lin Yi unleashed his weapon skills, enveloping the starry dragon turtle within them, predicting that it was in grave danger. Ah, no. How can this damned human possess such powerful strength? Lord Guardian will avenge me, Lord Guardian. Is this it? The Beast King looked incredulously at the scene before him. This person he had once underestimated had now reached a level beyond his reach, leaving the Beast King with many thoughts. In the next moment, Lin Yi excitedly reached for the glowing item. Yes. It was a divine fragment. Then Lin Yi picked up another glowing item from the ground, a demigod-level starry battle axe. This weapon would be given to whoever among the Night Dragon scale reached demigod first. Finally, Lin Yi picked up another item from the ground, the last fall. It could prevent one death. If this item had appeared before the resurrection spring, Lin Yi would have been thrilled, but now that he could be reborn, the last fall felt rather useless. Fortunately, this item could be used anytime and anywhere, which might come in handy for challenging high-level bosses in the future. I'll help you here. I won't take any of your experience for this hidden quest. You'd better reach the 9th tier of perfection as soon as possible, because the battles to come may be quite brutal, and life and death can sometimes be decided in an instant, Lin Yi said. Thank you, Brother Mitian. We'll wait for your good news. Farewell for now, Long Xiao said, clasping his hands in salute. Lin Yi rode the Dragon of Osiris back to his territory. When did such a powerful number 1 human appear in the domain? In the council hall, Xiao said. What's wrong? You asked. I sensed that my kin died in the inner domain, and even their divine fragments were extracted. Who, exactly, is it? Xiao was somewhat furious. A few days ago, my son also died in the inland. Could it be the same person? You said, Xiao, don't worry, I've already sent people to investigate this matter in the inland, and we might have news soon. Lin Yi returned to his territory, feeling a bit excited because he could now build divine-level troops. It seemed he would need to visit the borders more often to test his luck, killing a few of these outer demons, hoping to gather more equipment and divine fragments. Divine level barracks divine fragment 1/1 stone 1/300/000/300000 wood 900/000/300000
Crystal, 1050-000/30000000 Gold, 9,500,000/500,000. Do you want to start constructing the divine level barracks? Please choose a race, human, undead, sea god. Human. Lin Yi chose, as among the three races, the human race was currently a slight shortcoming for Lin Yi's troops, so this time he would first build the divine level barracks for humans to make up for the deficiency. Finally, Lin Yi was able to construct the upgraded barracks for divine troops. He was very eager to see just how powerful the human race's troops would be after reaching the divine tier. Construction time, 72 hours. With Lin Yi's current wealth, he could hardly bear the thought of waiting 72 hours. First, he used the Supreme Ring to reduce the construction time by 50%, leaving 36 hours. Then, he activated a nationwide cooldown card, and before long, the human race's divine barracks were completed. Ding! The construction of the human race's divine barracks, Sky Sanctuary, has been completed. The divine tier troops were something that did not exist in Lin Yi's previous life, so he was quite curious about what the divine human troops would be like. Recruitment. At this moment, options popped up: Judge, Lower God, Dragon Knight, Middle God, Arbiter, Upper God. Human race introduction. Human soldiers are versatile, excelling in both offense and defense, and can work well with troops from other races, making them suitable for early-stage divine lords. After reading the introduction, Lin Yi realized that many game rules had indeed changed after reaching the divine tier. When he saw the last sentence of the introduction, he felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. It implied that he was a rookie in the early stages of the divine tier. Among the three options, only the judge troop was highlighted, meaning Lin Yi could only recruit the judge for now. Alright, then it's you, judge. Please select the number of recruits. Lin Yi checked his maximum recruitment capacity and was shocked to find he could recruit 650 people. It turned out that after reincarnation, a lord would have a base command power of 100 points. 1 point of command power could recruit a lower god soldier, 2 points could recruit a middle god soldier, and 5 points were needed for an upper god soldier. At this moment, Lin Yi had a base command power of 100, and the Supreme Ring added 500 points to his command power, giving him a significant advantage right from the start. Finally, the level 2 Faith of Eternal Night City added another 50 points of command power, making it a killer advantage at the starting line. Let's start with 100 just to make it a round number, Lin Yi thought. Ding! Successfully recruited judge, lower god. The effect of the Supreme Ring activates, and the judge successfully upgrades to the mythic troop Iron-Blooded Judge. Lower god. Iron-Blooded Judge, Lower God, Race, Human Tier, Mythic Level Attack Power, 3500 Magic Attack, 3800 Defense, 2400 Health, 11,000 Skills. Judgment possesses an indomitable will to judge enemies, tossing a coin. If it lands heads, it deals 150% physical damage to the enemy, and if tails, it deals 140% magic damage. Judges will deals 120% mixed damage to enemies. Life and death judgment can instantly kill lower god troops and below. Evil shall be judged. It must be said that the attributes of divine tier troops are already higher than those of epic heroes, and the recruitment numbers have been significantly increased, indicating that future wars would surely be grand in scale. The Iron-Blooded Judge is a mixed damage hero, somewhat similar to the Sea Demon God. Mixed damage heroes can catch opponents off guard, achieving unexpected effects. It must be said that the Iron-Blooded Judge's third skill is somewhat invincible. At this stage, even 9th tier troops would be instantly killed before him. Just as Lin Yi was about to assign the troop to a hero commander, the system prompted again. Ding, your heroes tier is too low to command the Iron-Blooded Judge. Please replace it with a higher tier hero. This left Lin Yi feeling frustrated. Where could he find a hero higher than an epic hero and such a short time? Then Lin Yi had a sudden idea to use the divine level Sea Demon God to command the Iron-Blooded Judge, but the system still indicated that the Sea Demon God's tier was too low. He had recruited this divine soldier but had no hero commander, which made Lin Yi feel quite miserable. He had already taken off his pants, only to be told he was incompetent. Above the epic heroes are the oracle heroes, and above the oracle heroes should be the saintly heroes. The new tavern in Eternal Night City has opened. Everyone can go in and try their luck. This should be the announcement made by an NPC in the tavern. The tavern should be able to refresh saintly heroes, but at this moment, Lin Yi couldn't guarantee it, as in his previous life, no one had ever encountered a saintly hero in a tavern. Even oracle heroes had only been barely refreshed a few times. Have you heard? The secret realm of the primal elf queen has appeared in the verdant forest, and it is said that there is a large amount of elven holy water inside that can cleanse a hero's rank. My lord, at this moment, the elf queen spoke, I feel an ancient calling. Then let's go back and see your people. Thank you, my lord. Her voice was captivating. My lord, can you be a bit faster? The forest queen said eagerly. Osiris Dragon, could you please hurry up a bit more? Lin Yi said. Leave it to me. You all better hold on tight. Osiris Dragon replied. In the next moment, the forest queen tightly hugged Lin Yi's arm. Her arm pressed against the soft chest of the elf queen, and Lin Yi's heart raced. Sophia, what are you doing? Isn't it what Osiris Dragon said, to hold on tight? Alright, you continue. Before long, Lin Yi and the Elf Queen returned to the verdant forest, which was once surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, now in utter disarray.
My lord, I have a
bad feeling, the Forest Queen said.
Let's go. It seems there are sounds of fighting ahead, Lin Yi said to the Forest Queen. Let's go. Ahead, there were bloodstains on the ancient tree trunks and the blue stones in many places. Could it be that our elven race is being exterminated like this? A sword dancer said. I firmly believe the queen will return, the moonlight archer said. Let's hope so.
Big brother, these elves are all so beautiful, wouldn't it be a waste to kill them all? A shifty-eyed lord said.
Exactly, anyway, it's already the eternal era, why not enjoy it? So what do you want?
The person referred to as Big Brother said, his lewd expression truly disgusting. If you all obediently submit to us, we can spare your lives, the leading Big Brother said. The elves looked at the despicable faces of these people with disdain. Are you all mute? The leading Big Brother shouted angrily.
Even if we die, we will never submit to you greedy humans. Then go die.
Everyone, gather your forces for a full-scale attack. The elven secret realm is likely deep within this forest.
Kill. Numerous lords
charged into the depths of the forest with heroes and soldiers, and the elven race began to retreat.
Everyone, fall back to the world tree, a 7th-tier elf said. At this moment, all the
elves retreated towards the world tree deep in the forest. Upon reaching the world tree, the elves above 7th tier began to touch the world tree and pray.
May the world tree protect our elven race.
At this time, the world tree emitted waves of vitality, healing the injured elves, and then laid down a green energy shield deep in the forest.
Many elves breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene, hoping that this disaster would pass.
Many lords in the forest noticed the anomaly. They were about to find the elven secret realm, but were obstructed by this mysterious power, causing many lords to feel enraged, including some 8th-tier lords whose 8th-tier troops had unimaginable destructive power.
Bang, 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 boom! The energy shield
began to sway under the attacks of numerous heroes and troops. The elves deep in the forest felt their hearts rise to their throats.
Then came another boom. The energy shield shattered.
Everyone, charge in, level this place to the ground, and enter the secret realm. Treasures belong to those capable. Who knows who shouted?
Then countless greedy lords swarmed into the
depths of the forest, arriving before the world tree.
You have finally run out of options, haven't you? Tell us the location of the elven secret realm so we can end your suffering.
You wish? Then we will step over your corpses to find the secret realm ourselves. The elves all put down their weapons and sat beside the world tree, immediately beginning to emanate
waves of life energy.
That's right, they intended to give their vitality to the world tree and then detonate it, taking the enemies down with them.
My kin, I have returned. The elven queen
said as she sat atop the body of the Osiris dragon, the giant dragon flapping its massive wings, stirring the surrounding wind elements, causing all the lords present to sway unsteadily.
She is the elven queen, someone exclaimed. So beautiful. I don't want the secret realm anymore, I only want the elven queen.
This is too amazing, someone shouted.
Many lords raised
their heads to look at the elven queen, their greed evident in their eyes. Elven queen, if you come with me, I will spare your kin, a level 8 lord said domineeringly.
Queen.
The elves, seeing their queen return, all knelt on the ground, calling out for her.
My kin, I have returned.
The elven queen looked at her battered kin. Now the elven race had barely over 100 left, which pained the forest queen deeply.
Sophia, I'm asking you a question, the level 8 lord shouted angrily, clearly upset. Have you lost your mind? If I were you, I would take the chance to slip away while no one is targeting you, or you won't even have the chance to leave later, Lin Yi said. Who are you, brat? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Osiris Dragon, this person is yours. I don't want to make a move, Lin Yi said. Understood. Wind blade execution.
Blades of wind suddenly appeared from the air, slaughtering the heroes and soldiers present. Immediately, screams filled the air.
Everyone, don't panic.
We must unite. With so many of us, we can take down this level 9 flying dragon.
Who knows, we might even get star equipment or star domain equipment. The level 8 lord encouraged the crowd.
In an instant, hundreds and thousands of lords united to fight against the Osiris dragon, putting it
under some pressure. How should I put it?
Although the Osiris dragon was a level 9 perfect boss, it excelled in speed and its combat power was only slightly higher than that of an 8 level boss, not even reaching the combat power of a level 9 boss. Lin Yi watched and said, look at you, truly embarrassing for a level 9 perfect boss. The Osiris dragon blushed and
remained silent. Everyone, let's go all out and take it down.
Queen, can your friend help? A weak elf asked.
The forest queen glanced at the Osiris dragon and Lin Yi and said, everyone, don't worry. Upon hearing the queen's reassurance, the elves felt relieved and quietly watched the battle. The Osiris dragon had already begun to bleed, while the offensive from the lord's camp grew fiercer. If you don't make a move soon, they will definitely pull out my dragon tendons and extract my dragon bones, the Osiris dragon said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and said,
for fighting, we should look for the undead clan. Death Prince, lead your undead army and crush them.
This subordinate obeys. Dense ranks of skeletal reapers surrounded the lord's army. with plague zombies continuously entering the crowd to self-destruct. Who could withstand such a tactic? The scene left the elves dumbfounded. The elves all looked at Lin Yi, the lord who had once slain the level 9 Black Dragon King, the one who had helped them repel invaders, and now once again helped the elven race through a crisis, causing many elves to cover their faces and weep. Tears, complex with emotion, streamed down the faces of the elves, carrying the poignant feelings of rebirth after disaster and the sorrow of lost companions. The elven queen choked out, "I'm sorry, I came back late." "Your Majesty, don't say that, it's just that we were too weak," replied the elder of the elven race. At that moment, Sophia gazed at the countless bodies of her kin scattered across the ground, her eyes filled with desolation, with only a little over 100 elves remaining by her side. "My lord, please forgive my impulsiveness," the elven queen said as she began to wield the staff of the fallen empress, using the fallen reversal on the deceased elves. The breath of life began to permeate the surroundings. "But is it not possible?" the elven queen murmured to herself. After several seconds, a fallen elven elder slowly sat up and said, "What's happening? Am I not dead?" Then, one by one, the elves began to revive. "Your Majesty, you are truly powerful," many elves exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. However, the fallen reversal could only revive those elves who had perished deep within the Emerald Forest. It was likely that those who died elsewhere could not be brought back. Over 100 elves were pulled back from death by the Elven Queen, and many of the surviving elves began recounting the events that had just transpired. After casting her spell, the Elven Queen approached Lin Yi, resembling a child who had done something wrong, and said, "My lord, I'm sorry." Lin Yi looked at the pitiful Elven Queen before him and replied, "There's no need to apologize. Even if you hadn't revived them on your own, I would have had you use the fallen reversal on them." Ding. Elven Queen. Sophia's loyalty to you +5. Current loyalty 100%. Lin Yi recalled that in his previous life, a lord had married one of his heroes, and it was said that their loyalty had also reached 100%. He looked at the Elven Queen before him and couldn't help but daydream, wondering what it would be like to marry in the Eternal Continent. But before Lin Yi could gather his thoughts, something soft came rushing towards him, pressing tightly against his face. Sophia gave Lin Yi a warm embrace. Since the Elven Queen floated above the ground, her height was greater than Lin Yi's, causing him to bleed profusely from his nose. "If you don't let go, I might just hang on to you," Lin Yi said. At that moment, the Elven Queen's cheeks flushed crimson as she released Lin Yi, noticing the blood on his face, and asked, "My lord, did you get hurt in the battle just now?" Lin Yi wiped his nosebleed and replied, "Ah, it's nothing." At this time, the Elven Queen inquired of the elder, "When did we have the secret realm of the ancient Elven Empress in the Emerald Forest?" "Your Majesty, you may not know, but the place we are in now is indeed the secret realm of the ancient Elven Empress." "What?" Sophia exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, that's right. After you left, the World Tree awakened. The World Tree was personally cultivated by the ancient Elven Empress, and after her death, she was buried within it. During the battle with the Ninth Order Black Dragon, the last remnant of her divine consciousness sensed the crisis facing the Elven race and sacrificed herself to activate the World Tree. However, it was unexpected that this difficulty was resolved by a human lord. All of this was told to me by the World Tree after you left," the elder explained. "Later, we saved 2 lords in the forest. They eavesdropped on our conversations with the World Tree multiple times, and greed took hold of their hearts. They gathered many lords to prepare to seize the World Tree. The World Tree is only useful to our elven race. It has no effect on human lords," Sophia said, "because the World Tree can nurture Holy Spirit water, which, according to human lords, can elevate their heroes from ordinary to epic." The miraculous nature of the Holy Spirit water sent a shock through Lin Yi's heart. Current Elven Queen. At that moment, the World Tree spoke in a deep, ancient voice. "Sophia is here." After Sophia responded, she performed the highest level greeting of the elven race towards the World Tree. Not bad," said the World Tree. "I hope you can continue the legacy of the elven race. This is my last hope. Sophia will surely make the elven race stronger." Many elves gritted their teeth, some began to sob, for they knew this promise was incredibly difficult for their race, as they were truly too weak. But in Sophia's resolute tone, it was clear that their queen had not given up on them. The World Tree began to sway its branches, feeling deeply gratified. With each sway of its branches, a leaf would fall, and the branch would instantly lose its vitality, from which a drop of crystal clear water would drip. "Holy Spirit water," the Grand Elder said with a trembling voice. Drop by drop. When the 9th drop of Holy Spirit water was formed, the World Tree was left with only its main trunk still alive. "Human Lord, I sense the breath of the divine from you. I hope to exchange my last value for your protection of my race's continuation. Please be sure to agree." Lin Yi approached the World Tree, wanting to use his divine power to help it recover. "It's useless. I promise you," Lin Yi said, touching the trunk. Whoosh! As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, the World Tree instantly turned into a pile of powder. The 10th drop of Holy Spirit water coalesced, carrying the will of the World Tree, or rather, the will of the ancient Elven Queen, flying towards Sophia. Under the influence of the Holy Spirit water, Sophia's body began to slowly change. Her originally green hair
turned glossy black, her uniquely pointed elven ears became indistinguishable from human ones, and her skin became even whiter and smoother, with a hint of rosy pink. The elves present were dumbfounded, for there was a legend among them that the most complete form of an elf was indistinguishable from a human. Ding, congratulations! Your epic hero, Elven Queen Sophia, has successfully evolved. The Holy Incarnation, Green Light Oracle, Sophia. This is too sacred. Lin Yi looked at Sophia before him, shining with white light, holy and inviolable. Sophia turned to glance at Lin Yi, as if her eyes were like water, rippling, causing Lin Yi's heart to stir. Even Lin Yi, who had lived an extra life, felt he was about to lose control. Holy Incarnation, Green Light Oracle, Sophia. Position, support. Healing type level, Oracle magic attack power, 6400 defense power, 4200 health points, 200,000 skills. Gentle power grants a buff to allied units, restoring 10% of their base health per second for 10 seconds. Light of Hope grants a buff to allied units, increasing attack power, defense power, and health points by 20% until the end of the war. Resurrection chant after 5 seconds of chanting, communicates with the underworld, can resurrect one hero or one lord, with health points at 50% of full state upon resurrection. Cooldown time, 6 hours, heal. Heroes at the Oracle level generally have a specific role, and support healing heroes typically do not have much advantage in attack and defense, but their health is undeniably thick. The effect of gentle power is quite impressive, restoring 10% of base health every second for 10 seconds is almost equivalent to saving dying soldiers, heroes, or lords from the hands of death, except in cases of instant kill. The Light of Hope skill can increase the three-dimensional attributes of allied units, and it only needs to be applied once. Simple and powerful. The skill of Resurrection Chant can only be described as a divine ability. It's not that this skill is particularly powerful in combat, but in the Eternal Era, everyone fears death. However, with this skill in Sophia's hands, the Lord can fight without hesitation, because after dying, Sophia can bring them back to life. Lin Yi, filled with surprise, noticed a green divine fragment appearing at the location of the World Tree. It turns out that the ancient Elven Queen had also reached this level. Why did she die back then? With a wave of her small hand, Sophia summoned the green divine fragment into her grasp, which emitted a faint green light. At that moment, Sophia looked like a little woman handing the divine fragment to Lin Yi, as if they shared a deep connection. Lin Yi took the divine fragment. It was incredibly important to him. How about we move the elven race to Eternal Night City? Lin Yi said to Sophia. Sophia gently nodded, then turned to the more than 200 surviving elves and said, "My fellow clansmen, you must have heard the ancient elven queen's entrustment to me, that we must continue our elven lineage. However, we are too small, and I cannot guarantee what disasters may occur when I leave you all. Therefore, I wish to lead everyone to migrate to a safer place. Your Majesty, this is our birthplace, where we were born and raised. It is difficult for us to decide to abandon it," many elves expressed. At this moment, Sophia felt quite troubled. She looked at Lin Yi, hoping he could help persuade them, but Lin Yi just smiled at her, showing no signs of wanting to speak, which made Sophia pout in frustration as she glared at him. "Six-winged holy angel, charge in!" A voice from outside the verdant forest shouted. "Today, even if we have to turn the elven race upside down, we must find that holy spirit water so my hero can reach the oracle level," said the war soul of the rebellion. "Why haven't we seen the elven race yet? Have they already run away?" Shan Xin said. At this moment, the elves deep within the verdant forest felt the killing intent from outside, and they all trembled in fear. The elven race was inherently a peaceful one, and the numerous wars had already exhausted them physically and mentally. The elves who had just insisted on staying began to waver in their resolve. "Ha, they are here!" Wu Xian shouted, and then many warriors surrounded them, blocking all escape routes. "Why is it you again, Nightshade?" War Heaven said. "I was just about to ask why it's you again. Every time I encounter you, my mood just plummets." "You, don't be so quick with your tongue. Hand over everything you've obtained here, and we can let you go, but these elves must be dealt with by us," War Heaven said while controlling the level 8 boss, the six-winged holy angel, to enter combat mode. The elves looked at the intimidating level 8 boss, and some of the timid ones huddled together. "Your Majesty," the elder called out. "I know you are reluctant to leave your homeland, but sometimes we must force ourselves to change," Sophia said to the elder. At this moment, the lords greedily looked at Sophia, and Lin Yi frowned at the sight. "Osiris Dragon, come forth!" Roar! A massive flying dragon appeared before everyone. "Oh, come on, I haven't even rested well, and now you want me to come out and fight. My life is so hard." "You don't have to fight this time, just stand there," Lin Yi said. "Stand behind the Osiris Dragon," Lin Yi instructed Sophia. Sophia looked confused. As a hero, she was supposed to fight alongside the Lord. However, she dared not disobey Lin Yi's command, so she led the more than 200 elves to hide behind the Osiris Dragon. "Now, tell me, do you want to die this time, or do you want to continue contributing resources?" Lin Yi said. "Do you think I'm still the same me?" said the Reverse Battle Soul. At this moment, the Reverse Battle Soul also entered combat mode, wielding the Star Sword, ready to launch an attack on Lin Yi. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi realized that the reverse battle soul had also advanced to a lower deity level. No wonder he seemed
more confident. Let's make a bet.
If you win this time, I'll hand over the Holy Spirit water I obtained in the secret realm. If I win, you give me the Dragon Soul Treasury.
Lin Yi said. Alright, as you wish. In an instant, the arena was filled with a dense crowd of 8th and 9th tier soldiers.
Wow, you brought a lot of dogs this time, Lin Yi remarked, looking around at the battle souls present. You're seeking death, an 8th tier lord shouted angrily. You better stand still, or when you die, no one will pay for you. Lin Yi warned sharply.
The next moment, the 8th tier lord immediately backed down. Let me show you my new soldiers. Sophia, call your little brothers out.
As you command, my lord. At that moment, 100 iron blood judgments appeared on the battlefield.
The reverse battle soul looked at Sophia and couldn't help but lick his lips, saying, if you lose, I still want you as a hero.
Lin Yi snorted coldly. Because of what you just said, I want all your soldiers to die. Iron blood judgment, life and death judgment. The next moment, the 100 iron blood judgments radiated a blood-red glow, and with a series of sounds, all the soldiers from the Battle Soul organization, ranging from 9th tier down to 5th tier, totaling 100 soldiers, were instantly killed. What is going on? The Battle Soul organization had faced defeat at Lin Yi's hands before, but they had never seen such a bizarre way of dying.
May I ask, do you want to continue? Are you planning to cede land and pay compensation, or just end it all? Lin Yi asked. This history had an astonishing similarity. Just a few days ago, this scene was still fresh in memory, and unexpectedly, after several days, this scene was being replayed. I say, you Battle Soul people are even worse than the Dragon Souls, truly a disgrace to Huaxia, Lin Yi said without giving them any face. Six-winged holy angel, the reverse battle soul shouted. With a sound, the six-winged holy angel was instantly killed. Again. At this moment, the battle soul members finally realized there was something wrong with Lin Yi's soldiers. Could it be, are these divine tier soldiers, said Battle Heaven. Congratulations, you answered correctly, but there's no reward. Why do you always have such good luck? The reverse battle soul exclaimed. Because I love to laugh, and people who love to laugh don't have bad luck, Lin Yi replied. This made the reverse battle soul spit out a mouthful of reverse blood. Damn, I'm really impressed, spitting blood every time. Do you have anemia? At this point, the reverse battle soul had already lost all principles in his heart. Hey, are we continuing to fight or are you paying to avoid death? I'll give you a chance to choose, Lin Yi said. The reverse battle soul felt a deep sorrow of why was there a you if there was a Liang. I'll pay, the reverse battle soul said, taking out the secret order of the Dragon Soul Treasury and the treasury itself, throwing it to Lin Yi. The Dragon Soul Treasury itself was a treasure capable of being large or small, containing countless treasures. As a mobile ATM, you need to have this awareness and know your place, Lin Yi said, playing with the secret order and the treasury. After hearing this, the reverse battle soul spat out another mouthful of reverse blood. Get lost. Lin Yi had already been quite polite to them. The battle soul members actually had the audacity to target Sophia. A dragon has its reverse scales, touch them and you die. The battle soul returned in defeat. Lin Yi once again helped the elves through a crisis. Elder, we must take our leave now. Please take care, Lin Yi said to the elder of the elf clan. The elder was momentarily at a loss for words, turning to look at his queen. My lord, Sophia called out. We need to hurry back, otherwise, we won't make it before dark, Lin Yi said. Please help my people, Sophia pleaded. Great elder, as you can see, any random force has the ability to deal a fatal blow to your elf clan. How about this, you migrate to Eternal Night City and I will specifically allocate a piece of land for your elf clan. What do you think? Lin Yi offered his final concession at this moment. If this old man were to remain stubborn, it would be too ungrateful. The great elder continued along Lin Yi's line of thought, which not only secured a piece of pure land for the elf clan, but also gave Lin Yi face. Then, let's go. After Lin Yi finished speaking, the Osiris dragon unleashed a dragon breath that lifted over 200 elves into the air. Then they landed squarely on him. Hold on tight, whoosh. The Osiris dragon flew towards Eternal Night City with all its might. The members of the Battle Soul organization felt an indescribable discomfort as the dragon soul flew over their heads. You forced my hand. The reverse battle soul gripped the communicator that you had once given him. I found the murderer who killed your child. The reverse battle soul spoke into the communicator. In a palace beyond the realm, you received the message from the reverse battle soul, and his expression immediately darkened. I will come to find you during the next spatial fluctuation. You will help me take revenge on my enemy, and of course, you will benefit. The reverse battle soul chuckled sinisterly after receiving the message. You are just a knife in my hand. Once I kill the night sky, I can obtain everything he has. The elves arrived at Eternal Night City. Looking at the buildings within the city, everything was so novel. Great elder, this is the map of Eternal Night City. This area on the east is designated for you. You can rebuild your home there, and I guarantee no one will disturb you. Lin Yi pointed to the map as he spoke to the great elder. However, as a part of Eternal Night City, you will also need to provide corresponding resources for the daily operation of Eternal Night City. This is not too much to ask, right? Everything will be as the Lord said. Sophia, please accompany the Great Elder and the others to settle in first, Lin Yi instructed. At your command, brother-in-law, take me and my sister along. We are going to challenge the 8th tier Lord. Blood-colored clear rain set upon seeing Lin Yi in Eternal Night City. Oh, this little girl truly speaks without restraint, making both Lin Yi and blood-colored Rose feel a bit embarrassed. Take me too. I'm also challenging the 8th tier Lord. Wang Quan Fugue suddenly popped up from somewhere. Why are you everywhere? Blood-colored clear rain pouted. If you're not convinced, come bite me. LSP. Brother Night Sky, what do you think of me? Dragon Hunter said to Lin Yi with great enthusiasm. Indeed, Dragon Hunter had gone to the library to study the transformation technique that Lin Yi had placed there, and after a day of comprehension he broke through to the 9th tier perfection and reached the demigod level. Congratulations, but I currently have no equipment and no skills. I'm just a blank slate, Dragon Hunter said somewhat awkwardly. Oh, by the way, look at what this is. Lin Yi took out the Dragon Soul Treasury and the Secret Order. Dragon Soul Treasury. Now it returns to its rightful owner. Brother Night Sky is truly thoughtful. However, after I left the Dragon Soul, I never thought about returning to the Dragon Soul Treasury. Seeing it again today, Dragon Hunter's eyes had already turned red. In fact, the Dragon Soul Treasury was not just a treasury but a sentiment of a generation. The treasures inside should be given to the brothers of Eternal Night City, Dragon Hunter said. Then I will thank everyone on your behalf. After saying that, Lin Yi took out a star battle axe from his backpack and handed it to Dragon Hunter. This is too precious, I can't accept it. This was originally prepared for the brothers who are advancing to demigod. If you don't accept it, wouldn't that mean you're not a brother? Alright, good brother. Okay, let's hurry and take us to level up. I also want to become a demigod, blood-colored clear rain said. You can't become a big fat man in one bite, you need to progress step by step. Lin Yi replied. Brother-in-law, you're not even middle-aged yet, how do you have the potential of a Tang Sang? Lin Yi really saw that this quirky Qin Yu had no way out at all. I have endured for over half a year, it's time to take revenge on the Dark Knight. Xiong Tu Tiandao muttered to himself while licking the blood off the edge of his blade. So this is the thrill of having power as a lord. Is this the power of a demigod? Xiong Tu Tiandao looked at his own body and said, don't celebrate too early, this is just the beginning. Wasn't that the voice of the outer evil? This was the most secretive clan among the 3 outer clans. The Star Dragon Serpent. This is your equipment. The Star Dragon Serpent handed Xiong Tu Tiandao a set of lord equipment. Although the equipment was of demigod level, it was fortunate that it was a complete set boasting powerful set effects. Dark Knight, take the sky. Xiong Tu Tiandao clenched his fists and muttered. Recently, Lin Yi had started doing free labor, leading everyone on campaigns, fighting bosses, grinding in the abyss, completing hidden quests, and overcoming special levels. The average rank of the lords in Eternal Night City seemed to be around level 5, while the Blood Sisters and Wan Quan Fu Gue had reached level 8 lords, creating a thriving atmosphere within Eternal Night City. In the eastern region of Eternal Night City, the territory of the elves was bustling. The elves worked diligently every day, and before long, they had planted many trees and unknown plants, slowly making the area resemble the original verdant forest. Many lords knew that there was a corner of Eternal Night City inhabited by the Elven clan, and they would sneak over from time to time to observe the elves. Since the Elven clan was predominantly female, each one either voluptuous or graceful. At first, the elves were quite afraid of the lords, but gradually they discovered that the lords here were very kind. Slowly, they began to chat with the lords of Eternal Night City or invite them to enjoy some elven brews. This led some lords to become enamored with the elven brews, developing a taste for alcohol. Sakata, prepare the conference hall. Soon, representatives from the United States, Korea, and the 12 island nations will arrive. We need to hold a 4-nation meeting, said the Holy Emperor. Understood. Recently, those 4 nations have been restless, while our Huaxia is fragmented. Internally, the situation is not optimistic, said a person dressed in a plain robe. Don't rush, let those little ones stir things up first. We old bones can hold out for a few more years, said another person in a black robe. General. Bai Changcheng lost again. You. In the conference hall of the Holy Emperor in the east, representatives from the other 3 nations had already arrived. The Statue of Liberty from the United States, the Emperor of Busan from Korea, and the Druid from the 12 island nations. What do you all think about the recent rise of a remarkably talented lord in Huaxia? I assume the lords in your own countries have reported some basic information about this matter to you, said the Holy Emperor. I admit this little guy is impressive. He has quickly broken through to the god level. In our country, such individuals are rare, said the Statue of Liberty. However, the reputation of the United States must not be trampled. This person must be killed. Agreed. Agreed. The Emperor of Busan and the Druid echoed. This meeting was surprisingly harmonious, and opinions were remarkably unified. Where are Xuanwu and Phylon? Lin Yi shouted. Coming. Here.
I was just preparing to help the elves transport some things, Xuanwu said. You, a turtle, helping others transport things? By the time you deliver, the yellow flowers will have wilted, said Osiris. Dragon, can you not go against me? You, old bird, don't you occasionally take the elves out to look for plants? To put it bluntly, aren't you just trying to catch a glimpse of them? Want to fight? Let's fight. Then you all start fighting. Let's put the matter of advancing to demigod aside for now, Lin Yi said. When Xuanwu and Feilong heard the news about the advancement to demigod, they immediately became serious. Weren't you going to fight? Talk after you're done. Not fighting anymore. Right, not fighting anymore. Follow me to the library in Eternal Night City. With a whoosh, Feilong took Lin Yi flying towards the library. Xuanwu watched Feilong fly away, stomping his feet in anger. This old bird, you'll see what happens next time. Comprehend the transformation technique, you all. Figure it out. Lin Yi said, then left. Lin Yi arrived at the former Tower of Heaven, where in his past life it was said that the Tower of Heaven had a maximum of 300 floors. Back then, reaching the 9th tier as a lord was already top tier, so in this life he was already a lower deity. He wondered if there were any more challenges beyond these 300 floors. Lin Yi brought his troops and heroes into the Tower of Heaven. In the next moment, Lin Yi summoned the Sorrow of Tristea into his hand, and with 4 heroes and 100 soldiers, they charged straight up, killing their way to the 300th floor in one breath. The boss on the 300th floor turned out to be an acquaintance from the Abyss realm, the Abyss Controller. Hello, do you remember me? Lin Yi greeted the Abyss Controller. So it's you. You're the one who caused me to be demoted by the gods to this dark and desolate Tower of Heaven, the Abyss Controller roared. Looks like it's fate. Lin Yi said, I killed you once and now I have to kill you again. Sigh, it's all fate. You can only blame your bad luck. Don't be so arrogant. I also gained from misfortune and broke through the 9th tier shackles. Haha, didn't expect that, humble human. Oh, then I should congratulate you. Lin Yi said lightly. Aren't you afraid? Ah, you are actually a divine being. Damn it, please spare my life. Lin Yi said, is this okay? Ah, it infuriates me. Die. Let you taste the fear of death, the Abyss Controller said. He opened a long-sealed spellbook and began to chant a difficult incantation. Hey, stop mumbling spells. Don't interrupt my chanting, the Abyss Controller said. In their second meeting, Lin Yi found that the Abyss Controller wasn't as detestable and frightening as he thought. Instead, he felt a bit sorry for him. He had thought he was invincible, yet his fate was controlled by the gods. This psychological gap could truly drive someone to despair. Accept the arrangement of death. The cycle of fate will shatter your destiny. After the Abyss Controller finished chanting, countless purple energy swords appeared in the sky, pouring down like rain towards Lin Yi. Taste the fear of death, will you? Sorry, I don't eat things that aren't tasty. Lin Yi took out the Sorrow of Tristea, and as the weapon emerged, it formed an energy shield in front of the Lord. The energy sword struck it like raindrops, only causing ripples on the energy shield. What's going on? Go back and ask your god. God of War Bloodline. Elemental Chaos. In an instant, Lin Yi unleashed 1840% magic damage, instantly killing the Abyss Controller. Ah. I'm not willing, God, you deceived me. Ding, congratulations to player Black Knight Nityan for successfully clearing the 300th floor of the Tower of Heaven. This time it was an announcement for the entire region. This Black Knight Nityan is too powerful, isn't it? I heard he has his own forces and his own main city. Is that true? Does he still need a girlfriend? Can you compare to the hero? Sophia by his side? Is he going to marry a hero? Even if he can't, can you compare to that Blood Rose and Blood Clear Rain? Can you be any worse? Do you believe I'll find someone to block you? Ding, congratulations, you have received a star equipment box. Indeed, it was a star equipment, lacking novelty, similar to the rewards from the previous life's Tower of Heaven. But better than nothing. Ding, due to the increased difficulty of the final boss in the Tower of Heaven, players receive an additional divine fragment and a lord equipment box. Oh, my darling, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly. Now Lin Yi had 2 divine essences in hand, and he had accumulated a lot of combat experience in the Tower of Heaven. He wondered if, with the 2 divine essences he held, he could advance to a mid-tier god. In the end, Lin Yi decided to stop hesitating and opened the Lord's equipment chest first. Opening chests had its own mystique, so Lin Yi found a secluded spot to prepare for the chest opening. As the chest opening progress bar was loading, just when it was about to finish in the last second, Lin Yi quickly cancelled it and clicked to open the chest again. He repeated this cancel and reopen cycle 8 times, and on the 9th time, Lin Yi directly let the progress bar load. Ding, congratulations, player, you have obtained the Lord's equipment Flames of War, weapon, double axes. Lin Yi was overjoyed because he was one step closer to his goal of 6 Lord weapons. Flames of War, weapon, double axes, rank, low tier god attack power plus 10,000 defense power plus 4,500 health plus 9,000 strength plus 500 stamina plus 240 skill. Twilight of the Gods allows the Lord to enter Berserk mode, immune to control skills for 6 seconds, and converts 50% of the damage taken by enemies into his own health. Gains axe-related skill, Descent of the Deity, which allows him to throw the axe
In hand to deal 320% physical damage to enemies.
If he picks up the axe, he can throw it again, slowing enemies by 45% and increasing his own movement speed by 50%.
At this moment, Linya's panel attributes were:
Attack power, 25,000 magic attack power, 8,000 defense power, 16200 domination power, 650 strength, 740, 1 point of strength equals 5 points of attack power plus 1 point of magic attack power, intelligence, 350, 1 point of intelligence equals 5 points of magic attack power plus 1 point of defense power, stamina, 620, 1 point of stamina equals 10 points of health, agility, 0, 1 point of agility equals 5 points of critical plus 1 point of attack. Power, skills, common skills, Bloodline of the War God Warspear skill, Berserker's Wrathstaff skill, Annihilation Thunder Waraxe skill, Descent of the Deity equipment, Ayatoth Warspear, Tristea's Sorrow,
Flames of War. Let me introduce the attributes first so everyone has a concept. Taking Linya's strength attribute as an example, 740 points of strength can be converted into 3,700 points of attack power and 740 points of magic attack power, but this is not reflected on the panel. Ding, powerful lord, you have passed the 300th floor of the Tower of Heaven, but this is just the beginning. Would you like to enter the Star Tower?
At this moment, the cold system voice prompted. This was indeed what Lin Yi had in mind. There should be more challenges after the 300th floor of the Tower of Heaven.
Star Tower, each lord can challenge 3 times, divided into 6 floors, each with unexpected rewards.
Once you enter the challenge, the space will automatically close.
Only after either success or failure will the space open again. However, if you fail the challenge, what awaits you is only death.
After reading the introduction to the Star Tower, Lin Yi seemed to have made up his mind.
The last word, death, might be a big deal for other lords, but for
Lin Yi, death was impossible, so he had no worries about the challenge.
Would you like to continue the challenge?
After pondering for a while, Lin Yi realized there wasn't much to do in Eternal Night City,
so he decided to challenge it. Confirm, the dungeon is being created.
Lin Yi was teleported to the star domain, where planets were flying all around. After waiting for a long time, finally, a living person
has come. You will become my first toy. Lin Yi immediately became alert and looked around, only to hear the voice.
Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a sharp pain in his left arm, and 1/10 of his health had
already been taken away.
You are too weak. The boss appeared before Lin Yi and said, Star Guardian rank, Demigod attack power, 10,000 defense power, 4,500 health points, 350,000 skills, Star Veil, hidden among the stars. It delivers a surprise strike to the enemy, dealing 420% damage, with a chance to crit damage 550%. Star Guardian defense, with the power of the stars, it creates a star barrier, increasing
defense by 50% and has a chance to reflect 50% of damage back to the enemy.
Star Annihilation, the signature skill of the Star Guardian, dealing 640% damage to enemies, capable of annihilating everything.
In my world, I am both God and sovereign.
You are the first lord to enter the Star Tower. I grant you a privilege to choose your own death, Lin Yi sneered.
Where does your confidence come from? The Star
Guardian frowned, looking at Lin Yi as if he were a clown.
Do you think a 9th-tier lord is the pinnacle of existence? Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. Isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Look at you, such a clown, it seems.
You have never witnessed the power of a demigod. The Star Guardian looked down from his high position. Summon your heroes and soldiers. I truly hope you can summon a beautiful hero, the Star Guardian said ominously, and just by looking at his face, one could tell what filthy thoughts he was harboring.
As you wish, Lin Yi replied. Sophia.
A flash of white light appeared, and Sophia slowly walked out from the light, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. That figure, that skin, that face. Lowly lord, the surprise you brought me has changed my mind. I allow you to become my servant.
I'm afraid you won't be a match
for my hero, Lin Yi said with a smile. Stop the nonsense. I'll take down this beauty first, then cut off your tongue to make you my eternal servant.
Star Annihilation.
The Star Guardian pointed at Lin Yi's forehead, and a beam of black light shot towards him. The battlefield was chaotic. Lin Yi held 2 axes, crackling with thunder and fire, and in the next moment he blocked the Star Annihilation with his dual
axes.
The Star Guardian frowned, feeling something was off. Logically, the Lord should not have reached the level of a god yet, but why did this Lord in front of him exert such pressure?
Sophia, wielding the
scepter of the Fallen Queen, released green energy orbs at the Star Guardian, her normal attack method. The energy orbs struck the Star Guardian's body, and he grimaced, clearly feeling some pain from the attack. What level is this hero that she can actually hurt me? The Star Guardian wondered.
Sophia, summon the iron-blooded judgment and take him down, Lin Yi commanded. That's hilarious. There are actually units that can kill a god. I want to see this. Life and death judgment.
Lin Yi passed through the first layer of the Star Tower effortlessly. After the life and death judgment was released, the Star Guardian had
already met his end.
Even in death, the Star Guardian did not understand how he had died. Only before he perished did he realize he was the clown.
What happened to the unexpected rewards? Lin Yi roared inwardly,
finding nothing beneath the Star Guardian's corpse. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a divine fragment, gaining. Brothers, bring enough heroes and units, prepare to wash away the shame.
Xiong, Tu Tiandao said within the guild.
At this moment, there were only about 100 members in the Xiong Tu guild, among which 100 were lords who had previously been slaughtered by Lin Yi in 100 cities. The fire of revenge spread in everyone's hearts. Since the day Xiong Tu Tiandao failed, the seed of revenge in his heart had not perished but had grown into a towering tree. During the life and death trials at the border, he encountered a rift in time and space and met the Star Dragon Snake clan. At that time, the Star Dragon Snake wanted to implant puppets in Huaxia, sending their clansmen to infiltrate, but the target was too large, and they happened to encounter Xiong Tu Tiandao, leading to an unexpected alliance. Since Xiong Tu Tiandao became a demigod, he revealed this secret to the lords who had once been slaughtered by Lin Yi and then helped them quickly level up. Now, the lowest ranked lord in the Xiong Tu guild is a 7th tier lord, which means that among 100 or so guild members, most are 8th tier or 9th tier lords. This force can be considered a powerful presence no matter where it is placed. By the way, such matters also require contacting the enemy's enemy. The so-called enemy's enemy is a friend, Xiong Tu Tiandao thought. After killing the Star Guardian, in addition to rewarding a divine fragment, he also received a bottle of evolution potion. The evolution potion can elevate a hero by 1 tier, although it is not as good as the Holy Spirit water. It is still incredibly precious to Lin Yi. Clearly, using it on the Sea Demon King would help him upgrade from Oracle to Saint Oracle. In the next moment, Lin Yi summoned the Sea Demon King. Sea Demon King, I hope this evolution potion can make you stronger, Lin Yi said as he handed the evolution potion to the Sea Demon King. Thank you, Lord. The Sea Demon King took the evolution potion and began to absorb it. Ding, congratulations. Your hero, the Sea Demon King, has successfully leveled up from Oracle to Saint Oracle. Divine Demon Transformation Azure Heart of Poseidon Position, Attack. Type Tier, Saint Oracle Magic Attack Power, 7500 Defense Power, 4500 Health Points, 150,000 Skills. Holy Light Trident, bestows holy power on the trident, dealing 3 instances of holy damage to enemies. 240%/300%/360%, and ignoring enemy defense. Black Flame Demon King, slashes with a dark attribute, a skill from the Skeleton Demon King's past life, dealing 550% dark attribute damage to enemies and inflicting a continuous erosion effect. Water Domain, creates a water terrain, a terrain skill that increases the attributes of Sea God race units by 30% and is influenced by the faith power of Sea God race units, increasing its own attributes by 45%. The second Saint Oracle hero is born. Lin Yi felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Nurturing his own heroes was a joyful endeavor.
Ding, do you wish to continue the challenge? Confirm. Instance creation successful. This time, if we don't succeed, we will perish, said the reverse battle soul. Do we really need to clash head-on with the Knight of Despair, Aston? 8th tier lord among the battle souls. Remember, you are part of the battle soul. Your ability to reach 8th tier is due to the resources provided by the organization and the training you received. I hope you will always remember this, said the reverse battle soul. Moreover, our chances of winning this time are. The reverse battle soul paused and said, 100%. This statement reassured the lords present. Next, I will introduce everyone, said Battle Heaven. Let us welcome Xiong Tu Tiandao. As Battle Heaven spoke, Xiong Tu Tiandao walked in through the gates of the battle soul. At that moment, whispers filled the venue. Xiong Tu Tiandao was now a thing of the past. When his name was mentioned, many people were momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing, isn't this the president of the Xiong Tu Guild who was rubbed into the ground by the Knight of Despair? Indeed, it is said that he provoked the Knight of Despair and was slaughtered in 100 cities. Is he here to seek refuge with us? How can our battle soul accept just anyone now? Isn't that right? The discussions grew louder. In the next moment, Xiong Tu Tiandao drew the Sky Splitter blade and pointed it at the lords who had just been whispering, saying, you all come at once. I'll take you down with one move. Whoa, did you eat garlic or something? What a big mouth. In the Battle Soul organization, those who could attend the meeting were all 8th tier or 9th tier lords, each with their own temper. Being looked down upon like this was truly intolerable. At this moment, the 5 lords who had been whispering stepped forward and said, it seems we need to teach you the importance of respecting your elders. The 5 lords included 4 8th tier lords and 1 9th tier lord. This lineup was a luxurious one no matter where it was placed. At this moment, the reverse Battle Sky Soul did not intervene. In an instant, the 5 summoned their heroes and 8th and 9th tier troops, tension rising. All you have to do now is admit defeat and we will let you go, said the 9th tier lord. Otherwise, even if you are someone brought by the battle sky, you will have to crawl out. Kid, summon your heroes and troops. Let's see what kind of mismatched bunch you have. Haha, this kid won't back down. He wouldn't even dare to summon his heroes and troops. I still stand by what I said earlier. I can take you all out with one move. Damn, what are you pretending to be a big shot for? Everyone, attack! A slash that split the heavens. The heroic path drew a line in the air, the blade aura slicing towards the heroes and troops of the 5 lords. The momentum was overwhelming. Crack, crack, crack. The heroes tried to block the attack with their weapons, but it was futile. All heroes and troops were severed in half, a one-hit kill. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. The heroic path retracted the heaven-splitting blade, adopting a superior demeanor, and looked at the five lords, saying, "Do you want to continue?" The sounds of breathing around were very clear. President, President, President. At this moment, over 100 members of the heroic guild walked in. 8th tier, 9th tier, 9th tier, 8th tier. What kind of divine lineup is this? All were 8th and 9th tier lords. The members of the Battle Soul organization gasped in shock. Welcome President Heroic Path to ally with our Battle Soul. At this time, the reverse Battle Sky Soul spoke. Hiss among the Battle Soul, some were excited while others felt awkward. The reverse Battle Sky Soul and the Heroic Path shook hands. Hope for a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Lin Yi was still in the Star Tower, and this time he faced the 9th Star Soul Devourer, Lower God. The 9th Star Soul Devourer was a powerful boss that specifically devoured the souls of the deceased within the stars, and it was said that this boss had an exceptionally strong divine rank. This time, Lin Yi was fighting at the same level, and it might take some effort. Human, your arrival here means you have defeated the Star Guardian, which allows me to devour his soul. It turned out that the boss in the Star Tower was not so good at building relationships. At this moment, Lin Yi took out the raging flames, ready for battle. I heard that you have fought against the night sky several times, but the results seem unsatisfactory, said the heroic path. To be honest, that is indeed the case. After being repeatedly struck by Lin Yi, the reverse battle sky soul's ability to withstand pressure had grown stronger. It was estimated that in the past, the heroic path would have already attacked him. Could he have reached that level too? The heroic path asked. The reverse battle sky soul nodded and said, yes, and he should now be a lower god. At this moment, the heroic path was also taken aback, not expecting Lin Ye's rank to be even higher than his own. Actually, I have also reached the lower god level, but every time I fight against the night sky, he always has a variety of weapons, skills, and troops that make it hard to defend, said the reverse battle sky soul. In fact, after reincarnation to the level of a god, the equipment and skills of the Lord determine the strength of the Lord, so his many weapons and skills are what make him formidable. The heroic path analyzed the situation. Then, the heroic path revealed his demigod set, which made the reverse battle sky soul envious. In the library of the battle soul, after a long day of comprehension, Battle Sky finally advanced from a 9th tier perfect lord to a demigod. Looking at his panel attributes, Battle Sky couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Even without equipment and skills, this panel attribute suppressed all 9th tier lords. It was believed that without entering the demigod level, the attributes of a lord were non-existent, meaning that when his heroes and soldiers were gone, the lord was just a sitting duck, easily killed with a single blow. But upon entering the demigod level, these attributes were simply sky-high. Since Battle Sky has successfully become a demigod, we can almost. The heroic path nodded. 9 Chan's Soul Devourer rank, lower god attack power, 14500 defense power, 7600. Health points, 450,000 skills. Gluttonous Strike deals a powerful blow to the enemy, causing 520% damage, with a chance to stun the enemy. Big Dipper Soul Strike can deal up to 7 segments of attacks to the enemy, with the last segment causing 700% damage and a chance to stun the enemy. Star Transformation harnesses the power of the stars to reverse the forces of the universe, dealing 1000% damage to the enemy, with a chance to stun the enemy. The Celestial God descends. Lin Yi first launched an attack on the 9 Chan's Soul Devourer, throwing 2 large axes at it. One axe was thrown, hitting its body, instantly slowing the movement speed of the 9 Chan's Soul Devourer, while Lin Yi's movement speed increased by 50%. With this fast and slow difference, their speeds varied by 95%, turning Lin Yi into a figure chasing the 9 Chan's Soul Devourer with 2 large axes. The 9 Chan's Soul Devourer was momentarily stunned, as it had never seen such a fierce opponent. Generally, people would counter each other's moves, but Lin Yi played by his own rules, continuously throwing axes that smashed into the 9 Chan's Soul Devourer, sticking to it and hitting hard. The 9 Chan's Soul Devourer felt a wave of frustration. Gluttonous Strike. A hit struck Lin Yi, who was picking up an axe, causing damage and stunning him. Lin Yi cursed internally, feeling 1,000 frustrations. Not only was his skill interrupted, but he was also stunned by the Celestial God. Once a master is controlled and hit by a skill, the consequences are unimaginable. Not good, not good. Boss Wang, it's bad. At this moment, someone rushed into Eternal Night City, shouting, startling everyone. What happened? Wang Xuanfu asked. Outside, a lot of people are coming. Heroes, troops, the person said, panting but somewhat incoherent. Don't panic, take your time and speak. I saw the reverse battle Celestial Soul bringing a dark crowd quickly approaching our city gate. What? Are they here to deliver treasures again? Wang Chuanfu said. Don't talk nonsense, the Dark Knight is not here this time. At this moment, Blood Rose spoke, hitting the nail on the head. Quick, I'll contact him right now. No, he's probably in some
hidden dungeon or fighting a boss, so communication with the outside world is temporarily cut off, Blood Rose said.
What should we do? Then? Wang Chuanfu was anxious now. Where are Long Xiao and the others? Long Xiao is farming lord equipment at the border, Long
Yin said, accompanied by the Beast King and the Cold Garment Scholar.
Boom, boom, boom.
Not good, they've brought out the siege vehicles, Blood Clear Rain said.
How about we go out and negotiate with them first? At least we can buy some time while you prepare.
Inside the city, Long Yin suggested.
It has to be done this way. I'll activate the Arrow Tower, Magic Tower, Flame Dragon Tower, and the Trap Marsh. By the way, Dark Knight left behind troops below level 4, which can also be useful, Wang Chuanfu said. Then,
Xing Yu and I will notify the Elf Clan to prepare for battle, and we need to find a way to protect the Resurrection Spring.
Blood Rose said.
At this moment, everyone was busy with their own tasks. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. Reverse battle, Celestial Soul, long time no see. I hope you are well, Long Yin said as he walked out of
the city gate.
At this moment, the reverse battle Celestial Soul ordered a halt to the assault on the city wall, smiling at Dragon
Soul. Indeed, it's been a long time. You've really become more of the past. The head of Dragon Soul has come here to be someone else's advisor. How laughable.
Dragon Soul is no more. Please do not bring up the past.
Celestial Soul, don't waste time talking.
To this waste, just charge in, destroy his Lord's Hall, and Eternal Night City will be renamed.
Xiong Tu Tiandao said. At this
moment, Dragon Soul noticed Xiong Tu Tiandao. He naturally knew about him, but the current Xiong Tu Tiandao gave off an unfathomable
feeling. This is the guild leader who was scattered by the night. Hello, hello. The Beast King mocked with a smile. Time to strike. In the next moment, a blade aura flew towards the Beast King.
It hit the Beast King's camp, and all the heroes and soldiers
inside were killed.
I hope your mouth is still as sharp later.
This, well, starting to stutter before the fight even begins. Truly pathetic. Are you really going to fight to the death in this battle? Long Yin said. No. Xiong Tu Tiandao replied. It's you who will die, that's all.
Long Yin glared but was powerless.
Since you have come out, then you should stay, Xiong Tu Tiandao said. Wait. And Aijan Tianhun said, Long Yin, you and your people should beg me right now, I might let you go. And Aijan Tianhun, are you dreaming? If that's the case and you don't know what's good for you, then Tiandao, it's up to you.
Mercy cannot accomplish great things. Xiong Tu Tiandao said, brothers, it's time to avenge our shame. Let's return the humiliation
of the past double today.
Suddenly, about 100 lords from the Xiong Tu guild appeared, starting with 7th tier lords,
followed by 8th tier and 9th tier lords, leaving Long Hun and the others dumbfounded.
First, kill this group of ungrateful
people, Xiong Tu Tiandao ordered.
The lords summoned their heroes and troops in unison.
Kill. Looks like we have to fight first, the Beast King said. Then let's bite off a piece of them before we die, Long Yin said. Battle Axe Evil God, Demon Wolf Knight, Thorn Warrior,
Oompa Mantis trying to stop a chariot.
Xiong Tu Tiandao snorted coldly. Crush them underfoot.
100 heroes and over 1,000 soldiers charged towards Long Yin and the others, a tide of people surging forward.
Haha, I never expected to
one day slay the high-ranking members of the illustrious Longhun. A member of the Xiong Tu guild shouted.
Because when the Longhun
organization was renowned across the Eternal Continent, these people were like specks of dust, and today, the dust could shake the
former giants. The psychological contrast made this person ecstatic.
But a dying camel is bigger than a horse. The Beast King, relying
on the massive size of the beast race, took the fatal blow for Long Yin. The three were battered at the gate of Eternal Night City, and many players inside watched but felt very uneasy. Long Yin, as long as you three come back like dogs and kneel to me, I guarantee you won't die. And Aijan Tianhun said. Bah! The Beast King was agitated. And Aijan Tianhun shook his head and said to Xiong Tu Tiandao, just help me clean up the mess. Xiong Tu Tiandao smiled and said, glad to serve. He took out the Sky Splitter
blade, and a powerful aura burst forth.
What? When did this guy become a demigod? Long Yin exclaimed. The Beast King and Han Yi
Shu Shang were also astonished. Xiong Tu Tiandao thoroughly enjoyed the expressions on Long Yin and the others' faces at this moment. The Sky Splitter's aura burst forth, and the three bled at the gate of Eternal Night City. Brothers, smash the gate of Eternal Night
City, kill them all. Men, kill them all. Women, take them back, Xiong Tu Tiandao commanded. The battle soul members also joined
in the assault on the city walls, and the once incredibly solid walls became battered and on the verge of collapse after repeated attacks. Damn, these bastards are really as fierce as if they've taken drugs, the Beast King said as he emerged from the resurrection spring, followed by Long Yin and Han Yi Shusheng, who also revived. Fortunately, we bound the resurrection channel, otherwise we would have been done for today, Long Yin said. I hope Long Shou can come back to hold the fort, otherwise we might all be finished here today. By the way, is there still no way to contact He Yini Tian? Long Yin asked.
Everyone shook their heads, not knowing where he was.
The elder and second elder of the elf clan also rushed over, looking at the crumbling city walls, but they were powerless. I in the Star Tower. Lin Yi had been entangled with the Ninchen Soul Devourer.
After being stunned just now, he was hit 3 times in succession, and even with Lin Yi's substantial health, he was reduced to a state of anemia. Sophia, heal me. Yes. A gentle power enveloped Lin Yi, restoring 10% of his health every second. After 10 seconds, Lin Yi's health was fully restored. What, such a despicable skill? Die. The Ninchen Soul Devourer shouted angrily upon seeing Sophia's healing skill and charged at her. Sophia, be careful, Lin Yi called out. Sophia gracefully twisted her body, dodging the Ninchen Soul Devourer's attack, then countered with her staff, launching several green energy balls that struck the Ninchen Soul Devourer. The Ninchen Soul Devourer bared its teeth, filled with rage. Poseidon, you come out too, fight alongside Sophia. I will obey. A blue silhouette shot out, and Poseidon appeared, striding through the waves, holding a trident glowing with holy light, which he hurled at the Ninchen Soul Devourer. The holy trident exploded with divine punishment upon hitting the Ninchen Soul Devourer. Damn it! Who are you? The Ninchen Soul Devourer questioned, realizing that summoning such a powerful hero was beyond the capabilities of a lower deity. Son, are you scared? Lin Yi said with a smile. The Ninchen Soul Devourer, who had been chased down the street by the Lord with an axe, was now being beaten half to death by the hero he summoned. Was it true that lower deities were everywhere outside? Not good. The city wall has been breached. Long Yin said. Arrow towers, magic towers, flame dragon tower, attack fiercely. Wang Quan, Fu Gue commanded. Many heroes and soldiers surged towards the breach in the city wall, suddenly letting out screams as all defensive structures activated at that moment, unleashing a rain of arrows and magic projectiles upon the invading heroes and soldiers, momentarily slowing the enemy's advance. Where are the siege engines? Destroy those damned towers. And Zhan Tianhun shouted. The siege engines slowly advanced, attacking the defensive towers. Boom, 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 an arrow tower collapsed after just 3 hits. What? Has the war soul gone mad? The cost of these siege engines is not cheap. They must have put in a lot of effort to attack us. Long Yin remarked. Stop lamenting, they have already broken in, he added. The War Soul Organization and the Xiong Tu Guild began to destroy the facilities within the town and slaughter NPCs madly, plunging the scene into chaos. MMP, charge. Wang Quan Fu Gue could no longer stand by, leading his heroes and soldiers into battle against the enemy. Xingyu, go to the resurrection spring now. Try to keep it from being destroyed by the enemy. Blood Rose instructed, then summoned the Hill King and soldiers to attack the enemy. Following that, Long Yin and others also entered combat mode, and many members of Eternal Night City, regardless of their level, joined the battlefield, while the elder and second elder of the elf clan led their warriors to the front lines. The two sides began to clash, swords and magic flying, chaos intertwining. And Zhan Tianhun and Xiong Tu Tiandao did not join the battlefield, as their forces were sufficient to overturn Eternal Night City. They preferred to watch the enemy die one by one, struggling, fearing, and facing death. Take this axe. A blade of air appeared in the air, cleaving into the crowd. Wherever it passed, bodies fell apart. Dragon Hunt! Dragon Hunt! The crowd exclaimed. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. Dragon Hunt appeared, holding the star axe Lin Yi had given him. It seems you are not useless. If you submit now, what I said earlier still stands. And Zhan Tianhun declared. I really regret selling my life to you back then. Long Yin retorted angrily. Oh, if you think a mere dragon hunt can turn the tide, then I will disappoint you, and Zhan Tianhun said, drawing the star sword. Be careful, this guy is already a lower deity. I can't last 10 moves against him, Long Shou said to those around him. For a moment, everyone looked worried. Big Bird, we just came out. And there's already a fight. How exciting. Stinky Turtle, you're still as foul as ever. At that moment, the Osiris Dragon and the Xuanwu in the library both comprehended the path of reincarnation through the transformation technique, breaking free from the 9th tier perfection and entering the demigod rank. They burst out into the open, with the Osiris Dragon soaring in the sky, roaring and unleashing dragon breath at the invaders in Eternal Night City, burying countless heroes and soldiers in a single breath. What the hell? The Lord from the Battle Soul and the heroic map exclaimed in surprise. Such powerful strength. Ha, let me show you my might. The Osiris Dragon continued to unleash dragon breath in the sky, and due to its attributes, this breath transformed into a high damage skill. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu charged into the enemy camp, recklessly crashing into everything, and any soldier or hero struck by the Xuanwu met their end. Kill, everyone focus fire. Many lords concentrated their attacks on the Xuanwu, but little did they know that the Xuanwu shell was too tough. Many heroes and soldiers attacked for a long time without breaking through its defenses. For a moment, the 3 demigods on the side of Eternal Night City held off the attacks from Battle Soul and Heroic Map, greatly relieving the pressure on Long Yin and the others. The Heroic Map's heavenly path frowned. It was unexpected to see 3 demigods emerge at this time, but everything was still within his control. Let me show you that there is still a gap between demigods.
The heroic map's heavenly path said, swinging the sky-splitting blade towards the Xuanwu.
Let me break your damn turtle shell. With a crack, a fissure indeed appeared on the Xuanwu's shell.
Damn, this guy's attack power is so high, the Xuanwu said.
The
Xuanwu immediately retreated a few steps, cautiously watching the heroic map's heavenly path.
Be careful, he has all 6 pieces of
Lord equipment, and it's a set. Everyone be careful, Long Shou warned. There are 3 types of sets. The first type requires all 6 pieces to gain set attributes and skills, which is the least powerful. The second type activates attributes with 3 pieces, and 6 pieces can activate the attributes twice, with a chance of adding 2 skills. The last and best type activates attributes with just 2 pieces, and 6 pieces can activate the attributes 3 times, with a chance of 3 skills. Clearly, the heroic map's heavenly path set was just the first and weakest type, but even that was much stronger than the 3 whiteboard demigods before them. I'll unleash my second blade aura. I wonder if your turtle shell can withstand it, the heroic map's heavenly path said, swinging
the sky-splitting blade to gather blade aura.
The Xuanwu gritted its teeth, and suddenly, a white light emanated from its shell,
revealing a piece of armor. Reflective armor.
The blade aura struck solidly against the reflective armor, and with a whoosh, it was
forcefully reflected back.
The heroic map's heavenly path took a hit from his own attack, feeling quite frustrated.
Damn turtle, I'm going to chop you up for soup.
The Xuanwu was truly gifted. Having just advanced to demigod, it was able to comprehend a skill, which was quite impressive. In the sky, the Osiris dragon watched as a large number of lords, heroes, and soldiers continued to pour in through the breach in the city wall and immediately unleashed its own skill. Storm Tear sent a spherical storm flying into the crowd, boom, exploding, with countless wind blades shredding the incoming enemy forces.
I want you all dead. One strike to the soul.
The sky-splitting blade in the heroic map's heavenly path's hand seemed to have a soul of its own, with each attack appearing
to tear apart a person's soul. With this strike, the Xuanwu was forced to retreat repeatedly, and cracks began to appear on its hard
shell. The second strike was aimed at the Osiris dragon in the sky. This soul attack directly harmed the enemy's spirit.
The Osiris dragon was hit and began to sway in the air before plummeting down.
The dragon hunt was also unable to withstand this bizarre, soul-rending attack, demonstrating the perverse nature of this skill set. At this moment, Xiongtu Tiandao was facing 3 opponents.
Alone.
Brothers, storm the Lord's Hall. From now on, this eternal night city will be a thing of the past. The warriors of the battle. Soul and Xiongtu showed no humanity or reason. Perhaps their long-standing grievances had led to this explosive outburst.
The
constraints of reality had long since vanished in this eternal era, and the hard-built eternal night city by Lin Yi and others was
now in ruins. Where is the Nightshade? This coward is really hiding inside. After I slaughter your city, let's see if you dare to come out.
You destroyed my 100 cities before. Today, I will ruin your main city, and of course, this is just collecting some
interest.
At this moment, Xiongtu Tiandao was completely consumed by hatred, becoming a tool for killing.
The auction house was
destroyed, taverns were blown up, libraries were attacked.
Despicable, Wang Quanfu Gue led his men to charge at the enemy relentlessly. At this time, keen-eyed individuals noticed that the fallen could be resurrected. This news spread like wildfire among the battle. Soul organization in Xiongtu Guild, shocking everyone with this miraculous occurrence. Soon, both Nizhan Tianhun and Xiongtu Tiandao began to scheme in their hearts. Everyone, charge in. Perhaps we can uncover the secret of immortality. As soon as these
words were spoken, many rushed in like wild dogs, eager to find the secret of immortality, as it was too tempting.
The elven race, life sacrifice.
Under the leadership of the Great Elder and the Second Elder, the elven warriors used their forbidden techniques, sacrificing their lives to build a barrier that temporarily held off the enemy's assault.
Prepare to accept the baptism of death. Lin Yi shouted. With a whoosh, the 9 Stars Soul Devourer was killed with the cooperation of Sophia and Poseidon. Beneath the corpse lay a shining divine fragment, which Lin Yi picked up and held in his hand, as if he now possessed the heavens and the earth. Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 2nd level of the Star Tower.
Reward, 1 divine fragment, 1 random skill. Book for the Lord, and 5 evolution potions. This.
At this stage, the Lord skill book is something that can be encountered,
but not sought after.
The reason Lin Yi used all 6 Lord equipment as weapons was that the skills attached to weapons were quite
powerful and had strong offensive capabilities. With more skills, he could escape the embarrassment of being empty-handed. He was also given 5 evolution potions, which would allow both Avril and the Undead Prince to advance to the Holy Oracle level. Do you wish to enter the challenge of the next level? This next level should be a mid-tier god level boss. After advancing Avril and the Undead Prince, they should be able to put up a fight.
Without hesitation, Lin Yi confirmed, and with a whoosh, the dungeon was successfully
created again.
As Lin Yi entered the dungeon, he suddenly felt a suffocating pressure.
Is this the pressure of a mid-tier god? Lin Yi thought to himself. Lord, it's bad.
I sense the life force of my kin is continuously fading, Sophia said anxiously.
Dragon.
Hunt is already a demigod, he should be able to protect everyone.
How could this happen?
Lin Yi replied, puzzled.
After saying this,
Lin Yi hurriedly opened the communication system to ask Wang Quanfu Gue and others about the situation, but he found that the communication system seemed to be blocked in this dungeon. Lin Yi tried multiple times to leave the dungeon but discovered he could not exit voluntarily. He could either successfully clear this level and choose to exit during the system inquiry phase or be killed
by the boss here and leave the dungeon. Damn it, could it be that Nijan Tianhun was still unwilling to give up and was looking for trouble in Eternal Night City? This guy is really tenacious.
When you encounter me, don't get distracted, oh, Lord, a seductive female voice said. Hearing this voice, Lin Yi's first feeling was that all the bones in his body had turned to mush, leaving him utterly
powerless. What an incredible charm.
The next moment, a scantily clad blonde succubus appeared before Lin Yi, complete with a pair of cat ears that had yet to fade and a tantalizing cat tail swaying behind her. She gazed at Lin Yi seductively while licking her delicate white hands, her soft panting echoing in Lin Yi's ears. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Lin Yi's left shoulder,
revealing 3 bloody scratches. Soul Reaper Cat Servant Charm Level, Intermediate Deity Attack Power, 18,900 Defense Power, 8,800.
Health points, 600,000 skills. Shadow Instant Kill, deals a fatal blow to enemies, inflicting 800% damage and causing a tearing effect.
Charm of All Beings, launches a sonic attack on enemies. This skill cannot be blocked, putting enemies into a charm state, reducing all attributes by 50% and impairing reaction time. Shadow Dance, a ghostly assassination that allows enemies to perish beneath
its dance, capable of executing 6 consecutive strikes, dealing up to 1,200% damage. Just now, Lin Yi was hit by Shadow Instant Kill. The wound on his left shoulder should have healed, but it was instead worsening. Tearing effect, every 10 seconds, inflicts 10%
of attack power as damage, lasting for 1 minute. This monthly visitor effect is truly disgusting.
Moreover, the damage from Shadow Instant Kill reaches a staggering 800%, draining Lin Yi's health by thousands, combined with Charm of All Beings, making this
Soul Reaper Cat Servant a deadly beauty, capable of leading one to die in a gentle embrace. Once again, Lin Yi fell under the charm,
this time affecting Poseidon as well, while Sophia was only slightly impacted. It seemed that Charm of All Beings treated genders
differently. Shadow Instant Kill.
A single strike on Poseidon dealt over 40,000 damage, nearly a quarter of his health, followed by a minute of tearing effect, which would drain Poseidon of thousands of health points. Poseidon's total health was only 150,000. How
could he withstand such output?
Indeed, this intermediate deity was not to be trifled with.
Oh, I didn't expect there to be elves in Eternal Night City, Xiongtu Tiandao remarked.
At this moment, the army was isolated outside by a life barrier.
I'll go fetch
the troops left by Knight's Veil to hold them off for a while, Wang Quanfu Gue said, pulling out the command flag Lin Yi had left
him. We can only hope for a miracle. Death Knight skeletons, rise. Wang Quanfu Gue waved the command flag, and a massive wave
of Death Knight skeletons surged forth, leaving everyone present in awe. The sheer number of these skeletons was unprecedentedly shocking. Longsho stroked his chin, thinking that this large batch of Death Knight skeletons could probably drown the Dragon Soul.
The
War Soul and Xiong-2 guild members were also stunned. With such numbers, it could be said that many ants could kill an elephant.
Elves, conserve your vitality. Remove the life barrier and let the skeleton army trample them. Wang Quanfu Gue commanded with a
flourish of the flag, feeling a surge of heroism.
He then continued to summon the troops left by Lin Yi. Divine Punishment Archers. Shoot all invaders outside Eternal Night City. Yes.
With ultra-long-range shooting, arrows rained down towards the city outskirts, showcasing the combat capabilities of this second-tier troop, astonishing everyone.
Is this the second-tier troop eliminated by
Knight's Veil? The Beast King asked, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, relieved that this kid hadn't gone all out against
him. What kind of divine troops are these?
Such long-range attacks,
they could make anyone pregnant. Vampire Count. Royal Griffin. All of you, charge.
At this moment, Wang Quanfu Gue summoned all the troops in one go. The Vampire Count appeared and disappeared, harassing the local army's advance, while the Royal Griffins attacked the enemy from the sky, looking down from above.
Damn, if I had these troops, I would be over the moon. The enemy was now bogged down by the troops summoned by Wang Chuanfu, unable to move an inch. The pressure on Eternal Night City suddenly eased. Wang Chuanfu, your wave of 13 troops is indeed impressive. Boss Wang, you are truly amazing. I'll always be behind you, waving the flag and shouting 666. Old Wang, this wave is like a divine intervention from the heavens, truly a god among men. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I've heard too many compliments, I'm afraid I might get proud, Wang Chuanfu said with a smile. If the enemy knew these were all troops eliminated by the Night of Darkness, they would probably collapse.
Send out your high-level troops, stop playing the game of eagle catching chicks, Xiong-tu Tiandao ordered.
At
this moment, the lords of Xiong-tu summoned troops above level 8, and with one skill, wiped out a large batch of death skeletons. while the arrows of the divine punishment archers struck them like a scraping treatment. The level 8 troops raised their hands and sent the royal griffins and the vampire count flying, instantly reversing the tide. Wang Chuanfu's expression turned serious. Plague zombies, go! Wang Chuanfu shouted. The plague zombies quickly ran towards the local camp. Boom! The moment they entered the local camp, they self-destructed. At this moment, explosions were everywhere, self-destruct, 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 and green. Toxic mist floated above the battlefield. WTF? Xiong Tu Tiandao said, Reversal Warsoul, it's your turn to show your skills. Sure, Reversal Warsoul said, holding the star sword. In an instant, star extinction. This move was aimed directly at Wang Chuanfu, piercing through the toxic mist and slaying all the soldiers in front, blood bursting in the air. Watch out, Wang Chuanfu. Blood. Rose shouted. Be careful, old Wang. Boss Wang. Everyone shouted, but this move was simply too fast, hardly anyone could react in time. At that moment, Xuanwu transformed into a shield blocking in front of Wang Chuanfu, and released the skill, Reflective Armor. The next moment, Xuanwu's shell shattered completely, collapsing to the ground barely alive. In an instant, the battlefield's situation was reversed again due to a skill from Reversal Warsoul. Boom! Another section of the city wall collapsed, revealing two gaps, both of which began to be flooded with enemies. I wonder what other tricks they have up their sleeves, Reversal Warsoul said. I really look forward to the struggles of the ants, Xiong Tu Tiandao said. Everyone, get ready to fight to the death. Longshou said, pulling out the star battle axe, preparing to enter the fray. Blood Rose had already summoned the epic hero, King of the Hills, while Blood Clear Rain was also on high alert, with the Beast King and Cold Garb Scholar looking as if they were ready to face death. In the sky, Osiris's dragon also released its Dragon Clan's majesty. The elder and second elder of the Elf Clan watched the battlefield, hoping to preserve a spark of life for the Elf Clan with their own lives. Poseidon. Lin Yi shouted. You should worry about yourself. Oh ho ho ho! At this moment, Lin Yi, under the influence of charm, had attributes even lower than a demigod. Shadow instant kill. The soul capturer cat maid danced with dreamy steps, her explosive figure blooming seductively in the darkness, each step carrying a killing intent, each twist of her body like the sigh of death. Lin Yi was hit by all the skills of the soul capturer cat maid, blood flowers flying in the air, and at this moment, Lin Ye's health bar was completely emptied. Lin Ye's mouth curled up. That's right, he had intentionally let the soul capturer cat maid kill him because, ding, you have died. A cold voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Ding, the effect of the Outer Domain Reincarnation Book is activated. Do you wish to enter the Resurrection Spring for revival? Confirm. Lin Yi decisively clicked confirm, usually seeing those people so fond of entering the Resurrection Spring to come back to life. This time it was his turn to step into the Resurrection Spring and see if the resurrection was really as enticing as imagined. The Resurrection Spring lit up. At that moment, someone with sharp eyes shouted, who would enter the Resurrection Spring at this time? Lin Yi stepped into the Resurrection Spring, surrounded by the graceful sea butterfly empresses, each one circling around him, continuously spitting out the Resurrection Spring water towards him. The spring water carried a faint fragrance, making Lin Yi feel refreshed. Damn, no wonder this group of beasts seems to have fallen in love with resurrection. There are so many secrets here, Lin Yi thought, but he couldn't resist the allure before him. Next came the 5th-tier soldier, the Holy Song Water Princess, sitting cross-legged in front of Lin Yi, singing a soothing song. After this, Lin Yi really didn't want to leave the Resurrection Spring. Unexpectedly, this terrifying death had turned into a gentle haven, perhaps because the sea god tribes' soldiers were just too charming. Wow, who the hell has been in the Resurrection Spring for so long? Yeah, I usually only stay in for 5 minutes, and it's already been 10 minutes. This guy still hasn't come out. He can't be sleeping in there, can he? Damn it, at this critical moment, he still knows how to enjoy himself. Let me go see who that brat is, Long Yin said. I'll go take a look too. What are you doing? This is my first resurrection. I don't need you all to help me, Lin Yi said as he walked out of the Resurrection Spring. Damn, you little brat have been in there for over 10 minutes. You really know how to enjoy. You guys, don't let me catch you frequently resurrecting, Lin Yi said. At this moment, many people fell silent. What's going on? Lin Yi said, then saw his hard-earned Eternal Night City now in ruins, engulfed in flames of war. After Wang Quan Fugui explained the ins and outs of the situation to Lin Yi, he could see the fury erupting in Lin Yi's eyes. Looking at the barely alive Xuanwu beside him, Lin Yi felt a pang in his heart. Lin Yi took out the Outer Realm Reincarnation Book, wrote down the names of Xuanwu and Osiris's dragon, then took out the flames of war and severed Xuanwu's anger. Ding, Xuanwu has resurrected from the Resurrection Spring. Ha, this is truly amazing, Xuanwu said. In the distance, the reverse battle Heavenly Soul saw the lively Xuanwu and felt quite puzzled. The night is vast, the reverse battle Heavenly Soul said, he has returned. At this moment, the heroic path tightened his Grip on the sky-splitting blade. Enemies meeting each other are always particularly hostile. Lin Yi took out the sorrow of Tristea, stirring the elements in the surrounding air, aiming directly at the enemies outside the city.
Do you want to duel or have a
group fight? Lin Yi leaped onto Osiris's dragon, looking down at the enemies from the sky.
I say, how come this moving ATM is still haunting me?
This time, you have no enticing chips. I'll take your life,
Lin Yi said coldly. This time, I want you to spit out
everything you swallowed before. The reverse battle Heavenly Soul said.
If it's just you, a lower tier god, then you might want to think about redeeming your chips in advance. You infuriate me.
Then what about me? The heroic path slowly stepped forward and said,
heroic path.
This time, it was Lin Yi who was surprised. This guy had been silent for so long, and now he appeared as a demigod. It seemed there must be opportunities involved, and what's more, he was fully equipped with 6 pieces, and it was a set. This was
indeed impressive. After Lin Yi looked at it, he was also slightly taken aback. If your reliance is only this, you might be disappointed.
A single strike to the soul. Be careful, this is his set skill, capable of attacking the soul, Longsho said.
Trivial.
Skills. Level suppression. Lin Yi was a magical martial arts hybrid. This mental attack was just a minor issue for him.
What? Why?
Did it have no effect? The heroic path exclaimed in surprise. Leave that question for the king of hell.
Heavenly Soul, help me. Xiong Tu Tiandao shouted loudly. He can't even protect himself, how can he help you? Lin Yi replied. At that moment, Sophia and
Poseidon had already engaged in battle with the Heavenly Soul of Reversal, and the two heroes together were not at all inferior to the current Heavenly Soul of Reversal. Night covers the sky.
Your father is here. Put. Xiong Tu Tiandao spat out a mouthful of
old blood. Lord Longxi, save me. At this moment, Xiong Tu Tiandao shouted towards the sky.
What a waste, can't
even handle this little thing, truly embarrassing. If it weren't for Lord Xia asking me to help you, I wouldn't bother intervening.
In the duel of the week,
a harsh voice echoed from the sky. In my life, I've heard the mature voice of Blood Rose, the lowly voice of Blood Clear Rain, and seen Lin Zhengying fighting zombies, but damn, this noise today is really ear-piercing, Lin Yi said.
He.
Those who often seek to win arguments tend to die early.
Is that so? You aren't talking about yourself, are you? Yellow-haired brat.
A massive snake tail came crashing towards Lin Yi from the sky.
Ayatotha's war spear. The supreme ring transformed into Ayatotha's
war spear, striking fiercely at the incoming snake tail.
A scream echoed in the air, and then a creature with a dragon's head and a serpent's body appeared.
Starry Dragon Serpent, mid-tier deity, attack power, 18500 defense power, 9000 life force, 620000. Talent, space tier, capable of tearing through space for spatial traversal.
Skills, Divine Dragon Tail Strike uses an incredibly
hard tail to strike enemies, possessing immense power, dealing 320% damage to enemies, with a chance to inflict a binding effect. Toxic Torrent sprays a special venom, dealing 200% toxic damage to enemies, and causing 10% of attack power as poison damage per
second for 10 seconds.
Divine Dragon Strike temporarily gains the power of the Divine Dragon, transforming into a complete dragon, doubling the damage of the previous 2 skills.
Duration, 1 minute.
Royalty and wealth, blood color, dragon hunt. You two hold the 2 gaps in the city wall and prevent the enemy from invading on a large scale.
Yes,
brother-in-law, there are 2 roles here. Do you call her sister or younger sister, or do you prefer the mature voice or the lowly voice? Blood Clear Rain teased.
Lin Yi was
speechless, truly having no way to deal with the little girl.
You all go ahead, alright. Getting distracted during battle is
deadly, you know, the Starry Dragon Serpent said, having activated Divine Dragon Strike, its entire body now a true dragon, exuding
the majesty of a dragon. Divine Dragon Tail Strike.
This strike hit Lin Yi, and due to the effect of Divine Dragon Strike, it dealt 640% damage to Lin Yi, triggering the binding effect, causing Lin Yi to temporarily lose the ability to act.
After this hit, Lin
Yi suffered nearly 10,000 points of damage. Then, it unleashed Toxic Torrent on the immobile Lin Yi, dealing 20% of attack power as
poison damage per second for 20 seconds. This poison damage continued to drain over 60,000 points of damage from him. Fortunately,
Lin Yi's health was relatively high, able to withstand the torment of a supermenstrual cycle, otherwise he would have surely been
anemic.
After taking a beating, Lin Yi took out the Warfire and began to retaliate against the Starry Dragon Serpent.
War God. Bloodline.
Upon activation, it triggered the War God Bloodline, doubling all War God skill effects.
Twilight of the Gods. With this skill, Lin Yi entered a berserk mode.
Twilight of the Gods puts the protagonist into a rampage mode, granting immunity to control skills for 6 seconds and converting 50% of the damage taken by enemies into his own health.
Divine Descendant. He can throw the axe
in his hand to deal 320% physical damage to enemies, and if he picks up the axe, he can throw it again, slowing enemies by 45% while Increasing his own movement speed by 50%, with 3 skills activated simultaneously, Lin Yi charged at the starry dragon serpent with a fierce assault. The axe struck the starry dragon serpent, creating a series of loud bangs, making Lin Yi feel increasingly comfortable with throwing the axe, and his speed in picking it up was also accelerating. The starry dragon serpent launched a fierce counterattack. But at this moment, Lin Yi's healing ability was too formidable. The damage it dealt was less than the amount he healed, which made the starry dragon serpent hesitant, and it attempted to flee to call for reinforcements. However, it was constantly slowed down while Lin Yi kept speeding up, leaving it only to endure the beating. Xiong Tu Tiandao watched as the starry dragon serpent was pinned down by Lin Yi, suddenly feeling a chill all over. Meanwhile, on the other side, the reverse battle Heavenly Soul, this so-called lower deity, was entangled by Lin Yi's 2 heroes, and the battle situation was quite unclear. He suddenly doubted whether the deity on his side was real or fake. As the nobles and others led top experts to intercept those rushing into Eternal Night City, Long Shou and Xian Wu emerged, immediately sealing the breaches in the city walls. The elder and second elder of the elf clan led out. Alongside, the scales of victory began to tilt in their favor. Tristaeus Sorrow. Elemental Chaos. Lin Yi hurled Tristaeus Sorrow weapon skill at the starry dragon bird, dealing 40% magical damage to it under the enhancement of the war god bloodline, a blow powerful enough to devastate the world. This cross-dire battle accumulated a lot of combat experience for Lin Yi, which was also an important path for advancement. Beneath the corpse lay a divine fragment, which Lin Yi collected. Among the loot were a piece of starry battle armor and a pair of starry leggings, both of semi-divine tier, which Lin Yi tossed to Long Shou. Long Shou was overjoyed, because, although starry equipment was common among lords, it was considered mid-tier among semi-divine sets, as collecting 3 pieces granted set effects. Starry set 3/3 effect, attack power plus 2000, defense power plus 1000, health plus 3000, strength plus 50, set skill. Displace time and space, possesses the power to distort time and space, dealing 200% spatial damage to enemies. Starry sets 6 out of 6. Effect, attack power plus 3000, defense power plus 1500, health plus 5000, strength plus 100, set skill, space tier, grants 1 ability to tear through space and perform spatial jumps. Cooldown, 24 hours. At this moment, under Lin Yi's generosity, Long Shou gathered 3 pieces of the set, causing a sudden surge in attributes. Let me try displace time and space. Many invaders suddenly felt confused, as they realized their bodies and heads were in different spaces. Blood splattered everywhere. I've blown the evening breeze. You've blown, does that mean we are embracing? But like waking from a dream, both hands are empty, and the heart is empty. Long Shou happily sang, this is really refreshing. Those who kill my son shall die. A massive crack suddenly appeared in the clouds above, and the next moment, the clouds were forcefully torn apart by a pair of giant hands, revealing a super large starry dragon bird. Is this the starry dragon bird king? Long Shou asked. What a huge bird! Wang Quanguo exclaimed. At this moment, blood-colored Clear Rain spoke up again, old Wang next door, your words are so profound. This little girl's thoughts were truly avant-garde. The enraged starry dragon bird only uttered one word, silence. In an instant, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Tell me, who is the murderer of my son? The starry dragon bird asked the reverse battle Heavenly Soul. It's him, the reverse battle. Heavenly Soul pointed at Lin Yi. The starry dragon bird turned to Lin Yi and said, is it you who killed my child? I've killed plenty of mixed feather birds, how would I know which one is your bastard? Lin Yi replied, feeling no need to be polite with these otherworldly fiends. Good, very good. The starry dragon bird repeated the word good 4 times, clearly furious. I want you and all the forces behind you to accompany you to the grave. After saying this, the starry dragon bird unleashed its overwhelming pressure. What, it's actually a lord god? Lin Yi exclaimed. This lord god was a being above the upper gods, akin to the ruler of all living beings, wielding the power of life and death. Lin Yi retracted his dismissive attitude, his expression serious. Lord Yu, it's him, he killed your child. The reversal war soul pointed at Lin Yi, his expression leaving no room for doubt. What? He is actually you. At that moment, Xuan Wu whispered. Do you know who he is? Lin Yi asked. I have spent years in the ravines of the border, and occasionally, members of the Starry Clan tear open space tunnels to enter our domain. The Starry Clan is divided into 3 major races, the Starry Dragon Bird, the Starry Dragon Turtle, and the Starry Dragon Serpent, with their respective leaders, being Yu, Shou, and Xia. Xuan Wu explained. So, that means there are at least 3 Lord Gods among those outer demons? You could say that. Everyone gasped in shock. It seems we have to go all out today. Lin Yi's expression darkened. This was the first time he felt that suffocating pressure since his rebirth. You all go accompany my child to the grave. With a wave of Yu's hand, large buildings in Eternal Night City collapsed with a thunderous crash, the shattered structures hurtling towards the crowd. A broken barack was struck by this immense force and crashed onto Long Yin, instantly knocking him unconscious, while the Eternal Night City that Lin Yi and the others had painstakingly built was reduced to ruins under Yu's might. Lin Yi watched this scene, his eyes filled with tears of blood, clenching his fists. This battle was for everything. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi distributed the evolution potions he obtained from the Starry Tower to Avril and Rodhart. With a whoosh, 2 beams of golden light shot into the sky. Moonlit Night. Windbreaker Avril, Holy Edict. Roll, Ranged Damage Dealer, Starry Sleep Dark Night King Rodhart, Holy Edict, Roll, Warrior. What? Everyone present, regardless of friend or foe, exclaimed in surprise. It was rare to see an epic hero, and today they witnessed 2 even rarer Holy Edict heroes at once. How could anyone remain calm? Holy Incarnation Green Light Edict, Sophia, come forth. Divine Demon Incarnation Azure Heart Poseidon, come forth. Lin Yi then summoned 2 more Holy Edict heroes, and the display was simply too impressive. Standing aside, Xiong Tu Tiandao and Reversal Warsoul watched the scene, feeling like lemons, their hearts sour. But then they thought that this luxurious lineup would soon turn to ashes, and their hearts felt a bit better. Interesting, you said, looking at the 4 Holy Edict heroes. Since we're going all out, I won't hold back. Come forth, iron-blooded judge. With a swish, 100 iron-blooded judges appeared before everyone. Damn, are these 100 bosses? The Beast King exclaimed, while others looked at Lin Yi with strange eyes. If these 100 were indeed bosses, Lin Yi could practically walk through the entire world unchallenged. No, these should be troops. Bosses can't all be the same. Long Shou said. Could they be divine tier troops? The Beast King wondered. Exactly, they are lower divine troops. Han Yi Shushing declared firmly. The attributes of these troops are almost on par with bosses. Since they were going to fight, Lin Yi was betting everything he had. I can destroy you with a wave of my hand, you said, looking at Lin Yi. Then go ahead and try. You transformed from the massive starry dragon bird into a human form, then reached out a hand into the air, and Lin Yi felt as if he had been struck by a mysterious force. Lin Yi remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. You can't escape. The space here has already been sealed by me. I will trample you all to death. Since we can't escape, then let's fight head on. Sophia, grant everyone the light of hope. Swish, a gentle light shone down on Lin Yi and our heroes, causing their attack, defense, and health attributes to surge by 20%. Poseidon, Rodhart, let's go meet this so-called Supreme God. Avril, provide fire support from the back. Lin Yi transformed the Supreme Ring into Ayatoth and charged forward. With the heroes, Holy Light Trident, Shadow Slash of the Night, Trivial Skills, Time-Space Displacement. With a casual wave of his hand, you caused Poseidon and Rodhart's skills to misalign, making the 2 skills collide with each other. Boom! As the 2 skills violently clashed, a powerful wave of energy spread outwards, causing many weak lords to be killed instantly. Avril, Annihilation, Arrow. Lin Yi commanded. Avril drew her bowstring taut, an arrow imbued with immense energy struck the bow, and she released her fingers, sending the annihilation arrow flying towards Yu's forehead. This girl really knows how to shoot a good arrow. Yu seemed unfazed by the attack, merely waving his hand, causing the arrow to veer off its original path. The annihilation arrow struck the nearby mountains, instantly shattering them, showcasing the arrow's power. You've performed well enough. It's time to send you back home, Yu said to Lin Yi. God of War's power. Rampage across the world. At this moment, Lin Yi resembled a god of war, charging towards the enemy. A flicker of wariness flashed in Yu's eyes. He seemed to catch a glimpse of that figure, but it was just a fleeting shadow. It's over. You all go down and accompany my son, become his servants. Star Fury. Waves of stellar power transformed into tangible force, indiscriminately attacking everyone within Eternal Night City, causing countless low-tier lords to be obliterated. Under the Star Fury. Under the Supreme God, all our ants, you shall be annihilated. Blood judges, all of you, hold him down. Lin Yi commanded. 100 blood judges, unafraid of death, charged at you. 100 lower-tier divine troops attacked you, followed by a powerful energy beam shooting towards the blood judges, who fell like skewered meat, dying in a straight line. Everyone, charge together. At this moment, Wang Quanfu Gui said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Although we can't be born on the same day, at least we can die together. Who wants to die together with you? I want to die together with my brother-in-law. In this critical moment, the little girl still didn't forget to tease Lin Yi. Lin Yi's mind was racing, thinking about what items he had that could help him escape this predicament, but the Supreme God was too powerful, far beyond everyone's comprehension. Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness and despair. If only he could develop for a little longer, just a little longer, this crisis would surely be resolved. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. Are you in despair? You saw the despair in Lin Yi's eyes and burst into laughter. Is this the end? Lin Yi questioned himself. Look, that place can revive lords. At this moment, someone in the Battle Soul discovered this and relayed the news to the Reverse Battle Heavenly Soul. The Reverse Battle Heavenly Soul suddenly realized why the lords who had died in battle earlier, reappeared before him, and why the lords of Eternal Night City were fearless. It turned out they could be revived. This news was undoubtedly explosive, and in an instant the members of the Xiong-Tu Guild also learned of it. While feeling astonished, the leaders of Battle Soul and Xiong-Tu began to plot in their hearts to in fact, you also witnessed their resurrection. With his extensive experience, he immediately recognized that this was the reincarnation thin film unique to their outer domain. The outer domain was formidable because it had many such places that could revive them, so they did not have to worry about life and death. However, once they stepped out of the outer domain, they were no longer part of its reincarnation cycle, making the outer domain demons who died in the inner domain feel quite frustrated. You all hurry and destroy that resurrection site, you said to the reverse battle soul. This or that. Yu's words were indisputable. The reverse battle soul led his people towards the resurrection spring. You won't get away with this. Lin Yi, battered and bruised, turned and charged at the reverse battle soul and his group. You should worry about yourself, Aunt. You slapped Lin Yi again, sending him flying. In the next moment, Lin Yi summoned Sophia, who had died several times before. Sophia, heal me quickly. A gentle power spread throughout Lin Yi's body, restoring his health once more. Annoying wench. You transformed back into the massive star dragon bird and charged at Sophia, his sharp claws reaching for her. The fallen queen's scepter fell to the ground, and in the next moment you crushed it into powder. Star lock. You bound Sophia's hands and hung her in midair. Beneath her tattered clothing, blood streaks contrasted sharply with her delicate fair skin, a sight that pained Lin Yi's heart. Sophia's loyalty to Lin Yi was 100%. In this battle, she had already died no less than 5 times, yet her loyalty remained unwavering. Sophia! Lin Yi shouted at Sophia, who was suspended in the air. Let her go! Lin Yi yelled at you. Beg me, kneel down and beg me. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might let her go? You said with a smile. My lord, don't! Sophia shouted as she saw Lin Yi about to kneel. Ha, kneel. Nightfall. Don't kneel. Long Sha said. Long Sha. Don't get distracted. We can't let the resurrection spring be destroyed, or we'll all die, Longin said. Queen. At that moment, the elder and second elder of the elf clan, their eyes bloodshot, charged at you. Such pure life force. You said, looking at the elf elders, and in the next moment he opened his massive mouth and swallowed the 2 elders whole. No! Sophia screamed hysterically. Elder. Second elder. You glanced at Sophia and said, it's a pity to kill such a little girl like you. If you can make me happy, then it wouldn't be a waste. Just kill me. Sophia shouted. Kill you? I can't bear to do that right now. Lin Yi looked at you, his eyes filled with tears of blood, still desperately seeking a way to break the enemy in his mind. That's it. The divine energy. Crystal core. This was what he had obtained after defeating the first divine-level monster in the secret realm. Yes, the magic crystal cannon. In the next moment, Lin Yi took out the magic crystal cannon, inserted the divine energy crystal core, and immense energy began to fill the cannon. Aim, fire. In that instant, you sensed danger and immediately tore open a rift in space, slipping into it. This shot was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Energy fluctuations erupted in the space where you had been, and he let out a muffled groan, feeling a sweetness in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. After this shot, cracks began to appear on the magic crystal cannon. Crack, crack, the magic crystal cannon shattered. This strike had exceeded the carrying capacity of the magic crystal cannon. Lin Yi was fortunate. If this shot had not been fired and the cannon had shattered, Lin Yi would have been the first to die. Human, I admit, you are the most tenacious and fiercely resistant I have ever seen, so I want to see just how intense your reaction can be. At that moment, you emerged from the space once again and said, with a tearing sound. He ripped the clothing of Sophia hanging in the air, leaving her only in her intimate garments, while the rest of her skin was exposed to the air. I will make sure you die a miserable death. Lin Yi took out the battle fire, activating the descent of the celestial and the twilight of the supreme god, entering mad dog mode, and he no longer cared about much. After entering the eternal continent, he did not regard the heroes under his command as cold, hard data, but as his companions. With the arrival of the eternal era, he treated these heroes as if they were his own family. Therefore, the dragon's reverse scale, touch it and die. No matter if you are human or god, those who touch my reverse scale shall be punished even from afar. Lin Yi picked up the axe and charged at you, picking up the axe to continue his assault. Mad dog, you said at this moment. Although Lin Yi's attacks could not inflict substantial harm on him, this intensity made him feel displeased. Star lock. In the next moment, Lin Yi was firmly locked in place. Mad dog, be quiet and enjoy the scene that I, the god, have bestowed upon you, you said with a smile. Sophia twisted her body in mid-air, trying to break free from the ropes, but unfortunately this only provoked Yu's beastly nature further. My son is dead, so I can only have you repay me, Kikek, you said. Suddenly, Lin Yi's supreme ring emitted a scorching heat, causing his blood to begin to boil.
This is Huaxia, and you foreign evil spirits cannot run rampant here.
A voice boomed like thunder, causing pain in the
ears. Yu stopped his actions and looked around, saying, "Who is here messing around? My name is Bai Changsheng." An old man in
plain clothes appeared, breaking through the air, with white hair and eyebrows, dressed entirely in white, untainted by dust.
Bai
Changsheng pointed to the sky, and the chains binding Sophia and Lin Yi in midair automatically loosened, causing both to fall.
In
the next moment, a white dragon caught them, allowing them to sit on its back.
"If you do not leave within 3 seconds, you will remain here forever," Bai Changsheng said to Yu.
You seemed to want to say something, but he swallowed it back.
The next
moment, he glared fiercely at Lin Yi, then tore open a rift in space and returned to the outer realm.
"All lords of the Battle Soul Organization in the Xiong-Tu Guild must be exterminated," Lin Yi declared in his capacity as the City Lord. Ding the first task of
the City Lord of Eternal Night City: kill the lords of the Battle Soul Organization and the Xiong-Tu Guild on the battlefield.
Killing one grants 10 honor points, killing their heroes grants 5 points, and killing their soldiers grants 1 point.
Points can be exchanged
for items, resources, official positions, etc. Brothers, kill. It's time to earn points.
At this moment, Wang Quanfu Gue shouted
loudly while raising his weapon.
The lords of Eternal Night City began to team up to score points, and the screams of the lords of
the Battle Soul Organization and the Xiong-Tu Guild echoed continuously.
Although this internal strife consumed Huaxia's strength,
everyone understood the principle that a single rat dropping can spoil a pot of porridge.
If there are constant traitors during future
defenses against external enemies, the day of Huaxia's demise will not be far off. I withdraw from the Battle Soul Organization. Please spare me.
I will give you all my resources to rebuild Eternal Night City. Please be merciful.
I also withdraw from the
Xiong-Tu Guild. Spare my life.
Yeah,
treat us like a fart and let us go. On the battlefield, cries for mercy were everywhere. While only a few places were still engaged in combat, it could be seen that Long Shou and others were fighting against the reverse Battle Celestial Soul, while Wang Quanfu Gue and others were battling with the Xuanwu, Osiris Dragon, and the Xiong-Tu Tiandao. Lin Yi held the shivering Sophia in his arms, looking at Bai Changsheng before him.
"After the war, I will talk to you," Bai
Changsheng said, stroking his white beard with a smile.
"Go back and rest well."
Lin Yi whispered in Sophia's ear, but he was puzzled
as to why only Sophia's loyalty remained at 100%, not decreasing with death. Sophia glanced at Lin Yi and nodded before returning to the hero pool.
At this moment, Lin Yi took out a weapon that was quite fitting for the occasion, Tristaea's Sorrow, and he felt an
overwhelming sadness. Annihilation Thunder. Lin Yi summoned the Thunder Domain, launching a lightning attack on a large group of enemies. "Everyone must die," Lin Yi said in a hoarse voice.
The lords of Eternal Night City awaited Lin Yi's command, mercilessly slaying those who surrendered or withdrew from the organization, and soon cries of despair filled the air.
Blood-stained Eternal Night City,
which accepted the baptism of blood. After Tristaea's Sorrow and the thunder, a torrential rain began to pour, washing away the
sins.
The elven race lost 2 elders forever, and a wave of grief swept through them, but compared to the annihilation of their race, the deaths of the 2 elders were a small mercy.
Many lords of Eternal Night City transformed from rookies into Asuras emerging
from a sea of corpses and blood. This battle was truly too bloody.
The ruins of Eternal Night City faintly recorded the brutality of
the war. This was another significant event following the Eternal Era, known as the Eternal Night War.
The great battle lasted 3
days and nights, resulting in the destruction of the Soul War Organization and the downfall of the Heroic Guild.
Thus, Lin Yi renamed
the Night Dragon Scale Organization to the Eternal Night Guild, marking the end of the great battle with Eternal Night City. Lin Yi issued a recruitment order for the guild to bring in fresh blood. Hearing that Eternal Night City had formed its own cycle, lords from Huaxia scrambled to join the Eternal Night Guild, hoping to stand out within the guild and have the chance to inscribe
their names in the cycle book.
After the war, Lin Yi, as the city lord, appointed Long Shou as the head of the 5 Tigers of Eternal Night, with the other 4 being Wang Quanfu Gue, King of Beasts, Cold Garb Scholar, and Blood Rose. Long Yin was appointed as the military of Eternal Night, while Xuanwu and Osiris the Dragon were designated as the divine beasts of Eternal Night. All attributes of these 6 individuals and 2 beasts increased by 10%. Lin Yi, as the city lord of Eternal Night, had his attributes increased
by 20%.
In the end, the reverse battle soul perished, revealing the divine rank and the equipment Star Sword, while the Heroic Guild
narrowly escaped from Eternal Night City, their whereabouts unknown.
Bai Changsheng had been watching all of this unfold.
"Now,
if you have any questions, just ask," Bai Changsheng said, still stroking his grizzled beard as he spoke to Lin Yi.
"Were you here from the very beginning of the war?" "Yes." "Then why didn't you intervene?" "Because it's all cause and effect." "Was the Eternal Era your doing?" "We don't have that kind of power." "Then, who exactly are you?" "Who are we?" "It's been so long that even we have forgotten who we are." "Is there a master above the main god?" "Little one, that's something you need to explore for yourself." "Forget it, I don't want to ask anymore," Lin Yi said. Bai Changxing smiled and said, I can only tell you that the main god cannot disrupt the normal order. If it weren't for you breaking the rules, I wouldn't have appeared either. All the secrets here need to be explored by you, and the premise of exploration is to make yourself stronger. Lastly, I'll give you a little tip. You has a vengeful nature, so you don't have much time left. The next time could be another catastrophe. With that, Bai Changxing stroked his grizzled beard and vanished from Lin Ye's sight. What a strange old man, telling me to ask questions and then saying he doesn't know anything. A Chu who's talking bad about me. In the time-space passage, Bai Changxing rubbed his nose and said, City Lord, many lords have recently settled in our Eternal Night City, and many want to join the Eternal Night Guild. I've already drafted the regulations for joining the guild in the city. Please take a look, Long Yin said. Ah, Long Yin, you're really too formal, making it all so official. Just be a bit more casual, Lin Yi said with a smile. Alright, these people are just coveting our resurrection spring. After all, let's do this. The Eternal Night City will be completely open, but those entering the city will need to pay resources. And joining the Eternal Night Guild will require a strict examination, Lin Yi continued. That sounds great. It not only solves the resource problem of Eternal Night City but also addresses our development issues. Not bad, brother-in-law. Why not give me an official position? My sister is one of the 5 tigers of Eternal Night. If you add me, we can call it the 6 tigers of Eternal Night, blood-colored Clear Rain said. You're more like a mother tiger. Wang Quan Fugue happened to overhear blood-colored Clear Rain's words as he walked by, and he just casually remarked. This offhand comment brought him a disaster of bloodshed. After the war, everyone began to explore and treasure hunt again, and many players stepped into the shackles of the 9th-tier lords, with the library becoming the busiest place in Eternal Night City. At this moment, Lin Yi was most focused on enhancing his strength because, during his battle with you, he felt his own powerlessness and weakness, so he had to become strong. Wang Quan Fugue, the blood-colored sisters, and Long Yin had all entered the demigod stage early, and on this day, with golden light overflowing in the library, several groups of people successfully reincarnated into the demigod stage. The gap in the walls of Eternal Night City had been repaired, and Lin Yi spent a fortune restoring all the buildings that had been destroyed during the war. Now, Eternal Night City had dozens of times more popularity than before. The lords who advanced to demigod formed teams to head to the borders of Huaxia to search for foreign evil spirits, hoping to encounter 1 or 2 by chance, as at this time, the lords who advanced to demigod only knew that to obtain lord equipment, they had to kill foreign evil spirits. Since Yu was driven back by Bai Changsheng, the starry dragonbird clan had become a laughingstock for the other 2 clans. This is intolerable. In a star system outside, a mid-tier divine starry dragonbird said angrily, deciding to tear open a space-time rift and enter the domain to kill them all and vindicate his clan. Do you know? A few days ago, a mid-tier divine starry dragonbird brought a group of lower-tier gods to tear open a space-time rift to clear their name and prove the strength of the starry dragonbird clan. Do you know what happened? A starry dragon turtle said. What happened? I guess the lords of the inner domain are in trouble, the starry dragon snake replied. What trouble? The lords of the inner domain are waiting in teams under the space rift for the starry dragonbirds to arrive. What? When did the ants of the inner domain become so powerful? That mid-tier divine dragonbird was beaten half to death and fled in disgrace, while the lower-tier gods were all killed by the lords of the inner domain. I heard that the dragonbird clan even had to jump out of their skins. So ruthless? As many lords in the inner domain advanced to demigod, the relationship between prey and hunter between the inner and outer domains seemed to have reversed. Are there really such strong beings in Huaxia? Shou asked, while Xia remained silent. Although Yu was reluctant to admit it, the pressure Bai Changsheng had put on him that day left him terrified for life. If that old man from Huaxia is a supreme god, he shouldn't be able to stay in the lower domain, Shou said. Perhaps he is forcibly suppressing his rank without advancing, or he is just touching the threshold of the supreme god, Xia said at this moment. If that's the case, the old man in white from Huaxia won't be leaving the lower domain anytime soon. No, don't forget, there's not just Huaxia in the domain. You mean? Exactly. After experiencing the Eternal Night War, Lin Yi felt a slight loosening in his rank, sensing a trend towards advancing to mid-tier god, so he seized this opportunity and began to absorb the divine essence from his backpack. 1. The second one, Lin Yi felt the signs of loosening becoming increasingly strong. It seemed he had already touched the threshold of that layer, but it still felt like he was just a tiny bit short. The third one. The fourth one. When Lin Yi reached the third one and found he couldn't break through, he unhesitatingly absorbed the last divine fragment. Crack! That was the sound of a realm shattering. Lin Yi had now broken through from a lower deity to a mid-level deity. Lin Yi used the effect of the Supreme Ring to upgrade the 2 lower deity weapons, the Sorrow of Tristea and the Warfire, to mid-level deity status, significantly enhancing their attributes. Looking at these 2 weapons, Lin Yi was confident he could swiftly eliminate the Soulcatcher Cat Servant in the Star Tower. Ding, learn staff skill, 9 Hells 3000 Flames, communicate with the power of
Heaven and earth summon the eternal fire of hell, dealing 640% magic damage to enemies with a chance to inflict burning effects. Ding, learned axe skill, Apocalypse. Force life value to drop to 1%, immune to all damage and control skills for 6 seconds. At this moment, Lin Yi realized that upgrading weapons could grant him an additional skill. Such good fortune made him want to chuckle under the covers. The next moment, Lin Yi intended to upgrade the Ayatoth War Spear as well, but found it was transformed by the Supreme Ring and couldn't be upgraded as he wished. However, after Lin Yi advanced to mid-level deity, the ring's tier also reached mid-level deity, so, come forth, transformation, Ayatoth War Spear, Lin Yi said. Indeed, it was just as he thought. The tier of the Supreme Ring corresponded to Lin Yi's Lord tier, and the tier of the Ayatoth War Spear was the same as that of the Supreme Ring. Ding, learn War Spear skill, Sovereign of the World, swing the War Spear to shake the 4 corners, dealing 600% damage to enemies with a chance to stun them. Learning 3 skills in one day would drive others crazy if they heard about it. Oh, and there was a random Lord skill book. He might as well learn all the skills today. White Dragon Roar, Black Flame Annihilation, Empty Hands, 8 Directions of Ghost Valley. One by one, the skills began to jump rapidly before Lin Yi, gradually slowing their frequency. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the skill book. Ground Prison, bind the enemy within a designated area, preventing movement. Damn it! Lin Yi cursed loudly, such a useless skill. Really left him at a loss. The skill had no damage, just control. Forget it, he thought. He would let someone else use it later. Meanwhile, abroad, the Eastern Japan, the United States, the Korean Peninsula, and the 12 island nations all received resources from beyond the realm. The Statue of Liberty contacted the other 3 nations' main gods, and the 4 main gods gathered once again. Did you also receive divine fragments from beyond the realm? The Statue of Liberty asked. The Holy Emperor, the Busan Emperor, and the Druid all nodded. These outer demons have always been at odds with us. Why are they sending us so many divine fragments this time? The Holy Emperor asked. Yeah, are they trying to make us serve them? The Busan Emperor said. Not exactly, they just want us to destroy Huaxia, or more precisely, to kill the night sky. Oh, how coincidental. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This seems like a good deal. The outer demons provided enough divine fragments to create 1,000 lower deity lords, and that was quite a significant force. Here, it must be said that the outer demons' schemes were indeed quite elaborate. They made the inner realm consume its own strength, and then they could reap the rewards. The game the outer demons were playing was indeed quite grand. The Supreme Ring became hot again, and it seemed to have unlocked a lot of information. What? Ares was not killed by the outer demons. Lin Yi found Ares' messages increasingly perplexing. The Supreme God had already become the ruler, so why did he still fall? Lin Yi saw Ares flying towards the horizon in the Supreme Ring, only to be struck by bolts of heavenly lightning, leaving him battered and bruised. What exactly was in that sky? Lin Yi wanted to take a closer look, but suddenly found his eyes blinded by a blinding light, and when he looked back at Ares, he had already fallen from the sky. No, Ares was already a supreme god. How could he lose the ability to fly? Was he stripped of some power? It was said that as a lord's strength grew, the roles of troops and heroes became increasingly insignificant in the eyes of the lord, to the point that by the time one reached Ares' level, they were basically fighting alone. This also made heroes and troops particularly rare in Ares' era. Lin Yi continued to ponder, imagining someone soaring into the sky, only to be stripped of their power and fall into the abyss. The images in Lin Yi's mind remained fragmented and broken. He could not piece them together any further. But his intuition told him that the Age of Lords was not truly the Age of Lords. At that moment, the Supreme Ring reacted again. Ding, construction of the divine level barracks. What? The Supreme Ring issued a task. This was truly strange. Let's sneak away, no shooting, a starry dragon bird whispered. Are you guys from the Dragon Bird clan scared out of your wits by that guy called Nightfall? A starry dragon turtle said. What a coward. Yeah, looking at you now, you really embarrass our starry clan. From now on, just call yourselves dragon birds, no need to add starry. You don't know. We all know. Before the starry dragon bird could continue, the starry dragon turtle interrupted. We all know you were scared by those lords. Indeed, this starry dragon bird was the one who had come to the borders of Huaxia with a group of lower gods to vindicate the starry dragon bird clan, but now he had lost all dignity. As a mid-level god, being mocked by the starry dragon turtle and the starry dragon snake, the 3 sent by the starry clan had delivered a large number of divine essences to the 4 nations, and now they were preparing to return through the spatial rift at the border. Along the way, the starry dragon bird was constantly ridiculed, while the starry dragon turtle and snake chattered away, completely unaware that their former prey had now become the hunter following them. This should be safe now. Hurry and take it out, said the starry dragon snake. The starry dragon bird pulled out a bag of divine essences. Hee, with so many divine essences, I think I can level up to a higher god, said the starry dragon snake. You promised, I helped you, now you have to help me get my revenge, the starry dragon bird said. Of course, Of course, replied the starry dragon snake, but the look in his eyes seemed to suggest that the starry dragon bird was a fool.
Meanwhile, the starry dragon turtle was covering his mouth, secretly amused, thinking that this starry dragon bird must have been knocked silly by the human lords. Lin Yi was behind them, watching the three like they were fools, thinking that the intelligence of these outer demons must be a hard flaw. The starry dragon bird tore open the spatial rift in the sky, a powerful suction ready to pull them into the outer realm, when the starry dragon snake kicked the starry dragon bird into the rift, saying, "You go back first, I'll follow with the turtle later." The rift slowly shrank until it disappeared. In a few hundred years, the dragon bird clan will probably be eliminated, the starry dragon turtle chuckled, nodding in agreement. Lin Yi also smiled and said, "I think in a few hundred years, you dragon turtles and snakes will also be eliminated." Who is playing tricks? Suddenly, the flames of the nine hells surrounded the two, engulfing them in a sea of fire. This fire of the nine hells was indestructible. It was a fight to the death. Unexpectedly, the two who had been belittling the starry dragon bird were only at the lower god rank. It seems that this outer realm is not very peaceful either. The sadness of Tristea, who had ascended to the middle god rank, had now doubled her attributes, and combined with the 9 other 3,000 flames, a single strike could basically take out a lower god. Elemental chaos. Lin Yi was afraid he hadn't burned these two to death, so he added another strike. Now they were probably dead beyond recovery. Before long, all that remained of the two was ashes. 2 starry weapons exploded, and he planned to take them back to the guild later for everyone to exchange with honor points. 2 divine essences flew into Lin Yi's hands, and finally, he picked up a bag as well. A bag of divine essences. Inside were 99 divine essences. This made Lin Yi extremely happy. Lin Yi had struck it rich and immediately opened the Supreme Ring's task. Build a god-level barracks. Construct a middle god-rank barracks, requiring mythic level. Task reward, a higher god barracks. Countdown, 24 hours. At this moment, Lin Yi felt a bit uncomfortable because building a middle god-rank barracks would take a month, but the task only allowed 24 hours, and barracks above the 9th rank could not use building cooldown cards. Finally, Lin Yi discovered a line of small text in the task's final prompt. Warm reminder, you can use divine essences to refresh. Building time, 1 divine essence can reduce 8 hours. Therefore, a month would require 90 divine essences, which made Lin Yi feel a bit pained. However, the task reward was a higher god barracks, and this temptation was hard for anyone to resist. This meant that Lin Yi, at the middle god rank, could take higher god troops everywhere to show off. Lin Yi immediately summoned the Dragon of Osiris and rode the wind back to the city. Arriving at the site where he built the barracks, he found an empty space and began constructing the middle god barracks. With a whoosh, a dazzling array of divine essences merged into the barracks, and soon a grand human barracks appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. Ding, congratulations on successfully constructing a middle god barracks. Ding, would you like to recruit troops? Confirm. Ding, successfully recruited middle god rank troops. Dragon Knight. Ding, the Supreme Ring's effect is activated. Dragon Knight successfully upgraded to mythic level. Doomsday Godslayer. Doomsday Godslayer middle god race. Human rank. Mythic level attack power 4,800 defense power 4,200 health points 24,000 skills. Doomsday Spear piercing sun, a highly destructive strike dealing 300% holy damage and 450% holy damage to gods, both offensive and defensive, wielding the spear to form a shield wall capable of blocking enemy attacks in front and dealing 200% damage to close-range enemies and 350% damage to gods. Godslayers strike across dimensions, throwing the Godslayer spear, dealing 500% damage to enemies and 650% damage to gods. Doomsday descends. Lin Yi looked at the skill description of the Doomsday Godslayer and felt something was off because every skill was aimed at gods. Could this be related to Ares' fall? Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Reward, 1 higher god barracks. Please choose a race. Human. Lin Yi planned to first build the human barracks before constructing those of other races. Lin Yi now felt that building territories for 3 races was truly exhausting, and as time went on, the required resources were increasing exponentially, which forced Lin Yi to gather more resources. A higher god barracks for humans had already appeared in Lin Yi's human territory, and a wave of jubilation erupted across the human territory. Ding, would you like to recruit higher god troops? Confirm. Ding, successfully recruited higher god troops. Judicator. Ding, triggered the Supreme Ring effect. Judicator successfully upgraded to mythic level troops. Judgment World Destroyer. Judgment of the World Destroyer, high god, race, human rank. Mythical magic attack power, 7,000 defense power, 5,400 health points, 36,000 skills. Judgment of Truth. I sentence you to life imprisonment. Deals 320% light attribute damage to enemies, 470% light attribute damage to gods, with a chance to blind. The World Destroyer chants the world destruction forbidden spell, dealing 350% dark attribute damage to enemies, 500% dark attribute damage to gods. Heavenly Might releases.
heavenly might against enemies, weakening their attributes by 50% with double effect against gods. World destruction creation. Lin Yi looked again at the High God unit, his doubts growing. The skills of the High God units also had descriptions indicating increased damage to gods. Could this mean I'm destined to become a godslayer in the future? Lin Yi mocked himself. Was this the god-slaying attribute brought by the Supreme Ring's upgrade, or was it a fate attribute from the cosmos? Lin Yi finally pulled out the attributes of the Judger from the illustrated guide. Judger, High God, Race, Human Rank, Ordinary Magic Attack Power, 4800 Defense Power, 3300 Health Points, 14,800 Skills. Judgment of Truth, I sentence you to life imprisonment. Deals 160% light attribute damage to enemies with a chance to blind the world. Destroyer chants the world destruction forbidden spell, dealing 200% dark attribute damage to enemies. Heavenly Might releases Heavenly Might against enemies, weakening their attributes by 10%. Lin Yi compared the attributes of the units before and after evolution. Almost all attributes of the evolved units had significantly increased. Looking at the skills, the damage of the evolved skills was clearly double that of the non-evolved ones. The most critical point was that during this evolution of the Supreme Ring, both the Mid-God and High God units had a significant increase in damage to gods. Was this the will of the Supreme Ring itself, or an inherent effect of the evolution? Lin Yi had no way to verify it for the time being, but Lin Yi recalled the scene of Ares being struck down from the clouds, which made him feel uneasy and very wrong. The Supreme God, a level above the main gods, could be said to be the pinnacle of existence, but why was he struck by heavenly lightning? Moreover, Lin Yi felt that Ares at that time was so isolated and helpless. Now Lin Yi still had 550 points of dominance. According to the mid-god units, it required 2 points of dominance to recruit one, while the high god units required 5 points. Lin Yi recruited 100 mid-god units and 20 high god units, and with the previous 100 low god units, he still had 150 points of dominance left. Lin Yi now had 220 soldiers, all of whom were at least low gods. This lineup might not be able to kill a Buddha, but it could definitely kill gods. Lin Yi, not good. The four nations are launching a surprise attack, Wang Quan said privately to Lin Yi, and then blood rose. Dragon Hunt and others sent messages to Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi directly replied in the guild channel, "I'll be back soon, everyone. Hold on for a few minutes. Brother-in-law, there are thousands of god-level lords on the other side. I doubt we can hold for even a minute," shouted the little girl Qing Yu in the guild. Indeed, those guys had just sent divine ranks to the four nations. It turned out they were causing trouble for him through the four nations. It seemed that the name by Changsheng had thoroughly intimidated the outer demons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have borrowed the hands of the four nations to eliminate Huaxia. Outside Eternal Night City, god-level lords filled the area, while lords below the 9th rank brought 8th and 9th rank units. The sight made the ordinary lords within Eternal Night City tremble in fear. The elf race now only had the third elder left, who hunched over, looking very desolate. "Easting lords, the time to wash away the shame has come. Charge in, kill them all, loot everything," Sakata said. At this moment, Sakata had already become a low god lord. He had given up on heroes and units because, after the lord transformed into a god, becoming powerful was the true path. "Warriors of the United States, pick up your weapons and trample this barren land," Jack shouted. "The descent of the gods has ruined this desolation." Park Jing pointed at the city of Eternal Night. "The will of the gods." Oskov raised his weapon and shouted. Thousands of god-level lords flew directly into the city without attacking the walls, wielding star weapons in the air. Each swing resulted in a large number of lords dying or being injured within the city of Eternal Night. Some lords revived at the Fountain of Resurrection, while others faced eternal death. Dust to dust, earth to earth. As one of the 5 tigers of Eternal Night, Long Shou was the first to charge towards the god-level lords of the four nations, tightly gripping his star battle axe. This battle would surely be brutal. Soon, the other 4 tigers also flew up to assist Long Shou. "Is there no one left in your city of Eternal Night? Sending out 5 people to die is truly laughable," Jack said. "Stop babbling, I'm here," Xuanwu replied. Then, swish, 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 the god-level lords of the city of Eternal Night also flew into the sky above the city, but in front of the thousands of god-level lords from the four nations, the number of god-level lords from the city of Eternal Night was truly pitiful. One divine fragment could create a god-level lord, and it seemed that this time the outer demons had truly invested heavily, using thousands of divine fragments to create thousands of god-level lords for the four nations. "Everyone, make sure to enjoy this slaughter feast slowly," Sakata said. "Their numbers are few, we must take our time, slowly torment them." The people of the four nations understood the implication. They saw a dozen people attacking Long Shou, who was valiant and skilled in battle, holding his own against 10, relying on his equipment advantage, holding on for a long time. Then another 10 joined the fight, and blood began to burst from Long Shou's body. "That girl is mine. No way, she's mine. Damn it. Everyone, attack together."
Be gentle, don't hurt her too much. Many god-level lords from the east spoke lewd words towards the Blood Rose. The Blood Rose coldly looked at them, her inner fury transforming into sword energy that slashed towards those people, blood mist rising in the air. Lords below demigod level in the city of Eternal Night also summoned heroes and soldiers, using their flesh and blood to build the front line. The power of the gods is truly captivating. Many players from the Four Nations side. This is the true era of lords. A demigod from the east swung his star battle axe towards a 9th tier unit ahead, and with one chop the 9th tier unit crumbled like paper, breaking upon contact. Here I come, little girl. After chopping down the 9th tier unit, the east's demigod rushed towards the Blood Rose. Submit to me, and I can spare you some pain. The Blood Rose glared at him. Don't say that, your angry look is quite tempting. Bloodthirsty slash. The Blood Rose sent out a blood-colored sword energy towards the east's demigod. Boom! It struck the lewd east man, who stared wide-eyed at the Blood Rose and said, You can use skills. That's right, some lucky lords after reincarnation would comprehend a move or two, giving them a head start. Xuan Wu activated his reflective armor among the crowd, and the next moment he rebounded all the attacks directed at him. Originally surrounded by a large group, the number of attackers dwindled as everyone feared being killed by their own attacks. Everyone, gather. We are preparing to storm the Lord's mansion. Jack shouted loudly. The god-level lords of the Four Nations gathered around Jack. Let's work together to seize the Lord's mansion and take the city of Eternal Night. Shrouded in darkness, Jack said. Quickly, decisively, be careful of delays. Sakata added, as he had been defeated by Lin Yi multiple times and knew that Lin Yi's methods were endless. There had been instances of role-swapping before. Everyone, fall back and defend the Lord's mansion. Long Shou commanded. On Long Shou's side there were only a little over 100 demigod lords, while the Four Nations had 100 times that number. The forces in the air were heavily unbalanced. You Chinese pigs, today you have nowhere to run. Sakata shouted to Long Yin and the others. You shameless coward. Long Yin cursed back. Where is Nightfall? Tell him to come out. I'll take his head to the Holy Emperor in exchange for equipment. Sakata yelled. You speak big words. It seems that coward isn't here. Fine, I'll take care of you losers first, and then we'll see if he comes crawling out. With that, Sakata prepared to lead his men to attack the city of Eternal Night. Kill them all. The lives of the Chinese are worthless anyway. Ants. The god-level lords from the US, Korea, and the 12 island nations launched an all-out attack on the city of Eternal Night. This sudden four-nation assault happened in the blink of an eye, and the battle was almost decided instantly. Long Yin and the others were all bruised and battered, barely having the strength to speak. Die! Jack slashed at Long Shou's right arm. Long Shou immediately covered his bleeding, empty arm stump. Long Shou! Long Yin screamed. Mind your own business. Park Jin's star sword sliced through Long Yin's main artery, and blood spewed from his neck. Long Yin cried out in pain. Long Yin, King of Beasts, and Han Yi Scholar shouted in unison. You're already in trouble yourself, yet you're still worrying about others. Don't worry, you'll all be reunited soon. Askarskov led dozens of gods to surround the two who were soon injured. On the other side, hundreds of people had surrounded the Bloody Sisters. Their faces were twisted into lewd smiles that were sickening to look at. Bloody Qingyu screamed in terror, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Her screaming is really getting me excited. How about I go first? An Eastern leader said. I'll do the quality check for everyone. Brother-in-law tears welled up in Bloody Rose's eyes. If this really happened, she would rather die. At the same time, the elves from the elven race were also captured by the demigod lords of the Four Nations and held like little chicks. This elf is good, I'm taking her back to the east to raise. Then this one is mine. No fighting. She's mine. The many foreign demigods began to divide the small group of elves living in a corner of the city of Eternal Night. The city of Eternal Night was once again in a state of crisis. Don't rush me, we're here, the Osiris dragon said, and Lin Yi on its back was in a hurry. Sister, brother-in-law. The little girl looked up at Bloody Rose and said. The group of people surrounding the Bloody Sisters felt the sunlight above their heads being blocked. With a loud thud, the Osiris dragon made a forceful landing. It crushed a bunch of demigods. People from all the battlefields looked over. Nightfall is back. That kid finally made it. He's a god after all. Lin Yi joined the battle, and he did not pay any attention to the Four Nations leaders as they had wrongly estimated his current strength. There was a huge gap between different gods. This time, no matter how fast your mud dragon flies, you won't escape, Jack said. Don't even think about escaping. Think of what you'll say to beg for mercy, and don't stutter. Oh, you foreign bumpkins, who gave you the confidence to talk like that? Was it those evil dogs from outside this realm, or did you feed your brains to them? Thousands of people were fighting one. If they couldn't win, that would be completely unreasonable. At this moment, everyone gathered around Lin Yi. Long Shou was covering his severed arm, Long Yin was heavily wounded, and the elves were huddling together and shivering. Lin Yi saw all this. It seemed that he had been too polite to these people before. Where is the moonlit night windbreaker? Here, Avril. Lead the army into battle. Yes, my lord. This guy, has his brain been smashed in by a door? Doesn't he know that this is the age of lords, where heroes and units are nothing but ants? We, the thousands of gods, must at least make him produce some troops to bolster his courage, otherwise, facing so many people, oh no, I mean gods, he's probably scared. What at this moment, someone noticed that Avril's health was as high as 160,000, and her attack and defense were close to demigod levels. Is this still a hero? Blood-colored judge, go. Doomsday Devourer, go. Judgment Annihilator, go. Swish, 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 over 200 soldiers appeared in everyone's sight. There are so many soldiers, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Holy crap, these aren't just soldiers, their attributes are even higher than epic heroes. Life and death judgment. 100 blood-colored judges used their skills, and in the next moment 100 demigods among the four nations suddenly dropped dead. This bizarre scene began to make the lords of the four nations panic. Avril, bring the god-slaying squad, prepare to slay the gods. Yes, my lord. What the hell, are these still soldiers? Why do they hit so hard? What kind of hero is this? This must be a demigod with 3 skills. What the hell is going on? Can I withdraw? At this moment, one of the lords from the four nations said. Then he turned around, preparing to retreat from Eternal Night City. Is Eternal Night City a place you can come and go as you please? Lin Yi shouted. I want to leave, can you stop me? Life and death judgment. Clap, clap, clap. Another 100 demigods inexplicably dropped dead. Are you a devil? Demigods can be killed in an instant. Among the four nations, 90% of the lords were demigods, while only a few were lower gods. With Lin Yi continuously using life and death judgment, it wouldn't be long before all these 1,000 demigod lords would be dead. Doomsday Devourer. Judgment Annihilator. Let your slaughter begin. Do not spare a single god among the enemies. Lin Yi said. The 1,000-strong god team formed by the four nations collapsed in an instant, scattering in all directions. Chase them down. Leave not a single one. Lin Yi commanded. Next, Lin Yi, with over 100 points of command, urgently recruited 100 blood-colored judges. Life and death judgment. The enemy's 200 demigods dropped dead again in an instant. This bizarre scene repeatedly shocked the enemy. In fact, not only the enemy was shocked, but also Long Sha and others felt embarrassed watching Lin Yi's display. This kid really surprises us every time. Having such a talent in Huaxia is truly a great fortune for Huaxia. I still say, those who offend Huaxia, no matter how far, they must be punished. Lin Yi said calmly. Brother-in-law, so cool. The little girl's face was filled with admiration. Many elven ladies looked at Lin Yi with stars in their eyes. Although they didn't shout out loud, their starry-eyed expressions showed they were already smitten. The male compatriots present felt immense pressure because they were still thinking of running off with a few elven ladies. But unexpectedly, after this battle, the elven race was about to become Lin Yi's little harem. I hope the great god leaves me one lady, just one. Wang Quan said, humbly, with his hands clasped together. The people around looked at him with disdain. Originally, there were over 1,000 god lords in the four-nation camp. But now, under Lin Yi's slaughter, only about 400 to 500 remained. Are you really going to fight to the death? Sakata said, while Jack and others glared at Lin Yi angrily. Sorry, it's me who lives, and you who dies. You are going too far. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Lin Yi took out his battle intent, looking full of fighting spirit. The gods descended. Just as Lin Yi was about to launch a life and death strike at Sakata, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yi said, Divine Mirror. Arrogant little brat, do not be presumptuous. A thunderous reprimand echoed, causing everyone's ears to ache. The Holy Emperor of the Eastern Japan has arrived. Longin said. Lin Yi began to frown. For this pressure was reminiscent of what you had once brought, indicating that the Holy Emperor was also a main god. To kill my kin is to deserve death. After the Holy Emperor spoke, a long knife appeared in the center of his brow, named Demon Blade Muramasa. The Demon Blade Muramasa was a cursed sword, ultimately subdued by the Holy Emperor, and now it had re-emerged, bringing death wherever its light shone. Receive my blade. Lin Yi picked up the raging flames of battle and forcefully took the Holy Emperor's strike, which was indeed impressive. However, after retreating several hundred steps, he once again bled. You didn't die, which truly surprises me, said the Holy Emperor, but in his eyes, Lin Yi was still a corpse. I possess 3 treasures, namely, the Divine Mirror, the Demon Blade Muramasa, and the Seal of all living beings. After the Holy Emperor finished speaking, he summoned the Seal of all living beings and launched an attack at Lin Yi. This strike landed solidly on Lin Yi, who felt the breath of death. It was the first time he had experienced such a terrifying aura. The White Dragon of Salvation saw a white dragon protecting Lin Yi, firmly blocking the Holy Emperor's seal of all living beings. Who are you? The Holy Emperor asked. Even a tiny place has its main god, let alone my vast nation, Bai Changsheng said while stroking his grizzled beard. Damn old man. Let me teach you what it means to respect your teacher. After Bai Changsheng finished speaking, he slapped the Holy Emperor across the face. Slap. It was crisp.
This left the Holy Emperor both fearful and furious, for this old man in plain clothes was far stronger than him, and being slapped was a blatant humiliation. These 3 treasures of yours will be kept with me for now. Come back to me when you've learned to respect your teacher, and I'll return them to you. Bye. Chang Sheng said, taking back the Holy Emperor's 3 treasures. Damn it! Slap. Another slap. IF **** your mother. Slap. Another slap. This time the Holy Emperor learned his lesson and kept quiet. Not speaking meant he wouldn't get slapped. The lords of the Easting were stunned, their nations. God was here in Huaxia, only to be slapped, which was something they couldn't accept, but the reality was right before their eyes, leaving them no chance to deceive themselves. What do you want? The Holy Emperor asked. What do I want? We are all people of the inner domain, yet you are fighting among yourselves, under the provocation of the outer domain's evil spirits. Has your intelligence been eaten by dogs? At this moment, a dog by the roadside began to vomit. Upon hearing Bai Changxing's words, don't preach to me, it's survival of the fittest. If I don't destroy you today, you'll destroy us tomorrow, so we merely advanced the timeline. Haven't you noticed any loopholes in the terms inner domain and outer domain? I don't know about loopholes, but I do know that today, Evernight City must become history. In the sky, the Statue of Liberty from the United States, the Emperor of Busan from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, and the Druid from the 12 island nations all arrived. An invisible pressure made it hard for those present to breathe. In the next moment, the Holy Emperor immediately retreated to the side of the other 3 main gods, slowly regaining his composure. Bai Changsheng looked at the 4 gods gathered and couldn't help but grow serious. The situation on the battlefield began to change. No one among the 4 gods could match Bai Changsheng in a one-on-one fight. Even if Bai Changsheng was strong, he couldn't withstand the combat power of the 4 main gods. Old man, stop talking about respecting teachers and quickly return my treasures. The Holy Emperor's tone became very assertive, as their combat power was enough to crush everything. If you want them, come and take them yourself. Stop pretending to be a big tiger. Bai Changsheng said to the Holy Emperor. I ask you all to help me retrieve my treasures. The Holy Emperor said to the other 3 main gods. It's been years since I've stretched my muscles. Today seems like a great day. I want to know what it feels like to trample the Lord God underfoot. Kill. The goddess of freedom, under the forbidden freedom spell, opened the magic book in her hands and began to chant. The Emperor of Busan raised a hand towards Bai Changsheng, his palm growing larger, blocking out the sky and striking down upon him. The bloodthirsty Druya's eyes turned crimson, and the blade in his hand became chillingly cold, a scarlet hue in the dark night. At this moment, Bai Changsheng transformed into 3 people, each rushing to meet the skills of the 3 gods. The 3 shadows of Bai Changsheng exploded one after another, and his true body spat out a mouthful of blood, but he had indeed deflected the onslaught of the 3 gods. Are you okay? Lin Yi asked nervously. If Bai Changsheng were to fall or flee, Lin Yi and the entire Eternal Night City would surely be plunged into darkness, so he hoped Bai Changsheng could help him resolve this crisis. However, facing for Lord Gods made it no easy task. Lin Yi was now ready for battle. The 100 or so soldiers on the battlefield stood at the ready. The 4 gods also noticed these troops, their eyes filled with curiosity, as this type of troop was something they had never seen before, and they possessed a powerful damage bonus when fighting gods. This team could potentially become a god-slaying squad in the future, so now was not the time to be extinguished. The pressure from the Lord Gods continued, and Bai Changsheng was deflecting the attacks of the 4 national gods one by one, but the situation was not optimistic. Bai Changsheng was sent flying hundreds of meters away, spitting out another mouthful of blood, clearly suffering a serious injury this time. Old black ghost. If you don't come out now, I'm going to die here. Bai Changsheng said. Aren't I here now? He Changye replied. This is. The 4 national gods were a bit confused. It turned out that Huaxia had 2 gods. If they had attacked one by one, the ruler of this world would surely be Huaxia, but they did not do so. The starry night was filled with dark stars. The long sky was clear and bright. The sky began to rapidly alternate between night and day, black and white, chaos and yin-yang. In chaos, everything is an illusion. Break. The 4 national gods staggered back a few steps, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The 4 gods were all greatly shocked. They had all sustained serious injuries. Is this the legendary combination finishing move? The goddess of freedom asked. Yes. At this moment, the goddess of freedom no longer spoke. Her heart, feeling like a bottle of mixed flavors, had been overturned, and it was quite unpleasant. The pride of the Lord Gods was being rubbed into the ground at this moment. The combination finishing move was a legend passed down among the ancestral gods. Those who could become Lord Gods were not ordinary people, each possessing their own pride. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for the skills of the Lord Gods to merge. Only 2 people with a deep connection, focused solely on each other, had a minuscule chance of creating a combination finishing move. Once the skill was unleashed, the outcome would already be determined. Then, what about this? At this moment, the Emperor of Busan took out a holy level fusion crystal and said, What? This time, it was He Changya's turn to be shocked. Not only He Chanya, but even the goddess of freedom, the Holy Emperor, and Druya were astonished.
Is this the legendary holy level fusion crystal? He Chanya asked. Exactly. Goddess of freedom, Holy Emperor.
Druya, lend me your energy, and I will destroy these two old black and white men, the Emperor of Busan declared.
Outsider evil spirits, Lin Yi said. From the side, the two old black and white men also guessed that this holy level fusion crystal must have been given to them by the outsider evil spirits. And these outsider evil spirits certainly hadn't made it clear to the Emperor of Busan that after using the holy level fusion crystal, one could only remain at
the Lord God level and could not advance to the Supreme God level. The outsider evil spirits were meticulous in their schemes, catching people off guard.
The
two old black and white men suddenly remembered something and shouted, "No,
hurry, there's no time. If those two old men come over, we're all going to die."
The Emperor of Busan said die, and the next moment, the Statue of Liberty, the Holy Emperor, and Druya infused their energy into the holy fusion crystal, which
emitted a brilliant light. The Busan Emperor tightly grasped the holy fusion crystal in his hand and began to absorb the power within it. At this moment, the
Busan Emperor's divinity grew increasingly profound, his aura rising steadily and his pressure becoming more formidable.
This is bad, this guy has gone mad. He wants to break through to the main god and advance to the Supreme God,
Black Constant Knight said. You three are just enjoying yourselves, lying on the
ground like dead dogs.
Black Constant Knight addressed the three main gods sprawled on the ground. Once he becomes a Supreme God, do you think you'll have
good days ahead?
At this moment, the three main gods lying on the ground suddenly realized they were the clowns.
Black Dragon Wave. Black Constant Knight launched an attack at the Busan Emperor.
The Black Dragon Wave, less than 100 meters from the Busan Emperor, was directly shattered, leaving everyone present
dumbfounded.
At this moment, the happiest were the 12 lords of the island nations, watching their god so powerful, sweeping away the previous despair.
He, Xia, your move of infighting is truly brilliant, Yu said with a smile. At this time, Yu, Xia, and Shouzheng watched every move within the domain from the otherworldly crystal.
Although this required a tremendous amount of divine energy to maintain the crystal, there was plenty of divine energy outside
the domain.
Although these 5,000 divine energies are negligible to us, I can't just give them to those ants within the domain, Xia said.
Since they have received divine energy, they should do something meaningful. Indeed, that upgraded fusion crystal was also a gift for the Busan Emperor. The Busan Emperor could be said to be the most taciturn main god among the four nations, but his ambition was incredibly vast, and Xia had precisely seized this point. With these detestable main gods gone from the inner domain, wouldn't the inner domain become the plaything of the outer evil spirits? Power. Is this the power of the Supreme God?
The Busan Emperor had already fused the powers of the other three main gods, feeling an unprecedented strength.
The Busan Emperor looked
at the other three main gods and the two old men in black and white.
Busan, quickly kill the old men in black and white, the Holy Emperor said, forcing himself to speak. The Busan Emperor did not act. He turned to the Holy Emperor and said, don't you think you look pitiful right now? Ahahaha. The Holy Emperor
felt a chill in his heart from the Busan Emperor's words. The rhythm felt strange.
Busan, what kind of attitude is this? Aren't we on the same side? On the same side?
Oh yes, we were just on the same side, but now you are you, and I am me. The majesty of the Supreme God cannot be shaken.
The three main gods then realized another fact. They were the clowns.
You ungrateful lackey, the Statue of Liberty shouted angrily.
Ungrateful? Have you done anything for me, lackey? Didn't you accept the divine energy sent from the outer domain?
Don't think too highly of yourselves, the Busan Emperor said with a smile, leaving the Statue of Liberty speechless. Because there had never been much interaction between the four nations, if it weren't for Lin Ye's appearance, the four countries would likely have gone to war with each other. In short, in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the weak do not deserve to reason. At this moment, the Busan Emperor had completely absorbed the energy of the Statue of Liberty, the Holy Emperor, and Druya. He was now the ruler of this world,
an invincible existence within the inner domain.
The lord of the Korean nation raised his head in this instant, each one proud and looking down on others.
What should we do?
Lin Yi said at this moment. With the emergence of the Supreme God, no one could rival him.
I suspect this guy will wipe us and the other
three nations out, Long Yin said.
I have that feeling too. When the time comes, they will dominate, and the other countries and small nations will either submit or perish. Long Shou continued. Are you three dead yet?
Hai Changji walked up to the main god of the three kingdoms and kicked the lying Saint Emperor
on the ground.
Ah, the Saint Emperor shouted after being kicked.
Looks like you're still alive. So, do you still have fighting strength? What do you mean? If you have fighting strength, then get up and fight.
Hai Changji said, it doesn't matter if we die, as long as we can take the Busan Emperor down
with us. Otherwise, no one here will leave alive today. You need to think about your country's lord. The main god of the three kingdoms fell into deep thought. Indeed, if the Busan Emperor was not defeated today, the eternal continent would belong to the Goryeo kingdom in the future. You ants, your tone is quite big, the Busan Emperor said to the two old men in black and white. Outsider lackeys, you have truly tarnished your ancestors' reputation. Go back to the outer realm and be a sycophant. The victors can rewrite history, while the losers will only be remembered for their stench for eternity. The starry night.
Sky flickered between brightness and darkness, as if time had frozen and space had been locked. It must be said that these two old men in black and white could be considered the most powerful main gods under the supreme deity. As for whether the white old man was stronger or the black old man, that was hard to determine. You two old immortals from Huaxia do have some skills, better than those three useless ones, the Busan Emperor said. If you are willing to become my subordinates, I can guarantee your safety along with the Huaxia Lord, but that dark knight must die. Noisy, the white old man shouted. You refuse a toast and instead drink a punishment. Then let me see the power of your combined ultimate technique. As the Busan Emperor spoke, he launched an attack towards the two old men. However, the flickering light and darkness in the world restricted the actions of the supreme deity. Very good, very good. But unfortunately, you can't be my dogs, so you'll have to be dead dogs instead. The dark nightmare of the Busan Emperor charged directly at the two old men, and the next moment they fell from the sky, transforming the enemy's momentum. The Saint Emperor used this move on the two old men while on the ground. A gentle wind caught them softly and alleviated much of the pressure brought by the Busan Emperor. So strong, Haichangji said. Bai Changsheng also nodded. The supreme deity, the highest existence in this world, looked down upon all beings from the top of the pyramid. Return your treasures, Bai Changsheng said as he threw the three treasures of the Saint Emperor over. Divine Mirror, Demon Blade Muramesa, Seal of all living beings. After receiving the treasures, the Saint Emperor saw the three treasures orbiting around him. The Codex of Freedom. At this moment, the Statue of Liberty held the Codex of Freedom in both hands and began to chant. With the will of the main god, I reach the heavens and the earth, severing your past sufferings and future delusions. At this time, Drui began to go berserk, transforming into a werewolf, his most primal and strongest form. Bloodthirsty rage. The three treasures of the Saint Emperor flew towards the Busan Emperor, with the Demon Blade Muramesa for attack, the Divine Mirror for defense, and the Seal of all living beings as support. All three divine objects flew in front of the Busan Emperor. Suppress him, the Saint Emperor shouted. But no matter how the Demon Blade Muramesa attacked the Busan Emperor, it couldn't inflict even a scratch. You lowly insect, die. The Busan Emperor punched towards the Saint Emperor. Divine Mirror, block it. A crisp shattering sound echoed as the Busan Emperor's punch shattered the so-called invincible Divine Mirror. The Saint Emperor felt a chill run down his spine, and the next moment, the Busan Emperor struck down with a knife hand towards the Saint Emperor's back, hitting him heavily, sending him flying like a kite with its string. Cut. The chanting of the Statue of Liberty ended, and a beam of golden light shot towards the Busan Emperor, aimed at his forehead. Indeed, this was a mental attack. A glimmer of light flashed in the Busan Emperor's eyes, and the Statue of Liberty also fell from the sky, her soul attack suffering severe backlash. In that instant, Drew transformed into a gust of wind, rushing towards the Emperor of Busan, the death claws in his hand already poised to strike. The claws grazed the Emperor's body, sparking like stars, yet this blow merely tore his clothing. Fall back. Bai Changsheng shouted, we can no longer break through his defenses, he cannot be killed. The deities of the three kingdoms retreated in haste. Are you done with your performance? It's my turn now. The Void Demon. Fire Emperor of Busan unleashed the Void Demon fire around him, the hellish chill of the flames burning towards the surrounding lords, heroes, and soldiers. In an instant, screams filled the air, many lords unable to evade became mere dust of history, while the resurrection springs within the city of eternal night were exceptionally busy. The sword chi spanned 30 states as the Emperor of Busan drew his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. Many lords were cleaved apart, their deaths gruesome and unbearable to witness. The deities present watched as their lords perished one after another, their anger boiling over. Damn it, let's go kill the lords of that stick country. If we can't take on the big ones, we'll take on the small ones, the Holy Emperor declared. At this moment, the lords of the stick country, upon hearing this, immediately retreated behind the Emperor of Busan, shouting, Save us, our god. Lin Yi looked at the distant Emperor of Busan, sensing something was amiss. At that moment, the Emperor also realized that something was wrong with his body, as every use of his power added more pressure to his chest. The show is almost over, Xia said with a smile, looking at the otherworldly crystal. The deities of the three kingdoms and the two elders of black and white had endured under the Emperor of Busan for quite some time, exhausting all their means. They sensed that the Emperor seemed reluctant to unleash his full power, allowing them to survive in his grasp for so long. The Emperor of Busan slowly began to realize that this otherworldly demon had ulterior motives regarding the upgrade fusion crystal it had given him. At this point, the power accumulating in the Emperor's chest was becoming unbearable. It's a pity that this Emperor of Busan is so useless, failing to slaughter this group of ants completely, Xia remarked. Unexpectedly, there are two such formidable figures in Huaxia, Shou said. We used to rampage along the Huaxia border without seeing them. These two old dogs can really endure. Even more surprising is that the three kingdoms could actually unite with Huaxia. This is truly beyond expectations, you added.
The Emperor of Busan halted his attack, letting out a loud shout.
This cry shattered mountains and rivers, making all things submit.
Damn the otherworldly evil dogs, the Emperor of Busan bellowed.
At that moment, his body grew immensely, feeling as if it would explode at any second. The self-detonation
of a supreme god is not something an ordinary person can withstand. In the next moment, the Emperor of Busan looked at the other three kingdoms and Huaxia.
Finally understanding the meaning of the words the old man had told him, the domain is always the domain, while the other world is always the other world. Those not of my kind will surely have different hearts.
Damn the otherworldly evil demon, the Emperor of Busan roared.
His body now resembled a balloon, swollen
and taut.
The Emperor used the last bit of his strength to leap towards the space-time rift in the sky.
What is this fool trying to do? Xia said. Is he trying to blow us up?
No, he wants to blow open the entrance and exit of the space-time tunnel.
Shou replied.
Indeed, at this moment, the Emperor of Busan aimed to blast open the entrance to the otherworldly space-time tunnel, allowing human lords to enter and exit this passage, with the hope of one day storming into the otherworld, slaughtering the otherworldly demons, and avenging himself. The self-detonation of a supreme god is no trivial matter. This strike forcibly blew open the tunnel entrance, revealing a dark, ominous portal with an unknown realm on the other side. In the otherworld, many nearby otherworldly demons were caught in the blast and were all killed. The dead outer domain evil spirits fell from the sky like rain.
Divine essence! Divine essence! Divine essence!
Many lords within the domain shouted as this urgently needed item was raining down from the sky.
At this moment, the main god of the domain
also felt relieved, ultimately transforming into several streams of light that vanished without a trace.
Finally, a voice echoed from the sky, stating that, whether for revenge or to grow stronger, the outer domain is your best choice.
The power of the supreme god was something the surviving lords had all experienced. The lords of the stick country, under the siege of multiple nations, were left with only a small portion. The sins committed by this main god forced the lords of their own country to bear the burden, which was indeed somewhat unfair. But that's how the world works. Other countries, including Huaxia, also suffered countless lords, with emotions having nowhere to vent, making the lords of the stick country the first to bear the brunt. Because of that divine essence reign, many lords within the inner domain reincarnated as demigods and lower gods. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune are intertwined.
In Eternal
Night City, in the Lord's Hall, Lin Yu was frantically consuming divine essences, preparing to break through to the upper god level.
After absorbing these hundreds of divine essences, his rank showed no signs of moving.
At this moment, Lin Yu felt a bit stuck. He had used up all the divine essences, yet his rank had not increased.
Chief, do we need to repair this space-time tunnel? A star dragon bird entered the conference hall and asked. Inside the hall, Yu, Shou,
and Xiao were present.
Yu gave the dragon bird a glance, signaling it to step back. Recently, some lords who overestimate themselves have actually used the space-time tunnel to hunt our kin on our planet, Shou said.
Indeed, that divine essence reign has made the ants of the inner domain significantly stronger.
Stronger?
No matter how strong, they are still just slightly larger ants, Xia said, playing with an energy crystal. The energy crystal in Xia's hand was a holy level fusion crystal. Holy level fusion crystals are divided into mother stones and child stones. The child stone absorbs power and feeds it back to the mother stone, which controls it. The power absorbed by the Busan Emperor from the three kingdoms' main gods had long been fed back to the mother stone, while the power previously absorbed by the Busan Emperor was merely the outer domain's evil energy fed back to the child stone by the mother stone.
Once I become a supreme god, that will be the time of the inner domain's destruction. Upgrade the internal affairs hall. Ding, reached the mid-level god rank. Lin Yi
then began preparing to construct the mid-level god barracks for the undead race and the mid-level god barracks for the sea god race. As he found that starting construction from the demigod barracks was a bit slow, and the materials required were truly excessive. Even Lin Yi, who was as wealthy as a nation, felt a headache over this. Lin Yi did not know the exact number of outer domain evil spirits, but just looking at the divine essences they provided to the four nations, and that divine essence reign, it was clear that their numbers were definitely multiples of the human lords. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully built the mid-level god barracks for the undead race. Would you like to recruit, Hell Messenger? Confirm. Congratulations, recruitment successful. Ding. The Supreme Ring activates its effect. Hell Messenger upgrades to the myth-level troop, Purgatory Hunter. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully built the mid-level god barracks for the sea god race.
Would you like to recruit, Sea Demon Beast? Confirm. Congratulations, recruitment successful.
Ding, the Supreme Ring activates its effect. Sea Demon Beast upgrades to the myth-level troop, Sea Domain Forbidden Master.
Lin Yi summoned 25 of each and prepared to continue challenging the Star Tower. Damn little kitty, I'm back.
Lin Yi shouted loudly as he entered the Star Tower, recalling how he had been killed by that soul-capturing cat servant, anger bubbling within him.
Can you bear to A captivating voice drifted into his ear, making Lin Yi almost
drop the battle fire in his hand. This little kitty's charm skill had improved again. Lord, let me handle it. At this moment, Sophia appeared without permission, accompanied by the iron-blooded judge, the Doomsday Devourer, and the Judgment World Destroyer, along with 100 or so people, and began to confront
the Soul Catcher Cat Servant Charm. Meow meow I.
Under Sophia's command, over 100 soldiers killed the Soul Catcher Cat Servant Charm until it could
no longer die.
Slut, let you be sassy. After Sophia finished speaking, she swiftly returned to the hero pool.
This left Lin Yi dumbfounded. Could this be the privilege granted to heroes with 100% loyalty?
Beneath the corpse of the Soul Catcher Cat Servant Charm, divine essence was essential, but right now,
this thing was dispensable for Lin Yi.
However, this particle still had to be stored. They also dropped a piece of star domain level clothing, originally meant for Sophia, but she insisted it was the Soul Catcher Cat Servant Charm's clothing and refused to wear it, later giving it to Avril, which increased Avril's
loyalty to Lin Yi by 2%. Ding, challenge successful, obtained evolution potion *10, Soul Catcher Cat Servant's egg.
What the hell is this, an egg dropped? It really makes one feel egg-pained.
Sophia ran out of the hero pool again, insisting on boiling this egg. Sophia, no, don't.
What if it's a powerful pet? We would be at a huge loss. This egg has a sassy smell, Sophia said. Alright, I'll put it in my backpack first. Why are you arguing with a little
cat? Lin Yi patted, the egg. When did Sophia's possessiveness become so strong?
Lin Yi felt quite frustrated. Could it be that in the future he
found it hard to imagine? Ding, do you want to enter the next level?
Confirm. This level had a high-ranking god, and this time Lin Yi came fully equipped with troops. Previously, Lin Yi and others, after reincarnating into demigods, fell into a misconception, the misconception of the Lord era, thinking that having
powerful Lord attributes could replace heroes and troops.
But now it seemed that the importance of heroes and troops was still significant.
This time, Lin
Yi summoned Rodheart and Poseidon to test the combat power of these two races' troops.
After the appearance of dozens of mid-tier god troops from the Infernal
Hunter and Sea Domain Forbidden Master, the high-ranking gods in the level dared not show themselves. Under the fierce attacks of the Infernal Hunter and Sea Domain Forbidden Master, Lin Yi's final strike, the Firestorm, took the life of the high-ranking god.
Ding, congratulations on successfully defeating the
high-ranking god. Obtained evolution potion *20, a bag of divine essence containing 49 pieces of divine essence. Lin Yi stored the evolution potions and then absorbed the divine essence in the Star Tower. All 49 pieces of divine essence were absorbed by Lin Yi, and he felt he was one step closer to becoming a
high-ranking god. Ding, do you want to enter the next level?
Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but this time he had brought hundreds of subordinates with him, so he decided to take a gamble.
Confirm.
With a whoosh, Lin Yi entered the main god's challenge dungeon.
Busan Emperor.
Rank, main god. Attack power, 68,000. Defense power, 54,000 health points, 1,500,000 skills. Sword domain, forms a sword domain within a range. Each sword deals 120% damage, up to 10 swords can
deal damage.
Busan Sacred Fire, deals 350% fire damage to enemies and causes a burning effect. Holy Star Giant Sword, summons a giant sword to attack enemies, dealing 520% damage, with a chance to stun the enemy.
Berserk skill, self-destruct, when health drops below 30%, enters a berserk state, the damage
of the first 3 skills doubles, and sacrifices 50% of current health to deal equivalent damage to the enemy. When Lin Yi saw it was the Busan Emperor, his heart jolted. When he saw there were 4 skills, he was shocked again. After reading the 4th skill, he felt that this main god was not just difficult to
defeat. When health drops below 30%, that means when health is around 450,000, it will activate the berserk skill, sacrificing 50% of its current health to deal equivalent damage to the enemy. The damage from this strike was at least around 220,000, which was undeniably terrifying. At this moment, Lin Yi didn't dare to be reckless and directly summoned 4 heroes along with all his troops. Hundreds of soldiers filled the dungeon to the brim. The sword domain and the
Holy Fire of Busan gave Lin Yi a rude awakening, as just 2 skills wiped out nearly 100 of his soldiers.
Is this the difficulty of a main god level?
Lin Yi asked himself. He took out the battle fire, maintaining his fighting spirit, and shouted, "All troops, attack!" Lin Yi led the charge. Behind him, 100 or so subordinates surged forward towards the Emperor of Busan. The Holy Star Greatsword of the Emperor of Busan drew a heavy sword from the void, radiating white light, and swung it at the approaching soldiers. Crack, crack, crack. Each swing seemed to take down a little soldier, and the demigod and lower
god troops were all cut down.
At this point, Lin Yi still had a small portion of mid-tier god troops and upper-tier god troops left.
The sorrow of Tristea.
Lin Yi switched weapons, his axe transforming into a staff.
The bloodline of the war god activated. Elemental Chaos dealt 1840% magic damage, annihilation.
Thunder dealt 1040% magic damage, and 9 Hell's 3000 Flames dealt 1280% magic damage, bringing the Emperor's health down to 30% with 3 magical
attacks. The Emperor of Busan's eyes turned golden, and he became enraged.
Berserk skill, self-destruct. The Emperor of Busan threw a sword domain at the soldiers, originally accumulating 1200% damage, but after going berserk, the damage skyrocketed to 2400, making even upper-tier god troops unable to escape their fate. The final blow was aimed at Lin Yi, taking away 200,000 of his health. Fortunately, Lin Yi's health was high, otherwise that hit would have been enough
to take him down. Sophia, use the reversal of the fallen queen, Lin Yi shouted.
However, Sophia hesitated to release it, and the next moment, Lin Yi felt awkward because during that battle, Sophia's weapon had been damaged. Then let's use the power of gentleness to restore the soldier's health, and then use the light of hope to increase attributes by 20%, Lin Yi said.
Sophia smiled at Lin Yi and then unleashed 2 skills.
Lin Yi looked at the nearly defeated Emperor of Busan, feeling strange in his heart.
With the assistance of heroes like Poseidon and Avril, Lin Yi killed the Emperor of Busan.
Ding, challenge. Successful. 30 evolution potions, a large bag of divine essences, 99 pieces, Soul Eater, Atlas, Lord Weapon, Scythe. Upper tier god, Lin Yi saw that the Lord equipment among the rewards was a weapon, and he excitedly exclaimed that Busan was a baba. However, this Lord Weapon could only be equipped by upper tier gods. There was still a large bag of divine essences, so Lin Yi directly opened it to use
the 88th, 98th, 99th, just a little more. The last divine essence was from the Emperor of Busan.
Ding, congratulations, you have successfully advanced to upper tier god.
Soul Eater, Atlas, Weapon, Scythe, rank.
Upper tier god attack power plus 28,000 magic attack power plus 32,000 defense power plus 10,500 health plus 26,000 strength plus 1,300 intelligence plus 1,500 stamina plus 600 skill. Scythe Harvest directly kills enemies with health below 10%, causing them to lose sanity and dealing 400% physical damage and 500% magic damage, along with
inflicting bleeding effects.
Atlas spins and throws the scythe, dealing 360% per 520% physical/magic damage to enemies and can pull them closer.
Ding, comprehending scythe skills.
The battle against the Emperor of Busan made the countries in the inner domain see the reality. The repeated internal strife had already caused a decline in strength.
However, the Emperor of Busan's final self-destruction could be seen as a good deed for the inner domain, and perhaps he died with some purpose. Do you know what happened a few days ago?
I teamed up with a few buddies and sneaked through the spacetime tunnel blasted open by the Busan
Emperor into the outer realm. Guess what? Did you run into those vicious outer realm dogs and barely escape?
The man chuckled. Most of the outer realm
demons over there are at the level of demigods and lower gods.
I'm already a mid-level god now, so you can imagine the outcome.
Look at this set of Lord equipment I have, and it's a dual set effect of the Starry set. What? That's right. Those outer realm demons drop our Lord equipment, and they definitely drop divine fragments upon death. How could we let such an opportunity slip by?
The listeners were getting restless.
Then next time, bring your little brothers along. No problem, the whole of Huaxia is one family.
Ever since the reverse battle Heavenly Soul died, the atmosphere in Huaxia has become increasingly
harmonious.
In the Eternal Night City, the council hall was filled with many high-ranking lords, including players from the East Japan, the 12
island nations, and the United States.
I wonder what brings you all here, Longin said. It's like this, the battle with the Busan Emperor has caused tremendous losses to our inner realm, which has made us realize that we need to unite to resist external enemies.
So we are here to seek cooperation with Huaxia, Jack said.
We know that our past actions have caused indelible wounds to your country, so we will compensate your country with a large amount of resources.
As an apology,
Jack spoke sincerely, and the representatives from other countries nodded in agreement with his words.
Long Yin remained silent, and the
atmosphere was unusually quiet, as no one knew what Lin Yi was thinking at that moment. Lin Yi discovered a diary under the corpse of the Busan Emperor. That day, I was pulled into this strange world by a mysterious force. That's right, I was dragged into a game called Eternal Continent. This world is truly marvelous, but I am not even a first-level lord yet.
I see too many people like me dying in this world. Yes, dying. I heard those high-ranking lords say that there was no death here before, but now, due to this special force, people from reality are being forcibly pulled into the Eternal Continent, turning the game Eternal Continent into a real world. Damn, the living conditions here are truly harsh.
I don't know where my parents and my girlfriend are, or if they are alive or dead.
Lin Yi looked at the Busan Emperor's diary, realizing
that this guy was not among the first batch of people to enter the Eternal Continent, but how he managed to reach the main god level in such a short time was truly unfathomable. Finally built the level 1 Internal Affairs Hall. I am now a first-level lord.
Ha, I even drew a legendary hero. I am truly lucky.
By the way, the first-level Justice
Knight is so powerful, sharing the same sense of justice as me.
Lin Yi chuckled at this point, laughing out loud at the thought of this guy having a sense of justice.
Every night I miss home so much. I don't know where my parents are, and I wonder if Lena is doing well. Lin Yi fell into silence. He was a reborn person, already detached from the past, and his only belief now was to survive. However, many things from the real world stirred up numerous memories. Although in his previous life he faced being fired by his boss, being cheated on by his ex-girlfriend, and the indifferent gazes of relatives, many of those things were hard to look back on, but they were, after all, a real world, a world filled with flesh, blood, and emotions. In his previous life, Lin Yi also let down the girlfriend who had silently waited for him. She was his last ray of hope, but Lin Yi was too insecure at that time and never confessed to her. He was actually afraid of being hurt again. Lin Yi wanted to earn enough money in the Eternal Continent to give her a safe home, but who would have thought it would turn out like this now? Lena, I saw Lena, but she has already been defiled by that group of despicable scoundrels. The murky look in her eyes strangely gives a sense of relief. I don't know how much suffering she has endured in this damned Eternal Continent. I hope my parents are well. Farewell, Lena, those people will soon come to accompany you. No. When I learned that my parents were killed by someone else's hero while fighting for resources, I was filled with resentment towards this world. It turned out that the mental journey of the Emperor of Busan was so heartbreaking. Lin Yi also recalled how, after his parents' accident, he begged relatives for help to raise some money, but until the end, even after his parents passed away, he never sought any help from those so-called relatives. Is this what they call a golden finger in novels? It's truly amazing. I will dominate this stick country with the Calamancher greatsword. I will make them all submit. Father, mother, Lena, I have avenged you. They all died beneath my greatsword, but unfortunately, this cannot bring you back. I have finally reached the main god level. The memories left by the Calamancher greatsword contain a shocking secret. Returning to the real world. Lin Ye's eyes widened at this point, feeling incredulous. Returning to the real world, these words constantly stirred Lin Ye's nerves. Lu Man, the girl deep in his memories, he wondered where she was now, whether she was alive or dead. If he could return to the real world, he would definitely hold her hand and express his love for her. That's right, as long as I can reach the highest god level, I can break the shackles of the Eternal Continent and then find the passage connecting the Eternal Continent and the real world. If I can break it, then the Eternal Continent will spit out those humans who were sucked into it, and the rules of the Eternal Continent will revert to the original game settings? That Dark Knight must also hold some secrets. As long as I kill him and seize his secrets, then I might be able to break this damned shackles. After finishing the diary, Lin Yi suddenly felt very tired, so tired that he lowered his head and fell asleep. He had lost count of how many days and nights he had not closed his eyes in the Eternal Continent because there was no need for sleep here. Lin Yi felt as if he was resting on a soft pillow and he fell into a deep sleep, dreaming of her. Now, the city of Eternal Night had become exceptionally lively. Under the operation of Long Yin, the inner city of Eternal Night was referred to as the Eternal Night Inner City, while the outer city was called the Eternal Night Outer City. The resurrection spring within the city of Eternal Night was also widely known at this time. It was said that those who could write their names in the reincarnation book were all individuals who had made remarkable contributions to the city of Eternal Night. Ding, the power of faith in the Lord's Hall has successfully upgraded to LV3. All Lord command in the city of Eternal Night plus 100, hero attributes plus 15%, troop attributes plus 12%, daily main city resource consumption reduced by 10%. The upgrade of this power of faith greatly enhanced the overall strength of the city of Eternal Night once again. Lin Yi slept a night in the Star Tower and felt refreshed and particularly happy the next day. Would you like to enter the next level? This question had appeared for the 100th time. Lin Yi chose no, preparing to leave the Star Tower and return to the city of Eternal Night to take a look. Ding, due to your choice timing out, the Star Tower has prompted 100 times, causing the anger of the Star Tower. You cannot leave the Star Tower this time. Are you ready to accept the wrath of the stars? The only option Lin Yi saw was accept. Damn, what kind of setting is this? Timing out on a choice, accepting the punishment of the Star Tower. Does the Star Tower even have a temper? What the hell? Lin Yi complained, but the options in front of him kept flashing, seemingly taunting him. I really don't believe it. Can this little Star Tower have an attitude? Confirm. Lin Yi clicked confirm. The first level of the Star Tower trial, defeat all monsters. It was a brief introduction, but as Lin Yi looked at the dense mass of monsters, his fear of crowds kicked in. He had very few soldiers left, barely over 100, but the horde of monsters in front of him was at least 1,000 strong. All heroes, come forth. With a whoosh, 4 heroes appeared beside Lin Yi, 2 on each side. This battle may be quite arduous. The Dawnbringer is with you. This king is with you. The Oracle is with you. As long as the Azure Heart lives, we shall fight. Soul Eater Atlas. Lin Yi summoned the Lord weapon he had just obtained, the scythe, a pitch-black scythe exuding the aura of death. Holding it in one hand, Lin Yi gazed at the swarm of monsters before him. Various goblins filled the map. Cowardly goblins, self-destructing goblins, brave goblins, wolf knight goblins, none had ranks. Light of Hope, Grand Sour,
Units a buff, increasing attack power, defense, and health by 20% until the war ends.
Sophia first cast a powerful buff on everyone, instantly boosting morale. Terrain. Skill, water domain. The battlefield was completely submerged in seawater, while Lin Ye's side, under Poseidon's protection, was unaffected by the water. Many goblins were drowned alive, turning the thousands of monsters into a joke.
The goblins began to struggle in the water, their health bars continuously decreasing.
This, Lin Yi felt. A bit puzzled, the Eternal Continent was based on game data, and in recent battles he felt this virtual world was becoming more and more like the real world. Could it be that the Eternal Continent would eventually transform into another new world?
Or perhaps the two worlds were continuously merging. The monsters before him were all
eliminated by Lin Ye's 4 Oracle-level heroes.
It seems this first level is just to scare people, Lin Yi said, stroking his chin.
The Star Tower shook. The second level of the Star Tower trial, defeat all monsters. Dare to change things up a bit, these monsters aren't enough to fight,
Lin Yi shouted in the Star Tower.
At that
moment, the goblins around began to rise from the ground, marching towards Lin Yi with devilish steps.
What, the undead? Lin Yi exclaimed. Holy light trident.
A strike hit the undead goblin, and with a scream, the goblin was purified.
Shadowy night slash.
Avril transformed into a spirit in the darkness, beginning to reap among the undead. Swish, 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 a dozen corpses fell, but not long after, the dead undead stood up again.
What?
Lin Yi was shocked. The undead goblins that Avril had killed
could still rise and continue fighting. One of them, even with half its head severed, still stood up and attacked everyone.
The death energy here is too heavy. Physical
attacks can no longer kill these undead, Rodhart said. In that case, try stay as sorrow.
Lin Yi took out his staff and began to cast magic.
Weapon skill, elemental. Chaos.
Summoning various elements in the air, causing elemental upheaval, dealing 920% magic damage to enemies in the area. The dark attribute elements were the strongest,
and the repeated upheavals of dark elements killed the goblin undead.
World-destroying thunder. Strikes of thunder obliterated the goblin corpses, leaving not even a
trace behind.
This should be able to eliminate these monsters, right? Lin Yi said lightly. Indeed, this magical attack was the most effective against these undead.
9.
Nether 3000 flames, communicating with the power of heaven and earth, summoning the unquenchable fire of hell, dealing 640% magic damage to enemies, with a
chance to inflict burning effects. A vast sea of fire burned many living dead, their bodies crackling as they were consumed by flames. After about half an hour, all the
living dead were obliterated.
As expected, the Star Tower shook violently once again, seemingly furious. The third level of the Star Tower trial, final trial, defeat all monsters. How unoriginal, Lin Yi said.
The Star Tower shook a couple of times and then fell silent. At this moment, many souls appeared in the battlefield. Yes, they were
the undead goblins.
World-destroying thunder. Lightning passed through the undead's bodies, causing no harm to them.
What?
Lin Yi found it hard to believe. Had the
soul bodies become immune to magical damage?
Amidst the chaos, Lin Yi took out his giant axe and swung it at the soul body, but it passed right through. At this time, these undead began to gnaw on the soldiers, who let out miserable cries. About 100 soldiers were devoured by the undead. They tried to fight back but found that all their attacks and weapons passed through the undead's bodies, as if the undead had activated a damage immunity cheat.
Soul Eater. Atlas.
As the Grim Reaper's scythe emerged, all the undead began to tremble. Lin Yi was right. This scythe was indeed a treasure that countered the undead. The scythe swung out, carrying the aura of death,
reaping the undead. With each undead killed, the Soul Eater absorbed their death energy into the scythe to nourish Atlas. After half a day, he finally exterminated over 1,000 undead, and at this point, the aura emanating from Atlas became even more chilling. This should let me pass and get out, right?
Lin Yi muttered to himself.
However, the Star Tower remained silent, which infuriated Lin Yi.
Where has that knight gone to clear the fields? The Beast King said. Don't say it so cryptically. It should be more like where he went to hunt for treasures, the Cold Robe Scholar said, but then realized his own words were also quite cryptic and corrected himself. It should be said that he is out exploring. Hey, I heard many people have gone to the outer realms and they all returned with half a set of Lord equipment, the Beast King said. I heard that Sakata and the others took people and got 2 sets of 2 skill gear. I'm really envious,
Longin said.
I also heard someone got a Lord skill
book, Long Shou said.
This truly stirred up a storm. How rare is a Lord skill book? If Lord equipment is hard to come by in the Lord era, then a Lord skill book is
priceless and hard to find.
For example, if 2 lower gods, both lords, fought, the one without skills could only rely on punches and kicks for damage output, which could reach a maximum of 100% of their attack power. If they had skills, the damage would naturally rise. Even the worst Lord skill book could deal 150% damage to enemies.
Why don't we form a team and go? The Beast King suggested.
Actually, I was thinking the same, but if we go, the Eternal Night City is in a vulnerable state. What if the
Outer Realm demons take advantage of it? Longin said.
But we can't contact that knight now. I really don't know where he is hiding in some ravine.
How about this?
Long show, you take a small team to test the waters in the outer realm, and I'll wait here for night to return.
If nothing unexpected happens, I'll join you with night. Later, how about that? Long Yin proposed.
Sounds good, Long Show replied. This time, let's try to get some gear on, the Beast King said, as he had nothing but a weapon
left. Hey, exhibitionist.
Blood-colored Ching Yu looked at the Beast King with disdain. Little girl, the Beast King said, wanting to pinch her cheek.
A perverted uncle appears in Eternal Night City. Sister, save me.
This girl really never fails to shock with her words. Lin Yi spent a night in the Star Tower. The night in the Star Tower was particularly enchanting, with stars twinkling in the sky, seemingly possessing a special magic.
Could this Star Tower be formed by some living creature? Lin Yi thought, as the Star Tower was currently retaliating against him for not responding the entire night. The gender of the Star Tower must be female. Just then, Lin Yi noticed that the task frame on his right displayed that there was still one monster left to be killed in the Star Tower's Trial 3.
So this task isn't completed, no.
Wonder I can't leave.
Lin Yi mumbled.
But where is this last monster?
Lin Yi and the 4 heroes searched the entire map but couldn't find it. It's been a long time,
You sure you want to eliminate me?
Suddenly, Lin Yi froze as the last monster appeared before him. No, it should be said that it was a person, it was Lin Yi himself.
You must be tired, right? You need to rest.
Let me take over your path from now on, you just rest well in this Star Tower.
You wish. God of War Bloodline. Without a second thought, Lin Yi activated the God of War Bloodline, wanting to end this quickly. Do you really want to kill me? Or can you not even face your own heart? God of War Bloodline. The other Lin Yi also activated the God of War Bloodline. Ayatotha's War Spear. Ayatotha's War Spear. Both drew out identical weapons. The two fought with the
same moves, but each time Lin Yi's morale would drop a bit. He was indeed tired, as he suddenly felt that the faith to keep living had vanished, and it would be better to return to dust to end it all. It seems your heart is wavering, the other Lin Yi said with a smile.
In the next moment, Ayatotha's war spear slashed across Lin Yi's cheek, blood dripping down.
I can feel your inner emptiness, the other Lin Yi said. Since you have no faith, why not rest well here?
Eternal sleep is your final destination,
and I will take your place to reach the end of the gods, to witness the world's end for you, to enjoy the sun's brilliance for you.
With a swish, the war spear cut through Lin Yi's left leg again. Lin Yi's injured leg gave way, and he knelt down. What am I even fighting for now? This question filled Lin Yi's mind, and he
had lost the will to fight.
Return to the real world, I will confess to Lu Man for you.
Real world.
Lu Man.
Strength. These words appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Reach the end of the gods, break the spatial barrier, return to the real world to live a normal life.
If Lu Man is still around, I must seize the opportunity, Lin Yi thought.
In fact, a person's life, all the grand gestures are merely fleeting moments. A simple life is the true essence of life. By the time some people understand this, they are already old and frail. My life is in my hands. My fate is mine, not dictated by heaven.
Lin Yi shouted. Soul Devourer. Atlas. Scythe of Death. Spirits retreat. In
the next moment, the other Lin Yi was sucked into the Soul Devourer's scythe. You finally understand, the other Lin Yi said before being pulled in.
Thank you. Lin Yi tightly gripped the Soul Devourer, feeling as if he could sense the other self.
Ding, congratulations on successfully passing the Star Tower's trial. You will have one opportunity to ascend the Star Ladder. If successful, you will be the Dragon Sovereign. If you fail, you will descend to the 9 nether yellow springs.
Star Ladder. A 100-layer ladder connecting the inner realm to the outer realm, with different pressures every 10 layers. If you succeed in climbing, you will qualify to enter the rank of the main god.
At this moment, the supreme ring in Lin Ye's hand began to emit a scorching heat, and in an instant, all the information flooded into Lin Ye's brain. It turned out that the former god of war Ares had also walked the Star Ladder, and it was because of the Star Ladder that he became a main god.
Ding, successfully unlocked.
The effect of the supreme ring, Jiankuan simulation.
Cosmic simulation, a skill that can deduce the causality of events, profoundly mysterious, akin to Ares' mind reading ability.
A friendly reminder, try to use this effect sparingly, for causality is determined by the heavens. Do not disrupt it and invite disaster upon yourself.
Ding, do you wish to begin ascending the starry ladder? Xia, how is the plan progressing? Shou asked.
Everything is on schedule, but the most crucial person in this
plan has yet to arrive. Xia replied with a smile.
This time, we must capture all of humanity in one fell swoop. We can no longer wait for the Star Master.
When
you mentioned the Star Master, both Xia and Shou's eyes flickered, revealing the Star Master's significant status in their hearts.
If our plan succeeds this time, we can summon the Lord's heroes and build barracks to recruit combat troops, Shou said.
If it weren't for the ants in the inner domain having heroes and soldiers, it would have long become our colony. Exactly, as long as this mission is completed smoothly, we can uncover the secret from the inner domain's Lord, which is why the Star Master is particularly invested in this mission. Xia, you need to speed up the progress with that important person.
No problem. The starry ladder began to appear.
before Lin Yi, step by step, extending towards the sky from in front of him. The steps emitted a faint white glow, pure and white like jade.
Lin Ye's gaze followed the
direction of the steps, revealing an endless starry sky. Challenger, please confirm once more if you are ready to begin the challenge.
Once the challenge starts, it cannot be paused.
Stepping onto the 100-layer ladder means reaching the clouds of the 9 heavens, otherwise, it leads to the 9 hells of the Yellow Springs.
Lin Yi
clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination.
Confirmed.
Lin Yi stepped onto the first step of the ladder, feeling as if he were carrying dozens of pounds of
weight.
He took a deep breath and climbed upward with all his might. By the 11th step, the weight had doubled, but for Lin Yi, this pressure was still within his
limits. We just cleared half a set of the starry gear. This is a good haul, Wang Quanfu Gui said with a smile. Let's give this half set to Long Sha. He already
has 3 pieces, and with these 3, he will have a complete set.
With Long Sha's enhanced combat power, we will be more secure in continuing to farm for equipment. It could be said that Wang Quanfu Gui's words were flawless.
Then let's roll for the equipment that drops next, or we can submit it for unified distribution based on need, Long Sha suggested. Everything is up to you, Blood Rose replied. The other members of the team nodded in agreement with Blood Rose's opinion.
Watch out for the venom,
Long Sha shouted loudly as a wave of green venom sprayed towards them. Everyone dodged, but many soldiers who couldn't evade were instantly corroded by the
venom. This is at least a mid-tier divine monster. Everyone be careful. Damn, it's a starry dragon serpent, Han Yi Shusheng exclaimed. Holy crap,
this damn bird has
mutated, Wan Shou Wan cried out.
Indeed, the starry dragon bird before them was different from other starry dragon birds. It had 2 heads.
Starry 2-headed dragon. Bird, upper-tier divine. Be careful, it's an upper-tier divine.
Long Sha reminded the team.
Damn it, didn't they say upper-tier divine beings are rare? What kind of bad luck is this that we encounter one? Wang Quanfu Gui said.
Finally, I've encountered ants. What great luck, the starry 2-headed dragon bird laughed.
This guy talks big, it's suffocating me. Long Sha, it's decided, you're the one. Wang Quanfu Gui shouted. Spacetime rift. This is the skill of the 6-piece starry set. Don't you think using spatial skills in front of our starry clan is like showing off? In the next moment, the starry 2-headed dragon bird vanished from its spot, and the surrounding space began to ripple. Be careful, it's around us, be cautious, Long Sha warned. Die. Toxic flood. A torrent of venom sprayed towards the crowd, and one of the lower-ranked gods in the team was unable to dodge, becoming heavily contaminated with the poison. The speed at which his health bar dropped was visible to the naked eye, and before long he was poisoned to death. Fortunately, he could be revived at the resurrection spring, otherwise, this team member would have truly vanished into the cosmos. Take this, axe, Long Shou shouted. Everyone, summon auxiliary heroes to give us all buffs, then summon god-level soldiers. We need to fight with sheer numbers. The Lord must retain combat power, as the battles ahead may be fierce, Long Shou declared. The more they fought, the braver they became, increasing the Lord's attack power by 10%. Sticking to the rules, increasing our faction's troops' defense by 15%. Blood surging, increasing the Lord, heroes, and soldiers' health by 18%. Buffs were being applied one after another. Everyone, chop this 2-headed worm down. Brew it. Wang Quanfu Gui, under the buff's influence, was filled with bravado, and with that he took the star sword and slashed at the starry 2-headed dragon serpent. The star sword was caught by one of the dragon's heads, while the other head was gathering a destructive energy cannon, preparing to spit it at Wang Quanfu Gui. At that moment, Wang Quanfu Gui looked around and found that no one was following him into battle, and he suddenly felt timid. Why aren't you going? Old Wang, this is your chance to shine. I think I'll let this precious opportunity go to the newcomers present. Wang Quanfu Gui sheepishly withdrew the star sword, intending to retreat, but the energy cannon of the starry 2-headed dragon bird had already been charged and was crashing down towards him. Ah, my god, my butt is being hit. Wang Quanfu Gui covered his rear with one hand while not forgetting to dodge like a snake, leaving everyone with 3 black lines on their foreheads. This upper-ranked god was not so easily provoked. This guy was getting too bold. Meanwhile, another team encountered the outer evil of an upper-ranked god, but out of nowhere, a figure in a black robe appeared and repelled the outer evil. Thank you. Thanks. You're welcome. We are all compatriots. It's only right to help each other in times of trouble, the figure in the black robe said. By the way, let me tell you a secret. There is a place in the outer realm filled with treasures. The black-robed figure said mysteriously, his tone highly enticing. Oh, what do you mean? Upon hearing the word treasure, the group lit up with excitement. The Godfall battlefield. It is said that this place was once the site of a divine battle filled with Lord equipment and Lord skill books, and even divine eggs. The so-called divine eggs are items possessed by the supreme gods, the black-robed figure continued, his tone still dripping with temptation. Did you see? This entire set of Lord equipment I have was farmed there. It's a 3-skill set, and I even learned 2 skills. A place brimming with Lord equipment and skill books, and this example was right before their eyes. Such a huge temptation. Who could resist? Brother, you should do good to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Well said, we are all inner realm lords, we are family, the black-robed figure said enthusiastically. This place is right. Here, the black-robed figure spoke to the group in the middle. However, this scene was playing out in many places in the outer realm, with the black-robed figure as the main character. On the 51st level of the ladder, Lin Ye's mouth was already bleeding. Damn! Outer evil of the upper-ranked god. Put. In another location, another team encountered the outer evil of an upper-ranked god. A 10-person team was utterly powerless against the might of the upper-ranked god's outer evil, bleeding in the air. At this moment, a black-robed figure would save the team, then intentionally or unintentionally reveal information about the Godfall battlefield to them. The inner realm lords, already dizzy with thoughts of treasures, seemed oblivious to the strangeness of the situation. On this day, among the lords farming equipment in the outer realm, the most talked about topic was the Godfall battlefield. Some teams, overestimating their strength, had already set off towards the so-called Godfall battlefield, while others shared this news with people in the inner realm. In no time, many factions from the inner realm dispatched numerous teams to the outer realm in search of treasure. What? Someone has fully equipped a lord with 3 skills in the outer realm, and they even found 2 skill books. If I had that kind of luck, I'd be laughing in my dreams. Are you stupid? Just go to the Godfall battlefield, even a dog can farm equipment there. Isn't that right? I heard you can find decent gear everywhere. It used to be a battlefield of the gods, so there must be plenty of good stuff. Isn't it? I heard there are even divine eggs. Only the supreme gods are qualified to possess those. This news ignited a frenzy in the inner realm, prompting many countries to send more personnel to the outer realm. Well done, he said to the man in the black robe. Hey, this time it's up to you to seize this opportunity. Are you questioning us? The guard said angrily. I wouldn't dare, it's just that your recent series of actions have been a bit hard to watch, the man in the black robe retorted. You're just an ant. Oh, how about we spar on the star arena? The man in the black robe scoffed. Yuchi said. The man in the black robe glanced at you and said, I almost forgot about you. Why don't the 3 of you come together? That way, we can resolve this hassle completely. Otherwise, you all come to me one by one like clowns, slapping my face every day. You're not afraid of pain, but I'm afraid of getting tired. You're going too far. Enough of your bickering. A sudden explosive sound in the air brought immense pressure to the 4. Yes, Star Master, they all replied. Indeed, this was the Star Master. With just a reprimand, he could stun the 3 clan leaders of the Star Clan and intimidate the mysterious man in the black robe as well. At this moment, a small white bird named Illusion Sparrow was flying beside the Star Master. In Eternal Night City, Longin stood on the city wall, lost in thought. Lin Yi had not yet returned, and the news of the Godfall battlefield had already stirred a frenzy throughout the inner realm. Many factions and countries had increased their personnel in the outer realm. If they didn't catch this wave, the position of the overlord of Eternal Night City might be shaken. Strategist. Longin, let me take a team to the outer realm. More people means more strength. This was Xuanwu speaking. Xuanwu had advanced to a mid-level god and could now transform into human form. Longin remained silent for a long time before saying, you can take a team of 10 to the outer realm to meet up with Long Shou and the others. I will continue to wait for the night to deepen in Eternal Night City while also handling some daily maintenance. Try to choose mid-level gods to go with you. Alright, my lord, give it up. At the foot of the heavenly ladder, Sophia shouted with red eyes. Lin Yi was already bloodied and mangled, having reached the 91st level. From the 59th level onward, every step of the white heavenly ladder was stained with Lin Yi's blood, and by the 81st level, every time Lin Yi ascended a step, he could hear the sound of bones breaking somewhere in his body. The 92nd level, Lin Yi's rib broke and the broken bone jutted out from his body, the stark white bone exposed to the air. Sophia, hurry and heal me. Sophia looked at Lin Yi's miserable state, her whole body trembling. My lord, I beg you to give up. Going up any further will kill you. Sophia's voice trembled as she spoke. Hurry and heal me. The gentle power of the light of hope brought Lin Yi a moment of relief, but the next second, the overwhelming pain once again seized his central nervous system. The 93rd level, another rib burst forth from the flesh. Lin Yi let out a miserable scream. This made Sophia's heart ache. At this moment, Lin Yi had already climbed onto the 94th step of the ladder, with just 6 more steps to go. He was using both hands and feet to climb up another step, getting closer and closer, right in front of him. My lord, you can't go any further. Sophia had already sensed Lin Yi's life force dwindling, and she was certain that he had no chance of reaching the 100th step, as the Elf Queen was extremely sensitive to vitality, and Lin Yi's life force was now very scarce. In order to return to that ordinary world, Lin Yi was now risking his life. 99th step. 100th step. Lin Yi's vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Is this the Godfall battlefield? Wang Xuanfu was astonished, as it was dark and crowded with people from the inner domain. Damn, did they mobilize half the country from the US, said the Beast King. Look, it seems like an entire country has come from the east. Han Yi Shusheng pointed ahead. These people can't all be here for the Godfall battlefield, can
They? Blood-colored Jingyu said, looking around at the throngs of people which triggered her claustrophobia. Sister, there are too many people, I feel like throwing up. Blood-colored Jingyu said as she leaned against the shoulder of blood-colored Rose. At this moment, Longsho felt something was off. A place meant for Godfall was now as crowded as a market, which was simply unacceptable. Let's withdraw for now. There are too many people in here, and besides, Jingyu isn't feeling well. It's not suitable for crowded places. Longsho suggested tactfully. Some teammates in the group felt a bit dissatisfied. They had come to a treasure hunting site, and leaving empty-handed was too frustrating. However, due to Longsho's prestige, no one in the team opposed. Longsho. At this moment, Xuanwu arrived with a team of 10 at the Godfall battlefield and quickly came over to join Longsho. Xuanwu, why are you here too? Longyin sent me to bring a team to help you grab treasures, Xuanwu said. At this moment, Xuanwu's words were too sensitive, and many people around cast them disapproving glances. We were just about to withdraw, Longsho replied. What? Everyone else is coming to grab treasures, and you want to withdraw? Did your head get caught in the door? Xuanwu blurted out without thinking. Suddenly, a wave of pressure descended. It's truly not the fear of a godlike opponent but the dread of pig-like teammates. Xuanwu's actions were simply outrageous. What stage of pressure is this? It's making me feel like I'm about to explode. Someone in the crowd said. Could it be the main god again? Someone shouted, as many present had witnessed the battle between the main gods before, so this pressure was not new to them. Boom! Many demigod lords were directly blown into a mist of blood. What? What on earth is this? Damn, I just said I wanted to leave and now I'm trapped like a chick, can't get out. Xuanwu was also feeling frustrated. Who knew such a thing would happen? Run, everyone, run, scatter, someone shouted from the crowd. And soon the Godfall battlefield was in chaos. Many who tried to rush out were blasted by a mysterious force, resulting in more blood mist. Everyone, don't act blindly. This space has been sealed off. Don't make any rash moves. Longsho shouted. I'm not going to die with you guys. An upper god lord from the east dashed towards the outside of the Godfall battlefield. Boom! Another blood mist erupted, and at this moment, many fell silent, as even upper gods couldn't escape, let alone those who were mid or lower gods. Some people recognized Longsho's identity as the leader of the 5 tiger generals of Eternal Night City, and everyone secretly felt relieved that they hadn't offended this great deity. Why does the leader of the 3 major star clans have to act so mysteriously? Longsho shouted. You really have some guts, kid. Hee indeed, there are no weaklings in Eternal Night City. Are you planning to go to war with us in the inner domain? Longsho said, first placing a big hat on them. Inner domain? War? Ha, the sly one replied. What do you inner domain folks count for? As for going to war, do you even qualify? A bunch of rotten fruits, break at the slightest touch. You said disdainfully. You, a defeated foe, still have the face to talk back. Don't forget who was chased out by us. The Beast King said. You? What about you, mixed feather bird? Useless. Huan Ling shot her feathers like hidden weapons towards the Beast King. In the next moment, Longsho blocked the attack with his battle axe. If you want to fight, Eternal Night City will accompany you to the end. Longsho declared. I say, your so-called god-level attack can be easily blocked by just anyone now. You really are regressing. At that moment, the man in the black robe suddenly appeared and said, Look, it's the man in the black robe. He's here to save us, right? So handsome. I'm going to stick with him from now on. I like this big leg. Ha. The man in the black robe couldn't help but laugh at the words of the inner domain lords in the Godfall battlefield. This is human nature. Back then, you all wanted to put me to death, and now you all kneel before me like pathetic sycophants, begging. Ridiculous. The group of sycophants from earlier fell silent, feeling like clowns. Black-robed man, didn't you say there are many treasures here? Someone questioned. At this moment, many people realized that the black-robed man had indeed said this to them before. Could it be that this black-robed man is an outer domain demon? It is your greed that has created the current situation. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. Who exactly are you? Longsho asked. The scene fell silent, everyone eager to know the true identity of the black-robed man. Do you really want to know? The black-robed man said. In the next moment he unveiled his robe, and the people of the inner domain widened their eyes in shock. What was going on with him? Even Longsho's gaze trembled slightly, truly unexpected. You actually allied with the outer domain demons? Longsho exclaimed. There's no such thing as allegiance. Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes, and there is no place for me in the inner domain anymore. So this is what the inner domain owes me. Defeated foe, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time, the Beast King shouted. Oh, you can all come at me together, you infuriate me. Just as the Beast King was about to leap at him, the previous pressure surged towards everyone once more. The Beast King spat out a mouthful of old blood. This pressure was even stronger than before. Why, you're already a true god. Longsho gasped. Indeed. Everyone was astonished by the black-robed man's rapid advancement. In just a few days, he had reached the true god level.
Even Lin Yi, if present, would find it unbelievable. What exactly is your purpose in luring everyone here? Long Shou asked. The black-robed man deliberately paused before saying, the Outer Domain Star Clan has taken an interest in the methods of summoning heroes and constructing barracks, so they want to consult and learn from us. Bah! You dog of a traitor, a lord from the east shouted, and instantly some people felt something was off. Why did the atmosphere feel so strange? Summoning heroes and constructing barracks are not something the outer domain demons can handle, so don't harbor delusions. Long Shou said. Yeah, don't harbor delusions, someone in the crowd echoed. Just then, the pressure in the heavens and earth grew stronger, making it hard for everyone to breathe, and many lords fell to their knees. What a terrifying pressure. This is definitely not the pressure of the main god. It's absolutely more powerful than the main god. Could it be the supreme god? Someone in the crowd voiced the doubt that everyone was feeling at that moment. Ants, I'll start with you, a voice said, and the next moment, the person who had just spoken was lifted by a force, and with a swish, their body was disassembled into particles. A beam of light swept over the particles, and they instantly burned to nothing. Failed, the voice said. This is disassembly, someone exclaimed in terror. That's right, this is disassembly. It can break you down into particles and then analyze how you summon heroes and build barracks. This way, our star clan will also be able to summon heroes and recruit troops, and we will become a minor star. In the next moment, the person who had mentioned disassembly was ruthlessly disassembled as well, disappearing from existence without even a scream, and the disassembled lord could not be revived through the resurrection spring. Who exactly are you? Long Shou demanded. You are very brave. Then I will tell you. I am the founder of the Star Clan, the Star Sovereign. Having answered your question, the price you must pay is disassembly. Lin Yi did not know how long he had been asleep. He felt something furry rubbing against him, and he sensed a moist and soft thing licking his cheek. Lin Yi groggily opened his eyes and saw a small black cat beside him, already licking away most of the blood on his body. The little cat smacked its pink, pouting mouth, its clear eyes captivating, and its fluffy fur made it look like a round black ball. Lin Yi reached out to gently stroke it, and it lazily lay on the ground, exposing its pink belly. Lin Yi rubbed its little belly, and suddenly, the little cat seemed startled, its entire body bristling like a puffed-up furball. In an instant, the cat slowly transformed into an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Her skin is white as milk, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, covering her sensitive areas. A pair of cat ears on her head twitched occasionally, and her hands retained feline characteristics, with long white thighs complemented by an unshorn cat tail. She lowered her head, blushing, her blood circulating rapidly, giving her fair skin a hint of rosy color. Oh my god, with my anemia, I get this situation. It's a bit hard to handle, Lin Yi exclaimed. The cat girl did not speak. Ding, the cat servant egg has successfully hatched a cat servant. Would you like to rename it? The name cat servant is too evil. Let's call you Lin Xing from now on, Lin Yi said. In truth, Lin Yi had no intention of taking advantage of the cat servant, nor did he plan to engage in any girlfriend development scheme. He simply wanted to find a little sister. Do you believe that? My name is Lin Xing. Yes, from now on, you will be called Lin Xing. The appearance of Lin Xing was actually due to Lin Yi's blood from that day, creating a blood bond between the two, which made Lin Xing particularly fond of Lin Yi. Lin Yi recalled how he had been rubbing the little cat's belly. No wonder Lin Xing had suddenly bristled, as being touched on the belly like that would elicit such a reaction from any girl. If it were another girl, she would probably chase Lin Yi with a kitchen knife. You being naked isn't a good thing. It can easily lead to crimes, Lin Yi said. Ding, please choose a divine pet outfit. This system is really good. Why didn't it exist before? Lin Yi muttered. At that moment, several outfits appeared before Lin Yi: Lolita, Hanfu, JK. Wow, when did this eternal continent turn into a miracle paradise? Lin Yi said while suppressing his heartbeat to choose clothes for Lin Xing. The next moment, a JK outfit appeared on Lin Xing, and the sight left Lin Yi stunned, his heart racing, hormones surging rapidly. But, calm down. Lin Xing, cat servant, rank, intelligent agile system? Lin Yi discovered that he couldn't see Lin Xing's attributes and profile, which was really frustrating. Divine Egg, a symbol of becoming a supreme god. The divine egg is formed by the supreme god condensing divine power essence. Each divine egg contains different pets, which can be animals or plants. They will accompany their master for a lifetime. The quality of a divine egg pet can greatly enhance its master. Generally, a divine egg pet is born at the intelligent level and will grow stronger alongside its master. Lin Yi was puzzled, feeling that this intelligent level seemed quite low, wondering if it would be weak. Little did he know that Lin Xing was fully aware of his thoughts and shot him a displeased glance. One must understand that no matter how weak the divine egg formed from the supreme god's divine power essences, its strength would not fall below the level of a supreme god, right? Ding, the system has detected that you have a large number of evolution potions. Would you like to use them on the cat servant? Lin Yi looked at the hundreds of evolution potions stored in his backpack and decisively clicked to use them. Ding, consuming one evolution potion, the cat servant's rank seems to have changed.
Lin Yi looked and saw that Lin Xing's rank had risen from the previous intelligent level to the awakening level.
Ding! Cat servant evolution successful, rewarded with 10 evolution potions. Would you like to continue using evolution potions? Confirm.
With a swipe, 10 evolution potions were deducted from Lin Yi's backpack,
followed by a sound. Ding! Evolution failed.
Lin Yi cursed inwardly. This failure could have allowed 5 epic heroes to evolve to the Holy Oracle level. Although 10 potions were a gift, Lin Yi still felt a pang of
pain.
One must know that in the entire inner domain, he probably had the only evolution potions available. To elevate heroes to the Holy Oracle level, evolution potions were essential. Seeing that he still had over 100 potions left in his backpack, Lin Yi, with a gambler's mentality, decided to try again.
Another 10 evolution potions were deducted. A series of exhilarating sounds rang out, and yes, this time it succeeded. The cat servant had upgraded from the awakening level to the spirit level.
Ding! Cat servant evolution successful, rewarded with 20 evolution potions.
Would you like to continue? Lin Yi glanced at
the required amount for the next upgrade and suddenly felt an urge to urinate. He needed 100 evolution potions. At this moment, Lin Xing had already advanced twice, her appearance becoming even more enchanting. They say girls are made of water, and the Lin Xing before him was indeed very ethereal, making one want to take a bite out of her. Hiss! Lin Yi looked at Lin Xing's charming demeanor, and this.
Damn it, continue.
Lin Yi slammed down 100 evolution potions, watching as his backpack was deducted by 100 potions, leaving only a pitiful dozen behind. With a sound of dejection, Lin Yi immediately felt deflated. Those 100 evolution potions were gone, and his mindset crumbled. Lin Yi felt like dying, but at least he had succeeded twice, and he can only comfort himself with that. In the future, when Lin Yi recalled today's events,
he would secretly be grateful for his initial choice. This time, I won't decompose you.
Illusion Sparrow, go play today, that toy is yours. A small white bird flew out from behind the Star Master and headed
towards Long Xiao.
Although the illusion sparrow was small, with one strike pierced through Long Xiao's heart, and the next moment, a cold corpse lay on the ground.
What on earth was this thing, to be so powerful?
The next moment, Long Xiao revived at the resurrection spring, but that strike from the illusion sparrow made him deeply feel fear. The despair and terror before death made him dare not face the illusion
sparrow again.
The figure in the black robe looked at the illusion sparrow, his eyes burning with a strong desire for power. The illusion sparrow darted back and forth among the crowd, and the number of cold corpses on the ground continued to increase. Lin Yi discovered that there were many messages in his communicator, the earliest one being from 7 days ago. Lin Yi realized where he was actually
at the Godfall battlefield. But the surroundings were empty. Where were the crowds that Wan Quanfu Gue had mentioned?
Not even a shadow was in sight.
Could there be 2 Godfall battlefields in the outer realm?
Lin Yi was currently at the center of the Godfall battlefield.
Little Wan, where are you guys?
I'm also at the Godfall battlefield, but there's not a single hair around.
Lin Yi privately messaged Wang Quan Fu Gue.
At that moment, when Wang Quan Fu Gue saw Lin Yi's reply, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline.
Great God, we are at 5218x, 9541y. Wang Quan Fu Gue immediately sent the coordinates to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a look. This location should be nearby. Osiris Dragon.
Lin Yi was about to summon it to quickly head to the battlefield but realized he hadn't brought it this time, so he started sprinting towards the
coordinates.
At first, Lin Yi was running wildly, but he soon realized that his speed was already faster than that of the Osiris Dragon. Then he suddenly became aware that his rank was now that of a high god,
and he could fly.
Lin Yi pulled Lin Xing up into the air. The power of a high god was intoxicating. Lin Xing was pulled by Lin Yi as they flew towards the coordinates sent by Wang Quan Fu Gue.
Master, you.
When Lin Xing began to call him master, Lin Yi shivered. Oh my, that voice could slay a crowd. Just call me brother instead, Lin Yi said. Oh brother, you're walking too slowly, Lin Xing replied.
What? With my high god level carrying you while flying, you call this walking?
Lin Yi said, glancing back at his little sister. Lin Xing, sensing Lin Yi's thoughts through their blood connection, suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's hand and surged forward. Lin Yi felt his heart race as this delicate little hand held onto him, but the next moment, Lin Xing's sudden acceleration sent them flying like a streak of light towards their
destination. Ah, what the hell, Lin Xing, you're going way too fast. Lin Yi shouted. Lin Xing, I think I'm going to be sick.
We're almost there, Lin Xing said.
Illusion Sparrow, come back, we're done. Playing for today, the ones who survive next will be completely disassembled.
The Illusion Sparrow returned to the Star Master after taking the life of a lord in front of it.
Long Yin, upon learning that Lin
Yi could make contact, immediately had Long Shou relay the situation on the Oracle battlefield to Lin Yi.
Supreme God, Lin Yi said calmly.
It seemed today was destined to be a fierce battle.
Lin Yi recalled.
When the 2 old men in black and white joined forces with 3 other high gods to fight the Supreme God, the Busan Emperor, in that 5-on-1 situation, the former was being ground into the dirt. But this time, there were also members from Eternal Night City, like Wang Quan Fu Gue and the Blood Sisters.
As the city lord, he couldn't abandon them. If they were killed by the Illusion Sparrow, it would be one thing. But if they were disassembled by the Star Master, they wouldn't even be able to resurrect, truly returning to dust. Sister, I don't want to be disassembled, blood-colored Qingyu said. Blood-colored Rose hugged blood-colored Qingyu and said, don't be afraid, I'm here. At that moment, they were just two fragile girls who wouldn't fear death. Do you think brother-in-law will come back to save us? Blood-colored Rose didn't speak, but she had been constantly thinking of Lin Yi because every time there was a crisis, it was his arrival that turned danger into safety. She hoped that this time would be the same. If they could survive this time, blood-colored Rose wanted to tell him this secret. Because in the Eternal Continent, one never knew when they might suddenly die. She looked at the cold corpses on the ground and thought, if she died, then this secret would be forever sealed. Boom, with a loud crash, a large gap was smashed into the space that had surrounded everyone. Who is it? The Star Master asked, his voice neither sad nor happy, as if everything was under his control. No, sorry, I drove past it. At that moment, Lin Yi stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Wow, the girl next to my brother-in-law is so beautiful, blood-colored Qingyu exclaimed. At this time, the members of Eternal Night City looked down at Lin Xing, truly amazed by her beauty. This woman seemed to belong only in the heavens. Wait, cat ears, cat paws, cat tail, JK uniform. So my brother-in-law is into this kind of thing. Actually, I have a JK uniform too. Yu, Shou, and Xia saw Lin Ye's arrival and all stepped forward. As the saying goes, enemies meet and their eyes turn red. Star Master, he is the one we spoke of, the night that covers the sky. You said to the Star Master. A mere minor deity, what kind of waves can he stir? The Star Master replied. Many people present showed expressions of surprise. It hadn't been long since Lin Yi had risen from a high-ranking god to a master god, an existence that was simply monstrous, even more impressive than using cheats. You three are also master gods. Can't the three of you together defeat one master god? The Star Master said. If that's the case, you are simply too useless and have no reason to exist. The three of them entered a combat state. If the three master gods couldn't defeat Lin Yi, it wasn't that they were useless, but rather that Lin Yi was too formidable. Lin Xing, be good and wait for me here for a moment. I'll take care of these three useless ones, Lin Yi said to Lin Xing. Brother Lin Xing called out. Don't be afraid, I'll be back soon. Lin Yi thought Lin Xing was scared, and while speaking, he patted her back. This affectionate gesture left blood-colored Rose somewhat dazed. My time is precious, you three can come at me together, Lin Yi said. Kid, you're quite arrogant, but this is your only chance because you won't have another, Xia said. Yu and Shou also moved towards Lin Yi, and the three of them launched an attack that caused the surrounding space to begin to shake. Is this the Master God? Many lords from the inner domain looked at the attack from Yu and the others, feeling the immense power, their hearts filled with despair, believing that there was indeed a world of difference between the inner and outer domains. Many foreign forces even began to contemplate surrender. Ayatotha's war spear. The war spear came with the wind and fire. Lin Yi wielded the spear, a god of war unmatched. The sorrow of Tristea. Hammer him, has anyone noticed this Easter egg? A staff hovered around Lin Yi. The flames of battle surged. Battle axes circled around Lin Yi. Soul Eater Atlas. Sides spun around Lin Yi. Go! Lin Yi shouted, and the three weapons seemed to come to life, flying towards Yu, Shou, and Xia to engage in battle, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe watched this scene, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. One thought commands the three pure ones, the Star Master declared. Damn it, why? Why is he always this powerful? At that moment, the figure in the black robe inexplicably roared in front of everyone. Die! Let you reincarnate in the Nine Nether. The figure in the black robe launched a fierce attack at Lin Yi. You, the ghost soldier, I'll deal with you first. Lin Yi sensed the black-robed figure attacking him from behind, so he gripped the Ayatoth war spear tightly, turned around, and struck at the black-robed figure with a thrust. This blow was enough to make the black-robed figure suffer greatly. The external force of the spear shattered the black robe. It's you! Conquer the heavenly path. That's right, it's me. Then die. You've lived long enough, you should be satisfied. The spear cleaved through the body of the conqueror of the heavenly path. Lin Ye's bloodline of the god of war and his magical martial origin meant that his damage was not merely physical or magical but a hybrid of both. This strike completely severed the vitality of the Great Ambition Heavenly Path, and at that moment the Great Ambition Heavenly Path found liberation. The three of you gasped in shock upon witnessing this scene, for they knew that with the help of the Star Master, the Great Ambition Heavenly Path had become a supreme god. Moreover, because the Great Ambition Heavenly Path was a lord, it seemed to have advantages in advancement and other aspects over the extraterrestrial races. This was why the Star Master wanted to deconstruct the lords within the domain, attempting to unravel the secrets within so that their Star Clan could also gain this ability. However, until now, they had been unable to crack this secret. You were so arrogant just now, why are you so cowardly now? Lin Yi said with a smile. Then, the Star Master watched with dissatisfaction flashing through his mind, and the next moment, with a wave of his hand, Yu, Shou, and Xia instantly transformed into three shining divine essences. Then, the illusion sparrow on the
Star Master's body flew out again, swallowing the 3 divine essences one by one into its belly. In the next moment, the illusion sparrow's figure became even more enchanting, and its flying speed increased as well. At this moment, Lin Yi caught sight of the illusion sparrow. Illusion sparrow rank, intelligence and agility system? Lin Yi could only see the rank and system of the divine pet, he knew nothing else. This divine egg, transformed from the essence of the supreme god's divine power, indeed hatched an extraordinary divine pet. Based on Lin Yi's speculation, this divine pet should possess the strength of a supreme god right after hatching. Lin Yi's brain began to short-circuit. So, his sister was already at the level of a spirit creature, which was 2 major ranks higher than that of a supreme god. At this moment, the illusion sparrow rushed towards Lin Yi, carrying the pressure of a supreme god, like a cannonball, emotionlessly attacking Lin Yi. Lin Xing stepped forward and caught the illusion sparrow with one hand. The illusion sparrow struggled desperately in Lin Xing's catpaw, then let out a piercing cry. Who are you really? The Star Master exclaimed in terror upon seeing this scene. At that moment, the Star Master looked at Lin Xing's information and began to tremble all over. The lords of the inner domain watched in confusion. How could a dignified supreme god become like this? Could it be that the girl who appeared with Lin Yi was extraordinary? You want to be fierce, you want to kill, I'll tear your little bird apart, Lin Xing said. The next moment, the men present felt a chill in their pants. No, I beg you. At this moment, the supreme god Star Master actually knelt down before Lin Xing, a stark contrast to the killing god he had been at the beginning. What kind of rhythm is this? Someone in the crowd whispered. It really is love coming too fast, like a tornado. Today's reversal is more thrilling than any movie I've ever seen. My little heart can hardly take it. The commotion in the crowd grew louder. You know what I'm going to ask, so spill everything you know, Lin Yi said to the Star Master. First of all, reaching the supreme god is merely a beginning. As soon as the supreme god said this, the ground erupted in an uproar. What? The supreme god is just the starting point? What the hell, does that mean we, the lower and middle gods, are just ants? I thought I was about to be invincible, but it turns out I'm just a clown. At this moment, Lin Yi also felt a wave of helplessness. He had originally thought that the supreme god was already at the top level, capable of breaking the barriers of time and space, separating the real world from the game world. But now knowing that the supreme god was merely a beginning felt like running 1,000 meters, only to be told there were still 100 meters to the finish line, sprinting desperately, only to be told after running 100 meters that there were still 500 meters to go. This kind of disparity could easily affect one's mindset. The illusion sparrow is a divine egg that I condensed from the most refined essence of divine power after becoming a supreme god, and then I used divine power essence to hatch it, which finally resulted in the illusion sparrow. There is a saying that the life of a divine pet is connected to its master. If the divine pet dies, the master will also die. So please show mercy and spare me. After listening, Lin Yi was also taken aback. If he were to be killed in the future, Lin Xing would die too. If Lin Xing died first, then he would also perish. It felt as if he was shackled by the chains of fate. Lin Xing read Lin Yi's thoughts and smiled inwardly. This cheap brother was worried about being implicated, truly taking advantage and then acting innocent. Give me a reason not to kill you. Otherwise, you'll become a divine being today, Lin Yi said. No, there really is a reason for that, the Star Master replied. Actually, a long time ago, the inner domain and outer domain were together, but later, due to the galaxy wars, a holy emperor casually split this place in half with a sword, creating the current inner and outer domains. That reason doesn't seem enough to spare you from death. In fact, we are at the transitional point of the galaxy. The galaxy is divided into the light star system and the dark star system. And for people from both sides to enter each other's systems, they must pass through our star of stars. Get to the point. In other words, as long as the dark star system and the light star system find our star of stars, they will go to war again, and we, as the transitional star, will inevitably suffer from the ravages of war. Our star clan inherently possesses spatial abilities, which is why our star has always existed in four-dimensional space, allowing us to live in a relatively stable environment. There's also a legend that if one can truly reach the end of divinity, they will master the skill to reverse time. This information might be useful to you. Reversing time could turn back the clock to before the Eternal Era, but it seemed it couldn't prevent the occurrence of the Eternal Era, so one would need to find the reason for the Eternal Era's onset, then use the time reversal skill to return to that previous time node and change it. Alright, for now, you have a reason to live, Lin Yi said. Let go of his little bird. The battle came to an end under Lin Yi's overwhelming presence, or rather, it should be said that it fell under Lin Xing's might. At this moment, the lords of the inner domain looked at Lin Yi and clamored for the star clan to pay in blood for their debts, as just moments ago, their brothers, friends, and comrades had been slaughtered to varying degrees. The pain of such parting and death truly shattered the emotions of these inner domain lords. Lin Yi observed this scene and suddenly realized, when one side gains power, they reign supreme. When one side loses power, it is like the sun setting in the west. In this world, who isn't like that? Grudges and enmities, you resolve them yourselves, I will not intervene, for the laws of this world are well understood by all. Lin Yi pulled Lin Xing towards the people of Eternal Night City, or, more precisely, towards Wang Chuanfu Gue and the others. As for the grudges between the human lords and the Star Clan, whoever wants revenge can go do it themselves. Lin Yi had no intention of intervening, for he knew that whether it was the Star Clan or the human lords, it was like a seesaw, with one side up and the other down. Now, due to Lin Yi's presence, the Star Master dared not act rashly, while the human lords, because of Lin Yi's indifference, could do nothing to the Star Clan. This delicate balance was something Lin Yi did not wish to break at this moment. The gaze of the Blood Rose was strange as she looked at Lin Xing. Lin Xing also looked at the Blood Rose. If looks could attack, then at this moment their gazes would surely be battling fiercely in the air. Lin Yi was caught in the middle, and the awkward atmosphere in the air grew thicker. The great god truly lives up to his name. Really amazing. Wang Chuanfu Gue broke the awkward silence. City Lord. City Lord. Then, the members of Eternal Night City greeted Lin Yi one after another. Lin Yi smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then prepared to leave the outer domain with them. Star Master, I hope you won't have any thoughts about the inner domain within 100 years. Otherwise, even if it risks exposing us to the light and dark factions, I will ensure your demise in the Nine Nether. Lin Yi did not forget to give the Star Master a stern warning as he was leaving. Definitely what was originally a one-sided massacre from the outer realm was ultimately forcefully turned around by Lin Yi, or rather, it was Lin Xing who made a strong reversal. This shift and the exchange of positions between hunter and prey deepened the respect and awe that both the people from the outer realm and the lords within felt towards Lin Yi. Outside the Star Tower, Lin Yi and Lin Xing stood together. The lights on the last two floors of the Star Tower unlit, one floor for the main god and the other for the supreme god. Lin Xing, I'm counting on you today. I'll hug your thigh once, Lin Yi said. The next moment, Lin Xing kicked Lin Yi down. Lin Yi sat dazed on the ground, looking up at Lin Xing, the sunlight shining down on Lin Xing's long white legs, the radiance making it hard for Lin Yi to open his eyes. Lin Xing extended her long white leg and said, Bro, I'll let you hug, but why do you have such a strange request? Lin Yi was about to speak, but with such a big white leg in front of him, he suddenly felt hot-blooded and ended up with a nosebleed. Bro, are you hurt? Lin Xing asked. No, I'm fine, just stay a bit further away from me. After a brief interlude, Lin Yi took Lin Xing into the Star Tower. Star Tower, I'm back. Again. The response to Lin Yi was a cold voice. Shall we proceed to the next level challenge? Confirm. Dungeon creation successful. The main god level disaster demon Eye in legend. With a sharp scream, the main god level disaster demon Eye was slapped dead by Lin Xing with a cat paw. Lin Yi hadn't even finished reading the boss introduction when the boss was defeated, leaving him speechless. This time, the main god level boss not only dropped its divine essence but also a shining sword. Lin Yi stepped forward to pick up the loot, and the white light emanating from the sword almost blinded him. Sword of Almis Yao. Rank, main god. Wow, it's a main god level weapon. Lin Yi held it in his hand, feeling that the sword was very light, but when he swung it, it cut through the air, seemingly capable of piercing everything. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the level. You have received 50 bottles of evolution potion and 1 bottle of divine evolution potion. Why is it always potions these days? Lin Yi muttered. Let's continue to the final level. Before the Star Tower could give a prompt, Lin Yi said, Supreme Demon E in the legend of the Supreme God. With a swish, another cat paw strike, the Supreme Demon E was slapped dead by Lin Xing. A divine essence filled with power was picked up by Lin Yi. He could feel that as long as he absorbed the power of this divine essence, he would be able to touch the threshold of the Supreme God. The Supreme God level boss indeed also dropped a Lord level weapon. Lin Yi picked up the Lord level weapon and gently stroked it in his hand. Codex of Morolii rank, main god. This codex is probably the most powerful magic-type Lord weapon in the inner realm. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the level. You have received 100 bottles of evolution potion and 10 bottles of divine evolution potion. Ding! Since you are the first successful challenger, you are rewarded with the Tiangang 5 Elements formation. You have obtained the divine manuscript. This reward even includes a manuscript. It's really bad luck. Lin Yi stuffed the rewards into his backpack all at once. At this moment, Lin Xing saw the evolution potions in Lin Ye's hand, her eyes suddenly shining, grabbing Lin Ye's backpack and shouting for the evolution potions. Lin Yi only had about 160 bottles in his backpack, and it was clear that Lin Xing wanted him to use the evolution potions on her, probably hoping to advance again. But thinking of the scene where she failed with 100 bottles of evolution potions last time, Lin Ye's heart was still bleeding. However, since he was able to clear the Star Tower and obtain rewards by relying on her, Lin Yi decided to use the evolution potion on Lin Xing one more time. As for whether she could evolve, that would depend on her own fortune. Divine evolution potion, a potion that can enhance the success rate of evolution potions. It can be used together with evolution potions or on its own. Lin Yi deducted 100 evolution potions from his backpack and then added 1 divine evolution potion, preparing to evolve Lin Xing evolve. If this evolution fails, I'll perform a talent show and slap myself 10 times.
Oh heavens, let the evolution succeed. This man is really ruthless. The heavens twitched at the corners of their mouth and said, ding, a pleasant sound rang out. It succeeded. Nice. Lin Yi shouted loudly. At this moment, Lin Xing advanced from the spirit creature level to the monster level, and this evolution once again brought her infinite benefits. But Lin Yi still couldn't see Lin Xing's various attributes or descriptions. Finally, Lin Yi opened the Book of the Gods. Book of the Gods. We now realize that the Star of Stars is merely a speck of dust in the vast cosmic galaxy. We once thought the Supreme God was the pinnacle of existence, but until that day, believing that the envoys of other galaxies had descended here, we should have treated them well. But that envoy took advantage of their power, and the 10 of us, the Supreme Gods, joined forces to deal with such villains, yet we were outmatched and all slain. Lin Yi looked at the names of these 10 individuals, and among them was the name of the War God. The deeds of the War God were widely debated, and the final truth had long been recorded in the Book of the Gods. Finally, Lin Yi also saw the name of the God of Deception, Kasa, which puzzled him, as Lin Yi had encountered the God of Deception more than once, and each time they had communicated. Could it be that this matter was not as simple as it seemed? At that moment, the supreme ring in Lin Yi's hand emitted a burning sensation. He seemed to feel that the War God Ares was not dead. Suddenly, fragmented images appeared in Lin Yi's mind, showing the War God Ares struggling in the flames of the inferno. Lin Yi touched the supreme ring, feeling a deep sense of despair. Lin Yi's body trembled. The War God Ares had protected him for such a long time, and now knowing that the true body was still alive and suffering, he could not just stand by. Moreover, the Book of the Gods mentioned the power of the epochs at the end. Perhaps this was related to the eternal epoch, and maybe he could uncover the secrets within, or perhaps find a way to break the eternal epoch, or even change it. These thoughts began to flood Lin Yi's mind. It seemed necessary to venture out to the alien galaxy. In Evernight City, the Lord's Hall was filled with people. The biggest problem now is, after you leave, will the Star Clan honor the century-long agreement with you? If they tear up the treaty, then none of us can match the Star Master, Longin said. At this moment, the Blood Rose wanted to say something, but several times she held back. This subtle action might only be noticed by girls. I'll leave behind the heroes, troops, and weapons. If they really tear up the treaty, then we can still negotiate with them, Lin Yi said. Everyone come out, swish swish swish. Avril, Rodhart, and Poseidon appeared before everyone. Where's Sophia? Lin Yi asked in confusion. Brother, are you talking about that D-cup beauty sister? Lin Xing asked. Lin Yi awkwardly nodded. She kissed your forehead while you were unconscious, then told me she was going to a very far place, and then slowly became transparent and disappeared before my eyes, Lin Xing said. The queen has actually died. We knew that on that day, the third elder said. What? Lin Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Lin Yi, isn't it laughable? Your self-righteousness ultimately made others suffer the consequences. Lin Yi began to question himself incoherently. The queen had already exhausted all her life force that day, the third elder said. Was it not that during my ascent of the heavenly ladder I endured the pressure from the 99th to the 100th floor, but rather that at the last step Sophia used all her life force to lift me up to the 100th floor? Lin Yi's eyes suddenly welled with blood tears, a sight that was truly terrifying. Brother, don't be like this. Yes, you need to live well now, not just for yourself, but also for Sophia, Longin persuaded. Great God, tonight I'll pay for the tavern, and we can recruit someone with a better figure. Wang Chuanfu said, but countless eyes turned to him in unison. If looks could kill, he would have died hundreds of times by now. In an instant, Lin Yi's hair turned white, and he trembled as he knelt before the third elder, silent. The third elder also had tears in his eyes, and many elven warriors behind him nodded in silence. I'm sorry. After a long time, 3 words escaped Lin Yi's lips, his voice dry and hoarse. This blow was not only a huge setback for the elven race but also a significant blow for Lin Yi. The third elder took the lead and plunged a dagger into his heart, then pulled it out, green blood flowing from the wound. Following suit, the elven warriors mimicked the third elder, each one bleeding green from their chests. Then, a vast life force surged forth, and the third elder shakily opened a transparent glass bottle, allowing the immense life force to pour into it, before quickly sealing the bottle. Inside, a tender sprout began to grow. The third elder handed the glass bottle to Lin Yi, saying, "This is the seed left by the queen. Each generation of elven queens leaves behind their own seed, and now her seed has sprouted. The future is up to you." The third elder did not clarify, as they did not know if their queen could be resurrected by a powerful god, but the third elder and the elven warriors used half of their life force to nourish the queen's seed, nearly prompting it to sprout. The difficulty of nurturing it to grow was evident. Lin Yi tightly grasped the bottle, holding it close to his chest, fearing it might drop. This was hope, albeit a faint one, a glimmer of light in the darkness that, while it could not dispel the gloom, could guide the way forward. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy, and the blood-red rose chose to keep this secret to itself, for this moment was truly not the time to reveal it. At this moment, Lin Yi took out 10 bottles of evolution potion from his backpack and handed them to the third elder to distribute to the injured warriors. With just a drop of the potion, their wounds began to heal, leaving everyone present in shock.
Then Lin Yi took out the Sorrow of Tristea, the Flames of War, the Soul Eater Atlas, the Almai's Radiant Sword, and the Codex of Morale, handing them to Long Yin, saying, place these 5 weapons in the east, west, south, north, and center.
Long Yin, Long
Shou, the Beast King, and the Cold Garb Scholar each took 1 weapon to the 4 directions of Huaxia, leaving 1 weapon at the Lord's mansion.
Lin Yi took out the Tiangang 5 elements formation, enveloping all of Huaxia within it. Avery, Rod Heart, Poseidon, Xuanwu, Osiris's dragon. You each guard 1 location.
Next, the 5 of them rushed towards the 5 directions.
Here are gold coins, resources, and equipment. I think you all will find them useful. The alien system holds too many secrets, and I will bring Sophia back. Let's go. Lin Xing, Lin Yi, and Lin Xing soared into the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. Sister, you.
Forget it, if so, this is fate. Everyone watched as Lin Yi and Lin Xing disappeared into the horizon. Star Master, those 2 have already flown to the alien system, Kuei said.
Don't rush. Good things take time,
the Star Master said while gently stroking the illusion sparrow. Yes, Star Master. After the 3 great clan leaders of the Star Clan died, the Star Master quickly supported 3 new
leaders for the 3 great clans of the Star Clan, namely Yi of the Star Dragon Bird Clan, Yu of the Star Dragon Turtle Clan, and Gui of the Star Dragon Snake Clan. You 3 should go to the Divine Fallen battlefield for training recently and quickly advance to the Supreme God level so that our counterattack will be even more fierce. Yes, Star Master, the 3 answered in unison. Is this the Star Realm? Lin Yi said.
It should be, Lin Xing replied. In Lin Xing's memory, she fell into the Star Tower when she was still an egg from another star system, until she was awakened by Lin Yi's blood, so she wasn't very
clear about matters of the outer star system.
However, during the several times Lin Yi helped her evolve, the memories within her bloodline began to awaken slightly.
Star Realm Storm.
At this moment, Lin Xing shouted, as her fall into the Star Tower was due to the Star Realm Storm. The Star Realm Storm possesses powerful spatial tearing abilities. Even a supreme god would be instantly torn to shreds upon encountering it. The Supreme Ring activated again, forming a barrier that enveloped Lin Yi, but Lin Xing was not included. Lin Xing, turned back into a kitten, Lin Yi urged anxiously.
In the next moment, a small black cat pounced into Lin Yi's arms.
Lin Yi held it tightly against his chest, and the kitten seemed to enjoy it, constantly rubbing its fluffy little face against Lin Yi's chest. After a jolt, Lin Yi fell onto a small
star system.
Sister, there's a person here, a little boy shouted.
A woman in her 20s slowly walked towards Lin Yi.
At this moment, Lin Yi was covered in wounds, cradling a small black cat, which stirred the
woman's sympathy.
The woman squatted down and began to roughly assess Lin Yi's injuries, while the small black cat bared its teeth, its fur standing on end, and shouted at the woman.
The woman waved her hand, indicating that she meant no harm and just wanted to check the injuries.
In the next moment, the small black cat quieted down, licking its paws while watching the woman examine Lin Yi's wounds.
It looks like you
encountered a Star Realm storm. Not being torn apart is already a stroke of luck, the woman said while examining. Then, a glowing herb sprouted from the woman's arm, twisting its body and releasing a lot of
powder.
The powder fell onto Lin Yi, and his wounds visibly began to heal at a noticeable speed. The little boy, not knowing where he found it, kept poking Lin Yi's nose with a dogtail grass.
Xiao Hong, stop messing around.
Ho, Lin Yi sneezed from the tickling of the dogtail grass and woke up, but the pain throughout his body still made him uncomfortable.
The first thing Lin Yi did upon waking was to check
if Lin Xing was by his side. The small black cat jumped into his arms again, and Lin Yi hugged it with both hands, smiling as he patted its head. It was at this moment that Lin Yi realized the brother and sister
must have saved him.
Lin Yi smiled and thanked the siblings, causing a blush to rise on the woman's fair face.
I say, big brother, let's be practical. How about some money?
At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly
understood and immediately took out a bag of gold coins to hand to the little boy. The little boy opened it to see gold coins, and the smile on his face froze. Is it too little? Lin Yi asked. The little boy looked at Lin Yi as if he were an alien and said, the shiny thing has no divine power at all, although it looks nice, we can't use it. This left Lin Yi feeling frustrated. Wasn't gold coins the currency of the outer star system? Look, we use this here, Xiao Hang said while taking out a piece of divine stone. Lin Yi could feel the abundant divine power emanating from the divine stone in Xiao Hang's hand. Look over there, isn't that the useless siblings?
Are they bullying the country bumpkin? A man said to his friends nearby, and several of his friends laughed in response.
Xiao Hong, let's go, the woman suddenly said, her expression turning cold. Okay, sister.
Xiaolan, have you thought about what happened last time? The man said, blocking Xiaolan and Xiao Heng's path.
There's nothing to think about, please don't make things difficult for us, Zhang Xiao.
Seeing himself rejected, Zhang Xiao felt embarrassed in front of his friends.
What's wrong with you spending a night with me?
Zhang Xiao said forcefully, you have no idea
how many girls are fighting to accompany me.
By the way, if you're good at martial arts, this bag of divine stones is all yours. Get away, don't bully my sister. Xiao Hong stepped forward, shielding Xiaolan.
Behind him. Oh, look at you, useless. Haven't been beaten for a few days and now you're itching for it?
Zhang Xiao saw Xiao Heng summon his divine pet, but it was a weak plant-type creature.
Xiao Hong swung the dogtail grass at Zhang Xiao. Come on, hit harder. My servants hit harder than you. Zhang Xiao stood still, letting the enhanced dogtail grass hit him. This plant-type divine pet shouldn't be used like this.
Lin Yi muttered to himself. Zhang Xiao, I heard your flame dog has reached the awakening level. Let us see it today. Several of Zhang Xiao's friends cheered.
Alright, fire beats wood. Watch me take out this little brat,
Zhang Xiao said as he summoned his divine pet, the flame dog. The flame dog roared at Xiao Hong, who was so scared he sat down on the ground.
Xiaolan, my flame dog is now an awakening level divine
pet. If it accidentally burns your brother's dogtail grass, your brother will be in trouble.
How about we get married first?
After all, he is my brother-in-law, and I can still save a dog's life.
A blow grass
appeared from Xiaolan's palm, releasing pollen towards the flame dog, but the pollen was burned by the flame dog's flames before it could reach, turning Xiaolan's face pale.
Lin Yi patted the head of the little black cat and said, go over and take that big dog down.
Lin Xing dashed to the side of the flame dog.
Whose trash is this?
Zhang Xiao pointed at the little black cat. Quick, call your divine pet back. His
flame dog is already at the awakening level and can take out your little black cat in an instant. Country bumpkin, mind your own business.
As soon as Zhang Xiao finished speaking, his flame dog let out a wail.
Do you see that the avatar of night is gray? Long Yin asked in the city lord's hall.
At this moment, everyone present opened their communicators and saw Lin Yi's avatar, which was indeed gray.
Actually, I noticed his avatar turned gray the day they broke the star realm, Blood Rose said, looking dejected. Could something have happened that day? Wang Quan Gui guessed.
Shut your crow's mouth, the Beast King
shouted. Everyone, don't panic. Let's ask the heroes left by night.
They should know, as there might still be a special connection between them.
4 divine soldiers, hurry back. Long Yin shouted, and a red
light, a blue light, and a purple light appeared before everyone. These were the holy heroes left by Lin Yi, Avril, Poseidon, and Rodheart.
Can you sense your lord's presence now? Long Yin asked. We could still sense him on the day he left us, but
Avril said, wanting to continue but hesitating as she looked at the unfamiliar faces around her. The current heroes were so cautious, seeing some unfamiliar faces. They chose not to continue. Come in with me, Long Yin said to the 3 heroes. In the Lord's mansion of Eternal Night City, the people present were all senior figures.
Now you can speak. Or should I? Poseidon
said, on the day they broke into the star realm, the Lord seemed to have encountered a starstorm.
We could still share the Lord's perspective,
but after a jolt, we lost contact with him.
That's right, I
later tried to connect with the Lord's perspective, but there was no response at all, Rodheart said. Long Yin remained silent, seemingly rearranging their words to extract important information.
So, there's a high possibility that the Night of Darkness perished after encountering the starstorm?
Long Yin said with difficulty. It could also be due to the differences in dimensions, making it temporarily impossible to
contact them, Aver said. Let's hope so. You killed the flame hound.
Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide, and soon blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth.
I don't want to die.
Zhang Xiao cried out in despair, and before long, another corpse lay beside the flamehound. You killed Zhang Xiao. The village chief will definitely not let you go.
At that moment, someone who had been following
Zhang Xiao shouted, You should just prepare to die.
And you 2 useless siblings, dying is just a waste of soil.
After saying this, the group fled in a hurry, likely heading towards the village chief's house. You should run, Xiaolan said as she stuffed a few divine stones into Lin Yi's hands. Please take Xiao Heng with you. These divine stones are all I have, so please.
Sister, I won't go. Xiao Heng grabbed Xiao Lan's hand firmly. Be good,
listen to me, Xiaolan said, patting Xiao Heng's head. You all take me to your home to rest for a bit and then tell me about the situation here. Lin Yi interrupted the
siblings' conversation.
The siblings looked at him in surprise, but Lin Yi gave off a sense of security, a kind of magic that made one unconditionally trust him. So, Xiaolan took Lin Yi back to her home, and along the way, she roughly explained the situation to him. The village had a lovely name called Odin Village. Ever since the first village chief died, the position had been forcibly occupied by a man with the surname Zhang, whose real name no one knew, many just called him Zhang Ba. It was said that his brother was an ordinary teacher at the Yunk Academy. However, Yunk Academy was not an ordinary school, it was
the most famous academy in the area, bar none.
Here, everyone might be born as a Lord God or a Supreme God, but by the age of 12, children destined to become Supreme Gods would automatically awaken their divine pets, while those who did not would be abandoned. Xiaolan and Xiao Hong were 2 abandoned children, but through their continuous efforts, they had reached the level of Supreme Gods.
Little did they know that
outside the galaxy, children were born with the rank of Lord God, and they had no idea that the siblings before Lin Yi were Supreme Gods. One could only wonder how the people in the Star Realm would react upon
learning this. Divine pets were divided into 2 main categories, animal type and plant type.
Generally, animal type divine pets were stronger than plant type ones, but that was only under normal circumstances.
No,
there was actually a 3rd category, which was tool type divine pets, usually consisting of items like scissors, hoes, and shovels. These tools were often even worse than plant-type pets, but there were also powerful tools, such as a tool-type divine pet that appeared hundreds of years ago called the Tower of Heaven. Upon hearing the name Tower of Heaven, Lin Ye's body trembled and he felt a surge of astonishment. The master of the Tower of Heaven was born into a prestigious family, but when he awakened his divine pet at the age of 12, it turned out to be a tower rather than the family heirloom divine pet. This caused his status within the family to plummet, and they abandoned him. However, after an unknown stroke of fortune, he awakened a spirit within the Tower of Heaven, which dramatically boosted his combat power. Here, the Supreme God is not the end of divinity, on the contrary, it is merely a beginning. Above the Supreme God is the God King, above the God King is the God Emperor, and even above the God Emperor is the God Sovereign, who is also known as the God of Gods. The subsequent ranks are so ethereal that they are rarely known. Big brother, come have some meat soup. Lin Yi took the meat soup from Xiao Heng's hands. Lin Yi looked around. The place where the siblings lived was merely a wooden hut built from a few broken planks. When the wind blew a little harder, the entire small wooden house creaked. Sister Xiaolan, it smells so good. At that moment, a little boy pushed open the door and said happily. As soon as he saw Lin Yi sitting on the stool, he immediately shut his mouth. Oh, Xiaoshan is here, come in quickly and have some meat soup. Long live Sister Xiaolan, Xiaoshan shouted as he picked up a bowl of meat soup and drank. Sister Xiaolan, don't you only drink this meat soup once a year at the beginning of the year? Why this time? Xiaolan didn't respond, and when Xiaoshan glanced at Lin Yi, the stranger, he immediately fell silent. At that moment, the little black cat on Lin Yi's shoulder suddenly became alert, sensing a murderous aura. Come out, the one who killed my son. Kneel before me and die, or today all of you worthless trash here will perish. A domineering voice echoed in everyone's ears. Sister, that's Zhang Ba's voice. He's here, Xiao Hong said, his face pale. What? Zhang Ba. Xiao Shan's hands trembled, causing the bowl in his hands to fall to the ground. Lin Yi looked at everyone's expressions and said, everyone, don't be afraid. What do you mean don't be afraid? It turns out you provoked this Zhang Ba. Do you know his methods? Xiao Shan said. Xiao Shan, stop talking. Big Brother Knight is also trying to save me and Xiao Hong by confronting Zhang Ba. You're not coming out, huh? Good, very good. Kill these two first. Zhang Ba ordered his subordinates. Two screams pierced the air and the scent of blood filled the atmosphere. If you don't come out, I'll burn this garbage den of yours to the ground. They were all people abandoned by society, mostly orphans. In this world of the survival of the fittest, they couldn't awaken divine pets, making them the refuse produced by the world, and they were treated like real garbage, with no one caring about their lives or deaths. Just as Xiaolan was about to pull Xiao Hong outside, Lin Yi finished the meat soup in his bowl and walked out with the little black cat. The person before him was indeed Zhang Ba, looking like a tyrant over the common people, with a face full of excess flesh, and before him lay two corpses, blood staining the green grass. This area is under my protection from now on, so please get lost, Lin Yi said coldly as he approached Zhang Ba. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan and her brother were frightened, and even Zhang Ba was taken aback. Zhang Ba regained his composure and laughed heartily. Where did this wild brat come from? Your tone rivals that of some I've encountered before. If you can crawl over and lick the blood off the ground clean, I might consider letting you off the hook, even making you my personal guard. Kid, Village Chief Zhang is giving you a chance, don't be ungrateful. One of the guards said. If you're going to be a dog, you should know your place and not bark at people. Lin Yi mocked. I allow you to tear this ignorant brat apart, Zhang Ba commanded. In the next moment, the guard summoned his divine pet, a wolf. No wonder he wanted to tear Lin Yi apart. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly found himself able to see the information of his opponent's divine pet, level of Gale Wolf, intelligence, and agility talent. Rapid speed can enhance one's movement and attack speed in battle. Activate the Gale Wolf talent and make your enemies tremble in your claws. At this moment, the guard was filled with ambition, as if he were the ruler of the world, because he believed Lin Yi was a useless person without even a divine pet. However, he had forgotten that Zhang Xiao might just die at this person's hands. Lin Yi did not rush to summon Lin Xing but instead used the Supreme Ring's transformation skill, Iatro's War Spear. A burning war spear slowly appeared in Lin Yi's hand and he wielded it with great might. The Gale Wolf's strike was already charged and ready to go, as a phantom rushed towards Lin Yi, its claws slicing through the air with a sizzling sound. Tear him apart. Zhang Ba, standing nearby, had his eyes on the war spear in Lin Yi's hand, already considering it his own possession. Lin Yi swung the spear towards the Gale Wolf, which let out a heart-wrenching scream. Oh, it didn't kill him. Lin Yi was quite dissatisfied with his strike, but upon reflection, considering it was a peak divine level, he realized he indeed couldn't instantly kill his opponent. Come back, Gale Wolf, the guard shouted. The Gale Wolf was then summoned back by the guard. This kid has some skills. No wonder my son died here, Zhang Ba said. Village Chief, your imagination is too rich. Your son was struck by lightning. Heaven said he was wicked. Heaven also told me it would take you too, so you wouldn't be lonely down there. Lin Yi replied. Even the usually composed Zhang Ba was provoked by Lin Yi's words. Good, 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 Zhang Ba exclaimed 3 times clearly. Enraged by Lin Yi. I want you to die a miserable death. Mutated blood mantis, come forth. A beam of bloodlight shot out from Zhang Ba's body, and before the divine pet appeared, a faint smell of blood wafted through the air. Mutated blood mantis level, awakening, mutated attribute, level 2 talent, blood chi can increase self-recovery with each attack, capable of exhausting enemies to death. Blood poison curse releases a wave of toxic attack towards enemies, putting them in a poisoned state. Mutated bloodline exerts bloodline suppression on ordinary awakening levels. It turns out this old guy has such a trick up his sleeve. The mutated blood mantis swung its 2 arms and lunged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi immediately raised the war spear in front of him, trying to block the mantis's assault, but this awakening level divine pet was already comparable to a divine king level, while Lin Yi was barely at the peak divine level. It was evident that the mantis's strike hit Lin Yi hard, causing blood to flow backward in his body. Following that, Zhang Ba swung an axe at Lin Yi, a sinister smile on his face. Go down and accompany my son. Big brother, be careful, he's already a level 5 divine king, Xiao Hong shouted. Here, each level is actually divided into 10 sublevels, meaning that a level 10 divine king must upgrade to become a holy emperor, unlike the upgrade method in the starry realm. Among the 10 sublevels, level 5 is a watershed, meaning the difference between level 4 and level 5 is like heaven and earth, but the difference between level 5 and level 6 is not so stark. The mutated blood mantis launched a 3-hit combo at Lin Yi, causing sparks to fly from the war spear in his hands and making blood flow from his palms. This mutated blood mantis was incredibly powerful. Lin Yi was being pushed back, with Zhang Ba at level 5 divine king on one side and the awakening level mutated blood mantis on the other. Soon, Lin Yi bore several wounds. The game is over. Hee hee, Zhang Ba laughed. Lin Yi also stopped his movements and said to Zhang Ba, indeed, the game is over. Pretentious. Zhang Ba retorted, go, mutated blood mantis, use his blood to evolve your bloodline. Lin Xing, if you don't come soon, I'm going to be done for. Meow, a little black cat joined the battle, striking the mutated blood mantis with its paw, slamming it hard to the ground, where the blood mantis struggled. This scene left everyone present stunned. A frail little cat was able to subdue a spirit-level mutated blood mantis, which could only mean one thing. This little cat's rank was at least at the level of a spirit creature. Meow. With another strike, it shattered the mantis's arm, indeed shattering it, and the injury was irreparable. At this moment, fear slowly rose in Zhang Ba's eyes. Come back, mutated blood mantis. Zhang Ba shouted loudly, but the little cat had it pinned to the ground, and it would be difficult to retrieve the mutated blood mantis anytime soon. You beast, stop right now. Zhang Ba swung his battle axe at the little black cat. After releasing the mutated blood mantis, the little black cat struck the axe with its paw, causing Zhang Ba to stagger back repeatedly, his eyes filled with fear, as he seemed to sense the breath of death just moments ago. A blood-red flash shot towards Zhang Ba. Indeed, the mutated blood mantis took this opportunity to escape. At the same moment, Zhang Ba quickly turned and fled, while the few stun guards realized too late that they were in the same boat, wondering if they would also be pinned to the ground, and they too ran away in a panic. The people watching this scene were filled with excitement, especially the boys the size of Xiao Hang and Xiao Shan, who wished to become like Lin Yi, able to protect those they wanted to protect. With Zhang Ba driven away, the news spread quickly and everyone came out to see the hero who had scared Zhang Ba away. This was the most remote western part of Odin village, where most residents were children around 14 or 15 years old. Most of these children shared the same plight. They had not awakened their divine pets and were considered useless in this era. However, after witnessing Lin Yi's battle, many began to see a glimmer of light in their eyes, a spark of hope, a belief. They no longer wallowed in self-denial. The image of Lin Yi fighting with the Ayatoth war spear was etched in their minds, igniting a flame in their hearts. Big brother, can you help us become stronger? Xiao Hong asked. Aside from Xiaolan, Xiao Hong was the only one familiar with Lin Yi, and after being encouraged by many children, he asked Lin Yi. To be honest, Lin Yi had no equipment to arm them or potions to elevate their ranks. He had only come here with Lin Xing from the star-breaking realm. He currently possessed only the Supreme Ring, a few dozen bottles of evolution potions, and 10 bottles of divine-level evolution potions. Big brother, please help us. That Zhang Ba will definitely come back, and if you're not here then, we will all die, Xiao Shan said. Many children's eyes sparkled with hope, and Lin Yi didn't want to extinguish that light in their eyes, but he also couldn't think of a way to make them stronger. Ding! Do you accept the quest, Lord's contract? This was the system. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Indeed, he had brought the system from the star realm when he broke through. This meant he could level up. Confirm. Without a second thought, Lin Yi accepted the quest. The quest required collecting materials with 0/100 or 0/100, Divine Stone 0/50. At this moment, Lin Yi truly regretted not bringing some resources. He wished he could perform a talent show right there and slap himself 10 times. Seeing that there were 500 to 600 people here, gathering these materials shouldn't be too difficult, right? I have an idea. How about we use this place as our base and build our own home? Lin Yi suggested. For a moment the crowd fell silent and Lin Yi was also taken aback. Could this method really not work? A home, their own. Home, this is a word that these abandoned children wouldn't even dare to think of. They actually want a home of their own, a place where they are no longer looked down upon, a home where they can live happily. I am willing. I am willing too. We are all willing. More than 600 people shouted in unison, their spirits high. Now everyone needs to start fighting for our home. Lin Yi said passionately, everyone, go collect wood and ore, and bring them to me this afternoon. Okay. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm. Collecting materials for over 600 people was a matter of minutes. By afternoon, the materials at Lin Yi's side had already piled up high. Wood, 1800/100 or 1200/100, only the divine stones were left. For the people here, divine stones were as precious as their own lives. They relied on divine stones for cultivation and some daily activities. Now, I still need the last material, divine stones, Lin Yi said. The once lively scene instantly fell silent. Asking for others' divine stones was like asking for their flesh, and the air seemed to freeze. I will offer 5 divine stones. Xiao Lan was the first to speak, then took out the only 5 divine stones from her bag. I will offer 3 divine stones, Xiao Heng said, carefully taking out the divine stones wrapped in his arms. Then, one after another, people took out 1 or 2 divine stones. It wasn't that they were stingy, but this was all they had, as Xiao Lan and Xiao Heng had awakened their divine pets later, so their conditions were slightly better than others. In the end, they gathered 660 divine stones. Divine stones, 650/50. Once Lin Yi prepared the 3 types of materials, ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward, 1 level 1 city. The next moment, Lin Yi received the reward, and with a snap he pulled out a city. He tossed the city onto the open ground and a level 1 city suddenly appeared before everyone. This will be everyone's new home from now on. I hope everyone can build their new home well, Lin Yi said. Everyone looked at the city, so magnificent. This can't be a dream, right? Quick, hit me. Slap. Wow, it's not a dream, you hit really hard. In fact, this level 1 city was just an outline of a city, with only the city walls built, but for them, having a shelter from the wind and rain was a truly happy thing. Lin Yi hastily planned the layout of the city and then let the more than 600 people settle in. Ding, do you accept the task? Recruitment order. Recruit 100 soldiers. Soldiers 0 out of 100. Without a barracks, how could he recruit soldiers? This gave Lin Yi a bit of a headache. While stroking the supreme ring, Lin Yi pondered, did he really have to issue a recruitment order? Damn, isn't there a ready-made solution? Suddenly, Lin Yi had a flash of inspiration. There were 600 young scouts in the city, and if successful, these soldiers would be recruited at the main god level, higher than any troop tier on the Starry Star. Who wants to become a soldier of this city? Registration starts now, 100 spots available. Lin Yi shouted in the city. I. +1, no way, you must choose me. A wave of recruitment enthusiasm surged. Soldiers 100/100 ding, recruitment order task completed. Reward, level 1 barracks. The next moment, a small level 1 barracks appeared in Lin Yi's hand, which he then tossed into the city, and the level 1 barracks rose from the ground. From now on, upgrading the barracks would increase the soldier limit. Ding, do you accept the task? Hero recruitment. Ding, the effect of the supreme ring is activated. The Lord's troops will automatically upgrade to myth level troops. Lin Yi was very curious at this moment, wondering what kind of troops the 100 recruited soldiers would become. Ding, please. Choose a unit type: mage, warrior, archer, knight, assassin. Lin Yi initially thought the version here would be similar to that of the Starry Star, but this sudden change had no effect on him at all. Lin Yi pondered over the 5 unit types, realizing that in the early stages he needed units with high health and defense, as well as decent combat power. Clearly, the warrior was the best choice. Warrior *100, and with a burst of golden light soaring into the sky, the 100 warriors were all affected by the Supreme Ring's effect. Golden Holy Warriors. The 100 golden holy warriors, clad in yellow armor, stood in a row, dazzling many onlookers. Oh my god, my hands are too slow. I didn't manage to grab a spot for this soldier recruitment. Otherwise, I could look this cool too. Many who failed to register complained. My heavens, this is truly unbelievable. Is this really me? Many soldiers marveled at their transformation. The 100 golden holy warriors stood tall and proud. Although their ranks were all at the main god level, it did not affect the overall morale at all. Ding, possessing 100 mythic level units grants you the divine level book, Juga Battle Formation. This was the first time Lin Yi had heard the term battle formation. As the name suggests, a battle formation is a formation arranged for combat, somewhat similar to the Tiangang 5 Elements formation he had obtained in the Starry Star. Lin Yi continued to read the book, which began with the charge formation, more suitable for warriors. Charge formation, launch a fierce assault on the enemy, with a chance to stun them, increasing morale by 10%. When morale reaches 100%, the soldier's combat power doubles. After settling the soldiers, Lin Yi began to ponder the next task, recruiting heroes. He thought about finding the tavern here, but Xiao Lan had mentioned that the tavern did not have a hero.
recruitment function, and there were no so-called heroes here at all.
Because everyone here preferred to strengthen their own bodies and cultivate divine pets, there was no concept of heroes and soldiers.
Lin Yi.
Recruiting soldiers here was already breaking new ground. Within the city, the Golden Holy Warriors led everyone in gathering resources and constructing buildings, all in an orderly manner.
Ding, please name the city. Eternal Night City. Lin Yi pressed confirm without hesitation, hoping that one day the two Eternal Night cities could meet. By the way, since soldiers could be recruited, could heroes here be recruited as well? Lin Ye's mind was racing with possibilities. Hero recruitment order, summon one hero from the entire city, interested parties come quickly. Lin Yi issued the hero recruitment order in the city, and soon, he was surrounded by applicants. This time, everyone was unwilling to waste the opportunity to become stronger. Perhaps they would be the next batch of Golden Holy Warriors. Lin Yi began to select from the applicants, all of whom were main gods. Every time he appointed an applicant as a hero, the system always took a long time to respond, probably because these individuals did not meet the task conditions. Sister, let's sign up too, maybe we'll be chosen. Xiao Hong pulled Xiao Lan to sign up as well. Oh, you both are interested in becoming heroes? Lin Yi said with a smile, while the little black cat on his shoulder opened its eyes and meowed at the two, then closed its eyes again. I want to be a hero so I can better protect Xiao Hong and everyone, Xiao Lan said just as a strong wind suddenly picked up. A six-pointed star symbol appeared beneath Xiao Lan's feet, and waves of power surged into her body. Ah, Xiao Lan screamed. Sister! Xiao Hong shouted anxiously. In a flash, Xiao Lan disappeared into the six-pointed star. Xiao Hong suddenly panicked. Why did his sister vanish so suddenly? Boom! The six-pointed star emitted a purple glow, and white smoke billowed up. This was a sign that the hero summoning had succeeded. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement at this scene. Ding successfully summoned the hero control queen. In the hexagram, Xiao Lan appeared, dressed in battle leather armor that accentuated her figure perfectly, her long hair tied back tightly, looking full of vigor. The Control Queen's control-type hero skills, Vines and Thorns, summon vines and thorns from the ground to bind enemies in place and deal damage to them. The Paralysis Powder summons a magical powder from the plant body, causing enemies that smell it to become paralyzed. Seeds can be placed on the ground, with a maximum of 3 carried. Affected by the first and second skills, the seeds will immediately transform into flowers and attack enemies. Talent Nature Affinity enhances the damage of plant-type skills. After becoming a hero, her divine pet transformed into her skills and talents. Compared to the heroes on the Star of Constellation, the heroes here have much less lengthy data, becoming very streamlined, and there is no distinction of hero ranks, but there are additional hero talents. Looking at his soldiers and heroes made Lin Yi's heart race again. Ding, mission completed. Hero recruitment successful, obtained Blitz's Claw. At this moment, a rusty mechanical hand appeared in Lin Yi's hand, and he examined the object left and right, feeling a surge of frustration. Ding, mission, expand territory. Please upgrade the city to level 2, required materials 5,000 wood, 5,000 ore, and 2,000 divine stones. These divine stones truly posed a challenge for Lin Yi. On such barren land, the amount of wood and ore he could obtain was already at its limit, and those 2,000 divine stones were simply too much to ask. However, the cold system would not show any mercy. Zhang Ba had been dominating Odin village for so long, not just because he had a good brother, but also because he had been cultivating his own strength. It could be said that most of the bandits in the nearby area were related to him, as Zhang Ba had originally engaged in such activities. Instead of eliminating these bandits, he had developed a sense of camaraderie with them, which gradually turned Odin village into a bandit village. Once night fell, every household would close their doors, and the streets would be sparsely populated, leading many villagers who wanted to live normally to voice their grievances. Brothers, we've encountered a tough opponent this time, please lend a hand, Zhang Ba said with scars on his body. Brother Zhang, there's no need to panic, we'll go skin him and bring him to you. Yeah, just wait here for our good news. It's just a young punk, kill him and I'll bring back his divine essence for you to drink with Lin Xing. What's wrong with you? Lin Yi stepped forward to support the collapsing Lin Xing. At this moment, Lin Xing was covered in wounds, her snow-white skin stained with blood. I found the murderer who harmed my kin, but I can't defeat them. After saying this, Lin Xing transformed back into a small black cat and quietly lay in Lin Ye's arms. It turned out that Lin Xing had been away these days to seek revenge. Lin Xing's enemies were not to be trifled with. The severity of her injuries was evident. It seemed he would have to ask her about it once she woke up, and he also needed to quickly enhance his own strength, as there were simply too many strong individuals here. In the face of the powerful, Lin Yi was merely a drop in the ocean. Big brother, this broken village actually has a city. Yeah, the quality of the city walls seems decent. Why don't we take it over as our base? I think that's a good idea. I've even thought of a name for our city. Let's get started. Who are you? A trembling person collecting wood outside the city gate asked. Smack. A strong, tall man, about 6 feet tall, stepped forward and slapped the 15 or 16-year-old boy. We only ask others questions, no one asks us. Understand the rules? The young boy covered his swollen cheek, glaring at the group of people in front of him.
There were quite a few of them, probably around 20 or 30, each one exuding a fierce aura, weapons glinting ominously in their hands. The leader appeared to be at the level of an 8th tier god king, while most of the others were 4th tier god kings, with a few at 5th tier. If this force were placed in the star realm, any one of them could easily overpower everyone in the star realm. Get inside, tell that so-called Black Knight to come out, and make sure he washes his head clean. I'll be coming for him later, the leader said. The beaten boy ran into the city. What happened to Xiao Shan? At that moment, Xiao Lan looked at him as he rushed in, covering his face. Nothing's wrong. Don't run. What happened to your face? Really, it's nothing if you don't tell the truth. Just wait and see. Sister Xiao Lan, no, I'll tell you. Xiao Shan recounted the whole story to Xiao Lan. Her expression turned serious because Lin Yi was currently taking care of a severely injured friend. You rest well, I'll go take a look. Okay. Oh, how did a beautiful lady come out? Could it be that the beauty is the lord of this city? Ever since Xiao Lan became a hero, her entire demeanor had undergone a tremendous change. Hello, Lady Lord, I'm here today because I want to take you as my wife, and I've also set my sights on this city, which will serve as our new base. How about that? Ahaha, the leader teased while laughing. I don't think so. Little girl, I advise you to think carefully and not get yourself or others into trouble. I wouldn't mind leaving a mark on your pretty face. Big brother, that's such a waste, why don't you give it to me instead? Fine, do as you wish. Several of them wore lewd smiles, their lascivious expressions making one feel disgusted. Behind them, dozens of lackeys joined in the ruckus, spewing vile words that were unbearable to hear. Whoever goes first, take the girl down. Me. One by one, the bandits scrambled to take on this delightful task. At that moment, a strong bandit, exuding the pressure of a 5th tier god king, approached Xiao Lan. Vines and thorns shot out, ensnaring the bandit's feet, and the thorns inflicted damage on him. The bandit stumbled and fell to the ground, causing a burst of laughter among the group. Old Four, are you even capable? You can't even walk straight. Someone shouted. Damn it, Old Four said, getting up and cutting away the vines that bound him, once again advancing towards the smiling face. A faint layer of colorless powder appeared in the air. At first, everyone thought it was just dust, but at that moment, many 1st to 2nd tier god kings fell to the ground, unable to move. Just a little trick, the bandit leader said. He slapped the air nearby, dispersing the paralysis powder. Use whatever means you have left. Before the leader could finish his sentence, several aggressive plants appeared beside him, one flower slowing enemies down, another paralyzing them. However, the opponent was an 8th tier god king, significantly higher than Xiao Lan, and this level of attack seemed like mere tickling to him. The Dark Erosion 8th tier god king unleashed a skill towards Xiao Lan. Lin Yi quickly embraced Xiao Lan and pushed her aside. Lord Xiao Lan called softly as they fell. As the turtle poked its head out, the 8th tier god king sneered. The pressure from this 8th tier god king was no joke. Even without summoning his divine pet, the pressure was still immense. Brothers, let's have some fun this time. Let's all go together, each of us take a shot at him, and see who can take him down first. How about it? Alright, someone echoed. How about this? Let this woman first watch how we beat this man to a pulp, and then we'll leave him a breath to see how we take care of the woman. Old 2, your tastes are getting more and more exquisite, but I like it. At this moment, 20 or 30 people surrounded Lin Yi and Xiao Lan. Are you just relying on your numbers to bully the few? Xiao Lan shouted. Shout. We love group beatings, and we love to group. Are you sure you want to gang up on us? Lin Yi said calmly. Kid, get ready to die. We can kill you even without summoning our divine pets. You pathetic supreme god. Where are the golden holy warriors? After Lin Yes summoning, 100 golden holy warriors appeared in front of him in unison. The 100 warriors clad in golden armor exuded an imposing aura, leaving the bandit leader dumbfounded. Charge! Lin Yi shouted. The 100 golden armored warriors launched a fierce charge at the 20 or 30 people ahead, instantly boosting our morale. Not good, I'm dizzy. I'm dizzy too. My summoning of the divine pet was interrupted. In an instant, a group of divine kings couldn't withstand the main god's onslaught and began to retreat. Everyone fall back, the bandit leader said. Under the charge of the golden holy warriors, they crossed 2 major tiers, causing the enemies to flee in panic. Did you not see that yellow-haired kid showing no fear at all? I suspect he definitely has a backup plan. Just wait, I'm contacting the brothers in other villages right now. Lin Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. If the other side summoned divine pets with their 30+ people, that would mean over 60 units of divine kings, and these 100 golden holy warriors would definitely not be able to hold them off. Lin Yi even had the impulse to forcibly awaken Lin Xing just now. But intelligence is a good thing. After a strong wave pushed back the bandits, they were somewhat intimidated and announced a retreat. However, until they beat this group of bloodthirsty people into submission, they would still be like flies, utterly disgusting. Strengthening their power was urgent. Sister, are you okay? Xiao Hong asked. I'm fine, Lin Yi replied. Lin Yi noticed that his 6 equipment slots were still intact, and the people from the alien system probably didn't have equipment slots, which meant Lin Yi had 6 more pieces of equipment than others. Once he gathered the equipment, it wouldn't be surprising to challenge higher levels.
But another problem arose: how to obtain Lord equipment outside of the Star Realm?
Lin Yi was also puzzled, mainly because he was still very unfamiliar with this new environment, so there were really too many unknowns.
Did you know?
A magical machine appeared in the
tavern at the center of the village. Get to the point.
There's no point. I heard it's just a fake lottery machine.
Why is it fake?
Because the things drawn from it, whether materials or items, are sealed inside the gacha and can only be viewed from a distance, not touched. I was working in the tavern just now, and the people inside even gave me 2 eggs, a young man said. Lin Yi felt the energy fluctuations
in the air. Indeed, there were treasures in the gacha. Young man, can you show me your gacha? Lin Yi asked. Ah, so it's Lord. Hello. The young man greeted. Can you show me your gacha? Sure, here, this thing is only shiny and pretty, probably not much use otherwise.
Lin Yi took the gacha and found that inside was a small sword. Just as Lin Yi was about to pry the small sword out with his hand, he heard, Lord, I'm
telling you, people in the tavern have tried countless methods, but they can't get the small sword out. Don't believe me, just take a look.
Lin Yi retracted his hand, feeling the power within the gacha.
The
supreme ring on his finger lit up again, and the small sword from the gacha appeared in Lin Yi's hand.
This is truly divine.
The young man watching was dumbfounded.
Here you go. Lin Yi tossed the sword to the
young man, who caught it only for it to turn into a capsule toy. This left the young man quite frustrated, and then the capsule toy was handed back to Lin Yi, with the sword reappearing in Lin Yi's hand.
My lord, you can keep this thing. I have another one to give you,
the young man said with a smile, thinking it better to give it to the lord than to keep it as a decoration for himself.
After all, this capsule toy was a gift from a tavern patron. How can I accept this? My lord, if you don't want it, just save me a spot for the next recruitment. Alright, I'll reserve a spot for you next time.
Great. The young man was very happy, as he could also become as handsome as the Golden Holy Warrior. Inside the Lord's mansion, Lin Yi summoned the sword from the capsule toy once again. This time, Lin Yi read the attributes of the sword. Lord's weapon, God-slaying sword rank, supreme god description, the sword of God-slaying. Talent, murder and plunder for every god killed, gain 1 layer of killing intent, with 20 layers, combat power doubles. With 50 layers, can slay gods of higher rank. The brief introduction made Lin Yi's blood boil. Doubling combat power and slaying gods of higher rank was an ability that made him genuinely happy just thinking about it. Following that, Lin Yi took out another capsule toy, which seemed to contain a pill. The supreme ring activated the capsule toy again, and a pill fell into Lin Yi's hand.
Revitalizing pill, a holy medicine for healing, capable of curing all non-lethal injuries.
This thing came at just the right time, Lin Yi murmured as he went to Lin Xing's room and stuffed the pill into her mouth, watching as it slowly
dissolved in her body. Brother Lin Xing called out. Lin Xing, you finally woke up. How long have I been asleep? 3 days already. It's the England Academy,
Lin Xing said through gritted teeth.
Lin Yi
looked out the window. The enemies were growing stronger, and he had to become stronger himself.
Brother, this is for you.
Lin Xing pulled out a large bag. Wow, there were a full 100,000 divine stones inside.
Did you rob a rich man? This is just a bit of interest from the England Academy. Here you go.
Ah, my sister is the best. Lin Yi held the 100,000 divine stones, feeling elated.
Ding, congratulations on completing the task, successfully constructing a level 2 city. You have obtained a level 2 defensive building, God-slaying tower.
A level 2 city expands the territory based on a level 1 city, allowing for
the construction of defensive buildings.
Lin Yi immediately seized the opportunity to start building the God-slaying tower and upgrading the barracks, while everyone in the city was busy.
Lin Xing, let me take
you to a good place, Lin Yi said. The two of them took advantage of the night to arrive at the tavern.
Damn it, what a broken machine.
All I get are decorations, nothing is useful, a burly man said angrily,
carrying a bag of capsule toys.
To be honest, these capsule toys were indeed like decorations in their hands. They only sparkled but had no other use. However, in Lin Yi's hands, they were treasures.
Brother, are you selling that bag of capsule toys?
Lin Yi pointed at the capsule toys in the burly man's hand.
Sure.
Buy me a drink, and I'll give them all to you, the burly man replied.
Deal. Boss, bring me 2 drinks.
Alright, after downing a drink, the burly man smacked his lips and handed over the entire bag of capsule toys to Lin Yi before storming off. Lin Yi approached the capsule toy machine, where a note was stuck that read, magical capsule toy machine, change your fate. There were still many people this morning, but now no one comes to play with this thing, a slightly tipsy patron kindly reminded Lin Yi.
Thank you,
boss, give me 50,000 divine stone capsule toy coins.
Lin Yi's words startled the drunks in the tavern awake.
This 50,000 divine stone was enough for Odin Village's expenses for a year, and the items
from the gacha machine could only be admired at this stage. Was this a lavish expenditure just to earn a smile from a beauty? 6666666. Lin Yi saw skill books, various divine pills, and all kinds of weapons and equipment in the gacha machine, and he was going to take them all today. You still have the same boldness as ever, someone said beside Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned his head and was surprised to see him. Take it easy. It's you! Lin Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide. Surprised, aren't you? The gacha machine is great, but don't be greedy. After saying this, Kasa instantly vanished from Lin Yi's sight. Wait. Before Lin Yi could say anything, the god of deception was gone, and there wasn't a trace of his presence in the air. Hello, here are your gacha coins. Lin Yi held 10 gacha coins, his face flushed. These gacha coins were just the gold coins from the Star Realm. At this moment, Lin Yi was overjoyed. One gacha coin was worth 5,000 divine stones, and with a 1 to 5,000 ratio, Lin Yi should now be a billionaire. The people around him whispered among themselves. This kid just threw 50,000 divine stones into the water. What a pity. A typical case of a fool with too much money. That big fool earlier wasn't any better, spending several thousand divine stones to get a few shiny gacha toys. Really wasteful. But I heard you can get evolution pills inside. One can evolve by one level, and another can evolve a large segment. If I could get that pill, I'd be willing to spend 100,000 divine stones. Show, that fool is starting to pull gacha. Let's watch the show first. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and began to insert a gacha coin into the machine. Click, a gacha toy fell from the machine, and many people leaned forward to see the excitement. Lin Yi took out the gacha toy, and inside was a skill book which the people around could not see, only a shiny gacha toy. The supreme ring automatically activated, activating the gacha toy, and a skill book appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Jump refraction allows for two-stage movement during combat. Although this book wasn't an attack skill, this two-stage movement was undoubtedly a life-saving technique for Lin Yi. What? A skill book, someone shouted. The temperature in the crowd instantly rose. This guy can activate gacha toys. Many people rushed towards the gacha machine. Don't act rashly, someone who can casually pull out 50,000 divine stones must have a powerful backing. Be careful not to offend the forces behind him. At this moment, someone said, causing the excited crowd to abandon their thoughts of snatching. Lin Yi didn't care about the gazes around him and continued to pull the gacha. After a roll in the gacha machine, pop, a red gacha toy fell down, emitting a faint red glow. Inside the gacha was a fiery red bow, and the next moment, the supreme ring acted on its own again, activating the gacha. Lord weapon, candlelight dawn level, divine. King description, the return to the void before dawn. Talent, arrow shot carry fire attribute damage, attack range is infinite, can attack within the visible range. What? It's actually a divine artifact. The crowd erupted again. The expressions of the people in the crowd began to turn greedy. Kid, the gacha toy I just gave you, I want it back. Hurry up. A big man, fueled by alcohol, grabbed Lin Yi's clothes and said, let go. Lin Yi shouted angrily, quickly return my gacha toy, or you won't be able to leave this tavern today. Things taken out can't just be taken back because you say so. If the big man spoke nicely, Lin Yi might have returned the gacha to him because this gacha coin is made of star coins and Lin Yi has at least tens of millions of them on him, so he could easily return these gachas. However, the big man's attitude was truly infuriating. A mere supreme god dares to confront the god king? He must be tired of living. Someone in the crowd remarked. Exactly, the god king only needs one move, and the supreme god will be reduced to ashes. If it were me, I would definitely back down to save my life. The mutated celestial toad. At this moment, the big man had summoned his divine pet. Mutated celestial toad, rank. Awakening, mutation attribute, level 2. A mutated divine pet, impressive. Looks like this is a battle of rich kids. One person threw down 50,000 divine stones while another had a mutated divine pet. However, the gap in their ranks was evident and everyone was quite pessimistic about Lin Yi. Mutated celestial toad, give me a breath to spray him to death. The celestial toad sprayed a stream of green liquid as a probing attack and Lin Yi retreated dozens of meters, stabilizing his stance. Damn, isn't that the same group of useless people from Odin village? Indeed, the speaker was the bandit leader. At this moment, the people in the tavern changed their gaze towards Lin Yi. It turned out he was not a rich kid but merely a supreme god without even a divine pet. Over 100 people in the tavern began to set their sights on Lin Yi, thinking of skill books, divine artifacts, or perhaps he even knew how to activate the gacha. Divine power surged throughout the tavern. Little frog, so audacious, Lin Xing said to the mutated celestial toad, take this. Lin Xing struck towards the big man's divine pet. The toad let out a wail, triggering its protective mechanism, and flew back to its master, while the big man also suffered a backlash from his divine pet, spitting out 3 milliliters of blood. Lin Xing's strike instilled considerable intimidation among those present. Everyone, let's go together. I don't believe over 100 of us can't handle a mere supreme god. The tavern-goers, fueled by alcohol, began to see an opportunity. Lin Xing, are you ready for battle? Lin Xing nodded. The god-slaying sword. Lin Yi summoned the god-slaying sword, which radiated an aura that frightened the god kings present. What kind of divine artifact is this? Someone questioned. This is the divine artifact that will kill you. You insolent brat. Numerous god kings unleashed their divine pets, and the tavern was suddenly filled with gods and their pets. Queen of control. My lord. A six-pointed star appeared on the ground, and Xiaolan slowly walked out from within. This scene was something these so-called gods had never witnessed before, and they all stared wide-eyed. What skill is this? Someone exclaimed. Is this a summoner? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Golden. Holy warriors, arise. Xiaolan commanded. Many six-pointed stars appeared on the tavern floor, radiating golden light. 10 golden holy warriors appeared in everyone's sight. What the hell is going on? How did these people get here? The bandit leader exclaimed. Charge formation. Prepare. Xiaolan shouted. 100 golden holy warriors, well-trained, formed a charge formation, ready for the next command. Many in the tavern were stunned by this well-trained 100-man battalion. Don't be afraid, these are all misfits. Their levels are only that of the main gods. We can wipe them out with a wave of our hands, the bandit leader incited. At this moment, everyone regained their composure and returned to their normal expressions. Xiaolan organized the formation of the golden holy warriors. Then you prepare to control the field. Lin Xing, get ready to reap. Lin Yi instructed. Yes. Got it, bro. However, Lin Yi had too many treasures in sight, causing the people in the tavern to already be eyeing the wealth. Hand over your skills. Hand over your weapons. Hand over. Are you all brain dead? I ask you, on what basis? Lin Yi said. On what basis? Kid, is this your first day out in the world? Since that's the case, I can rest. Assured. Lin Yi revealed a strange smile, gripping the god-slaying sword, its cold light flashing. Remember, end the enemy's life for me in the end. Lin Yi commanded. Yes. Everyone, let's go together and take care of this brat first. The treasures will be fought for based on our abilities. The patrons in the tavern all agreed. Roughly counting, there were over 200 enemies in the tavern, not including those rushing over. It looks like it will be a fierce battle, Lin Yi said. Swear to advance and retreat with the Lord. Xiaolan and the soldiers declared, their faces resolute. Lin Xing, are you afraid of this slaughter? Feast? Not afraid, I have my brother here. Lin Yi grinned, swinging the god-slaying sword. Watch me split the heavens with my hammer. Mutated sky-reaching toad, poison them to death. Dark invasion. In an instant, the skills of the God King and the divine pets were hurled towards Lin Yi. After all, these people were of the God King rank, 1 or 2 tiers above Lin Yi's side. Even without using skills, they could suppress Lin Yi's group with their levels. Golden Holy Warriors charge at the enemies using their skills in reverse. 100 Golden Holy Warriors charged towards the enemies behind them, dodging the God King's skills with their movement effects. Some of the enemies struck by the charge fell into a dazed state. Control Queen, stop the enemies in front from advancing. Let's eliminate the ones behind first. Yes, my lord. Xiaolan immediately unleashed 3 skills with her seed vines and thorny paralysis powder. The thorny vines shot up from the ground, ensnaring the enemies ahead, while the paralysis powder in the air began to take effect. Damn, why can't I use my power? I can't seem to use my divine power either. There's something strange in the air, someone reminded. Everyone, hold your breath. What is this thing? Another exclaimed. 3 strange plants were attacking the enemies. Lin Xing had already transformed into a shadow, rushing into the enemy ranks behind. The group was dazed by the Golden Holy Warriors, and Lin Xing clawed one person, leaving them severely injured. Then Lin Yi stepped forward with the god-slaying sword to end their life. Ding, gained a layer of killing intent. Very good, continue, Lin Yi said. Lin Xing attacked the next enemy, while Lin Yi harvested with the god-slaying sword. In no time, the enemies behind were screaming in agony, while the ones in front were held back by Xiaolan for a while. Is this battle power still that of a supreme god? Someone exclaimed. No, this woman is not right. This is not the speed and battle power of a supreme god. Did I ever say I was a supreme god? Take my move, Lin Xing said with a smile, her cat eyes, claws, and tail revealing themselves as she entered her cat-person state, her most powerful form. Lin Xing's agile movements among the crowd were like a ghostly reaper. She is a divine pet, someone shouted, and the next moment, a cat claw slashed open the carotid artery, blood spraying out. Lin Yi's god-slaying sword took away the last trace of life from him. In just a few dozen seconds, Lin Yi's god-slaying sword had already collected 24 layers of killing intent. Triggering the 20-layer effect of the god-slaying sword, battle power doubled. At this moment, Lin Yi's battle power was nearing that of a level 5 god king. Bitch, die. The enemies in front had already broken through Xiaolan's control zone. A god king grabbed Xiaolan by the hair and slammed her to the ground, blood streaming down her forehead. Don't waste time on women, our target is that brat. Yes. A bunch of trash, thinking that wearing golden armor gives them the power to contend with us? Die. A god king said as he swung a large knife, killing a golden holy warrior. Due to the gap in ranks, the golden holy warriors fell one after another under the enemy's attacks. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned. Originally, there were 100 golden holy warriors, but now only a mere 20 or 30 remain.
and Xiaolan lies in a pool of blood, her life hanging by a thread. Kid, hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life.
Are you out of your mind? Lin Yi replied.
Lin Xing has unleashed all his power, leaving none behind. My godslaying sword is already at 100 layers of killing intent, Lin Yi said coldly.
Finally, I can let loose, Lin Xing remarked. Still acting tough even when death is imminent. Everyone, attack together. The treasure is right in front of us. People die for wealth just as birds die for food. Run. This is a monster-level divine pet.
With a puff, the next moment, this level 6 divine king fell beneath Lin Xing's claws.
What?
The crowd gasped.
In Odin Village, a spirit-level divine pet is
already equivalent to a divine king. A divine pet reaching monster level is akin to reaching the level of a divine sovereign. At this moment, Lin Xing no longer concealed
his strength, releasing an aura of monster level that left the divine kings present gasping for breath. This is the aura of that divine pet from that day, said a teacher dressed in the uniform of the British Academy. Is it that black cat that intruded into our academy? Another teacher asked. This aura must belong to that divine pet. The aura is coming from the tavern ahead. Shall we go take a look?
This divine pet has already reached monster level. Her master must be a divine
sovereign,
hissed the two students from the British Academy behind them, gasped in shock.
However, the two teachers in front of them were also at the level of divine
sovereigns, one being a level 1 and the other a level 3, so they were not afraid. I heard that this divine pet was severely injured by the school's vice principal. It shouldn't have recovered so quickly. It must be the power of her master. Let's wait until they both suffer heavy losses before we go take a look. Maybe we can pick up some bargains, one student suggested.
Shut up. Does the British Academy need to sneak around to pick up bargains? We should be open and aboveboard. The students behind chimed in with their opinions.
The two teachers were also calculating in their minds. Let's go train first, one teacher said.
Inside the tavern, Lin
Yi and Lin Xing were covered in blood and wounds. Lin Yi had already summoned Xiaolan and the remaining dozen or so golden holy warriors back. The ground was littered with corpses, divine essences, and divine stones. There was not a single survivor in the tavern, and the most powerful divine emperor had also perished in the slaughter by Lin Yi and Lin Xing. Lin Xing, clean up the battlefield, Lin Yi said while taking a handful of star coins and feeding them into the gacha machine. With a clatter, dozens of gacha toys fell out. Brother, I sense powerful individuals rushing towards us.
Retreat.
Lin Yi grabbed the gacha toys and fled with Lin Xing from
the back of the tavern.
In the end, only a dozen gacha toys remained in the machine.
We arrived too late, everyone here is dead.
The master of the divine pet should also be here, but judging by the wounds on the deceased, the master of the divine pet must be at the level of a supreme god.
Then doesn't his divine pet devour its master? They probably have astonishing secrets. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for us. In the tavern of Odin Village, within a single day, over 200 divine kings had died, and this news spread like wildfire. Many who had exited the tavern that day secretly rejoiced, or else they would have met the same fate. Inside. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Yi possessing various treasures and his ability to activate the treasures in the gacha machine spread like wings from Odin Village.
In the Thunder God Temple, a young man toyed with several gacha toys in his hand, one of which was a promotion pill capable of allowing a person to advance a small level. However, the young man struggled to activate the gacha toy and couldn't produce the pill, feeling as if he were a group of courtesans on the steps, pants
down, only to be shown a cat Teletubby. Night shrouded, Odin Village, Eternal Night City.
One by one, these keywords slowly spread with the wind. Lin Yi and Lin Xing returned to Eternal Night City, where Xiaolan was slowly recovering alongside a dozen surviving golden holy warriors.
Heroes and soldiers who had not fallen could gradually heal their wounds over time.
For a moment, Lin Yi's soldiers had lost 8 or 9/10 of their strength. If they could not continue to enhance their power, his journey beyond the stars might come to an end once again. Relying solely on Lin Xing, it would be difficult to hold the situation together.
Lin Yi decided
to focus on learning the skill book in his hands first. The skill book, Jump Refraction, transformed into a beam of light and entered Lin Yi's body. Then, Lin Yi continued to use another skill book, drawing a prison from within the starry realm. The more skills he had, the better his chances of survival.
Next, Lin Yi entered the gacha phase. The Supreme Ring began to activate the gacha.
Lin Yi took out a gacha capsule, and as the Supreme Ring glowed, it clicked open.
God-slaying battle armor. Rank, Supreme God. Description, Godslayer.
Talent, murder and plunder. For each god killed, gain a layer of killing intent.
At 10 layers of killing intent, become
immune to 1 fatal injury. At 30 layers, use absolute defense once, lasting 5 seconds, immune to all damage during that time.
After using the killing intent skill, the corresponding killing intent points will be deducted.
Set effect, 2-piece set effect, increases killing intent cap to 120 layers, originally 100 layers.
80 layers
of killing intent. Apocalypse, instills mental fear in enemies. For peace effect, increases killing intent cap to 140 layers, 100 layers of killing intent. Killing
Intense Surge delivers a devastating blow to all surrounding enemies.
6-piece set effect increases killing intent to 160 layers, 150 layers of killing intent, blood. Sealing Strike attacks all injured enemies and restores 30 layers of killing intent. Lin Yi looked at the set effects and marveled at the power of this equipment. At this moment, he still had over 50 gacha capsules in hand, hoping to gather a complete set of god-slaying gear. When the Supreme Ring activated the 10th gacha, a golden pill fell out of the capsule. Indeed, this was the advancement elixir that the gods had longed for. The pill in Lin Yi's hand could elevate him significantly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi popped the pill into his mouth and felt his limbs and bones filled with strength.
Is this the power of a god king?
Lin Yi looked at his body. There seemed to be no visible change, but his spirit was indeed abundant.
With every movement, he exuded divine power, causing the walls surrounding Eternal Night City to tremble. When Lin Yi was about to use the Supreme Ring to open the 11th gacha, he found that the ring was unresponsive. Not now, don't fail me at this critical moment, Lin Yi said.
Lin Xing chimed in, your ring probably can only open 10 capsules a day.
Let it rest for a bit.
After saying that, she playfully made a face at Lin Yi, looking quite adorable. Lin Yi still had 40 gacha capsules left, but he couldn't open them, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable, itching to
try for the god-slaying set.
Later, Lin Yi noticed a small opening at the back of the gacha capsule, perfectly sized to fit the gacha coins, which matched the size of the gold coins from the Starry Realm.
Lin Yi tried inserting the coins 1, 2, 3.
2 teachers from the British Academy had brought back several gacha capsules
to the tavern, using various methods to no avail.
Look, the small opening at the back of the capsule, Florenza said to Eric.
Florenza was a level 1 god sovereign
teacher at the British Academy, while Eric was a level 3 god sovereign teacher. Eric took out the gacha coins and began inserting them one by one into the small
opening.
Click. It worked. So, inserting 10 gold coins unlocks the gacha, Lin Yi said to Lin Xing. It seems this is how to activate the gacha. Eric also figured
out the activation method.
I heard that Kid has over 50 gacha capsules, Florenza said to Eric. I must get my hands on these more than 50 gacha capsules. Maybe this time in the competition for vice president, I can also fight for a chance.
The two were saying in the room.
On the 21st capsule, Lin Yi opened a piece of
god-slaying equipment. God-slaying necklace rank, supreme god description, god-slaying, talent, killing and looting.
For every god killed, 1 layer of killing intent will be gained, and every 20 layers of killing intent will increase by 1 small level.
Although the killing and looting effect of the god-slaying necklace has only one
effect, it is like taking drugs. If the full set of 6 pieces is gathered, the maximum killing intent is 160 layers, then Lin Yi can increase up to 6 small levels,
which is truly an essential skill for killing and looting.
It's like fighting against someone of the same level. If you accumulate 160 layers of killing intent in advance, you will start off 6 small levels higher than others.
Isn't that surprising?
Lin Yi then continued to open the gacha capsules.
God-slaying ring rank, supreme. God description, God-slaying, talent, killing and looting.
For every god killed, 2 layers of killing intent will be gained, and after each use of a killing intent skill, half of the killing intent for that skill can be restored. This piece of equipment compensates for the flaw of reaching maximum killing intent.
4-piece set. Effect activated.
Lin Yi prayed that he could gather this set of divine equipment from the gacha capsules below.
A series of gacha capsules yielded nothing, and Lin Yi began to feel anxious. Only 2 were left.
He continued to stuff gold coins into the gacha.
Click. Activated. God-slaying bracers rank, supreme god description, god-slaying,
talent, killing and looting 40 layers of killing intent, endless fury, deals area fire damage to surrounding enemies and creates a sea of fire around
oneself, lasting 3 seconds. Nice, that's already 5 pieces.
Will the last gacha capsule yield the final piece of the god-slaying set and activate the 6-piece set
effect?
Lin Yi held the last gacha capsule in his hand, which looked like a helmet from the outside.
Could the last piece of the god-slaying set be a helmet?
Lin Yi's heart raced. If he gathered all 6 pieces of the god-slaying set, fighting above his level would be as easy as drinking water. Once he reached the end of the gods, he might discover the method to separate the game world from the real world. While thinking, Lin Yi continued to stuff gold coins into the gacha's opening.
Florence, look at this equipment, Eric exclaimed. Florence looked at the equipment Eric was holding, then glanced at its attributes.
The two were stunned. They had never seen such an overpowered piece of equipment. It seems I have a great chance in this vice president competition.
In the future, I hope you can take good care of your
little brother, Florence flattered.
Then, amidst their laughter, the gacha session ended. With a flash, a helmet appeared before Lin Yi. He joyfully picked up the helmet and began to read the equipment information. What the heck is this? Lin Yi held the helmet in disappointment. The fiery passion in his heart was instantly extinguished. Lin Xing looked at Lin Yi's defeated expression and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. What's wrong, brother? Did someone steal your money? I wish it were just my money that was stolen.
I'm 1 piece short of completing my god-slaying set,
Lin Yi said in despair. With a clang, Lin Yi threw the helmet to the ground. Lord's Essence, that's right, the helmet's name is Lord's Essence.
Lord's Essence, description, helps you understand the true meaning of being a lord.
This broken helmet is supposed to help me understand the true meaning of being a lord?
This is really frustrating, my god-slaying set.
Lin Yi exclaimed. Brother, I checked the tavern for you last night.
The gacha machine there is completely empty, Lin Xing said.
This news was devastating for Lin Yi. Who could have taken all the gacha capsules? Lin Yi asked. I sensed a familiar aura in the tavern.
Oh, that's right,
It's that detestable person from the England Academy.
Lin Xing said, then fell silent, seemingly recalling the scene of being chased by someone from the England Academy.
It seems that whether it's you or me, we both really need to pay a visit to
the people at the British Academy. Lin Xing remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Brother, this helmet suits you quite well. Try it on, Lin Xing suddenly
said with a smile, instantly breaking the heavy atmosphere. Lin Yi picked up the Lord's Essence from the ground, looking it over. This thing, as long as it's not green, give it a try. I think this helmet looks pretty cool, with a mech style.
Lin Yi thought to himself that he didn't have any helmet-type equipment at the moment, so he put on the Lord's Essence.
Ding, successfully activated Lord's Essence, deleting previous information. Please wait. What is going on? Lin Yi wanted to take
off the helmet but found that his body was completely out of his control.
Deletion complete. At this moment, Lin Yi realized that his rank was gone. Yes, it was gone. What is happening? WTF. Ding successfully deleted hero and troop levels, deleting now. Ding Lord's Essence implantation successful. At this time, Lin Yi noticed a black iron badge appearing on his chest. Lord rank, Confident Black Iron. Lin Yi found that his rank had changed to Confident Black Iron, which left him speechless. Lord's Essence helps you understand the true meaning of being a lord. Ding successfully opened the Lord Advancement System. The Lord's Advancement is
upgraded based on the quantity and quality of troops, heroes, and city buildings.
Ding successfully opened the Battle Array System. System successfully detected the Battle Array Skill Book, Zhuge War, and activated Battle Array Charge Formation.
Ding, detected that you currently have a level 2 city, a level 2 barracks, a God-slaying tower, 1 hero, and 12 soldiers. Lord level re-evaluated. At this moment, the black iron badge on Lin Yi's chest shattered, and then a new black iron badge appeared, but this one had 2 more corners at the top, finally displaying the level as Confident Black Iron 2, with a prompt indicating that due to the insufficient number of soldiers, the Lord level could not advance to a higher level. Now that Lin Yi no longer had the divine level and had become a Lord level, he could only accept the situation and strive to adapt to this new rule. My lord, recently many people from other places want to join our Eternal Night City. I wonder what the Lord's opinion is. They are all like us, without their own divine pets, abandoned people.
How many people are we talking about? Lin Yi asked. At least over 2,000, Xiao Lan replied.
A level 2 city can now accommodate about 10,000 people, so over 2,000 should be no problem, and a level 2 city can also recruit 500 soldiers, which can be self-sufficient without worry. Open the city gates and let them all in, but you need to explain our Eternal Night City's rules to them thoroughly.
Yes, my lord.
Over 2,000 people marched into Eternal Night City, finally finding a stable place to rest. Most of the faces of these 2,000 people were filled with happy smiles. Here, there was no distinction of rank.
Ding, successfully added a population of 2,400, Lord level increased by 1.
The badge on Lin Yi's chest changed again. It originally had 2 corners, but now it only had 1 corner left.
That's right, now it's Confident Black Iron 1.
Looking at the 12 golden holy warriors in the city, Lin Yi
immediately activated the conscription order. Conscription order, recruit 488 soldiers. Everyone is encouraged to sign up.
At this moment, the first batch of people entering Eternal Night City scrambled to sign up to become soldiers, while the newly arrived 2,400 hesitated and dared not to sign up.
This time, I will definitely succeed in signing up.
This name was given to me by the Lord. He said next time I would definitely be allowed in.
You have connections.
Meanwhile, the 2,400 newcomers
in the city remained quiet. Brother, are you going to sign up?
We're all at the level of the main gods. One god king could wipe us all out here. I'm not going.
To my death. Then I won't go either.
Among the 2,400 people, those who signed up barely exceeded half.
Before long, the recruitment was filled by the first batch of people entering Eternal Night City. Ding, recruitment successful. The number of city soldiers has reached 500. Lord level has increased by 1. Crack, the black iron badge on Lin Yi's chest shattered, replaced by a bronze badge with 4 corners, symbolizing the brave bronze 4.
Ding, congratulations on leveling up successfully.
Entering a new stage, bronze level.
Reward mount, Flame Chestnut Horse, increases Lord's movement speed by 30%, increases morale by 10%.
With a call, the Flame
Chestnut Horse burst forth, and Lin Yi leaped onto the mount, looking quite dashing. Ding, please allocate troops. Lin Yi first replenished the number of golden holy warriors to 100, then allocated the remaining 400 soldiers among mages, archers, knights, and assassins.
The effect of the Supreme Ring activated. Ding, Mage Troop. Successfully upgraded to Mythical Level Troop, Elemental Controller.
Ding, Archer Troop successfully upgraded to Mythical Troop, Sniper.
Ding, Knight Troop. Successfully upgraded to Mythical Troop, Great Shield Guardian.
Ding, Assassin Troop successfully upgraded to Mythical Troop, Night Shadow.
Those who were conscripted
looked at their transformations, their hearts filled with joy. This outfit was simply too cool. Meanwhile, the 2,400 newcomers watched the conscripted soldiers with such momentum and felt deep regret, but there was no remedy for regret. Ding, congratulations to the Lord for gathering all troop types, activating the second formation of Zhuge's Battle Array, Heavenly Fire Array, increases magic damage of mage-type troops, morale increases by 10%.
Are you sure that person is called Black Knight? Mitian?
Yes, definitely. Florenza and Eric found a God King who was in the tavern at the time. The God King, seeing the divine presence before him, answered, tremblingly, afraid of saying something wrong and being wiped out.
Do you know where Black Knight Mitian is?
I heard he is at the abandoned cave in Odin village. With that group of abandoned main gods.
What tier is he at? He should be a supreme god. Does he have a little black cat or a cat servant with him? The God King recalled, afraid of missing any details, and said, yes.
Florenza, it should be correct. It must be that cat servant from last time.
Moreover, this person called
Black Knight Mitian has a certain relationship with this cat servant. Perhaps we can kill two birds with one stone this time, Eric said.
Yes, if we can catch the cat
servant. The bounty on this guy is not low, Florenza said.
Let's go, Eric said.
So the two headed towards the location mentioned by the God King.
It's been so long. Why is Black Knight Mitian's icon still gray? King of Beasts frowned. Everyone was very worried about his safety. Recently, Long Yin and others found traces of many
buildings from the real world in the Eternal Continent, indicating that during the Eternal Era, even buildings were not spared and were pulled into the Eternal Continent.
The secrets within still needed Lin Yi to unravel bit by bit. Could it be here? Eric looked at Eternal Night City.
It should be here. Look, a level 2 city.
Eternal Night City. Should we storm in or? We are people of status, we must have some decorum. Is the city lord here? We have followed the cat demon here. We
hope the city lord can facilitate us, Eric shouted at the city gate. That disgusting aura is coming, Lin Xing said.
Oh, they arrived so quickly? They should be outside the city gate now. Let's go meet them, Lin Yi said.
They are all at the level of divine sovereigns, be careful.
Okay, in the next moment, Lin Xing transformed into a little black cat and jumped onto Lin Yi's shoulder, lazily lying down.
The fiery chestnut horse. A flash of fire shot towards Lin Yi, who also leaped
onto the horse's back, rushing towards the city gate. What are you two doing here?
The new year has already passed, you don't need to pay your respects anymore.
Lin
Yi knew that the two were enemies of Lin Xing, so he spoke particularly disdainfully. The two looked at Lin Yi riding his mount and felt that he was like a moving treasure trove. A mere little supreme god, speaking so arrogantly. No, he doesn't even seem to be a supreme god,
Florenza said to Eric beneath the city. That's even
better, strike him down instantly, then capture his cat servant and sweep away his treasures.
I wonder if I am their match now,
Lin Yi thought while riding. His current godslaying set wasn't suitable for group fights as the opponent's numbers were few, making it hard to gather killing intent. The killing intent in Lin Yi's
godslaying sword was still what he had accumulated before. Can you take these two on? Lin Yi asked the little black cat on his shoulder. In a one-on-one, I can. Guarantee I won't lose, but in a two-on-one, I'm no match for them,
Lin Xing replied.
Then shall we take them down one by one? Lin Yi smiled and said, let's do it. This way. Is that really possible? Trust me, it won't be wrong. All right. Coming to pay respects for the new year without bringing any gifts, that's really stingy, Lin Yi said. Below the city, the two were fuming.
A claw swept through the air, striking Florenza.
Hey, who? Florenza shouted. This time it's my turn to beat you up. So brazen.
Lin Xing was teasing, while Florenza stepped forward.
Blitz's claw. As Florenza chased forward, Lin Yi predicted his movement, and a massive robotic hand lunged at Florenza, successfully grabbing him. In the next moment, Blitz's claw took Florenza into the city. Godslaying towers. Dozens of godslaying
towers surrounded the city, all locking onto Florenza, while Lin Xing darted towards him. Seeing dozens of godslaying towers aimed at him, Florenza thought that,
although he, as a divine sovereign, wouldn't easily be killed, he would at least shed a layer of skin. If I don't die, you all wait to be buried, Florenza said fiercely.
It's a pity, next year on this day will be your death anniversary,
Lin Yi replied. Boom, boom, boom. The god-slaying towers fired beams of destructive energy.
And no matter how Florenza dodged, he would be hit by the energy beams. Above the city, Florenza let out a series of piercing screams.
Help, help me! Eric Florenza cried out loudly. Shadow instant kill claw.
In the cold darkness, Florenza felt his body grow cold, blood spraying from his throat, a claw sealing his throat. Divine essence fell to the ground, and Lin Yi walked over to collect it, then looked at Eric, whose eyes were blood red beneath the city. You will die, you will die. You, lowly beings without even a divine essence, you don't even deserve to live. I will have you all buried with me. Eric said, the aura of a divine sovereign spreading across the battlefield, causing all the soldiers and heroes in Eternal Night City to fall to the ground. You kneel too. Eric's powerful divine might pressed down on Lin Yi, but now Lin Yi was no longer within the range of divine ranks. Even if you were a divine emperor, you couldn't suppress Lin Yi. Last time it was you, taking advantage of my serious injury to sneak attack me. You guys from the England Academy are truly despicable. You're not dead yet, that's really great. Eric said sinisterly, I will capture you in my cage, he. Heavenly God City, England Academy, Divine Lamp Pavilion. Not good, not good, a manager from the Divine Lamp Pavilion shouted. What is it, making such a racket? The dean said. Not good, director. Teacher Florenza's divine lamp has gone out. At the England College, teachers above the divine rank are qualified to leave their divine lamps in the Divine Lamp Pavilion. The divine lamp represents the life of each deity. If the divine lamp goes out, it means the corresponding teacher has died. The college will then dispatch a law enforcement team to capture the murderer. Regardless of the murderer's guilt or innocence, they cannot escape death, for the authority of England College is not to be violated. This has led to students and teachers abusing the college's reputation, acting tyrannically outside. Isn't Florenza out training with Eric and the students? How could the divine lamp go out? Said Director Pand. Quickly check if Eric's divine lamp has also gone out. Yes, replied Karasa. Karasa returned to the divine lamp pavilion and found that Eric's divine lamp was still lit, thankfully not extinguished. Otherwise, with 2 divine-ranked teachers dead during this student training, it would be a significant loss for the school. You all just wait to be buried, Eric said to Lin Yi. With Florenza's death, England College probably already knows. They will send a law enforcement team to flatten this place, crush your city, and slaughter you trash, Eric declared. Lin Yi frowned. He hadn't fully developed yet. If what Eric said was true and the law enforcement team came, he didn't know if he could withstand it. But whether it was sooner or later, they would have to face the colossal England College, so he might as well prepare for battle. Come out, mutated white tiger. Eric summoned his divine pet, which was equivalent to 2 divine-ranked powerhouses. Lin Yi and Lin Xing's expressions grew serious. Earlier, due to Florenza's carelessness, he hadn't summoned his divine pet in time and had been caught under the god-slaying tower by Blitz's claw, only to be eliminated under Lin Xing's fierce attack. Now, Eric was prepared and had summoned his divine pet. With 2 divine ranks, this battle was going to be tough. Moreover, the white tiger was a strong offensive divine pet. Being struck by it would definitely be devastating. Lin Xing, can you hold Eric back? I'm agile, so I should be able to engage him, but I can't kill him. Alright, just hold him off. I'll take out his divine pet first. Then he'll go down with it. That's not possible. At the divine rank, they won't be hindered by their divine pets. So, if the divine pet dies, it doesn't affect the master? There is an effect, but it's not very obvious. Never mind, let's go with what I just said. Okay. Control Queen. Lead the troops into battle. Lin Yi commanded. Outside the city, the ground was covered with hexagrams. Xiaolan appeared first, followed by all the troops, surrounding the mutated white tiger. The limbs of the thorny vine's white tiger were bound by the vines on the ground. The golden holy warriors charged. They rushed into the formation. Morale plus 10% as 100 golden holy warriors charged towards the mutated white tiger. Although the white tiger's limbs were bound, its might was still present, and a roar sent several golden holy warriors flying. Great Shield Guardian, thousands. Raise shields to block the mutated white tiger's assault. Heavenly Fire Formation activated. Elemental controllers launch magical attacks. Morale plus 10%. Snipers, engage in physical output. Dark Knight Phantom, stand by. Golden Holy Warriors, retreat behind the Great Shield Guardian to assist in defense. Control Queen, use paralysis powder. Lin Yi issued a series of commands, and various troops began executing their orders. Xiaolan also spread a lot of paralysis powder in the air of the battlefield. The mages unleashed fireballs and ice rains, while archers fired arrows and triple shots, all aimed at the white tiger. This was starting to resemble the scene of battling a boss in the Star Realm. Although the white tiger had broken free from the vines, the effect of the paralysis powder slowed its movements. Shadow of the Night, enter stealth mode and deliver a fatal blow to the mutated white tiger. Lin Yi continued issuing commands. Damn it! Eric roared, unable to assist the mutated white tiger as he was entangled by Lin Xing. You should worry about yourself, Lin Xing said, and in the next moment, her sharp claws tore into Eric's cheek. At this point, Eric had begun to lose control. He knew that if this continued, both he and the mutated white tiger would die here. He thought about abandoning the mutated white tiger and fleeing, but Lin Xing was an agile divine pet, and unless he faced an opponent known for speed, he couldn't escape her entanglement. The white tiger's attack struck against the shield of the Great Shield Guardian. Although the booming sound was deafening, it did little damage to the Great Shield Guardian. Meanwhile, the shadow of the night lurked in the darkness, its dagger coated with deadly poison, each attack aimed at the mutated white tiger's vital points, causing it to emit piercing cries. Finally, with a charge from the Golden Holy Warrior, the mutated white tiger was killed by the soldiers commanded by Lin Yi, and the cost on Lin Yi's side was the loss of 1/3 of his soldiers. As the mutated white tiger fell, Eric received a heavy blow to his chest. This must be the backlash. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xing teleported behind Eric, delivering a shadow instant kill.
A throat strike. You won't get away with this. The Undying Shield. Desperate reflection.
Lin Xing's strike hit the Undying Shield, which reflected the full force of the blow back at her. With a splatter, Lin Xing was hit by her own
ultimate skill, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is the last piece of the god-slaying equipment. Lin Yi said. Ha, you can't kill me, Eric declared, holding the Undying Shield.
Lin Xing, come back, leave the rest to me. With a whoosh, Lin Xing vanished into thin air.
Elemental controller, give him a thorough pounding. Understood, Lord.
A rain of ice and fire, along with heavenly thunder, rained down on Eric.
Phoenix Shield. A transparent barrier appeared around Eric, rippling as all skills struck against it. Ha, useless.
Sniper, shoot him hard. A rain of arrows shot towards the barrier, but they couldn't break through. At this moment, Lin Yi realized that after using this skill, Eric might be unable to move. He was truly digging his own grave.
Blitz's claw. A mechanical claw from the city reached out to grab Eric. The claw seized Eric along with his barrier and pulled him into the city. The god-slaying tower locked on, preparing to fire. The god-slaying tower unleashed a barrage on Eric. Ah, useless. You can't kill me. Eric laughed maniacally. Oh, just because you say you can't be killed means you can't?
Lin Yi replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks appeared in the barrier protecting Eric. Watch me break through your turtle shell.
Eric's eyes turned crimson as he glared at Lin Yi.
Lin Xing once again flashed to Eric's side, a cold glint flashing. Crack goodbye with Eric's fall. The god-slaying Undying Shield dropped to the ground. God-slaying Undying Shield level, Supreme God description, Guardian.
Talent, desperate counterattack, reflects damage once. Phoenix
Shield summons a barrier to withstand incoming damage. For every point of killing intent consumed, the duration of the Phoenix Shield can be extended.
Lin Yi picked
up the last piece of the god-slaying equipment and looked at the fallen Eric on the ground. This guy probably wouldn't understand until his death why he couldn't activate the Guardian skill, as he had no other equipment to collect killing intent.
As Eric fell, a system voice echoed from Lin Yi's side. Ding, mission completed. Fierce battle with the Divine Sovereign. City level +1, obtained mysterious troop card. Director, it's bad. It's bad.
Kurosa from the lamp pavilion ran over, shouting, completely lacking the composure expected of a divine emperor.
Director, something's wrong. What is it? Didn't I tell you not to shout? Director Pandis said. Unhappily. Director, Eric's divine lamp has gone out. What?
The teacup in the director's hand fell to the ground and shattered.
How is that possible? Eric is a level 3 divine lord, a top candidate for the vice dean position. I'll go to the law enforcement team.
It seemed that this time the director was truly angry. Kurosa
thought as he watched the director walk away.
After Lin Yi completed this task, the city upgraded to level 3, allowing for a population of 30,000, the conscription of 2,000 soldiers, and the construction of defensive buildings, soul-capturing cannons.
Casa, how's it going? Investigated thoroughly. How's that kid developing? Everything is going according to plan. So, when do we proceed to the next step?
Light and dark have both lost themselves. I estimate they will become our obstacles. Let the soldiers block the soldiers and the water cover the earth. Lin Yi upgraded the barracks to level 3 within the city and issued another conscription order. Sky punishment, find the murderer this time and contact me immediately. I want to tear him to pieces.
Panda said, because Panda had high hopes for Eric.
Among the many vice dean candidates, he originally wanted to wait for Eric to become vice dean so that he could rise with him, but Eric's death shattered his plans. Clearly, he was venting all his anger on the murderer.
I am the captain of the law enforcement team. It's not your place to give orders, Sky Punishment said. It was evident that the two were not on good terms within the academy. Despite their differences, the law enforcement team's duty was clear, and Sky Punishment turned to leave, ready to investigate the matter thoroughly. News of Lin Yi's battle with the Divine Lord spread quickly, and many people flocked to Eternal Night City, making it more prosperous than ever. Brother Lin Xing called as she approached Lin Yi. What is it? Lin Yi asked.
According to the working attitude of the British Academy, they must have already started investigating the cause of death of those two Divine Lords. Why don't we?
On a dark and windy night of murder. Just as I thought.
This time I want revenge. The one who hurt me last time was the captain of the law enforcement team, Sky Punishment.
Is he very strong? Yes, he is already a level 7 Divine Lord.
Lin Yi looked at the unyielding silver badge on his chest, unsure if his lord rank could compete with this so-called captain of the law enforcement
team.
Lin Yi glanced at the bottle in his backpack. It was Sophia's last hope, and he didn't know when he could resurrect her.
Ding, learn skill, drawing a prison.
This still book had been lying in his backpack since the Starry Star days. Back then, Lin Yi had 4 lord weapons and an abundance of skills. Now, learning even one more skill was a means of survival. He could still recruit 2 heroes, and Lin Yi already had candidates in mind. I'll go prepare, we'll set off tomorrow night. Okay, brother. Lin Yi went to Xiao Hang's room. Xiao Hang and Xiao Lan were having dinner in the room, and the scene was very warm. The dusklight, the siblings, enjoying steaming hot meals. This was their long-held dream. They had suffered humiliation due to their status, but now, with Lin Ye's arrival, the abandon had risen again. Lord, Lord! Xiao Lan quickly stood up to greet Lin Yi upon seeing him. Xiao Hong also stood up, swallowing his food and joining Xiao Lan in greeting. Continue eating, don't be so formal. Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong sat back down. I'm here this time to ask if Xiao Hong is willing to become a hero like your sister. Lin Yi asked. Xiao Hang's eyes sparkled. He wanted to become a hero so badly. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. Xiao Hong shouted. Are you willing to give up your life for it? I am willing. At this moment, even if Lin Yi wanted him dead, he would probably be willing. Alright, then receive my heroic order. Okay. Lin Yi handed the heroic order to Xiao Hong, and the next moment, a hexagram formation appeared beneath Xiao Hang's feet, radiating a red glow. Xiao Hong vanished within the hexagram, and as the light grew stronger, he reappeared once more. Vengeful Flames, Xiao Hong. Magic attack skill. Heartburn can deal fire attribute damage to multiple enemies in front and mark them. Any attack skill that inflicts burning damage will mark the enemy twice. Blazing Fire deals fire attribute damage to enemies. Additionally, it detonates all fire marks. If an enemy carries 1 fire mark, detonating it will cause a brief stun. If an enemy carries 2 fire marks, detonating will cause a brief bind and create an explosion centered on their body. If an enemy carries 3 fire marks, upon detonation, if the carrier dies, the fire mark will transfer to nearby enemies. Talent Flame Armor can reduce damage taken. Xiao Hong, who originally looked frail, became quite robust under the transformation of the hexagram. Xiao Lan watched her brothers change, feeling a stir in her heart. Sister Xiao Lan, there are a lot of people outside asking if we are still recruiting soldiers. At that moment, Xiao Shan pushed the door open and said, noticing Lin Yi was also there, looking a bit timid. Lin Yi smiled and said, don't be afraid. Go tell them that we in Eternal Night City are continuing to recruit. With more and more people joining, Lin Yi's 2,000 soldiers were now fully recruited. Damn, I'm late. Again this time. I want to become an elemental controller. That fire rain and ice rain must be incredibly powerful. I want to be a night phantom, killing without a trace. The Great Shield Guardian is not bad. Even the mutated White Tiger finds it hard to break his defense. Many people were discussing in Eternal Night City. Are you ready? Brother, why don't you stack all your best evolution potions on me? What if I evolve successfully? Lin Xing said with a charming smile. What are you doing, using charm on your own brother? You should learn good things, not bad ones. Lin Yi gave Lin Xing a light smack on the head. Ouch. Lin Yi took out the last 60 or so evolution potions and a dozen divine evolution potions from his backpack, preparing to use them all. It would be great if he succeeded. If not, he would just lose a few dozen evolution potions. After all, he only had this one divine pet. No, this one sister. Captain, here's the information we found. Take a look. A member of the enforcement team handed over the information to Tianxing. Nightfall, level unknown, suspected divine pet cat servant, possesses an army. The more Tianxing read, the worse his expression became. What the hell is this information? Level unknown, suspected, and an army. Have you all wasted your training over the years? Tianxing shouted angrily. See, Captain, this person is too mysterious. There was no news of him before Odin Village. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Where is he now? Tianxing asked. He has established his own city in Odin Village, probably there. Alright, prepare for tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll flatten his Eternal Night City. Tianxing commanded. Yes, Captain. In the student dormitory of the British Academy, a girl was lying on the bed, expressionless, her clothes already torn into strips. So, among these main god wastes, there are still some exceptional ones, right? A strong male student said. Brother Zhuang, you're the best, a small male student flattered. Ha, Slim Monkey, you're allowed to enjoy for another 3 minutes. Really? With your little physique, 3 minutes is too generous. The girl's gaze was hollow as she watched Slim Monkey slowly approach her. What do you think will happen in the Slim Monkey War? Look, that guy is about to make a move in the eyes of these high-ranking academicians. Those who cannot summon divine pets are all lowly beings, mere commoners, treated like playthings. Such events happen every day at the Yunk Academy, where the status and identity of these individuals matter, and Yunk Academy is a colossal entity. Even divine emperors and divine lords must bow and scrape before it. Speaking of which, the principal of Yunk Academy has been missing for 10 years. A decade can turn a giant into an empty shell. What have you done to my sister? An almost 18-year-old student said angrily. Alan, aren't we just having some fun with your sister? Is it really worth getting this mad? Said the burly guy. It turns out that the girl in the dormitory had brought food made by their mother for her brother. Their family was at the divine level, which could be considered useless, but Alan was born with the rank of a supreme god and had even summoned a divine pet at birth, which allowed him to enter Young Academy against the odds. Who would have thought that this once coveted academy had now become what it is? I will kill you, Alan shouted as he summoned his divine pet, the long-armed giant ape. Alan leaped onto the giant ape's shoulder. Long-armed giant ape, let's kill them together. Roar came a mighty roar. You dare to shout at us with that level? Come out, iron-armored rhino. The burly guy also summoned his divine pet. With your intelligence-level divine pet, how can it compete with my spirit-level divine pet? The burly guy scoffed. Iron-armored rhino, smash his belly and turn his intestines inside out. The iron-armored rhino charged at the long-armed giant ape, crashing violently into its belly. The giant ape flew several dozen meters away, a bloody hole in its stomach gushing blood. Not even a single blow. Skinny monkey, come out. Someone's brother is here to see you. Aren't you going to meet him? The burly guy laughed. Skinny monkey. Skinny monkey. The burly guy shouted at the door for a long time, only to find no one responding. Go in and see what's going on. Did he die in a woman's belly? The burly guy said angrily. Just then, two other students pushed the door open and went inside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 corpses flew out. 3 corpses lay before the burly guy, who had never seen such a display of power and immediately felt his legs go weak, trembling. Who is it? The burly guy shouted into the dormitory. The god-slaying sword sliced through the air, and wherever the sword light passed, there was not a single survivor. The burly guy and the iron-armored rhino were cleaved in half by this sword energy. This made the injured Alan feel an unparalleled thrill, but the next moment, fear spread throughout his body because he didn't know if the killer who had slain 4 people would also kill him. Your sister is inside, go in and comfort her, Lin Yi said coldly. Then he and Lin Xing disappeared into the night. Brother, you're acting pretty cool. Do I even need to act? See, the stench of decay is everywhere. Last time I passed by here, I saw the scene too, and it was a teacher doing such things. I couldn't help but kill him, and as a result, everyone started chasing me. If it were me, I wouldn't have killed that teacher. Then what would you do? Confiscate the tools of the crime, Lin Yi said with a smile. Looks like men understand men after all. Shoo, someone's coming. Lin Yi and Lin Xing quickly hid. Captain, are we really going to that poor place, Odin Village, tomorrow morning? Yes, to capture that brat, Nightshade. What a buzzkill. I was planning to find Shelly tomorrow. I heard the girls in Odin Village are quite charming, you know. Oh, I see. Save your strength tonight and we'll fight again tomorrow. He. The group chuckled. Quietly the moonlight shone on the claws, appearing particularly pale, and under the pouring of blood it became exceptionally enchanting. The bloody scent in several places of the British Academy had already caught the attention of many teachers. Next target, the captain of the enforcement team, Tianqing. Lin Yi said. Brother, that's great. This time you must hit him hard for me. I must take revenge today. Lin Xing said. Leave that Tianqing to you, I'll take care of the other small fry. You really understand me the best. Lin Ye's evolution potion and divine evolution potion were not wasted. That night, a lonely man and woman, in the same room, could only hear each other's heartbeat, accompanied by a cheerful rhythm, cheerful music. Lin Xing successfully evolved. She reached the demon core level of divine pets. At the demon core level, nearly immortal, as long as the demon core condensed within her body does not perish, no matter how many times her physical body dies, she will not die, and this level is equivalent to the divine emperor among humans. We're almost there, just ahead, Lin Xing said. Lin Yi held the god-slaying sword, reflecting the cold moonlight, the layers of killing intent on the god-slaying sword shimmering with a faint bloodlight. Killing intent. Tianqing thought to himself at that moment. The next moment, a corpse flew in front of him. Tianqing discovered 3 fatal claw marks on the corpse's chest, and the familiar scent lingered on the body. At this moment, Tianqing came to his senses, thinking to himself, it seems that Cat Servant has come. Looking for trouble. Have you finally made up your mind? Are you here to submit to me tonight? Tianqing said arrogantly. You're really funny. I'm here for revenge today, and I might take your little life, Lin Xing said, licking her cat paw. Very good, conquering you will be pleasurable. Lin Xing's expression darkened. She didn't like Tianqing's tone at all. This cat servant is mine. Wasn't it thee who was speaking? When Lin Xing saw thee, her anger flared up. The 2 most detestable people had appeared together today. You're just in time, Lin Xing said. So, how is it? Want to acknowledge me as your master so soon, said with a sly smile, rubbing his hands together. You lecher, get the hell away from me. Tianqing shouted angrily this time. I am the, what can you do? To me? Indeed, this was truly a case of beauty causing trouble. 2 people who were originally on the same side unexpectedly turned against each other over a cat servant. Lin Xing's allure was truly difficult for even divine beings to resist. Lin Xing just couldn't understand why, after being with Lin Yi for so long, this man showed no interest in her at all, which left her feeling frustrated. What do you 2 lechers want with my sister? Lin Yi asked, holding the blood-soaked god-slaying sword. Tianqing glanced at Lin Yi, noticing that there was no flow of divine power around him, so they didn't take him seriously. However, upon seeing Lin Ye's ID, their expressions turned grave.
So you are the one known as Black Knight, Tianqing said. That's me, may I ask what brings you here? Lin Yi asked. You killed our academies.
Not good. The students in the dormitory area are all dead, a dormitory supervisor shouted, covered in blood, rolling and crawling. They're all dead.
The students are all dead.
The dormitory supervisor, covered in blood, clung to kicked him away, saying, useless.
The kicked dormitory supervisor landed right at Lin Ye's feet, and Lin Yi
smiled, saying, old man, your divine assist is not bad.
After saying that, Lin Yi raised the god-slaying sword and killed the dormitory supervisor beneath his feet.
Ding, killing intent value 160.
Layers.
Little kitty, so you were looking for help, no wonder you're so fearless.
Tianqing said with a smile, but do you really think that with this powerless waste, you can act tough? You're too delusional.
Tianqing, you are the captain of the law enforcement team, leave this kid to you, I'll deal with the cat servant, said.
No way. Tianqing refused. Tianqing knew that if he let Pandey face the cat servant, that cat servant would definitely become his prey. You two stop bickering, let's go together, I'm in a hurry. Lin Yi said, pointing the god-slaying sword at the two. What? At that
moment, Tianqing and Pandey suddenly stopped arguing upon hearing Lin Ye's words, both looking at him with fury erupting in their eyes, feeling humiliated that a powerless kid dared to look down on a
dignified god.
Let's take care of this kid first, he's like a fly buzzing in our ears.
Agreed. At this moment, Tianqing and Pandey's opinions were surprisingly in sync. Bro, you seem to be a bit pretentious.
Although Lin Xing's voice was not loud, Tianqing and Pandey heard it clearly, and the smiles on their faces were quite eerie.
How about you shout 666 for me from the side, what do you think?
Lin Yi said with a smile to Lin Xing, sure, 666.
Inming Songlong, tear him apart. Tianqing commanded. His divine pet immediately pounced towards Lin Yi. Rare abyssal demon snake. Strangle him. A
purple abyssal demon snake also rushed towards Lin Yi.
Queen of control, vengeful flames, where are you? A hexagram illuminated the night, one radiating purple light and the other red. Lin Ye's two great heroes emerged from the formation. Here, lead the soldiers to take down these rabble. Understood.
In the next moment, in the British Academy, hexagrams of all sizes appeared, and waves of
soldiers emerged one after another. Do you think having more people means you can win?
Ants are still ants, a swarm of ants is just a swarm, their essence remains unchanged.
Tianqing said. Divine pressure of the god.
Tianqing did not know that Lin Ye's, Lord's essence, not only deleted Lin Ye's divine level but also the divine levels of the heroes and soldiers, so this divine pressure felt like
air to them.
Tianqing was shocked to see Lin Yi and the others unaffected by the divine pressure. Could it be that they had the help of a divine emperor? Otherwise, why would his pressure have no effect on them at all? On the battlefield, over 2,000 people surrounded Tianqing and Pandey, and the overwhelming soldiers instead suppressed Tianqing's divine pressure.
What? Pandey exclaimed, in surprise.
Although it was the presence of 4 divine lords facing over 2,000 soldiers, the pressure was still considerable.
Quick, call for reinforcements. Don't just stand there, Pandey shouted, anxiously. Lin Yi stepped forward with the god-slaying sword and asked, are you ready with your last words? Tianqing's signal flare had already been fired, and fireworks appeared in the sky. 1,500 well-trained law enforcement officers were rushing towards this direction. Tianqing and Pandey looked at their support team not far away, and the previously declining momentum was instantly swept away. How come there are so many people? Lin Yi wondered. Surprised?
Just kill those misfits, the real elite always catches you off guard.
Pandey, you old man, if you have any hidden tricks, don't keep them to yourself, Tianqing said. In the distant sky, a spacetime rift appeared. That's right, it was indeed a spacetime rift.
Gradually, a large hole was torn in the horizon, revealing a familiar
figure. The starry dragon bird. Could it be that the starry clan has also come to the outer galaxy?
No, wait, this starry dragon bird seems to be quite old. From its aura, it exudes an ancient weariness.
Soldiers, form up. Charge. Heavenly fire formation.
Lin Yi mounted the flame chestnut horse, followed by 2 heroes, and then 2,000 soldiers, with Lin Xing by his side. This momentum was not inferior
to the opposing side at all.
The law enforcement team members also released their divine pets. Originally a team of 1,500, it instantly doubled to 3,000, surpassing Lin Yi's side in numbers.
Surprised. Unexpected? Tianqing said, looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi merely smiled faintly. The next moment, those who were about to launch an attack towards Lin Yi found their feet bound by Xiaolan's thorny vines. Following that, Xiao Hung unleashed his heartburn on the bound enemies, adding a layer of flame mark to them, and the tormenting effect of the flames could add 2 more layers of flame marks. With Xiao Heng's final move, blazing fire from heaven, the 3 layers of flame marks were detonated, causing screams to erupt within the local faction. Many law enforcement members or their divine pets were blown to bits, and after being killed, the terrifying explosion spread to the surrounding crowd, creating a cacophony of blasts. Lin Yi charged into the crowd with the god-slaying sword, experiencing the thrill of slaying gods. Killing and looting.
In the midst of the crowd, Lin Yi cut down enemies as if they were mere vegetables, with law enforcement members falling one by one under his sword, unable to muster any counterattack.
This sight made Tian Xing's eyes bleed. Die for me. Tian Xing rode the Nether Wolf and charged at Lin Yi. Nether Annihilation Strike. Tian Xing unexpectedly struck at Lin Yi's back. Brother, be careful, Lin Xing shouted. At that moment, Lin Yi was wildly hacking at the children in the crowd, and by the time he noticed Tian Xing's attack, it was already too late. God-slaying Phoenix Shield. Desperate counterattack. It could reflect one attack, and Tian Xing's Nether Annihilation Strike was firmly reflected back. Tian Xing was hit by his own skill, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. Endless Fury. The God-slaying bracers, with 40 layers of killing intent, dealt fire attribute damage to surrounding enemies and formed a sea of flames around him, lasting for 3 seconds. Instantly, the enemies near Lin Yi were turned to ashes. The God-slaying sword, with 20 layers of killing intent, doubled its combat power, and at 50 layers of killing intent, it could slay gods beyond its level. A sword pierced the heart. Brother, Lin Xing complained. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'll leave the next one for you, Lin Yi replied. This was his first time fighting while wearing the God-slaying set, and this powerful battle made him feel invigorated. As the forbidden spell was completed by Pan, a wave of black energy shot towards the 2,000 soldiers. Boom! The shields of the front row, protected by large shields, were shattered. Such destructive power was truly impressive. Forbidden Demon Sealing. As this skill was unleashed, it seemed as if all the elements in the air had vanished. Elemental controllers could not cast magic. It was as if the air itself had been sucked out. A purple energy wave exploded among Lin Yi's soldiers, and in the end, it was the large shield guardian who blocked the blow with his body, minimizing casualties. Lin Yi saw that he could not let Pan's magic wreak havoc any longer, so he quickly brandished the god-slaying sword and charged at him. Old dog, take my sword. Yellow-haired brat. Lin Yi had already wiped out all the members of the law enforcement team, and his killing intent was evidently at its peak. The effect of the god-slaying necklace was to increase a small segment of power for every 20 layers of killing intent, but now Lin Yi was not calculating according to the god's level, but according to the lord's level. With 160 layers of full killing intent, he gained 8 levels. At this moment, Lin Yi's lord level became gold 1. With the enhancement of the city lord, the combat power of the heroes instantly surged, and the morale of the soldiers soared, turning the tide of battle overwhelmingly in their favor. Are you still planning to watch coldly from the sidelines? Pan spat out a mouthful of blood. I only promised you that if you help me find my way back, I would help you once. But it seems you don't know how to get me back, the Star Dragon bird said. Your time of death has come. Lin Yi, now blood-red with rage, did not let Lin Xing intervene. As Lin Yi charged in front of Pan, the Star Dragon bird suddenly opened its eyes wide and violently knocked Lin Yi away. Lin Yi crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Brother, Lin Xing shouted. After a few seconds, Lin Yi crawled out of the pit and said, You disrupted the outcome of the game. Lin Yi stood up and rubbed his body. Tell me, why do you carry the aura of our starry dragon bird? No, there's also the scent of the other 2 clans, the smell of their blood, the starry dragon bird said. I'm just as puzzled as to why you are here, Lin Yi replied. Upon hearing this, the starry dragon bird became very excited, as it indicated that their situations were likely the same. Send me back, and we can forget the past, otherwise, I will make your soul fall into the 9 hells, the starry dragon bird commanded. I hate being threatened. Die. Lin Yi swung the god-slaying sword at the starry dragon bird. Stars shattered. Put. Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying in the air like a kite with a severed string. Die. The stars exploded. A shadow flashed through the air, and the star explosion struck the buildings of the England College, instantly reducing them to dust. Lin Xing saved Lin Yi. Divine Emperor? Lin Xing said to the starry dragon bird calmly. You have good eyes, little girl, the starry dragon bird replied. It had been a long time since a divine emperor had appeared in this galaxy, and this appearance was like a powerful reassurance for England College. At this moment, only about 100 law enforcement team members remained at England College, while Tian Xing and Pan De had sustained serious injuries. However, with the starry dragon bird's display of power, the appearance of this divine emperor turned the situation around. Lin Yi, supporting his injuries, recalled Xiao Lan and Xiao Han, and various troop types disappeared with the vanishing of the hexagram, for he knew that no matter how many soldiers he had, they could not defeat the starry dragon bird before him. Quickly tell me, how can we return to Starry Star? Actually, killing me won't help because we don't know either, Lin Yi said. Damn it! Stars exploded. Great demon Dao hand. Lin Xing struck towards the starry dragon bird with a palm. The starry dragon bird's skill was interrupted halfway, injured by a powerful force that forcibly halted the skill. This is too powerful. Lin Yi looked at Lin Xing's move, which seemed plain but contained astonishing power. You've actually reached the demon core level. That's right. Hiss, the crowd gasped in shock. 2 divine emperors in one day, the world was about to change. Feathered bird, I will let you know that there is still a gap between divine emperors. In the
next moment, Lin Xing transformed into her true form.
9-turn annihilation cat.
Cats have 9 lives, 9 lives turn into 9 worlds, 81 in total, 9-turn annihilation cat, return to
position.
At this moment, Lin Xing completed her 9th life, transcending the material realm.
In the sky, 7 stars shone, forming a string, and the spoon of the stars spun in the air. Destructive power.
Lin Xing clawed at the starry dragon bird.
Divine Emperor, annihilate.
The remaining remnants of England College perished in the destructive power, and England College itself became a part of history.
Under the force of annihilation.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating the Divine Emperor. Your Lord level has reached Gold 1, City level +2. Now Lin Ye's Eternal Night City had become a
level 5 city. Its area expanded once again.
The soldiers and residents inside were all astonished that their city had grown larger, and everyone instinctively understood how powerful their lord was. A level 5 city could accommodate 100,000 people and 15,000 soldiers. Lin Yi felt a bit overwhelmed by this gap. Where would he recruit these 15,000 soldiers?
Ding! Galaxy-wide announcement. Nightfall has
killed the Divine Emperor and received the title, Emperor Sakya.
Title attributes: pressure exerts pressure on gods below the Divine Emperor level. Lord, increases Lord level by 1. At this moment, Lin Ye's level had reached Eternal Platinum.
Many people from various galaxies began to discuss who Nightfall really was, while many reclusive old-timers rarely came out to stroll around, lamenting the changes of the times. Beneath the corpse of the star dragon bird, Lin Yi made a significant discovery. In addition to a divine core of the God Emperor level, there was also a fragment, a piece of a ring. Yes, a fragment of the Supreme Ring. Supreme Ring fragment. Lin Yi fused the Supreme Ring fragment once again with the main ring on his hand, curious about what effect would awaken this time.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully fused the Supreme Ring fragment and obtained new equipment, Starry Supreme Lord Ring.
The Supreme Ring on Lin Yi's finger transformed, and a brilliant star stone appeared on the ring.
Starry Supreme Lord Ring rank, King, wearer level +5 equipment effect 1, in the Lord's domain, the Lord is King.
Equipment effect 2, Path of Extreme Soldiers allows 4.
Rapid recruitment of troops equipment effect 3, Path of Extreme Construction enables quick building of facilities equipment effect 4, awaiting unlock. Lin Yi stroked the ring on his finger, surprised that it could evolve. It truly exceeded his expectations. First, Lin Yi gained 5 levels, jumping directly from Eternal Platinum Saint level to Brilliant Diamond 5.
Then, using the Path of Extreme Construction,
Lin Yi completed all the building facilities in Eternal Night City. Finally, with the Path of Extreme Soldiers, Lin Yi fully recruited 15,000 soldiers. One must admit, this ring is indeed a bug. Recently, the people of the Starry Clan have become increasingly unruly, Longing said in the Lord's Hall. Now they are relying on their spatial abilities to start making contact with other star systems. I feel that it won't be long before these traitorous guys turn against us. I can sense the aura of the alien systems and the dark star systems, Bai Changxing said. It seems that this balance
of power will soon be broken.
Hey, Chanye added, have the two old ones broken through to the Supreme God? Both shook their heads. Still one step away, but that step feels like an eternity. Currently, within the Starry Star, the Star Master remains the most powerful existence. Previously, it was due to Lin Ye's intimidation, but as time passed, the power of that intimidation diminished, and their ambitions were slowly being revealed. Bro, have you heard? A few days ago, the British Academy in the Light Star system was bloodbath. Such a big event, the entire star system must know by now. That guy, Heimi Tian, really suits my taste. He's ruthless. His name fits well with our dark star system. Black. I heard he even killed a god emperor from another star system. What? At this moment, many people in the crowd were shocked. God emperor level beings had not appeared in public for hundreds of years. Although this time it was a god emperor from another star system, this news was enough for these people to gossip about for half a day. That's not the main point. The main point is that Heimi Tian also has a god emperor, to be precise, a demon core level divine pet. Just as they were finishing one piece of gossip, another one followed. The journey from God Sovereign to God Emperor is an incredibly long one, and many remain stuck at the God Sovereign stage, unable to step into the ranks of God Emperors because the divine power required for this breakthrough is immense. Later, someone discovered that sacrificing divine pets could greatly increase the chances of successful advancement, so generally, those who reached the God Emperor level no longer had divine pets. In the face of divine pets and ranks, this choice is cruel. Could it be that Heimi Tian is also a God Emperor? After the initial shock, someone weakly asked. No. Guess what rank Heimi Tian is? Could it be the legendary God's Extreme? Someone swallowed hard and said, the so-called God's Extreme is the limit of a god, considered the ultimate pursuit of humanity. If one reaches God's Extreme, they stand at the very top of the pyramid. How is that possible? This is already comparable to the Dark God, many exclaimed in astonishment. Wrong. Heimi Tian has no divine power at all. At this statement, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Isn't it fake? Without divine power, wouldn't one suffer the backlash from divine pets? Yeah, if one's strength can't suppress the divine pet, then it's not impossible for the pet to devour its master.
In the dark galaxy, the night became
a mysterious figure.
Odin Village, Eternal Night City, a level 5 city.
Lin Yi, within the city, used the Star Supreme Lord Ring, the path of extreme construction. The facilities within the city were
being constructed at a visibly rapid pace. Defensive towers, god-slaying towers, and destruction towers rose around the city.
The Lord's Hall and barracks within the city had also been upgraded to level
5 buildings, and even the city walls had become extraordinarily luxurious.
The path of extreme soldiers. The Star Supreme Lord Ring activated its effect once again, instantly recruiting 15,000 soldiers
in the previously empty barracks,
making the military strength of Eternal Night City unprecedentedly vast. Due to the construction of the city and the increase in troop types, Lin Yi's lord level rose
from Brilliant Diamond 5 to Brilliant Diamond 3.
Lin Yi didn't know what changes would come with a higher lord level. He just felt a sense of comfort every time he advanced.
Let me in. Our Eternal Night City isn't a place for just anyone to enter. Hurry up and leave or you'll regret it,
the soldier guarding the gate said as he pushed the man to the ground. Please, let us in, the girl beside
the man pleaded. Hurry up, don't block the people behind from entering the city.
It costs 10 divine stones to enter. If those behind you don't have it, they can just leave. Don't waste my time.
The gatekeeper soldier shouted at the crowd. Lin Yi frowned at this moment. Wasn't this gatekeeper a discarded person?
He didn't even have a divine pet, and now he was acting all high and mighty.
It seemed
he had forgotten his roots. Xiaolan, go take care of this, Lin Yi said.
Yes, my lord. Brother, are you okay?
The girl helped the man who had fallen to the ground.
I beg you, let me in. The man stood up and approached the soldier again. Do you even understand human language?
The soldier raised his foot, preparing to kick the man. Suddenly, the vines on the ground fixed the soldier in midair.
The Lord has ordered, let him in.
Xiaolan's simple 8 words were like a bolt from the blue for the soldier. If you want to stay in Eternal Night City in the future, then go farm properly.
Otherwise, you'll just be kicked out,
Xiaolan said coldly.
Why yes. With a wave of Xiaolan's hand, the city gate opened with a whoosh. Please line up and enter in an orderly manner. Anyone causing trouble will be punished, no matter how far.
The next moment, Xiaolan led the siblings to the Lord's Hall. Indeed, the 2 people in front of Lin Yi were none other than the girl from England College, who had been humiliated, and her brother.
What brings you here? Lin Yi asked. I want to follow you and become strong. Oh, have you thought this through?
The path to becoming strong is filled with
thorns. You might not even know when you will die.
I'd rather die a glorious death than a quiet one. I've made up my mind, Alan said with red eyes. The events at England College made him realize that
without strength, everything was in vain.
In this era where the strong are revered, strength represents everything.
Since you are so determined, then, hero recruitment order.
Lin Yi waved his hand, and a beam of white light flew towards Alan.
Alan disappeared into the white light.
Brother, the girl called softly.
Don't be afraid, I will always protect you. In the air, Alan's voice echoed. At
that moment, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, and his nose tinged with sadness. A white hexagram appeared on the ground, and Alan slowly emerged from within.
He was clad in light armor,
wielding a lightsaber, with a face full of determination and resolve for her he had decided to protect. Sword Soul Alan, Sword Soul strong attack system skill, Gale / performs a sword drawing.
Attack forward, capable of accumulating a gale.
When 2 gales are reached, it can unleash a hurricane that knocks all hit enemies away.
Dragon's instant shadow / uses a lightsaber to perform
multiple attacks on the enemy, making it untargetable during the attack.
Dual sword switch to a 2-handed lightsaber. Gale / transforms into twin gales, instantly blowing out a hurricane. Dragons
instant shadow / changes into ghostly sword technique, knocking enemies away for aerial pursuit.
Talent, noble bloodline increases critical hit chance by 50%, movement speed by 50%, and grants immunity to slow effects for 5 seconds.
Brother, the girl cried as she ran to Alan, tightly hugging him, afraid he would leave her behind. Brother, I want a hug too. At this moment, Lin Xing walked into the Lord's Hall, saw this scene, and ran to Lin Yi with open arms. Lin Yi embraced Lin Xing, suddenly feeling a surge of emotion that made him want to cry.
This Black Knight MYTHICAL is quite an
interesting fellow, go bring him to me.
Yes.
Lei Zhetian exited the God of Light's galaxy, preparing to return to the Thunder God Temple.
He's gone, you can come out now,
the God of Light said.
Yes, my great God.
Were the words you just spoke true?
Every word is true.
If it really is, then you are truly a hero of the Light Star System. The destruction of the Dark Star System is just around
the corner. I ask the God of Light to grant me, your servant, more power, and I will help you clear all obstacles, and then I will welcome your grand arrival. The God of Light waved his hand, and endless divine power surged into his body. Your frail body cannot bear my power all at once. This power will slowly be unsealed within you. Right now, you are only at the level of a God King, but that will be enough for you, the God of Light said with closed eyes. Is this power? He murmured, intoxicated by the overwhelming strength.
You should go back now. I hope you can handle things beautifully.
He disappeared along with the spacetime rift. Starry Star, Eternal Night City. Black and white beams of light shot into the sky. In the next moment, they vanished into thin air. What happened? Did the two old ones in black and white fail to challenge the Supreme God? The Beast King said. From the earlier phenomenon, it's very likely they failed, the cold-robed scholar analyzed. I say, can't you little kids hope for something good? A cheerful voice came. Exactly, it should be said. Great luck and prosperity. Let's eat chicken tonight. Ha ha ha. Has the Starry Clan made any big moves recently? Bai Changsheng asked. Just the day before yesterday, their Starry Clan emitted a blinding white light, but it disappeared in an instant. Later, the clan leader explained that it was a phenomenon caused by brushing past a light star system. That statement is 99% false, He Chanya said. But they have been increasingly active lately, even occasionally coming to our Eternal Night City for additional activities, Longin said. By the way, I remembered, several 9th tier lords and 9th tier perfect lords have mysteriously disappeared recently, but they all had signed on the reincarnation list, so they shouldn't be dead. If they were, they would appear at the resurrection spring, the cold-robed scholars said. They might have gone to farm bosses or large dungeons. It's normal for someone like Black Knight Mityan to disappear for 3 to 5 days after clearing a dungeon, the Beast King said. Black Knight Mityan, this name has always been a pain in everyone's heart. They believed he perished in the spatial storm. The one most heartbroken should be Blood Rose. She hadn't gone out to do tasks or farm equipment for a long time. Originally, as a lower-tier god, she would take many people to farm levels and gear, but after learning from the Star Master that Lin Yi tragically died in the spatial storm, she fell into despair, while those lords she once led have now reached mid-tier or upper-tier gods, yet she remains a lower-tier god. Even that quirky blood-colored Qingyu has reached the rank of upper deity. In the Lord's mansion, only Long Yin and the two old men were present. You two must have already stepped into the realm of the supreme gods, right? At this moment, the two old men nodded with smiles. The emergence of two supreme gods in Eternal Night City is truly a momentous occasion. Fortunately, the two of you have ascended to supreme godhood. The restless Star Clan will probably not be able to hold back for much longer, Long Yin said. The lingering power of the night has completely dissipated. The rest will depend on you two, Long Yin continued. That's easy to say. By the way, I wonder what the strength of the other countries means. Bai Changsheng asked, as they had been isolated for too long and had not kept up with the various situations. Since we didn't give them a direct answer regarding their alliance last time, the three countries have formed an alliance first, neither invading us nor showing goodwill. It seems that pulling their national supreme god onto a unified front is still somewhat challenging, Bai Changsheng said. As long as they don't betray us, it's fine. Just don't stab us in the back, He Chanya said bluntly. Though his words were rough, they were spot on. I wonder if their supreme god has entered the realm of supreme gods, Long Yin said. That should still be a no, as I can sense that their level is still at the supreme god level, and compared to before, there has been some progress, Bai Changsheng said, stroking his grizzled beard. In the Thunder God Temple, Lei Zhaotian had already begun to muster troops, preparing to storm Eternal Night City. It is said that Lin Yi had led over 2,000 soldiers into the Yinglunk Academy, and this time, Lei Zhaotian had gathered 5,000 elite troops, ready to encircle and eliminate, hoping to capture Eternal Night City in the shortest time possible and invite Lin Yi to the Bright Gods Galaxy. Ding Zhuge War activates the third battle formation, Heavenly Gate Formation, morale plus 15%. Ding Zhuge War activates the fourth battle formation, Soul Piercing Formation, with Soul Attack, morale plus 15%. Report, Lord, we encountered a monster while gathering resources in the west of Eternal Night City. Please come and subdue the monster. Ding task acquired. Slay the dragon. After seeing the task, Lin Yi guessed that the monster the soldier mentioned was likely a dragon. Alan, come with me. Today you have a chance to perform. Yes, my lord. Recently, these three countries have been acting strangely, staying in their cities and not coming out, turning into turtles. Weren't they all jumping around like grasshoppers before? King of Beasts wondered. As soon as the King of Beasts said this, many people echoed their agreement. There must be something sinister. Tell everyone to be cautious. It really is a case of wolves in front and tigers behind. One misstep could catch us off guard. It has been half a month and those 9th tier and perfected 9th tier lords haven't returned. We can't even contact them. It's truly strange. Could it be that our resurrection spring is overloaded and can no longer revive them? After the King of Beasts finished speaking, a mid-tier god walked out from the resurrection spring, which was a blatant slap in the face to the King of Beasts. Ouch, does it hurt? Long Shou laughed. Is this a dragon? Lin Yi brought Alan to the western part of Eternal Night City. This was an eastern giant dragon, different from the Osiris dragon. This dragon was circling in the air, occasionally spraying water from its mouth. The water dragon is known as the Dragon of Life, although its attack power and lethality are not high. Its recovery and healing abilities are astonishing, reputed to ensure that as long as there is a breath left, one will not die. Today's battle is your personal debut. Give it your all. Understood, my lord, Alan said as he took out his lightsaber. Sister, I've discovered a secret, blood-colored Qingyu said as she entered blood-colored Rose's room. Oh, what secret? Blood-colored Rose asked, forcing a smile. Sister, please stop like this.
It's been almost a year, and those little friends you took to team up with are now mid-level gods or upper-level gods. You're still a lower level god. You need to pull yourself together. I suddenly feel like I've lost the meaning to continue, so I can only remain at this tier. I'm waiting for an impossible wait. Alright, let's not talk about this. By the way, I just saw the people from the Star Clan taking our 7th and 8th tier lords to do a mission, said Blood Red Clear Rain. What? That's impossible. Blood Red Rose was the first to react. Because when Blood Red Rose once led a team to do a mission, the people from the Star Clan didn't even come to cause trouble, and now they are coming to take people for missions. There must be some conspiracy behind this. Gather everyone in the council hall. At this moment, there was a glimmer in Blood Red Rose's eyes. Everyone heard that it was Blood Red Rose calling everyone to the council hall, and they were all puzzled. Once one of the 5 tigers of eternal night and the only female among them, she had been devastated after learning of Linya's death in the time-space storm. But now she was gathering everyone in the council hall, and everyone suddenly felt that the former goddess, the female warrior, had returned. Blood Red Girl, you've been silent for a long time. How are you? Long Shou said. Everything is fine. What the heck? I'm also a Blood Red Girl, you should call me that too, otherwise, it gets confusing, Blood Red Clear Rain said. Everyone laughed, having grown accustomed to the little girl's crazy talk. Here's the thing, just now Clear Rain saw the people from the Star Clan taking our low-tier lords to do a mission? The Beast King had just taken a sip of tea when he heard this news and couldn't hold it in, spraying tea everywhere. Is this the weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year? Did you see which direction they were heading? Long Een asked. It was in the direction of their Star Clan, Clear Rain replied. What do they want with the low-tier lords? Han Yi wondered. At this moment, everyone was also unsure of the Star Clan's true intentions. Star Master, we brought back 2 people, he said. The Star Master turned to look at the 2 low-tier lords. Hey, you promised to take us to farm equipment, why aren't you keeping your word? He smiled at the 2, truly a naive reptile. Hey, old bird, why are you smiling at us? You promised to take us farming. The 2 were fearless because their names were on the reincarnation book. Even if they died, they would be resurrected. So serious, do you want to kill us? We're just defeated subordinates of the Knight of Darkness. What are you pretending for? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room began to grow tense, but the 2 had no intention of stopping their chatter. Let me tell you, you can't kill us. We come with our own reincarnation system. Just ask if you're impressive or not. This statement caught the Star Master's attention. Comes with reincarnation? Yes, we won't die. Are you scared? Just let us go back. Idiot. When we get back, we'll definitely report you to Long Een. Go back? You're thinking too much. Decompose. The Star Master used decomposition on the 2, and in a second, they were disintegrated, with much information flowing into the Star Master's mind. Seconds, God, this is truly miraculous, the Star Master said. So, there really is rebirth, the Star Master exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, Yi, Yu, and Gue, who were standing aside, also looked confused. You all take a look. This was the Star Master's memory shared with the 3, and after seeing it, the 3 clan leaders all opened their mouths wide, feeling it was unbelievable. It seems we must obtain their resurrection spring, the Star Master said. The 3 nodded in agreement. Swift wind slash. Sword Soul Alan drew his lightsaber forward, striking the water dragon, Holy Water Tianjun. Alan had accumulated a swift wind, but this strike felt like hitting a quagmire. The effect didn't seem very good. Whether you can master the essence of the lightsaber depends on your own fortune. Holy Water Tianjun soared into the sky and spat out a water ball at Alan. The water ball was soft and fluffy, and Alan couldn't exert any force against it. Swift Dragon Shadow Slash. Alan used this move to make himself an untargetable target for the water ball, then launched a series of attacks on the water dragon, which seemed to cause it some distress. Once again, he executed the Gale Slash, this time increasing his speed but reducing his power. He discovered that although he had less power, his attacks on the water dragon were quite effective. Alan abandoned the grandiose attack style. Dual blades activated. Increased critical hit chance by 50%, movement speed by 50%, and immunity to slow effects, lasting 5 seconds. Alan split the lightsaber in his hand into 2, wielding a sword in each hand. He fully utilized his increased movement speed to launch rapid attacks around the water dragon, the speed of the lightsabers growing faster and faster, lightly grazing the water dragon's body, leaving behind sword marks. This was the essence of the lightsaber. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Gathering 2 gales, Alan used Wind Blast against the water dragon. Although the water dragon was massive, it was still lifted by the hurricane. Dual swords, ghostly sword technique. After witnessing a series of pleasing combos, Lin Yi also joined the battle. The god-slaying sword lunged towards the water dragon, Holy Water Tianjun. At this moment, Holy Water Tianjun, being a peak divine being, was truly humiliated to be pinned down and beaten by 2 young brats. Icebound Ray. This strike knocked one of the lightsabers from Alan's hand. Next, it's your turn. The water dragon spoke human words. Icebound Ray. Counterattack. The Icebound Ray struck Lin Ye's undying shield, and as if it had gained intelligence, it rebounded back to the water dragon. This hit landed solidly on the water dragon. Vengeful flame, come forth, Lin Yi summoned. The vengeful flame from afar. The temperature in the air rose instantly, and the water dragon began to tremble. You will either submit to me or offer up your divine essence. Lin Yi shouted sternly. Don't hit me, I submit, Holy water Tianjun softened. I am willing to sign a master-servant agreement with you. That's more like it. It seems my flame chestnut horse is about to retire. Lin Yi said. Ding successfully subdued the water dragon. Holy water Tianjun, reward obtained, water of life, the source of life, containing vibrant vitality. Ding successfully activated the effect. 4 of the Starry Supreme Lord Ring, mimicry, can imitate the appearance, voice, skills, and rank of enemies. Ding, successfully activated effect 5, Ayatollah War Spear. Good heavens, the War Spear has returned. At this moment, Lin Yi felt as if he saw an old comrade, gently summoning the War Spear and stroking it. The Thunder God Temple is making such a big fuss today, it seems some force is going to be unlucky. Let's go, eat melon. Be careful not to get kicked in the butt. Thunder Blast Tian led 5,000 elite troops, marching straight towards Eternal Night City. Is this the rhythm of avenging the England Academy? Isn't it? You might not know, but many direct descendants in the Thunder God Temple graduated from England Academy. In fact, Thunder Blast Tian didn't want to wade into this murky water, but with the command of the God of Light, he had no choice but to lead the troops to attack. It could be said that after the disappearance of the England Academy's dean, it was no longer the same England Academy as before, now thoroughly rotten. Darkness enveloping the sky, you can come out to face justice now. Although the England Academy is no longer what it used to be, the dignity of the Star of Light is not something you little brats can trample on. Thunder Blast Tian shouted. Lin Yi heard Thunder Blast Tian's words from the west side of Eternal Night City. At that moment, Lin Yi had a mischievous thought. Mimicry, Lin Yi transformed into the captain of the England Academy's enforcement team, Tianxing Holy Water Tianjun. Come! The water dragon soared in the sky, and Lin Yi leaped up, standing on its back, flying towards the gates of Eternal Night City. What? Tianxing isn't dead? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The mount beneath him, so impressive. It's pitch black. Stop with the bad jokes, Lei Tian said. The God Emperor is indeed the God Emperor, Lin Yi remarked. Let's get straight to the point, either come down and die obediently, or let me lend you a hand. Are you joking? If you want to fight, then fight. Spare me the nonsense. The wrath of the Thunder God. The clouds in the sky darkened instantly, and bolts of lightning the size of bulls struck towards Lin Yi. Caught off guard, Lin Yi was hit by the heavenly thunder, feeling quite uncomfortable as the blood within him surged violently. His transformation was instantly dispelled, returning him to his original form. Clown. Lei Tian snorted coldly. This Lei Tian uses his ultimate move as soon as he appears, showing how much he values it. This kid is also impressive. Without divine power, he can withstand Lei Tian's ultimate move. He must be the first to do so. Shadow instant kill. Cat servant. Lei Tian's eyes flickered slightly. The so-called cat servant is not just a simple cat demon. The cat servant clan, in its glorious days, was comparable to the so-called God of Light and God of Darkness, but a fallen lineage dares to contend for supremacy. Lei Tian took out the Thunder God Hammer and struck towards the cat servant. Lin Xing swung his claws, charging towards the Thunder God Hammer. Ayatolah's battle spear. Lin Yi picked up the battle spear, wielding it with great might, flames blazing fiercely atop the spear as he charged at Lei Tian. In the sky, the three engaged in fierce combat, sparks in the aftermath of the battle spreading outwards, affecting many onlookers outside the battlefield. My goodness, is this the battle of the God Emperor? Pfft, the speaker spat out a mouthful of blood. Better stand back, don't risk your life. Just to watch. Is anyone going to disappear today? Long Yin asked. Not for now, we've already announced that everyone should stay inside Eternal Night City, the Beast King replied. Not good, not good. Sister, my sister has gone to the Star Clan, blood-colored Qingyu shouted. What? What's going on? Long Yin said. Sister said she wanted to ask the Star Master about brother-in-law's issue 1 more time, and then she went to the Star Clan alone. Isn't that like a sheep entering a tiger's den? I'm going, Long Xiao said. Hurry and check on my sister, I'm afraid she might get captured. The people of the Star Clan might do something now. Long Xiao, take people to the Star Clan, Long Yin commanded. Yes. Is the Star Master here? I want to ask him a question. Blood-colored Rose arrived at the Star Clan. Oh, I thought it was someone else, turns out it's the blood-colored beauty, he said with a sly smile, his gaze wandering over blood-colored Rose. What brings you here? I don't want to say much, I want to see the Star Master. Oh, just you? Why should you see the Star Master? When the night was dark, you were only given face because you were his mistress. Now that he has been dead for so long, you are nothing more than a servant in our eyes. But you are a servant with beauty, so perhaps you might still be of some use to us. Ah, he said with a sly laugh. Someone, come and capture her, lock her up, she will be of great use, he shouted. Several star dragon and snake guards came out and effortlessly captured blood-colored Rose.
If Lin Yi were here, he would definitely shout, "What a scam!" This woman, once her head gets hot, is truly impossible to rein in. Instant thunder flash.
Lei Zhetian, surrounded by lightning, pressed towards Lin Yi and Lin
Xing thunder annihilation. A domineering bolt of lightning shot towards the two. Let you know the power of the God Emperor at its peak.
This divine power was too brutal, completely beyond the
limits of Lin Yi and Lin Xing.
If they were hit, death awaited them.
May I ask if Blood-Colored Rose, one of the 5 tigers of Eternal Night City, is here?
Long Shao arrived at the Star Clan and
inquired. With a sly smile,
he looked at Long Shao and said, "I didn't see the 5 tigers of Eternal Night, but today I did catch a madman."
You,
Long Shao, it's been a long time since we sparred.
Let
me see if your skills have improved. As he spoke, he launched an attack at Long Shao.
Divine Dragon Tail Slash. Are you not using any strength? He laughed. Watch me cut open your stinking skin. You inner domain lords are really getting worse. How about this? Hand over your resurrection spring and we can have peace for a while. You, how do you know that?
Well, he paused for a moment and
continued. That woman just said it. You're talking nonsense. Just take it as nonsense then. Dragon slaying technique.
A mere trick. In the next moment, he sent Long Shao flying.
Your rank.
The great perfection of the Lord God.
That's right, just one step away from the Supreme God, he replied. I wonder if killing you today will let Long Yin and the others know.
At this moment, Long Shao was not afraid at all because they had the resurrection spring, so death was merely a form of escape for them. It seemed that he saw through Long Shao's
thoughts and said, our Star Clan has a technique called decomposition.
I wonder if it can erase you forever. Long Shao's eyes began to show emotion, and the Beast King and others behind him also revealed a hint of fear.
Light of deception.
A figure appeared in the sky, and in the next moment, Lei Zhetian suddenly ignited in flames.
Who are you? Lei Zhetian shouted. Go down and ask the god of death.
At this moment, Lin Yi and Lin Xing were both covered in wounds, looking at the person in front of them wearing
a large black robe. Little guy, have you forgotten me so soon after winning so much money and good stuff? So it's you, the mobile ATM.
Put.
Speak properly, Cassis said. Is there something wrong? Lin Yi asked. Do you want to go back? Cassis said. It's time to return to Starry Star. I wonder how everyone is doing over there. Lin Yi said. I mean back to your world. The real world, Cassis said.
This statement left Lin Yi stunned.
See, can this really be done? Lin Yi said in disbelief. Little guy, are you homesick? I am. What do I need to do to go back? Lin Yi asked. Actually, don't beat around the bush, just get to the point.
Lin Yi said excitedly. Actually, that time during the Eternal Era was caused by the 10 great gods.
However, you are one of the 10 great gods, right? Casa nodded. Why are you such a scammer?
Lin Yi suddenly got excited, grabbing Cass's large
robe and shouting. All I can say is sorry for that. Sorry my ass. Are you sure? Casa asked. Screw you. Are you really sure? Casa's expression was very serious at this moment. Get lost. Sister, you talk to him. He needs to calm down. Casa said. Lord, do you really hate me this much? At
this moment, a female celestial in red leather armor appeared beside Lin Yi. Her armor stretched tightly, and her golden wavy hair exuded a mature
scent.
Her long, elastic legs, highlighted by the red leather, made one's blood boil.
Are you the one who wants to hug me?
A faint fragrance filled the air, quite pleasant.
Are you hot? No, not at all. Then why are you bleeding from your nose? Who said that? Lin Yi wiped his nose
with his hand, unsure if the blood on his hand was from an injury or from his nose.
Ha ha ha.
Don't tease him anymore, the god of deception said. The woman leaned closer to Lin Yi, a scent wafting directly into his nose, tempting him to sin.
Are you thirsty? The woman continued to ask.
Ali, that's enough, Casa said. At this moment, Ali stood up, covering her small mouth and laughing. Lin Xing was standing nearby, seemingly frozen in place.
Release. In the next moment, Lin Xing glared at Ali angrily. Don't mess around with your little paws, Ali said to Lin Xing. But the next moment, shadow instant kill. Little girl Ali vanished into thin air. Psychological shattering. The once furious Lin Xing now stood there with a blank expression. It's time to be quiet now. Who exactly are you? Lin Yi asked. Aren't you supposed to hug my sister?
She's here, go ahead and hug her, Casa said.
Wah! What? Lin Yi turned around to glance at Ali again, suddenly feeling a shiver run through his soul. Goddess of enchantment, Ali? You have a good eye. Then who are you among the 10 great gods? The god of deception, Casa, who always loses at gambling, the goddess of enchantment said. Don't introduce me randomly, I am the one who deceives heaven and earth, the unparalleled god of deception. Get lost, always losing at gambling, Ali said.
Lin Yi regained his composure. This always losing at gambling must refer to him losing to her twice. Once the god of deception who always won at gambling, now has lost to this little one twice. This has already
spread in our circle, Ali said. Ali, Face, the god of deception said. Quickly tell me, how can I go back? First, restore this little one, release. Ali snapped her fingers at Lin Xing, and Lin Xing returned to her original form. You, Lin Xing, forget it. Lin Yi introduced the identities of the two to Lin Xing, and for a moment the little girl quieted down. In fact, you two old geezers have actually reached this level, Gu said. Let them go. Bai Changsheng said. You say let them go, and we just let them go? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing for us? At this moment, and you also stepped out. These two were also at the pinnacle of the main god level, just one step away from the supreme god. Don't say you 3 main gods at the pinnacle. Even if there were 30 main gods at the pinnacle, it wouldn't make up for the gap between the main god and the supreme god. If you don't believe it, you can try, He Changye said. At this moment, the 3 clan leaders of the Star Clan faced the 2 old black and white who had become supreme gods. Feeling a loss of confidence, they had never anticipated that they would advance to supreme gods, which was completely unexpected. You've captured people, and you want me to just let them go? Wouldn't that be very embarrassing for our Star Clan? If you have the ability, let the Knight of Darkness come over to negotiate. A voice echoed in the air. Star Master, why be so timid? Because you are not worthy. Oh, so confident. Stars extinguished. A black hole appeared in the air, launching an attack towards the black and white elders. The combined ultimate move of the Long Kong Juanri and the Knight of Stars. A mere trick. Break for me. The black and white elders suffered damage from the star extinction, both retreating several dozen meters, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The eyes of the black and white elders were filled with disbelief. This power, could it be the God King? Consider yourselves knowledgeable. At this moment, the people of Eternal Night City felt unprecedented pressure. Old He, lead the retreat. We will discuss this later. I will hold them off. He Chanya waved his hand, protecting several people, and then retreated towards Eternal Night City. You think you can come and go as you please? Not a chance. Star Extinction Sword. A dark long sword slashed towards the crowd. Bai Changsheng gritted his teeth, transforming into 3 pure forms. The Star Extinction Sword killed 2 of Bai Changsheng's avatars, while Bai Changsheng himself fled, injured, from the territory of the Star Clan. Inside Eternal Night City, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The Star Master has already become a God King. The destruction of our inner domain is just a matter of time, He Changye said dejectedly. At this moment, Long Yin and the others remained silent. Why don't we unite with other countries to form an inner domain alliance, standing together against external threats? I'm afraid it's not going to work. Just now, the United States, Japan, and the 12 island nations declared war on us, said the scholar in cold clothes. What? It truly was a seamless night of wind and rain. You will pay for your arrogance. The Statue of Liberty shouted with the people of the United States outside the city of Eternal Night. The wheel of fortune turns. It's time for China to decline. You should also give up your resurrection spring. Outside the city of Eternal Night, the Holy Emperor, accompanied by the lords of Japan, was also filled with killing intent. They already had this old grudge, and this time, taking advantage of China's illness, they were determined to take his life. Druya was also venting his long-held anger. After lying low for so long, it was time to release it. Inside the city of Eternal Night, the wounded were numerous. A beam of white light flew into the Lord's Hall and fell to the ground. Old Bai Lao. Bai Changsheng could hardly stand any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath. The Star Master is too strong. Be careful, Bai Changsheng said before fainting. I say, are you Chinese pigs going to be turtles hiding in your shells? If no one comes out, we will break down your city gates. This is truly too much, said the Beast King, who then coughed, the bloodstains in his hand betraying him. Everyone, stop pretending to be strong. Let me go out and take a look, said He Changya. Do you think they haven't come out for so long because the Star Master has already killed them? Hard to say. Did you also receive the Star Master's notice? Yes. It said to deal with Bai Changsheng and He Changya and let us come to clean up the battlefield. Star Master, should we charge into the domain? Asked the mysterious figure outside the domain. Not for now, let them fight among themselves first. We want to achieve victory at the lowest cost, the Star Master said, hands clasped behind his back. This time, I will dominate the entire star realm. A hint of greed flickered in the Star Master's eyes. He Changya, do you really think I can't kill you? The white piece has already cracked. Only the black piece can be commanded, the Star Master murmured. Outside the city of Eternal Night, people from various countries stood densely packed, and there seemed to be some figures from smaller nations, likely hoping to share in the spoils. The city gates opened, and He Changya slowly walked out, saying, I wonder what brings friends from various nations to gather outside my city of Eternal Night. Today? What? How is He Changya doing well? The Holy Emperor exclaimed in surprise. Didn't the Star Master say that the 2 old ones, Bai and he, had been killed? The Statue of Liberty was also quite astonished. Druya, watching He Changya, showed no reaction as he was pondering why He Changya walked out of the city gate instead of flying out. Right, He Changya must have been severely injured and unable to fly. Druya smiled at
He Changye and said, Old He, today we came to borrow the resurrection spring water from China. I hope you will be generous. He Changye laughed heartily, his laughter carrying the pressure of a supreme deity, making the people from other countries suddenly feel an urge to kneel and worship. The Statue of Liberty, the Holy Emperor, and Druya wore serious expressions as if they had swallowed a fly. Their first reaction was that the Star Master was setting them up. Could it be that we were deceived? Druya said. The Statue of Liberty and the Holy Emperor fell silent, while on the other side, they struggled against the pressure. Today, our island nations have offended you greatly. I hope Old He will not hold it against us. Druya backed down, for even if he could withstand He Changye's pressure, others found it difficult. Seeing Druya start to back down, the Statue of Liberty and the Holy Emperor were about to speak up when He Changye spat out a mouthful of blood, his divine power in chaos, and then that heart-stopping pressure vanished. Seeing this, Druya extended his claws and charged at He Changye, seizing the opportunity to take his life. Everyone, let's go together. Let's finish him in one go. This dignified master god truly changed faces faster than flipping a book. In the next moment, the Statue of Liberty and the Holy Emperor also regained their senses, each summoning their weapons to join the battle. As the Freedom Codex emerged, the sky was filled with swirling clouds, and thunder was gathering in the heavens. Meanwhile, around the Holy Emperor, the divine mirror in the seal of all beings circled him, while the demon blade Muramasa in his hand emitted a strange glow. The night without sleep. Black Evernight suppressed his injuries and unleashed his skills, the overwhelming pressure once again leaving the three opponents gasping for breath. Are you sure you want to seek death? Black Evernight shouted, releasing the aura of the Supreme God. The three from the Statue of Liberty felt the presence of the Supreme God and inwardly cursed the Star Master for being a pain. If they had known that Black Evernight was a Supreme God, even if they had the courage, they wouldn't have dared to provoke him. At this moment, the situation among the three nations was like an arrow released from the bow, unable to be retracted. Black Evernight couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. There is no turning back in this world, let's go. Even if he is a supreme god, he is a severely injured supreme god. I don't believe that the three of us can't subdue him together. Druya said. Then let's go. Charge. The three of them gritted their teeth and rushed forward, commanding others to start attacking the city gate. Dragon hidden, it's bad. They're attacking the city gate again. What should we do? The Beast King said anxiously. Where's Black Elder? Black Elder is probably entangled with others. I'll lead the troops out to fight them. Blood-colored Clear Rain said. The others looked at blood-colored Clear Rain, covering their wounds. No way, if something happens to you, we won't be able to face the night without end, the Beast King said. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Everyone exchanging glances. This was truly an awkward situation. Let me accompany you. The Dragon of Osiris appeared out of nowhere, looking quite cool. I'll go too, another aged voice said. Indeed, this voice came from Xuanwu, who had not appeared for a long time along with the Flying Dragon, and now they had reached the level of the great perfection of the main god. Flying Dragon, Xuanwu blood-colored Clear Rain called out. Little girl, long time no see, I've missed you. The corners of blood-colored Clear Rain's eyes were inexplicably misted by the wind. Let's go, we'll help you reclaim your honor, the Dragon of Osiris said in a hoarse voice. The three transformed into streaks of light and flew out of the city gate. Outside the city gate, Black Elder was already covered in injuries. Ha, if I kill you this time, old man, I can brag for 10 years. 10 years isn't enough, I can brag for 100 years. After all, he's a supreme god, we are defeating an enemy of a higher level. The storm tore through the absolute defense as the Dragon of Osiris unleashed his skills towards the three, while Xuanwu's absolute defense forcefully blocked their attacks. It's the mount of night without end, the Holy Emperor said. Great perfection of the main god. At this moment, the three began to think about retreating, cursing the Star Master in their hearts. With the arrival of Xuanwu and the Dragon of Osiris, the situation on the battlefield changed. Black Evernight, who had been under pressure, now had two helpers, giving him a chance to breathe. At this moment, the Statue of Liberty, the Holy Emperor, and Druya all simultaneously recalled the former Busan Emperor who had been incited by the Star Clan and ultimately met a tragic end. Suddenly, the hearts of the three felt cold. They hadn't expected the Star Clan to use the same trick again, feeding them false information to lure them into a deadly confrontation with Eternal Night City, ultimately weakening their forces within the domain. Stop, don't fight anymore. We admit defeat, the Holy Emperor was the first to shout. Admit defeat? UMB. Xuanwu slammed down like a mountain onto the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor was sent flying several dozen meters, sustaining injuries. Meanwhile, the Statue of Liberty and Druya also ceased their attacks, dodging the strikes from Black Evernight and the Dragon of Osiris. You say you won't fight, and you won't fight? Isn't that quite embarrassing? The Dragon of Osiris remarked. And Black Evernight showed no intention of calling for a ceasefire. The Holy Emperor watched as Hai Changji and the others showed no signs of stopping. He stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying, MMP, then let's keep fighting. After that, he once again commanded the three divine artifacts to attack Xuanwu. It's about time for you to clean up the mess, the Star Master said to Gue, you, and E in the Star Domain. Yes,
Master Star, Gue and the others tore open a rift in spacetime with their elite forces and headed into the domain. Can you tell me what happened before? Why did the Eternal Era occur? Lin Yi said as he brought Casa and Ari into the hall of Eternal Night City. The story starts with us, Casa said, playing with the coin in his hand. Long ago, I, along with Ari and Ares and 10 others had already advanced to the peak of divinity. The top of the pyramid is cold and lonely. Besides you, the god of enchantment, and the god of war, who are the other 7? Lin Yi asked. The god of life Iris. The god of death Hades, the god of space Hudi, the god of time Cass, the god of fate Kalis, the god of light Yesta, and the god of darkness Lubida. Casa replied. When we thought we were the supreme beings of heaven and earth, a group of 9 people appeared out of nowhere and almost defeated us all. Casa said. What do you mean by almost defeated? How contradictory, Lin Yi inquired. Casa closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about the unbearable past, and sighed, forget it. Later, except for the god of light and the god of darkness, we all lost. Aren't there still 2 people who are the face of the group? That doesn't count as a complete loss, Lin Yi comforted. I would rather lose completely. What's wrong? At this moment, Ari continued, the god of light and the god of darkness were seduced by their reincarnators, forcibly splitting the star systems we protected into the light star system and the dark star system, absorbing the so-called faith power of the star systems. In the end, we 8 were sealed tightly by their 8, but I managed to charm my opponent at the last moment. Casa used deception to trick his opponent, and as for the god of war Ares, he detonated the supreme ring, injuring his opponent, and then the 3 of us escaped together. That's right, we were like stray dogs. Why didn't you 3 go rescue the others? Lin Yi asked. Because once we use our powers, the reincarnator will know, and he will bring his 8 warriors to seal us again. Who are they? We don't know either. We only vaguely got some information from the god of light and the god of darkness. They are not from the same universe as us, they are likely from another universe. This left Lin Yi confused. Could there be another universe beyond the universe? What happened to the god of light and the god of darkness in the end? Lin Yi asked. After being seduced, they forcibly divided the star systems into 2 major camps of light and darkness because the reincarnator said that only one camp could jump from this universe's star systems to another universe's star systems. So, they began to turn from friends into enemies as the allure of the universe beyond was too great for them. After hearing Casa and Ari's words, Lin Yi felt completely tangled up, unable to make sense of it all. What star systems? What universe? After a while, Lin Yi grasped one point. The goddess of life. I want to ask, can the goddess of life bring her back to life? Lin Yi said, taking out the bottle containing Sophia's last hope. Such pure life force in that bottle. Ari exclaimed. I'm not hiding anything from you, she was once a hero under my command. In the end, she sacrificed herself, preserving her last glimmer of hope after the entire Elven clan offered their life force. Please, sorry, there's nothing we can do. If the goddess of life were here, perhaps she could try, Ali said, looking at the seedling in the bottle. Lin Yi felt a wave of helplessness and disappointment, but he forced himself to smile and said, it's okay, I will definitely find a way to resurrect her. Unless we rescue the goddess of life, Casa said firmly, tossing a coin into the air, which then fell to the ground, showing heads. If we rescue the goddess of life, can Sophia be resurrected? Lin Yi's heart raced with excitement, the starlight flickering in his eyes. Yes, but Casa's tone shifted, and Lin Yi felt as if his heart had dropped from heaven to hell. But the opponent sealing her is very strong, extremely strong, Casa said, beyond the peak of divinity. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression darkened. What kind of existence surpasses the peak of divinity? Now that we have hope, we should at least give it a try, right? Lin Yi said. Not we, but you, because Ali and I cannot intervene. If we do, we will face not only the goddess of life's opponent but also attract the attention of others. I can only provide you with information about the goddess of life's opponent, the Reaper, the peak of divinity, the second heaven. Lin Yi's emotions were truly on a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting. Lin Xing, are you scared? Not with my brother around. Xiaolun, Xiaohe, Alan, what about you? At this moment, Lin Yi summoned the 3 and asked, willing to live and die with the Lord. Lin Yi's eyes were resolute. Let's give it a shot. Let's do this, Lin Yi said. Casa and Ali exchanged glances. This trick of deception is for you. Although we can't intervene, we are passing on our ultimate skills to you. Whether this succeeds or not depends on you. Lin Yi took Casa's trick of deception, about to express his gratitude. Don't say anything. Being able to rescue the goddess of life is the best thanks for us. Little one, my charm skill, you as a man. My brother can't do it, but I can learn, Lin Xing said. This little girl. Ali smiled charmingly, and in the next moment, her eyes turned pink, a fleeting flash of pink light, while a hint of pink light appeared in Lin Xing's eyes. Brother, am I beautiful? Lin Xing turned to Lin Yi, her eyes sparkling with that fleeting pink light. In that instant, Lin Yi's eyes lost their focus. The god of deception, watching from the side, covered his mouth and chuckled, glancing at Ali.
As back then, Ali had also treated the god of deception as an object of charm and even had him slap himself.
What do you think this little girl wants Lin Yi to do? Casa whispered to Ali. Ali smiled at Casa but did not reply. What are you trying to do to your brother? Lin Yi laughed, standing behind Lin Xing. What?
The three present were stunned.
How is this possible?
This is an illusion created using the trick of deception, trapping Lin Xing in it, making her think her charm has successfully activated. But the Lin Yi she
is enchanted by is just an environment created by Lin Yi, Casa explained, his expression utterly fascinating as Lin Yi had just learned the trick of deception, and to be able to cast it in such a short time was truly remarkable. Casa, if you had half the talent of this little one back then, you probably wouldn't have slapped yourself, right? Ali said. With a smile, Casa's face turned a mix of green and white. Brother Lin Xing's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. In the next moment, the Lin Yi behind Lin Xing suddenly vanished. What? The trick of deception has no shadow. At that moment, Casa couldn't help but shout out. The enchanted Lin Yi suddenly smiled and took a few steps back. What's going on? Ali was taken aback.
I said this kid can react so quickly in such a short time. This move is the deception of heaven. The one truly enchanted is the real body, while the Lin Yi behind Lin Xing is just an illusion created by the mirage, said the god of deception.
Which one is real? Lin Xing pouted. If you do this again, I'm going to hit you, Lin Yi said as he walked over to Lin Xing and gently flicked his forehead. Brother, that's so mean.
Looks like there's hope for rescuing Iris this time, Casa said.
By the way, what? Do we need to prepare to rescue the god of life? Lin Yi asked.
Sneak into the village, no shooting, Casa replied with a smile.
Starry Star, Eternal Night City. What day is it? Today? It's so lively.
A time rift appeared in the sky, from which many elite members of the Star Clan surged forth.
Damn it, the Statue of Liberty exclaimed. Once again, that old
bastard Star Master has plotted against us, said the Holy Emperor. Druya remained silent, but the fury in his eyes was evident. Everyone's here, this time, the Star Master has sent us to borrow the resurrection spring of Eternal Night City as well as half the military strength from the East Japan, the United States, and the 12 island nations, said the deceiver, squinting his eyes.
Why don't you just take it?
Why should we lend you half our strength? The Holy Emperor shouted angrily. You can choose to submit or die, said he. You watched the battlefield, wary of any unexpected developments. Behind the three of them, thousands of elite star warriors stood ready. I wonder if your Star Clan's grand display
is just to take the resurrection spring? Xuanwu said. Isn't this giving you enough face?
I'll give you 2 words, dream on.
You're asking for trouble. The 3 Star Clans are preparing to attack, the deceiver shouted loudly.
Yes, the members of the 3 clans shouted in unison, their momentum overwhelming.
I really can't take this anymore, the Holy Emperor yelled, feeling like he was neither human nor god. I've wasted my life.
As he spoke, he mobilized all his divine power, and everyone felt the surge of his divine energy. Not good, this guy has gone mad, the deceiver said. Everyone be careful, he's going to self-destruct.
The self-detonation of a fully realized main god could even make that
supreme gods retreat, let alone the 3 of them who were barely at the level of a fully realized main god.
He Chanya channeled his divine power towards the Holy Emperor forcefully, suppressing his chaotic energy. If you admit you're a failure, find a deserted place to end it yourself. At this critical moment, if you self-destruct, what will happen to the
remaining lords of East Japan?
What can your self-detonation change?
It will only indirectly push East Japan into the abyss of death. The Holy Emperor steadied his breath, looking
at He Chanya. He Chanya nodded.
Lords of East Japan, obey orders, help Eternal Night City resist the foreign evil. After the Holy Emperor finished speaking, his entire body
erupted with powerful divine energy once again. At this moment, the Statue of Liberty and Druya also understood everything. The outer domain was always the outer domain, while the inner domain should unite against external threats, not engage in internal strife, giving the foreign evil an opportunity. Lords of the United States, from now on, unite against the outside, kill all foreign evils. Brothers of the 12 island nations, the best repentance is to slay the foreign evils. I never expected this final struggle. Is truly touching, the deceiver said with a smile. Thousands of foreign evils charged towards the inner domain lords, launching indiscriminate attacks. The overall strength of the foreign evils far surpassed that of the inner domain players. In an instant, like a tidal wave, the foreign evils surged forward. The lords of the 3 nations were retreating step by step. Damn it! Cursed foreign evils! Eternal Night City, lords prepare to rescue. Longing commanded, open the city gates and let the other 3 lords enter Eternal Night City for defense. Royal power and wealth summon the divine level troops left by the Night of Darkness. Yes, Iron-Blooded Judge, Doomsday Devourer, Judgment World Destroyer. The Judgment World Destroyer unleashed the skill Heavenly Might, weakening the enemy's attributes by 50% with double the effect against gods. As Heavenly Might was unleashed, the suppression on the Star Clan reached 100%, instantly slowing the advance of millions of outer demons. At this moment, Saint Emperor and others looked at the divine level troops summoned.
by royal power and wealth, revealing expressions of terror. If Eternal Night City had summoned these killing gods from the very beginning, they might have already become souls by now. With the emergence of heavenly might, the judgment skills and world destruction skills of the Judgment World Destroyer were unleashed towards the outer demons. Meanwhile, the Doomsday Devourer charged into the battlefield wielding a spear. Where the spear struck, cold light flashed, annihilation. The iron-blooded judgment directly activated the life and death judgment, instantly killing all beings below the lower god level. In an instant, they blocked the onslaught of thousands of outer demons. Who are these people? So against the heavens, and all their skills are aimed at gods, Gue said. Should we take action? You asked. Let's wait and see. I don't believe they have so many myth-level troops, he said. On the battlefield, the 1,000 human myth-level troops left by Lin Yi fought fiercely, but after a while, the numerical disadvantage became insurmountable. The elite of the Star Clan, relying on their numbers, had 7 or 8 people attacking a myth-level troop, exhausting the Star Clan's 7 or 8,000 elites and killing all the myth-level troops. Watching the battlefield, Gue and the others looked grave, as it took them 7 or 8 times the manpower to eliminate these 1,000 myth-level troops. If the Star Master knew, he would surely be furious. Now they don't have those against the heaven troops, right? You said. Activate Bloodline Awakening. Quick battle and quick decision, or delays will lead to changes. E reminded. Alright, Gue said. Gue began to chant a spell, a backup left by the Star Master, which could elevate the Star Clan by 1 level. This effect was incredibly against the heavens, but the side effects were also very obvious. Once the Star Clan underwent Bloodline Awakening, they would remain at this level and could not advance further. At this moment, the Star Clan on the battlefield began to emit a faint blood-red glow, their eyes turned blood-red, and their hostility intensified. Star Shatter. This strike hit a higher god from the United States, causing the higher god to fall from the sky. This star dragon bird was originally a higher god, but after Bloodline Awakening, its level rose to that of a main god, a terrifying gap. Main god. The elites of these outer demons are all at the main god level, someone exclaimed. Many inner domain lords noticed this situation, and everyone fought while retreating. What should we do, Long Yin? At this moment, Saint Emperor shouted to Long Yin while fending off the outer demons, damn it, we can't hold on much longer. There are main gods everywhere in the outer demon camp, and higher gods are as common as dogs. The situation on the battlefield changed once again. Old Wang, summon all the troops left by the Night of Darkness, Long Yin said. Except for the Hellhunter and Sea Domain Forbidden Master, the rest are all below level 9 troops. I don't know if they will be useful, Royal Power and Wealth replied. Let's give it a try. The Bloodline Awakening of the outer demons is too fierce. Okay, Hellhunter, this is the Divine Level Myth Troop of the Lin Yi Undead Clan. Sea Domain Forbidden Master, this is the Divine Level Myth Troop of the Sea God Clan. Hopefully, they can hold on for a while. What? They still have these strange troops, Gue said. Crush them with numbers. You said fiercely. I am already mobilizing troops towards the Star of Stars. We never lack people. E said. E, if you act like this, you'll alert the Star Master. If he finds out that we can't even handle this small matter, our fate will be the same as that of you and the others. E recalled the scene of you and his 2 companions being crushed to death by the Star Master, and he couldn't help but tremble. Alright, I rescind the order to call for reinforcements. Plague ghouls, charge into the enemy camp and self-destruct. Wang Quanfugue commanded. A group of plague ghouls quickly rushed into the enemy camp. A bunch of ants, said an outer domain high god. In the next moment, many plague ghouls self-destructed in front of him, and toxic gas filled the air. Due to the large-scale self-destruction, the green poisonous mist in the air became extremely thick, severely impairing the visibility of the outer domain demons. Rotting Corpse Wraith King used the Cloud of Death. The Cloud of Death causes the target and surrounding enemies to suffer erosion damage from the corpse mist, dealing 180 points of corrosion damage per second, but the corpse mist does not affect non-living entities. The combination of the Cloud of Death and the toxic mist from the plague ghouls made visibility on the battlefield very low. This old Wang has been reading military strategy lately. Not bad, Long Yin said, looking at Wang Quanfugue. Long Yin, are you underestimating me? I wouldn't dare. The Holy Emperor and others finally managed to catch their breath, glancing at the battlefield and taking a closer look at Wang Quanfugue. Really annoying little fleas. After saying this, he waved his large wings, and a strong wind dispersed the corpse mist and toxic fog. Kill. The warriors of the Star Clan once again entered the rhythm of slaughtering the local lords. Holy Emperor, Statue of Liberty. Druids, prepare to defend the city. Long Yin said. The local lords outside the city gate began to retreat towards Eternal Night City. Activate city defense construction. Arrow. Towers, magic towers, flame demon towers, prepare. Gue, leading the army, had already reached the city wall and said, Do you think you can stop us with this scrap metal? Break through this paper-thin wall. The city walls collapsed under the attacks of the outer domain demons. The lords of the inner domain, swear to block them. Long Yin said. The lords of The other 3 countries, come to me for the reincarnation register. The lords of Eternal Night City will resist the foreign enemies.
After the Lord of Eternal Night City was
killed, he would resurrect from the fountain of revival and re-enter the battlefield. For a time, both sides entered a tug-of-war, while the lords of the other 3 countries also
registered their names on the reincarnation list, becoming undead. Although the lords within the domain were not as high level as those from the outer domain, they could continuously enter the battle, leading to a stalemate. Gui watched as his warriors fell one by one and realized that this battle could not continue like this. He needed to plan for the long term. Retreat! Gui shouted loudly. At this moment, the warriors of the Star Clan heard the order and began to leave the battlefield. The battlefield of Eternal Night City was in disarray. But fortunately, the outer domain demons retreated, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the Holy Emperor, Statue of Liberty, and Druids, alone with their respective lords, marveled at the power of the divine-level mythical troops in Eternal Night City and the wonders of the Fountain of Revival. The leaders of the 3 countries reflected on how they had targeted Eternal Night City so fiercely, only to realize they were the clowns. As the battle came to a close, Eternal Night City entered a phase of reconstruction. Inside the Lord's chamber, Bai Changxing slowly opened his eyes, and the stone in everyone's hearts finally fell to the ground. That Star Master, He Changye, asked. It's undoubtedly the God King. I suspect he has already started contacting other star systems, Bai Changxing said. So, our star clan will be exposed to other star systems. Meaning the Light Star System and the Dark Star System will treat us as the first battlefield and we will be bombarded, He Changye said. Bai Changxing nodded. Damn, doesn't he fear the Star Clan? I suspect they have already joined a powerful force outside the galaxy, otherwise they wouldn't act this way. Moreover, with the Star Lord's strength, it wouldn't be possible to reach the level of a God King so quickly. It must be that a powerful being from outside the galaxy forcibly elevated the Star Lord's rank. So what do we do next? Longing fell into silence, unsure of what to do. Before we go save the God of Life, let me take you to meet your master, said the God of Deception. Master? Lin Yi was momentarily confused. The war god is at least half your master, Lin Yi said, suddenly enlightened. Although the war god no longer has combat power, perhaps, Casa said. No combat power? Lin Yi asked again, puzzled. You'll understand when you see it, Casa replied. In the next moment, Casa waved his hand and prepared to take Lin Yi to meet the war god Ares, leaving Ali to continue teaching Lin Xing the charm skill. The God of Deception truly deserves to be one of the top 10 gods. In just a few minutes, he teleported Lin Yi to an unfamiliar place. Lin Yi looked around, and what caught his eye was a magnificent palace with 3 gilded characters standing out, War God Hall. However, the surroundings of the hall were in ruins, the decaying scene contrasting sharply with the grandeur of the hall. The galaxy we are in used to be under the jurisdiction of the war god, the former war god. Galaxy revered martial arts. Although the people were warlike, they all had a strong sense of justice. The prosperity of War God Star was evident to all, Casa said. Until the Reincarnator came with his 8 subordinates, breaking the ecological environment of the War God Galaxy. 8 people turned the vast War God Star upside down? Lin Yi asked. Casa was silent for a moment before saying, no, to be precise, it was just one person who turned War God Star upside down. Lin Yi found it hard to believe that one person could overturn a galaxy. That's right, the one who overturned the War God Galaxy is a single person. They call him the Slayer, Casa said, his gaze turning towards the War God Hall, seemingly reminiscing. Since you're here, why stand outside? Come in and catch up. A booming voice came from within the War God Hall. Lin Yi was startled, while Casa smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he brought Lin Yi into the War God Hall. The War God Hall was dimly lit, although it had been tidied up. The mottled stone pillars and walls revealed how fierce the battles had been. You've come. An old man sat in the highest seat of the War God Hall, his face withered and his hair disheveled, giving off a sense of frailty. Ares, your condition is getting worse, Casa said. So this was the War God Ares. Lin Yi looked at the current state of the War God and couldn't connect the person before him with the War God. The power of the Slayer is growing stronger. I estimate it won't be long before he breaks through my War God barrier, Ares said. Slayer? Lin Yi repeated the unfamiliar name. Ares explained, the Reincarnator once brought 8 warriors, the Truth Speaker, the Slayer, the Witherer, the Destroyer, the Magician, the Obliterator, the Illusionist, and the Severer. These 8 warriors correspond to challenging our top 10 gods. The first, the Truth Speaker, is matched against me, said the God of Deception, while the Slayer challenges Ares. The God of Life faces the Witherer, the God of Death faces the Destroyer, the God of Space faces the Magician, the God of Time faces the Obliterator, the Goddess of Charm faces the Illusionist, and the God of Fate faces the Severer, Ares said. Boom! A loud noise erupted from beneath the throne of War God Ares. Lin Yi looked at Ares' throne in confusion. Little guy, do you want to come over and take a look? Lin Yi slowly walked over, and the throne instantly became transparent, revealing a person trapped below. He exuded a bloodthirsty aura, constantly crashing against the surrounding seals, but the seals remained solid, showing no signs of loosening. War God, what good does it do to temporarily seal me? In
the end, you will be left all alone, pitifully living. Submit to me and I will take you to the outer universe, a place that fascinates people, the Slayer tempted.
Shut up, Ares! Shouted angrily.
The Slayer seemed to have struck a nerve with Ares. At that moment, Lin Yi noticed that the ceiling formation beneath the throne sometimes oozed blood, which piqued
his curiosity. Behind the formation, there was someone. Lin Yi sensed it. Little one, I am so glad to see you in my lifetime. Cough, 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 Ares said, looking at Lin Yi. Kid, run away.
The war god is no longer the war god he once was. He will kill you, the Slayer shouted from within the formation, and the next moment he began to use all his divine power to break free from the seal. The seal started to loosen under the Slayer's struggle, but the next moment, crimson blood flowed from the seal, solidifying it once again. This moment further confirmed Lin Yi's earlier thought. There was someone behind the formation. That was the price. I used the blood of our war god clan to temporarily seal the Slayer, Ares said, looking even weaker after speaking. And as long as I leave this throne, the Slayer will break free from the formation. We have paid a considerable price to suppress this chamber. Today you came. Ares's face unexpectedly radiated joy. Ding, mission, kill the Slayer. At that moment, Lin Yi heard the system issue the mission. What? Lin Yi really wanted to shout, WTF. How could he kill someone even the war god Ares couldn't defeat? At that moment, Lin Yi's mind was filled with countless expletives. Was the mission system malfunctioning? The Star Sovereign Lord ring on Lin Yi's finger slowly slipped off, as if sensing that its master was right here. The Star Sovereign Lord ring flew onto Ares's index finger, and the next moment, a white light burst forth from Ares's finger. Not bad, little one, this ring has evolved once. Clearly, Ares was pleasantly surprised by the evolution of the Supreme Ring. Ares, do you really have to do this? Casa said, his tone tinged with helplessness. Perhaps this is my ultimate fate. I miss my kin so much. I swear, this time, I will never part with them again. Casa shook his head helplessly. War God, is this really the war god? Lin Yi exclaimed as he looked at Ares. Indeed, after putting on the ring, the war god returned to his peak state. Slayer, it's time to settle our score. The war god, clad in golden battle armor, radiated explosive power, his expression resolute, and the battle intent between his brows was enough to ignite anyone's fighting spirit. The war god's bloodline was fully activated. Ares's overwhelming battle intent soared into the sky, and the fiery war spear in his hand pointed directly at the Slayer in the secret chamber beneath the throne. The next moment, he left the throne and charged at the Slayer with the spear. Kakik Ares, do you think you can make up for the level gap with external power? Wishful thinking. Moreover, from now on, this ring will belong to me, the Slayer said. With Ares leaving the throne, the Slayer was no longer under the pressure of a strong opponent. He trembled, shattering all the formations that bound him, and many of the war god clan citizens behind the formation spat out blood and fell unconscious. Is this your handiwork? Using your kin's lives to trap me? What a pity! Kakik the Slayer reveled in the joy of breaking free from the formation, vowing to destroy everything that sealed him. You shall die. Fire dragon soars to the sky. Ares swung his war spear, unleashing a fire dragon that charged fiercely towards the Slayer. A mere trick. The demon-breaking greatsword. The Slayer brandished an enormous cleaver over his shoulder, charging headlong into the fire dragon, seemingly unafraid. The fire dragon passed through the Slayer's body, yet it did not inflict significant damage. Fire immunity. At that moment, Casa remarked from the side. Aren't you going to help him? Lin Yi said to Casa. His battle is one that no one can interfere with. This is the war god. Casa replied. Lin Yi felt utterly helpless. The level difference was just too vast. The ring on the war god's finger emitted a bright light. Then how about this move? The war god transformed his spear into a gauntlet. Aurora. Cold Night Fist. The war god lunged forward, arriving before the Slayer, with a ghostly blue fist light raining down upon the Slayer's body, producing a series of shattering ice sounds. War god, are you just tickling him? It seems they had hidden their strength before, Casa said. Now the war god can't even break through his defenses, let alone kill him. At this moment, despair surged within Lin Yi. He had initially wanted to team up with the war god to cling to his leg and take down this damn Slayer, but he never expected that. Even the war god was no match for him. This mission had become impossible. Damn it! Lin Yi exclaimed. The war god maintained a serious expression, panting as he locked eyes with the Slayer. Are you done playing? Now it's my turn, the Slayer said. Soul Annihilation Strike. The Slayer, wielding the demon-breaking greatsword, instantly flashed behind the war god, delivering a solid blow to his back. The war god stumbled forward, barely managing to steady himself, but the surging blood and energy within him made him taste iron in his throat. It seems the war god is just a name without substance, the Slayer remarked, and in the next moment he teleported in front of the war god, gripping the demon-breaking greatsword tightly and striking at the war god's abdomen. The war god was sent flying backward for dozens of meters, crashing hard to the ground, disbelief evident in his eyes. However, the Slayer's strike caused blood to flow from the war god's eyes. You lowly beings of this universe are even inferior to the livestock from our realm.
If you kneel and lick my toes, I might consider taking you as my servant.
The Slayer wore an expression of superiority, his face filled with arrogance and disdain, as if mocking everyone invisibly.
Since you wish to die so much, I shall grant your wish, the Slayer declared. Annihilation slash.
The Slayer swung the demon-breaking greatsword, unleashing a purple blade of energy over a person's height filled with malice, aimed at the war god.
You should be honored to die at my hands.
The starry Supreme Lord's ring lit up once more. A beam of white light pierced
everyone's eyes, blinding them momentarily.
When Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he was astonished to see the war god had caught the purple blade of energy barehanded and with a forceful grip, shattered it.
The Slayer's expression turned grave.
Just a slightly larger ant, it doesn't change your essence.
Oh, really? The war god replied.
Rapid cold. Light fist. The war god's speed became extraordinarily fast at that moment, landing a punch on the Slayer, who felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze.
Soul-devouring.
Shadow sword. Immediately, the ring glowed, and the weapon in his hand transformed into a long sword from the abyss. Soul annihilation killing technique. The sword light flashed past, revealing a wound on the Slayer's chest, but unlike the previous wounds, this one did not heal automatically. Dark energy seeped from it, continuously tearing the wound apart.
Little guy, are you ready to fight? Casa said. What's going on?
Lin Yi asked, puzzled. The war god has only one last strike left, Casa said, his expression serious.
My kin, I am sorry for you.
I have come, I will atone, the war god thought to himself. The war god stood proudly in the sky, watching the injured Slayer.
The last thing he could do now was to
maximize the Slayer's injuries, for he knew that with his current combat power he could not kill the Slayer. They were both on the path of divine cultivation, and moreover, the
Slayer's divine rank was higher than his own, which placed the Slayer in an invincible position.
The ring glowed once more. Ares' body slowly became ethereal.
This ring definitely does not belong to our universe, Casa said. Could it be? Are the Reincarnator and his 8 war generals here to find this ring?
Lin Yi speculated, following Casa's train of thought.
Soul wound.
The war god delivered his final strike, using his divine body as a medium to attack the Slayer's soul.
This blow caused the Slayer's mind to tremble, and he spat
out a mouthful of golden blood.
Impressive, the Slayer thought faintly. The war god fell.
With the war god's fall, his body had already dissipated between heaven and earth, and the ring fell from his hand. The Slayer forcibly steadied himself and rushed towards the place where the ring had fallen. Finally completed the mission, the ring is in hand, the
Slayer said happily. I can finally leave this cursed place. Want the ring? Dream on, Lin Yi said, and in the next moment, he reached out his hand and beckoned to the ring, which seemed to awaken and flew towards Lin Yi. With a swoosh, it automatically landed on Lin Yi's finger. Damn lowly being, give me back my ring, I will kill you, the Slayer shouted at Lin Yi. Then come and try.
At that moment, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, as if the world was in his grasp.
God-slaying sword. Lin Yi summoned his god-slaying
set, ready to fight the Slayer. This blasphemous universe even has equipment like the god-slaying sword. Truly unforgivable, the Slayer said.
What I slay are the scum among you. Gods.
Lin Yi pointed his sword at the Slayer.
I will crush your divine soul. Divine pressure.
Casa, who was nearby, suddenly knelt on the ground, weakened by the divine pressure.
The Slayer's divine pressure was indeed formidable.
However, Lin Yi was not affected at all, and it was now the Slayer who felt astonished.
Lowly beast, hand over the ring, and I will leave you with your corpse intact, the Slayer roared. The divine pressure surged towards Lin Yi and the others once more, but Lin Yi still remained unrestrained, while Casa was now completely pinned down by the divine pressure. Nightfall, think of a way to deal with him, or I will be crushed by this unknown AoE, Casa struggled to say. But, no buts. The ring, Casa reminded.
Right, Lin Yi finally snapped back to reality, feeling that the ring had changed again. Under the activation of the war god, the Starry Supreme Lord Ring underwent its final transformation, revealing the phantom of a lord clad in armor, riding an iron steed and wielding a spear. In the next moment, the phantom vanished into the ring, seemingly becoming part of it. Die, ant. The demon-breaking great sword swung towards Lin Yi. God-slaying sword. Lin Yi instinctively drew the god-slaying sword to block, and at that moment he realized that the Slayer was not as formidable as he had imagined. Could it be that they were not in the same growth system? Thus, the Slayer's rank was meaningless to Lin Yi. There was still a chance to slay him. Just as Lin Yi was secretly pleased, the Slayer's great sword had already cleaved in front of him. Lin Yi snapped back to attention and hurriedly raised the god-slaying sword to block, but the Slayer's power was too overwhelming, and Lin Yi's god-slaying sword was forcefully knocked away. A sword. Chi swept through, shattering the god-slaying sword in midair. Lin Yi glared in anger. His god-slaying set had been destroyed by the Slayer just like that. Damn you! Lin Yi shouted. Despair, Khazar, on the side, prepared to use his last divine power to escape with Lin Yi. If I don't kill you today, how can I face the fallen war god and the warriors of the war god clan? Don't rush, you'll be joining them soon, and then you can catch up down there. The Lord's might.
For the first time, Lin Yi unleashed his diamond level Lord's Might. As the might erupted, it collided with the god of slaughter's divine domain, creating a tremendous shockwave, evenly matched. The ring in Lin Yi's hand lit up again, and the previous phantom suddenly drilled into Lin Yi's body, causing his power to surge once more. At this moment, all of Lin Yi's god-slaying equipment shattered into dust, replaced by a set of lightweight armor that fit him as if it were custom-made. A long spear appeared in his hand, its tip gleaming coldly, the shaft shining brilliantly under the sunlight, with every swing generating waves of energy. Finally, beneath Lin Yi, a skytreader beast became his mount, resembling a horse but not quite, its iron hooves capable of shaking the earth. Wow, this kid must be cheating, Khazar said, half lying on the ground. Truly, people can be infuriating, this outfit is just too impressive. Slaughter Domain. The god of slaughter unleashed his trump card. Indeed, once the domain skill was activated, who could rival it? Even if Khazar and the others reached the pinnacle of divinity, they couldn't comprehend such a domain skill. When Khazar and the reincarnators fought against the war generals, they had previously been defeated within their domains, for in their domains, they were the rulers, supported by an endless supply of divine power to fight. So when Khazar saw the god of slaughter release his domain, his eyes were filled with fear. Within the slaughter domain, Lin Yi felt the oppressive force it brought, but it was merely a sense of oppression. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi muttered to himself. Lord's domain. In the next moment, Lin Yi swung the spear in front of him, and a domain appeared around him as well. Bang! The two domains collided, and both retreated a few steps. Blood trickled from the corner of the god of slaughter's mouth. It was the first time he had been struck to the point of vomiting blood in this place. The god of slaughter suspected that everything was due to that ring. No wonder the reincarnators were so intent on finding it, there seemed to be some secret within. Originally, the god of slaughter planned to contact others and the reincarnators. But his desires and greed made him abandon that thought, for if he obtained the ring, he might surpass the reincarnators in combat power, and his status would no longer be just that of a war general. At this moment, Lin Yi's body trembled, and a wave of overwhelming mysterious power surged toward the god of slaughter. In that instant, the god of slaughter's eyes were filled with fear, as he seemed to sense death. The starry Supreme Lord ring transformed into the Lord Era ring. A golden light radiated from Lin Yi's finger, gradually fading, and the ring seemed to calm down. Lin Yi looked at the god of slaughter he had slain, then slumped to the ground, a golden stream of light rushing into the ring. Good kid. You're much stronger than us old folks. Khazar staggered over to Lin Yi and said. Lin Yi felt as if his body had been emptied. Looks like we can save everyone this time, Khazar said happily. Lin Yi remained silent, trying to communicate with the Lord's soul within the ring, but found that no matter how he tried, there was seemingly no response. Lin Yi bitterly shook his head at Khazar and said, this power is still beyond my control. This. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the god of slaughter. Your Lord level has upgraded to Diamond 1 and you have obtained the space shuttle, Noah's Ark. The Noah's Ark, capable of freely traversing between various cosmic star systems, breaking the limitations of time and space, and can serve as a teleportation station for time and space jumps. This teleportation station is similar to the role of the Star of Stars. The Star of Stars is the jumping point between the light star system and the dark star system. If the light star system wants to reach the dark star system, it must pass through the Star of Stars, and vice versa. If Noah's Ark possesses this function and can jump to any space, that would be truly extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly thought of his companions and friends in the Star of Stars, wondering if they were doing well. The Star Clan should be too intimidated to make any reckless moves under his deterrence, Lin Yi pondered. Now that he had Noah's Ark, Lin Yi thought he could go back to see everyone and bring some resources along. He wondered if Wang Quanfu Gue often flaunted his super soldiers everywhere. It seemed that after rescuing all the sealed gods and reviving Sophia, he would return. Yes, return. Lin Yi's plan was very good, but the dangers ahead were not to be underestimated, and there was also that mysterious reincarnator. Slayer, dead, the reincarnator said in the light god star system. The next moment, the light god and the dark ones approached the reincarnator, their expressions grave. Goodness, all the good stuff has been taken by dogs, Casa said, feeling slightly better. Lin Yi remained silent, studying the palm-sized Noah's Ark. Stop fiddling with it, I've seen this thing in ancient texts. Legend has it that after the creator god created the first batch of humans because they were too greedy and violent, the creator god was very dissatisfied and prepared to unleash divine punishment to destroy them all. However, these humans would not surrender easily. One could say that a cornered rabbit would bite. And this Noah's Ark was made by the first batch of humans who wanted to use it to jump to other places. Then tell me how to use it. Channel your divine power. At this moment, Casa also didn't know how to use Noah's Ark. He was about to say to control it with divine power, but the first batch of humans had no divine power at that time, so he abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Casa, are you joking with me? Lin Yi said, I have no divine power, but you could try using your lord's power, Lin Yi muttered to himself.
In fact, if Casa had finished reading that ancient text, he would have known that the first batch of humans were busy carving out territories and building their own cities amidst endless wars, with blood flowing like rivers everywhere, which is why the creator god was so dissatisfied with them. Lin Yi attempted to channel his lord's power into Noah's Ark, and after being activated by the lord's power, the palm-sized ship suddenly transformed into a massive supership. Even the well-informed god of deception was left speechless. "Let's go, you really are like a child who has never seen a big bun. Let's go rescue the god of life," Lin Yi said to Casa. Casa, this ancient monster, who didn't know how long he had lived, felt his old face flush at being called a child. The two entered the interior of Noah's Ark, which was very spacious, and Lin Yi discovered that a structural diagram and user manual for Noah's Ark had appeared in his mind, which pleasantly surprised him. Then, Casa told Lin Yi the coordinates. After knowing the coordinates, Lin Yi piloted Noah's Ark towards the Star of Life. "I wonder how Iris is doing," Casa said while fiddling with a coin. Because her opponent, the Witherer, is extremely formidable, wherever he goes, nothing grows, and his abilities are very restraining against Iris. "By the way, have you noticed that the enemies you face seem to be very targeted against you?" Lin Yi said while piloting Noah's Arkansas. At this moment, after careful consideration, Casa realized that he was indeed being targeted to some extent. Was the arrival of the reincarnators not a coincidence but an inevitability? Was there more to this than just? A few minutes later, the Ark of Ruya landed on the Star of Life. Here, just like on the Star of the War God, the site was one of decay and desolation, and the air was thick with a sense of death, devoid of any vitality. "We need to hurry to the Palace of Life. I have a feeling something bad is about to happen," Casa said with a grim expression. "Are you looking for her?" At that moment, a piercing female voice echoed through the air, its sharpness reminiscent of a blade scraping against glass, making one feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, a large tear appeared in the sky, revealing a woman covered in blood, bound to a pillar. The thorns that pierced her delicate skin were enough to make anyone wince. In the next moment, another woman appeared, her face obscured by a veil, as she slowly traced a dagger across the body of the bound woman, cutting into her tender flesh once more. The bound woman merely shuddered, and then her life force rapidly dissipated. "I have tormented her for 3 years. The god of life truly lives up to the title. She still hasn't died." Casa was no longer calm. The original sealing was not just a seal but a torment. "Brother. Knight, we need to end this quickly. I sense that my other companions are also being tortured in different ways right now," Casa said. "Come on, Palace of Life, I'm waiting for you." "Ha ha ha," the Witherer said. As soon as the Witherer finished speaking, the scene in the sky vanished. At this moment, Lin Yi was also very anxious. If something happened to the Tree of Life, wouldn't his Sophia be beyond resurrection? "Hurry, give it to me quickly," Lin Yi urged. "Stop dawdling." Just as the two arrived at the entrance of the Palace of Life, Casa's body trembled and his legs gave way, causing him to kneel on the ground. "You're a god, how did you turn into a soft-shelled shrimp?" Lin Yi said. "She's dead," Casa replied. Who's dead? Speak clearly." "Iris what?" Lin Yi was struck as if by lightning. "What's wrong? What are two big men doing now?" At that moment, a captivating woman with a veil stepped out of the Palace of Life, exuding an aura of decay. Casa was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, while Lin Yi stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. "This is the price you pay for killing the Slayer. Your ant-like lives cannot be compared to the life of the Slayer. This is just a bit of interest," the Witherer said, with a tone of disdain and an air of superiority. "I want you dead." Casa exploded with rage. "The heavenly deception. How much do the flowers fall in dreams?" "Divine pressure." Bang under the divine pressure, the illusion seemed to be shattered. Not even a single blow. Casa was at the peak of his divinity, yet before the Witherer, he felt like a child, which was shocking and surprising. Moreover, this pressure was even stronger than that of the Slayer. "Damn woman! You deserve to die!" Lin Yi shouted angrily. In the next moment, the Witherer turned to Lin Yi and said, "A person without even divine power, yet you killed the Slayer. Today, I will use you to wash away the shame." Lin Yi was about to draw the god-slaying sword but realized he didn't even have the god-slaying set anymore, which was quite awkward. "Are you going to fight me barehanded?" "Ahahaha," the Witherer laughed, playing with her dagger. Come out quickly," Lin Yi silently urged the ring on his finger. "Are you scared, silly?" the Witherer said as her figure began to vanish. "Then you can go die." Just as the Witherer teleported behind Lin Yi, intending to kill him, the ring in Lin Yi's hand burst forth with a blinding light. The Lord's shadow once again merged into Lin Yi's body. Lord's domain. A powerful force erupted from Lin Yi's body, pushing the Witherer back several steps. The Witherer looked at Lin Yi, standing still and completely unaffected by the divine pressure, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. In the next moment, the Witherer realized that the Slayer might have died at the hands of this illogical person. After all, Casa was a dignified god of deception, an existence at the pinnacle of divinity, and previously he had been oppressed by the Slayer's divine domain to the point of feeling like he was on the verge of death. Now, arriving at the divine hall of life, he was once again ravaged by the Witherer's divine pressure, leaving him utterly without temper. In the
Next moment, Lin Yi retracted the domain and transformed back into a noble lord.
Clad in fiery armor and wielding a flaming spear, the spear shimmered with serpentine lightning.
Heaven-treading beast, come forth!
Lin Yi shouted, and a vast space behind him began to twist. With a thunderous roar, the heaven-treading beast appeared out of thin air, and the surrounding distorted space slowly returned to normal. Lin Yi leaped onto the back of the heaven-treading beast, triggering the special skill, Unity of Man and Beast. Savage Charge. Lin Yi sat on the back of the heaven-treading beast, leaning forward, while the beast entered battle mode, donning fiery red battle armor, charging towards the Witherer. Lin Yi gripped the spear tightly, aiming it at the Witherer. A ball of crimson flame surged towards the Witherer. At this moment, the Witherer dared not be careless, tightly gripping the sharp dagger in his hand, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi as he dove towards him. Withering Light. The Witherer summoned all his divine power to condense this annihilating strike. Even Kasa, panting beside him, felt an infinite fear at the sight of the Withering Light. Break for me! Lin Yi charged towards the Withering Light, thrusting his spear into it, forcefully shattering the skill. Then the spear shot straight towards the Witherer. The Witherer watched as his Withering Light was split in two by Lin Yi's spear. The impact was absolutely tremendous.
Who exactly are you? The Witherer asked Lin Yi. Who am I? I am the one who will kill you. Die!
Lin Yi urged the heaven-treading beast towards the Witherer.
As the splendor faded, a leaf withered. The Witherer sent a dazzling leaf flying towards Lin Yi, which instantly withered into powder as it approached, scattering in the air. Beware of the night. This is her poison, Kasa shouted. Mind your own business, the Witherer angrily retorted, then hurled the dagger in his hand towards Kasa. The dagger flew so fast that Kasa barely had time to react, but the aura of death it carried made it hard for him to breathe. Clang! Lin Yi blocked the Witherer's lethal strike with his spear. Ding! Epic quest, kill the Witherer. At this moment, the system began to issue a quest. Just in time, with the previous experience of killing the Slayer, Lin Yi faced the Witherer without fear. You can't even protect yourself, yet you want a medal, the Witherer said to Lin Yi. I warned you about the poison, you must have inhaled the gas by now, Kasa lamented. It seems you both have suffered from her before, Lin Yi said to Kasa with a smile. Indeed, that time, this withering leaf was highly toxic, killing people across a galaxy, Kasa recalled. Later, the God of Life used his own blood to save some, but there were just too many poisoned. Relying solely on the God of Life was utterly insufficient. As Kasa spoke, his tone revealed a hint of fear and helplessness. The Witherer looked at the two with disdain in her eyes. This time, I'll take your corpse back. The Reincarnator will surely be very pleased. The Witherer said, fantasizing about what treasures the Reincarnator would reward her with. But I'm perfectly fine, you can't take me back, Lin Yi said. In the next moment, the Witherer carefully looked at Lin Yi, seeing no signs of poisoning. What on earth is going on? The Witherer, who had just been disdainful, now wore a face full of astonishment that was quite amusing to behold. Why, isn't it strange? Lin Yi laughed. The Lord's domain. At this moment, Lin Yi activated the hidden domain. He stood within the Lord's domain, where the boundary blazed with fierce flames, incinerating the so-called poison completely. The withering domain. Without a word, the Witherer also activated her domain, which was shrouded in a gray mist. Anyone caught within it would become lost in the toxic fog. The boundaries of the two domains began to collide and rub against each other violently, while Lin Yi and the Witherer controlled their summoned barriers at the center of their respective domains. This kind of battle was beyond what Kasa could comprehend. Sky-treading beast, crush her domain, Lin Yi shouted. In the next moment, Lin Yi rose, urging the sky-treading beast to charge towards the Witherer's domain. Iron cavalry enters the soul, shaking mountains and rivers with a single step. The sky-treading beast reached the edge of the withering domain, stood up, and forcefully stomped its front legs against the boundary. Boom! The heavy stomp struck the withering domain, causing the Witherer at the center to sway, struggling to contain the turmoil within her body, but she couldn't hold it back. A sweet taste filled her throat, and blood slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, the Witherer wanted to send a distress signal to the other warriors or reincarnators because she realized that this man before her was completely outside their understanding. The fear of the unknown made her uneasy. Darkness envelopes the sky. Kill her. Avenge the God of Life. Kasa shouted, as he could no longer seek revenge for the God of Life himself and could only place his hopes on Lin Yi. The sky-treading beast stomped again towards the withering domain, this kick making the Witherer feel as if she were on the brink of death, blood gushing from her mouth. The Witherer summoned divine power, trying to call for help. Looking for reinforcements? Dream on. Lin Yi charged towards the Witherer with his spear, which crackled with thunder and fire, leaving deep wounds on her body. I'll fight you to the end. At this moment, the Witherer was like a strong bow at its limit, her divine power surging violently, indicating signs of self-detonation. Lin Yi's ability to force a warrior to self-destruct likely surpassed even the likes of the god of deception and other deities. The Witherer expanded her body with divine power, her blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi. Want to self-destruct? Have you asked me first? Lin Yi shouted. Lordly pressure. At that moment, Lin Yi seemed to become the ruler.
the Witherer's body stopped expanding and
was frozen in place, unable to move. Die.
Lin Yi thrust his spear, piercing it into the Witherer's heart, and thunder and fire ravaged her in an instant, causing her life force to
vanish completely.
Beneath her corpse, a green heart burst forth, still faintly beating.
The heart of life, Kasa exclaimed.
This god of withering was truly cruel, having dug out
the heart of the goddess of life. Thump, thump. The heartbeat seemed to grow weaker.
Once separated from its host, the heart of life will slowly die.
Can't you put it in your body? Lin Yi asked. No, that would turn me into a freak. Kasa shouted.
That's just ridiculous.
What do we do now? Lin Yi yelled. That's right, Sophia. Aren't you the one who resurrected the fairy queen in that bottle? This is the only way now.
Kasa said, take out the little sprout of the fairy queen, and merge the heart of life with it. If all goes well, the fairy queen can be resurrected, and the god of life can survive in another way. Quick, teach me how to merge.
After listening, Lin Yi's breath quickened, but he didn't know
how to proceed, feeling anxious inside, especially as the heart of the god of life in his hand was slowly losing vitality.
Let me handle it, Kasa said. I never expected that I,
the great god of deception, have been reduced to a mere experienced baby and tool lately.
It's frustrating, Kasa complained. Deception was boundless.
The god of deception's divine power surged as he wrapped it around the heart of the god of life, as if a pair of warm hands were cradling the heart.
Quick, take out the life bud of the elf queen, Kasa urged. Lin
Yi moved swiftly, pulling the life bud from his backpack and cradling it in his palm. The air thickened with a dense white mist, enveloping both him and Lin Yi.
Indeed, this miraculous act of defying fate was the forbidden technique of the god of deception, deceiving the heavens and altering destiny. Any act of defiance against the heavens would incur divine punishment, and this resurrection could be considered the ultimate act of defiance.
Thus, the god of deception was truly pulling out all the stops to resurrect the elf queen and the
god of life.
With a splatter, the god of deception spat out a mouthful of divine blood, which drenched the lifeblood of the elf queen. The tender green sprout burst forth from the bottle, growing at a visible speed into a tree taller than a person. Sophia Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, the tree trembled as if it were sobbing.
The divine power
wrapped around the heart of the god of life slowly approached the tree.
With another splatter of divine blood, Kasa's forehead was now slick with sweat, showing the toll it was taking.
In the next moment, the heart of the god of life merged into the trunk of the tree, and a powerful vitality erupted at that instant.
Kasa gritted his teeth again, waving his
hand to set up a divine barrier outside the white mist. The heart of the god of life throbbed strongly within the trunk of the tree, restoring its vitality, and under the heart's influence, the tree began to transform into a human form. Cascading emerald green hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, her fair and rosy skin seemed delicate enough to break with a touch, and her long jade-like legs resembled tender lotus roots, seemingly capable of squeezing out water with a pinch.
But who would have the heart to do that?
The softness of her chest was straining against the tight leather armor, almost bursting.
My dear lord, I, Sophia, have returned, Sophia said.
Lin Yi stood frozen, gazing at Sophia, and even he, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but be moved.
Sophia Lin Yi called her name.
In the next moment, Sophia came to Lin Yi's side, embraced him, and gave him a kiss moist and soft. Lin Yi stood there like a wooden statue, unsure where to place his hands, which made Kasa, standing nearby, cover his mouth and chuckle.
My lord, how have you been during my absence? Sophia asked softly. I was almost suffocated,
Lin Yi said, almost unconsciously. Kasa, upon hearing this, burst out laughing, spitting out a mouthful of old blood.
Once everyone returned to normal, Sophia walked over to Kasa and grabbed his ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you doing? Kasa shouted. What am I doing? How do you explain the time you spied on me and the goddess of charm bathing 10 years ago? Sophia said.
This the god of deception was momentarily at a loss for words. Since the heart of the elf queen was that of the god of life, she could now be said to share a body with the god of life, inheriting all of the memories and abilities of the god of life.
You are the god of life? Kasa asked tentatively. What else would I be? Sophia replied.
That's good, that's good. Kasa attempted to change the subject.
I'm fine now, but I know you have a problem. Ah. Then, a series of pig-like screams echoed through the white mist. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the Witherer.
Your lord level has increased by 1, the level of Eternal Night City has increased by 1, and you have obtained a mythic level unit, Timespace Breaker, possessing powerful timespace abilities. You have also received 1,000 evolution stones.
4 divine pets.
After Lin Yi's lord level increased by 1, he had now advanced to the Extraordinary Master level, which does not have levels 1 to 4, above the Extraordinary Master.
Is the strongest ruler, the mightiest among lords. Eternal Night City has also reached level 6, and at level 6, the recruitment capacity has doubled compared to level 5, reaching
as many as 30,000 troops. Additionally, the city walls and other buildings can be upgraded again, making Eternal Night City as solid as a fortress after reaching level 6. The special Mythic level unit, Time-Space Breaker, joining Lin Ye's team can be said to give him a significant advantage, possibly even a surprise effect.
Lastly, the evolution stones for divine
pets can enhance the rank of divine pets with a higher success rate than evolution potions. Lin Ye looked at the 1000 pet evolution stones in his backpack, secretly delighted, wondering
what level he could elevate Lin Xing to.
The life token in the hands of the reincarnator shattered once again, the token of the witherer breaking apart.
The reincarnator stared at the shattered token in shock, filled with disbelief. Could it be the gods of light and darkness?
In the next moment, this thought was dismissed by the reincarnator. Those two had
always been by his side and could not possibly have gone out to kill the Slayer and the Witherer.
However, it seemed that in this cosmic galaxy there was no one left who could deal with his 8 battle generals, yet 2 of them had died in succession, which was indeed strange.
You all come back first, don't waste time with those defeated subordinates for now.
The Slayer and the Witherer are dead,
the reincarnator said to the remaining battle generals' tokens. What? Dead?
The 6 battle generals who heard this news were taken
aback.
One of them, the Destroyer, who was fighting against the god of death Hades, was caught off guard by this news and was slashed by Hades' side, leaving a wound.
Damn it, Ant.
Next time we meet, I'll take your life, the Destroyer said before suddenly disappearing from Hades' sight. Hades barely steadied himself, feeling a lot less pressure as he watched the Destroyer vanish. It seemed the Destroyer was in a hurry. 6 streaks of light in the sky rushed in one direction, giving the several gods who had been suppressed a chance to breathe.
Casa, how's it outside?
The Destroyer who was suppressing me suddenly left today, said Hades.
Yeah, that magician left too. I thought he was trying to lure me out. Casa, you little brat, speak up. You've been wandering outside and forgotten about your brothers, huh?
I almost died out there, and you still have the nerve to say that.
I encountered
both the Slayer and the Witherer, and not dying is already quite fortunate. Indeed, the top 10 gods had their own special means of communication, but later, due to the betrayal of the gods of light and darkness, the other 8 gods severed their connections with the 2 who had betrayed them.
You really have a charmed life, said the space god Hudi.
The war god Ares is dead, Casa said.
And the god of life too. Damn.
The war god is dead, said the time god Cass. That guy was the only one among us who could suppress those
from the outer universe. Actually, we were all wrong.
The price for the war god suppressing the Slayer was the lives and blood of the war god's kin, so his suppression was brutal.
Cassis said.
Ares is dead? Hades felt very surprised. Let's just say he remains in the world in another way, Cassis said, unsure how to explain. The gods fell silent for a long time.
After hearing Cassis' words, do you know who killed the Slayer and the Witherer? Asked the god of fate, Kalis.
This guy has been with me. I watched the Slayer and the Witherer die. At this moment, Cassis' tone inevitably rose a few notches.
What?
The other gods were quite surprised, first astonished that someone could kill the war generals from an alien
universe within their own cosmic galaxy, and secondly shocked that this person was actually with Casa.
It seemed that this time they could launch a significant counterattack against the
people from the alien universe.
Reincarnator, the person you are looking for has no record in our files, the god of light said as he flipped through the divine registry, which contained information on beings above the rank of God King. When the reincarnator viewed the final moments of the Slayer and the Witherer, he imprinted Lin Ye's appearance and asked the god of light to look up this person's information. However, the god of light searched through all the records and could not find any information.
Waste. The reincarnator
spat out 2 words coldly. The god of light, being the ruler of this cosmic galaxy, felt an unprecedented shame at being insulted like this, but
the Witherer has already marked him. Next, Truth Master and Illusionist, you 2 go and capture this kid for me, alive. I want to see who this divine being is, said the reincarnator.
Yes.
The rest of the war
generals follow me. We should be close to finding that mysterious planet.
Yes. And you 2, hurry up and report the exact location of that mysterious planet to me. If you're going to be a dog, you better have the awareness of a dog.
The reincarnator said to the god of light and the god of darkness, I generally don't like to keep useless dogs. Ah. The god of light and the god of darkness lowered their heads in silence. The reincarnator, who once promised to make them stronger, seemed to have not fulfilled that promise.
You all hurry to the palace of life, we are here. Casa continued speaking to the other gods. Okay. Alright, coming right away. I really want to see this warrior who can kill the reincarnator's war generals.
After the 6 gods finished their rounds, they all headed towards the palace of life.
Brothers of the night, we need to be prepared. According to news
from my other brothers, the remaining 6 war generals of the reincarnator have retreated. I estimate that they have been summoned back due to the deaths of the Slayer and the Witherer, so next, we might face a sniper attack from the 6 war generals.
Casa said.
1 war general was already enough to handle. If 2, 3, or even 6 came together, it would
definitely be a deadlock.
Lin Yi had just obtained some good items, but after hearing Casa's words, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him.
Ding, successfully.
Became an extraordinary master, successfully activated the Lord's Ring. That's right, the Star Sovereign Lord's Ring, after being worn by Ares and through the divine blood of the War God, completed its final upgrade and transformed into the Lord's Ring. The Lord's Ring's rank changed from King to the strongest King.
Wearer's level plus 5 equipment effect 1. In the Lord's domain, the Lord is the King. Equipment effect 2. Path of Extreme Soldiers for rapid recruitment of troops. Equipment effect 3. Path of Extreme Construction for rapid facility building. Equipment effect 4. Imitation. Equipment effect 5. Ayatolah's War Spear. Successfully activated. Equipment effect 6. Ayatolah's Soul. That's right, this Ayatolah's Soul is the mysterious power that entered Lin Yi's body twice. This time, this effect was activated, meaning that Lin Yi could summon this power at will in the future. Goodness, this made Lin Yi overjoyed. As Lin Yi's Lord level reached Extraordinary Master, his mindset also underwent a significant change. Originally filled with fear of the war generals, he now felt that they were just that, feeling capable of taking on 10 of them. Brother, at that moment, Lin Xing saw Lin Yi running towards her while shouting, as if rushing towards the stars and the sea. Indeed, Lin Yi was her stars and sea. The next moment, Lin Xing leaped into Lin Yi's embrace. After not seeing each other for a few days, she had been trained by the enchanting goddess, and it felt like Lin Xing was becoming more and more charming. Lin Yi was momentarily captivated by Lin Xing's softness. Ahem. Khazar coughed awkwardly from the side. Ahem. Don't be so sour, you can go away if you don't like it, the enchanting goddess said, twisting Khazar's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Khazar cried out in pain. Being young is great. Yeah, at that moment, Sophia suddenly appeared and said, "Are you the elf queen or the goddess of life now?" Khazar asked. Ali, the last time we bathed, it was this guy who was peeking, Sophia said. What? No wonder it felt weird, turns out it was you, you pervert, Ali exclaimed loudly. But the next moment, Ali glanced at Sophia and felt it was incredible, she looked too much like the goddess of life. Then Khazar recounted the whole story, leaving Ali stunned, not expecting such a turn of events. Come, let me show you a treasure, Lin Yi said to Lin Xing. What is it? Lin Yi took out a pet evolution stone and waved it in front of Lin Xing, saying, how about this, do you like it? This pet evolution stone had a much higher success rate than the evolution potion, and Lin Xing's eyes sparkled at the sight. Brother, you're the best, Lin Xing said playfully. Ding, do you want to use the pet evolution stone? Confirm. Suddenly, an altar appeared in front of Lin Yi, and some strange symbols appeared beneath the altar. The next moment, Lin Xing flew towards one of the symbols. Whoosh! A beam of light shot up into the sky, enveloping Lin Xing completely. A pet evolution stone flew into the beam of light. Bang, failure. Following that, pet evolution stones were hurled into the altar's beam of light one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Failure. At this moment, Lin Yi continued to throw piles of pet evolution stones into the beam of light. When the count reached 591, the beam of light surrounding Lin Xing changed from white to golden. Ding, success. Lin Xing successfully advanced to Demon Saint. At this moment, Lin Xing transformed back from her human form to a cat maid, her black fur exceptionally shiny, and her eyes like 2 emerald gems. Meow, a cat's cry rang out, ethereal and distant, very lively. Ding, congratulations, your pet has successfully advanced to Demon Saint. Reward, Pet Evolution Stone * 1000. The pet evolution stones continued to fly into the beam of light without stopping. The fact that these 1000 pet evolution stones could succeed even once made Lin Yi extremely happy, as the materials required would only increase as they progressed, making it a bottomless pit. But now, the system rewarded 1000 pet evolution stones, which gave Lin Yi great confidence. I can feel that the power contained within Lin Xing is now capable of posing a danger to us, the enchanting goddess said. At this moment, Khazar also frowned. It was one thing for this brother to be a perverted anomaly, but he didn't expect this sister to be a tough character as well. Did you bully this little girl in Eternal Night City? Be careful, she might come looking for trouble. After her evolution is complete, Khazar said to Ali, do you think I'm like you stinky men? She and I are good sisters. What the world of women is truly unfathomable. At the 890th stone, the beam of light emitted another golden glow. Ding, success. Lin Xing successfully advanced to Little Demon. Ding, congratulations, your pet has successfully advanced to Little Demon. Reward, Pet Evolution Stone * 2000. Obtained Bloodline Refining Stone * 1. Bloodline Refining Stone, material for awakening bloodlines. Lin Yi threw the Bloodline Refining Stone into the beam of light as well. The breath of the cat maid began to grow thicker. This aura is becoming more and more terrifying, Khazar said. Ding, the cat servant's bloodline has successfully upgraded, awakening the world-destroying cat bloodline. Ding, congratulations on your divine pet successfully awakening the world-destroying cat bloodline. The cat servant transformed into the world-destroying cat. At the 1800th Divine Pet Evolution Stone, Lin Xing successfully advanced to a Great Demon. Ding, congratulations on your divine pet successfully advancing to a Great Demon, obtaining 3000 Divine Pet Evolution Stones and 1 Holy Level Bloodline Refining Stone. At this moment, Lin Yi's
Heart surged with excitement. After this series of operations, Lin Xing's combat power should at least be able to stand undefeated in a battle against Casa. Lin Yi still had over 3,000 divine pet evolution stones in hand, so he accelerated the input of materials and also the holy level bloodline refining stone. Before long, a blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky. Ding, successfully advanced to Demon Emperor. Ding, successfully awakened the bloodline, 9-turn world-destroying cat. Double success. Meow, a divine pet filled with the aura of the primordial world appeared before Lin Yi. Within the light beam, the 9-turn world-destroying cat elegantly licked its claws, and with a stunning glance, wherever its gaze fell, it captivated hearts and minds. Ding, congratulations on your divine pet successfully advancing to Demon Emperor, obtaining the divine pet exclusive weapon, the Desolate Annihilation Cannon. Desolate Annihilation Cannon, Lin Xing's exclusive artifact, condensing the powerful forces of heaven and earth to deliver devastating strikes against enemies. Ding, congratulations on your divine pet successfully activating the bloodline, 9-turn world-destroying cat, obtaining the divine pet exclusive skill, Night Shadow Dance. Night Shadow Dance, a cat form skill, stepping out enchanting cat dance steps, killing invisibly. Ah, Casa, you little brat, come out and greet your brother, the god of fate. Karais shouted loudly. Karais, you're always the first one, impressive. The god of time, Cass, said. Cass, you're always the 1,000-year second, how do you feel about that? The god of space, Hoodie, remarked. Ah, you guys are really quick. Casa walked out of the Palace of Life to welcome the arriving guests. Casa, you little rascal, quickly tell us about the recent events. The god of fate said. Here, why is there such powerful demon energy? This demon energy is definitely at the level of a small demon. Everyone, don't rush, come in, and we'll talk slowly, Casa said while ushering everyone inside to talk. When Lin Yi used up the last of the 3,000 divine pet evolution stones, the light beam showed no signs of change, indicating that the materials needed afterward were still quite substantial. Without the infusion of divine pet evolution stones, the altar also disappeared, and the strange symbols followed suit, the light beam gradually fading. Brother! Lin Xing leaped down from the air into Lin Yi's arms, acting spoiled. Lin Yi held the soft girl, unsure of how to respond. This little girl was too enthusiastic. Wow, is it this passionate? At this moment, the god of fate saw Lin Yi holding Lin Xing and remarked. Lin Xing sensed a stranger approaching and instinctively transformed into the 9-turn world-destroying cat, charging at the god of fate. Little kitty. Before the god of fate could finish speaking, 3 blood marks appeared on his face. The god of fate touched the wounds on his face, shocked, but after all, he was the god of fate, whose strength was second only to the god of light and the god of darkness. Fate shackles. The god of fate threw shackles from his hands, intending to bind the 9-turn world-destroying cat as a form of punishment. But the next moment, the 9-turn world-destroying cat executed a deadly cat dance step, the Night Shadow Dance. The 9-turn world-destroying cat danced lightly around the god of fate, each attack missing, while the god of fate accumulated more wounds. When the 9-turn world-destroying cat stepped on the 9th step, a powerful pressure suddenly arose, causing the god of fate to spit out a mouthful of blood, then his legs weakened, kneeling on the ground, struggling to support himself with his hands to avoid falling. Ah, what's going on? We're all on the same side, all on the same side. Casa and several others saw that the Palace of Life was already in disarray, and the god of fate was kneeling on the ground, bloodied. Opposite him was Lin Ye's divine pet, the cat servant. No, it should be the 9-turn annihilation cat. Darkness covers the sky, let the girl stop. It's one of us, Casa shouted loudly. At this moment, the others felt uncomfortable watching the god of fate being beaten to a pulp, but anyone who could defeat the god of fate was definitely not an easy character to deal with. Lin Xing, stop it, come back, Lin Yi said. In the next moment, the 9-turn annihilation cat jumped into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi patted the head of the 9-turn annihilation cat and then placed it on the ground, revealing a young girl before everyone. This is definitely more disastrous for the world than the goddess of enchantment, the god of time said. Be careful not to follow in the footsteps of the god of fate, the goddess of enchantment warned. For a moment, the god of time fell silent. The lingering primal power in the air made them all feel a sense of dread. I wonder about the two of you, the god of time was about to ask. Oh, can you not be so impatient? Casa complained. This is the one I told you about who killed the Slayer and the Witherer. Darkness covers the sky, and this girl is either his divine pet or his sister, named Lin Xing, Casa said. To everyone. What? The one who killed the Slayer and the Witherer is so young? Is there a mistake? The god of spacetime said. Absolutely true, I was just there shouting 666. Casa said, his old face turning red. Young friend, I was rude earlier, please forgive me, the god of fate said. Well, to be honest, it's still Lin Xing who was more reckless, the kid. Apologizes to everyone, Lin Yi said. No, it was I who was rude. Oh, stop being so formal, who knows, the reincarnator might come over with his war general soon, we need to discuss our countermeasures first, Casa said, why don't you share what you know? At this moment, everyone sat around in the Palace of Life. A few days ago, the Severer who was suppressing me suddenly left. At first, I thought it was some trick, but I found that the source of the power suppressing me also seemed to have vanished, so I tried to contact others and found that their situations were the same as mine. Yes, that day I was fighting the destroyer, and who knew he suddenly froze, stopped attacking, giving me a chance to breathe. Several times I hit him with my death scythe, and he got injured. At first, I thought it was some conspiracy, pretending to be weak, but later he mysteriously disappeared. And the power that was suppressed in me was restored, said Hades, the god of death. Do you know which direction they left? Casa asked. The star system where the god of light is, everyone said in unison. Could it be? Right, could it be that they found that mysterious planet? The god of fate said. It's possible, but I think they would first look for the one who killed the Slayer and the Witherer, the god of space said. Everyone agreed with the god of space's viewpoint because, according to the reincarnator's temperament, their authority in the outer universe could not be infringed upon. Did the Witherer show any unusual signs before dying? Sophia asked at this moment. Lin Yi looked at Sophia and shook his head. There shouldn't be anything unusual. But upon careful thought, Lin Yi realized there was something off. There was a lot of gray powder around him before the Witherer died. Was there gray powder around you before the Witherer died? Sophia asked, her expression now resembling that of the god of life. You are the god of life, the god of fate? Asked. Sophia nodded and did not say anything further. It turns out that the god of life that Casa mentioned survived in another way, so that's how it is. Next, Sophia walked over to Lin Yi, summoning a small sapling in the palm of her right hand. As the sapling approached Lin Yi's body, it withered. What's going on? Lin Yi asked, his eyes wide, wondering when so much death energy had accumulated around him. That's right, this is the withering mark left by the Witherer. The reincarnator and the war general will find the coordinates of the withering mark and come here, Sophia said. At that moment, everyone present felt a deep sense of fear. The power of the reincarnator made their souls tremble. How does the reincarnator compare to the war general? Lin Yi asked, wanting to understand just how strong the reincarnator really was. A world of difference. The god of fate struggled to spit out those 4 words. At this moment, the god of fate's expression grew increasingly difficult. He seemed to recall a time he stood proudly between heaven and earth, boldly unleashing the domain of fate, charging towards the reincarnator, his entire being swelling with the power of fate, the golden light spilling forth as if it could change the world. Yet, the reincarnator didn't even glance at him. With a wave of his hand, the god of fate fell from the sky like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground and creating a large pit. In that instant, the god of fate's faith shattered, his eyes vacant, as if all of this were just a dream. Cough cough cough. Casa, seeing the god of fate in this state, knew he had recalled that gray memory. Sorry, I lost my composure, the god of fate said to Lin Yi. Is it really that perverse? Lin Yi asked again, still unwilling to accept it. Everyone nodded in silence. After a long while, the god of space said, logically, we have already reached the pinnacle of divinity, the end of our levels, but the reincarnator and his war general give me the feeling that they can still advance on their own. I once mobilized the spatial power of the entire universe to attempt exploration beyond the universe, and I vaguely discovered that there might really be other universes outside of ours. So, this universe is not unique, and there are millions of universes out there, the god of time said. That is indeed the feeling I get, the god of space replied. Everyone fell silent, as many things exceeded even the understanding of the pinnacle of divinity. I sensed the withering mark, the truth master said, stopping. At that moment, the illusionist beside him paused and looked at the truth master, saying, quick, see where this divine being is. I really want to meet him. Oh ho ho ho. The truth master closed his eyes, feeling the withering mark, and while sensing, he said, the withering mark seems to have been damaged, but it still cannot escape my pursuit. This person is really arrogant. He killed the witherer and is still in the palace of life, the truth master remarked. I wonder if this is a feigned retreat or if he really has the ability, the illusionist said. I hope this opponent can keep me entertained for a while longer. Let's go. Let's meet this person. I'm pumped up right now, and I hope he doesn't disappoint me, the truth master said excitedly. He's coming. Ali said. Yes, he's coming too. Casa looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Come on, stop being artsy. Who exactly is coming? Lin Yi exclaimed. The truth master. The illusionist. Casa and Ali said in unison. What? 2 war generals. This time? They really think highly of us, the god of space said. 1 war general is enough for us to handle, now there are 2. Are they planning to take us all down? The atmosphere in the palace of life grew tense. The truth master, every word is a gem. A single word can annihilate a star system, Casa said. Is he really that powerful? Lin Yi asked. Not just powerful, he speaks in divine language and can shatter the laws of heaven and earth, Casa said, his expression changing from the usual playful demeanor. The illusionist, with a single thought, can find the softest spot deep within your heart and then trap you in it, making you live and die within your own emotional knots amidst the blur of reality and illusion, Ali said. At that moment, Lin Yi looked at Casa and Ali with a strange expression, then scrutinized them from head to toe. They are so powerful. How did you manage to escape? Lin Yi asked. At this point, both Casa and Ali fell silent, and the others also stopped talking, making Lin Yi suddenly feel uneasy.
Actually, Casa callous, don't say it,
Casa shouted hysterically. To be honest, Lin Yi had never seen Casa lose control of his emotions like this. Even under the pressure of death, Casa had always remained calm.
You should get over this hurdle,
the god of fate said. Don't let this matter bind you for a lifetime. That's right. Back then the truth speaker uttered 6 words that completely suppressed me, forcing me to watch my planet being destroyed bit by bit, my people under his tyranny, all the men killed, the women violated. I was unwilling,
Casa roared.
As he shouted, Casa ran towards the outside. In the end, Casa destroyed his own hearing, using forbidden techniques to deceive the heavens and the world, breaking free from the truth speaker's 6-word suppression, and even injuring the truth speaker, but in the end, he was left with just a breath. If he hadn't encountered me, he would have probably died,
Ali said.
After hearing this, Lin Yi also felt a surge of anger and grief. Letting you, this dog, come out is really disrespectful to me. A thunderous voice spread through the air, followed by a powerful divine pressure that made everyone struggle to breathe, except for Lin Yi and Lin Xing, who remained unaffected.
The crowd looked at the two, their eyes
filled with emotion. Perhaps they were the saviors this time.
Boom!
Suddenly, a figure flew in, with immense force, and crashed into the wall of the Palace of Life.
Wasn't that Casa,
who had just burst out the door?
Casa appeared to be exhaling more than he was inhaling against the wall.
The truth speaker! Ali exclaimed.
Oh, the little one still remembers me?
The truth speaker mocked.
I would recognize you even if you turned to ash.
Oh,
isn't this the little girl from back then?
At this moment, the illusionist said, it must feel
terrible to be heartless. What do you mean, heartless?
Lin Yi exclaimed in shock.
Ali beside Lin Yi said, back then, to break the illusionist's spell and prevent her from finding
the weakness deep within my heart, I destroyed my own heart. In the end, during my escape, I met Casa, who gave me half of his heart, and I gave him half of my hearing.
Today
is just perfect for you two to be a pair of doomed lovebirds, the truth speaker said. At this point, Ali had already rescued Casa from the wall, but Casa was in very poor condition.
Sophia, Lin Yi called out to Sophia. My lord, Sophia is here. Quick, save him, Lin Yi urged. In an instant, Sophia used 2 skills in succession, the void breathing technique
and the freshness and purity spell. The void breathing technique healed Casa's injuries, while the freshness and purity spell restored his vitality.
Casa, wake up, don't sleep,
Ali cried with tear-filled eyes. However, after a few minutes, Casa's condition still did not improve. Sophia continued to raise her jade hand and cast her skill, Golden
Needle Crossing Tribulation.
Casa, the Golden Needle Crossing Tribulation was the signature skill of the God of Life, and this time it should be able to pull Casa back from the
gates of death.
Before long, Casa finally opened his eyes, tightly holding Ali's small hand, afraid that she would disappear from his sight in the next moment.
Lin Yi was furious. This war general was truly lawless.
I say, are you too jealous of others' true love? Lin Yi turned to the truth speaker and the illusionist and said, in fact, Lin Yi was just casually saying this, but it struck a nerve with the two of them, igniting their anger.
You will pay the price. Even if you can kill the Slayer and the Witherer, right now, the two of us together, all of you coming at us will only add to the sorrow, the word master said. Lin Xing, are you afraid? Not afraid. Good, then let's go. Alright, form the battle. Array!
The word master spat out a 6-character incantation towards Lin Yi. Each character materialized before their eyes. The character Lin came crashing down towards Lin Yi with the force of 1,000 pounds, and Lin Yi protected his body with both hands, enduring the attack of the character Lin. At this moment, Lin Yi realized that the word master before him didn't seem to be as formidable as they had claimed. When Lin Yi blocked the word master's attack, the group of people who were unable to rise under the pressure of the divine power felt a deep shock. This kid in front of them could kill the Slayer and the Witherer, and it was definitely not a coincidence.
Annihilation Death Ray.
The illusionist aimed their staff at Lin Xing, unleashing beams of annihilation death rays, but with Lin Xing's agile dodging, none of them hit, and even her position was hard to track.
If this is your level, then I will say goodbye. Lin Xing's voice echoed in the air. Damn it, the illusionist roared in anger. Lin Xing, finish it quickly.
Lin Yi shouted to Lin Xing. This sentence frightened the others.
Got it.
In the next moment, Lin Xing transformed into the 9-turn annihilation cat and charged at the illusionist.
The divine pressure from the
illusionist had no effect on Lin Xing, making it impossible for her skills to lock onto Lin Xing.
After transforming into cat form, Lin Xing became even more agile. Die for me, the
illusionist said, gripping her staff towards Lin Xing. Lin Xing continued to evade the illusionist's skills and approached her side. With a swift motion, 3 bloody scratches
appeared on the illusionist's delicate white face, revealing a faint aura of primal chaos. You are the annihilation cat, the illusionist exclaimed in shock. Correct, here's an extra claw as a reward. With that, 3 more bloody scratches appeared on the other side of the illusionist's face. The annihilation cat was typically a being of great demon level, which could almost match a war general evenly.
Before the illusionist could regain her composure, Lin Xing had already taken 8 steps beside her, and with the 9th step, the might of the heavenly Tao pressed down on the illusionist. In the darkness, Lin Xing's sharp claws had already sliced open the illusionist's throat, and the primal power rampaged through her blood, destroying her body. Before long, the illusionist's life token shattered. Illusionist. At this moment, the word master saw the illusionist's tragic death and cried out in despair. You should worry about yourself, Lin Yi said. Ayato's soul. Lin Yi directly activated the equipment skill of the Lord's Ring Ayato's soul. In the next moment, Lin Yi transformed once again into the king among lords, a powerful aura recklessly spreading outwards. The word master, in his grief over losing the illusionist, felt Lin Yi's immense power, his pupils constricting. It was the first time he felt fear since coming to this universe. Ari, the Knight of Darkness has avenged you, Casa said, looking weak, but seeing the illusionist's fall seemed to be more effective than Sophia's healing skills. He will avenge us all, Ari said, supporting Casa while looking at Lin Yi. What? The illusionist is dead? At this moment, the life token carried by the reincarnator also shattered. Who is this? In this barren universe, there is actually someone who poses a threat to us. It's truly unbelievable, the reincarnator said. At this time, the war generals beside the reincarnator were equally astonished. Could there be some astonishing power hidden in this universe? The reincarnator stopped in his tracks, looking at the god of light and the god of darkness before him, suddenly wondering if this might be a conspiracy. Lord Reincarnator, we have found that mysterious planet. Please follow us, said the god of light. At that moment, suspicion flickered in the reincarnator's eyes. Go quickly contact the Oracle Master and have him give us the current coordinates. I want to see who has the audacity to kill my 3 generals, the reincarnator commanded. Lord Reincarnator, should we first explore the mysterious planet? The god of darkness asked. Shut up, you just need to follow. If it weren't for the lack of dogs around, it wouldn't be your turn, the reincarnator replied. The god of light and the god of darkness wisely fell silent. Lord Reincarnator, we can't reach the Oracle Master, the magician said. What? Good, very good, I am very interested in this person, let's all go together. The reincarnator took out a crystal ball filled with divine power, and soon the last image of the Oracle Master's death appeared within it. The Oracle Master was seen being stabbed to death by a man on horseback with a long spear, a simple and brutal death. Hiss! Everyone in the Palace of Life gasped in shock, not expecting the Oracle Master to die so easily at Lin Yi's hands. Hope began to flicker in their eyes. Casa and Ari's eyes were filled with tears. With the fall of the illusionist and the Oracle Master, both had resolved their inner conflicts. I said you two aren't siblings, Lin Yi remarked. Ari blushed and said nothing, while Casa asked, Are you and Lin Xing siblings then? This question made everyone turn to look at Lin Yi and Lin Xing, as their previous intimate actions led to many thoughts. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing the Oracle Master, activating the ultimate secret of the Zhuge battle array, the Big Dipper 7 kill formation. The Big Dipper 7 kill formation, it is said to be the final formation of the Zhuge battle array, possessing the power to annihilate worlds. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement at such an incredible formation, but his enthusiasm waned when he saw the required conditions, as he currently lacked enough heroes to serve as the core of this killing array. After a moment of joy, Lin Yi was unaware that a great disaster awaited him. The remaining generals are the Magician, the Annihilator, the Destroyer, and the Severer, Lin Yi said. To eliminate future threats, do you want to? The God of Time did not continue, feeling that Lin Yi was too reckless, but his strength was evident to everyone, possessing the capital for madness. A confident and resolute light flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, instilling a strong belief in everyone present. A bunch of domesticated livestock, lowly creatures, it's time for you to wake up from your dreams. A thunderous sound echoed through the skies of the Palace of Life. Reincarnator. Just a single word from the Reincarnator had already pressured everyone to the point of spitting blood. What kind of terrifying existence was this? I came this time to let you brothers have a good reunion. As the Reincarnator spoke, he threw the 2 corpses he was holding down from the air. Bang! The 2 corpses crashed heavily to the ground. Yesta Lupita. At that moment, although everyone was immobilized by the divine pressure, seeing the bodies of the God of Light and the God of Darkness, they couldn't help but scream. The God of Fate struggled against the pressure, trembling as he crawled to the bodies. You two, stop joking around, don't sleep, the God of Fate shouted while shaking the bodies of the God of Light and the God of Darkness. You can't even do what a dog can do, truly useless. I see this barren universe has no reason to exist anymore, the Reincarnator said, his tone devoid of any emotion. I'm sorry. At that moment, the God of Fate felt the divine essences of the God of Light and the God of Darkness. In truth, the 2 of them intended to sacrifice themselves, bringing the Reincarnator and his general into the time-space storm, hoping that the storm would destroy them all. However, the Reincarnator's senses were too sharp. In the end, the God of Light and the God of Darkness did not achieve their goal and were ultimately killed by the Reincarnator's 2 strikes. At this moment, the Reincarnator noticed that Lin Yi and Lin Xing were unaffected by his pressure and
frowned, saying, "Are you two the murderers of my general?"
Lin Xing was about to transform into the 9-turn Annihilation Cat but was stopped by Lin Yi.
"I just casually cleaned up
some trash." "You don't need to be so nervous," Lin Yi said.
"You."
The reincarnator was so enraged that he could only utter one word.
"Fine, I will make you suffer torment in the cycle of reincarnation for all eternity," the reincarnator declared. "Well, that's unfortunate. I don't believe in reincarnation. Today, I will shatter your faith." 6 paths of reincarnation.
Suddenly, 6 differently colored halos appeared behind the reincarnator, shooting out beams of destructive energy. Anyone hit by the beams would be reduced to ashes in the
next moment.
Whoosh, 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 several beams shot towards Lin Yi. The angles of the beams were extremely tricky, blocking all of Lin Yi's movements.
"Since I can't dodge, then I'll face it head on," Lin Yi shouted. The extraordinary master's badge fell into Lin Yi's hand, transforming into an incredibly powerful shield.
The beams struck the shield like rain, hitting glass, crackling and popping, causing no harm to Lin Yi whatsoever. This kid is truly defying the heavens.
Freak, freak.
The reincarnator was also staring at Lin
Yi from the sky. The Desolation Annihilation Cannon.
Lin Xing had already taken out her exclusive artifact, ready to return the favor. A seemingly frail woman suddenly hoisted a Desolation Annihilation Cannon, which was completely at odds with her image, giving a sense of beauty in the beast. The reincarnator's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing he was
in trouble. "Can the night sky truly create miracles?" the god of fate asked. In the next moment, everyone fell silent, quietly watching the battlefield. The terrifying power of desolation emanated from the Annihilation Cannon.
On the other side, Lin Yi, inheriting the power of the soul of Ayatoth, was not at a disadvantage in the battle against the reincarnator.
"You should not have stepped into our universe. This time, I will send you home."
Lin Yi charged towards the reincarnator on the treading sky beast, while Lin Xing's desolation
Annihilation Cannon also gathered powerful energy, preparing to deliver the final blow to the reincarnator. "Do you think your meager power can kill me? Ridiculous." Although the
reincarnator's eyes showed some seriousness, he didn't even furrow his brow in the face of such immense power.
"Does this guy have a backup plan?" the god of time said. "Iris, is there any hope for the god of light and the god of darkness?" the god of death asked Sophia at that moment.
It was clear that the god of death was inquiring whether the god of life could
resurrect the two.
Sophia remained silent for a long time before saying, "Perhaps we can try, but the hope is slim."
With gentle power, Sophia enveloped the divine essences of the
god of light and the god of darkness, then sealed their last hope in a bottle using the ancient methods of the elven race. With a spurt, Sophia spat out a mouthful of her essence. Blood, which contained immense vitality, sealing the divine essences of the two in the bottle, waiting for a chance of resurrection. A beam of black desolation power ruthlessly struck
towards the reincarnator.
The reincarnator, wielding divine power, condensed it into a shield to block the desolation force.
Miao Lin Xing turned and transformed into the 9-turn
Annihilation Cat, stepping into the night shadow dance, her enchanting figure and ghostly steps swirling around the reincarnator, looking for a flaw to exploit Lin Yi's spear. Transformed into a fire dragon, charging straight at the reincarnator, the intense heat distorting the surrounding space.
"Die!" Lin Yi shouted. "Ha, interesting, interesting, truly
interesting," the reincarnator exclaimed. "I'm becoming more and more intrigued by your planet. To cultivate such powerful anomalies is indeed surprising."
"God-slaying strike."
The reincarnator looked at the skill coming towards him and nearly snorted.
"Did you never wonder why I am called the reincarnator? Because..."
The reincarnator paused and
continued, "the 6 paths of reincarnation, neither dead nor extinguished."
In the next moment, the reincarnator radiated golden light, and Lin Yi and Lin Xing's attacks seemed to have no effect on him. He appeared immune to all skill damage.
This scene left everyone present in shock. At this moment, the reincarnator's expression turned sinister. "After fighting for so long, don't you feel the slightest bit strange?"
Hearing this, the god of fate immediately reacted, as they were too familiar with the reincarnator and his generals.
"Yes, only."
The reincarnator had appeared this time, while his remaining generals were absent. "Although this is a bit beyond my expectations, as long as those 4 can successfully find that so-called star of stars, then," the reincarnator said, glancing at Lin Yi, his eyes seemingly provoking him. "You dare!" Lin Yi shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha, I love the look on your face right now, wanting to kill me but unable to. I will make the people within the Star of Stars die one by one before your eyes, then uncover the secrets of this star, and finally,
destroy this planet." "That seems quite fun," the reincarnator said. "You." Lin Yi was burning with rage, charging at the reincarnator on his treading sky beast. The attack struck the reincarnator's body, blocked by waves of golden light. "What to do? What should I do now?" Lin Yi panicked. Because no one on the Star of Stars could match the generals, the Star of Stars would be destroyed at their hands. Lin Yi wanted to return to the Star of Stars immediately, but if he did, all the gods here would die, and the reincarnator was just stalling Lin Yi, as every minute he wasted meant more people would be killed by the generals on the Star of Stars. Originally, the reincarnator had planned to deal with the one who killed his
generals and then head to the Star of Stars, but now he encountered a little accident with Lin Yi. Everyone present could see Lin Yi's eagerness to return, but it was also awkward to keep him here to deal with the reincarnator, as his own planet might also be suffering from the general's devastation. Nightfall, you should take the Ark of Noah back. With its speed, you can definitely stop the general's rampage, the god of time and space said, and the others nodded in agreement, signaling him to return. Nightfall, thank you. Actually, we have lived long enough. If the reincarnator wants to kill us all, we will also bite off a piece of flesh from him, Kasa said. Take good care of Lin Xing, the goddess of temptation said to Lin Yi. You few misfits think you can hurt me? Dream on, the reincarnator said, and the next moment he unleashed the reincarnation domain. Just the opening of a reincarnation caused everyone to spit blood and stagger back. At this moment, Lin Yi thought of the final formation of the Zhuge battle array, the Big Dipper 7-kill formation. Since you enjoy lingering in our universe so much, then stay here forever, Lin Yi said. You little brat, do you have that ability? Want to try it yourself? Lin Yi said to the reincarnator. Although Lin Yi and Lin Xing were not afraid of the reincarnator, eliminating him was an utterly impossible task. The reincarnator appeared nonchalant, showing no fear whatsoever. Lord's domain. I used the 7 stars of the Jotian as a formation to eradicate you evil gods. Lin Yi shouted. Celestial Pivot Star Extermination. Celestial Virtue and Celestial Pivot Twin Stars Destruction. Heavenly Authority, Jade Balance, Opening Sun, Shaking Light. The cycle of absolute slaughter. The power of the stars shakes the mountains and rivers, breaking your illusory cycle. In Lin Yi's Lord domain, a pattern of the Big Dipper appeared. You all should quickly return to your positions, Lin Yi said to everyone. At this moment, everyone understood. The gods of time and space, the god of time, the god of deception, the goddess of allure, the god of death, and the god of fate stepped into the Big Dipper pattern one after another. 6 people had already entered the formation's core, leaving just one more. Lord, let me go at this moment, Sophia said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi felt conflicted, but in the end, he nodded with tears in his eyes. We will meet again, my dearest Lord. After Sophia finished speaking, she entered the last formation core. The formation activated. The Big Dipper 7-kill formation manifested 7 long swords, firmly pinning the reincarnator in midair for execution. However, the reincarnator possessed an endless cycle of power, reviving after being killed by the formation, continuously looping back and forth, leading both sides into a tug-of-war to see who would exhaust the others. Power first. I seem to see that mysterious planet. I've been holding back for too long. I need to unleash my wild side, the destroyer said, licking his lips. Stinky men are just stinky men. Really makes me want to vomit, the magician scoffed from the side. Above the Palace of Life, the Big Dipper's 7-kill formation radiated dazzling light across the sky. While below it, the reincarnators were constantly being annihilated yet reborn, both sides evenly matched, creating a delicate balance, mutually constraining each other. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, hoping this state could hold until he returned. Lin Yi summoned the Noah's Ark, taking Lin Xing to break through the void, hoping to arrive at Starry Star before the war general. Starry Star, Eternal Night City. The atmosphere in the Lord's Hall was tense. Did the Starry clan really tear up the treaty? King of Beasts asked. Indeed, recently they have captured quite a few of our people. They know we have the Fountain of Rebirth, so they only capture people, not kill them, Wealth and Power said. Have any people from other countries been incited by them this time? Long Yin asked. Not for now. Countries like the East Japan have already suffered losses from the Starry clan twice. If they are still swayed, that would be truly concerning for their intelligence, Cold Garb Scholar said. Recently, everyone should avoid going out. It's relatively safe within Eternal Night City, Long Yin said. Alright, I will issue the order shortly, Long Shou said. Long Yin, the injuries of the 2 old ones should be mostly healed by now, right? Wealth and Power asked. Long Yin shook his head and sighed. This left everyone feeling uncertain. Among the Starry clan, the atmosphere was tense. For lords, we are truly your most loyal servants. I will go find some entertainment for you. The Star Master knelt on the ground and said to the 4 war generals, while behind the Star Master, millions of Starry clan members also knelt in unison, creating a grand spectacle. Although the 4 war generals were powerful, the sight of millions kneeling was indeed shocking, causing their vanity to swell. Alright, I want to see what you can come up with, the Annihilator said. Please wait a moment, my lords, the Star Master said before disappearing. Do you think that old guy has escaped? The Severer asked. Impossible, he still has such a large group of people here, how could he escape? Anyway, we still have time this time, let's see what tricks this old guy has up his sleeve. Boring, the magician said. The destroyer looked around and found nothing but turtles or snakes, and no beautiful women at all, which was truly disappointing, with no hint of concealment in his eyes. Their gazes are really annoying. At this moment, some female members of the Starry clan whispered below, only to be overheard by the destroyer. The sword of destruction unleashed a blade of energy towards the speaker, and in an instant, all the members of the Star clan in that area were slaughtered. A stir arose among the crowd. You bunch of lowly livestock kept in captivity, the destroyer said indifferently. At that moment, the members of the Star Clan watched their kin being killed, and many felt their blood boiling with rage. Looks like I can find some fun now, the destroyer remarked, twisting his neck as if preparing to take action. Wait, the Star Master approached from a distance. Step back, the Star Master shouted at his people. In the next moment, he presented a woman to the destroyer, saying, My lord, I believe this person is quite beautiful, specially brought for you. The destroyer looked at the woman brought by the Star Master, feeling quite pleased, and broke into a hearty smile, his gaze lingering on her. This woman was none other than the Statue of Liberty from America. At this moment, she had been captured by the Star Master to be offered to the destroyer for his amusement. Star Master, you are violating the treaty we made. You will not be spared in this domain, the Statue of Liberty scolded sternly. Domain? Just a bunch of laughable ants. With the Night of Darkness no longer present, you are nothing. Eternal Night City will not spare you. Oh, I truly wish for him to appear. The destroyer pulled the Statue of Liberty into his embrace, gazing at her delicate skin and feeling the softness in his arms, causing a fire to ignite within him. The nearby Annihilator looked at the destroyer with disdain, while the Obliterator and the Severer also gazed at the Statue of Liberty in the destroyer's arms with lecherous expressions. Destroyer, you better be gentle this time. If you break her, I'll fight you to the death. The destroyer chuckled, rest assured this time, I guarantee she'll be left alive. The Star Master looked at the magician and smiled, saying, My lord, the bear paws we have here have beautifying effects. I specially went to get some, and I'll have someone prepare it for you to taste. The magician looked at the kneeling Star Master and continued, You have some heart. I won't take your things for free like those livestock. Here are some resources, enough for you to advance to the divine sovereign level. Gulp, that was the sound of the Star Master swallowing. The divine sovereign, a level the Star Master had never dared to imagine, made his heart begin to race. Inside Eternal Night City, lords from both the local and other countries had gathered. It was reported that last night, the Statue of Liberty from America was captured by the Star Master, while the hands of the Druid from the 12 island nations were severed by the Star Master, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Finally, the Holy Emperor brought the lords of 3 nations to Eternal Night City, hoping to seek assistance, and they settled there, finding temporary peace. I wonder if the 2 lords would like to try something even better than that woman from earlier, the Star Master said with a lewd expression. This immediately piqued the strong interest of the Obliterator and the Severer. The 3 vanished from their spot, as the Star Master used spatial power to take them towards Eternal Night City. This tactic of using a knife to kill was indeed clever. A rift appeared in the sky above Eternal Night City, and the Star Master, along with the Obliterator and the Severer, emerged in the horizon. Not bad at all, the Obliterator remarked. TSK, my blade has long been itching for action. In the Lord's Hall, everyone felt a powerful presence approaching from outside and hurried out of the hall. People of the city, listen. Deliver 100 women daily, and you may live another day. If you fail to deliver even one, the city will be destroyed and you will perish. What a big mouth. Have you eaten too much? Garlic, the Lord of Wealth shouted, seeking death. All of you kneel before me. The Obliterator released divine pressure towards the lords within Eternal Night City, but strangely, none of the lords felt the effect of the divine pressure. Instead, the Star Master beside him spat out 3 liters of blood from the pressure. The Obliterator looked astonished. Is this the secret of this planet? Indeed it is. Let's quickly contact the reincarnators. Are you stupid? If we grasp such secrets, the reincarnators might just become our generals. All the lords in Eternal Night City felt uneasy, sensing that the newcomers were not friendly. The entire city entered a state of alert. The Annihilator and the Terminator hovered above, looking down on Eternal Night City, while the lords within the city glared angrily at these uninvited guests. Royal power and wealth ordered to activate the defensive structures within Eternal Night City, Longin said. Understood at this moment, Eternal Night City had already become one of the top cities among the stars, and its defensive constructions, under Long Yin's enhancement and transformation, had turned into a formidable weapon. Long-range targeting magic cannon, activate. Defensive barrier, activate. The long-range targeting magic cannon automatically aimed at the Annihilator and the Terminator in the sky, launching a magic projectile imbued with destructive energy towards the 2. Interesting, the Annihilator said as he faced the incoming magic projectile, extending a hand to forcefully block it, but the immense power still pushed him back repeatedly. Annihilator, why do I feel like you've regressed? The Terminator laughed. The Terminator also caught a magic projectile coming at him barehanded, then threw it back towards Eternal Night City, the powerful force crashing against the defensive barrier, causing ripples to spread across it. The lords inside Eternal Night City showed expressions of terror. Could these 2 be supreme gods? They seem even more powerful than supreme gods, perhaps even stronger than the God King level Star Masters. At this moment, the Black and White Elders walked up to the city wall and spoke. Black and White Elders, you have arrived. The Black and White Elders nodded at Long Yin, then looked gravely at the uninvited guests in the sky. The small figure of the Star Master beside them immediately made the elders understand the situation. If their guess was correct, the Star Master had indeed played a clever trick.
Annihilator, look at the girls inside, they're so charming.
I must have a good time today. Come on, let's blow this turtle shell apart together,
the Terminator said, eyeing the female lords in Eternal Night City, his long-suppressed hormones surging.
Blood-colored Qingyu, one of the Eternal Night 5 tigers and the sister of blood-colored Rose, was also clad in battle armor, glaring at the uninvited guests before her. Annihilator, that girl is mine when the time comes, don't fight me for her. The Terminator pointed at blood-colored
Qingyu.
You're already so old, and you still have a thing for young girls. Fine, you can reserve her, the Annihilator replied.
Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Let's fight, the Terminator urged. The Terminator's spear. A long spear shot out, its momentum like a rainbow, breaking through defenses.
The defensive barrier shattered under
the spear's attack.
The lords within Eternal Night City summoned their heroes and troops, preparing for the final duel.
Annihilator, I'm going first, the Terminator shouted to the Annihilator, then flew towards blood-colored Qingyu without looking back. Qingyu, be careful.
At this moment, royal power and wealth shouted loudly towards blood-colored Qingyu.
The Terminator's speed was astonishing.
By the time blood-colored Qingyu reacted, the Terminator was already by her side. Whoosh, 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 many arrows shot towards the Terminator. The Terminator didn't even think of dodging, they were just mere mortals. One by one, the arrows pierced through the Terminator's body, causing him to
grimace in pain.
This gave blood-colored Qingyu time to react, and she quickly retreated towards the main force.
That's right, this was the god-slaying tower left behind by Lin Yi, and it was coming into play this time.
To ordinary people, the god-slaying tower might just be a regular defensive facility, but for divine-level beings, it was a deadly weapon. The Abolisher's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he unleashed a wave of energy towards the god-slaying tower, demolishing many of the towers and other defensive structures along the city walls. Long Yin watched, his heart bleeding. This was the hard work of so many people. The injured Abolisher, humiliated and furious, did not want this group of ungrateful ants
to die so easily.
Star Master, have your millions of kin surround this place, allowing not a single person to escape. I want to kill 10,000 every day, making them live in the
fear of death.
Yes, with the Star Master's command, more and more spatial rifts appeared in the sky, and thousands of people from the Star Clan rushed into the domain. Excited by the fresh blood and flesh of the inner domain's lord. You enjoy yourself here, Abolisher, I'll take my leave, said the Annihilator, as he hurried away, dragging along
several female lords whose clothes were in tatters.
They struggled in his grip, their eyes filled with despair, striking a nerve in many onlookers.
Die, sinner, shouted a mid-tier deity from the east, swinging a battle axe at the Annihilator.
You overestimate yourself, the Annihilator replied, allowing the East's lord to attack him.
In the end, the axe failed to break through the Annihilator's defenses.
With a furious roar, the Annihilator turned the East's lord into a mist of blood, which spread through the air, staining both the
Annihilator and the female lords.
Meanwhile, the Abolisher was on the brink of fury, his body surging with divine power as he wielded a blood-red spear, rampaging through Eternal
Night City. With each swing of the spear, he claimed dozens of lives, like a celestial demon descending to earth.
It was a massacre, pure and simple.
Fortunately, the resurrection
springs within Eternal Night City revived wave after wave of people, a situation that the Abolisher and Annihilator soon discovered. In such a small place, there exists such a
miraculous thing, the Abolisher remarked. To think the dead can be revived, this treasure would be legendary even in our universe. Ha, watch me uproot it and take it back, the
Annihilator said as he approached the resurrection spring, preparing to pull it out by the roots. At that moment, the holy water sirens and the sea butterfly queen attempted to block the Annihilator's approach with their bodies, but were met with his brutal and bloody suppression the next instant.
The Annihilator's dual blades cleaved the holy water sirens and the
sea butterfly queen in half, but due to their powerful vitality, even when severed, they did not perish. Their final will was to protect the resurrection spring.
Everyone, charge!
Protect the resurrection spring!
Long Yin shouted.
The two elders, Black and White, were the first to rush in to stop the Annihilator, but in just one exchange, a single slap from
the Annihilator sent them flying, their breaths faint.
The Black and White elders were in a dire situation. For those who have one foot in the grave, let me send you on your way.
The Heavenly Gang 5 Elements Formation.
In a moment of crisis, Long Yin activated the super formation left behind by Lin Yi, the Heavenly Gang 5 Elements Formation.
The formation rose, forcefully bouncing the Annihilator away from the Abolisher. Yes, bounced away.
However, Eternal Night City was in peril.
Under the influence of the Heavenly Gang 5 Elements
Formation, 4 pillars of light shot up from the 4 cardinal points of Eternal Night City, radiating golden, yellow, blue, and green beams, and finally, a red beam appeared in the Lord's Hall, intertwining to form a colorful energy shield above Eternal Night City. It looked similar to a defensive barrier, but the vibrant colors gave it an air of superiority.
This was Lin Yi's ultimate move, hoping to block them.
I've never seen a colorful turtle shell before. Let me shatter your hopes, the Abolisher declared. The Abolisher held
The soul-severing spear, intending to break the Tiangang 5 elements formation by penetrating its defensive barrier.
When the sharp tip of the spear made contact with the formation, sparks flew from the friction, accompanied by a piercing, shrill sound. What? The abolisher exclaimed in shock as the soul-severing spear in his hand unexpectedly shattered. Indeed, at that moment, upon touching the Tiangang 5 elements formation, the spear emitted a crisp crack. The Star Master, watching from the side, felt a jolt in his heart. This formation was truly formidable.
Annihilator, come help me, Annihilator.
The abolisher suddenly remembered that the Annihilator was probably looking for a good place to enjoy himself. Looking at the Tiangang 5 elements formation, the abolisher felt a loss of confidence. This was the first time he had encountered such a tricky situation since arriving in this universe. He hadn't expected to find such a powerful formation in this barren universe, which suggested that the one who left the formation was no ordinary person. The abolisher
continued to channel all his divine power and flew towards the formation. Do you think that just because you have a high level, you can shake the formation with your bare hands?
Long Yin chuckled.
Bang! The abolisher punched the Tiangang 5 elements formation, only to be rebounded by a powerful force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath.
As he stared at the formidable formation before him, drawing on his extensive experience, the abolisher judged that this powerful formation shouldn't hold out for long, or rather, every time they attacked the formation from the outside, its consumption would increase exponentially. In the next moment, the abolisher looked at the thousands of members of the
Star Clan and said to the Star Master, "Have your people attacked this formation?
Such a powerful formation must require a massive amount of energy. I refuse to believe they can hold out forever."
"My lord, if you can't break their formation, we won't be of any use either," the Star Master replied.
"The resources here are enough for you to advance to Divine Emperor. And this bag of materials is sufficient for most of your clan to ascend to Supreme God." As he spoke, the abolisher tossed 2 spatial bags to the Star Master.
In truth, these items
were as worthless as trash to the abolisher, but for the Star Master and his kin, they were a treasure trove. Holding the resources and materials, the Star Master's heart raced.
The Divine Emperor rank was so desirable.
If he became a Divine Emperor, then the Star Clan would rule over the star, and all the darkness and the Eternal Night City would be reduced
to ashes. The Star Clan was the true sovereign of this planet.
"That person's strike just now cost us 1/10 of the resources in Eternal Night City," Longin said grimly.
Everyone in Eternal Night City felt the terror of the abolisher outside. "Let go of me, let go of me. My sister has been taken by another person." At that moment, a mid-level divine
lord shouted, while several others restrained him, urging him not to act rashly. But she's my only sister."
The mid-level divine lord gave up struggling, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Indeed, it was that damned eternal era that had pulled people from reality into the eternal continent.
After Lin Yi left, everyone lived in a relatively peaceful era, and many had found their relatives who had come to the eternal continent from reality. The bond between these relatives became increasingly cherished.
Bang bang bang.
Many attacks struck the Tiangang 5 elements formation, which at that moment resembled a bottomless black hole, rapidly consuming the resources and materials accumulated by Eternal
Night City.
Report. Our wood, iron ore, and minerals have been consumed by more than half in that last wave of attacks.
Damn it, Longin said anxiously. Not good. At that
moment, someone rushed in to report. The members of the Star Clan have all gone berserk. Longin led everyone to the city wall, looking out at the dense crowd of Star Clan members
outside Eternal Night City.
Something was off. Their aura was not one of rage, but rather, they had clearly advanced. This is impossible. Bai Chongsheng said.
Hey Kong.
Yi was so stunned by the scene before him that he couldn't even speak. How could the majority of the Star Clan have all advanced to the Supreme God level? As Bai Chongsheng's words
echoed, the entire Eternal Night City fell into a dead silence.
With just 1 or 2 Supreme Gods, they would already be evenly matched, but the Star Clan had at least tens of millions of members, and now more than half of them were Supreme Gods.
How could they fight this battle?
The eyes of the 2 elders, Heikong and Bai, were filled with despair. At this moment, the aura of the Star Master surged once again, becoming a Divine Emperor. Star Clan, heed my command. Surround Eternal Night City, break the city, and unify the Star Realm. The Star Master's voice, infused with divine power, rang out powerfully. Bang, bang, bang. Another wave of attacks came, skills raining down like a storm upon the Great Formation. By the 3rd wave of attacks, cracks began to appear in the formation. Inside Eternal Night City, everyone felt so weak in the face of absolute power.
Are we all going to die? This time? Wang Quan Fugue looked at the Supreme Gods of the Star Clan standing outside the formation, their momentum unmistakable. Star Master, let your kin take their time. It's been a long time since I've seen the despair and helplessness in the eyes of my enemies. To witness it today is truly wonderful. Ahaha, the despairer laughed in midair. I'm sorry, Knight of Darkness, I can't wait for your return. Your city will be destroyed by my hands, and I feel guilty. Longin said. Longin, it's already good enough. I'm sure the Great God won't blame you, sister.
At this moment, Shuase Qingyu whispered softly. Under the attack of the Star Clan, the energy within the Tiangang 5 Elements formation was exhausted, and the resources within Eternal Night City were completely depleted under the final wave of the Star Clan's assault.
Star Master, leave the women, kill all the men.
When we return, so many people in Eternal Night City are here to welcome us.
Stop pretending, that mad dog is chasing us. That familiar voice belonged to Osiris Dragon and Xuanwu.
They saw Osiris Dragon transform into his true form, riding the wind, with Xuanwu seemingly transformed into a human figure on his back, along with several female lords who had just
been captured by the Annihilator. Big Bug, don't run. Watch me pull out your tendons and skin you alive.
Behind them was the furious Annihilator.
Look, it's Osiris Dragon.
And Xuanwu returning. Long Yin exclaimed excitedly.
Sister!
Sister! When Osiris Dragon landed on the walls of Eternal Night City with everyone, the mid-level god who had lost his
sister shouted. It seemed that Osiris Dragon and Xuanwu had rescued her from the Annihilator.
The mid-level god wept tears of joy as he embraced his sister, while the rescued female lords trembled as if their previous ordeal had been a nightmare.
Absolver, why didn't you stop that big bug? The Annihilator said. That thing is really fast. By the looks of you.
Did you lose your pants and get kicked in the butt by someone? The Absolver replied with a laugh. At this moment, the Annihilator was engulfed in flames, filled with both rage
and desire.
You came just in time, Wang Quan Fugue said. At this point, Xuanwu regained his composure and looked around. This place was packed with people, and more than half of them had reached the supreme god level.
Was this really the right time to arrive?
Xuanwu and Osiris Dragon felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping in their hearts. They had originally come back to check on everyone, but unexpectedly, Eternal Night City was in crisis, surrounded by enemies. Before anyone could continue speaking, Xuanwu spat out a
mouthful of blood.
The people nearby were all shocked and inquired about the situation.
Damn, didn't you just say that guy's attack was just a scratch? How come? Osiris Dragon
said he just now. When the two were trying to rescue people from the Obliterator, the Osiris Dragon was responsible for the rescue while the Xuanwu held the rear.
In a fit of rage, the
Obliterator unleashed a wave of obliteration power towards their escape route, and it seemed poised to strike the Osiris Dragon.
Gritting his teeth, Xuanwu transformed into his true
form and charged forward, taking the hit head-on.
This attack has quite a kick.
Before Xuanwu could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood.
The Elven Healer
controlled the healing power to treat Xuanwu's injuries, but the obliteration power on his wounds made the healing process painfully slow. The 5 light pillars of the Tiangang 5 Elements array in Eternal Night City had gradually begun to fade, and once they disappeared, the Star Clan's army would invade Eternal Night City, leading to unimaginable consequences.
Do you two have any treasures that can provide energy to the Tiangang 5 Elements array? The Beast King asked anxiously. Otherwise, we really will return to dust. Sigh.
Let's go for it, the Osiris Dragon and Xuanwu said in unison. Before long, both the Osiris Dragon and Xuanwu transformed into their true forms and spat out their beast crystals.
The 2 crystals radiated immense power.
The 2 old men in black and white were moved by this scene, for these beast crystals were equivalent to their lifeblood. If they were destroyed carelessly, they would die, and the resurrection spring could not revive them if the crystals were shattered. They clearly understood the principle that without skin,
how could hair attach, and under a collapsed nest, how could there be intact eggs?
Thus, this time they were also putting forth their last ounce of strength.
Under the influence of the 2 beast crystals, the 5 light pillars in the Tiangang 5 Elements array once again emitted dazzling brilliance, and the defensive barrier outside Eternal Night City visibly
repaired itself at a rapid pace, allowing the lords within Eternal Night City to breathe a slight sigh of relief.
Star Master, continue to have your people attack the defensive
barrier. I refuse to believe that the energy from those 2 beast crystals is that immense.
Yes, my lord. Outside Eternal Night City, flames continue to erupt, and skills relentlessly struck the defensive barrier.
The massive bodies of the Osiris Dragon and Xuanwu lay on the ground, panting heavily. This isn't a solution. The energy of the beast crystals will eventually run out, Long Yin said. How about we take people out and fight them? The Beast King suggested.
If you stick your head out, I estimate you'll be taken out by the Star Clan in an instant, Long Shou replied. Is this really a deadlock? Everyone, put in more effort. The Lord said that as long as we take Eternal Night City, we will become the masters of the Star Clan, and everyone's rank will be elevated to the highest god, the Star Master said to his kin. This statement stirred up a wave of excitement. Whether or not they could become the masters of the Star Clan was secondary. The main point was the chance to advance to the highest god. This condition made it hard for the Star Clan members to resist, and one by one, they struck the Great Formation as if they had been injected with adrenaline. It seems I have to go first, Xuanwu said, his voice deep and frightening, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. Old Turtle, hold on, the Osiris Dragon urged. Big Bug, I've argued with you enough. Consider this the last time you call me old. Turtle, don't. Please, the Osiris Dragon cried out in desperation. Look, you two just paid such a heavy price to rescue those people, and in the end, they will still end up in my hands.
What's the point of that? The obliterator hovered in the sky, looking down at the Osiris dragon and Xuanwu. What's the point, you old hag? The Osiris dragon retorted angrily. I will make all the women in your city submit to me, but unfortunately, you two can't see it. Go to hell. Star Master, let your people launch the final attack. All treasures within Eternal Night City belong to you. Yes, my lord. Star Clan, heed my command. Launch a full-scale assault on Eternal Night City. Once inside, kill all the men and seize all the treasures, the Star Master shouted. Instantly, the eyes of millions from the Star Clan ignited with flames of desire. Today is the day Eternal Night City needs its doom, the Star Master declared. You trash think you can breach my Eternal Night City? A ethereal female voice rang out, followed by a rain of arrows descending upon the Star Clan, causing wails to echo outside Eternal Night City. Who? The Annihilator exclaimed. Avery, the wealthy monarch gasped. Moonlit Night Windbreaker Avery, one of the heroes left behind by Lin Yi. A female warrior clad in black armor, with shoulder-length hair, charged in from the west of the battlefield, followed by a uniform line of archers. The sky was filled with arrows, and every moment, members of the Star Clan fell. This is too cool, the cold-robed scholar remarked. Avery had developed her own strength just like the Lord. What the hell? Why is their range so far? The Star Master realized that Avery's archers had double the range of ordinary archers, and there were at least 5,000 of them. Although archers fear close combat, even a warrior legion charging at them would find it difficult to break through, as this double range was truly like a bug. But that wasn't all. In the next moment, Avery drew the Lord's equipment left by Lin Yi, Soul Reaver Atlas. Holding aside, Avery plunged into the Star Clan, beginning her harvest. As she charged into the Star Clan's ranks, it was as if she were in a realm of her own. What supreme gods there were, under her Soul Reaver Atlas, were like cutting vegetables. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Star Clan's ranks, followed by a wave of fear spreading throughout. The supreme god experts of the Star Clan couldn't withstand 3 rounds under Avery's onslaught and were ruthlessly harvested by her scythe, truly devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Avery's 1,000-strong archer legion advanced steadily towards Eternal Night City, carving a bloody path through the dense sea of people. This scene left the Annihilator and the Eradicator somewhat astonished. Who is this woman? The Eradicator asked. The Star God replied with a dark expression. This person was once a hero of the Night of Darkness. I didn't expect her to be so powerful now. Oh, I'm becoming more and more interested in this Night of Darkness, the Eradicator said. This woman is impressive. She must have a unique flavor, the Annihilator remarked, stroking his chin as he watched Avery. You, my friend, will eventually die in a woman's belly, the Eradicator retorted. You, my friend, stop pretending. I bet the fire in your belly is no less than mine. Ahaha, the two spoke recklessly about Avery, their words laced with vulgarity. At this moment, Avery, transformed into the Grim Reaper, shifted her target to the two, a murderous intent enveloping the air. In a flash, a breath of death surged towards the Eradicator and the Annihilator. The two instantly halted their conversation and immediately entered a combat stance. Shadow of Annihilation. Avery had already transformed into a black light flying towards the Annihilator. The Annihilator summoned all his divine power, gripping his dual blades, and met the black light head-on. The Annihilator, bold and skilled, unexpectedly chose to counterattack against Avery's sharp assault. What a powerful little girl, the Annihilator remarked after clashing with Avery. Feeling her strength was not to be underestimated, Avery was pushed back by the Annihilator, stumbling until she crashed into several large trees to steady herself, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Although the Annihilator didn't suffer as dramatically as Avery, the blood energy within him was churning, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Do you need help, Annihilator? The Breaker looked at the Annihilator with a mocking expression and said, a little girl is enough for you, old man. It seems you've spent quite a bit of your energy on those women the other day. Shut your filthy mouth, the Annihilator shouted at the Breaker, then spat out a mouthful of blood he couldn't hold back. Not killed by the enemy, but instead made to vomit blood by his own teammate. This operation was truly remarkable. We serve Lord Dawnbringer, bringing resources to you all and assisting in repelling the external enemies, the Demon Hunter said. Meanwhile, the 1,000 archers legion stormed into Eternal Night City, bringing a wealth of resources. Long Yin, seeing the resources brought by the Demon Hunter, felt that this dire situation might have a solution. Osiris Dragon, Xuanwu, quickly collect the beast crystals. The current resources are enough for us to maintain the Heavenly Gang 5 Elements formation for a long time, Long Yin said. The two beasts wasted no time and immediately retrieved their life crystals, but the next moment they seemed severely injured, barely hanging on. Not good, Lord Dawnbringer is in danger. Everyone, follow me, the Demon Hunter commanded. Yes, the archers shouted in unison. Star Clan, stop them. At that moment, the Star Master issued the order to block the archers from aiding Avril. Damn it, the Demon Hunter gritted his teeth. Once I capture that little girl, I will make her taste my power, the Annihilator declared. At this moment, Avril struggled to stand up, the atlas in her hand dimming. She gazed at the horizon, tears slowly streaming from her eyes. My lord, Avril may have to leave first. Although Avril was not afraid of the pressure from the gods, the level of the war general from another world was far too high, surpassing this realm of the Star Clan by a significant margin.
Despairing, are we? Woman, I love seeing that lonely, helpless look in your eyes. Ah.
The Annihilator laughed maniacally, while the Breaker watched with amusement as Avril fought for her life. Lord Dawnbringer, the demon hunter and thousands of archers shouted, but they were surrounded by countless members of the Star Clan, making it difficult to rescue her, while Longin and the others could only maintain the operation of the Heavenly Gang.
5 elements formation in Eternal Night City, protecting the weak lord.
We, the Tongza, will not allow you to bully us, a distant voice echoed, seemingly coming from hell itself. A voice from the depths of the void.
The ghostly claw.
Suddenly, a large hand silently emerged from behind the Annihilator, gripping him tightly.
The Annihilator was bound, a suffocating aura of death pressing down on him. Little ghost, break for me.
The Breaker transformed his divine power into a spear and struck at the ghostly claw.
With a crack, the
claw was shattered, and the Annihilator's flushed face indicated he had suffered under the claw's grip.
Sneaky, who are you? State your name, the Breaker shouted. I am the king of the night.
At that moment, a purple ghostly gate appeared on the ground, and out stepped the hero left behind by Lin Yi, king of the night, Rodhart.
Rodhart, Avril, are you?
Okay, Rodhart said as he helped Avril up.
Forget it, since the Lord isn't here this time, I'll allow you to support me, Avril replied.
Rodhart was left speechless.
Come forth, undead army.
At this moment, numerous undead, bone dragons, evil spirits, and demons emerged from the ghostly gate, numbering at least 8,000.
The monsters began attacking the members of the Star Clan.
In an instant, screams erupted once more from the Star Clan's ranks.
Kill them.
Everyone, work together, fight through the undead army inside and out, break the
encirclement, the demon hunter commanded. The Annihilator and the Breaker looked at Rodhart's appearance, their expressions grave. Don't think that just because 2 clowns have jumped out, you can turn the tide of battle, said the Severer. Such a familiar aura, Xuanwu said as he lay on the ground.
Before Longin and the others could react, a massive sea I suddenly appeared outside Eternal Night City, and the land instantly transformed into a vast ocean.
If 2 clowns aren't enough, then how about adding 1 more clown? Is that enough to make you all eat a pot of it? Boom.
From the sea, Poseidon strode through the waves, each step sending splashes of water flying.
That's right, this is also the hero left behind by Lin Yi, the divine demon incarnation, Azure Heart Poseidon. He's back, they're all back. At this moment, many lords within Eternal Night City were shouting excitedly. Where are my sea god kin? Poseidon shouted.
Immediately, many warriors of the sea god tribe emerged from the water. Roughly counting, there were already over 10,000.
The hearts of the many lords in Eternal Night City were finally at ease.
The heroes who once followed Lin Yi and made a name for themselves had all appeared, reminding the lords of the endless
night that could be created.
A few people's eyes were filled with sorrow, for Sophia was missing, and her story was a sad one. At this moment, on the main battlefield, the 3 heroes of Lin Yi had reunited, and each seemed to have become a dominant force. The Severer and the Annihilator put away their disdainful expressions, their faces serious. If it were a 2v2, they could win easily, but now with a 3v2, the odds were about 50-50.
Moonlit Night Wind Breaker, Starry Sleep Dark Night King, Divine Demon Incarnation Azure Heart. The 3 stared intently at the 2 warriors before them, and behind the 3 heroes was the force they had built, momentarily suppressing the momentum of those heading to the Star Clan. Oh, it's so lively, the destroyer appeared in everyone's sight at that moment. Star Master, that Liberty Goddess you brought is quite nice, do you have any more of such? Fine goods, the destroyer said with a smile.
The next moment, he spotted Avril on the battlefield, and his gaze was fixed on her.
Look again, and you won't see tomorrow's sun, Avril said coldly. Oh, that's spicy, I like it.
Brothers, let's go all out for a quick victory. At worst, I'll let you have some fun later, the destroyer said.
The Severer and the Annihilator saw the destroyer arrive, and the 3v3 situation could be said to be in their favor. You should have come earlier, I'll quietly tell you. There are more than just a few cute girls in that city, the Annihilator said. Avril gripped the atlas tightly in her hand. Let me handle this, Rodhart said, blocking Avril. Rodhart summoned the Void Gate, and under the activation of his necromantic energy, the Void Gate opened, revealing a staff slowly emerging from within. This aura made the 3 warriors opposite feel a sense of oppression.
This is also a weapon left by the Endless Night, Longin said, looking at the staff. Rodhart is using the entire necromantic space to sustain this staff.
Lonzo exclaimed.
That's right, this staff summoned from the necromantic space was one of Linya's weapons, Tristea's Sorrow. After Rodhart picked up Tristea's Sorrow, the thunder elements in the sky began to stir, lightning flashing within the clouds.
So impressive, even the usually arrogant destroyer couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Poseidon said, let me show off a bit too, I can't let you take all the spotlight. Watch me. As Poseidon finished speaking, the air around began to warp. That's the Beast King looked at the weapon in Poseidon's hand. That's the flames of war, Lonzo said.
This was also a weapon left by Lin Yi. Poseidon held the axe with both hands, his explosive muscles creating a striking visual. The three warriors were not afraid of the heroes but rather felt that the weapons they possessed were so extraordinary. Moreover, they had heard that these weapons were all given by someone named Hai Tian. A person capable of such a feat was definitely not an ordinary individual, perhaps even stronger than the lords in their own universe. The Star Master, sensing the warriors' doubts, said, they were once heroes of a lord who was arrogant and insisted on ascending to the divine level. Well, he was torn apart by the time-space storm. After hearing the Star Master's words, the warriors were instantly drawn into the conversation. The eyes of the three warriors sparkled with starlight. Their greed evident, they had their sights set on the three weapons. Just right, 3 weapons, 1 for each of us. I want the scythe, the destroyer said. Next time I see the Grim Reaper, I want to see whose scythe is more powerful. The twin axes are mine, the Annihilator declared. Then I'll change it up and take that necromancer's staff. Fortunately, the magician didn't come, otherwise, the staff would definitely be hers. Then thank you. A ethereal female voice reached everyone's ears. Magician, the 3 warriors exclaimed. In unison, I want the staff. You 3 can divide the other 2. The magician's tone was unequivocal. The 3 warriors exchanged glances. The magician's dominance was something ordinary people truly could not comprehend. My lords, don't panic. As far as I know, that Ascended Lord still has weapons left in Eternal Night City. As long as we capture Eternal Night City, the divine artifacts will naturally be ours, the Star Master said with a flattering expression. Good. At that moment, the Severer spoke up, as he had the lowest combat power among the 4, and his weapon had also been damaged in this battle. Obtaining a divine artifact was urgent for him. The situation of the battle seemed to have changed. Again, the combat power of the 4 warriors could destroy the entire Starry Star. At this moment, the people in Eternal Night City, who had just relaxed, felt their hearts tighten again, and the expressions on the faces of the 3 heroes also grew serious. This is a resource, take it. It can help your people level up again. The Severer tossed a bag of treasures to the Star Master, filled with resources he intended to discard. Such low-level resources were merely a burden for them, but for the Starry Clan, who were still supreme gods, these resources were treasures. The Star Master immediately distributed the resources, and the members of the Starry Clan had fiery eyes, some unable to believe that they could level up 2 major ranks in a single day, and they learned that there were actually divine kings above the supreme gods. The warriors looked at the rustic members of the Starry Clan with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Divine king. So there are divine kings above the supreme gods. The people in Eternal Night City began to spread this phrase. The 4 warriors exchanged glances, and the next moment they charged towards the 3 heroes. Quick, retreat. It seems we can't act cool this time, Poseidon said, and the 3 heroes quickly fell back, ordering their forces to retreat into Eternal Night City. The battlefield situation was truly changing rapidly. They had thought they could finally breathe easy, only to find that the opponents were increasingly ruthless and numerous. Starry Clan, attack. Break through the last barrier of Eternal Night City. Tear off their last pair of underwear. The Star Master shouted. The members of the Starry Clan, as if fueled by adrenaline, fiercely attacked the Tiangang 5 Elements formation, while the warriors watched with interest, eager to see the struggles of the weak. The 4 warriors stood proudly in the sky, observing the tide of Starry Clan members attacking the Tiangang 5 Elements formation outside Eternal Night City. As if watching a play they had directed themselves. Destroyer, how does the taste of that Statue of Liberty feel? The Annihilator asked. Haha, it has me completely enchanted. That skin, that figure, that. The Destroyer replied with relish. Their conversation was not loud, but the information was transmitted into Eternal Night City. Brother, you might not know, but I had found a few good items, only to have them ruined by a giant bug and an old turtle. Now that the formation is broken, I definitely want to try the turtle soup and the bug meat, the Annihilator said. As he spoke of this, the Annihilator recalled that scene where he had even taken off his pants and a gust of wind had swept away several female lords, even blowing his own pants away. In the end, it had extinguished his flame, and the discomfort was absolutely top tier. A bunch of stinky men, the magician said coldly, casting a glance at the 3 battle generals before finally settling on the Star Lord. Although you are a bit incompetent as a man, those bare paws of yours are really something. This is a reward for you, the magician said to the Star Lord, tossing over a bag of resources. The Star Lord received the bag with great joy, laughing. Actually, besides the bare paws, its heart is also a top-notch ingredient. Oh, then why don't you go get it for me? Isn't there one right here? As he spoke, the Star Lord took out a bag and released a druid from within. The druid was already a bloody mess, with both hands clearly chopped off. The bare paws the magician had eaten turned out to be from the druid. Within Eternal Night City, the lords of the United States had already heard that their deity had been defiled and were eager to rush out and fight. At this moment, the lords of the 12 island nations saw their leaders' hands being chopped off and could not control their emotions. Let us out. Yes, let us out. The chaos in Eternal Night City was like a pot of porridge. The 4 battle generals watched the scenes unfolding in Eternal Night City with great interest, feeling as if they were directors controlling the fate of the masses.
Calm down, what do you plan to use to compete with others when you go out?
Their levels are beyond our comprehension, it's like throwing a meat bun at a dog, Black Eternal Night said. Even the Star Lord, who was once suppressed by the night, is now at a level we cannot reach. The previously restless Eternal Night City quieted down after hearing Black Eternal Night's words. The atmosphere down there is a bit stiff, should we liven things up? The Annihilator suggested. It's all up to you, brother, the Annihilator replied.
The Annihilator
also took out the Statue of Liberty from his spatial bag. The Statue of Liberty had disheveled hair, a vacant gaze, and bruises all over her body, with marks from ropes around her neck and faint bite marks on her snow-white skin.
Compared to this, the Annihilator's actions were perverse.
At this moment, the lords of the United States were outraged, seeing their faith in totems so ravaged. Even if they had to die, they wanted to do so spectacularly. Brother, you've ruined her, why not just give her to me? The Annihilator said.
I promise to bring you some fresh ones later.
The Annihilator had a lewd expression as he looked at the disheveled Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty. My God. At this moment,
the lords of the United States in Eternal Night City shouted in unison.
Hearing the cries of her people, the Statue of Liberty looked towards Eternal Night City, the light in her eyes flickering.
Don't even think about escaping unless you want to die, the Annihilator said coldly. At that moment, the Star Lord struck the druid's chest with a palm.
How could the already battered body withstand such a powerful blow?
The druid's heart burst forth from the impact, a bright red heart beating in the Star Lord's hand, while the druid's body was shattered beyond recognition, dead beyond dead.
My lord, I will go have this heart cooked right away.
Keep the heart's vitality. After the great battle, I want to enjoy this
heart in Eternal Night City, and there must be delicious food in the city, the magician said.
Druid. The lords of the 12 island nations saw this scene and instantly had blood-red eyes. Long Sha and the others could no longer hold them back. It is a blessing, not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided.
Just leave it to fate. At this moment, Bai Chongshang spoke.
Bai Chongshang also wore a helpless expression, uttering such fatalistic nonsense.
I implore Lord Longyin to open the city gates. The First Lord of the United States bowed to Longyin. I implore Lord Longyin to let us go out and die on the battlefield. Oskov also addressed Longyin.
Longyin was in a difficult position at this time.
Please, open the city gates,
Jack and Oskov said in unison, and after speaking, they knelt down before Longyin.
Even the well-informed Longyin began to lose his composure at this moment. Please, Lord Longyin, open the city gates.
Tens of thousands of lords from the United States and the island nation knelt down in unison before Longyin, a sea of black heads.
Oh, is the tragic drama starting to unfold down there?
The Severer said. Ha, interesting, truly interesting, the Destroyer remarked.
The eastern city gate of Eternal
Night City slowly opened, and a wave of lamentation surged forth, a mournful atmosphere spreading across the eastern battlefield.
Star Master, the next act depends on your kin's
performance, the magician said.
Yes, my lord, I will not let everyone down.
Concentrate forces on the eastern battlefield, demand slaughter.
Those who perform outstandingly will be
rewarded with resources, the Star Master shouted within his clan, and in an instant the forces of the Star Clan surged toward the eastern battlefield.
Kill this group of DRD.
Jack charged out with the lords of the United States, followed by Oskov, who also led the lords of the 12 island nations into battle. Tear them apart, cried the passionate
members of the Star Clan.
The lords of the United States and the 12 island nations summoned their heroes and troops, and in an instant, their numerical disadvantage began to close, but in terms of quality, the lords still faced a shortcoming. Among the lords, the highest rank was merely that of a main god, and they often found themselves in situations where a dozen of them faced a single supreme god from the Star Clan, and they were the ones being beaten down.
Blood flowed, and people screamed.
We have the fountain of resurrection. I hope this slaughter can awaken them when they are revived, Longyin said. Inside Eternal Night City, everyone fell silent. The Statue of Liberty was imprisoned in the air by the Destroyer, watching her kin die in droves, her heart twisted in agony. She looked at the beast that was the Destroyer, her heart turned to ashes.
Put. Another lord was torn in half by a star dragon bird.
This lord didn't even have time to scream before he was dead. On the eastern battlefield, there were corpses everywhere. No, to be precise, there were
severed limbs everywhere.
This kind of death, without a complete corpse, was truly chilling to behold.
Aha, I've caught their leader.
At this moment, a star dragon bird said, its claw having pierced through Jack's body.
Kid, feeling good? The star dragon bird asked. Damn it! Jack shouted.
Oh, such foul language, the star dragon bird said, using its other
claw to grip one of Jack's arms.
With a forceful tug, it was as if it were pulling off a chicken's leg, and Jack's arm was torn off just like that.
Ah, Jack screamed in agony, and the Statue of Liberty watched in heart-wrenching despair.
Blood dripped from the severed arm onto the ground, and the eastern battlefield was already drenched in crimson. The metallic scent in the air was somewhat nauseating. On the other side, the star dragon turtle had also trapped Oskov, who at this point had lost nearly all his heroes, and he himself was
being suppressed by the star dragon turtle. The star dragon turtle scoffed, and the next moment it raised its thick forelimb and stomped down on one of Oskov's legs. A scream erupted as Oskov's foot was crushed into a meat patty, and then the star dragon turtle aimed for his other foot, not in a hurry to kill him after disabling both of Oskov's legs. Jack was ultimately torn into pieces, dead beyond any hope of revival. At this moment, the destroyer saw a lively Jack running out of the resurrection spring in the city of eternal night, which left him stunned. What on earth is going on? The destroyer asked. The other warriors also noticed the miraculous resurrection spring in the city of eternal night and were equally astonished. My lord, as far as I know, that was left behind by the Lord who ascended, and it forms a cycle within their city, so ordinary means cannot kill them. Special methods are needed to interrupt their reincarnation, the Star Master said to the 4 warriors. Oh, how interesting, the magician remarked. But compared to men, I find women more interesting, the destroyer said. The magician fell silent, turning to look at the resurrection spring in the city of eternal night. Inside the city of eternal night, the lords of the United States and the 12 star nations lowered their heads and stopped talking, for if it weren't for the resurrection spring, their 2 nations would have already been annihilated. Dark magic. Women really can turn on you faster than flipping a page. The magician launched an attack at the resurrection spring. A black energy wave struck the 5 elements array, and immediately the defense at the point of impact began to weaken, the energy barrier nearly breaking. In the next moment, the array once again drew resources from the city of eternal night, this time consuming more than half of the resources brought by Avril. If the magician came a few more times, the array wouldn't hold out much longer. Once the array is broken, everyone fight to the death. Perhaps this will be our last battle, Longin said, using the privileges of the acting lord. At that moment, regardless of which nation the lords belonged to, they were all prepared for death. Longin, you all seem too calm, the Star Master thought as he looked at Longin in the city of eternal night. The next moment, the Star Master opened a time-space portal in the sky and pulled out the person trapped inside. What? WTF? Damn it! At this moment, blood-colored Clear Rain had tears streaming down her face, shouting, "Sister!" Indeed, this was the blood-colored Rose who had gone to inquire about the whereabouts of the Nightshade clan not long ago. She was bound by ropes, and after being imprisoned by the Star Master, she had not been tortured excessively due to the arrival of the warriors, but the blood-colored Rose had been kept captive, her face pale and haggard. You old bastard, I didn't expect you to hoard good stuff. The destroyer raised his hand and slapped the Star Master away, then waved his palm towards the blood-colored Rose, pulling her through the air to stand before him. The destroyer crouched down, using his finger to lift the blood-colored Rose's pale face. Perverted bastard, let go of my sister! Blood-colored Clear Rain shouted in the city of eternal night. Her cries caught the attention of the destroyer. Oh, so they are sisters, it seems. This battle needs to be resolved quickly, the destroyer said, a wicked smile appearing on his face. Destruction judgment. The destroyer thrust his long spear into the array above the city of eternal night, and immediately a powerful pressure bore down on the city, causing the array to be subjected to immense force, which began to frantically draw resources from the city of eternal night. At this rate, once that spear breaks the array, we will all die, Rodhart said. The power of the destroyer shocked Rodhart, as such power had never been seen above the star realm. Facing the unknown, many were likely filled with fear. No matter what, let's hold on for now, Poseidon said. Avril nodded in agreement. Power of the undead, power of the sea god, power of the night. The 3 heroes summoned their innate powers, channeling their strength into the array to resist the pressure of the spear. Interesting, then I'll join in the fun, the magician said. Demon Magic Ball. The demon magic ball in the magician's hand flew out towards the city of eternal night, radiating immense power. With the power of the demon Sir, the 3 heroes spat out blood, their breaths weak. Come on, I can't wait any longer. The destroyer charged towards the city of eternal night, and the remaining 3 warriors followed suit. The Star Master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and joined them, thinking that following the big boss might earn him a share of the spoils. The formation had been broken. The entire city of eternal night was on high alert, preparing for the final battle. Everyone, protect the resurrection spring. Longin gave the last command and rushed forward to engage in combat. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The magician said to Longin. Dark night magic, mind shatter. Longin instantly felt a chill throughout his body, life fading away in an instant. Before dying, he felt the pain of his heart being torn apart, and his last thought before closing his eyes was that the enemy was too formidable. Meanwhile, Wang Quanfu Gue was pierced through the body by the destroyer's long spear, killed like a lamb on a skewer. Long Shou's head had been taken by the Annihilator, and Han Yishu Shang was also cut in half by the Star Master, with blood and flames everywhere in the city of eternal night. The 3 heroes, Xuanwu and Osiris's dragon, had just been holding the resurrection spring with all their might under Long Yin's arrangement, and now the recently fallen Long Yin, Wang Quanfu Gue, and others appeared in the resurrection spring. Most of the city of eternal night had already fallen, and everyone in the inner domain had retreated to the area of the Lord's Hall. They decided to hold the Lord's mansion and the resurrection spring at all costs. Hurry, everyone, quickly wipe them out. The destroyer urged impatiently. I really want to taste the flavor of these sisters. A dark tide of the Star Clan surged into the city of Eternal Night, plundering all the resources inside, while the NPCs in the city fell one after another under their attacks. The city of Eternal Night had 5 layers of defense from the inside out, and now Longin had gathered all the lords in the innermost layer, the Lord's Hall, to defend the last line of defense. Within the defense line, many lords looked as if they had lost their souls, they had lost their faith and did not know what they were persisting for, or if this was just self-deception to delay death. What is the meaning of our persistence? At that moment, a lord said with vacant eyes. This question caused many lords to lose their faith in an instant, and they began to question themselves about the meaning of their persistence. Was it to survive? But surviving seemed to have become a luxury. I seem to sense the Lord's aura, Avril said to everyone at that moment. Is it the Knight of the Abyss? Is it that one who can always create miracles, the Knight of the Abyss? Really? Among the lords, everyone murmured the legendary name, Knight of the Abyss. Life and Death Soul Lock. As the soul lock of the Severer was unleashed, a large number of lords fell, only to be resurrected in the resurrection spring in the innermost layer the next moment. The warriors and the Star Clan had already breached this final layer. Can't we hold on any longer? This group of killing gods is too powerful. Let's go for broke. I might as well be liberated. This damned eternal era, perhaps only death can bring liberation. If there is a next life, I will never play this damn game again, someone lamented. The Ark of Noah was traversing through the cosmic passage. It's been a long time since I've seen those people. I wonder if everyone is doing well, Lingy said lightly while standing on the deck of the Ark of Noah. Brother, aren't we almost there? Lin Xing said. Yeah, this time, you moved the entire city of Eternal Night from Odin Village back. This project should be enough to scare them to death, right? After all, the eternal continent of the Star Clan is our place. This can be considered a return to one's roots. Indeed, this time Lin Yi moved the entire city of Eternal Night from Odin Village into the Ark of Noah, which, as an ancient artifact, had successfully accommodated the level 9 city of Eternal Night. I am the 9th level of Eternal Night City, with a population of tens of millions and an army of 1 million. If the Star Clan does not obey upon their return, then there is no need for their existence. Because the God of Light and the God of Darkness have already fallen, it wouldn't be a big problem for this transit star to be discovered, and Lin Yi is confident that he can protect the Star well now. Is it really going to end like this? Long Yin murmured. The 3 heroes were retreating step by step under the attack of the war general. If you 3 are willing to submit and become our servants, we can spare your lives, the destroyer said, and even allow you to reach our level. You must be dreaming, Ava retorted. Such a fiery little girl, but I like it, the destroyer said, licking his lips. The battlefield was chaotic, and the gods descended. Poseidon had already entered a frenzied mode of battle, launching fierce attacks against the magician. Relying on the power of weapons is still external force, the magician scoffed. True strength comes from within. Dark magic. The dark magic struck Poseidon, turning his entire body black as his life force was slowly devoured by this black substance, significantly reducing his combat power. Die, you lowly insect, the magician said, manipulating the magic ball in his hand to fly towards Poseidon. World-destroying thunder. Rodhart swung the back of Tristea to deflect the magic ball off its flight path. Poseidon stood up with Rodhart's support. Aver was retreating while fighting under the destroyer's attack, and the 3 were forced into a desperate situation. We can only use that move now, Aver said. The 3 exchanged glances, silently nodding after a few seconds. The sorrow of Tristea. The battlefield raged on. Soul Devourer Atlas. The 3 heroes summoned their 3 artifacts, generating an energy barrier at the outer edge of the last layer of Eternal Night City, supporting each other as they retreated inside. Elf healers, quickly heal them, Long Yin shouted. Poseidon shook his hand and said, no, their power is beyond our comprehension. The elf healing magic is ineffective. But before Long Yin could finish, the tens of millions of the Star Clan had already surrounded the last layer of Eternal Night City, and 4 war generals flew down from the sky, looking at the city. Open the gates, hand over the artifacts and the resurrection spring, and we will spare your lives, the destroyer said. Go to hell, the Beast King growled. Ungrateful. Watch me tear apart your last defense and see if you can still be so tough, the destroyer said. Destruction Gale. Then the other 3 war generals also unleashed their skills towards the energy barrier. Annihilation Death Ray. Obliteration. Withering. Forbidden Spell Magic. For dazzling energy beams struck the barrier. The 3 heroes gritted their teeth and once again summoned their limited power. The Sword of Radiance, Almightus, and the Codex of Moral were originally stored in the Lord's Hall of Eternal Night City, but under the summoning of the 3 heroes, they joined the artifact barrier. With the addition of these 2 artifacts, the barrier became solid, withstanding the strike from the 4 war generals. So there are still artifacts, 5 artifacts, the Obliterator exclaimed, looking at the 5 radiant artifacts with excitement. Because the 3 heroes were overloading the artifacts, they were now on the brink of collapse. Look at
Those three who are half in the grave, we can say this time we hit the jackpot, so many treasures, so many beauties, the obliterator said. The resurrection spring and that staff are mine, you can divide the rest, the magician said firmly. Everyone, put in some effort, break this shell, and everything will be ours. Then let's all unleash our full power this time, the destroyer said, and the other three war generals nodded. The aura around the four began to rise, growing increasingly powerful. The breath of the four at the peak of the divine realm reached up to the fifth level of the divine realm. The fifth level represents another realm, known as the pinnacle of perfection. If Casa and the others were here, this scene would unravel the doubts they once had. Their peak of divinity was merely at the first level, so when they encountered a warrior at the fifth level of the divine realm, how could they possibly be their match? This level really exists. At this moment, Bai Changsheng exclaimed in the Eternal Night City. Everyone turned to Bai Changsheng, their faces filled with confusion. I also saw it in an ancient text. The legendary highest level is the peak of divinity, which can be said to be the limit of the divine. However, the last page of the ancient text records that the peak of divinity is divided into 10 levels. The differences between the first to fourth levels are not significant, but after reaching the fifth level, each level undergoes earth-shattering changes. The crowd looked at the warriors outside the barrier, all of whom possessed combat power at the fifth level, demonstrating their formidable strength. 3 punches, your barrier will explode. 1 punch to shake the mountains and rivers. The destroyer punched the barrier, boom. The sadness of Tristea dimmed. 2 punches to shatter the heavens and earth. Another punch, the Soul Eater Atlas and the Warfire lost their luster. 3 punches to extinguish the galaxy. The third punch struck the barrier, causing Almisa's radiant sword and Marol's codex to fall to the ground. The barrier shattered. Star Master, you know what to do next. The Star Master understood the warrior's intention, nodded, and said to his kin, warriors of the Star Clan, flatten Eternal Night City. With this shout from the Star Master, he expressed the frustrations once suppressed by Lin Yi and rallied his current morale as the Star Clan surged in like a tide. Little girl, now you and your sisters are reunited, the destroyer said. As he approached blood-colored Qingyu. Blood-colored Qingyu trembled in fear at the sight of the destroyer. Get away from me. Wang Quan Fugue rushed forward, ready to fight the destroyer to the death. The destroyer picked up a long spear from the ground and threw it at Wang Quan Fugue, piercing his shoulder and pinning him harshly against the city wall. However, Wang Quan Fugue did not die, so he could not be reborn at the resurrection spring. The magician picked up Tristea's sadness from the ground and walked straight towards the resurrection spring, killing the Sea God Clan soldiers and elf warriors that tried to stop her, creating a bloody path to the resurrection spring. What a miraculous treasure, the magician said in front of the resurrection spring, preparing to uproot it. Meanwhile, the Annihilator and the Severer captured many female lords and brought them to the Lord's Hall, preparing to engage in illicit acts in the sacred place. Long Yin, Long Shou, and the 2 elders in black and white all tried to intervene, but the difference in levels was too great. These individuals were thrown into the tide of the Star Clan by the Annihilator, and facing thousands of Star Clan warriors, the high-ranking members of Eternal Night City were dead beyond resurrection. At that moment, the sun above the Star Clan was suddenly obscured by a massive object. What was once daytime turned into night in an instant. Everyone was captivated by this celestial phenomenon, looking up at the sky. What, is there such a large spaceship? The destroyer said incredulously. Dare to offend my Eternal Night City. Though far away, you shall be punished. Lin Yi shouted from the deck with the power of a lord. Lin Xing was the first to jump down from the Noah's Ark, arriving beside the destroyer. In the blink of an eye, stepping into the night shadow dance, activating the power of the heavenly Tao, causing the destroyer to feel a hint of trepidation. However, Lin Xing's target was not the destroyer but the blood-colored sisters. In the next moment, Lin Xing rescued the blood-colored sisters from the destroyer's grasp and brought them to safety. The magician had already begun to pry open the resurrection spring. Ding, emergency situation, the resurrection spring is damaged. If not repaired in time, the bound personnel will be unable to reincarnate. Everyone hurry and stop the magician from moving the fountain, someone shouted. What will you do without the resurrection fountain? The magician was using divine power to slowly pull up the resurrection fountain. At that moment, a white 6-pointed star appeared at the fountain, and a young man in white stepped out. I come on the orders of the Lord to take your life. The one speaking was none other than Lin Ye's god-level hero, Sword Soul Alan. What a big mouth, the magician said, looking disdainfully at Alan. In the next moment, Alan took out a black cloth and blindfolded himself. I'll spare you your eyes since you're a woman. After saying this, Alan gripped his lightsaber with one hand. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Are you here to make jokes? The magician was at a loss for words to describe Alan. Alan activated his noble bloodline talent and then activated the dual-wielding skill, golden light enveloping him. Sword Eye, Sword Heart. At this moment, the magician exclaimed in surprise. You better be careful, Alan said, then charged forward. Meanwhile, in the Lord's Hall, the Annihilator and the Severer were enjoying the desperate screams of the female lord when a purple 6-pointed star and a red six-pointed star appeared in the empty space behind them. Indeed, this was Linya's new hero, the Control Queen, and the Vengeful Flame, this pair of siblings. Who are you? The ones here to take your lives. You speak so arrogantly, the Severer shouted, but the next moment they felt a tingling sensation all over their bodies, unable to use any divine power. Flames tortured, the fire burned the heavens. The Vengeful Flame unleashed two skills, burning off the little clothing the warriors had left. This power. The Severer looked at the Annihilator and said, "It doesn't belong to this universe, nor to our universe. Could it be power from another universe? Quick, let's go meet up with the Magician and the Destroyer." Just as the two warriors attempted to escape, their feet were already bound by thorny vines. The Vengeful Flame, clad in fiery armor, launched another fire attack on the two. Lin Xing, the Blood Rose, said at that moment, "Yes, it's me. Have you returned?" "We have returned, look," Lin Xing said, pointing to the Noah's Ark that overshadowed the sky. Lin Yi. After Blood Rose finished speaking, she fainted. The Noah's Ark landed outside Eternal Night City, crushing countless warriors of the Star Clan. Star Master, you treacherous scoundrel, from today onwards, I, the Eternal Night City, will be king over the Star Clan, and there is no need for the Star Clan to exist, Lin Yi declared. From atop the Noah's Ark, exuding dominance, the Star Master, relying on his rank having reached the Divine Emperor level, thought Lin Yi could not be his opponent, so he did not take Lin Yi seriously. Our Star Clan has tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of people, and you think you can overturn us? That's simply a dream. Oh, since that's the case, Lin Yi activated his title, Emperor Sakya. Effect, generates pressure on gods below the Divine Emperor level. As Lin Yi's title activated, waves of pressure descended, and all the people of the Star Clan, being below the Divine Emperor, knelt down in unison. This scene was truly spectacular. What? The Star Master couldn't believe his eyes at this moment. What was happening? Star Master, weren't you just so arrogant? Your proud tens of millions of clansmen are now all prostrated on the ground, aren't they? Lin Yi said. Damn it. You all get up. Don't embarrass me, the Star Master shouted loudly. Old Patriarch, it's not that we want to kneel, the trickster said at this moment. The pressure he exerts on us is too great, it has completely suppressed us. Yeah, I can barely speak now, Wing also said. What kind of fortuitous encounter had he experienced to become so powerful? Do you think the Supreme God is the highest realm of divinity, said the Star Master. He believed Lin Yi was still unaware of the existence of the ultimate God, so he intended to pressure Lin Yi with his own God Emperor rank. Isn't it just the ultimate God? What's there to popularize? Lin Yi replied lightly, let me tell you, this title above my head can suppress anyone below the God Emperor level. It seems you've encountered some fortuitous event. Your rank should be around that of a God Emperor, otherwise, you should be kneeling obediently. Upon hearing this, the Star Master felt a chill run through him. A title that could suppress those below the God Emperor level meant that his rank should be no less than that of a God Emperor. Let me tell you, our Lord's rank is the 5th level of the ultimate God. Once he arrives, your Eternal Night City will be completely destroyed. Oh, are you talking about those 4 people? At that moment, 3 men and 1 woman stumbled in from a distance. The Star Master turned around and saw that it was indeed the 4 battle generals. What on earth happened to make them look so disheveled? The Star Master's heart sank as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. I want to see how you struggle further. If this is all the strength you have, then next year on this day will be your death anniversary, Lin Yi said. You can't trap me. Outside the Palace of Life, the Big Dipper constellation in the sky suppressed the reincarnators, who were struggling continuously. The reincarnators' reincarnation power seemed inexhaustible, so in the prolonged tug-of-war, the 7 ultimate gods could only rely on the power of the formation to barely suppress the reincarnators. Why is this guy still so spirited? Casa said. Yeah, this old fellow has too much energy. Stop talking, save some strength, we need to hold out until that brat of the night returns. At that moment, a powerful force struck the Big Dipper formation, causing the 7 ultimate gods to spit blood. The next moment, the reincarnator exerted force and broke free from the suppression. The 7 of them shouted in their hearts that it was bad. The battle general tokens on the reincarnator began to tremble uneasily. Where are you? Answer quickly. The reincarnator contacted the battle generals through the tokens. At that moment, a coordinate and all information about the star realm appeared on the tokens. You 7, having trapped me for so long, it's time to be proud. I'll kill you all first, the reincarnator said. The reincarnator raised his hand and released a reincarnation grinding disc, which went crunch, crunch, sucking in Casa, Ari, and the others. The merciless disc slowly ground down, crunch. Casa's body was crushed into minced meat by the disc. Crunch. Next, Ari was also ground to death by the disc, blood flowing out from the disc spout. Crunch. Crunch. After 6 sounds, the 6 ultimate god powerhouses died just like that, dying so pathetically. And when the 7th crunch did not sound, the reincarnator had already flown quickly towards the star realm using the coordinates on the token. Everyone, don't cry, it's already good that we didn't get wiped out, Casa said. The 6 Ultimate gods exhausted all their strength to buy a moment for Sophia, who transformed into a life seed and escaped from the reincarnation grinding disc along with the blood of the ultimate gods. Quick, tell Night Sky that the reincarnator has escaped. My universe is in chaos. In the end, the 6 ultimate gods all lost their lives. The life seed transformed back into Sophia, who collected the blood of the 6 ultimate gods in a container, hoping there might be a chance to resurrect them in the future. But now, the most important thing was to inform Lin Yi of this news. Lord. At this moment, Sophia began to establish communication with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was currently in a standoff with the 4 battle generals. What's wrong, Sophia? Lin Yi asked. Sophia told Lin Yi everything that had happened in the Palace of Life. At this moment, Lin Yi felt more sadness. Casa, Ari, one familiar name after another flashed through his mind. A wave of sorrow began to spread from the depths of his heart. The reincarnation heavenly path. Lin Yi was successfully ambushed by the reincarnator. Don't get distracted during the battle, the reincarnator said as he arrived. At that moment, the general saw the reincarnator's arrival and instantly felt a surge of confidence. What did you do to them? Lin Yi asked, clutching his wound. I just casually killed a few dogs, nothing to worry about, the reincarnator replied. Oh, by the way, I also want to thank you for allowing me to ascend to the 7th heaven of the divine realm within the Big Dipper formation. I now feel an overwhelming surge of power. Then it seems we can only fight to the death. The Golden Holy Warrior, Elemental Controller, Sniper, Great Shield Guardian, Dark Knight Phantom, and Timebreaker all emerged. So, can you handle my million troops? In that instant, Lin Yi summoned these 6 mythic level troops, numbering in the millions. It was the first time the reincarnator had witnessed such a grand display. In the face of the divine realm, all are mere ants, except your destruction. The reincarnator charged alone into the million-strong army. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was at the extraordinary master level, had little chance against the reincarnator. The Lord's essence activated. The million troops and all heroes transformed into streams of light that surged into Lin Yi's body, causing his aura to rise continuously. The strongest king's realm. When the king is enraged, a million corpses lie in the wake. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi unleashed an unmatched force that swept outward, annihilating countless warriors of the Star Clan and the Star Lords. The 4 generals of the reincarnator could not withstand this blow and fell in defeat. Yet, through the power of reincarnation, the reincarnator revived once more. Young man, you are quite impressive. If you are willing to join us, your achievements will surely surpass those of the reincarnator. Someone in the sky spoke up. My lord, the reincarnator called out. Shut up. Even the reincarnator at the 7th heaven dared not speak under the authority of this so-called lord. In the next moment, Lin Yi felt as if his body was frozen beyond his control. Is it submission or destruction? That voice echoed again. I'll fight you to the end. Lin Yi shouted. Very well, then I shall grant you that world-destroying forbidden spell. You ants, do you think my clan is without defenders? From the sky, another voice rang out. Suddenly, a figure with an ancient and profound aura appeared beside Lin Yi. He reached up forcefully and a person dressed in luxurious clothing fell from the sky. Who are you? The man in luxurious clothing asked. I am the ancient god. The ancient god was one of the first lords created by the creator god. Because the combat power of this first batch of lords was astonishing, the creator god ruthlessly destroyed them. However, due to the emergence of Noah's Ark, many of the first lords escaped the creator god's punishment, and the ancient god was one of them. The man in luxurious clothing began to tremble, for he knew the ferocity of this first batch of lords. Since you are here, then stay. In the next moment, the man in luxurious clothing was instantly annihilated by the ancient god's lordly power, and the reincarnator was also destroyed in the aftermath of the ancient god's strike. This happiness came too suddenly. It was initially thought that a significant effort would be needed to settle this invasion, but it was unexpectedly resolved with a single wave of a hand. This is true power. Just as Lin Yi was about to turn and ask, the ancient god knelt on one knee and said, I am the 99th generation acting clan leader of the Lord era, the ancient god. I now respectfully invite the young lord to return to our clan and take up the position of the 100th clan leader. This felt like a confrontation with the creator god, and Lin Yi was startled. Wang Xiaozong, son of the richest man in China, has returned from overseas. His father, Wang Lin, provided him with a 1 billion startup fund to become self-sufficient. Surrounded by beautiful women and addicted to gaming, many do not have high hopes for him. However, he has already multiplied the 1 billion startup fund given by his father tenfold in a currently popular game, striking hard against those who doubted him. The entertainment channel on the television was broadcasting news about Wang Xiaozong. Captain, our dragon soul has made a huge harvest this time, Li Meng said. This time, it's all thanks to you. And Long Zhan. Long Ling replied, now your title of Beast King in the game can be said to command 100 responses. No, when it comes to prestige, the name Long Shou is still more impressive, Li Meng said. I heard that the Statue of Liberty in America wants to discuss cooperation with us, Xu Fanyu said.
Does this cooperation really need you, the cold-clad scholar, to step in? Long Ling said to Shu Fanyu. So, are you saying that the leader of Dragon Soul is just a hands-off manager? Ah ha ha, Shu Fanyu laughed. This is. Lin Yi opened his eyes and found himself in a rental room with only a game pod for Eternal Continent inside. Lin Yi got up and carefully examined his body, finding no signs of abnormality. Hadn't he been killed by the creator god? Why was he still here? The television was still on and the entertainment channel was continuously broadcasting news about Wang Xiaozong. Finally, Lin Yi looked at the ring on his right hand's index finger, which could prove that's right, Lin Yi had been reborn again. In the confrontation with the creator god, they had prepared too hastily, engaging in a direct confrontation too early, which ultimately led to their defeat and Lin Yi's death. As the 100th generation patriarch of the Lord era. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The urgent ringtone of his phone interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. He looked at the unfamiliar number, but this number was quite impressive. 1-888-888-8888. Hello, a magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone, and it was clear that there were at least 10 young girls around the man. Who are you? Lin Yi asked in confusion. I am Wang Quan Fugue. I know you will be reborn again. In this life, I am waiting for you to slaughter the creator god. Alright. Lin Ye's response was filled with heroic spirit. In the darkness, the supreme ring in Lin Ye's hand shone with light once more. The end.